While his peers were still sipping bubble tea, this young man was so hardcore he could do 1,000,000 push-ups in one go. You see, in his past life, when the powerhouses fought, Wang Sheng was like a tiny fly passing by, unfortunately caught in the crossfire. In this life, he secretly vowed that in his past life, he was just a small-time cultivator, not even knowing who had harmed him. Now that the heavens have given him a chance to be reborn, he can't die so meaninglessly. This time, I'll live up to my name and truly live. This afternoon at 4:15 and 24 seconds, the rocket will launch successfully. The time and place are the same as in my past life's memories, meaning I've really been reborn at 17. According to rumors from my past life, the rocket brought something back from the moon, causing the spiritual energy that had been missing for 1,000 years to recover, ushering the Earth into an era where everyone cultivates. If I've really been reborn, I have to seize this opportunity. Sadly, the incomplete cultivation method from my past life can only slightly improve my physique. It seems that the only way to change my fate in this life is that method. Just as Wang Sheng thought this, his parents returned home. Indeed, air conditioning is life. Kemen has arrived. Seizing the moment while his parents were in a good mood, Wang Sheng expressed his desire to become a Taoist at Wudong Mountain. After a chaotic night, Wang Sheng finally convinced his parents to let him study at Wudong, though the price he paid was a bit steep. With a swollen face, Wang Sheng carried his suitcase out of the house, his mother tearfully watching her son, unable to understand why he would do this. "Don't worry, dear. Xiaoxing said it's just a year off school," Wang Sheng's father reassured. But did he really think a year off was nothing? "Look at you hitting our son." Enraged, Wang Sheng's mother physically retaliates, causing his father to cry out for mercy. Unsettled, they decide to follow their son to Wudong Mountain, where Wang Sheng hopes to find a master listed among the immortal Tao heavenly rankings. He failed to find a master in his past life, so he must seize the opportunity this time. But unfortunately, Grandmaster Gao Shui is away. The person Wang Sheng wanted to apprentice under was out of the country for a few months, and that Taoist priest, Gao Shui Xingdao, would be a top 3 figure on the celestial rankings in the future, and before the world's spiritual energy recovered, he was considered a representative of Wudong martial arts. Right now, he and the other Taoists aren't here. Should I choose another cultivation sect to study under? Wang Sheng, carrying his luggage, had just left the Purple Cloud Palace when he encountered a Taoist priest selling books at a stall, beckoning him over. "You should be in school at your age. Don't get caught up in fantasy, young man. If you really want to learn Kung Fu, I can recommend some Wudong martial arts manuals. They're only 300 each. This is true Wudong martial arts, guaranteed to make you invincible, and if you need internal energy, I offer an accelerated course." Young man, you have a real connection to martial arts today. Don't let this opportunity pass you by. Beg the master to take me as a disciple. I'm willing to follow you in search of the immortal path. Wang Sheng bowed respectfully, secretly rejoicing. That's right, this is my chance. Isn't this the silent Taoist Qing Yanji? In his past life, this was one of the top 5 cultivation experts of the Stable Abode Heaven ranking. What luck. Than Gontu was bewildered by Wang Sheng's words. "Young friend, if you spoke of learning martial arts, I might find you credible, but you speak of cultivating immortality and the Tao. Have you ever even seen magic?" Saidi. A disciple believes the Tao is a kind of spirit, a different understanding of the universe. I couldn't find anyone worth apprenticing to on Mount Wudong, but I knew you were no ordinary Taoist the moment I met you. You're quite interesting. You keep talking about the Tao. Choosing a master? I'm just a well-known nobody on Mount Wudong. I've only taken one disciple over the years, and I don't even pay her much attention. Are you sure you want to take me as your master, and do your parents know about this? My parents are here with me, Taoist master. I sincerely wish to follow you and cultivate. Qing Yanji looked at Wang Sheng with satisfaction. It seemed he was sincere, and hadn't just run away from home after watching too many movies and reading too many novels. Satisfied with his answers, I had his parents come over to talk. First question, what is the Tao? In my understanding, the Tao is nature with order, it is law. Question number 2, what are the 5 arts of Taoism? Mountain, medicine, fate, appearance, divination. Mountain is the immortal technique. Medicine is Taoist medicine. Fate is Wang Sheng's answer that made Qing Yanji nod, seemingly very determined. So, question number 3. After becoming my disciple, if I and your father fall into the water and are about to drown, who would you save first? Saving the master first would be unfilial to his parents. And in Taoism, the unfilial cannot be saved. Saving my parents first would be disrespectful to you, but a master is like a parent. After some thought, Wang Sheng decided to answer, I'd save my father first. Jing Yanji accepted this answer, deciding to take Wang Sheng as his disciple. The next morning, he said, I spoke with your parents yesterday. For now, you're just my apprentice. After the trial period, I'll decide whether to officially accept you. This is where I live, usually just me and your senior apprentice. Spend this time getting to know everyone. Yes, master. Wang Sheng replied, wondering what his master had said to his parents to convince them to let him stay on Wudong Mountain. But no matter what, he had finally succeeded in becoming a disciple. Just then, Qing Yanji called out from the courtyard. Xiaoxuan, didn't you want to see your junior brother practice? Come and watch. From the house, a simply dressed girl emerged, and Qing Yanji patted her head, introducing her as, "This child is Mu Guanxuan, your senior apprentice sister. Normally shy around strangers, she doesn't seem afraid of him at all." "Hello, senior disciple. My name is Wang Sheng. I look forward to learning from you." Wang Sheng spoke, a hint of doubt in his heart. The surname Mu and the name Guanxuan were both quite rare. "Wait, my senior is really named Mu Guanwan," Qing Yanzi retorts, annoyed. "I named her myself. Would I be wrong?" "Calm down. I need to stay calm, but how could I not realize that the unspoken Taoist Qing Yanji and the silent immortal Mu Guanwan were master and disciple? With a top 10 master on the heavenly ranking protecting me, I'll be able to go anywhere." Wang Sheng chuckled to himself, confusing Mu Guanhuan, who pointed at him, then at her head, as if to ask Qing Yanji, "Is he crazy?" Qing Yanji was silent for a moment, then replied with a smile, "If they were all normal kids, who would have the heart to bring you up the mountain to suffer? You're the senior disciple, so remember to take care of your junior." A moment later, Qing Yanji led Wang Sheng into the main hall, then earnestly instructed, "Although you call me master, there's still a period of assessment before the formal initiation. You must prepare yourself. If you can't endure it, I won't force you to stay on the mountain, understand? As long as master doesn't send me down the mountain, I won't give up no matter what." Wang Sheng replied with a determined look. "Now, do you see that millstone? Once you're rested, grind those 2 sacks of wheat into flour." Wang Sheng immediately obeyed. Watching him diligently grind wheat, Qing Yanji nodded in satisfaction, then called Mu Guanxuan out to practice. Wang Sheng continued to work hard, pausing occasionally to rest, glancing over at Qing Yanji and his disciple. Indeed, even with the lack of spiritual energy, the cultivation tradition remains unbroken. This kind of cultivation, accumulated over many years of meditation, is truly terrifying. No wonder these cultivators are so much faster than normal people after the world's spiritual energy recovered. Once I'm initiated, my master will surely teach me some cultivation methods. It's definitely nice to have shade, but nothing beats having your own strength. Even if I'm not as good as my senior, I can't fall behind. With renewed vigor, Wang Sheng continued threshing, unaware that his master was secretly observing and evaluating him, impressed by his steady pace and calm demeanor. Finally, the wheat threshing task is complete. Although Wang Sheng had physical training for a few months prior, he still wasn't used to this kind of work, and soreness was inevitable. Just then, Mu Guanxuan arrived with a bowl of water for Wang Sheng. "Thank you, senior sister." Wang Sheng smiled and accepted it, as Qing Yanzi's voice echoed from inside the room. "Now that you're done, go clean your room." He then led Wang Sheng to his room, explaining that the main house had 2 bedrooms, one for each of them. "My room is on this side. Come find me if you need anything. After you've rested, go down the mountain to see your parents and reassure them." A moment later, as Mu Guanxuan was playing a game, Qing Yanji stood lurking outside Wang Sheng's room, suddenly waving her over. Intrigued, Mu Guanxuan quietly approached and peeked into Wang Sheng's room with her master, only to find him diligently practicing. "It seems your junior apprentice is quite promising." No sooner had Qing Yanji praised him than snoring erupted from the room, causing him to scratch his head in embarrassment. Well, it wasn't really a compliment. Ha ha. After resting, Wang Sheng visited his parents as his master instructed, returning with a large bundle on his back. "My senior sister's electric blanket was too old, so I had my parents buy 2 new ones. Master shouldn't blame me, right? I spared no expense to come to the mountain, which must have worried my parents. Though speechless in this era of vital energy restoration, anything is possible. I need enough power to protect them." But Wang Sheng eyed the 2 bags in his hands with confusion. "If there's spring water on the mountain for us to use, why did Master specifically ask me to buy 2 cases of the cheapest spring water? Never mind. Master must have his reasons. I'll just do as he says." As it turns out, Wang Sheng overestimated his master, who was now gleefully labeling each bottle he'd brought back as holy water from Mount Wudang, leaving Wang Sheng speechless. "This is my side hustle, specially made for those Taoists who come to the mountain for blessings. Each bottle sells for 20 to 100, and I can sell more than 10 bottles a day. All right, let's go to the backyard. I'll show you a set of boxing techniques as an initiation perk. Wang Sheng grinned and followed his master to the backyard. After a while, Wang Sheng practiced the moves his master taught him, and he couldn't help but sigh in amazement. As he performed the entire sequence, his whole body heated up, and it felt like a stream of energy was flowing through him. Though simple, the boxing technique master taught me contains a hidden Tao rhythm. I can't believe I've already learned such a profound technique upon entering the sect. He would master this fist technique today. By the time Wang Sheng finished practicing, it was late. He then noticed Mu Guanxuan dozing off by the door and gently woke her, saying, "Senior, go to bed." "Okay." Mu Guanxuan sleepily responded and went inside, so his senior sister could speak. "I see. Master said she suffered a severe illness as a child, which is why she can't speak. I'm the junior disciple who's supposed to take care of her," Wang Sheng thought, as a piece of clothing flew right into his face. Mu Guanxuan was actually taking off her clothes. Senior sister should change in her room. Wang Sheng quickly pushed Mu Guanxuan into her room and closed the door, then hurried back to his own room to rest. His senior sister was completely unguarded in front of him, but a proper junior brother like himself couldn't take advantage of her. But his senior apprentice is now very different from the uncommunicative fairy he knew in his past life. Wang Sheng shifted slightly, and a sharp pain shot through his arm. So official cultivation is not as simple as it seems. I should meditate. After a while, sleepiness washes over me. Drifting in and out of sleep, Wang Sheng thought he heard his master calling, "Are you awake?" Wang Sheng rubbed his sleepy eyes, startled to see Qing Yanji. Seeing Qing Yanji enter the room, Wang Sheng's drowsiness vanished, and he quickly sat up, calling out, "Master!" Qing Yanji smiled and said, "Lie down. Don't sleep yet. You're a late starter, your meridians are blocked, and your body is too stiff. Relax, and I'll help you open them up." Hearing this, Wang Sheng obediently lay down. Qing Yanji rolled up his sleeves, and a blue aura appeared on his hands as he began to press on Wang Sheng's body. During this process, Wang Sheng clenched his fist, thinking, "My master's hands seem to carry a stream of hot and cold energy that changes. Could this be the inner energy that martial artists seek? The Earth's energy hasn't recovered yet, and Master has reached this level through hard work since childhood. He must have suffered a lot. And now, he's using his hard-earned inner energy to help me. If that's the case, I can't let Master down." The next day, Wang Sheng woke up early to train. He thought to himself, whether it was psychological or not, he felt lighter and more energetic than yesterday morning. Observing from the side, Qing Yanji nodded and said, "Not bad. You look the part. Yesterday was just for you to adapt. Today I won't give you any more time to rest. You must prepare yourself, as a month will pass in this way." Wang Sheng now sits cross-legged in his room, surrounded by swirling black mist. Although my master said he would increase my training, he didn't give me tasks beyond my limits unless it was to exhaust me and make me feel too tired. And every 3 days, my master would help me strengthen my bones and meridians. Therefore, the remnants of his inner energy reside within me, and after a few tries, I can roughly sense the location of the meridians. Taking this opportunity, I can also try cultivating the basic techniques I learned in my past life. Although there's still no effect, the number of rejections and the quality of the turbid qi in my body have clearly improved. Only the effect of the turbid qi is very obvious. Lost in thought, Wang Sheng suddenly noticed Mu Guanxuan pinching her nose and peering into the room. Embarrassed, he exclaimed, "Ah, senior sister, what are you doing there?" "Sorry, senior sister, I'll air out the room right away." Outside, Qing Yanji smiled to himself. Xiaosheng is a promising seed. Then he waved to Wang Sheng. "Master, did you need me for something?" Wang Sheng asked as he ran up to Qing Yanji. Thorntongan too smiled, saying, "Little Sheng, you've been here for a month and you've trained well. Tomorrow I'll invite a senior master to witness your initiation. Wake up early, bathe, and at noon you'll officially join the sect." Wang Sheng happily responded, "Yes, master." The next day a table of offerings was prepared, and with Uncle Li as witness, Qing Yanzi solemnly looked at Wang Sheng and said, "Wang Sheng, step forward." With a disciple present, Wang Sheng stepped forward and knelt down. Qing Yanzi held a wooden box in front of him, saying, "Now that you've joined the sect, you must honor our grandmaster, immortal Lu Zhu Tongping. After joining, you will take a name, like your senior sister. You will be Bu Yu, and your Taoist name will be Fei Yu. Today, I bestow upon you the true scripture left behind by our sect's godly Yang Immortal. You have half a month to transcribe it, as your future cultivation will rely heavily on this scripture." Wang Sheng respectfully accepted the wooden box with both hands and said, "Thank you, master. With the ceremony concluded, may I join Uncle Li for a meal? You two clean this place up. Farewell, master and uncle." After seeing them off, Wang Sheng smiled and turned to the side, saying, "Senior apprentice, let's go get some breakfast." But Mu Guanhuan was nowhere to be seen. Turning around, Wang Sheng was dumbfounded to see her happily eating the offerings on the table, marveling at her movement skills, worthy of a top 10 ranking expert. But seeing her like this, it's hard to imagine she's the aloof immortal. A moment later, Wang Sheng finished cleaning up and eagerly took out the scripture to study. Those with 5 flaws, the way with 5 elements, qi melts, spirit condenses, precepts point to the peak. As he read, Mu Guanhuan approached with a plate of grapes, gesturing for Wang Sheng to open his mouth and feeding him one. Wang Sheng scratched his head and chuckled, "Thanks, senior sister." Then he continued reading the scripture. Divine valley attained, spiritual valley attained, the Taoist's one hand. From then on, Changsheng sat behind him, and Mu Guanhuan clenched her fist in determination, recalling her master's instructions. If these were ordinary children, who would have the heart to make them suffer on the mountain? As their senior, you must care for and look after your junior disciples. 2 months passed, and after the initiation ceremony, Qing Yanzi began teaching Wang Sheng the Taoist cultivation scripture, including the key points of current Taoist practice. Martial arts. Martial arts, more accurately, is a way to cultivate and protect the Tao. When the world was full of spiritual energy, cultivators not only practiced the Tao, but also cultivated Tao techniques to protect it and uphold justice. Taoist arts, the mystic gates, the 8 trigrams, Taoist formations, talismans, alchemy, and weapon refinement. These were once glorious, but as the world's spiritual energy dried up, they became mere formalities. Cultivators without spiritual energy must protect themselves, so they amplify their mastery of close-quarters combat within Taoist techniques. Is this martial cultivation, also known as the martial path? Qing Yanji, sitting in his chair, chuckled, telling Xiao Xuan to test her junior brother, who had been training for 2 months. In the courtyard, Mu Guanhuan gestured for Wang Sheng to approach. "Senior apprentice, please enlighten me," Wang Sheng shouted, immediately charging towards Mu Guanhuan. Seeing this, Mu Guanhuan smiled, using the Bagua steps to gracefully evade Wang Sheng's attacks. She seized his wrist and with lightning speed struck his throat and tossed him into the air. After half a day of this, Wang Sheng, questioning his existence, sat in the corner, face down, sobbing. He had trained so hard yet couldn't even touch her hem. Was the gap between him and the master really this vast? Then, with a pitiful look, he said to Mu Guanhuan, "Senior sister, if I'm ever bullied, you have to stand up for me." Mu Guanhuan smiled in response. Qing Yanzi stood up, smiling, and said, "All right, come over here. Today, I will teach you a Taoist technique that can rival your senior sister. This sword formation is called the 7 Stars Sword Formation. It emphasizes footwork, shifting, and balance. If mastered, the swordsman becomes invisible, with the sword at the heart of the Big Dipper, destroying demons and monsters. Then, using a branch as a sword, he demonstrated it once for Wang Sheng, showing the flowing sword movements that mirrored the 7 stars. Watching from the side, Wang Sheng thought in astonishment. The mystical sword images and artistic conception of the 7 swords is one. Is this driven by the Tao rhythm of the world's origin energy? But hasn't the world's origin energy not recovered yet? How did Master do that? Before long, Qing Yanzi was finished demonstrating. He placed the branch in Wang Sheng's hand and said, "Practice this swordsmanship. If you achieve even minor success in 3 years, you'll be considered highly talented. No need to rush. Start with the basics." Wang Sheng was initially stunned. He then exclaimed, "I will not let you down, Master. If I keep striving, one day I'll be able to catch up to my senior sister." Qing Yanji flicked Wang Sheng's forehead, scolding him for his lack of ambition. Wang Sheng chuckled, covering his forehead. "It's just a short-term goal. I'm far behind my senior sister now, but I don't want to be inferior to her in the future. After all, such a lovely senior apprentice sister is worth protecting." Qing Yanji smiled and said, "That's more like it." Time passes, and with the experience of his past life and the aid of cultivation, Wang Sheng memorizes more than half the sword techniques in just one afternoon. He can't hide the joy on his face as he thinks, "In my past life, I was troubled by the lack of cultivation system methods, but everything in this life is right in front of me. If I still don't work hard, I'll truly be sorry for this rebirth." But as he watched Mu Guanhuan practicing her swordsmanship not far away, he sighed to himself. "Besides, I'm still far behind my senior sister, so I have to practice like crazy." Summer passed, autumn followed, and then came the cold of winter. Despite the freezing mornings, Mu Guanhuan and Wang Sheng practiced in the courtyard as usual, and as Wang Sheng trained, he thought to himself, "It's been over half a year since I came to the mountain to cultivate. and the longer I stay, the more I learn about the taciturn Taoist and the silent fairy. I feel like a boy who's stumbled into paradise. His senior disciple's heart is pure, free of worldly thoughts. Her understanding of the Tao is almost ingrained in her bones. If a mortal like him can only chase after the Tao without truly cultivating it, she is one who walks alongside it in the mortal realm. But she doesn't understand the difference between men and women. And compared to her, our master is even more of a monster. When it comes to debating scriptures, talismans, weapons, exorcism, and alchemy, Master is proficient in everything. How could Master have mastered so many skills in his short 40 years of life? As for me, besides daily meditation, studying scriptures, and listening to our Master's teachings, I devoted all my remaining time and energy to mastering the 7 stars sword formation. After half a year, I was proficient, but compared to my senior sister, I had no reason to boast. To keep pace with my senior and not be left behind, I had to constantly push myself. Just then, Master Qing Yanzi spoke up. Well done, well done. You've already made some progress with the 7-star sword formation in just half a year. It seems your talent is greater than I thought. The weather is getting cold. Melting snow is colder than falling snow. Starting tonight, you and Xiao Xuan will share a room. Wang Sheng waved his hands repeatedly, saying, Master, it's fine for senior sister to sleep alone. I'm okay. Qing Yanzi stroked his chin, looking at him thoughtfully, and asked, What's wrong? Don't tell me you'd even lay your hands on your own senior apprentice? Wang Sheng forced a smile and said, How could I? Would I ever do such a thing? Qing Yanzi stopped teasing Wang Sheng. He patted Wang Sheng's shoulder, telling him to be pure, that this was also a tempering of his character, and to remember to get new blankets for him and his senior sister. The blanket on her bed is over 60 years old and no longer warm. That night, Wang Sheng wrapped himself in his blanket, turning his back to Mu Guanhuan, afraid to look at her. Could Master be trying to set me up with my senior? Lost in thought, Mu Guanhuan poked his face, clearly displeased by his inattention. Wang Sheng quickly sat up, smiling at Mu Guanhuan as he spoke. Senior sister, it seems like you're really looking forward to me moving in. My reaction really wasn't appropriate. Thinking this, Wang Sheng scratched his face sheepishly and said, The address is a little embarrassing. Hearing this, Mu Guanchuan suddenly had an idea, and a few minutes later she brought a tic-tac-toe board and placed it on the bed. Wang Sheng thought to himself that his senior disciple was as pure as the driven snow, completely innocent in this regard. Then said to Mu Guanhuan, We can only play for half an hour, or I'll be yawning all day tomorrow. The master will scold us again. Time passed, and it was now the 15th. Tonight was the Lantern Festival, but Wang Sheng was still in the courtyard, diligently practicing his swordsmanship. He thought to himself that with such a great master, his gains during this time had made him far stronger than in his previous life. Before he knew it, the restoration of the world's spiritual energy had arrived. Just then, Qing Yanzi's voice echoed from inside the room. Xiaosheng, the Tangyuan is ready. Come inside quickly when you're done practicing. Wang Sheng chuckled. Yes, as Qing Yanzi, inside the room, looked out into the courtyard and said, I should have named you Sword Enlightenment Fool. Outside, Wang Sheng continued to practice his swordsmanship, thinking to himself, According to my past life's memories, today is the day the spiritual energy recovers. I must pay attention and not let master and senior sister miss this opportunity. Soon after, Qing Yanzi seemed to sense something, and his eyes widened. At the same time, Wang Sheng outside the courtyard sheathed his sword. He smiled up at the sky, thinking, The world's energy is here, master, senior sister. Just as Wang Sheng was about to turn around and share the good news, he realized Qing Yanzi was already standing right behind him. He placed a hand on Wang Sheng's back, his expression stern, and said, Focus. Don't waste this opportunity. Meditate, circulate our sex techniques. Your senior sister's meridians are already open and stable. I'll use your arm to open your entire meridian system. Wang Sheng was moved and said softly, Master. He didn't say anything more, but obediently sat cross-legged on the ground, quickly circulating his cultivation technique, thinking to himself that the first burst of energy after 1,000 years was a priceless treasure for cultivators. If I miss this, I may never get another chance. And yet even now, my master is thinking of my incomplete meridians. How can I ever repay this debt? My meridians are open, and the energy flows 10 times faster than before. Is this the natural energy of the world bringing about the upgrade for cultivators? It seems that after today, Earth will usher in a new era. A moment later, Wang Sheng opened his eyes to see Mu Guanchuan smiling before him, and he asked, Senior, are you finished meditating? Mu Guanchuan silenced him and pointed. Wang Sheng saw Qing Yanzi meditating, his cultivation rapidly increasing. He exclaimed happily, Master is gathering his spirit? In fact, you're about to break through to the hollow core. At the same time, he marveled that even with the improved spiritual energy, it was only a slight refinement, and ordinary cultivators couldn't rely on it to break through realms. Clearly, his breakthrough was due to the accumulation of over a decade of cultivation. His master's accumulation is truly terrifying. As night turns to day, Mu Guanwan and Wang Sheng diligently practice once more. After practicing the seven-star sword formation, Wang Sheng looked at the wooden sword in his hand and thought, "Senior sister's talent is innate. Her level goes without saying, and my cultivation has also risen a level. In just one short night, the true essence in my body has become several times purer, and the gains are even greater than in my previous life. With the benefit of motivating the true essence in my body, my understanding of the seven-star sword formation has entered another realm. The wooden sword used for practice can no longer withstand my true essence and sword intent. As for my master, his nascent core has stabilized since awakening the other day." 3 nights later, Wang Sheng was guarding Qing Yanji, who was leaning against the door, when he heard a soft voice. "Xiao Sheng, wake up." Wang Sheng groggily opened his eyes, and upon seeing Qing Yanji, he exclaimed happily, "Master, you're awake." Qing Yanji smiled and said, "It's been hard on you these past few days, guarding me. Go get some rest. I have something to discuss with you later." After they rested, Qing Yanzi began to tell Wang Sheng and Mu Guanchuan about the world of cultivation 1,000 years ago, and also warned them. He said, "The world will change, and upheaval is inevitable. We cultivators must bear the great responsibility of eliminating demons." Time passed, and after a brief handover, they returned to their previous days of cultivation. Nothing much changed, but with the help of true essence, they now possessed true cultivation. In the courtyard, Wang Sheng demonstrates the seven-star sword formation for Qing Yanji, its power far greater than before. Qing Yanji smiles and says, "Your seven-star sword formation has improved steadily. Not bad at all." Mu Guanchuan, sitting nearby, happily applauded in praise, as Wang Sheng humbly replied, "All thanks to my master's guidance that I've achieved this much." Afterward, he scratched his head sheepishly, pointed to the large hole in the wall, and asked with a smile, "But master, this doesn't count as damaging Mount Wudong's property, does it?" Qing Yanji replied with a smile, "It doesn't." The three shared a hearty laugh, and time passed. Wang Sheng spent 3 years on Wudong Mountain, but today his peaceful cultivation was interrupted by the arrival of the Taoist, Li Shuiwu. From afar, a worried Li Shuiwu ran over, shouting, "Senior brother Qing Yanji, Wudong is in trouble." Qing Yanji invited Li Shuiwu inside, but as soon as he sat down, Li Shuiwu exclaimed, "You have to help me, no matter what." Qing Yanji poured Li Shuiwu a cup of tea and said with a smile, "Don't rush, drink your tea, and tell me slowly." According to Li Shuiwu, it had been 3 years since the restoration of spiritual energy, and most sects had regained their inheritance, so naturally no one was idle. Not long ago, over 20 prestigious clans planned an exchange meeting in Maoshan to probe each other's secrets, and it's because of this meeting that Li Shuiwu sought Qing Yanji's help. Li Shuiwu sighed, lamenting, "My master and both uncles told me to focus on cultivation and pawned everything off on me. But my cultivation is low, and if someone probes me, I fear I won't be able to keep this up. So I have to ask for your help. If you're looking for a nascent soul cultivator to handle this, I'm afraid I can't go." Hearing this, Li Shuiwu anxiously asked, "Has your cultivation level been reduced, senior brother?" "How could that be?" Qing Yanzi said with a smile. "It's not like it was lowered. I broke through to the core formation stage a few months ago, so this trip doesn't seem suitable." Hearing this, Li Shuiwu secretly lamented, "Damn it, don't play dumb, you Taoist. Is being a higher realm so great? This old Taoist is only at the Qi condensation realm. Can you consider my feelings?" At this, Qing Yanji continued, "Although I'm not going, 2 of my disciples fit your requirements quite well." Li Shuiwu exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? So Banyu and Fei Yu have already broken through to the core formation realm?" Qing Yanzi deliberately sighed. "Not bad, but Xiaoxuan broke through to the core formation realm a few months ago. Xiaoxing is more inclined towards swordsmanship and started his apprenticeship a bit late, so his cultivation isn't as high as his senior sister's, barely at the late stage of spirit gathering realm. If my cultivation wasn't lower than yours, I'd really want to fight you to the death." Outside the room, Wang Sheng clutched his stomach, chuckling, "Master's taunting is getting better and better." As night fell, Li Shuiwu bid farewell and departed, with Qing Yanji and Wang Sheng seeing him off. As he reached the door, Li Shuiwu turned back, clasped his hands, and said, "Then it's settled. We'll set off tomorrow morning. I'll take my leave. Qing Yanji clasped his hands and said, "Safe travels, brother." Wang Sheng followed suit. "Safe travels, Uncle Li." Before long, Qing Yanji instructed Wang Sheng to have Mu Guanhuan accompany Li Shuiwu to the exchange meeting. And naturally, Qing Yanji gave Mu Guanhuan, who had grown up in the mountains, a thorough briefing. Once you're down the mountain, keep your phone charged. If the battery's low, use a power bank. Yes, don't talk to strangers and don't get into other people's cars. Yes, the men down the mountain are untrustworthy and you must always look after your junior brother. Yes. Meanwhile, as Wang Sheng packed, he thought to himself that the human heart is treacherous, and nothing compares to the tranquility of the mountains. My innocent and beautiful senior sister is too easily deceived, but I've leveled up quite a bit these past few years. Now I can help her pack and even change her destiny. Suddenly, he accidentally grabbed something that made him blush, and he quickly stuffed it into the luggage, muttering to himself, "Dao heart, Dao heart." The next morning, Wang Sheng, dressed in his Wudang sect uniform, carried 2 large suitcases into the courtyard as Qing Yanji approached and asked, "Are your things packed?" Wang Sheng smiled. "Yes, we can leave any time." Qing Yanji placed a hand on his shoulder, instructing, "Xiaosheng, this time when you go out, you must not bully the weak nor show off your Taoist magic everywhere. You must try to be humble, understand?" Wang Sheng patted his chest, guaranteeing, "Don't worry, master, humility is my specialty." Qing Yanji nodded with a satisfied smile, then called into the room, "Xiaoxuan, we're about to leave. Are you ready?" From inside the room, Mu Guanchuan responded, "Yes." Seconds later, she emerged from the room, and Wang Sheng was instantly stunned by her appearance, his face quickly flushing red. Qing Yanji chuckled, nudging Wang Sheng. "Go stand over there, let me take a picture of you two to post online." Wang Sheng said shyly, "Master, I thought we agreed to be discreet." Soon after, Qing Yanji's laughter echoed through the courtyard. "Ha ha, smile. It's clear that Mu Guanhuan's beauty is extraordinary. Wherever she goes, she attracts the eyes of all the boys, making Wang Sheng worry. He fears some thug will provoke his senior sister and end up eating dirt." Meanwhile, Li Shuiwu waved them over to a passenger van, as Wang Sheng and Mu Guanhua greeted him with a respectful bow. Worthy disciples of senior brother Qing Yanji, so polite and respectable. "Come, let's get acquainted." Li Shuiwu smiled kindly and gestured to the 3 people beside him, disciples of the 3rd generation of Wudang Mountain, all of whom were of equal standing to the 2 of them. The sword cultivator, Zhou Yinglong, the body cultivator, Qi Ling, and the body cultivator, Meng Hong, introduced themselves one by one. "Greetings, senior brothers and sisters. I'm not very eloquent, so please just tell me what you need." Wang Sheng responded, secretly taking stock. Their auras clearly indicated they had reached the spirit convergence realm. The strength of Wudang was indeed not to be underestimated. It's just that the core of Wudang's teachings belongs to Zhen Wu Yibai, and most of its Taoist practices are close to martial arts. Now that the Taoist tradition is restored, I fear the Taoist martial arts will be looked down upon by other sects. "All right, let's get in the car and head out." As Li Shuiwu instructed, the 5 of them boarded the vehicle one by one. Mu Guanchuan chose a window seat, her eyes glued to the outside world, making Wang Sheng chuckle. "So eager, are we?" Taking the phone, Mu Guanchuan selected a few excited stickers to show Wang Sheng, their new way of communicating. "I understand," Wang Sheng replied with a smile. This is the phone Wang Sheng bought with the money he made as a mage. After upgrading from a brick phone to a smartphone, Mu Guanhuan's Mimi's game skills entered a new era. Competing against her now, everyone here would be nothing but trash. "In my past life, I only lived to 31, and there was so much I never truly experienced. This time, everything will change." And Wang Sheng, without realizing it, looked at Mu Guanhuan, determined to protect those around him. Soon, the car took them to a hotel at the foot of Maoshan Mountain, where the Grand Dao Convergence would officially begin the next morning. "Everyone, please rest up during this time. You can also explore the area, but don't overexert yourselves." With those words, Li Shuiwu departed. The next morning, Mu Guanhuan was playing games outside Wang Sheng's door when he emerged from his room just as she lost. Hey, is senior sister waiting for me?" Mu Guanchuan didn't bother to reply. "Are you angry?" Mu Guanchuan held up her phone screen with a sticker to coax him. Remembering Mu Guanchuan's hurt expression from last night when she had to share a room with Qi Ling, Wang Sheng reluctantly explained, "Senior sister, things aren't like they were on the mountain anymore. It's not appropriate for us to share a room. How about we go for a walk? It's not every day we come to Maoshan, and we should buy some local specialties for Master." Just then, the Wudang sect arrived. Chu Yinglong chuckled. "Buying what? We're also getting something for the master." Seeing them, Mu Guanchuan hid behind Wang Sheng, who greeted them politely. "Good morning, senior brothers and sisters." Xu Yinglong put his arm around Wang Sheng's shoulder and said, "Junior brother Fei Yu, we're planning to go out and enjoy the scenery of Mount Mao. Would you and senior sister Bu Yu be interested in joining us?" Wang Sheng happily agreed, and they all chatted merrily along the way. "Mount Mao isn't hard to climb," said Qiling. Zhu Yinglong agreed. Maoshan's main peak is only a few hundred meters high, but the Taoist temples are serene and easy to find. "How can a mountain be sacred if it isn't high?" Wang Sheng said, glancing at Mu Guanhuan, who was happily eating a cake. "Of course, for my senior apprentice, whether it's sacred or not doesn't matter, as long as she can eat." As they prepared to move on, a group of people approached them, asking which sect they belonged to. "I am Liu Wenji from Maoshan. Greetings to you all. I am Zhu Yinglong from Mount Wudang. Greetings." With a smile, Liu Yunji replied, "So, you're from Wudang. Please, make yourselves at home, and forgive us if we're not accommodating enough." As they exchanged greetings, Wang Sheng noticed the strange looks of the two people accompanying Liu Yunji. What were the people from Maoshan up to? Was it just a greeting? As Wang Sheng wondered this, the group excused themselves. As they passed, Wang Sheng overheard them. "Now that everyone cultivates enlightenment, what business does a Wudang disciple have here? Showing off their swords to fight. So they're looking for a fight." Wang Sheng thought to himself, "Didn't senior brother Yunzhi want to find a Longhu Mountain talisman to practice with? It seems he failed and returned." The blonde was still talking when a strange object slammed into the back of his head, leaving him both hurt and furious. Who was attacking him? Wang Sheng immediately turned to look at Mu Guanhuan, who was using her inner energy with a dumpling. "I knew it was you." With that, Wang Sheng grabbed Mu Guanchuan's hand and pulled her away. "Let's go. We did something bad, so we should run, or do you want to fight?" Meanwhile, Goldie scanned the area, cursing, "Who the hell did that? You coward! What kind of skill is a sneak attack? If any of you find my Maoshan disciples displeasing, step forward and teach them a lesson." His companion said, "If you two hadn't been gossiping behind their backs, none of this would have happened." Liu Yunji calmly looked around, then bent down to pick up a dumpling that had fallen where the blonde man had been standing, showing a cultivation far superior to that arrogant Longhu Mountain disciple. As expected of Wudang, their younger generation is indeed full of talent. Wudang hasn't been known for its swordsmanship or martial arts in recent years, yet they still came to join the fun, even bringing beautiful female disciples to attract attention, probably hired help. With Taoism just restored, it's understandable that martial arts aren't valued, but esteemed Taoists, could you please lower your voices? Otherwise, I fear I won't be able to restrain my senior sister." Wang Sheng turned to look at Mu Guanhuan, who had obviously heard Tan Xiao's words and was now holding up her phone with the message, "I want to fight 10 of them." Li Shuiwu, standing in front, then spoke up, "I think everyone understands the situation now. The other sects are probably preparing to embarrass us. Later, during the Taoist exchange, someone will likely ask you to spar." Saying this, Li Shuiwu looked at Mu Guanhuan expectantly, thinking, "If you can shock everyone with your skills, we can watch movies in peace today." "But Master Uncle, our master instructed us," Wang Sheng began, but was cut short when Mu Guanhuan happily nodded in agreement with Li Shuiwu. So he could only curse inwardly, "Damn, good luck to you all." Soon everyone gathered in the arena and the referee announced, "Let the competition begin." Today, the esteemed Taoist mountains gather at Maoshan, all possessing orthodox Taoist lineages and methods of reincarnation. Now, fellow Taoists, please feel free to demonstrate your cultivation and discuss the path of practice. After all that rambling, Guanjuan couldn't help but nod off to sleep. Wang Sheng smiled wryly. Was this Taoist exchange really just a Taoist power grab? Thinking this, he turned to Guanxuan and advised, "Senior, if you really need to go up later, don't show too much of your abilities unless necessary. Just show your cultivation." Seeing him so serious, Qiling couldn't help but tease him. "Looks like you're the senior disciple." As the three laughed, a voice suddenly echoed, "In that case, I from Maoshan will go first." Hearing this, both Guanxuan and Wang Sheng looked over in surprise. Immediately, the speaker stepped onto the stage to demonstrate his abilities, withdrawing a yellow paper talisman from his chest. As he finished speaking, the paper in his hand quickly glowed, turning into a golden aura that enveloped him. Suddenly, those rays of light gathered like cotton candy, forming a solid sword. He began to wield the sword with graceful movements, his actions decisive and incredibly agile. After finishing, he simply raised his hand, muttered something, and the sword dissolved as before. Guanjuan and he stared blankly. "Is that all? Isn't it a little too ordinary for a competition?" Wang Sheng shook his head in disappointment, realizing that families couldn't share their magic. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed. "So, this is the renowned magic of Maoshan? How impressive." The crowd, sensing the mockery in the voice, turned every which way, buzzing with speculation. "Where's that voice coming from?" A member of the Maoshan sect speaks up. "Who's talking?" The voice continued. "Back when I was a kid, 1 yuan under the bridge could get you 7 segments and earn you snack money." It seems Guanxuan has located the source of the voice, and she tugs at his hand, pointing in that direction. A man lounging in the sun, rambling on and on. "You're only giving face to my 3 talisman sects. That clever one is Shu Tianzhang." Wang Sheng wondered, of the talisman triad, this person is likely a successor of Longhu Mountain or Gezhou Mountain. Judging by his tone, could there be some friction with the Taoist priest? The referee was a little confused. Each of the 3 talisman sects has its strengths, of course, and its own highlights. Let's invite the next Taoist priest to perform. And now, the next performance is the Tai Yi swordplay of Wudang. The crowd murmurs, acknowledging the finesse of Wudang swordsmanship, but questioning its place among displays of Taoist magic. Doesn't Wudang have sword control? That's right, there was no heaven and earth energy before, so Wudang wouldn't have favored sword control. Hearing everyone talk about his sect like that, Yinglong was a little flustered and sweated nervously. Tianzhang continued to tease, "Don't talk nonsense, or this Wudang brother will kill you all with 1 sword strike." Everyone couldn't help but laugh, and he spoke up, "Which Taoist friend is it?" At the same time, Wang Sheng interrupted, "Senior brother Zhou." Yinglong turned to see him approaching and thought to himself, his master had said that his junior brother's swordsmanship was profound, and that he was indeed more suitable to take the stage than himself. Thinking this, Yinglong sincerely held his sword up to Wang Sheng. "My skills are lacking. I'll leave it to you, brother." Wang Sheng bowed his head respectfully and humbly, saying, "Senior brother's swordplay is also profound, beyond the grasp of the ordinary eye. Just enough fancy swordplay for show." As he spoke, his figure flashed. Wang Sheng softly chanted, "The sword rises like stars, the sword falls, transforming into the bright moon." Guanxuan smiled gently as he watched him, while everyone else stared in astonishment. The referee watched his swordsmanship, dumbfounded. Wang Sheng was like a god, dominating the arena with powers that seemed almost supernatural. He watched the aura emanating from Wang Sheng, certain that this was the enlightened sword heart. This is definitely the enlightened sword heart from the ancient texts. Wang Sheng is like a dancer in the air, gracefully appearing and disappearing with his long sword. Next, he points his sword straight to the sky, his face serious. Then he darts forward, the sword dancing in his hand, his body weaving back and forth. Wang Sheng once again points his sword to the heavens, channeling his inner power, creating multiple afterimages of himself and his blade. Tianzhang was so surprised he stood up, watching Wang Sheng's display in awe. The crowd gasped. What level was this? Such incredible swordsmanship? Is he a sword immortal? That's a 3rd-generation disciple? And they've already reached the spirit convergence realm? Wang Sheng slowly lowered his sword, and the light around him gradually dimmed. The fall of a sword. A galaxy. Qinchin's opulent yet empty world fades as he slowly opens his eyes. Having finished his demonstration, Wang Sheng explains, "The lucid sword heart is my path." After finishing, Wang Sheng happily returned the sword to Yinglong, saying, "Here's your sword, senior brother." Seeing this, Yinglong smiled wryly to himself. "Junior brother Wang Sheng." He covered his mouth and whispered, "Is it too late to start calling you senior brother now?" Wang Sheng was speechless. "Senior brother, you jest." The referee announced, "The Wudang School's Qixing sword lives up to its reputation, and the Taoist techniques of the other mountains are also very impressive. Today is a good opportunity to learn from each other and correct mistakes. Next, there are no restrictions. Please feel free to learn from each other. If you wish to spar, please keep it here and avoid serious injuries." Guan Huyan's eyes sparkled at this. Seeing her excitement, he couldn't help but ask, "Senior, do you want to go up?" She looked around, then winked at Wang Sheng, pointing in that direction. It's him. The one she was talking about is Tianzhang, who's been sitting there with a dark look on his face, watching them. Realizing he'd been spotted, he didn't hide, but stood up and walked toward them. Wang Sheng sensed danger. This guy was up to no good with his senior, but something was off, because his eyes hadn't left him. Wang Sheng thought, "Wait, is he after me?" Just as he was about to approach, someone else beat him to it and went to Tianzhang. The man respectfully introduced himself. "I am Liu Yunji from Maoshan, and I humbly request to learn about the great Dao talisman techniques of the Longhu Heavenly Sect. Sect member Shi Tianzhang, would you like to spar with me?" Tianzhang was stunned, then sneered, sighed, scratched his head, and said loudly, Are you still not convinced after losing to me last time? It won't take long anyway, since that swordsman brother from Wudong Mountain has already run off. Come on. Wang Sheng stood there dumbfounded, his face dark with anger as he pondered. Play with swords, me? Immediately, the two stepped into the arena, and Tianzhang spoke up. Let's go. What's the challenge this time? Yunji draws his sword, surrounded by red-lettered golden talismans. Undoubtedly, the magic of talismans. Hearing this, Tianzhang laughed loudly, his booming voice echoing throughout the arena as the talisman in his hand burst into flames. Tianzhang scoffs at his opponent, unimpressed by the charms. He then pulls a small, modified talisman from his sleeve. He then looked at Yunji Huancheng and said, I'm not convinced by anyone. Wang Sheng watched from afar, a hint of surprise on his face. To create something from nothing, and with such mystical talismans? Liu Yunji has trained since childhood and been nurtured by a great sect, so it's not strange that he's at the mid-stage of divine convergence. But Shi Tianzhang has already reached the late stage? Tianzhang then spoke. Come, I'll let you make the first move. Wang Sheng wondered, with the world's energy just restored, those young cultivators who've reached the spirit convergence realm must be prodigies, unless he inherited some mystical power from Dragon Tiger Mountain. Meanwhile, Yunji drew his sword, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. The moment his hand touched the blade, a brilliant golden light erupted, and talismans appeared, swirling around the sword. Yunji quickly took a stance, ready to fight, a cautious approach in stark contrast to Zhang's. With those words, he pointed his sword to the sky and cried out, Supreme Purity Decree, Lightning Descent! The talismans were quickly drawn into the clouds above, which then emitted a golden light, and from there, a massive force crashed down upon the target. But Tianzhang didn't seem fazed at all, easily dodging the attack, remarking on its lack of originality. But Yunji wasn't finished yet. He raised his sword and shouted, Lightning Embodiment! At the same time, two talismans were cast, adding power to the attack. As he dodges, Tianzhang taunts, Is that all the Maoshan Changqing spells can do? Can't you put a little more power into your lightning? Just the same old tricks. How boring. He's finally making his move. Why doesn't he just admit defeat? Little Liu, did you think I'd let that go? Those two talismans were the serpent and crane talismans. Tianzhang mocked him, gloating, I've been wanting to ask, what would you look like in women's clothes? Can I call you Sister Willow from now on? Yunji seemed a bit flustered as the two talismans attacked him simultaneously. Then Tianzhang produced a series of 4 talismans, looking at Yunji with a sly look. He laughs. I haven't even used my skills yet, and you've already taken some tattered paper talismans. If you force me to use over 100 creation talismans today, I'll consider it my loss, okay? But Yunji, provoked to anger, roared, Shut your mouth. 4 talismans attack simultaneously, and the situation looks grim for Yunji, who summons his own golden talismans to defend against Tianzhang's relentless assault. A fierce golden aura erupts around Yunji, blocking the talismans, as Tianzhang throws himself forward, unleashing even more. Little Liu couldn't hold back any longer, huh? The best part is yet to come. 2 black talismans transform into hundreds of tiny black butterflies, swarming Yunji and catching him by surprise. They multiplied rapidly, not just hundreds, but thousands, swarming Vanqi in an instant as a radiant golden aura burst forth from within him. Yunji effortlessly dispels the dark butterflies from his body, leaving Wang Sheng utterly dumbfounded. That robe is a magical artifact. Meanwhile, Guanzhuan continues to watch the fight intently. He assesses, though the robe's grade doesn't seem high, and it requires a large amount of true energy and spiritual thought to support, seeing a genuine Taoist artifact makes this trip worthwhile. Tianzhang scoffs, entrusting a 1,000-year-old artifact to a qi-gathering disciple. Maoshan is truly shameless, but our Longhu mountain elders are no better. He smugly looks at Yunji. Too bad, they gave me one of those before. Yunji's disciples glare in annoyance, while Tianzhang's elders nod in satisfaction with bright smiles. Tianzhang looks at his opponent defiantly. So what? Now no one needs face anymore. Yunju is wary, even if he doesn't know its use, that jade is clearly a magical artifact. He's already played his trump card, so he can't lose this fight. He'll just have to strike first. With that, Yunju quickly channeled his inner energy, striking Tianzhang with a powerful burst of light. The 5 directions deity breaks this illusion. Tianzhang hasn't even flinched. He effortlessly dodges the blow, unimpressed by such a weak attack. Now it's his turn, and he quickly affixes the moon-shaped stone to his forehead. Tianzhang begins to chant, Demonic seal in my hand, follow me, 6 secret wonderful methods. From where he stood, a blinding blue light erupted, encasing him in a transparent shield of inner power. He summons a series of black talismans, looking smugly at Yunji. Little Willow, you're about to lose. As soon as he finished speaking, the black talisman shot towards Yunju, flying at breakneck speed. Seeing the situation turn dire, he leaps into action, channeling his inner power as a radiant sphere of light envelops Yunji. The black talismans flew forward, suddenly dripping with fresh blood, its origin unknown, which poured onto Yunji's light circle, rapidly draining its power. He didn't expect the celestial master to resort to such tactics, leaving him stunned as the crowd erupted in anger. Damn it, he's using black dog blood? Has he no shame? Suddenly, a black talisman zipped past Yunji's face, leaving a bloody gash. He blankly touched his face, his eyes becoming vacant. And finally, the sword in his hand slowly falls. Yunji sadly lowers his head. I lost. Wang Sheng, who had been watching from beginning to end, couldn't help but sigh. This air of Longhu Mountain is indeed not simple. A familiar voice came from behind, drawing the attention of the two sisters. That celestial master is not simple. He was surprised. Shishu knows him? He stroked his beard. I've heard of him. 5 or 6 years ago, he cultivated at Longhu Mountain and grasped the basics of talisman techniques before the return of primordial qi. After the return of the primordial energy, he quickly grasped the talisman secrets in the books, and despite his young age, he created more than 10 talisman techniques on his own. He is now the #1 in the younger generation of Longhu Mountain, directly taught by the old celestial master of Longhu Mountain, with a bright future ahead. He wondered if this Shu Tianzhang was so talented. Why hadn't he heard of him in his past life? Did he perhaps meet some disaster and die young? If not for his personality and silver tongue, how could no one have known about him? Over here, Zhang is smug, lamenting how difficult it is to activate this magical artifact. Suddenly, he shouted, Hey, you Vodang swordsman, let's have a match. Caught off guard, he pointed at himself, asking, Me? Remembering his master's words, never show off your Taoist skills, always be humble. Understand? He was conflicted, remembering his master's instructions to remain humble. Meanwhile, everyone stared at him, and Yinglong exclaimed, Fei Yu, think about this. If you retreat without a fight, it will tarnish Wudong's reputation with cowardice. Never mind. Then Wang Sheng stood up. Senior apprentice brother Yinglong, may I borrow your sword for a moment? The audience buzzes. Borrowing a sword from a teammate? Just how little does Wudong value their future sword immortal? Who cares if they value him or not? The boy's cultivation is still lacking, and without his sword, victory will be difficult. Indeed, his opponent can throw dozens of talismans. How can he not be at a disadvantage? Guanshuan tugged at his sleeve, her eyes filled with worry. Wang Sheng, sensing her worry, reassured her, Don't worry, senior sister. It'll be all right. Guanshuan quickly regained her composure and gestured for him to do his best, as everyone rose to their feet and Yinglong handed him his sword. Be careful, junior brother. Wang Sheng spoke up. Thank you, senior brother. I apologize in advance, uncle. I want to take this opportunity to test myself. If I can't win, I'm afraid I'll disgrace the martial arts arena. He disregarded the comment and instead cautioned him. Fei Yu, prioritize your safety. Such reputation means nothing. And so, the two fighters quickly stepped onto the arena. Tianzhang's face brimming with confidence. Xiling worried. Senior brother, do you think Fei Yu has a chance against Xu Tianzhang? Yinglong was also anxious. It's hard to say. He analyzes that Shu Tianzhang's highest level of talisman is extraordinary, coupled with the jade magic artifact that supports the cultivator's spiritual thoughts, enhancing the talisman's power. While Zhang Tian briefly introduces himself, Little Taoist Tianzhang, my master is Taoist Tianzhang of Tiger Dragon Mountain. Yinglong felt this would be a difficult battle for Fei Yu, as he quickly introduced himself. Wang Sheng, also known as Fei Yu, my master is Qing Yanji, Tianzhang, let's get to it. Brother, can you give me your senior sister's contact information? Or how about a bet? If you lose, you'll give me her contact info, okay? His face remains unchanged. Fight first, talk later. Though inwardly, he screams that this guy is a formidable opponent. Tianzhang smugly summons the talisman family, eager for battle. It is decided then. Immediately, he unleashed them all at Wang Sheng, the talismans transforming into massive fireballs as they neared him. He gracefully sidesteps, easily dodging the first attack, but a large shadow looms over Wang Tian, causing him to look up. A massive crane fiercely beats its wings toward him, the same talisman he used on Yunji. Its massive foot stomped down fiercely, but he remained calm, dodging with ease. His feet moved constantly, leaving a trail of light in their wake. It seems this is no coincidence, but Wang Sheng's own calculation. Look, the path he takes below the platform is the Big Dipper. He quickly appeared before Tianzhang, stunning him into momentary bewilderment. Tianzhang considered. Yuan Xiaofu, this one has some skill. First lure him away, then use a talisman to exhaust him to death. But before he could finish his thought, Wang Sheng was already behind him, his movements fluid and swift, catching Tianzhang completely off guard. Sensing danger, Tianzhang quickly turned to dodge. But Wang Sheng's figure was everywhere. He was stunned. How could this guy be so strong? Only now did Wang Sheng draw his sword. Wang Sheng's expression remained unchanged as he looked at his opponent. Quickly, the tip of his sword was pointed at Tianzhang's throat. He was so stunned that he hadn't even realized what was happening, while Wang Sheng calmly looked at him, saying he had yielded. His display left the audience breathless, especially his brothers, who were stunned. Tianzhang spoke up. "Big brother, don't get excited. I absolutely have no designs on your senior sister." Seeing his opponent surrender, he didn't press the issue, quickly sheathing his sword. Wang Sheng praised calmly. "Your profound magic was enlightening." Suddenly, Tianzhang urgently called him back. "Wait, stammering fellow?" "Well, Thangyi, I'm not quite convinced. How about one more round? Otherwise, I'll bother you like Liu Yunji, challenging you at Wudong Mountain every day." Hearing this, he turned around with a dark face, looking at Zhang Tian. "Why don't the masters of Longhu Mountain control this guy?" Seeing his silence, Zhang Tian resorted to flattery. "Please, brother, you can be my big brother from now on, okay? Let's have one more match, and if I lose this quickly again, I promise I'll never bring up competing with you again." The crowd murmurs, "Is he so arrogant that he can't bear to lose? Bro, tell the sword immortal to step down. Another round will only bring more shame." Seeing his sincerity, he finally agreed. Hearing this, Tianzhang jumped for joy. Excellent. Immediately, he forms a hand seal and chants an incantation. Loyal heart, body of 5 elements, tiger and crane in both hands, serpent protects the body. Zhang Tian thought, if he doesn't admit defeat, he'll keep bothering me. So he cunningly plotted, I'll let him go all out first, then pour cold water on him. At the same time, Tianzhang excitedly shouted, "I'm ready, thank you." This time, he's summoned 3 beasts at once, a crane, a tiger, and a snake, all with overwhelming power. But with a single strike, Wang Sheng severed the limbs of all 3 beasts, an unprecedented feat. Tianzhang could only gape in astonishment. The 3 beasts, representing fire, ice, and water, attacked in unison. But though he seemed to stand still, none of their attacks landed. Tianzhang's mind raced, panic rising within him. But suddenly, a strong gust of wind tore through, ripping the bag from his side and scattering his talismans. No one saw him move, but Wang Sheng now stood behind Tianzhang, the gust of wind revealed as his sword's aura. The elders below were stunned. Detached sword energy? Impossible. How old is that kid? But then the sword couldn't handle it and shattered into pieces. He lamented that even his senior brother Zhou's sword couldn't withstand his true essence. Then he remembered Zhang Tian, who was now dejectedly squatting on the ground. He respectfully approached and humbly bowed, "You're too kind, Zhang Tian." He was saddened, apologizing to senior brother Eng Long for breaking his generous treasured sword. "No need to be polite, Fei Yu. I don't regret this sword falling into your hands." Qiling is excited. "Fei Yu, you defeated Shu Tianzhang again. You're really something." Immediately after, he approached Guanshuan. She was still sitting there watching him, and Wang Sheng gave her a gentle smile. "I won, senior." She smiled, holding up her phone, the screen displaying, "Yay." He grinned, thanking his senior for cheering him on, thinking he might have overdone it today, but he'll be in seclusion in the mountains for the next few days, so it should be fine. Suddenly, she noticed a gaze fixed upon him, and Guanshuan fiercely glared back, shielding Wang Sheng in surprise. "Senior sister." Tianzhang's face darkened as he held up his torn bag, looking at him as if he were about to cry. Everyone tensed up on high alert. Yinglong spoke up, "Fellow cultivator of Longhu Mountain, what more do you want?" Wang Sheng stepped forward. "Leave things here to me." Then he approached Tianzhang. "Is there anything else, friend?" Upon seeing him, Tianzhang aggressively charged forward with the torn sack, shocking everyone who thought Wang Sheng would be retaliated against. Yinglong anxiously shouts, "Fei Yu, be careful!" But contrary to everyone's expectations, he burst into tears. "Brother Thang, why didn't you just kill me? Wouldn't that have been easier? Why did you destroy my talismans?" Wang Sheng stared blankly. Was his reaction like a 3-year-old's? Tianzhang continues to complain that the materials for these black talismans are expensive. A set cost him nearly 30,000. Suddenly a foot slams into him, silencing the annoyed man. "All right, enough embarrassing yourself. Go back and the sect will compensate you double for the materials." He was startled. His uncle was so shameless. "How about giving me 10 sheets of So Min Duyan gold paper?" He punched this greedy disciple. Damn it, I haven't even used those papers yet, let alone you. Get back here and be good, or I'll take all your magical items. That's it, I'm done, Tianzhong cried out. Tianzhong is in awe of my swordsmanship. Though he's gone, his words still echo. Friend, let's grab a meal later. He sighed, thinking that after the opening match, this exchange meeting had finally gotten down to business. And, after many appearances, I've restored Wudong's reputation. Just like my uncle said, the arena has calmed down, and now I can quietly observe and experience the peace of the competition. The two behind him whispered, "He's reached the nascent soul stage. Shouldn't he challenge the little sword immortal first?" The other man smiled wryly. "Forget it. My pride is small, but my sect is large." Hearing that, Wang Sheng suddenly understood. Perhaps that was the reason. Meanwhile, a fierce blue whirlwind raged like a storm. It was Guan Xuan's fight, and her opponent was caught in a vortex of terrifying power, making the crowd dizzy and foam at the mouth. But Guan Xuan looked a little sad, as if something was on her mind. Below the stage, a man smiled. Zhang, the Taoist priest of the Laoshan sect, wanted to spar. Wang Sheng was proud. As expected, ordinary nascent soul cultivators were no match for his senior sister. Finally, when the whirlwind dissipated, the man was thrown far away. As Guan Xuan turned, she heard the loud crash of her opponent falling. She slowly walked down from the stage as admiring eyes followed her. Wang Sheng rushed over, flashing her a bright smile. "You're amazing, senior." Her sad eyes gazed at her junior disciple, then Guan Xuan sighed, as if releasing all the worries in her heart. She returned his bright smile, as if all her previous worries had vanished like the wind. Around them, people whispered, "So young, yet already at the core formation stage. A big shot? Now that's a real big shot." Quan Xuan, radiating confidence, strides forward, ignoring the whispers around her, as we recall him holding up a sign when they walked together. Living people should keep their distance, and contact her junior disciple if there's anything. Wang Sheng felt apologetic. "Sorry for the trouble, senior." Lost in thought, he realized that after today, the various schools of Taoism had found their own path. As long as the world's vital energy sustains them, the great trend of cultivation will come again, and this peaceful era may not last long. The Taoist sects may bind their disciples, but what about rogue cultivators, demons, or beasts on the path to transformation? The path to cultivation may be easy, but how should we deal with their conflicts in this world? Lost in thought, he lagged behind Guan Xuan, who turned back, sensing his strange behavior. He quickly caught up and moved on. Why worry about such things? Do what you can, and if the sky falls, there are those above to hold it up. No matter what, I can continue down this path of cultivation with my head held high. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, "Brother Thang, wait up, Brother Thang!" Hearing this, his shoulders involuntarily trembled. Wang Sheng smiled wryly, sweat beading on his forehead, and turned around to ask, "Is there something I can help you with?" We said before that we'd be seeing a lot more of each other, so we should look out for one another. He was overjoyed. "Brother Thang, let's head down the mountain together. This is our chance to chat. I can't afford those talismans, though. Tianzhong is generous. It's fine, it's fine. I'll just have my master help me find some materials, and I'll report false data. Aren't those talismans worth several thousand yuan?" Wang Sheng couldn't help but sigh. "You're really wicked." As they prepared to leave, someone called out, "Fellow Taoist Fei, please wait and take me with you." Yunji stepped forward gently. "Thanks to you, we were able to teach that rascal a lesson today, which made me feel so good that I had to come and thank you." Wang Sheng happily returned the greeting, then cheerfully replied, "You're too kind, Brother Liu." Tianzhong scoffs, wondering who speaks so politely these days. What era is this, with all the brother this and brother that? Yunji retorted angrily, "Anything's better than your crude language?" Tianzhong could no longer hold back. "Oh, so a defeated dog dares to cause trouble before me?" The two quickly locked eyes. Wang Sheng, caught in the middle, coughed a few times and quickly tried to defuse the situation. "You two must be hungry, right? Let's head down the mountain and grab something to eat." "It's on me tonight, Senior Zhang Luanchua." "Thank you, Sheng, and you too, Senior Sister Liu. You're from around here. Does your Mount Mao sect have any good restaurants?" Yunji looked like he was about to breathe fire, but Wang Sheng calmed him down. "Senior Brother Liu, calm down. At the conference, everyone represents their respective sects, so of course they have to be formal." But after entering the dining hall, everyone quickly became acquainted. Wang Sheng naturally served his senior sister, introducing Zhang Shitian, who was his age, but due to his childish nature was sent to Longhu Mountain by his family to be disciplined, and because of his extraordinary talent for talismans, he has the demeanor he has today. I'm no stranger to Liu Yunji. After all, in my past life, he was one of the 36 outstanding talents of Taoism. From a young age, he went to the mountains with his master to cultivate, and with his extraordinary temperament, he gained a large fan base online. Years ago, Liu Yunji came to Longhu Mountain to train, only to be beaten unconscious by Xu Tianzhang, starting a feud between them. Later, when he achieved some cultivation, his attempts at revenge were repeatedly thwarted, leading to the scene we see today. My master and I quelled the jealousy of many sects at the conference today. It's reasonable that they were ordered to form an alliance, but of course, I won't be arrogant because of it. After all, in this era, one shouldn't be arrogant or impetuous. Peaceful cultivation is the right path. Meanwhile, a voice echoes. Mao Shan sect has delivered footage from 10 hours ago. Quickly extract any useful information from it. The girl looked at the screen and spoke clearly, still leisurely holding a cup of hot tea, her eyes fixed on the monitors. Suddenly, a female employee couldn't help but curse loudly, seemingly agitated by something. The girl wondered, what's going on? Her face was serious as her fingers flew across the controls. Team leader, look at this. She replayed Wang Sheng's fight and cursed in surprise. Who is that? A sword immortal? This swordsmanship is something you only see in movies. She glanced around, then calmly took a sip of her tea. Who is he? The person behind her quickly reported, his name is Wang Sheng, and his Taoist name is Fei Yu. Based on the information we overheard, his master's Taoist name is Qing Yanji, and it's said he's already above the core formation realm. Upon hearing this, the teacup in her hand suddenly fell and shattered. Who is his master? He asked. A few days after the end of the exchange meeting, Wang Sheng and his senior returned to the mountain. He worriedly urged, Senior, slow down, watch your step. Remembering home, his mother couldn't help but be happy to see Guanshuan. Little Huan, I can't believe how beautiful you've become. Your father would be so proud. Xiaosheng, how far have you and your senior sister progressed? When should I prepare the engagement gifts? You sly dog. Don't worry, Dad. While Sung is still alive, I'll make sure you get grandkids. The reason he's speaking like this is because after the tournament, Uncle Lee gave him a few days off to go home, hoping to reassure his parents. Unfortunately, recalling that terrifying night, he was bombarded with messages like, Brother Thang, where do you live? Have you arrived home yet? When will you come to our Dragon Tiger Mountain, Brother Thang? The messages kept flooding in. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh, receiving some terrifying messages along the way, as the people around the mountain couldn't help but whisper when they saw the two of them. Isn't that senior brother Fei Yu and senior sister Bu Yu? I heard senior brother Yinglong mention they were impressive at the exchange event. According to him, senior brother Chu Yinglong and the others had returned to the mountain days ago and have been spreading news of the exchange meet throughout Mount Wudang. Now, all the temples in the mountains know about my and my senior sister's cultivation, but I won't let it go to my head. After all, we're all cultivators. Even though I was looked down upon by those masters in my past life, I don't want to become that kind of cruel cultivator. Yanzi was already waiting for them, his face gaunt and hollow for some reason. Wang Sheng and Guanshuan bowed respectfully as soon as they arrived. Master, we've returned, he announced. You two. He paused. Yanzi frowned. Didn't I tell you to be humble on this trip to Maoshan? Terrified, Guanshuan quickly hid behind him as Wang Sheng reluctantly explained, Master, there's a reason for all this. Despite his serious expression, he couldn't help but burst into laughter as Yanzi looked on with satisfaction. Well done. Though we're guests of Wudang Mountain and not followers of the Zhenwu Emperor, we're still considered cultivators of Wudang. You didn't disgrace me this time, but you should still return home and continue your cultivation in the mountains. Yesterday, Junior Brother Lee brought some things, and there are 2 items that aren't bad, so consider them your reward for this trip. I must go to Taihei for a meeting. I'll bring you both dinner tonight, Wang Sheng called out after his master. He watched Yanzi's retreating figure, surprised. How could his master be on the verge of a breakthrough after only a few days? He seems ordinary, but he's incredibly talented. If I hadn't been reborn, I probably wouldn't have realized my master's potential. Looking at the gifts, he couldn't help but think that Uncle Master Li Shuiwu had specially prepared many gifts for him and his senior sister, as thanks for their efforts at the exchange conference, and it was clear that he had put a lot of thought into the gifts for him. Guanshuan seemed to really like the new clothes. He quickly took the sword out to test it. This seemingly ordinary Gujian Wenyuan actually contained sword essence, clearly a weapon crafted by a specialized sword cultivator. It's not as mystical as Liu Yunji's golden jade garment, or Shi Tianzhang's crescent moon ink jade. Though precious, it's not top tier. If this is the reward for the trip to Maoshan, it's acceptable. After testing the goods, he quickly brought them to Guanshuan for a look. Senior, take a look at this sword. She picked up the sword, carefully examining every line. But despite running her hand along the blade, she frowned and shook her head, indicating it was no good. Wang Sheng quickly understood her intention and reassured her, "Don't worry, senior sister, I won't use it to kill indiscriminately." The sword craves blood. Is she worried this sword will affect my Dao? She happily hands him a piece of jade. Wang Sheng was taken aback. "Senior, I already have this sword. This soul-soothing jade pendant is naturally for you." She seemed determined to give it to him and texted on her phone, "I am invincible." He awkwardly refuses, saying, No, this is a gift from our master to you. I can't accept it." Tears welled in Guanshuan's eyes as he quickly ran off, seemingly affected by her display. "Senior sister, wait for me a moment." Guanshuan blankly watched him go. He quickly returns, hiding something behind his back, a shy expression on his face. Wang Sheng hesitates. "It was originally meant as a birthday gift for you, but I'm giving it to you now." He shyly hands over the gift, saying, "If you give me a gift, then you have to accept mine too." Guan Huyen happily presses the flute to her cheek, unable to hide her flushed face. A few days later, after everything was settled, our cultivation life returned to normal. Now I need to focus on reaching the nascent soul realm within a year, and experience fasting. Less than a month after returning to the mountain, a distressed Taoist priest arrived at our courtyard. Then, one peaceful morning, a loud scream echoed. His uncle, pale and panicked, burst in shouting, "Qing Yanjie, senior brother, a demon is harming people, please save us." Hearing the word demon, he and Guanshuan paled slightly. Night falls on his master's mountain, a place of utter peace and solitude where clouds and peaks intertwine in harmony. As he slept, he stirred awake, turning to see Guanshuan lying next to him. Wang Sheng was stunned. What was going on? He jolts awake, his face flushed. Why is she sleeping here? Her hand still clutches Wang Sheng's clothes, and his sudden movement wakes her as well. Suddenly awakened, she couldn't help but frown. Wang Sheng felt guilty. "Did I disturb you, senior sister?" Outside, the wind howls, rattling the door, and Guanshuan flinches. Wang Sheng asks worriedly if the wind startled her. Wang Sheng then pulled up the blanket and comforted her, saying, "Don't be afraid, go to sleep. I have to get up early tomorrow to leave." Only then did Guanshuan's brow relax slightly as he patted her back to help her sleep. The reason she's like this is because ever since our martial uncle arrived during the day, she's been acting like this. Something I never expected. I remember back then, our martial uncle was overjoyed, thanking everyone for helping to catch the ghost. Hiding behind him in fear, Guanshuan's current state elicits a bitter laugh from Wang Sheng. How can a core formation cultivator be afraid of ghosts? He recalls his master saying that he once used ghost stories as a shock treatment to help her speak. So she nearly became mute and developed a phobia. Just what kind of extreme method did our master use back then? But at this moment, it's a junior brother's duty to comfort his panicked senior sister, so they quickly set off the next morning. The large car parked in front of the door began to move, eventually stopping before a house with a wooden door looking incredibly antiquated. The master's uncle gazed at the place, memories flooding back. It had been so many years since he'd returned. Looking at Fei Yu, Yinglong remarks on her thorough preparations, since he's been sent in place of the scaredy cat. Wang Sheng laughed, just being cautious, what if it's a foreign ghost? Remembering that these were all prepared by Guanshuan, he was dumbfounded at the time. Senior sister, how could you bring Jesus and Buddha to such a pure place? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh helplessly. But this represents senior sister's concern for him. How could he throw it away? The door slowly creaks open, and a voice calls out from within, "Second brother, you've finally returned." An old man wearily emerged, the house ravaged by a demon. His uncle spoke, "Brother, haven't I returned?" Yinglong is surprised to learn this is his master's secular home, while Wang Sheng suspects there's a hidden agenda here. Wang Sheng explains, "Before setting up the altar, we learned that our granduncle's elder brother is named Li Shuaishan. Because he has been investing in Wudong for years, Wudong has tacitly approved of our exorcisms." Meanwhile, his granduncle begins to chant incantations and perform hand seals before the altar, invoking the deities of the south, heaven and earth. He couldn't help but wonder, why would his uncle, with such a vast estate, choose the life of a Taoist priest? Could some tragedy have befallen him? That's why he's so indifferent to worldly matters. Meanwhile, his uncle remains focused on his work. He throws the sword into the sky, golden light shining all around as he chants, commanding the guardians to quickly eliminate the evil spirits in this place. The altar glows with his power, and he recalls his master's instructions before the exorcism. The ritual was just a setup. Senior apprentice Yinglong and I are the real exorcists. This arrangement is mainly to show people that cultivators are more than just what they see in movies. Though the disciples do all the work, the credit and glory go to the master. As the door opened, a stream of dark purple energy surged out. Wang Xing's face turned serious. Just as he suspected, something was wrong. The demonic aura from that room grew stronger, like a vortex, and from within the darkness, 2 pairs of red eyes glared menacingly at him. Wang Sheng quickly formed a seal and chanted, 5 stars suppress the grand, light illuminates the profound, 5 heavens of demons and devils vanish body and destroy form, immediately obey the order. A powerful aura burst forth from him into the room. The light of power swept through like a storm, and wherever his power reached, the purple shadows retreated. In an instant, the room was cleansed, and he stood firm, without a trace of fear. After dealing with the problem, he went out and closed the door. Before leaving, he says, "May the gods protect you." Ung Long and he quickly reunite, and Ung Long says, "After searching around, I encountered over 20 wandering souls." Wang Sheng replied, "Mine was about the same." Yinglong wondered if the feng shui arrangement was backfiring or if someone was involved. Wang Sheng senses something amiss. Someone's behind the wall. He decides to hold off on mentioning it and find his uncle first. After all, this is his home, and they can't just stand by if someone's pulling the strings. This place seems to be hiding a secret that can't be easily explained. Meanwhile, his uncle is still performing a fake exorcism, as everyone watches in solemn silence. He wondered, it's just an exorcism, right? Why haven't they returned after so long? Are those 2 even trustworthy? He's been holding his sword to the sky so long his arm is shaking. From afar, a servant quickly called out, "They're back, they've returned." From afar, Yinglong and Wang Sheng quickly approached, and seeing the last of them return, the master finally breathed a sigh of relief. The uncle turned and said, "Brother, please prepare a quiet room for the 3 of us so we can recover our spirits." Shui Shan quickly replied, "Understood." As night fell, the 3 were given a quiet, cozy room. He spoke up, "Master, we encountered dozens of wandering souls. I suspect another cultivator is behind this." His master stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Other cultivators? This is troublesome." He thought seriously. His knowledge now surpassed his uncle's, and he was aware of the darker side of the immortal realm. Perhaps today's events were caused by some evil cultivators coveting the Li family's wealth. Or maybe Li Shuishan had offended someone, leading to this vengeful act. He asked him, flustered, "Fei Yu, what do you think we should do?" He calculated, then revealed, "I'm afraid this will make our opponent panic." Yinglong proposes a plan, suggesting they proceed in this way. Wang Sheng is excited, exclaiming that it's a brilliant idea. That same night, half an hour later, the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness as the 2 brothers and their master walked the grounds. He inquired, "Have you made any enemies these past few years?" Shui Shan replied, "I've been home recently, not offending anyone." The master probed, "Think carefully. Someone is trying to harm our entire family, but you still insist you've done nothing." He overheard this conversation while meditating in his room. Shui Shan continued, "I've lived an honest life, except for that year." He wondered, could the Li family have done something shameful back then? Wang Xing opened his eyes, pondering, "The manners feng shui, my master's departure. These are all things from last year. Could they be connected?" The next morning, everyone quickly departed. His uncle said, "Brother, now that the vengeful spirit has been eliminated, we must return to the mountains to await orders. Let me know if anything else comes up." Shui Shan was overjoyed. "Second brother, we were lucky to have you this time." Late that night, the scene returns to the home of the senior uncle's elder brother, the atmosphere deathly still. In the Li family's manor, Yinglong whispers, "How much longer must we wait?" He murmured that it would probably be around midnight, when the yang energy is at its weakest, and when the heretic cultivators who raise ghosts are at their most confident. Li Shuishan's business is vast, so he has nannies and security, plus a comprehensive camera system. He recalls that the spirits they exorcised today numbered 70 or 80, which clearly couldn't have happened overnight. If an outsider caused trouble, they would have left traces. So, the release of the primal fiend was likely an inside job. Ah, so that's why we pretended to leave during the day. So, we're just waiting around again tonight? Even so, the person who released the demon is truly malicious. A soul-draining, life-leeching evil that wipes out entire families. Unforgivable. Is waiting here even going to work? If they're an inside agent, your plan might take too long and they could strike tonight. He then quickly sat up straight, focusing his inner energy. He calculates, let's see who has more patience. Immediately after, his power quickly spread throughout the Li family estate. Yinglong was stunned, never expecting Fei Yu's keen senses to cover the entire estate. Even if I were at his level, I doubt I could do the same. Thinking this, he quickly drew his sword, deciding to protect Juquan for Fei Yu. He quickly sensed a strange presence. Wang Xing focused intently, spotting a figure moving ahead. Over there are the towers where Scholar Li is resting, and a guard is sneaking around, suspiciously scanning the area with a flashlight. Seeing that no one was around, he took a tiny bronze bottle from his pocket, drew blood, and chanted, "May the restless spirits bring forth no life, for the heavens watch, and retribution will come." With that, he quickly dripped blood into the object, and a shadow began to emerge. He glared menacingly at the room. "Li Su-hyun, huh? Li Shui-hyun, I didn't expect you to invite Wudang exorcists." His face then turned fierce. "If that's the case, then don't blame me for taking care of this quickly." With that, he and the green ghost slowly entered. He quickly reached Shui-hyun's room, and as the green demon lunged, a golden light flashed, startling it. The bodyguard recognized the Wudang talisman, realizing Li Shui-hyun was prepared. He deviously wondered, though the talisman could ward off demons, could it ward off a living man like himself? Just then, someone quickly approached Wang Sheng from behind with a sword, startling him. He leaped away to dodge as the demon lunged at him. Wang Sheng's sword shattered the wooden door of the residence, and as the demon lunged to strike, Wang Sheng vanished. At that moment, sword in hand, Wang Sheng soared through the air, striking at the demon. Suddenly, a flash of insight stops Wang Sheng in his tracks. His sword strikes, but has no effect. He slammed his hand down when suddenly a scuffle erupted from within Shui-shan's room, startling Wang Sheng. A warning flashed in his mind, and he kicked hard towards the demon. Wang Sheng uses the momentum to fly towards the old man's room to help. Inside, the old Master Li has just woken up from his deep sleep. The guard glared at him. "Li Shui-shan, die!" He lunged forward, aiming to strangle him. Suddenly, swords flew in from outside, blocking the attack and stunning the guard. He dodged the move, and Wang Sheng was already standing in the doorway. At the same time, he fired 3 hidden arrows straight at Shui-shan, who was still in shock. But luckily, our hero managed to knock the 3 darts away just in time. Wang Sheng knew at a glance that these darts were tainted with sinister energy. If they hit the old man, not even a god could save him. He quickly formed a seal and shouted, "Wudang disciples, mind your own business." Wang Sheng glared at him, declaring that demons and evil spirits deserved to be destroyed, then charged towards Wang Sheng with a fierce expression. As the guard attacked, he chanted, "5 demon ghosts perish and die, obey my command." As he finished, the blue ghost lunged into the room. Its target wasn't Wang Sheng, but Shui-shan. What did he do to incur such hatred? He wondered if this man was trying to keep him here while sending the vengeful ghost to take Li Shui-shan's life. What grudge could they possibly hold? He bellowed, continuing the incantation, ordering the vengeful spirit, "5 stars, suppress the light, illuminate the heavens, gods and saints, protect my true spirit." As he spoke, the spirit lunged forward. Wang Sheng quickly blocked Tui Tian with his sword, his aura so intense that the man couldn't help but shield his face. He calculated that he had sensed something was wrong, and came here first. Senior apprentice Ying Long must have noticed as well and is on his way. In that case, I'll keep this man and his ghost busy until he arrives. With a hand seal and a shout, he declared, "Wudang disciple, if you insist on meddling in this filth, then you shall die first." And with that, he commanded the demon to attack. Undaunted, he leaped forward, chanting, "5 stars align, light shines, Xuanming, heavenly gods, saints protect my true spirit." He struck with his bare hands, catching it off guard. Then, Zhang Tian raised his sword high and chanted, "5 demonic ghosts perish and be destroyed, obey my command." Meanwhile, the bodyguard held the vase and chanted, "Yin ghosts, do not—" Meanwhile, Wang Sheng had already slashed the vengeful ghost in 2, a deep gash of light appearing across its body. And at the same moment, the guard's bottle shattered, startling him. Wang Sheng, never one to leave loose ends, launches 3 dark arrows at him, felling him instantly, and his vengeful ghost quickly dissipates. Though defeated, the man was not dead, and Wang Sheng remained wary, standing in front of the old man, his body radiating a dark aura. He muttered darkly, "Grant me a soul, merge into my body, sever rebirth, bestow divine power." After reciting the incantation, the demon seemed to grow even more ferocious. Wang Sheng sensed something was wrong and inwardly despaired. "This is bad." The guard laughs maniacally. "Li Shui-shan, I'll make sure your whole family dies without a burial place. My 3 brothers, after more than 10 years, I've finally avenged you all. From within me, the vengeful spirit spawns countless skulls, a truly ghastly sight." Wang Sheng was shocked. Just how many souls did this evil cultivator use to create such a vengeful spirit? Behind him, he could hear Ying Long calling out, "Fei Yu, Fei Yu." He quickly gathered the guards outside, shouting, "Fei Yu, are you all right?" He then grabbed Shui-shan and leaped out the window. "Senior brother, Wang Sheng said, throwing himself down. Protect Master Li and keep the Lai family away from here. Yinglong quickly caught him, urging, I know, be careful. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng slashed at the vengeful spirit to test it, but it remained unscathed. He thought, the Wen Yuan sword isn't suited for exorcism. It's not as effective against this type of spirit as the talismans of Xu Tianzhang and Liu Yunji. Then he quickly remembered, that's right, talismans. Dodging the ghost's attacks, he glanced at Yinglong and shouted, Senior brother, Master's talismans. Shui Shan remembered. Talismans. Go get some from the others. He exhaled, thinking that if he couldn't kill it, he'd just wear it down to death. Immediately, he began to dash forward, his sword imbued with the essence of the Big Dipper. Wang Sheng continued to dodge back and forth, moving swiftly and bewildering the vengeful spirit, then shouted, 7-star sword formation, open. He thought to use a spell to drain its soul, and a powerful aura erupted around the ghost's body. At the same time, Yinglong quickly threw something over, shouting, Fei Yu, catch! He quickly grabbed the talismans, followed by the exorcism charms, sending the yellow papers flying from his pouch. It was as if a storm of talismans surrounded Wang Sheng, who cleverly combined his sword energy with the exorcism charms. The talismans flew aggressively towards the wraith, sticking to its body and bursting into flames, creating a large fire. It screamed, burning in agony. Seeing the ghost writhe and wail, he thought to himself, the charms are indeed effective. The evil cultivators inside have lost their minds. Otherwise, the vengeful spirit wouldn't have let Priest Li go unpunished. If that's the case, I just need to keep attacking, and the vengeful spirit will surely be destroyed. From the outside, all they could see were talismans swirling and glowing, when suddenly a loud voice rang out. Where's the murderer? The police are storming in from outside. We received a report of someone harming Elder Li. Where is the perpetrator now? Wang Sheng shouted frantically. Senior, stop them. Don't let them get involved. Give me 15 more minutes. This thing won't last much longer, Shui Qian urged. Officer, there really is a ghost. I'm not lying to you. The policeman thought the old man was senile. Come on, old man, what age are we living in? There's no such thing as ghosts. At that moment, Yinglong appeared before the police like a demon. The officer, startled, pointed his gun and shouted. He flashed his most innocent smile. Officer, my junior apprentice only needs 20 minutes to deal with that vengeful ghost. Don't rush. He wondered why he looked like a con artist now, leaving the police dumbfounded. Looks to me like you're trying to scam this old man. You guys, guard the door. The rest of you, follow me inside, and don't let his accomplices escape. Officer, please, listen to me, Yinglong said, darting forward like the wind. He paused, then raised his hand, signaling the officers to aim their guns at Yinglong. Lao Shui Shan stepped forward to explain. Comrade, this man is a Taoist priest from Mount Wudang. The officer remained unconvinced. Old man, there are some people you just can't trust. My brother said no one can enter. He was determined. His brother was exorcising demons inside, and as his senior, he had to do something for him. Seeing that he was being difficult, the police didn't want to argue anymore and pointed a gun straight at Yinglong's forehead. He coldly ordered them to arrest him for obstructing official duties, but his subordinates quickly tried to explain. With the restoration of spiritual energy, the Chinese government ordered police to carry guns and authorized the use of deadly force in special situations. The police quickly handcuffed Yinglong, who thought, forget it, let them go in and see for themselves. So the group quickly entered Wang Sheng's location to investigate. But as soon as they entered, they saw soldiers slumped on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. He wondered, what's wrong? Everyone was trembling. Captain. He followed his subordinate's gaze to see Wang Sheng locked in combat with the vengeful spirit. He was stunned. Are there really demons? The demon roared ferociously, then hurled a massive boulder at the police. He and his men could only stare blankly as the boulder hurtled toward them. When suddenly a figure rushed towards the police. It was Yinglong, who effortlessly removed his handcuffs. In a flash, he stood before the police, channeling his inner energy to brace against the massive boulder, effortlessly catching it with a gentle hand. With ease, he hurled the boulder far away. Then Wang Sheng addressed the crowd. Officers, the vengeful spirit is volatile. Please, do not provoke it. The police and soldiers were dumbfounded at the sight, and one of them whispered to their captain, Sir, this is beyond our jurisdiction. What should we do? He remained stubborn. What's there to fear? Just inform headquarters and report the situation here. The rest of you, coordinate with the Taoist inside to deal with the vengeful spirit. Open fire, but be quick to suppress it. Wait, normal bullets won't hurt it. They might just make it angrier. Hearing this, the police chief was a little flustered. Then what are we supposed to do? Wang Sheng explained, ghosts are of the yin, so to exorcise them, we need items with yang energy. Could you find some rooster blood? Black rooster blood would be best. One of them hurried. Okay, I'll go right away. But then, the vengeful spirit attacked again, forcing Wang Sheng to dodge and keep his distance. But a major problem arises for Wang Sheng. He's used up all his talismans as Yinglong throws bags of blood, shouting for his junior to get out of the way. Hearing this, Wang Sheng quickly turned and dodged as the blood pouches poured directly onto the vengeful spirit. It then quickly began to dissolve, the vengeful spirit screaming in agony. The police cheered. So, rooster blood really does work. Immediately, the vengeful spirit angrily turned toward Yinglong. Oh no, the vengeful spirit is heading our way. He quickly raised his sword, channeling his inner energy, and chanted, Zhenwu Dangma, protect my body. He figured the rooster's blood had severely wounded the vengeful spirit. He just needed to block this one attack. He had faith that his junior brother, Fei Yu, would find a way to kill it. After that close-quarters clash, both Yinglong and the Wraith flew back. The chief and the royal guards quickly caught him. After the clash with the Wraith, Yinglong was severely wounded, his body trembling. It's all up to you now. He quickly flew forward, shielding everyone with a determined look. Leave it to me. Wang Sheng raised his sword and chanted, Heaven and earth have righteous energy, scattered and flowing. Below, it forms rivers and mountains. Above, the sun and stars. At that moment, a flash of light forced the vengeful spirit to shield its face. Then, he pointed his sword at it and continued the incantation. Step on Tianque, cross Tian Xuan, approach Tianji, leap over Tian Quan. The vengeful spirit was overwhelmed, unable to react, and a sharp pain washed over it as Wang Sheng landed, jade pendant swaying and unleashed the Kaiyang sword's power, setting the Dipper's 7 stars in motion. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, Wang Sheng always serious and focused when facing monsters like these. Its body was now covered in cuts from his sword energy, and it trembled, standing in a daze. Finally, its body couldn't take it anymore and exploded, lighting up the sky as its limbs scattered into pieces, forcing everyone to shield their faces. Finally, the battle is over, and Yinglong is carried on the soldier's shoulders. The chief was busy directing the cleanup and couldn't help but praise him. You did well, Fei Yu, but he didn't respond. The sword in his hand clatters to the ground and he collapses, seemingly unable to withstand the strain of using so much power. Ignoring his own injuries, Yinglong rushed to catch his junior disciple, crying out in alarm, Fei Yu! As Fei Yu's eyes closed, Yinglong continued to call out to him, Fei Yu, what's wrong? He finally couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Wang Sheng recounts that the demon was eliminated, and he fainted due to the exhaustion of his true essence. Although the unconsciousness didn't last long, he felt a bit drained upon waking up. After some adjustments, his condition gradually recovered. After that battle, I gained more than I could have imagined. I'm now at the threshold of the core formation stage. It seems this trip wasn't a loss after all. As he focused on recovering his strength, a knock echoed at his door. Wang Sheng opened it to find, Can I help you? Blushing, she stammered, Taoist Wang Sheng, I'm with the Special Investigation Unit, here to deal with the demon attacks. The stern-faced man beside her was Da Nu, also a member of the unit. He wondered, Are you two here about the demon attacks? Before we get down to business, can we talk privately? You can't refuse. What followed left Wang Sheng speechless, overwhelmed to meet a living sword immortal. Idol, the way you wield your sword is so cool. Could you sign this for me? Can we take a picture together? Could you put your hand on my shoulder? He asked bluntly, his face darkening. Oh, so you two just wanted a photo? Realizing her rudeness, she coughed, then got serious. Actually, our leader wants to speak with you. Someone will video call you soon. I'll wait outside. Call me when you're done. The video call begins, and Wang Sheng wonders, why is the leader of the Special Investigation Unit contacting me directly? But as soon as he answers, the person on the other end shocks him so much that he cries out, What? Senior sister. Wang Sheng recalls the past, to his first Double Ninth Festival on the mountain, when his master dragged him out for drinks. His master had told him, Little Sheng, if you want to marry, then marry. If you want children, then have them. Your teacher is very reasonable. Just be devoted to your wife. He asked, puzzled, Master, why are you bringing this up now? In my drunken stupor, I sadly recall, I once loved a girl, but your grandmaster opposed it. I wanted to beg my master, but that girl was headstrong and disappeared for decades without a trace. That woman has always been his lifelong obsession. This is a letter she had someone send me last year. It was then that I learned I had a daughter, about your age, living out in the world these past few years. I can only imagine the hardships she's faced. Remembering this, he stared blankly at the person on his phone screen, then quickly composed himself and addressed her as Master's wife. The person sighed, as if memories of the past were flooding back. She spoke. "What can you call me? I need a favor. Could you relay a message to your master for me? Tell him if he still cares about his daughter, he should come and see me." He quickly cut to the chase. "Master's wife, is junior sister being harassed by some cultivators? I'll call master right away." At that moment, he quickly called his master, putting him on speaker. Wang Sheng deviously thought that if they spoke directly, his master would surely find a way to soothe his wife's heart. But life isn't a dream, and a mechanical voice echoes from the other end of the line. "Sorry, the number you just called is not in service." Wang Sheng hesitated. "Well, senior aunt, maybe master's signal is bad. I'll contact senior sister." "What?" "Don't rush," she gently replied. "Okay, no problem." Xiaosheng quickly replied, "Don't mention it. Master's wife, I'll video call you later." He immediately sent a message to Guanshuan. "Senior, where did master go?" She said she left a letter and ran off without a word. "I'll send you a picture of it." The letter read, "Little Sheng, little Zhuan, your teacher is about to reach the Golden Core stage and must go to the Southeast Mountains for a while. I'll teach you again when I return." He chuckled wryly, breaking out in a cold sweat. "Master, is this your destiny of solitude? The timing of your advancement is too coincidental." Wang Sheng sighed, then recounted everything to Guanshuan. "Senior apprentice, that's what happened." A moment later, he left the room with a dark expression. Mo Yue quickly approached. "Taoist Wang, have you finished talking?" Wang Sheng replied, "My senior sister will also participate in this operation. Let's return to Wudong Mountain to pick her up." Hearing this, she couldn't help but get excited. The silent fairy is joining the operation? Great. When do we leave? Wang Sheng thought to himself that with his master's wife and daughter in trouble, his senior apprentice sister would certainly not stand idly by. But the fact that his master's wife had contacted them directly suggested that things were complicated. But no matter the danger, he would save his junior sister. 2 police cars stopped ahead, exchanged words with the Crescent Moon group for a long time, and then she explained the situation to him. "Master Wang, we've subdued the evil cultivator. He won't be hurting anyone else. Next, we'll head to Wudong Mountain to pick up immortal Bu Yu." Speaking of the evil cultivator's grudge, according to the information Mao Nuyet provided, the 3 security guards and the eldest brother are already dead. Because the area belonged to the Li family, he targeted Layman Li for revenge. Suddenly, Mu Yue cried out in alarm. "Dead?" Wang Sheng wondered. "What's wrong?" she continued. "Our colleague just contacted us just now. The security guard who plotted the murder is dead," she said, handing her phone to Wang Sheng. The man's corpse was gruesome and bizarre. Wang Sheng examined it, and the method of death, this poisonous insect, could it be? He noticed a glowing yin-yang symbol near the man's wrist and realized, it is them. He deduced the guard likely died from yin-yang blood-devouring insects, a poisonous insect with both yin and yang properties that resonate with each other. Ancient texts say they can enhance the caster's spiritual power or kill an opponent from thousands of miles away. Is Mu Yue's panic real or fake? He zooms in on the photo, and this mark, which looks like a Tai Chi symbol but isn't, could be the symbol of the organization behind him, a lead for everyone to investigate. Wang Sheng analyzed the yin-yang poison, the Tai Chi pattern, and even the wooden peak artifact I destroyed before. These 3 are enough to prove it. A sinister organization has grown large, and we must contact the major sects immediately. Manhwa urged, "Chief Wang, wait a moment. I'll inform my colleagues right away." Wang Sheng frowned, realizing it was tied to the secrets of his past life. Secrets he couldn't fully reveal. He hoped they could prepare this time, since they were facing the very same yin-yang sect that had overthrown the world in his previous life. The next day they quickly drove into the city, surrounded by towering buildings. On the way, Mu Yue couldn't help but admire the silent fairy. So beautiful, such a perfect body, flawless white skin. Wang Sheng smiled and explained, "Senior, she's our master's subordinate. Not a bad person." On the way, he learned the true identity of the special investigation team from Mao Yue. "Does the team leader have any arrangements?" But the girl, heartbroken, muttered, "Not a bad person." Wang Sheng recalled, in ancient times martial arts were forbidden, and immortals were overthrown by law. The flourishing cultivation world now present in the mortal realm naturally requires a special organization to maintain order. Mu Yue answered, dispelling his thoughts, saying there were no specific orders yet. But based on the intelligence, this incident involves cultivators, so it's perfectly reasonable for us to set out. From his explanation, this is a special investigation unit led by his master's wife, and one of the privileged departments established by China targeting the cultivation world, specializing in monitoring the cultivation world and mediating conflicts between it and the secular world. Danyu then spoke up. This also involves our leader's own daughter, so it's best if you two Taoists don't get involved. Wang Sheng calmly replied, It's fine. This incident is also a personal matter for us. After all, she's not just the leader's daughter, but also our junior sister. Danyu is surprised. Junior sister? Don't tell me the chief and Jing Yanji are… Mu Yue's eyes light up. No way. This is juicy. Wang Sheng was a little scared. Drive safely, both of you. A moment later, everyone arrived. Mao Yue explained, This is the location of our mission, Director Wang. You're too kind, and I appreciate your hard work. You and Guanshuan get out of the car quickly and leave the rest to us. My junior disciple is one of the students who was lured in. Meanwhile, Mao Yue instructed, Taoist Wang, we will do our best to ensure everyone's safety. If you encounter any danger, please protect yourselves. Wang Sheng quickly replied, Okay, I understand. In his mind, with the world's spiritual energy only just recovering, cultivation is still a secret to the outside world. To promote it now could very well be part of some other scheme. Their mission now is to pose as lovers, infiltrate the school, and uncover the enemy cultivator's whereabouts to save their junior sister. Wang Sheng quickly replied, Sis, what's the situation? She said, Traces of primal energy were found in our junior sister's room, probably from a talisman. What's the next move? Wang Sheng pondered. Let's not stir up trouble for now. If possible, create an opportunity to get to know our junior sister. He looks at the photo in his hand. My sister is really getting into character, having fun with it. Potato received. Meanwhile, Guanshuan leaves a message. Potato, stay hidden. By the way, the junior sister's name is Chi-Wen, a sophomore this year. According to Mu Yue's files, it seems that some cultivators are sneaking into the university to proselytize. It seems the junior sister was also deceived, causing conflict with their master's wife and severing their relationship. Perhaps that's why the master's wife contacted their master, hoping he could help save the junior sister. At the school, Wang Sheng approached her and whispered, How's the plan to approach her coming along? Guanshuan mechanically nodded, perhaps uncomfortable with so many eyes on her. Wang Sheng comforted her. Don't be too stressed. She's the master's daughter. Don't treat her like an outsider. As soon as Wang Sheng saw Chi-Wen, he was surprised to sense true energy emanating from her. This energy is similar to what I cultivated in my past life. Things are more complicated than they seem. He quickly stood up. Sis, the plan's changed. Let me try to connect with her. Guanshuan happily nodded, then approached Chi-Wen, who was chatting with her friend, oblivious to his presence. But before he could speak, a voice suddenly rang out, and Wang Sheng was so shocked he dropped his phone. He quickly turned around to see who had called his name, and was shocked to see it was senior student, Shen Qianlin. She placed the food on the table, then rushed over to hug him. Is it really you? Why are you here? This action stunned Guanshuan and the other male students, causing an uproar. Who's this? Does the crippled girl have time for a little lover? Jealous eyes turned to him. I saw that kid with a girlfriend earlier. I can't stand it. Let's beat him up. Shallow Forest interjects, Stop it. He's my junior from high school. He saved my life once. He gently touched her shoulder. Danji, I didn't expect to meet you here. Wang Sheng thought to himself, It seems that the spiritual energy in Danji's body is related to my junior sister. Thian Lam blushed. Yes. Suddenly, a voice cut into their conversation. Hey, you dropped your phone. Wang Sheng was flustered. Huh? Thank you. He quickly seized the opportunity to pursue her, asking, Could I perhaps get your number? To show my thanks, I'll treat you to a meal sometime. But Chi-Wen waved his hand. There's no need to be so polite. Qianlin teased, What's this? Did you drop your phone on purpose? He forced a smile. Let's go sit over there first, and I'll introduce you. Guanzhuan's face didn't seem too happy at this point. She looked at the girl before her, suddenly wary. Guanshuan, this is my high school friend, Shen Qianlin. She hummed in acknowledgement. The moment Qianlin saw Guanshuan, she couldn't help but exclaim, What a beautiful girl. Is this your girlfriend? Is that the truth? Meanwhile, Guanhuan's face darkened as a series of questions raced through her mind. Weren't you supposed to be investigating your junior sister? Who is this girl? Is her position higher than mine or senior sister's? How am I supposed to talk to her? Wang Sheng was at a loss, seeing her dark expression. Calm down, senior sister. You and Qianlin can catch up. She was stunned, so that's what was happening. No wonder you were still on Wudang Mountain when we contacted you, but now you're here. Wang Sheng laughed. Just think of me as a cop, temporarily investigating some bad elements at the school. Wang Sheng thought to himself that after he saved her, they became quite close. But even though she knows he went to Wudang Mountain, It's best to keep some details a secret. She wondered, bad elements? Are there people like that in school? Suddenly, he asked, Senior, has anyone invited you to join a strange club recently? For example, martial arts, magic, longevity, even immortality. Qianlin said, I saw a poster before that seemed to be related to what you're talking about. Let me send it to you. It's about the Supernatural Inspiration Society. Do you doubt this world? Do you truly understand it? Are you content with a normal job and pay, or do you want to reach the top? It's time to leave this fake world behind. He wondered, the Supernatural Intuition Society? After reading it, he stood up and said, Senior, that's enough. I'll have someone secretly protect you. From now on, just pretend you never met me or my senior. Kylan quickly understood the situation. Okay, I understand. She watched their retreating figures. Is that the senior sister he always mentions in his messages? No wonder he was so happy on the mountain. If I hadn't met his senior sister today, I would have thought he was going to become a Taoist priest. Night quickly falls on a deserted river in the city, where a group sits in a circle as their leader clears his throat. Don't complain about the expensive membership fee. Everything requires investment. We're investing in ourselves right now. Only then can everyone truly embark on the path to cultivation and reach the peak. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss in the nearby bushes and stared intently but found nothing. Wang Sheng recorded everything. He wonders if these people are preaching. Because the two of them have cultivation, they can hear very clearly. Wang Sheng observes that the leader truly has cultivation. If they were just cultivating, they wouldn't be breaking the law. I'll give these photos to Mo Nuyet for them to investigate. Suddenly, he sensed something was off. Wang Sheng was surprised to see the man talking to a girl. Were they really using cultivation for shady deals? He instructed Guanzhuan, Senior, keep watch here. I'll go see what's happening. To which she happily agreed. Soon after that cultivation session, the sky turned dark. The man led the girl down a deserted path, showering her with promises. If you do as I say, I'll give you everything, even extra training fees and elixirs. The girl was shy, but suddenly a booming voice rang out, Shut your mouth, you disgrace to the family! But he continued to blather on. Elders. This is someone I just met. I was going to introduce her to you. A voice echoed through the wind. Unexpectedly, even the Super Spirit Society resorts to such underhanded tactics. The elders cried out, Who's there? As soon as he finished speaking, a figure emerged from the shadows, soaring through the air. Several auras were unleashed towards the girl and the old man, tearing the talisman in his hand. The man was shocked. A second-level spirit convergence realm expert had been defeated so quickly. He panicked, realizing the newcomer was hostile, and decided to flee. But before he could escape, Wang Sheng held a sword to his throat, demanding to know the location of their hideout. The next morning, he swiftly dealt with the con artist, beating him to a pulp while several old men gathered in the courtyard for a lively meal. The porridge is delicious today, Grandma. Add a little tea. From outside, Wang Sheng quickly entered, announcing, Supernatural elders. As he entered, he smirked, sword in hand. Good morning. The elders exchanged glances, and then one shouted, Take him down! As the table flew, Wang Sheng swiftly sliced it in two, his sword dancing in the air as he battled the three elders. Next, the old woman unleashed a fiery attack, saying, Don't blame me for being cruel, kid. But as the attack flew by, Wang Sheng quickly dodged, utterly shocked. What? Before she could react, Wang Sheng struck her from behind, knocking her out. In an instant, he had defeated 4 elders, and the scene shifts to the university. The morning scene here is incredibly peaceful, as Mu Yue quickly calls to report the situation to him. Chief Wang, those rogue cultivators have confessed everything. The founder of that supernatural society calls himself the Holy Fire Adept. They recruited 10 independent cultivators as protectors and are now quite successful. Qi Wen, due to his wealthy family, is a minor leader, like a mascot. Wang Sheng replied, Okay, please send me their files and I'll keep an eye on them. He thought, the Holy Fire Practitioner and the Super Spirit Society, this is definitely a criminal group with a cultivation background. But what exactly is their goal? Is it simply to get rich and expand their operations? No matter what, he had to pull his junior sister out of this mire quickly, or trouble would never cease. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a playful poke on his cheek. Guanxuan pouts. Mean junior brother, you won't let me fight. He happily feeds her a piece of cake, smiling, Senior sister, it's time to go find our junior sister. Meanwhile, at a high-rise building at night, a voice echoes, What nonsense are you spouting? Shiwen was stunned. My father passed away 20 years ago. How could he have a disciple? Wang Sheng handed her a photo. Take a look at this first. Zhiwen trembled, sweating as she looked at the photo. No way, he explained further. This is a photo my master hid away. For years, he's truly missed the two of you. Guanxuan hummed in agreement, confirming that what he said was true. Wang Xing continues to present evidence, a message from her master's wife, who is also her mother. Xiaowen, Wang Sheng and Guanxuan are your father's disciples, and people I trust deeply. Leave the school with them immediately. I'll be there in 2 hours. Unable to believe what she was hearing, she dropped her phone and screamed, "You're all liars!" A fraud? Guanhuan wasn't sure how to comfort her, and Chiwen's crying left her flustered. Unbeknownst to everyone, an arrow was aimed directly at Jiwen, but Guanxuan quickly sensed the danger. She held Jiwen tightly, unleashing her inner power to deflect the arrow as the hidden assailant made a quick escape. He told Guanxuan, "Protect our junior sister, and then give chase." Wang Sheng was furious. The hidden enemy had finally revealed themselves. Using his speed, the figure fled into the nearby bushes, causing a stir among everyone. Something happened to Wang, and as a cultivator, he may have discovered a high-ranking member of the Superpower Society. Meng Yue quickly mobilized, ordering all teams to prepare for battle, sealing off all school entrances to prevent the enemy's escape. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng pursued the mysterious figure, delivering a swift kick to their back, sending them crashing to the ground. The blow forces her to vomit syrup, and she immediately throws 2 hidden weapons at Wang Sheng. But he easily deflects such cheap projectiles with a flick of his wrist, releasing 2 streams of purple smoke. Without a close look, Wang Sheng could tell the needles were poisoned, and the man trembled at his power. 7-star transfer position. Who are you? Wang Sheng, lost in thought, didn't reply. Pills. And just one more step to temporarily disable the nascent soul realm. This woman's background is significant. He must capture her for information. With that thought, he swiftly appeared behind her, and in an instant, Wang Sheng seized her by the neck. A cruel person who takes the lives of others? How could I possibly spare her? She screamed, startled, begging, "Spare me, and I'll give you 3 scrolls of the medicine god." With that, he released her, and she collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. Wang Sheng figured that her meridians were destroyed and her cultivation was ruined, so he could leave the rest to Master Liang. Suddenly, he sensed a murderous aura that clashed with the Taoist cultivation method. The stranger spoke. "Young man, this woman has stolen from us. Would you mind handing her over? We certainly won't let you suffer any losses." Wang Sheng observed carefully and noticed a mark on the man's neck, identical to the one on the bodyguard, the yin-yang sect. Instantly, he stood in front of the girl, his face cold. "No." Surprised by the blunt refusal, he retorted, "Do you know who you're defying today?" And a palpable killing intent filled the air. A menacing purple cloud hurtles toward Wang Sheng, but he stands firm, replying coldly, "When I say no, I mean no." Wang Sheng then raised his long sword, channeling his inner energy, and his figure emitted a light that pushed back the dark cloud. The masked Gao charges forward, yelling, "Behold my blade! I'll deal with that brat. You won't win so easily." With that, he slashed at Wang Sheng, but it was only a clone. He quickly shifted his aim to the side. "You can't dodge this." Wang Sheng is surprised that he can keep up with his 7-star steps. It seems he's not all talk. He actually has some skill. If he weren't preoccupied with me, I'd be hard-pressed to hold my own. They soar into the sky, exchanging blows, neither gaining an advantage. Suddenly, Wang Sheng noticed something amiss. His magic was creating vortexes that were engulfing him. The man exclaimed, "Boy, you haven't mastered your cultivation, yet you want to play with condensed qi? How arrogant." He changed course, diving straight towards the dwarf who was trying to kidnap the woman. Wang Sheng ferociously channels his inner strength, shoving the dwarf away. The dwarf cautiously evades his attack, as Wang Sheng quickly picks up the woman. He thought to himself that they already had a core formation expert in the shadows. The yin-yang sect was indeed powerful, but this woman was a crucial clue in investigating the Super Spirit Society, and he couldn't let her die here. At the same time, the skinny man was done playing around, and he drew his sword, ready to end it all. He raised his sword, channeling all his inner power for a swift victory. With a slash, massive snakes emerged, fangs bared. Wang Sheng was startled. This blade amplified the killing intent, impossible to withstand. Before he could dwell on it, another strike came swiftly. Wang Sheng raised his sword to parry the blow, resulting in a massive explosion that sent him and the female spy flying. The fat one sneered, "Kid, there's a price to pay for not knowing your place." The skinny one swung his sword, catching Wang Sheng off guard, and grinned. "In your next life, mind your own business." Suddenly, a burst of sword-shaped inner energy blocked the attack aimed at Wang Sheng at the last moment. It was Guanxuan who had arrived, and luckily she was there to rescue him. The masked men were caught off guard. quickly retreating as they shouted, "Who's there?" Upon seeing Guanzhuan, Wang Sheng excitedly exclaimed, "Senior, you used your inner strength to send that branch flying through the air, then you caught it?" Wang Sheng stepped forward, looked directly at the two men, and said to her, "They're bad guys." Hearing this, Guanzhuan frowned, her face filled with murderous intent as she glared at the two men, ready to fight. Wen, now awake, took a breath and said, "First you carry me all the way here, then you throw me down halfway. What exactly are you two trying to do?" As she spoke, she noticed the fighting and paused. Meanwhile, Guanzhuan was fighting the dwarf, unleashing a Tai Chi move. Her hands moved in a blur, deflecting his relentless attacks, when suddenly the skinny man drew his sword, ambushing her from behind. "Little girl, do you have a death wish?" At the same moment, Wang Sheng rushed forward, shouting, "Your opponent is me!" He turned around dismissively, sword in hand. "What can you possibly do?" Wang Sheng leaped from place to confuse the sickly man, shouting, "Senior, don't let them escape!" She hummed in acknowledgement, then frowned and relentlessly attacked the dwarf. Unable to defend himself, he was struck repeatedly by Guanzhuan, and finally spitting out blood, he thought in horror, "Could this kid be an expert in the virtual core realm? How can this be? I can't linger. I have to get out of here now." Suddenly, at that moment, a dark force surged from Wen, hurtling towards her. Wen recoiled in terror, clutching her head and screaming. At the same time, Guanzhuan quickly gathers her inner strength, enveloping them both in a protective circle. Guanzhuan frowns and sweeps her hand, unleashing the yin-yang energy formation. The dwarf leaps into the air, shouting, "Hurry, let's go, or we'll die here today." The skinny one still tries to land one last blow on Wang Sheng. He swiftly dodges the attack, easily avoiding the blow, and before leaving, he adds, "Kid, your swordsmanship isn't bad. I'll spar with you another day." Immediately, Guanzhuan rushed forward, but even though the two men were no match for her, Wang Sheng quickly stopped her. "Senior, our primary mission is to protect our junior sister. Manhwa has the intel, and now it's their turn." Guanzhuan tugged at his sleeve, tears welling up in her eyes as if to say, "I'm useless. I could have held them. Master will surely scold me." Wang Sheng seemed to understand. "Senior sister, you not only defeated the enemy but also protected our junior sister. You're amazing." Meanwhile, Wen was still shaken, sitting silently on the ground for a long time. Because of the Li family's ghostly disturbances, the special investigation team began to deal with the yin-yang sect. Even so, they failed to capture the two rogue cultivators, only managing to kill one of them. And the female cultivator he caught, Wu Zhiyu, was originally an outer disciple of the Yaoshan Valley who accepted a bribe to steal secret manuals half a year ago and was hunted down to be silenced after the matter was exposed. Caught in the net, Wu Zhiyu was rescued by the Sacred Fire and joined the Super Spirit Society, thus beginning the feud and leading to this scene. But for Wang Sheng and the others, the trouble is only just beginning. Meanwhile, the master's wife is lecturing Wen. "Why did I give birth to such a foolish child? Are you really this stupid, or are you doing this on purpose? All those years of learning wasted. If it weren't for them, you'd be dead right now, do you understand?" Suddenly, Wang Sheng stepped forward, blocking her hand and interceding, "Calm down, martial aunt. She's just been misled." With that thought, she pursed her lips, shaking off Wang Sheng's hand, and hurried out to give instructions to her subordinates. She's in charge of Wen's case and has 2 hours to get results. The subordinate quickly acknowledges the task. "Yes, Chief." Wang Sheng sighed, thinking that his master and mistress were also responsible for raising him without teaching him properly. He then quickly approached with a smile. "Junior sister, after you've cleared things up, come back to the mountain with us. Experience true cultivation and meet our parents while you're at it." Cut to Wudang Mountain, along the familiar path they often traveled. Today, the sky is clear, and they have quickly returned to their sect. Wang Sheng introduced them. "Junior sister, these are your senior brothers and sisters from the Wudang sect." Yinglong greeted her cheerfully. "It's an honor. We're all fellow disciples now, so let's spend more time together." She shyly introduced herself. "Hello, senior brothers and sisters. My name is Wen." Perhaps wanting to keep me away from danger, my teacher quickly agreed to my proposal. The clear spiritual energy of Wudang Mountain, coupled with the warm welcome from her fellow disciples, gradually lifted her spirits. They worked and ate together, and Qiling made sure she ate plenty. The food on the mountain is simple but beneficial for beginners in cultivation. Wen said shyly, "Thank you, senior sister." Wang Sheng said loudly, "Don't be shy, everyone. Eat up." Night fell quickly, and suddenly Wen approached him. "Senior brother, when will my father return?" He didn't know, but replied that it was hard to say. The golden core realm that Master broke through is the Tao Cultivation Heavenly Sword. It's not easy to enter. What's wrong? Tell me or your senior sister if anything happens. Guanshuan hummed in agreement. Shi Wen sadly says that she wants to atone for her mistakes, not burden her mother, nor affect her work. If possible, she wants to quickly learn some skills and work in the special investigation team. Wang Sheng was secretly pleased. It's worth it that our junior sister has this will. We've been secretly protecting her. He quickly said, cultivation values virtue first, then the heart, and only then the Tao and magic. Your father once taught me that cultivating the Tao is about pursuing the realm of the Tao, not powerful magic. Your own Tao is fundamental. Don't confuse the order of things or the priorities. He pondered, though danger had passed, his junior sister's heart remained troubled, hoping their master would soon return and comfort her with love. He also wondered about the progress of the special investigation team. Night falls on the city, its lights ablaze. In a dormitory at some school, a young man is engrossed in a video game, his eyes glued to the screen. Back at Mount Wudong, his dealings with the outside world were over for now, and he was no longer involved. The next day, he resumed his training, focused on breaking through to the core formation stage, now free from distractions, back in the mountains. His first priority, besides continuing his training and entering the core formation stage, was to gather his spirit, comprehend the world, and begin to merge with it. In the embryonic stage, mastering the connection to the world allows one to draw upon its energy, linking the inner and outer cosmos. Wang Sheng now strives to perfect his inner world without error. A voice suddenly broke through his thoughts. Fei Yu, are you there? Wang Sheng quickly opened the door, recognizing the voice of a familiar face. Senior Brother Zhou, what brings you here? Yinglong smiled. This is one of my elders who wants to meet you. He quickly introduced. This is my uncle, Taoist Master Gao Shuihang. The old man looked at him and said, You must be Fei Yu, am I right? Wang Sheng quickly realized this man was senior uncle Gao Shuihang. He stepped forward to greet him. Disciple greets Uncle Cao. The elder went straight to the point. May I see your sword? Wang Sheng bowed, asking for guidance. He recalled wanting to apprentice under this elder master, but fate led him to his master and senior sister. As Wang Sheng practiced, he mused that life is like that. Gains and losses aren't absolute. After a moment of contemplation, he finishes his movements, and the elder assesses, Your swordsmanship is profound, but our paths diverge, so I cannot guide you. Wudang Mountain's founding sword technique, the 7-star swordplay, has many differences from your 7-star sword formation. Watch closely. Watching him wield the sword with such skill and grace, he quickly realized that this swordplay had something in common with the 7-star sword formation, but it wasn't quite the same. Compared to him, my understanding is still too shallow. Shuixing asked, What do you think? Wang Sheng thought what he learned from his master was too complicated and not passed down in a single line. His uncle is pursuing the path of pure sword cultivation. With his guidance, I can surely improve. With that thought, Wang Sheng bowed. Your sword skills are superior to mine. Please guide my training. He suggested, Let's practice together. Your sword cultivation might not be below mine now. Show me a few moves. He didn't hesitate to pick up his sword, leaving Qi Wen in stunned silence. Is my brother that strong? Guanshuan was used to this, barely glancing over, simply smiling and humming in response. After that, senior apprentice Cao would come to practice with him every few days, their swordsmanship complementing each other. Wang Sheng gained a lot these past few days, until one day, a hearty laugh echoed from the doorway. You two can practice all you want, but don't hurt each other. Shixing was surprised to see him. Master, what brings you here? The old man stroked his beard and cheerfully said, Your elders all say that Than Ngon Tu was lucky enough to find a peerless sword, and I've dedicated my life to swordsmanship, so of course I want to come and observe, to give it a proper assessment. Wang Sheng quickly stepped forward and bowed, greeting his grandmaster, his heart screaming, The master of my master, isn't that the highest rank in the mountain? This is the former headmaster. After greeting his grandmaster, the old man smiled warmly. No need to be so formal. He then lectured them. You two have become too fixated on the sword and have forgotten the Tao. Spar, but don't injure each other. Carelessness could damage your opponent's cultivation. All right, begin, he thought. This highly skilled individual, known on the heavenly rankings of the cultivation world, is like the reclusive elder who rarely shows his face, so naturally he wouldn't be on the list. To receive his guidance is truly a stroke of luck for a junior like myself. With that, he stroked his beard and spoke calmly. Heaven and earth were never mine to begin with. I simply seek a place to belong, a place where my spirit can reside. As he fought Shuixing, Wang Sheng sensed a powerful aura rushing towards him. Those energies flowed into Wang Sheng's 7 apertures, and he quickly absorbed them all. Very quickly, Wang Sheng achieved the embryonic realm, minor completion. Stunned, his spiritual power grew ceaselessly, and his true essence became even more refined. This is the Ket Tai realm. He must consolidate his power immediately and prepare to break through to the Golden Core realm. The girl behind the elder was visibly startled. Senior brother is injured. The 2 elders stood silently, watching him consolidate his power. Suddenly, the chief enforcer channeled his inner power, then approached Wang Sheng and transferred it to the top of his head. Shuixing exclaimed in surprise, "Master!" But looking into the chief enforcer's eyes, he immediately understood. Shuixing bowed and took his leave. It was clear his master wished to stay and guide Fei Yu. He then looked down at Wang Sheng, calmed his spirit, and focused on enlightenment. This old Taoist has wielded a sword for many years, and today I will bestow this path upon you, hoping you can comprehend it. Hearing this, he felt a surge of gratitude as the master began to explain the 6 stages of swordsmanship: sword form, sword intent, sword force, and the sword path. The top 3 are sword form, sword intent, and sword stance. Sword path is the foundation, but most sword cultivators who achieve success comprehend these 3 steps. Then comes advancement. The 4th stage, sword mastery, requires a sword blank, nurturing it day and night with one's own spiritual thoughts to achieve the art of flying swords. The 5th stage is sword heart, abandoning the sword for the sake of the sword, transforming form into formlessness and extending sword intent infinitely, all with unparalleled sharpness. The 6th stage is casting the sword, using the sword heart as the sword's soul and one's own path as the sword's bone. Once drawn, it will protect the world. Wang Sheng quickly opened his eyes, but the sect leader's fine had already vanished with the wind. He stood up, realizing that his master's 6 sword realms might not be the end of swordplay, but they clearly pointed him toward the long road ahead, which he would slowly come to understand. Before leaving, he said, "I bestow upon you a fraction of my sword intent. Comprehend it well." Wang Sheng was stunned. This was his master's Dao realm inheritance. From behind, Guanshuan, who had arrived unnoticed, leaned forward and embraced him tightly. It seemed that learning the inheritance of the Dao realm had been too much for him, and he fell asleep in Guanshuan's arms. She didn't wake him, but silently watched him sleep for a while, before Qi-Wen came out and said, "Senior sister, you're back." Guanshuan quickly shushes him, and as the golden hues of twilight descend, she swiftly pulls him into her embrace. Qi-Wen excitedly says, "Senior sister, hugging junior brother like a princess. This is a rare sight and a glimpse of our junior sister's transformation." As the day fades, we shift to the back of Wudong Mountain. Having entered the transcendent realm and inherited insights, he slept for an entire day. But to Wang Sheng's surprise, the master's casual remark was actually about the 2-fold intent of the sword. Yin and yang, spring and autumn, all transformations can be called duality. The master only passed on the sword intent because he had already entered the realm of sword will. Normally, obtaining such a profound 2-fold intent would illuminate one's path in swordsmanship. Yet, in just 20 short days back on the mountain, his swordplay took another great leap forward. Then, a flustered Meng Yue called him, exclaiming, "Chief Wang, this is bad." Sensing trouble, Wang Sheng asked, "What happened?" She quickly explained that a few hours prior, the Holy Fire Sect announced via a secure internet channel that they would be auctioning off 2 secret Longhu Mountain Taoist texts. Hearing this, Wang Sheng couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "What?" he pressed. "Where are the Celestial Master records being sold? And for how much?" "Only the top and middle tiers? And here I thought Guanzhuan only cared about food." Startled by his urgency, Meng Yue listened as Wang Daochang, realizing he'd overreacted, coughed and continued. "Has there been any reaction from Longhu Mountain? Have you been able to contact them?" Long thought to himself, trying to stay calm. "This isn't the simple life of my past. What use is the Celestial Master Talisman now?" Amidst a pile of documents, Mao Yue says, "Indeed, and we've also identified the Sanctified One. The Sanctified One is a disciple abandoned by Longhu Mountain, Taoist named Tianxing, whose master is Longhu Mountain's Taoist Tianzheng. A year ago, he was discovered stealing the authority of the Celestial Master Talisman and fled after injuring a disciple." He muses, "Taoist named Tianxing, Master Taoist Tianzheng. Could he be Shu Tianzhang's senior brother?" Mao Yue continued, "Now that Taoist Tianzheng has sent people, other sects will likely send people as well." Wang Sheng calmly replied, "Unsurprising. Many sects must be eyeing the Celestial Master's secret records." Mao Yue continued, If this spirals out of control, the entire cultivation world will be in trouble. To prevent that, we have no choice but to ask Chief Wang for help in stabilizing the situation. He frowned, thinking, "This is a big deal. Let me figure something out." Wang Sheng knew that if the Daocheng elders got involved, he and his senior apprentice sister wouldn't have a say. If that's the case, we'll have to ask my master for help. Meanwhile, at Mount Zhongnan, quite a distance away, but still among fellow cultivators, an old man walking by laughs. "You're that Qing Yanji's disciple, aren't you?" Wang Xing replies, "Yes, has this senior met my master Qing Yanji before?" He picked up the phone. "He's already at Mount Zhongnan? I'll help you ask around." Immediately, he busied himself. "Have any of you seen the Taoist Qing Yanji? His disciple, Wang Feiyu, is looking for him." The voice on the other end replied, "Thangnon Tu has finally arrived at Mount Zhongnan. I still have so much to discuss with him from our last conversation. I haven't heard of Thangnon Tu returning to discuss Dao recently." "Thangnon Tu didn't come to me. Is Feiyu the sword-loving disciple of Thangnon Tu? Which mountain is he on? I'll go take a look." "He's come to our Zhongnan mountain. This humble Taoist loves sword cultivation the most." Sweating, he pondered. Each mountain held its own unique cultivation atmosphere. The rules of Maoshan were plentiful, and Mount Wudang was a place for seclusion. Unexpectedly, Zhongnan Mountain reveals a strong sense of human sentiment. Over there, they're still saying that Qing Yanji seems to be with Taoist Jing Yun. He finally found them. "Is he at my place? Where's Feiyu now?" Wang Sheng was taken aback. "Xiu, a woman's voice. So, Pure Cloud is a female cultivator. Female cultivator is how they address women on the path." He was a little nervous. Why did he sense a prairie aura from the Grandmaster's side? Immediately after, he hurried over to find his master, asking, "Is Taoist Jing Yun here?" Wang Sheng wondered. It was said that both Jing Yun's cultivation and aptitude were extraordinary. So why wasn't she in the heavenly rankings in his previous life? But if Master chose this place, then this Pure Cloud Taoist must be a trustworthy companion. A voice echoed in his mind. "Is that Feiyu?" Wang Sheng looked around, recognizing the telepathic message. They were still on the small path in the west of the garden when they could transmit to him. The two quickly entered, and he wondered, is this where Taoist Jing Yun cultivates? Wang Sheng quickly found a cave entrance, blocked by rocks yet still radiating light. He realized his master's aura was inside, meaning he must be in seclusion. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Feiyu, go inside gently and say, forming the golden core is dangerous. You absolutely cannot disturb senior brother Qing Yanzi right now. What brings you here to see him?" After explaining everything, Jing Yun quickly understood. "So that's how it is. In this situation, it would indeed be difficult for you two seniors to convince the elders of those sects." But speaking of that, she frowned. Qiling just left without a word. Jing Yanzi is unhappy with her and the child, and now she wants his help. What is the meaning of this? Wang Sheng lamented inwardly, seeing Jing Yun's expression. Could she have feelings for Master? Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from the sky, illuminating the night. Wang Sheng and Jing Yun couldn't help but look up in astonishment. This is a heavenly tribulation. Has Master broken through to the golden core? Don't be afraid. His golden core is complete. Next, he must enter a post-breakthrough enlightenment. Do not disturb him. For now, I'll have to go in his place. It's a good opportunity to ask senior sister Qiling why she abandoned Thangnon and his son, leaving them separated for over 20 years. Wang Sheng couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, his heart in turmoil. This trip would be fraught with peril. They quickly descended the mountain together, where a car was waiting to pick up Wang Sheng and Jing Yun. Manhwa spoke up. "Taoist Wang, thank you for your help once again." Wang Sheng replied, "It's nothing, tell me the specifics." She quickly recounted that the core members of the Super Spirit Society were still untraceable, but according to the documents, the Holy Fire Wielder was backed by a secret heretical organization, such as the Heavenly Fire Sect and the Five God Sect. He added that of these organizations, only the Five God Sect had any real scale. What about the Yin-Yang Sect? The Five God Sect was a typical heretical cult in his past life, and now he's run into them again, Manhwa said. There's no trace of the Yin-Yang Sect, but the Five God Sect has a large number of masters infiltrating the city, and they're determined to obtain the Celestial Master's seal. Wang Sheng chuckled awkwardly, wondering if he should commend them for drawing fire away from the Yin-Yang Sect. Jing Yun remarked that although they weren't large in scale, they were still rogue cultivators. She suggested that they go out and take a look around later. If they encounter evil cultivators harming people, they must deal with them. He marveled at his aunt's cold exterior, but warm interior, and her chivalrous heart. Wang Sheng said, "Master, I have a friend who's been keeping an eye on the surroundings lately. Let me ask her about it." She was surprised. A friend? So the person you were talking about is Chan Lam. She looked at Tin Van, her eyes lighting up. This is really your master's sister? She looked so young. Wang Sheng introduced, That's right. This is my master's junior sister, and also Jing Yun Zhenren, my childhood friend. Jing Yun greeted her cheerfully. So, your senior sister Fei Yu? Wang Sheng quickly got to the point. Senior, is there anything unusual happening at the school right now? Here, take a look at this on my phone. I don't know if it counts as unusual. The content asks why only cultivators can cultivate, while they can only be ordinary people, claiming it's all a conspiracy by the famous orthodox sects. Even without talent, shouldn't we be able to extend our lives and avoid illness? Everyone has the right to cultivate. Why are cultivators hogging all the methods and resources? Wang Xing knew immediately. Someone was trying to stir up trouble, and it was likely a sanctifier. The Super Spirit Society is auctioning off cultivation methods, and now they're inciting ordinary people. What are they really up to? Meanwhile, Jing Yun quickly alerted him. Fei Yu was in trouble. Wang Sheng sees the man with a girl, but senses an intense, murderous aura. A heretic cultivator. Cut to a grand hotel in the city, where a sinister voice echoes. Master, are you satisfied with this one? Inside the room, the old man was observing the girl Wang Sheng had met at the restaurant, and she wasn't bad. Her yin essence wasn't depleted much, and she was much better than the previous ones. Wang Sheng and Jing Yun quickly tracked them all the way here, overhearing the conversation inside. He slyly said, Master, I don't know what these women are usually like. The old man then instructed, All right, go wait in the next room. I'll share some of the spoils with you when I'm done. As he spoke, he reached out to remove the girl's robe, but at that moment the main door was kicked open with a loud crash. The old man shouted in alarm, Who's there? As Jing Yun swiftly attacked. She gathered her inner strength and loudly commanded, Fi Nu, don't let any of the curses escape. As soon as she finished speaking, Tin Van rushed forward and struck the old man repeatedly. The youth cried out in alarm, Master! As a fierce force struck his pressure points, sending a jolt of pain through him. Wang Sheng defeated his opponent with a single move, then announced, Master, I've taken care of my side. Tin Van is still fiercely fighting against the evil sect, loudly saying, All right, protect that girl. Wang Thang, observe, my master usually only practices on the mountain and lacks real combat experience. Now he's just relying on suppressing his cultivation. If used for too long, problems may arise. Thinking of this, he quickly shouted, Master, use your strength to fight. No need to hold back. At that moment, Tin Van punched straight into the old man's chest. Unable to withstand the blow, he was sent flying like a bird out the window. Suddenly interrupted in such a way, the old man shouted angrily, I will kill everyone in your family for ruining my plans. Upon hearing this, Vuongthang immediately guessed this was a spiritual attack. The old man continued to spout filthy words, saying he would shame your female relatives until death. Vuongthang gritted his teeth and glared. Do you want to seek death? Hearing his depraved words, Wang Sheng couldn't contain his rising anger and charged out with his sword. He firmly believed that practicing the sword was to protect his family. If he couldn't do even this, what was the point of being reborn again? As he thought, he decisively pointed his sword straight at the old man. He was momentarily panic-stricken while performing hand seals and pondering. Despite being young and just entering the stage of forming a fetus, he was not afraid of his spiritual attack. Who exactly is this kid? Even harder to deal with than that Hudan. Suddenly, thousands of sharp hands emerged from the old man's body, ferociously striking at Wang Sheng. But he showed no fear, instead roaring and charging forward, unleashing the essence of the Big Dipper sword, the duality of mind, the vastness of the sword, and finally he successfully pierced the old man's chest. Mo Yue and the others waited below, and were shocked when the old man suddenly fell from above. His belly was pierced by Wang Sheng's sword, but the blade had broken in two. Having fallen from such a height, his legs were bleeding profusely. Wang Sheng picked up the broken sword, a melancholic look in his eyes. He looked at the sword, his heart heavy, and two words echoed in his mind. I'm sorry. At the investigation bureau, Mao Yue quickly reported, Team leader, the identity of that Tatu has been thoroughly investigated. He was previously a wanted criminal for numerous cases and has killed dozens of people. After the vitality of heaven and earth recovers, he will rely on dark methods to dispel yin and restore yang to become a master. Not long ago, he became an elder of the five-god sect, with the dharma name Mu Yin Shen, Tianhua Dao Ren. Hearing this, Qiling couldn't help but sigh. Now that they'd found this evil cultivator, there were 100 ways to deal with him. He was truly responsible, jumping from the 18th floor to strike him with a sword. Wang Sheng chuckled awkwardly. I wasn't thinking that much at the time. Tien Van angrily shouted, if Phi Nu hadn't come down the mountain to help her, how could she have been hurt? The two women glared at each other fiercely, and he was momentarily panicked and hurriedly stepped in to stop them. Master and senior, in the end, they chose to ignore each other. Vuong Thang let out a sigh of relief, glad that they hadn't fought. A gentle voice spoke at the same time. Don't worry about others. With a tendon injury, you should rest. I'll return tomorrow to make you some bone broth. Vuong Thang also didn't hold back. Thank you, senior sister. Thien Lam smiled happily. It's nothing. Taking care of the younger brother is what I should do. Immediately after, Tien Lam went home alone. On the deserted road, a car was waiting there. As if he knew something, Xian Lam quickly moved closer. A man dressed as a bodyguard stepped forward. We had a hard time finding you. At the same time, the old lady sitting in the car spoke. Young master, the old man is not convenient to get out of the car to pay respects. Please forgive him. Tien Lam was surprised. Third aunt, why are you here? The old lady said, we don't feel safe, so we came to protect you. Tonight's young lord probably won't have a peaceful night. The auction tonight will be held at an unspecified time, and transactions can be made with cash or with cultivation techniques. The Celestial Master Talisman is a top-tier cultivation technique, and it will undoubtedly attract many practitioners, some of whom will kill and steal to obtain it, harming countless innocent people. Wang Xing was injured and couldn't go, but luckily Master Tin Van stepped in to help stabilize the situation for his master's wife. With Jing Yun present, the special investigation team and their cooperation proceeded smoothly, reporting back to Mao Yue. Now, all that remains is for the arsonist to reveal himself. Master Wang, with this inescapable net we've laid, we're sure to catch him. What day is it today? Meng Yu is curious. What's so important about October 18th? Wang Xing wondered what was he doing at this time in his past life. He had a feeling this event was somehow related to his past self. He suddenly remembers. Sanctified beings, holy fire. Could it be? Suddenly, a familiar, boisterous voice echoes from outside the door. Brother Thang, it's Tian Zhang again, crying and clinging to your leg. Brother, I want to die. Brother Thang! Wang Sheng was startled. Damn, what are you doing here? Wang Sheng quickly signaled for Mao Yue to leave, leaving them alone in the room. Then he smiled bitterly. Just say what you want. What does it matter if we live or die? You're a disciple of Longhu Mountain, don't let others laugh at you. Zhang Tian wiped his tears. Brother Wang, please don't lecture me. Wang Sheng didn't mince words, cutting straight to the chase. You're here for the holy flame imposter Guo Tianhang, aren't you? Wang Sheng wasn't surprised. I suspected your connection, but I didn't realize you passed the Celestial Master Talisman to him. Tianzhong recounted that he wanted to do something big, telling me not to look for him, but I never imagined he'd cause something this huge, or how many people would die tonight. I know how to find him, but I can't bring myself to do it because he's my best friend. Brother Thang, tell me what I should do. My heart is in turmoil. Wang Sheng says, for the sake of duty, you must protect your sex legacy. For personal reasons, you must save your brother and stop his mistakes. The auction is about to begin. If you hesitate any longer, it may be too late to save anything. Caught in a dilemma, Tianzhong agonized, finally resolving himself. Brother Thang is right. I have to find Tianxing and stop him before he does something worse. Wang Sheng smiled at Tianzhong. Good, you've come to your senses. Suddenly, Wang Sheng sensed a strong, murderous aura approaching, and a hint of vigilance arose. Instinctively, he pulled Tianzhong back, shouting, Watch out! Outside, Mu Yue had already been knocked unconscious and lay slumped in a corner as the outer door was quickly forced open. Where do you think you're going, Taoist Shi? The three strangers entered with sinister grins. Heavenly Taoist Master, the deed is done. Don't bother him anymore. Tianzhong stood in front of Wang Sheng, fiercely on guard. Who are you? He studied the three men. The young one was untrained, but the two accompanying him were at the core formation stage. Looks like we've run into some trouble today. He smiled. If Master Wang escapes, please don't interfere. We only wish to speak with the corpse Taoist. The nurse beside him steps forward to report. Young Master, the special investigation team has sent people here. He breathed a sigh of relief and decided he had no choice but to send the corpse master ahead. With that, he gave the order to attack, and the two men beside him rushed towards Tianzhong. She ferociously spun the blades in her hands, and in a flash, they were at Tianzhong's neck. He quickly channeled his inner strength, using his diamond body to defend against the blades. The masked man attacks. Diamond unbreakable, is it? Then I'll just have to land a few more blows. He quickly leaps back, dodging the deadly attacks. Tianzhang quickly flees through the window, declaring, "I'll go outside. Don't involve anyone else." The young master orders his men to ensure he doesn't leave the hospital alive. They both quickly gave chase. Wang Sheng observed that they were only after Shu Tianzhang. If he didn't interfere, perhaps he could overcome this crisis. But he felt deeply uneasy. Could he really just stand by and watch him die? Below, Shu Tianzhang unleashed a swarm of dark butterflies, attacking the two men. But the masked man was no pushover, quickly breaking free from his deadly attack. From above, the nurse lands swiftly on Tianzhang's shoulder, saying, "For a mere gathering god realm cultivator to last this long against us, you're quite impressive." He's startled, realizing the danger. The knife is about to pierce Tianzhang's eye, and he breaks out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, a wheelchair hurtled toward the nurse, sending her flying off of Tianzhang. The masked man was also slashed, and he seethed with rage. "It's you," a familiar voice echoed as the wheelchair landed near Tianzhang. "Though I'm not close with Taoist Tianzhang, I can't let him die here," Wang Xing said, descending lightly. The young master spoke, "Daozhang Wang, it seems you won't accept my offer." Wang Xing drew his sword, ready to fight. "Make your move." He eyed him warily, unsure of the man's strength since he hadn't fought before. Then he snapped his fingers, giving an order. "Sword slave Wang, he's yours." The man quickly agreed. "Very well." He immediately lunged at him. "Last time we didn't settle things, kid. Let's continue where we left off." His legs were injured, preventing him from using the 7-star sword formation, but he knew more than just that. His attack glanced off Dao Nu, who scoffed. "Showy moves are useless." Wang Sheng calmly raised his sword and asked, "Are they?" He raises his sword, unleashing the dual polarity sword intent, using 1,000 pounds to deflect 4 ounces, and a powerful light strikes Dao. This attack was too much for him, forcing him to his knees, his body trembling. But Wang Sheng wasn't finished, following up with the Liangyi Xixiang Bagua footwork. Meanwhile, the nurse is in the heat of battle, confident in her abilities, as Tianzhang struggles against such a powerful foe. He quickly uses the spirit snake talisman, and at the same time a golden snake fiercely rushes towards the nurse, who scoffs and creates a clone to fight the snake. She scoffs, dismissing it as a cheap trick, and the nurse easily slices through the snake. Her blade also swiftly closes in on Tianzhang, who realizes he's in trouble. Tianzhang quickly dodges the attack. "By the power of the 3 purities, the 5 elements in the universe, and the protection of the earth, I command thee." At that moment, an attack is launched toward the nurse, leaving her in a difficult position. Enraged, she lunges at Tianzhang. "You bastard! I'll take your life!" The blade flashes towards his neck, but Wang Sheng shouts, "Master Jing Yun is using sword control to kill," a powerful force instantly blocking the attack. "Ah, I was stunned for a moment. It's just sword energy, not sword control." Tianzhang smugly says, "Thanks, Brother Sheng, for distracting the enemy. My diamond body is complete. Little girl, let's go another 300 rounds." Suddenly, a golden light emanated, surprising Tianzhang, who wondered, "Combining?" The young master smirked, launching an attack that caught Tianzhang off guard, then gloated, "Sorry, time is of the essence. We won't waste any more of Dao Master Shu's time." Wang Sheng rushed over, worried. "Are you all right?" Tianzhang trembled, but persevered. "It wasn't a fatal blow. I won't die." Quickly, the investigation team arrived to assist, surrounding the target, determined to capture them. The nurse reported, "Young master, the special investigation team has arrived." He looks calm. "I understand." The young master then looked at Wang Shengpeng with a cunning glint in his eyes as the sword slave mechanically rose and moved forward. Wang Sheng knew at a glance that this man had lost his mind. And then he left. The nurse called after him in surprise. "Young master," he said, "our goal has been achieved. Let's go." They quickly retreated into the dark alley, leaving the blade slave to fight. As the bloody blade slave raised his sword to strike, long chains were unleashed, binding him tightly. The special investigation team worked in perfect harmony, the chains tightening more and more. At the same time, one of them struck him in the chest. In mere moments, the sword slave succumbed. Wang Sheng watched them, realizing this must be the special investigation team he'd heard of in his past life, the ones who formed the evil scenery squad. The investigation team quickly reported over the radio that they had subdued 1 evil cultivator, but 2 others had fled into the hospital. The voice on the other end ordered Team 1 to block the exits and Team 2 to search, with permission to kill anyone who resisted. One of them stepped forward, looking at him. "Taoist Wang, do you need our help with treatment?" Wang Sheng looked over. It was Taoist Shu Tianzhang of Longhu Mountain. There's a way to find the fake holy fire, save him first. After this, Wang Sheng seriously pondered, realizing why he'd never heard of Xu Tianzhang before. Immediately, Tianzhang was given medicine and his wounds were bandaged. Wang Sheng thought to himself that the auction of the sacred transformation might expose the world of cultivation to the public, which would definitely shock society. The more chaotic the situation, the more the Yin-Yang sect benefits. And Xu Tianzhang holds the key to the alchemist's whereabouts, directly influencing the success or failure of their plan. The Yin-Yang sect wouldn't let him live, not with their sanctification plan at stake. Meanwhile, Xu Tianzhang bit his lip, remorseful. Tianxing, I'm sorry. In the next life, I'll be your ox or horse. With that, he released a bird carrying his blood into the sky, and the special investigation team immediately mobilized. Class 1, stay here and protect the two Taoists. The rest of you, follow me. Immediately notify headquarters to use any means necessary to block that talisman. Wang Sheng watched the sky as the bluebird flew, knowing he was safe now, while tears streamed down Tianzhang's face. He bit down hard to stifle a cry, as Wang Sheng simply said, "After you've cried, wait with me for the results." Finally, the person Mu Yue reported has been caught. Master Wang, the sanctified one, has been caught in the net. We're preparing to question him, Wang Sheng said. Please, escort me there. He sat alone in the room while everyone else watched from behind the glass. He coughed a few times. Ask what you want. I'm badly injured and I don't have much time left, so there's no need to waste your energy torturing me. Jiling spoke up. Tell us about the auction schedule for the Celestial Master Talisman. He shakily took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and said there was no auction at all. Though I betrayed Longhu Mountain, I could never give the Celestial Master Talisman to heretics. The secret manuals I intended to trade, I've entrusted to someone reliable. They will disseminate these techniques through the internet. The Investigation Bureau quickly issued a notice to immediately contact the Internet Department and monitor these two websites, HottenVN and Heitens.top. Tianxing declared that since primordial energy has returned to Earth, why shouldn't everyone cultivate? He continued, I'm just the first. There are definitely others to follow. At that moment, Qiling suddenly interrupted, Enough! Get him back and watch him closely. Tianxing calmly replied, Don't bother. My time has come. In his final moments, he worried about his friends. I hope Tianzhang is all right. Why did my azure bird bring the blood rain? With that thought, the cigarette fell from Tianxing's hand, and he slumped over in silence, never to speak again. Jiling, enraged, punches the wall and curses, then quickly orders the news of the saintly healer's death to be released. They must restore order as quickly as possible, as cultivators continue to gather and cause trouble. Arrest those who need arresting, imprison those who need imprisoning. The subordinates quickly followed the orders. Wang Sheng looks at him with a slightly sad face. The cultivation technique from his past life was indeed spread by the holy transformation, stealing the blessings he bestowed upon all living beings. In a sense, Guo Tianxing truly lived up to the name of the holy transformation. The saintly transformer is dead, but the chaos he caused has yet to subside. Still, with Wang Sheng's forces working together, the troublemaking cultivators aren't making too many waves. After the battle, Master Jing Yun said she didn't like the filth of the mortal world and returned to the mountains to await our master's return, while I stayed in the city to heal, hoping to temper my body. Cut to the Special Investigation Team's Taoist Research Division. Qiling has made other arrangements and returns to Wang Sheng. He apologizes for pulling her away from her work, but Mao Yue is happy to accompany him. Consider it my only vacation this month. Wang Sheng, hearing this, politely replied that she was going through a lot. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a message from Guanshuan. He was shocked to see the message. Wait there, I'm coming, followed by a string of threatening emojis. Sweat beaded on his brow. In the past, his senior and junior martial sisters would descend the mountain in their master's stead to protect the Dharma. His master must have told them about him as soon as he returned to Zhongnan Mountain. Suddenly, a voice startled him. We've arrived, Taoist Wang. An old man spoke up. It was the long-unseen flying language of Wudang Mountain, followed by representatives from Mount Longhu, Mount Maoshan, and Mount Gezao. Wang Sheng bowed his head. Greetings, esteemed Taoists. He realized that even the masters of the three sects were present. A man emerged from the room saying, Now that Taoist Master Xiao Wang is here, let's begin the meeting. Today's main topic is the secret of the recovering celestial energy of the world. Hearing this, he was shocked, screaming internally, What? Inside the room, the man began to explain. A year ago, we began searching for the dark side of the moon. This could be called a great undertaking by a nation, and in our initial search, we encountered an unbelievable discovery. Now please watch this classified video recorded before the night of the Mana Awakening, the night of the surplus year. Locked in a ship's hold, she was also recovered from the dark side of the moon. The beautiful girl appeared from nowhere, chanting, Kim Tich Xuan He, Nan Kui Hai, Nan He, Vo Kung Di. Everyone was shocked and began to discuss how the girl seemed to radiate primal energy, and even through a screen, they could sense her cultivation. It was terrifying. The woman is wearing celestial raiment, but who is she really? He continued. We found this celestial being during a search of the dark side of the moon. She was in a comatose state at the time. Later, we studied her on the moon, examining her from every angle until we brought her back to Earth. After Wang Xing left the room, he couldn't stop thinking. It was New Year's Eve, and almost the entire family was worshipping heaven and Earth. Could it be that this celestial being awakened and revived the Earth's life force? What secrets are hidden on the moon? How could this celestial being bring forth the world's vital energy? And why do I feel such a connection between her and my martial sister? Suddenly, a voice snaps him back to reality. Little Wang, Taoist. Wang Sheng was surprised. Professor Ma, come on up. I've been waiting for you. Let's talk in my office. As he rummages around, he says, I heard Ji Ling is your master's wife. My wife has been her close friend for decades. Now that you're here, as an elder, I must give you something good. I got this sword from a classmate. What do you think? Wang Sheng looked over in surprise. A sword? He explains. It's one of the results of our research. Unfortunately, the price is too high to upgrade it. He continued. The composite materials are pretty good, though. The crafting cost is 3,000 per engraving. Wang Sheng was shocked. Was he fleecing the nation? He was immediately amazed when he opened the sword case, revealing a stunning sword resting on a red velvet lining. Wang Sheng quickly picked it up, carefully examining every line, noting how smoothly true energy flowed through it. The creator even considered the growth range for a cultivator's true essence. But sadly, it has no spirituality. It is useless for cultivation, and is only good for fighting. He wondered, Professor Ma, Uncle Ma, what's the name of this sword? He replied, It doesn't have one yet. Why don't you name it? Wang Sheng gazed at the sword, then said, Let's call it Soulless. Cut to the airport, where a plane descends into the city, as Mu Yue wonders if the immortal, but you, has come to care for Master Wang personally. How sweet, but he could only force a smile at that. Wang Sheng was surprised that Aunt Jing Yun had arranged for his senior sister's plane. What was she up to? Could she be trying to win over her junior sister to build a relationship with their master? That's a brilliant move. From afar, a maiden approached, her raven hair flowing, her figure exquisite. Quan Huan shone like a movie star, radiating a dazzling light. Spotting Wang Sheng from afar, she hurried over, waving and calling out, Senior, your face is as black as a pot, as she scrutinized him. Senior, I'm really okay. The wound might even heal by tomorrow. Guanxuan turns to look at Mo Yue, grateful. She quickly waved her hand. No need to be polite. This is what I should do. Wang Sheng smiled wryly. Senior sister, are you starting to wear makeup too? His instincts tell him his senior is still angry, and he needs to appease her. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoes. Fai Lu Daozang, is it really a person? Our founder has truly appeared. Hurry! The old man shouted as he walked. Return to me! Saving the mountain is saving lives. The girl chased after him. Master, wait for me. Guangzhuan quickly stepped in front of Wang Sheng protectively, so he spoke politely. May I ask who this Taoist priest is? Wang Sheng wondered to himself. This priest has a Sichuan accent. Could he be from the Mount Shu sect? He happily bowed, forgetting to introduce himself in his excitement. I am Fei Lian of the Shu Mountain Sword Sect, and I've come specifically to find you. Wang Sheng bowed respectfully. Greetings, Master Fei Lianzi. But he couldn't help but wonder, why would the sword sect be looking for him? Soon after, everyone got in the car, and Fei Lianzi, seemingly very interested in him, happily said, Our sword sect's Fei Yu team is all counting on you. Wang Sheng forced a smile. You flatter me, Taoist. After a brief exchange, he finally learned the purpose of Fai Loyan Tu's visit. Before the world's energy was severed, the sword sect created a trial called Sword 72. Now that the energy has returned, the trial reopens. According to the sword sect's records, one who passes the trial will obtain all sword techniques. But to this day, not even a sword sect disciple has passed it, or even entered it. Wang Sheng scratched his head, realizing the situation, but humbly stated that his cultivation was still shallow, and he might not pass the trial. the elder responded with confidence, questioning why he couldn't. Fei Yu, you are the leader of the new era of sword cultivators. Your sword bone and body truly make you a swordsman. Hearing such praise, his head spun, and his face froze. Pale. Wang Sheng was silent for a long time, clenching his knees as he thought seriously, then said, I really can't refuse this, but I can try. Perhaps my legs will recover in 2 days and I can set off for Swordgate Pass. So many people have wanted the Sword Sex sword control technique for the past year, and I can't miss this opportunity. That's easy, Lianzi said happily. I just so happen to have brought the sex holy medicine. Wang Sheng replied, I appreciate the thought, Taoist. Actually, these wounds aren't difficult for me to recover from. My leg injuries may seem severe, but healing them isn't too hard. If I use this opportunity to temper my bones, I can advance to the next level. Wang Sheng whimpered, Senior sister, I was wrong. The girl following the Taoist mischievously whispered, Master, are they talking about Taoist Fai Ngu and immortal Bat Ngu? Hearing this, he chuckled, cutting him off. I understand. As their car continued through the city, a voice shouted, What did you say? Mao Yue urged. Can your legs recover now, Master Dao? I just received word that some of our people were attacked by heretics with serious casualties. Wang Sheng was stunned. What? The scene shifts, and everyone quickly moves by helicopter as Mu Yue reports. Daozhang Wang, those heretics from the Five Gods sect, have now fled to an island. They claim to have over 100 hostages and want to negotiate the order of the cultivation world with the government. He frowned. It's the Five Gods sect again. I suspect they have other demands. After receiving the report, Mao Nguyet trembled. They demanded that he and the team leader negotiate, or they would kill a hostage every 3 minutes. They've already started executing hostages. Wang Sheng's face darkens. I understand. Afterward, he quickly had Guanxuan apply medicine to his feet. Wang Sheng figured, since Mo Yinshen died by his hand, their asking him to come is either for revenge or to show off their power. I'll protect Shimu to buy you some time. Just do as I say. He surmised that if the Sanctifier was just a troublemaker, this was the evil path's challenge to the government. No wonder the Five God sect was so fearless. No wonder I was taken away by a group in my past life. He instructed Guanxuan, Senior, once I unleash the full medicinal power, my legs will be completely healed. Wait for me at the camp. You don't need to get involved. Suddenly she says nothing, simply standing up straight. Wang Sheng is stunned. Senior apprentice sister. Quan Huyen said something, trying to speak slowly so Vuong Thang could understand. He watched her intently, realizing she meant for them to go together. You know you can't stop Guanxuan, so we'll go together. Everyone here is discussing the plan, and the entire island has been sealed off. The elite team of the combat organization will arrive in 15 minutes. By leveraging their numerical advantage, firepower, and perimeter control, we will definitely be able to catch the enemy. The enemies are manageable, but we must prioritize the hostages' safety. At the same time, you and everyone else quickly arrived at the scene. Wang Shang spoke. Master, hearing your voice, you quickly turned around. Xiaoshang anxiously asked, What is the current situation? Zhelang said, contrary to expectations. The enemy has several Hudon stage cultivators, and their subordinates include hundreds of evil cultivators, with the key point being that they still hold hostages, telling us to throw mice and still fear breaking the jar. He hastily said, Let me go alone. After all, I have cultivation, and can find a way to stall for time. She replied, Now is not the time for sentimentality. They want us to go there too. Besides, if my life can be exchanged for the safety of the 2 hostages, my sacrifice will have meaning. Hatsahai's subordinate rushed in to report. Chief, the information team has a response. The heretics have agreed to a video call. Shilang quickly said, Okay, let me see what tricks they are planning now, and if I can identify the opponent's identity. His subordinate quickly reported back, confirming based on the document display that you are the leader of the Five God sect, Shui Nu Shen. A voice echoed from the other side. Commander Qiling, I was wondering if you wouldn't appear in this video. After a pause, he continued, We'll kill everyone here. She remained calm, saying, If you're so confident in facing us, why take innocent civilians hostage? He retorted, You are wrong. Humans are the ones bearing the sins. Dying at my hands is just their fate. He said this without a hint of hesitation. Zhelang checked the time and said, I will be there in 3 hours, but you must stop the innocent killings. He continued, If you don't show up in 3 hours, I will stand before you and kill each of you one by one. Now, I must meet this audacious sword cultivator who killed my sworn brother. Wang Sheng steps forward. I'm here. I killed that lecherous fiend. If you want to take revenge, come find me. Why take your anger out on others? Besides, I'm not only brave, but also kind-hearted. Later, I'll do a free ritual for you. He laughed heartily, pleased. If you have courage, then if you've killed my 4th brother, and if you're afraid, You don't have to come. I'll come find you myself later. You're not even that scared, after all. Whether you want me to come over or try to catch me, even though I'm also a sword cultivator, if I accidentally hurt the senior, then forget it. I just breathe out and flick my nails. Maybe the senior no longer has the face to stay in this cultivation world. He sneered and said, "Do you think you're just a brat known for reckless talk? Bring your sword and bring along your 2 companions. I have nothing to fear." The Taoist priest stepped forward. "The sword sex Lianzi will surely learn from you in the future." Guanxuan was ready as well, adding, "If you don't appear before me in 3 hours, the island will be destroyed, and anyone who interferes with the affairs of the cultivation world will suffer the consequences." Lu Yuntu happily praised your rhetoric, saying, "Your way of rallying troops isn't bad." He scratched his head. Luckily, the sect leader reacted quickly and added 4 more people to the island. Jiling quickly added, "Everyone, prepare yourselves well. I bought us another half hour, enough time for the combat squad and the major sects in the city to prepare." Lianzi figures the combat squad and major sects must be the old masters of the core formation stage. These heretics aren't dumb enough to walk into a trap. Vuong Thang said, "If the elders come to join the exchange meeting and happen to encounter this, do we have a chance to succeed with a surprise attack by experts?" He sighed. Even with a golden core master, it's unlikely they can guarantee defeating so many cultivators in an instant. Moreover, can you really level up your golden core at this moment? Then the enlightenment stage might be a bit too extreme. I'm embarrassed. Master Vi Luyan Tudao is right. I was too naive. Vuong Thang silently thought that we do have nascent soul cultivators, but he probably won't arrive in time. Scene shifts to Zhongnan Mountain, Wuming Peak, where Tin Van and Trevan are sitting outside the cave where their master is meditating. She monitored the situation through her phone and asked, "Is the Five Gods sect an ancient Taoist sect? Aren't Paingu and Batngu in danger?" Suddenly, a lazy voice sounded. "Did my junior sister finish cooking for me?" Tin Van was startled. "Senior brother, why didn't you say a word before going out?" Ngantu stretched out, somehow suddenly lost his inspiration and had to leave the scene, glancing at Trevan with a puzzled look, wondering where his junior sister had taken in this disciple. But as he looked more closely, he couldn't hide the surprise on her face. It truly resembled his own mother. Ngantu's whole body seemed to turn to stone as he stood there staring at Trevan. "You are?" Immediately, Yanzi rushes towards her. "Xiaowen, you're Xiaowen, aren't you?" Seeing Chiwen's confusion, he realized he was being insensitive. Yanzi immediately released her, saying sadly, "Xiaowen, I'm your father. You probably don't remember me." He hesitated. "Let me clean up first, then I'll come see you." Jing Yun stepped forward. "Senior, I'm afraid you don't have time to talk to Xiaowen right now. Not only are they mute and can't speak, but even my sister-in-law, Qi Ling, is in trouble." Hearing this, both father and daughter were shocked and asked in unison, "What?" Meanwhile, Wang Xing's group arrives as 3 aircraft quickly land, and everyone heads into the island with grave expressions. At the same time, 2 people stepped forward to greet them. "Greetings, Ominers. Seniors and hello, team leader. We are Yan Zheng and Zhang Ziqiang." The old man stepped forward. "I'm only here to assist with the exorcism. I'll follow your arrangements." Wang Sheng thought these instructor cultivators all seemed to be experts in the void core realm. He silently observed them for a long time, deep in thought, before the robust young man stepped forward to greet him. "You must be Fei Yu. The plan is simple. Just show up as scheduled and draw their attention. Rest assured, we'll be protecting you in secret." Wang Sheng and Guan Xuan stepped forward to salute. "Thank you, seniors." Zhongnan draws the sword from his back and offers it to Fei Yu, saying his sword was destroyed, so he should have this one. Wang Sheng awkwardly declines, saying the gift is too generous. Zhongnam generously tells him to take it as a gift, otherwise Cheong Eanja will definitely bother him. Hearing this, Wang Zong no longer refuses. "Then thank you, senior." He awkwardly chuckled, realizing this senior must be an old friend of his master, an acquaintance. Nightfall quickly descends upon the island, and silence blankets the surroundings as everyone converges at the rendezvous point. Qiling instructed Fei Yu. "Once we lure out the nascent soul realm experts of the evil cultivators, the combat team will launch a swift attack to rescue the hostages. It'll be difficult, but try to lure the evil cultivators to our location." He continued. "I understand. We can stall for a little longer." Lianzi worried. "If we kill the evil cultivators outright, won't they be enraged?" Wang Xing explained, "They said that matters of the cultivation world should be resolved by cultivators. The less we care about the hostages, the safer they'll be. They've arrived quickly. Head for the shore and stick to the plan." As they landed, they were immediately surrounded by countless sources of dark energy, and a voice echoed from the shadows. Boy, you're the one who killed Elder Muyin of the Five God sect, aren't you? He quickly drew his sword, answering calmly. What if I am? The man shouted madly, Surrender now, or else. But before he could finish, his neck was covered in blood. Wang Sheng, full of vigor, declared, Cultivators will deal with cultivators. So, you'd threaten me with the lives of commoners? He roared, channeling his inner power. Kill them if you want. I'm here to vanquish evil. If I let you live, who knows how many more will suffer. At that moment, a voice echoed, Disciples, whoever kills this man will be rewarded with 10 years of cultivation in the 3 Laws mystic technique, and whoever kills 3 of them will send Ji Ling to the island. Then he smiled faintly and charged alone against the evil cultivators, his sword light like bones piercing through the clouds. His overwhelming aura makes them all freeze in fear. One of them charged forward, shouting, Useless trash! Kill him together and we'll split the credit. Wang Sheng was secretly pleased. It seemed his trap had worked. Next, we need to gradually increase our forces to lure out more heretics. He quickly darted toward them. None of them could even see Wang Sheng move before he was standing on the shoulder of their leader. They told each other to use magic to kill him while he's still a small fry in the embryonic stage. Could he really fly away? At the same time, a sword of light flew over, and the alchemist quickly chanted, Universe fighting method. Control the sword with qi. Eliminate demons with the sword, as it should be. Our Taoist qi soars to the heavens. As he landed, the man cheerfully asked, Phew, how was my sword control? He smiled brightly, his eyes now opened to a wider world. Suddenly, they quickly retreated into the dark thicket, exchanging glances. Wang Sheng spoke up. Dare you charge into battle with me, Taoist? Lianzai can fly over, so stay clear of me and don't underestimate them. Meanwhile, back on the boat, Guanshuan and Jiling watch in silence, each lost in their own thoughts, as Lianzi joins the battle, weaving hand seals and charging into the group of heretics. One of the heretics, terrified, cowered behind a large tree. Just who is that Taoist? Is that the legendary sword control technique? Before he could collect himself, he was ambushed and struck from behind. This is the Five God sect. So, when you said cultivators should handle things, you meant we should kill more heretics and risk losing our Tao hearts to the demonic path? The investigation team panicked and immediately ordered a retreat. A team of experts is heading your way. The Zhudan realm opponents haven't moved yet, so protect yourselves. If they insist on taking hostages, we'll launch a full-scale attack. And with that, they regrouped. Lianzi was worried. Trouble has arrived, be careful. Wang Sheng reminded Guanshuan, Senior, don't hold back later. She acknowledged with a hum, and they conspired, if we don't kill Wang Feiyu today, she will surely become a threat to us later. Lianzi anxiously warns Feiyu to be careful, as these are all nascent soul cultivators, each radiating a murderous aura, and some may have even practiced demonic arts. Wang Sheng acknowledges the warning. At that moment, Guanshuan channeled her inner power and began to ascend. Yin and Yang, the most precious of Hao Yuan. The Yin-Yang Hao-Yuan formation activates, and she rushes toward the evil cultivators as Lianzi and Wang Sheng exchange a knowing glance. Understanding each other's intentions, they charged into the fray, while Guanshuan's inner power created a massive vortex, terrifying the evil cultivators. Retreat now, but undeterred, she continues her advance. One of them shouts that the natural energy is disturbed and they can't use their power. How terrifying. What is this little girl's cultivation level? Meanwhile, deep within the island, a group gathered, centered around a girl whose powerful inner energy resonated as she spoke. They couldn't even handle those insignificant small fries. Why don't we join forces to capture Qiling and then make our escape? She is Nuthan of the water. Taiying Daoran of the Heavenly Forest sect speaks up. It's easy for us to leave, but what about the disciples? Beside her was Duan Kongming, as Ruo Shun somersaulted into the air. After capturing Qiling, we'll immediately flee, leaving them behind to distract the authorities. In this chaotic world with your strength, are you afraid you won't find followers? Meanwhile, Guanshuan's whirlwind grows more violent, expanding and swirling fiercely in the air as the bewildered heretics realize this man is truly powerful and decide to flee. At that moment, a purple light carrying a skull flew over, promising death to any who fled. Wang Sheng quickly stepped in front of her, fiercely and decisively striking at the skull with his sword. But the attack seemed to have no effect whatsoever. Do you really need a false core to deal with 3 mere cultivators? As Nuthan's people arrived, she spoke up. I'm telling you, kid, you're going to die here today. The group rushed forward, their leader shouting, Tonight, we achieve our glory. Capture Jiling at any cost. As for the others... She paused, a sly grin spreading across her face as she pointed towards Wang Sheng's group, coldly ordering, "Kill them all." The voice on the other end quickly informed Ji Ling that the rescue team had departed for the central area of the island. The operation had entered its second phase, and she replied sternly, "Understood." Immediately, Ji Ling declared, "Everyone, move out." From beneath the waves, they surged forth, shouting, "Feiyu, fall back, leave the rest to us." Nuthan didn't expect this and furiously shouted, "You dare to ambush me?" "Despicable," Zhengnan mocked as he charged forward. "All's fair in war. I am the rogue cultivator, Ninghiam Chin, here to learn from Thuy Nhu Than." With one strike, he already has her reeling. Damn it, this guy's cultivation is no less than mine. I can't shake him off in a short time. Thinking of this, Ruo Chen quickly shouted an order. "Atai, go and catch Ji Ling now." Lianzi quickly braced himself, wary of the approaching menace. Suddenly, a slender hand touched their shoulders. It was Guanshuan, throwing the two men behind her. Wang Sheng cried out in alarm, "Senior, Guanshuan is facing someone far more formidable than her." Meanwhile, old man Kong Ming took a puff of his pipe, exhaling a dense cloud of dark energy towards the two. The evil cultivator sneered, "Instead of cultivating on your mountains, the 6 Jade sects have come here to stop my evil deeds. How unfortunate, killing you will be a message to the world. So-called prestigious sects are just names." With that, he gathered his inner strength, preparing to strike the two Taoists. They quickly gather their inner strength and produce talismans, declaring, "We must stop your evil ways and show you the true power of righteousness." Immediately, a massive force slammed into Iron Eagle, stunning him, and under the assault of the two Taoists, he was sent flying like a tiny bird. The two elders stroked their beards. "Arrogant, demonic cultivators, thinking you can rely on your own strength to stir up trouble, but little do you know, you're the real clowns. Today, your fate ends here." With that, a blue light enveloped him, and he quickly summoned the heavenly lightning fire, using the 5-water lightning talisman with utmost haste. As the incantation finished, the sky was consumed by dark energy, and Guan Huan faced off against Ti Shen. He looked at her and couldn't help but admit, "You're strong, but you're just a Ket Tai. Blocking the void pill was foolish. You're destined to die today." With that, he quickly channeled his inner energy and charged toward her. But Guanshuan was unfazed, leaping into action and chanting an incantation. Stillness becomes yin, movement becomes yang, yin and yang at her command, drawing power from all directions, and a mighty azure dragon appears beside Guanshuan. It opens its jaws wide, lunging towards Thiet Than. He scoffed, too slow, too weak, utterly insignificant. Then he lunged for Guanshuan, who seemed tiny before him, yet she remained unfazed, quickly channeling her inner power into a technique. Hao Yuanzhi is unleashed once more, and Guanshuan's small frame swiftly descends, her hand striking a decisive blow against the Iron God's chest. His eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but praise, "That girl is quite something." Outside, Lu Yentu marveled, having heard that the silent immortal was extraordinary, and even the Chuan Iron God could do nothing against her. Wang Thang spoke for her. "The Taoist overpraises." Lianzi continued, No, I'm telling the truth. She's enough to deal with the 7th god of Xuan. We should protect Captain Qi." Everyone was so focused on the fight that they didn't notice a dark shadow slowly rising behind Ji Ling. But Wang Sheng quickly noticed. He warned his martial aunt to be careful, then leaped back, missing his prey, infuriating the man. "You're asking for death, kid. Don't blame me." His face bloodied, Wang Sheng managed to hold his own. Lianzi anxiously shouts, "Feiyu, get the team leader out of here now." He then slips his hand around her waist. "Forgive me, master." Rushin sees that the 3rd elder has failed, but his opponents are only at the core formation stage. If he can just stall them, he can definitely capture Ji Lang. He'll sow some chaos and buy the 3rd elder some time. Just as she thought this, Jinan struck fiercely, and Rushin cried out in pain, "The 5 God sect is here to kill all those mortals, leaving none alive." At the same time, a voice rang out, "Attention all on the island, all the hostages have been rescued." The 3 of them were shocked. What? With the plan underway, Phase 2 begins. Unite all forces and eliminate the heretics. Special forces, encircle the heretics, allowing none to escape. Meanwhile, the others are dealing with the leaders, but an announcement rings out. If they let one escape, they'll all have to destroy their cultivation. At the same time, Wang Sheng takes Ji Ling to safety and says, "Master's wife, I'm going to help them." From the box, Ji Ling emerges, unable to hold back her nausea, and warns him, "Be careful." He opened the box again, a light flashing as Wang Sheng smiled resolutely. I understand, Master. Meanwhile, the man smirks, saying the sword sect's sword control is interesting, but then adds, daring to stand in my way with such meager power? You overestimate yourself. Immediately after he unleashed a torrent of power, Lianzi knew he had to obtain the secret to crafting flying swords, or he'd be beaten to death, let alone stop him. Then a flash of light in the sky caught his attention. Wang Sheng finally arrived, diving down with his sword and shouting, Evil fiend, prepare to die! The heretic stood unfazed, ready to fight. Come, let me see how powerful you really are. With that, he transformed, his entire body covered in armor. Wang Xin thrusts his sword, but the evil cultivator remains unfazed. The Wudong 7-star sword, is that all? Suddenly, something makes the evil cultivator freeze. Something's not right. His long sword pierces the center of the fiend's chest, sinking deeper and deeper. Suddenly, a fierce glint appears in his eyes, followed by a resounding explosion. Wang Sheng is thrown back, quickly plunging his sword into the ground to regain his balance. He coughed up blood from a serious injury. Guan Huyan looked over worriedly, but fearing she'd lose focus, he shouted to reassure her, I'm fine. Hearing his words, Guan Xuan quickly regained her composure, while the evil cultivator roared, I will kill you! I will definitely kill you! Lianzi approached him, using his magic to surround the members of the Zute clan. Let's join forces and capture him. Don't let him escape. Hearing this, he quickly stood up, gritting his teeth as he looked ahead. The others were still fighting Nu Shen's forces. Lianzi looks at him. Good kid, leave this to us. Go get some rest. You'll get the credit. Wang Xing dashes out. Thank you, seniors. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Nu Thane makes a calculation. The situation is hopeless. Let's go. Ah, Tai, retreat quickly. But as they try to escape, they're blocked by a massive yin-yang diagram, and she panics. Huh, what is this? Could it be? Iron God roars, charging towards Guanshuan. The girl. Guanyun gently reached out, striking Nushin's chest with a powerful blow of inner energy. Startled, she wondered if this girl was really only at the embryonic stage. Meanwhile, Chi Nam, his face full of murderous intent, declared that the evil ends here and struck a fatal blow against Nu Than before she could react. Finally, Jinan has successfully eliminated the evildoer, who lies motionless on the ground, no longer breathing. Raising his sword to the sky, he cried, Shui Rohen is dead. Everyone, combine your strength to destroy the battlefield. Tonight, we will fight to the end until the evil cultivators are extinguished. With Shui Rushin dead, the tide has turned, and the remaining evil cultivators are easily subdued. As for the leaders, they were killed by your combined efforts. The Zhuan-Tai god was surrounded by 7 or 8 instructors and died a miserable death, his bones broken and his protective chi shattered. Furthermore, thanks to the Shudan realm expert who paved the way during the rescue, all the hostages have been freed and the combat team has arrived to clean up the aftermath. As for you and Guanshuan, after the battle, Wang Sheng leaned wearily against her, the moonlight shimmering on the sea. Xiao Sheng, Xiao Xuan, we were lucky to have you this time. A voice slowly roused him from his sleep. Jiling continued. Could you all stay with the Special Investigation Unit for a while? After all, Yanzheng and the others are mainly guarding the border. The investigation team needs your help. Guan Xuan looked at him hesitantly. Wang Sheng quickly understood. His martial sister wanted him to decide. Wang Sheng replied, Master's wife, we should wait until we've spoken with our master before deciding. Besides, I promised Senior Fei Lianzi that I would visit the sword sect. Seeing his refusal, she sighed and continued. All right, then what reward would you like this time? Buyu Feiyu, are you here? We were fortunate to have you this time, Zhengnan exclaimed with a hearty laugh. That Tangon Tu brags on Win every day about taking in 2 genius disciples. I thought he was just full of hot air. Meeting you today proves the rumor's true. Wang Sheng is stunned. Senior Ngiemchen Nam laughs heartily. Let's skip the formalities and get straight to the point. Are you 2 interested in joining the combat squad? Youngnam asks irritably. What are you doing? Stealing people? They're currently advisors for the Special Investigation Unit. How could we let such promising seeds go? And their master is just Qing Yanji, who has no real cultivation. Why not let him fight me? Whoever wins gets them both. Wang Sheng smiled wryly. Esteemed elders, please calm down. Seeing the impulsiveness of the 2 seniors, he was reminded of Tianzhang, a specialty of Longhu Mountain. Wang Sheng was dumbfounded and couldn't help but sigh. Why is Longhu Mountain always like this? Suddenly everyone noticed someone in the air and panic ensued. Orders were quickly given to prepare for battle, and anyone below the core formation realm was told to evacuate immediately. A golden core expert had arrived, and all units were ordered to prepare for combat at any moment. Jungnan was annoyingly nervous, since when did the Five Gods sect have a golden core expert? Zichang also quickly prepared ammunition. Wang Sheng interrupted the two seniors, saying that the person above seemed to be his master. Hearing this, Qiling felt a sense of unease and silently gazed at the moon for a long time. Riding his sword through the sky, Yanzi's voice boomed, "Where are the heretics?" Wang Sheng shouts, "Master, the evil cultivators have been eliminated. Master, why don't you come down?" He declared, "Looks like I came for nothing. All the better if the evil spirits have been eliminated." Xiaosheng, are you too hurt? Your cultivation is quite low. Don't cause trouble for others." Ziqiang was surprised. Are those two considered to have low cultivation? Jungnan added, "There's some truth to that. Their master is a golden core expert." Seeing the flying figure, Jungnan looked up and shouted, "Why won't you come down and meet us, Qingyan?" The figure replied, "I'm in a hurry and my clothes are too messy to be seen." "Xiaosheng, Xiaoxuan, since you're both all right, come talk to me." They quickly went to a secluded spot and greeted their master. He turned around and asked, "Have you two been causing trouble lately? I heard from junior sister Jing Yun that you two were in trouble, so I flew here on my sword as soon as you left seclusion." Guanxuan froze, unable to speak, a bit embarrassed. "These clothes just ripped in the wind, it's nothing serious." He quickly put the clothes down, took off his robe, and said, "It's because I'm useless, making master worry." Seeing this, Yanzi covered his face and scolded the child for having such misguided thoughts about his master. "Your senior apprentice is so beautiful. Why do you have such strange tastes?" Wang Sheng was stunned. His master was still his master. He offered the clothes with both hands. "Master must have met junior sister, right, mother?" "The junior sister's mother is here." Yanzi couldn't help but sigh. "Forget it, we'll meet eventually anyway." A melancholic look crosses his face. "I'll change first. Please give me some privacy." Immediately after, he playfully winked at Guanxuan. "Go quickly and call your Shimu here. She'll listen obediently." The couple gazed at each other from afar after so many years apart. Yanzi, dressed in neat robes with his hair neatly arranged, exuded the aura of an immortal. "Aling," Qiling frowned. "I have a lot to do. If you have something to say, make it quick." He then rushed forward and embraced her. "You've been avoiding me for 20 years, driving me crazy. I don't want to lose you again." Chiling's face twitched in surprise, but she softened and accepted him, embracing him tightly. "I was wrong to leave in a fit of anger back then. Please don't treat me like this. Besides, I don't have the energy to care about anything other than work right now." Yanzi, I asked seriously, "Do you know if your special investigation team is still recruiting? I don't want to be apart from you again, especially since this could get some resources for Xiaosheng and the others." Qiling quickly agreed. "Okay, I'll give you the highest compensation, and I won't let you do any chores. Xiaosheng and Xiaoxuan will be treated according to Yanzheng standards, receiving elixirs and spirit stones every month." Yanzi wondered, "What about me?" Qiling fiercely tugged his ear and whispered, "You'll be working for me for free." Yanzi quickly conceded, Okay, what's wrong with working for my wife for free?" Wang Xing couldn't help but marvel, is that all it took? "Master is indeed master," a shy voice echoed from afar. "Who's your wife? You're so annoying." From the bushes behind the group emerged a man. I knew it. Fei Yu usually calls the team leader Xinjiang. There's definitely something going on here. Zaijiang was dumbfounded. Seriously? The leader of the investigation team, a golden core cultivator, is like this? Lianzi was also excited. "Wo Liang Tianzun, this tea is going to be good." Wang Thang cried inside, "Senior disciples, do you have so much free time?" Then he looked at his master and mistress. "But this is good." Xi Ling, still questioning, reminded him to mind his image. "I'm your superior now. You have to call me team leader." Yanzi's was clearly happy, and team leader Wang Sheng shared in that joy, as his master's long-cherished wish was finally fulfilled. A few days later, at the sword sect of Northern Shu, Lianzi said awkwardly, "Fei Yu, you've really worked hard this time." Wang Sheng added, "It's my duty, Taoist Fei Lianzi." Tears well in his eyes as he realizes their sword sect has been saved. His disciple exclaimed, "A master, your image." After dealing with the Five God sect, he went to Mount Shu with Taoist Fei Lianzi. Though ostensibly here to help the sword sect, this is also an important part of his cultivation. He recalls in his past life, Wang Sheng came to the sword sect several times in search of opportunity. Little did he know he'd return here after his rebirth, this time to help. As soon as they arrived, a group of people were already waiting. The old man smiled. "We've kept you waiting, young friend. This is the Grand Elder of the Sword Sect. He praised, so young, yet carrying two sword intents. Feiyu is indeed a sword genius. Feiyu bowed. You flatter me, senior. The Liangyi sword intent within me was bestowed by Grand Magus Yuan. He was stunned. Grand Magus Yuan? I never expected him to have insights into the sword and to give them to others. Lian Zawai interjected. Elder, shouldn't we be discussing the main issue? The Sword Sect elder smiled kindly. No rush. We must prepare Feiyu. Rest first, and we'll discuss the trial after you've settled in. As he circulated his inner energy, he pondered. Shu Mountain Sword Sect focuses on the sword, its Tao rhythm different from Wudang, and it seems to be guiding him. He fell into contemplation, wondering how he should draw his sword from now on. After all, I was hasty in some of my actions here, recalling the words, desperately fighting the heretics, my injured leg not yet healed, yet forcing myself to save people. Arrogance is the nature of youth, but cultivating the Tao requires cultivating the heart, and becoming an immortal requires being human first. The 72 Swords is also your destiny. I cannot stop you, but after the trial, I want you to return to the mountain and meditate for 3 years, focusing on consolidating what you've gained and etching the word steadfast into your heart. He seriously reflects on himself, realizing he has become quite arrogant since descending the mountain. In the end, I still lack that initial connection to the world. Suddenly, a resounding sound makes him open his eyes. Something's off about that bell. Wang Sheng analyzes that it's Zen music, and next to the sword sect, there's a Buddhist temple. The next morning, he and Lian Zi practiced swordsmanship together, and Wang Sheng's words surprised him. You mean the Xian temple? It's been around for over 1,000 years and was originally in decline. But with a complete Buddhist heritage, it's gradually recovering since the world's spiritual energy has been restored. Hearing this, he couldn't help but wonder, why didn't the sword sect let them move? Lian Zi sighed. I asked the sect leader, and I heard that it suppresses many millennium-old demons. And now that the world's origin energy has recovered, no one knows if those demons will revive. Wang Sheng looked up to the sky. There are too many secrets in this world. I should take every chance to broaden my horizons. He then told Lian Zi his idea. Daozhang, could you take me to Xian Temple? He chuckled happily. I was going to show you around this morning, but let's change into some new clothes and go see the Buddha statues in the temple. Wang Sheng figured he'd been delayed by the sword sect's affairs, so he should tell his master first, then go to Xian Temple with Taoist Fei Lianzi. Once decided, he called his master. Don't worry. Our guests at the Heavenly Sword Sect will be treated with the utmost respect. Furthermore, at Purple Cliff Temple, there's a monk named Ru Feng. Can you have him transfer his 20 years of pure power to you? Hearing this, he was stunned. Master, are you serious? Yanzi casually said, Of course I was just joking with you, but Xian Temple isn't far from the sword sect, so if you have nothing to do, go and ask the monk Feng for me. He smiled happily, marveling at how widely connected his master was, even having acquaintances in Buddhism. The call reeked of romance. How potent. Xiling chimed in, Not bad. Wang Sheng, sensing the heavy aroma of puppy love, hung up, his mind still racing. With the restoration of primordial energy, the inheritances of famous mountains and Taoist sects are rapidly reviving, unlike the Buddhist sect, which only has a few small temples with some eminent monks. He wondered if this Xian temple was a hidden dragon, crouching tiger kind of place. Soon after, he and Lianzi arrived, and a determined voice rang out. You must be Fei Yu, right? Qing Yanji has mentioned you to me quite a bit. This man is Zen Master Ru Feng. He winked playfully, asking, But Master, have you found his wife yet? Wang Sheng chuckled. Thank you for remembering, Master Ru Feng. My master and his wife were reunited a few days ago. Ru Feng laughed heartily. Good, good. His devotion wasn't in vain. And your arrival is quite timely. He continued, Abbot, if that's true, I fear the sword sect will be implicated. It's rare for fellow Taoists Fei Lianzi and Fei Yu to be here. Why not have them take a look? The old man behind him sighed. This is Abbot Xuan Ku of Xian Temple. It's fate that you two immortals are here today. Please follow me to the well in the backyard. Hearing this, he and Lianzi became a little tense. As they arrived, the abbot explained that this was the Demon Sealing Well, rumored to conceal a great demon-sealing formation, suppressing an ancient demon for 1,000 years. Before the world's spiritual energy recovered, a cave could be seen beneath this well. Lianzi, confused, asked, Master Ru Feng, what does the abbot mean? Ru Feng quickly explained that after the restoration of spiritual energy, the grand formation in the well had opened and the cave had disappeared, but a change had occurred here last month. You'll know it when you see it. Wang Sheng immediately recognized it as demonic energy. He continued, That's right. The Great Formation has endured for 1,000 years and is no longer a deterrent. It could be destroyed at any moment. At that time, the suppressed ancient demon will likely awaken, causing great chaos in the world. He was stunned. Could the ancient demon have survived 1,000 years of suppression? Even a golden core cultivator in prime condition only lives for 800 years. What realm does this ancient demon truly belong to? If it were to escape, it would be a disaster for the mortal realm. After learning that the Xi'an Temple was suppressing an ancient demon for 1,000 years, Wang Sheng immediately contacted the Special Investigation Team. Fei Lianzi also informed the Sword Sect elders to assist in the investigation, as no one dared to provoke the ancient demon before its awakening. After all, with a millennia-old demon involved, even the Special Investigation Team can only improvise. Ultimately, they invited high-ranking monks to reinforce the formation and purify the demonic energy, while also surveying the surrounding geology to devise a battle plan. Meanwhile, the Sword Sect promised to immediately provide reinforcements should the ancient demon stir, making the Sword 72 trials their top priority. After all, one more inheritance meant one more chance against the ancient demon. Cut to Wang Sheng standing among a crowd. The elder spoke. Sword 72 is our sect's blessed training ground, with 8 levels and 70 trials. Reaching the 7th level grants access to Mount Shu's treasure. From today onward, the entire Sword Sect will assist Fei Yu in perfecting his sword intent, ensuring his success. Sword 72 has been around for 1,000 years, and the key is whether the sword intent is perfect. To increase the success rate, Wang Sheng can only grasp the sword intent after successfully honing it. That evening, after encountering thousands of sword intents, he was nearly spent. Yet, according to the Sword Sect's methods, this was the easiest time to comprehend and break through. Sweat poured down his face, his exhaustion plain to see. It was getting late, and the elder told him to stop for the day, to spend it contemplating and to resume training the following afternoon. Wang Sheng rises, his body trembling, and bows his head in farewell, then takes his leave. Watching him depart, the elder sighs, lamenting that such a treasure sword does not belong to their sword sect. The elder smiled contentedly. The sword technique passed down by the founder was right before them. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng meditated and pondered. Although the Sword Sect's Taoist priests used their own sword intent to enter their 7-star sword formation, what exactly was this perfection they spoke of? Could it simply be the highest level of swordsmanship? The 7 stars, sword intent is changing, but what if this is just one realm and not the ultimate level? The basics are in place, with the Big Dipper revolving around the Ziwei star. But if the Ziwei Emperor star controls the Big Dipper, then I can move the sword formation as I wish, ceaselessly wielding sword intent. But how can I unleash techniques with such a sword formation? Heavenly Sword. King Wang Sheng is focused on training, but it seems a shadow in the distance is watching him. After using the Heavenly Sword, an aura appears, causing him to pause. Wang Sheng thinks a sword is a weapon. No matter how exquisite the moves, using a sword is only to kill the enemy. But what if all the changes in the moves are discarded, and only the sword intent is preserved? Wang Sheng raises his hand to the sky, and the 7-star sword formation appears, shining brightly. Witnessing the radiant display, they marveled at the potent sword intent emanating from Fang Gu's residence, until the light faded, leaving only shimmering remnants. He realized then. Located in Tuvai, governing the 7 stars, this was the true 7-star sword formation. I understand now. I finally understand. Soon after, Lianzi and Jianzong arrived as well. He frantically asks Fei Yu what just happened, and Wang Sheng sheepishly scratches his head. Seniors, it seems my 7-star sword intent has inadvertently reached perfection. Meanwhile, back with Yanzi, he's shocked. What the hell? The 7-star sword formation can be reversed? Remembering Wang Sheng's call, Master, is this the true 7-star sword formation? He recounted everything, and Yanzi replied with satisfaction. I didn't expect you to figure it out on your own. Not bad. He wondered if the sword formation was truly modified by the founder based on the 7-star sword formation. As he pondered, Yanzi retrieved an item from his pouch, wondering if he should have waited for Xiaosheng and Xiaoxuan to form their golden cores before opening the sect's treasure together. Now, he wants to see what the founder left behind all those years ago. Meanwhile, dawn breaks for Wang Sheng, and the 7-star sword formation utilizes the top-tier 7-star Ziwei. His sword intent had reached its peak yesterday, its power clearly upgraded, and after a night of refinement. Wang Sheng opened his eyes and slashed forward. He has fully grasped the sword intent. The sword sect arrives from behind, not bad. It seems Fei Yu has completely mastered the sword intent of the 7 stars. Finingu, we've discussed this all morning, so the decision is yours. Do you plan to enter the formation now or consolidate your strength for 2 months before going? Wang Sheng bowed low in respect. Senior, is the Sword 72 only a sword realm? The sword sect replied. That's right, our cultivation is effectively limited within the formation. Hearing this, Wang Sheng pondered silently and decided to enter the gate today, immediately flying towards a high mountain peak. He ventured inside alone, observing everything. Was this the Sword 72? Deep within the mountain, another stone door stood. He paused to observe, a single illuminated character hinting at the swordsman's level of sword intent. Some cultivators might even reject sword cultivation, but he slowly enters, focusing his inner energy. Wang Sheng realizes that each sect's legacy is meant to be observed, and he wonders if he can fulfill this request. The stone door slowly opens as he channels his inner energy, and Wang Sheng steps inside, likely entering the first level. He slowly surveyed his surroundings, noticing inscriptions above detailing the sword techniques of the sword sect. It said that this first level only contains basic swordsmanship, with weak sword intent, its true purpose being the stone gate ahead. It emanates power, guarded by a flame and 2 swordsmen. As soon as they see him, they attack, and Wang Sheng calmly draws his sword. He lightly stroked his sword, slowly slicing through the 3 fire figures, their speed so fast they were defeated before they could react. Immediately, all 3 fire figures quickly dissipated. He sheathed his sword, realizing that even though it was only the first level of sword intent, if the 7-star sword intent had reached perfection, taking it all on wouldn't have been as easy as it was just now. Next up is level 7. With that, he pushed open the stone door and a burst of light flashed. He continued to fight the sword spirits within the 2nd level, then the 3rd, followed by the 4th and 5th. It seems that the higher you go, the stronger the opponents become. On the way here, the 7-star sword intent was basically a sweeping state, which was extremely limiting for your advancement. Therefore, Wang Sheng took the opportunity to hone his mastery of the dual polarity sword intent, which wasn't limited to the dual polarity divine beast. So he deliberately suppressed the 7-star sword intent, relying solely on the dual polarity sword intent to face the trials. Gradually, he understood the essence of the duality sword intent. The duality sword intent allows for both offense and defense, embodying the extreme of movement and stillness, like the yin and yang shining together. In the end, he finally understood the techniques of that sword intent. Although he had some wounds, he still managed to defeat them all. Then Vuong Thang reinserted the sword, focused on circulating his internal energy, and the duality sword intent had fully upgraded. It would probably be very difficult for others to counter during the trial, so he could handle the next entrusted task smoothly before rushing into door 54 to reach the next level. Immediately he stepped into a room filled with bright torches, and inside, a powerful ancient energy made him stop in shock as a voice echoed, "Shushan no longer has anyone paying attention." Wang Sheng was startled. "Who is it?" The voice echoed, "I am Qing Feng Daoren, the sword spirit of the sword sect's founder, and I am responsible for maintaining the Great Formation. You are not a disciple of Thuxun. Why are you here?" I respectfully introduce myself as Vuong Thang, a sword cultivator from Vodong Mountain, invited by the senior of Thuxun. When I came to the sword sect to learn the art of controlling the sword, the ability to command the sword of Thuxun had been lost since the primordial energy was cut off 1,000 years ago. The aura inside the door gradually escaped. As controlling the sword is fundamental to Thuxun, how could those bastards let it be lost? The old man in front of you is the sword sect's spirit array master, he continued. Moreover, what evidence do you have to prove that spiritual energy has vanished for 1,000 years? Vuong Thang stepped forward happily and said, "Senior, how about I tell you what happened many years ago?" He pondered, and when I fell into a deep sleep, the vital energy of heaven and earth truly continued to dissipate. Just try saying it. Then I will start from the courtyard. So I began rambling and recounting everything from the beginning. Vuong Thang sighed with envy, truly admiring those protagonists who travel through time to ancient eras in online stories for their perfect memory of everything. That's why the Shushan sect's inheritance has been well preserved over the 1,000 years. Sword sect's spirit of battle said, "So you are the successor of Lu Dongbin? But why are you not a pure yang sword immortal, but a Tuvai heavenly sword?" I'm confused for a moment. Forget it, just charge in. I won't hold back either. If I injure you, don't blame my Shushan disciples. Vuong Thang then leapt up without hesitation, saying, "Thank you, senior, for your mercy." He then quickly leapt up towards him and loudly asked, "May I ask for your guidance?" Kim Tong Tran Lin also refused to be outdone, immediately unleashing a move of sword intent that shimmered like an illusion. Not bad, but if you've entered the 32 insights of sword domination, your talent ranks among the top 10. Immediately after, a fierce sword dance erupted between him and Kim Tong Tran Lin, and he couldn't help but praise. Good boy, if you were a disciple of Shushan, I would have let you pass long ago. Too bad you're not. Vuong Thang swung his sword and said, Thank you, Senior, for the compliment, but I still have one more move today, Senior. With boldness, I dare to challenge you. Then he tiptoed and launched forward, the Death Fate sword fiercely rushing through. The sword sect's battle spirit glared and shouted, Come on, let me see your limit. The surrounding rocks and dirt couldn't withstand the power of both of you and were violently thrown into the air. As he attacked, he offered guidance. Sword control techniques lie in gates 61 through 63. 3 volumes in all, you'll need to put in some effort to acquire them all. Soon after, he reached another door. Wang Sheng couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, finally arriving. The 7th trial conceals the gateway to sword control. The sword sect formation spirit's voice echoed once more. If the people of Shu Mountain agree, you can cultivate as you wish, so why not stay here with me a while longer, he said, appearing as a beam of light. So, mastering sword control will be helpful when you attempt the 9th trial later on, he stammered. But, Senior, Qingfeng Zhenren's disciples are still waiting for Xingjianzong in sword control. Before he could finish, the senior rushed forward, saying it was their fault for being useless. He hurriedly retrieved his sword with a wry smile. After one fight, he had to fight again. Of the 72 sword trials, the difficulty of each subsequent trial was naturally a bit higher. The strength displayed by each formation spirit is based on the upper limit set by the Grand Formation. Perhaps because they understood each other in the 54th gate, the formation spirit's attitude became much friendlier. He tells him that the path of the sword has 3 realms: heaven, earth, and man. Man is the foundation, and earth uses the sword as its guide. Your purple star sword belongs to the sword path formed by the power of heaven and earth. He not only pointed out the flaws in Wang Qing's swordsmanship, but also offered guidance or playful banter each time he was pushed back, only to smirk mischievously after each exchange. Not bad, kid. Keep it up. What's wrong? Already giving up? Want me to spot you 3 moves? As the saying goes, a sword reflects its master, but he really wonders if the Azure Dragon ancestor had masochistic tendencies. Otherwise, why would his sword take pleasure in tormenting others? Time passed and a year had gone by in the blink of an eye. The stone cave door slowly opened and Wang Sheng emerged with a bright smile, finally free. From within, the sword sect formation spirit's voice echoed, Boy, you forgot something. He instinctively caught it. Wang Sheng was stunned as the elder appeared, saying that in this day and age, how could he let him leave empty-handed? This is a finished flying sword, just take it. The sword ring is a type of sword containing sword control techniques, forged from precious materials and nurtured within one's core to slay enemies. He bows respectfully, thanking the elder for the treasure. This array elder has given me a great gift. The elders are so impatient. He immediately glares and tells me to get lost. The young man still lacks patience. Li Mei only secluded himself for a year, when disciples in the past would stay for 3 to 5. He scratched his head. The elder is absolutely right. I accept your guidance. Mentioning him, he smiled wryly, his face stiffening as he said, More like you want to keep tormenting me, right? Half a year prior, he had already released the entire sword control technique, then secluded himself in Sword Chamber 72 for a year, and now Wang Shengjue will tell the sword sect elders about the spirit formation senior. He figured more young disciples would brave the formation in the future, and the formation spirit wouldn't be so bored. Lianzi added, If you hadn't come out after another year, I was ready to dig up the whole mountain. The Grand Elder continued, You've helped us immensely this time, so we've decided to give you a gift. Looking at the gleaming gold badge, Wang Sheng's smile froze. A lifetime honorary award? He feared I'd refuse, so he announced it beforehand, saying it was a token of their appreciation. Fi you, don't refuse. He quickly accepts the honor. In the future, I will consider myself a member of the sword sect, and if the sect is ever in trouble, I will rush to its aid. The trial is over and he won't be staying. He bids farewell and leaves the sword sect with everyone seeing him off. Take care, Elder Fei Yu, and return to your seclusion if nothing arises. Cut to Mount Wudang, to Qing Yanzi's small courtyard. Wang Sheng thought to himself, after all, he still had his little courtyard on Mount Wudang, where he had lived for years with his master and senior apprentice. It had been a year since he'd returned, and he wondered how they were doing. He quickly messages Guanshuan, then tidies up his place, the message reading, Senior sister, I'm back on Mount Wudang. Her angry emoji makes him jump. Wang Xing quickly explained, Senior, I've been in seclusion, and my phone ran out of battery, so I couldn't contact anyone. He thought to himself that his senior seemed very upset about him being out of touch for the past year, and he needed to quickly change the subject to cheer her up. Meanwhile, Guanshuan was furious, but he texted again, I learned a lot of new skills at the sword sect. I'll show you sometime. In the past year, his master became a celebrity known as the government's exorcist, spending most of his time cultivating or with his mistress, while his senior sister was out and about at least once a month, which was quite tiring. It seems his senior sister has even stronger opinions about their master, but because of that, Guanxuan always receives a decent reward for his missions. Not only has her cultivation speed not decreased this year, but she's likely to advance to the core formation stage within 6 months. He pondered, her speed truly befitting a heavenly ranking expert. He wondered when he could ever catch up. And there's the sword ring made from 5-element gold. If I can successfully temper it, I won't need to change flying swords before reaching the flying star realm, right? But the violet heaven sword and other premium flying swords are just ways to protect my path. Pure Yang Immortal Qiao is my true path to immortality, so I should focus on cultivating. This time, my return to the mountain was too low-key, attracting no one's attention. If he hadn't alarmed Ying Long while retrieving items for the investigation team, no one would have known he was back. The two were surprised to see him laden with gear. Fei Yu, when did you get back? It's been a year. Your fellow disciples will want to catch up. Furthermore, Wang Xing rarely socialized, preferring to follow his master's orders and seclude himself. Another year passed, and a phone call from his master finally roused him. That night, Master Yanzi called Wang Xing, who asked in surprise, "Master, are you saying that the inheritances of 5 Taoist families have been stolen in the last 3 days?" Yanzi continued, "Yes, you've encountered similar incidents before, which is why I'm asking if you have any leads." Upon hearing this, he said, "Master, I think these events are related to the Yin-Yang sect." Wang Sheng then recounted a series of past events. Upon hearing this, Yanzi reassured him, "Don't dwell on it. Focus on your training and follow your senior sister's example." He quickly replied, "Understood. I won't leave the mountain until I reach the golden core stage." As soon as he finished speaking, he added, "Actually, I have a task for you." The next day, Wang Sheng grumbled, "Why do I have to attend this preparatory meeting for the Special Investigation Unit's inaugural Immortal Dao conference?" On the phone screen were Meng Yue and Guanxuan, and upon seeing him, Meng Yue excitedly shouted, "Master Wang is online." Guanxuan quickly presses her spicy pepper face close to the screen. "If junior brother doesn't come, baby's gonna be angry." Wang Xing smiled wryly. "Long time no see, senior sister." Meanwhile, Meng Yue hurriedly calmed the silent fairy. "Stay calm, stay calm." Jiling speaks up. "Now that everyone's here, let's begin." Mo Yue states, "First, over 2 years ago, thanks to Taoist Wang's warning, we began to pay attention to this organization. Though this meeting was ostensibly called to discuss the upcoming Immortal Assembly, the recent activity of the Yin-Yang sect loomed large, and Wang Sheng suspected his master was using the assembly as a pretext to destroy them." Jiling spoke, "Using the strength of the righteous path to suppress the heretics. This was originally our policy to see if we could lure them out. The saying goes that after a while, it will be dark." Wangthang sighed, exhausted from the day, knowing it was finally over. "Judging by our mistress's arrangements, the Yin-Yang sect may have bitten off more than they can chew this time." Suddenly, everyone cried out in alarm, "Something's wrong, something's terribly wrong." "The secret vault is on fire. Quickly put out the flames. One of the guarding disciples is injured and 3 registers have been lost. Quickly block off the mountain and investigate. A disciple is seriously injured and has died. Whoever has a way to save him, come and help quickly. You better hurry over. This doesn't look good." So, the Yin-Yang sect has finally made its move against Wudong Mountain. Meanwhile, everyone is in an uproar, and those in the nascent soul realm are fully investigating the thieves' whereabouts. Suddenly a thought flashed through Wang Zhang's mind, making him stop. No, this big fire is just meant to create chaos. The thief clearly knows that Mount Wudong has many experts, so they must be disguising themselves and sneaking in during the chaos. Thinking of this, he looked up to the sky and shouted, "Senior uncles and aunts, wait a moment. We can't let them escape. We must stop them." Tuihan quickly reached him and asked, "Finu, do you have any clues?" Wangthang anxiously said, "Senior, please stop the disciples chasing after them immediately. The other side is very likely to have infiltrated inside there." His face grew serious. Tuihan said, "Let's split up and chase them." While pursuing the target, he was also assessing whether they were indeed the ones he suspected, but neither side was the right one. Wangthang quietly thought to himself that he had encountered several groups of people without discovering the traitor's whereabouts, and he was also unsure about how Cao Su Thuk was doing. Suddenly, he turned around and sensed Cao Su Thuk's primordial energy wave behind him. The intruders whispered to each other, The rotten monk called for reinforcements. Kill him quickly. The warriors from the martial mountain are coming soon. Strike fast and win fast. Suddenly, a voice rang out from above. Destroy my sect's treasure hall. Injure my disciples. How can the martial mountain allow someone like you to continue threatening us? Hearing such a terrifying sound, the two men looked up at the sky in fear, and immediately a huge hand appeared clearly in front of everyone. The former head of the sect glared and seized these two, while others began assessing the damages to the sect. Moreover, the elder had not secluded himself to discuss the destruction of the tomb. Even though the former head of the sect had taken action to control the thief, there were still losses. Vosan not only lost the scriptures to thieves, but also 4 guards were killed. Brother Chu Yinglong was in great danger from the fire poison attack, his wounds too severe, and even with help he could barely breathe. Wangxing offered a pill. Master, I have a pill that the investigation team researched. It can stabilize senior brother's injuries. In this day and age, human life is not to be taken lightly, and the Yin-Yang sect's actions tonight have made them enemies of Mount Wudang. Immediately after, a meeting was convened. The enemy's swift action to kill and seize the scriptures from the burning Taoist hall in such a short time truly left no room for error. If it weren't for Fei Yu's quick reaction, the 2 thieves might have escaped amidst the chaos. Shui Hong spoke, saying, Master, the stolen scriptures are not on those 2 thieves. They probably hid them somewhere else. The senior disciple analyzed that the thieves clearly planned this for a long time with a detailed plan. If the scriptures are not on them, then they must have an accomplice hiding inside the sect. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be surprised. The meaning is that the current speaker is the previous head of the sect responding to everyone's comments. The martial arts hall has spies. The man with glasses is angry. I will go catch that traitor right now. Using torture to extract information, Tuihan steps forward to stop them. Brother, don't be angry. Soon after, the sect leader asked Fei Yu if he knew any information, given his close relationship with the investigation team. Wangxing reports that the Yin-Yang sect has been stealing scriptures from various sects in recent years, and their methods may have been deduced. The stolen scriptures are likely hidden on spies, but how to find them? As long as senior brother wakes up, they definitely won't be able to escape anymore. Everyone has already gathered since this morning. One of them wondered why the sect leader had gathered them there. The other replied, There was a theft on the mountain. Perhaps he wants to reassure us. I heard there's an internal letter appearing on the mountain, and they want to investigate the disciples thoroughly. I wonder how Brother Yinglong's injury is doing. My master said his wound isn't too serious, but he might be unconscious for a while. Suddenly, a fierce voice boomed loudly in the large room. What? Winglong has woken up and he said, Who is the spy? Good, I won't let him go. Vuong Thang watched the disciples' actions, among them a pockmarked man looking around, and he immediately guessed it was him. The man then nervously drew a knife from his sleeve and pressed it against the neck of the person in front of him. A fierce surge of sword energy sliced into his hand, sending him crashing to the ground, blood gushing. It was Wang Sheng who, without moving, had found the spy and struck him with a flying sword technique. Immediately, the mole was apprehended, and the Wudang elders wasted no time in conducting an on-the-spot trial. It turns out that after leading those heretics to the mountain, he had been hiding the scriptures within it all along. The 2 heretics fled in the chaos, but only after releasing a smokescreen. In reality, the spy hid some of the texts on his person, planning to smuggle them out after the deed was done. Though the spy was handed over to the special investigation team, effectively ending the matter, the deaths of 4 prominent Wudang disciples and the serious injury of senior brother Yinglong will undoubtedly have repercussions. Fortunately, Yinglong received timely treatment and is now out of danger. The elder said, We've contacted the Medicine God Valley and asked for their help, so you don't need to worry, Fei Yu. He breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, then I'll go and gather with the special investigation team. Wang Sheng couldn't help but think that with the influence of Wudang Mountain, the Medicine God Valley shouldn't refuse. If that's the case, then I can focus on the Immortal Tao Assembly. At the same time, Mao Yue arrives waving happily. Master Wang, I was wondering, are we heading to Mount Sangking right away? Wang Sheng hastily replied, We'll head there now. Just let me prepare a bit more. He looked weary. This upcoming Taoist convention, though ostensibly about unifying the Taoist legacy, was actually a ploy to lure out the Yin-Yang sect. It seemed a storm was brewing. Suddenly, a package of pastries was offered to him. Lost in thought, Wang Sheng mechanically replies, Thank you, then turns in surprise at a familiar voice. Senior sister. Meng Yue smiled. Immortal Bu Yu heard about what happened at Mount Wudang, so she followed us here. As he took a bite of the cake, he thought, Senior sister is worried about me. That's why she rushed over here. Wang Sheng couldn't help but smile. Thank you, senior sister. I'm fine. Zhen Guanshuan pulled out a yellow cloth bag and handed it to him, and he was immediately buried under a mountain of snacks. Did senior sister prepare all this as a reward for the winner? That brocade pouch is a newly researched artifact, yet my senior sister sees it as a snack bag. Wang Sheng couldn't help but sigh, not expecting his senior sister to have stabilized her breakthrough to the core formation realm during his year of seclusion. Is her greatest advantage really being able to play on her phone while eating? In his past life, the first 10 years of the Spirit Qi revival saw changes every year as cultivators rose, and as the desires and methods of the heretical cultivators worsened, the government gradually stopped holding back. He quickly arrives at a high mountain, Mount Tom Thon, the location for the upcoming Immortal Tao Assembly. This Immortal Tao Assembly is the government's first active strike against heretics, and it's meant to lure out the Yin-Yang sect, with Xinyang preparing even heavier bait. He looked up at the sky, at the aircraft carrying the ancient celestial stele recovered from the moon, the one rumored to contain supreme immortal techniques used as bait for the Yin-Yang sect. Master Liang is truly sparing no expense. If only someone had helped clear up the misunderstanding before, his face darkened. Whispers spread as a suspicious Taoist enters the hall, drawing attention in the lower area. The target is confirmed to be a heretic cultivator in disguise. Exercise caution and report combat strength. Report combat strength. Annoyed, Mu Yue shouts, "Report what? Did you swallow the briefing?" That's Wang Fei Yu, junior disciple of Immortal Bu Yu, second disciple of Taoist Bu Yan, head advisor of the investigation team, and chief executive of this assembly. He listened to Mao Yue, his head spinning. Why did this introduction sound so familiar? After days of preparation, Mu Yue and the others are ready for the Immortal Tao Conference, which is fast approaching. Wang Xing is tasked with making an announcement. Esteemed masters, please don't step on the grass we've placed outside. He thinks to himself, isn't this a job for extras? If the author were lazy, he probably wouldn't even bother drawing faces, right? From afar, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and it was Lianzi who shouted happily, "Elder Fei Yu, I've missed you so much. You helped Sword Sect recover the sword control technique. We'll definitely help you this time." Wang Sheng laughs, "You're too kind, Senior Fei." Shuixing also arrived, looking at him with a smile. "Fei Yu, you're in good spirits." Wang Sheng stepped forward. "Senior Gao, you're here too. How is Senior Brother Yinglong?" Fortunately, the special investigation team invited the elder from the Medicine God sect to help. Now, Yinglong has regained consciousness, and before I left, my master told me to give this to you. He quickly opened the box and said, "Thank you for everything you've done for Wudang. This sword is called Bing Li, a 1,000-year-old traditional sword. I trust you will not shame it." He carefully examined the sword, noticing a hidden cold aura within that even affected his own sword spirit, indicating that this high-level sword could be called a divine treasure. Lu Yintu sighed, "The sword is good but not suitable for Fei Ngu or for Vodang to exchange for another one." Tui Han countered, "This sword is a tool that extends the mind, originally an external object. Holding it in hand can be called sword cultivation, so why wouldn't it be appropriate?" Tuluyan also expressed his opinion, but what he said was wrong. Although a sword is a weapon, it is connected with oneself. Only then can one reach the sword cultivation transformation stage. Tui Han replied, "I do not agree. The way of the sword is one's destiny. If what you say is true, wouldn't swinging the sword also cause harm to others?" Tuluyan replied, "Even if it wounds others' spirits, I still grasp the essence of the sword path." Tui Han countered, "Perhaps it is because heaven and earth and all things are outside the sword, which is why this is called the sword's mind." Lo Yantu refusing to give in is understandable, whereas all things in heaven and earth are contained within the sword, resonating with oneself. Fuangthang watched the two argue, and couldn't help but be puzzled. "Master, Senior Apprentice Lu Yintu and Master Tui Han are annoyed, saying that without conclusive evidence your cultivation levels are comparable, so we might as well refine our skills." Lu Yintu naturally isn't afraid, and I happen to have this idea. Let's find a secluded place and avoid causing more trouble for Finu. You sweat and smile bitterly, just sharpening skills. Definitely don't fight seriously. Wang Sheng feels helpless. Even though they won't really fight, it's better to tell Mao Yue. Everyone's talking, the two elders from Wudang and Sword Sect are fighting. Don't misunderstand, they're just training together. Let's go watch a movie. Vuong Thong looked at Thon Kim. Although the Ice Lai sword's boosting effect on True Yuan was helpful, its level up of techniques wasn't significant. At this moment, his senior sister didn't have a weapon to hold this sword. At the same time, a piercing scream suddenly rang out, startling you, "My older brother." Vuong Thong just broke out in a sweat when he heard the voice. No way. From afar, Tianzhong rushed forward like a whirlwind, shouting non-stop. Do you have no conscience at all, Brother Thang? Last time I was seriously injured, you didn't come to visit me. Vuong Thang was surprised. How did he arrive so quickly? Suddenly, a long chain shot quickly toward Thien Truong. Kid, stay quiet for a moment. Wang Sheng stepped forward respectfully. Greetings, Senior. Please, there's no need for formalities. Tianzhong chuckled. Brother Sheng, thank you for last time. I've brought a gift of gratitude for you. In short, while cultivation values refinement, it doesn't mean cultivators disregard the reputation of their lineage. So creating a hall of fame for inner disciples is the perfect opportunity to promote their teachings. Therefore, the participating cultivators at the Divine Way Conference were very enthusiastic. Yunji stepped forward to bow, having not seen each other for a long time. Furthermore, this grand celestial path gathering is of great importance, from the time the primordial energy of heaven and earth recovered until now. The current celestial gathering focuses on the strength of young disciples, who compete through accumulation points to rank their sects. Finally, the sect that ranks in the top 8 in points will earn the right to participate in the immortal encounter. Although this proposal is somewhat risky, your master arranged it not only to deal with the yin-yang sect, but also to leverage the power of the pre-celestial Tao realm to gain further insight into BNA's secrets. Yanzi announces, it wasn't easy to invite everyone here today. You all want to hone your skills with magical treasures, display your techniques, and take this opportunity to intimidate thieves. Showcasing the grandeur of the Immortal Path, I hereby declare the first Immortal Path Assembly officially open, and everyone below is buzzing with excitement. This is some tool responsible for officiating as a judge, and also needs to distinguish between heretical and orthodox practices. Mao Nguyet, standing nearby, said, Master Vuong, I think based on the style of the yin-yang sect, they probably wouldn't dare to appear openly. He explained, the allure of the immortal stele is indeed great. Even without the yin-yang sect, we can't ignore examples like this man. As he spoke, he pointed to a monk calmly eating a cake. Maoya wondered what the problem was with this Buddhist cultivator who hadn't gone without food. Wang Sheng analyzed that only the elderly had trouble swallowing. Like him, either they've long practiced abstinence and can't adjust to eating, or they're not used to the fat-free vegetarian food of Orthodox Buddhism. Immediately, Wang Sheng quickly approached the man. Venerable Shichan, your opponent has requested a review of the match's outcome. Would you accompany me? Shichan happily replied, Of course, lead the way. Wang Sheng inquired as to where the monk was from, and he replied that he was an orphan taken in by his master and raised in the temple. At the same time, he exchanged a glance with Guanshuan Shen, who quickly nodded in agreement, and the two went to a secluded place where Wang Sheng probed. The Buddhist faith values all living things, yet they participate in worldly affairs. Tikan spoke, I am only here on the orders of the abbot. But before he could finish, a sword flew past. Tichan swiftly turned, gracefully evading the attack as Wang Sheng watched his effortless reversal. He knew then that his suspicions were correct. Guanshuan quickly went on the defensive, determined to expose him. In just a few short days, the taciturn master Tichan had even broken through from the gathering spirit realm to the core formation realm. I am truly in awe. He clasped his hands together, and a radiant halo in the shape of the Buddha shone brightly. Wang Sheng quickly formed a hand seal, and the prayer beads around his neck snapped, striking his chest and causing blood to flow. He channeled his inner energy. The Taoists oppress our Buddhists so, bullying us beyond reason. Guanshuan said nothing, silently channeling her energy to strike him. Wang Sheng smiled faintly. Even now, you still provoke the Buddhist and Taoist sects. Aren't you underestimating the great Zen masters of Buddhism? As soon as he finished speaking, Guanshuan swiftly finished him off. He lay motionless on the ground after her attack, and Wang Sheng immediately removed his mask. They say those who work for the yin-yang sect for many years can sell their masks wholesale. The final product has a new update. He told Guanshuan, Senior, please contact Mu Yue and the others and have them come here to strip this man. Hearing this, she was a little surprised, her mind reeling. Wang Sheng quickly explained, I meant to check if he has any symbols of the yin-yang sect, not to sodomize him. In the interrogation room, the man lowered his head and muttered, Yin and yang transform all things. This body belongs to the gods. Through the truth serum they'd just developed, they learned that the heretic cultivator was named Wan Lingqian, a minor leader in the yin-yang sect, and through his testimony they obtained a great deal of information about the yin-yang sect. Lingqian continued, All things are born of yin and yang. The yin-yang sect is divine, and before long, our yin-yang sect will surely rule the entire cultivation world. To give you some background, the organization, known fully as the Yin-Yang Myriad Return Sect, has two leaders, one yin and one yang. Besides the 9 great elders under the leaders, there are experts like Wan Lingchen who have joined in recent years. To gain a position in the Yin-Yang sect, one needs not only cultivation, but also loyalty to the Yin-Yang sect. Manhwa pondered, realizing the scale of it all. The Yin-Yang sect was indeed terrifying. Wang Sheng spoke up. Who stole the Wudong Mountain scriptures? He continued. Elder Zhu Kuo was in charge because we had to find the Yin-Yang secret records stolen by the Taoists. He was shocked. The Yin-Yang secret records. Could it be the legacy of the Prishan Yin-Yang clan, exiled to Goyoju Island by the Taoists 1800 years ago? Manhwa was shocked. The Yin-Yang sect had a deeper background than they realized. They hadn't taken them seriously enough. He continued, surprised they'd been in hiding for 1,000 years. It seems that to overthrow the Yin-Yang sect, we must rely on the power of both the government and the orthodox sects. Meanwhile, Yanzi quickly realizes that the Yin-Yang sect is actually the former Qin Yin-Yang clan that our ancestors drove to Ying Island. But what did you say the name of the text the Yin-Yang sect is searching for is? Wang Sheng said, I think it's the Yin-Yang secret records. Master, if we continue to ignore the Yin-Yang sect and the Myriad Things sect, it will surely lead to great trouble. Yanzi spoke up. Wait a moment. Suddenly he exclaimed, This is bad. Xiaosheng, go get your senior sister. The boy was stunned, not understanding what was happening. He presented a book of explanations. This was given to me by an old senior from Mount Zhongnan before Linzhong. The yin-yang technique your senior sister is studying is the practice recorded within. Hearing this, he exclaimed in surprise, What? Guanshuan was quickly summoned, silently observing the surroundings as the other two remained silent. Wang Shen and Yanzi paced back and forth in the room. She sat in the middle, watching the two masters and disciples for a long time. He scratched his head, thinking that the yin-yang technique his senior sister used was actually the yin-yang secret record. If this were to spread, even if the yin-yang sect had many old lives, they would come to fight for the secret manual, even killing his senior sister. Thinking this, Wang Sheng had an idea. Master, how about we temporarily stop senior sister from using this technique? Yanzi said, Your senior sister has been going down the mountain frequently these past few years. She might have already been noticed. He frowned. How about having her go into seclusion on the mountain for a few years? Once we've eliminated these heretics, how can they cause us any more trouble? Yanzi said seriously, I'll call a Ling first to ask how big this yin-yang sect is. If need be, I'll trick the other sects into joining forces to wipe them out. Guanshuan fell into thought. My master and junior brother are so scary. Why don't I understand what they're saying? I'm pretty smart, aren't I? I could actually help. I'm so hungry, I've been wronged. With the phone call ended, Yanzi's face grew even more tense. This was going to be troublesome. Wang Sheng was anxious. Master, what did our mistress say? He recounted that the yin-yang sect had already won over nearly half of the evil faction's experts. Your master's wife wants to deal with them, but we need an opportunity to provoke the sects into uniting. I'm thinking of writing an article on the yin-yang manual, but that would still implicate little Zhuan. If we link the yin-yang manual to the immortal tablet, perhaps we can lure out the yin-yang sect? Quan Huan, confused, quickly reaches for her phone. As they scrambled for a solution, a message notification chimed. Master, if my cultivation technique is what the heretics are after, let me face them. Your junior brother is young, and your master's family has only been reunited for a short time. I have no worries, and I understand what it means to eliminate demons and destroy evil. Yanzi patted her head affectionately, reassuring her. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. Your master can handle it. Suddenly, Wang Sheng forces a smile and says to her, But, senior sister, please explain. Where exactly is this junior brother small? She quickly gathers her inner strength, rolls up her sleeves and grins mischievously, looking at him as if to ask, Want to find out? Wang Sheng broke out in a cold sweat, sensing a murderous aura. The next day, everyone quickly gathered at the arena. The scene was incredibly lively. Lienza couldn't help but wonder, the soul-severing sword. Fei Yu. Why did you bring it out here? Wang Sheng says that a great evil sect is watching the immortal rankings, and if they get their way, it'll be a joke. Yanzi resumes his position as judge. After yesterday's battles, the disciples of each sect have upheld their honor, and today's strengths and weaknesses do not define the future. Meanwhile, the alchemist scoffs, saying it's not his turn yet. What's a youngster like him doing here with so many experts around? Shijing added, That's right, this isn't just your problem. You don't need to put so much pressure on yourself. Wang Sheng was also receptive. You're both right. I'll be more careful. Meanwhile, Yanzai was postulating that everyone's path is equal, regardless of status. Though the rules are the rules and the ancient texts are only for the top 8 to comprehend, if you're all so eager, I suppose I can share some words that won't affect your cultivation. One breath turns yin and yang. The two extremes transform into the birth of things. Hearing this, he smirked, his lips already lowered, waiting to see if the fish would bite. Heaven and earth hold sun and moon. This principle governs the mysterious. From the shadows, an enigmatic figure recognizes this as the prelude to the yin-yang secret records. The next day's match schedule, though seemingly random, was subtly manipulated to pit suspicious participants against righteous masters, preventing heretics from reaching the top 8 and a chance at the immortal's hide. Furthermore, his master and mistress had prepared numerous backup plans, ensuring the fishing scheme went off without a hitch. The referee announced, "Stop the attack. Step back 10 paces." The two combatants this time are none other than Monk Hawaii Kin of Yunnan's Tianlong Temple. Wang Sheng heard that he had been a monk at Tianlong Temple since childhood, a seed candidate of Buddhism this time around. They had investigated his background long ago. On the other hand, that man from the rogue cultivator family is a well-known core formation expert under 35. His weaknesses already apparent. The referee's voice rang out, "Ready," when suddenly a voice cut in, "Wait!" The rogue cultivator's arrow went wide, burying itself in the ground. He spoke up. "The match doesn't prohibit bows, but you can't draw them beforehand or the opponent just becomes a target." He's annoyed. What kind of logic is that? He can set up an ambush, but I can't prepare. Wang Sheng then immediately overwhelmed him with his inner force, saying, "Are you doubting the referee's professionalism?" Of course, this man was no match for him. Wang Sheng's unleashed power was already too much to bear. He continued, "Remember, in the next match, you can't use your bow to gather strength. Your morale is suppressed, and your Dao heart is affected by my sword intent. I don't believe you can win. I remember you told me to blow the black horn. There's no sportsmanship at all." Mu Yue said, "If we don't deal with these heretics, our plan can't proceed." Thinking of his sly smile, this is plan B to lure them out by pretending to have the black horn. Wang Sheng glances at Huai Jing, winking as if to say, "Good luck, I've got your back." He's stunned. What's going on? To further lure out the heretics, his group is allowing the top 16 strongest tonight to comprehend the contents of the immortal tablet. Among them are two people we've specifically identified as suspicious. Whispers spread through the crowd. The artifact is indeed a celestial tablet, not of this world. The scripture seems unlike any ordinary yin-yang teachings, truly bizarre. Lianzi wonders why Ning Kui is so calm. Does he have a plan? He smiled. "I've seen it before, but the stele doesn't record swordplay, so it's useless to me." He sighed, his face darkening as he thought, "Even a fake artifact is exquisite, let alone one made from an ordinary stone." Suddenly, footsteps approached, and a voice spoke. "Amitabha, I am Huai Jing from the Tianlong Temple." Wang Sheng quickly recognized the familiar face and respectfully stepped forward. "Master, how may I help you?" Huai Jing gets straight to the point with a sly grin. "Taoist Fang Yu secretly helped me during the day. Although it's against the rules, I still want to thank you." He doesn't hide anything. Meng Yue says the master has worked tirelessly for the investigation team, which is only right. Lian Ziai coughs a few times. "Can you guys not discuss this so openly here?" There are outsiders present, so they're both feeling guilty. As he surveys the crowd, he notices someone sneakily pulling out their phone. Wang Sheng is pleased. Excellent, the fish has taken the bait. Unknowingly, the Great Immortal Assembly has reached its third day. Shi Ling said to everyone, "Keep your spirits up. Our job today isn't just protecting the immortal monument as it retreats." Everyone acknowledged in unison. One of the girls reported that over a dozen low-level heretics had appeared at the foot of Mount Tam Than, along with several escaping high-level heretical masters heading this way. If the bait is good enough, even the most cautious fish can be caught. The yin-yang sect has finally surfaced. Now it's our turn to make a move. Outside, the army's helicopters and tanks are already waiting. Wang Sheng figured that as long as they delivered the immortal tablet to its destination, their mission would be complete. But the road ahead would be difficult, and they might need the Grandmaster to scout ahead. Huaijing sighed. "Faiyu, don't be fooled by that scam game. Those in the Buddhist world are not to be trifled with. Our Tianlong Temple is famous for the six-vein divine sword, so you could say we're the ADCs." Wang Sheng was surprised. "Oh, so even monks like playing games?" Huaijing scratched his head. "Just a little bit now and then." The little monk was bored on the mountain, Lianzi confessed, and indeed, when I first went down the mountain to the internet cafe, I attracted a lot of attention. Suddenly, Lianzi and Huaijing exchanged a look of lightning. He says he went 10 miles down the mountain, but they caught him and locked him up before he could even play. What kind of spirit is that? Lianzi retorts, it's just internet addiction. Who even goes to internet cafes anymore? I'll just use my flying sword to cut all their cables. The immortal tablet is airlifted as the motorcade below is struck by a powerful force, shattering vehicles and throwing the convoy into chaos. The shockwave rattled everyone inside, and Guanshuan quickly used his inner strength to pull him out of danger. They both landed safely, just as Wang Sheng shouted in alarm. "Oh no, the immortal tablets!" he screamed maniacally. "The Special Investigation Unit is a bunch of useless trash. Fall for me." As he said this, he kicked the container of immortal hides. As the helicopter approached the cliff, a knife filled with inner power flew past, and he rushed towards the falling immortal beer. "The immortal tablet belongs to us. Is that Golden Core Realm heretic being observed by Lianzi Eye from afar?" Wang Sheng says, "Taoists, kill the heretics first. Don't let any escape. Even if this isn't the full strength of the Yin-Yang sect, we must cripple them. Open fire, free fire. Reinforcements will arrive in 3 minutes." Meanwhile, the evil cultivator laughed maniacally as he tried to destroy the box, finally fulfilling his 1,000-year ambition. But instead of the immortal tablet, he found a sword pointed at his chest. It was Jing Yun, who had been hiding inside to lure him in. Wang Sheng, fighting his own battles, watched the events unfold and marveled at his martial aunt's clever hiding place. His master's security is top-notch. The heretics quickly recognized it and exclaimed, "That's the royal language of Wudong Mountain. If we don't eliminate this brat, we can't win this battle. It's just a barrier. Let's destroy him together." So they all rushed towards him, but of course, Guanshuan couldn't just stand by and watch. She quickly chanted an incantation. "The grand oath resides within yin and yang, as I will it. The twofold gate shall deliver eternal suffering." At that moment, a powerful surge of inner energy quickly enveloped the group. They were terrified. It's Mu Bu Yu's yin-yang grand vow formation. I can't move my true energy. At the same time, Wang Sheng thrust his sword down. Celestial Return, Northern Dipper, Purple Dawn Guidance. He summons the 7-star sword formation, surrounding the evil cultivators, and their bodies explode from his terrifying power. Wang Sheng couldn't help but sigh. His senior apprentice sister's yin-yang grand formation was indeed the key to turning the tide of battle. Wang Sheng thought of that unfortunate friend. If Shu Tianzhang were here and knew his senior apprentice sister's technique, he would say that his family's yin-yang secret manual was truly effective. Meanwhile, Jing Yun was still fighting the evil cultivator, who proved to be a formidable opponent. Everyone split up to fight, with Wang Sheng and the others on the main battlefield, and Jing Yun with Elder Qinglong. Meanwhile, they fought with Huaijing, saying, "There are so many of us, we can crush them. Leave a few void core cultivators to hold back those experts, and the rest of us will wipe out those mortals." Lin Zifen said, "Fa Yu, the front lines are about to collapse. Let's join forces and wipe out these brats." Wang Sheng quickly complies, and together they coordinate their attacks with the Nameless Beginning Sword and the Nameless End Sword. Wang Sheng raised his hand to the sky, chanting an incantation, "Boundless universe, piercing clouds and chasing the wind." A storm immediately arose, and his sword flew like the wind, cutting down the enemies. Lian Zifen laughed. "Awesome. This will ease the pressure on the front lines." Suddenly, a voice rings out, and Wang Sheng declares, "This is bad. They're after the immortal stele. It's a sneak attack. Don't let them take it." He realizes that sneak attacks have limited effect against the Transcendence Realm, so they must intervene and stop them. He immediately called out to Lian Zidaozhang, "Use your sword to block the heretics first. I'll be there soon." The Taoist agreed. "Fei Yu, be careful." He shouts, "Huaijing, dare to face them head-on with me?" Hearing this, his eyes lit up. With Fei Yu's boldness, what's a little sacrifice for this monk? But seeing him fly like an arrow, Huaijing couldn't help but gape. "Huh? Why are you faster than me?" Lianzi worriedly reminded him, "Fei Yu, be careful. There are many evil cultivators." Wang Sheng confidently says, "Leave it to me." With the sword's might, he slays demons and evil. Immediately, he used the 7-star sword formation to strike at the sky. A massive sword shot upwards, and a great force sent the evil cultivators flying. Shui Xing also rushed forward. Fei Yu took the opportunity to recover, and they moved to hold back the evil cultivators. Meanwhile, Huaijing steps forward, saying he's eager to unleash hell today, as dark energy swirls into the sky. Meanwhile, Jing Yun was locked in a fierce battle with the evil cultivator when suddenly his body convulsed and bright cracks appeared. Jingyun watches, startled, realizing the danger, and quickly leaps back to create distance. Meanwhile, the other man strains, and pink cracks appear as Jingyun quickly casts a spell. With divine profundity, I command the northern waters to subdue this vile creature. Immediately, two opposing forces violently erupted. The evil cultivator roared, unleashing a dark circle that enveloped Jingyun's airship. He roared, "You think a mere Xuanming can imprison me?" It seems Jingyun is no match for him, blood trickling from her mouth. He looks down at the group with contempt, then dives straight toward them. Dust and debris flew into the air, forcing many to retreat from the force of the blast. Wang Sheng and Guan Xuan became more alert after he revealed his power, and Shui Xing quickly flew towards him. "You all need to leave now," Huaijing urged. "Boundless Buddhist power, I shall deliver you to the heavens." With that, the evil cultivator unleashed his inner power, leaving the water element group severely injured and coughing up blood. Lianzi strikes quickly, but the evil cultivator scoffs. "You think such meager skills can harm me?" Wang Sheng grits his teeth. After that last strike, the evil cultivators are recklessly revealing their true power. Is it some kind of forbidden art? He quickly calculated. "I have the 7-star footwork, but it won't be easy for senior apprentice to retreat. I must stop him here." He saw that his attack hadn't fazed him. Child's play? Worried for Guan Xuan, Wang Sheng rushes forward. "Senior, your sword successfully sliced his neck, but this only enrages the evil cultivator." He roars, "You and your sword are a nuisance." With a word, a fist struck out violently, causing Wang Sheng to cough up blood and be sent flying. He was a little shocked. That punch was truly domineering. He had to clear his meridians immediately, or he would explode and die. As he prepared to circulate his inner energy, a gentle hand pressed against his back. Wang Sheng turned around and exclaimed, "Senior sister!" On the other side, the heretics shouted, "The Yin-Yang sect commands you to kill them." But at that moment, a fierce sword flashed, cutting them in two. Jingyun quickly stood in front of her two juniors to protect them. The strongest of the evil cultivators roared, "Another woman. Your daddy is going to kill you," as military helicopters quickly arrived from above. "Reinforcements have arrived. Hold them. Don't let them escape." The evil cultivator quickly realizes that the Golden Core experts hiding near the immortal stele are desperately resisting the righteous path and these reinforcements. Damn it, the immortal stele was just a trap. The reinforcements announced, "Squad, prepare for battle. Eliminate the heretics and protect the righteous cultivators." Everyone quickly joined forces and attacked the evil cultivator, who was surrounded by a dense array of talismans. Hundreds of streams of murderous intent quickly pierced him, leaving him no time to react. He plunged his weapon into the ground, channeled his inner energy, and his body began to swell. The special investigation team quickly channeled their inner energy, and Xu Qiang immediately realized his intention. He's going to self-destruct. Gathering his energy, he unleashes the 10,000 swords returned to origin, delivering a final blow. The sharp swords tore through the air, leaving the heretic defenseless. Dozens of blades pierced his body. He stood there, dazed, as blood flowed freely, finally succumbing to his wounds and drawing his last breath. In this initial skirmish, the heretics of the Yin-Yang sect were wiped out, but the orthodox sects also suffered heavy losses. Perhaps this is the cruelty of righteous warfare. Lianzi asked, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, after this battle, when will we launch a full-scale attack on the Yin-Yang sect?" Xu Qiang replied, "It's complicated. Although the investigation team hasn't found their base in Yingda, the international situation makes it difficult to act, but this debt cannot be settled like this." Immediately after, he muttered, "Once I break through to the Golden Core, I'll settle things with him." Lianzi whispered back, "Your thoughts are dangerous. I've decided to go and keep an eye on you." Huaijing adds, "A compassionate Buddha saves a neighboring country from evil cultivators. This humble monk will not refuse." Meanwhile, Guan Xuan hands him a cherry blossom hairpin. Wang Sheng quickly replied, "Yes, it's this cherry blossom country. Why are Senior Zhang and the others people who aren't afraid of chaos?" Hearing this, her eyes lit up, and Wang Sheng smiled wryly, almost forgetting his senior apprentice sister loved a good fight. The first great battle between good and evil has ended, and the immortal tablet has been successfully delivered. The Yin-Yang sect has lost a limb and is now an enemy of the righteous sects. Mount Longhu was attacked, its 1,000-year legacy burned to the ground, and the righteous cultivators escorting the immortal tablet were injured, but not killed. The orthodox sects displayed terrifying power against the Yin-Yang sect, reaching a consensus to jointly eliminate it. Afterward, an excited Huaijing asked Wang Sheng about his team. "Are you short on people?" He forces a smile. "Of course, we're short on people. And with that, Huaijing officially joins Wang Sheng's group. He thought, Master, internet addiction is an illness that needs curing. After all, with him, he and Guanzhuan would have the fighting power of a golden core expert. A few days after the great battle on Mount Zhongyan, Jing Yun happily said, Everyone, please cultivate in seclusion here for a while. Guanzhuan happily agreed, then looked at Wang Sheng. I helped you move that rock when things were fine. So why did you bring it up the mountain? Wang Sheng insisted. Master, this is what the sword sect elders lent me for cultivation. Jing Yun shared her view that cultivation should follow the natural order, and forcing it was wrong, a sentiment echoed by Guanzhuan. Wang Sheng didn't argue. The senior was right. He immediately sat down to cultivate. After entering the core formation stage, cultivators can continue to accumulate true essence, but they can't condense it. Moreover, once they advance to the core formation stage, all of their true essence will transform into magical power, making it even more impossible to condense. The sword sect lent me this sword so I could use it after condensing true essence to help myself. That way, after advancing to the golden core stage, my magic power will be even purer. Lost in thought, a cough snaps him back to reality. He looks at Qi Wen in surprise, realizing his junior sister has also reached the early stages of the gathering god realm. She playfully teases him, still haven't won over your senior sister? Wang Sheng feels helpless. With her cultivation improving, she's becoming more and more like their master. Immediately afterward, he shooed her away. Between cultivators, a single glance is enough to understand what each desires. Go on, I need to test this sword stone. You never stop. Will senior brother be okay? Immediately, Wang Sheng continued to carry the stone, and according to the cultivation method, after bringing his true essence into the sword stone, he needed to use his sword intent to condense it. Now it was time to test its effect. He took his sword and quickly began to practice diligently, while Qi Wen sat and watched intently from afar. Wang Sheng is covered in sweat. It's so heavy that just a few simple steps have nearly depleted a portion of his true essence. But the greater the consumption, the more obvious the effect of the sword-pressing stone. But no matter what, he had to complete this swordplay. With that, he flew into the air, startling Qi Wen. Before she could react, he plummeted to the ground, chest first. Seeing the ground crack open, Qi Wen worriedly stepped forward. Senior brother, are you all right? He lay flattened on the ground, screaming internally as his inner energy was instantly depleted. This sword stone is indeed powerful. Sword training is risky. Don't force it if your sword isn't ready. His fellow disciple sheds tears, and though the process is brutal, his inner energy has indeed become much purer. So Wang Sheng always carries the sword-pressing stone with him, ready to repeat the process. Seeing him constantly crushed by the stone, Guanzhuan couldn't help but worry and shed tears. But his endurance also increased as a result. He grunts through push-ups, reassuring Guanzhuan. Don't worry, senior sister, I'm fine. A month later, Wang Sheng's meridians had clearly improved, and he himself had reached the peak of the embryonic stage, just one opportunity away from entering the virtual core stage. Then, on a snowy day, he received a surprising call from his father. Hello, Dad, what's up? Wang Sheng asked as his father coughed on the other end. Xiaosheng, something big has happened at home and I need your opinion. Wang Sheng was stunned to hear this. Immediately, Wang Sheng began texting on his phone, a goofy grin on his face. Qi Yun stared at him blankly. Did senior brother overtrain and lose his mind? Guanzhuan quickly showed her a picture of an adorable baby wrapped in a blanket. Qi Yun was so surprised that she screamed, What? Is our brother about to become a big brother? His parents often spoke with their master, hoping to improve the trio's living conditions. Later, Yanzi joined the investigation team and often sent them elixirs as a thank you. Not precious, but good for health and longevity. Perhaps it was for this reason that his mother finally became pregnant again, and Wang Sheng was overjoyed. My past life didn't have this happen, so it's clear my fate has changed this time around. Now my sword will protect one more person. With that thought, he was so excited he could fly. He trained even harder, knowing he had to become stronger with his sword. After all, when I was weak, I had my master and senior sister to protect me. Later, if my younger brother or sister is weak, Wang Sheng was determined that as their older brother, he would hold up the whole sky for them. Before he knew it, the new year had arrived, and the warm spring sun shone on the cold winter city of Zan. At the cozy little house, Wang Sheng announced loudly upon his return, Dad, Sudai and I are home. Are you happy? Dad, come down and open the door for me. His mother sat affectionately next to Xuan, smiling radiantly. Eat plenty today, Xuan, and don't be shy. As the new year approaches, his junior uncle takes his junior sister to see their master, while he brings his senior sister home for the holidays. His parents' attention isn't on him, and he's not worried about misunderstandings. Thankfully, they still care for his martial sister as before, but the situation on the other side is a bit awkward. Recalling 2 days prior, when he returned the sword-suppressing stone to the sword sect, the disciples cheered. "Elder Fei Yu is home for the new year." Someone nearby then shouted incoherently, "What is it?" "It's Elder Fei Yu, bringing the elder's wife home for the new year." Back in the present, his father brought up the food and instructed, "Xiaoxing, tomorrow, help Grandma bring out the ancestral tablets. Now that you can all cultivate, the 8 divisions must exist as well." He's happy, and I understand. Just then, Wang Sheng's phone rang. It was a message from Mao Yue, and the whole family peered over curiously. What could it be? Looking at the notice, Old Buck couldn't help but sigh. "It looks official. Has our little Sheng become a government employee?" "Well, your master's identity is still there." He didn't say anything, just hummed in response. Wang Sheng reads the notice carefully, realizing the government is now managing a system for cultivators, perhaps as a promotional platform. He looks at the heavenly rankings, his face twisting. Ranking on the heavenly board, his master wasn't even in the top 5. 6th, heavenly board, Luzu Sect's successor, the taciturn Taoist, mid-stage golden core. He scanned the list, happy for Guanshuan. His senior sister had indeed made the list. Wang Xin excitedly praises her, impressed that she's ranked so high. She happily showed him her phone, where Finghu's name was also listed. To explain briefly, Immortal Bengyu ranks 33rd on the heavenly rankings. His master is the unspoken Taoist, who uses pure yang immortal arts to control the yin-yang path, blessed with outstanding talent and comprehension, and though his cultivation is low, his combat power is like that of a golden core cultivator. As for him, Finghu Taoist, disciple of the unspoken Taoist, junior brother of Batngu Immortal, cultivates pure yang immortal arts. His sword realm has caught up with the elites, and he is ranked 101st on the provisional heavenly rankings. Hearing this, Wang Sheng felt a weight in his heart. Rankings can be temporary? Guanshuan couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh as her father walked over to Xiaosheng, having seen something about immortal path heroes. "Are you two usually in such danger?" Hearing this, he frowned in confusion. "If that's the case, why hide in the mountains to cultivate? You're all young disciples, right?" He put down his phone, stood up, and reassured his father with a smile. "Don't worry, Dad. We're just insignificant nobodies." Hearing this, he breathed a sigh of relief, then instructed, "Xiaosheng, you're all grown up, so take charge of your own life." He looked at his son with determination. "But your mother and I just want you to be safe." He looked at his father, nodded, and gave a faint smile. "Don't worry, Dad." Immediately after, his phone began to ring and buzz with notifications. Huijing smirks. "Congrats to Fei Yu for making the heavenly rankings. How much did that cost you?" Lian Zi is sincere. "Congrats, Fei Yu, heavenly rankings, keep it up." Yunji is happy for him. "Congratulations to Fei Yu for being listed in both the heaven and earth rankings, and of course, Tianzhang is also on the list. Brother Thang, you're the best. I've warmed the bed for you." Then came a flood of congratulatory messages from everyone else. Wang Xing then looks over at Guanshuan, who is happily mopping the floor. Ever since he first brought her home, his parents haven't treated her like an outsider. And to let his mother rest, his senior apprentice has been proactively doing the housework these past few days, making his father feel guilty. "Xiaohuan, leave these little things to me." Back in Wang Sheng's bedroom, he lies on his bed, hand on his forehead, thinking, "I've already reached the perfect nascent soul realm. My spiritual power is intact. My soul is fine. So why am I still so sleepy?" His eyes droop, but he can't help but think of what his master said, that starting from the core formation stage, most breakthroughs are accompanied by strange phenomena. Wang Sheng quickly closes his eyes, but the strange phenomena of sleep are unavoidable. Suddenly, in the living room, Guanzhuan, who was working, felt a strange sensation that startled her, and her whole body became uneasy. She stared intently at his bedroom, and seeing her strange reaction, his mother glanced at her husband while eating a pastry. What's wrong with Xiaohuan? He was just as bewildered. She immediately dropped the mop, an unsettling premonition preventing her from focusing on anything else. So, Guanzhuan rushed to his room as fast as she could, and the moment she opened the door, she couldn't hold back her tears. Guanzhuan looks around anxiously. What to do? Wang Sheng is about to form his core, but the impure spiritual energy of this world will hinder his advancement. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng lay motionless, surrounded by a dark aura. His situation looked dire. Guanzhuan bit her lip, searching for a solution, and then abruptly threw back his covers, her face betraying her grave concern. Silently channeling her inner strength, a yin-yang circle quickly appears, the embodiment of opposing forces in harmony. As Quan Huyen finishes the incantation, she stands within her yin and yang trigram, creating the half-return stance. Her face darkens as her hands skillfully form seals, initiating the mutual origin self-test. Gather energy with the Tao, condense energy into emptiness. As Guanshuan recites this, Wang Sheng's body quickly levitates. Just moments ago, he was unconscious, and now his eyes snap open. It's as if he's already broken through, clenching his fists and shouting, "Void Core!" Ah! Time has passed quickly, and it's already night outside. The air around is completely still. Having successfully broken through to the embryonic stage, Wang Sheng had been asleep until now, his eyes finally opening. Dazed, Wang Sheng sat up, blankly observing his surroundings. Hearing a breath, he turned, thinking, "It's dark. How long have I been asleep?" Guanshuan was still meditating on the chair, but she seemed tired and had slumped over. He couldn't help but blush at the sight. Wang Sheng suddenly wondered, why is senior sister here? Her intuition is incredibly sharp. She awoke soon after Wang Sheng did. Wang Sheng approached her gently, saying, "Senior sister, get some rest. I'll keep watch." Still drowsy, Guanshuan hummed in agreement. She then lay down on Wang Sheng's bed and drifted peacefully to sleep. He gently covered her with a blanket, his heart aching, knowing that to help him break through, she had been converting her true essence into vital energy for him to absorb. This took a toll on her, and she's done so much for me. He sat down, focused his energy, and gathered his true essence, directly converging with the surrounding spiritual energy. Only those with a nascent core can achieve such advancement. I wonder what wonders await at the golden core stage. But most importantly, Wang Sheng thought with a sly grin, now that he had mastered the empty spirit realm's flying sword technique, he would immediately take his senior sister to the skies when she awoke. He imagined the beautiful scene of riding a sword with his senior sister, soaring through the sky. And just like that, it was New Year's Eve. On TV, a reporter cheerfully announced, "Greetings, everyone." His father chimed in, "Good evening, Xiaoxiang, Xiaoxuan. What are your wishes for the new year?" He happily replied, "My wish is for our whole family to be safe and sound. May my master, senior, and junior sisters all find success on their cultivation paths." Meanwhile, her mother hands her a red envelope. "Don't be shy, Xiaoxuan, take it." She nodded in response. The auntie smiles warmly at her. "And what about you, Xiaoxuan? Unlike little Sheng?" She held up her phone to her mother, showing that her martial brother's family was safe. Everything was going well, his cultivation was improving, and he would never suffer a chi deviation. May our master defeat the evil cultivators soon, and ascend the mountain with our mistress. I will also cultivate diligently, protect our junior brothers and sisters, and be a responsible senior disciple. Seeing his mother so happy, he smiled slyly and whispered to her, "Senior sister, you're a true professional." Of course, he was immediately punished for saying that, as Wang Sheng laughed, "Senior, you've tickled my funny bone again." Just then, Pham Kuai's phone rang, and Wang Sheng chuckled, "Senior, I have to take this call. I yield." After a bit of playful banter, he answered the phone. "Hello, calling so late to wish me a happy new year? How thoughtful of you." On the other end of the line, Meng Yue was frantic. "Master Wang, we need your help." Meng Yue quickly got to the point. The female corpse brought back from the moon had suddenly sprung to life and escaped the research lab, which reminded him of the girl his master and the investigation team had mentioned. "Is she flying around now?" Meng Yue continued. "She's flying towards you and should pass through your area soon." Hearing this, Wang Sheng was taken by surprise. "What?" she continued. "The corpse woman is probably heading towards some archaeological site. She should pass by your place in about 20 minutes and your ride is on its way." He stood up anxiously. "Okay, I'm leaving immediately." Wang Sheng hurriedly instructed Guanshuan, "Stay here with Mom and Dad. I'm just going out for a bit." His mother asked, "Xiaosheng, where are you going so late?" His father worried, "Are you going to fight evil cultivators again?" Wang Sheng immediately returned to his room to prepare, with Guanshuan following. As he put on his coat, he told her, "They've excavated a relic with magical artifacts, and they want me to watch over it. It's confidential, so I'm being cautious." She said nothing, but her face still showed concern. Guanshuan immediately took him outside where the investigation team's car was already waiting. He glanced at Guanshuan's expression. Her face had been extremely pensive since that call. As expected, he couldn't hide it from his senior sister. They quickly got into the car, and the investigation team reported to him and Guanshuan. "Master Wang, the combat team's instructor will go directly to the relic site and may arrive at the same time as the target. We have completed the blockade of the surrounding area. There may be some impact. Some. Guanzhen looked at him worriedly, and Wang Sheng quickly replied, "Okay, I understand." The driver said as they drove, "The target appeared earlier than expected. Where are they going?" "The target has entered Master Wang's home." Hearing this, he couldn't help but shout out in worry. "What?" Guan Huan was also extremely worried, unable to hide the surprise on her face. Worried, Wang Sheng quickly called his family. "Mom, Dad, are you okay? Are you all right?" his father replied, sweating profusely. "Xiaosheng, your parents are fine. We have a divine guest looking for Zhao Xuan, saying she's a long-lost friend, not a wandering spirit, and seems to like her very much. This must be the fairy everyone was talking about." Feeling uneasy, he instructed, "Dad, tell that senior we'll be right back." He closed his eyes, his mind still racing. According to ancient texts, during the Qin dynasty, immortals descended to leave behind legacies. Until 1300 years ago, most cultivators followed the immortals into battle, severing the world's spiritual energy, which is why cultivation no longer exists. With all this in mind, he wearily leaned back, his mind racing. Never mind where the immortals went to fight. That fairy isn't the last survivor, but since she's a celestial being, she probably won't harm his senior apprentice sister. He opened his eyes to see Guanxuan staring blankly at him. Wang Sheng made his own judgment. But with such an acquaintance, there must be a hidden reason for his senior sister's descent. The car carrying him and Guanxuan quickly returned home, but the seniors had arrived even before him. They had surrounded Wang Sheng's house, and because their opponent was a celestial being, they were holding back for now. But Yanzi couldn't help but worry. Hearing the car stop in front of the house, he quickly looked down, his expression unchanged. Wang Sheng rushed in, anxiously asking, "Master, what's the situation?" Despite knowing the danger, he reassured his two young disciples, "Don't be afraid, Xiaoxing and Xiaoxuan, your teacher is here." Unbeknownst to anyone, the celestial maiden was already behind Yan Ziyu, and Wang Sheng shouted in alarm, "Master, watch out!" But it seemed his warning came too late, as she swiftly waved her hand. Yanzi could only glance over. Her speed was unmatched, and then a radiant power emanated from the fairy. Her robes fluttered in the air like the immortals of legend. Having dealt with the others, she gently landed before Guanxuan. Wang Sheng anxiously stood in front of his martial sister as everyone was subdued. Yanzi was helpless, only able to watch with concern. Guanxuan timidly hid behind him as Wang Sheng eyed the celestial being warily. The woman slowly opened her eyes, her face radiating an indescribable coldness. She reached out to Guanxuan, and Wang Sheng, in a nervous sweat, politely said, "Senior, you've already entered my home. If you wish to see an old friend, why not return with my senior sister and talk?" The fairy didn't speak, only stared at them both, but then a voice echoed, "I apologize for the intrusion." Wang Sheng was startled. It was telepathy. His face stiffened as he observed the girl, silently assessing her. The dark energy at her brow seemed to be death energy. Could it be that this fairy hadn't fully recovered? And with that, the three quickly moved to his room. Wang Sheng began the conversation. "Senior, did you want to say something to my senior sister? She can't speak much and has to use writing or images to express herself." The immortal observes Guanxuan, whose damaged soul is incomplete even after reincarnation, as she cowers behind him. Wang Sheng, puzzled, asks, "Senior, how was my sister's soul injured? Did you meet your senior sister in a past life?" she asked, looking at him intently. "Asking too much won't do you any good." Hesitantly, Guanxuan held up her phone, the screen displaying, "Who am I? Where am I?" Seeing her like that, the fairy seemed pensive, and after a long silence, she finally explained, "You can return here. Perhaps other comrades will as well, but my days are numbered. Is it just me, or does this fairy seem a little gentler now?" With that, she stood up, her robes fluttering in the air, and floated closer to Guanxuan, saying, "I opened the heavenly seal and sensed the lingering spirit. You can cultivate in peace now. This world is safe for the time being." Wang Sheng looks at his phone screen, relaying his senior apprentice sister's question. "Senior, my senior apprentice sister asks, can you return to your original state? Is there anything this junior can do to help?" She reached out, saying gently, "In your past life, you were a pure ice fairy, but in this life, you are Guanxuan." Her soft hand touched Guanxuan's cheek. The immortal gently observes a seeker among all living beings. The past is gone, old friends have departed, and this life has begun. Immediately afterward, Guanxuan sits down to meditate. She continued to guide them. "You've only just begun your cultivation journey. Enter the immortal path for now, and then seek your answers. The lunar palace can answer all your questions, but only immortals can find it." The fairy ascends, instructing Wang Sheng, "Protect her with your purple sky sword, and you will be greatly rewarded." With my wish fulfilled, I must seek the reincarnation stone left behind by this world. Perhaps there's still a chance of survival. Just don't let her remember me. If she asks, just tell her I've gone to be reincarnated." Wang Sheng watched as her figure faded into the distance. After the fairy left, the others rushed to follow, while Wang Sheng's parents were escorted away by the combat unit. His room's window was shattered after the fairy's unannounced visit, and for his parents, leaving now meant abandoning their current lives. But thinking of their safety, this was the only choice, and his father reassured him, hoping to ease his worries. "Xiaosheng, focus on your cultivation. Your parents won't hold you back. Seeing her like this, she looks like she's lost her soul." "Master Wang, where do you think the fairy will fly off to?" Wang Sheng was taken aback by Mu Yue's expression, as she claimed to be a remnant soul seeking reincarnation for a chance at survival. If she followed the path, she might have gone to Mount Pingdu. Upon hearing this, Meng Yue analyzed carefully. "Guyu Du, Mount Pingdu, but there are no inherited teachings there, only a few scattered ones." The image of that mountain quickly appeared in her mind. It was a rather peaceful place, but as soon as she said the word cultivation, she fell asleep right there. Meng Yue was exhausted because of the immortal incident, and Wang Sheng felt helpless, telling her to go inside and sleep if she was tired. Hearing this, Meng Yue declared with renewed vigor, "No need, I can take medicine." Meanwhile, Guan Xuan remained in meditation. Wang Sheng observed her, noting that since meeting the fairy, she had been in a state of enlightenment and unbelievably seemed to be breaking through. He sighed in disbelief. Is senior sister really going to become a golden core cultivator? A golden core at just over 20 years old. If those other Taoists knew, they might not want to live anymore. After he provided the investigation team with information about the fairy, he focused on protecting his senior apprentice. Quan Huan's meditative state lasted for several days, and her cultivation stabilized at the peak of the Void Core realm. That night, they had a lot of fun as fireworks welcomed the new year, and the biggest surprise was that Guan Xuan's speech impediment had improved significantly. She looked at the fireworks, unable to contain her excitement. "A junior brother, fireworks together." Wang Sheng smiled awkwardly. One word had become two. Very good. Not long after the Lunar New Year, they had to return to Wudang Mountain to retrieve the Immortal's gift, and he unlocked a new skill. They were now standing on the second floor of his room. Wang Sheng happily looks over at Guan Xuan. "Senior, are you ready?" She nodded eagerly, everything was ready, and Wang Sheng formed a hand seal, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Then let's go." And with that, they soared into the sky on their swords. Finally, he had fulfilled his wish, and Wang Sheng was moved to tears. This is the romance of a sword cultivator. Later, we'll make Xiaojiao and his senior martial sister a couple who can fight and fly. He savored the moment as Guan Xuan embraced her junior brother tightly. Wang Sheng thought the position felt a bit familiar, and a few hours later, night quickly fell, and the moon appeared. From a distance, Wang Sheng's speed resembled a shooting star streaking across the sky. As he walked and listened to music, something suddenly stopped Wang Sheng in his tracks. He turned to see Guan Xuan behind him, on the verge of tears. Wang Sheng quickly understood. "Senior, let's rest down there and recharge you." He pointed down. "There's a village below. We'll go around it later so no one sees us." But at that moment, Wang Sheng noticed something strange that made him wonder. A green glow appeared in the sky, drawing in the essence of the sun, moon, and stars. Wang Sheng quickly informed his senior apprentice sister that there was a demon cultivator here, explaining that after the world's spiritual energy recovered, plants and animals awakened their spiritual nature, and some cultivated diligently without creating karma, as he knew being tainted by human energy would bring disaster to a demon. Wang Sheng flew closer to observe, and right before them was a demon absorbing the essence of the moon. Immediately, Wang Sheng flew down to where he sensed the presence of a demon cultivator, telling his senior, "Now that we've found them, we can't stand idly by. If we strike, we must try to capture them alive." Quan Xuan agreed, and the two hid behind a window, silently observing the situation inside. A place surprisingly filled with caged animals and patrolled by armed men in black. Among them, a black dog radiating fury barked incessantly. A guard struck the iron cage, shouting, "What are you barking at? Even if the police come, you'll all be slaughtered. Some of you claim to be human, but you only cause trouble for me." Wang Sheng and Guan Xuan observed for a while. Then he texted Mu Yue that someone was raising monsters. "My senior said that resentment has already latched onto the demons. Text me the address." 10 minutes. And exactly 10 minutes later, the police arrived and rounded up the group. An investigator quickly reported, "Advisor Wang, the initial interrogation is complete. These men claim they were hired to farm, but they have a boss. He asks, "Where is this boss?" he replied. "He probably drove here about 10 minutes ago. We've given chase." As he spoke, the investigator handed over a bag, explaining that it was found at the scene, and he immediately put on gloves to examine the collected items inside. The note read, "Master Wang, check your phone," and the passcode was 4396. He picked up the phone, thinking that perhaps he hadn't flown high enough, and the heretic's comrades had spotted him. They must have thought he was there to eliminate them, so they fled. He tapped the video, his face tense, and they listened in silence. It was the young master of the yin-yang sect again, arrogant as ever, riding his sword under the moon. What a romantic. So they meet again. Master Wangsheng was surprised, thinking, the young master of the yin-yang sect. He didn't expect to meet him here. He's quick to grasp information. It seems the silent immortal learned the yin-yang secret manual of the Myriad Things sect. "We have some powerful figures in our sect who might be a problem for you both. I admire you greatly, so why don't you hand over the yin-yang secret manual to me?" Wangsheng looked at her and said, "Senior, give me a scolding, the most vicious kind." Guanxuan quickly agreed. The video continues. "I can offer rewards, and I can restrain any hot-tempered elders." He sends a single word. "Hello, Chief Wang." The young sect leader quickly replied, "Perhaps he's had a change of heart." Guanxuan quickly sent a teasing emoji, and a notification popped up. "The young master has enabled friend verification. You are not her friend. He has enabled friend verification. You must be verified to chat." Meanwhile, he quickly called his master to report the situation. Yanzai was surprised. "Is that so? Then let's provoke them a little and see if we can get them to take the bait." Wangsheng asked, "Master, does Mistress have any ideas?" Yanzi said grimly, "She has been destroying the yin-yang sect's strongholds, but it won't be easy to make them reappear." He said seriously, "Unless we can find something to provoke them, but they already know part of the yin-yang secret record, so it may be difficult to use this time." Hearing his master say this, Wangsheng remembered the well full of yin energy before, and he quickly asked Yanzi, "Master, do you still remember the ancient demon of Xian Temple?" Yanzi got up and walked to the window. "I understand. I've already instructed them to take care of it, so you don't need to worry. But the architect will probably need another 2 or 3 months, so please be patient." Wangsheng quickly replied on the other end, "I understand. I hope my senior martial sister can announce that we're out on a mission. Since we're returning to Wudang for secluded cultivation, we'll try to avoid causing trouble for the Wudang lineage." He thoughtfully instructed him. "Little Sheng, I'm proud you're thinking of these things, but your senior sister is innocent, so take care of her and don't let her be deceived." With that, Yanzi's eye coughed. "Do you understand what I mean?" Wangsheng was startled, sweat pouring down. "Master, have I done something wrong? Have I gotten too close to my senior disciple?" The man on the other end replied, "It's all right. Enjoy cultivation. Don't overdo it." Then Yanzi quickly said goodbye and hung up. Wangsheng sighed. What does master even mean? Guanxuan, oblivious, looked around curiously. He glanced at the bewildered Guanxuan, wondering if his master was trying to set him up with his senior. A few days later, at Mount Wudang, the scenery remained as peaceful as ever. Inside, the heat was unbearable, like a furnace. Hu was practicing fire magic behind the mountain. His door remained shut, and he hadn't been seen. Just then, a flustered Wangsheng rushed in, exclaiming, "Senior, I did it! I did it!" His face smeared, clothes tattered, but excitement shone through as Wangsheng eagerly presented a sword, saying, "Senior, this is the flying sword I forged for you." At this moment, Guanxuan couldn't help but look happy. After resolving the demonic cultivator issue, he and his senior sister returned to Wudang Mountain to focus on cultivation. The first thing Wangsheng did upon returning to the mountain was forge a sword for her. Remembering all the explosions and seeing Guanxuan's happy face, he thought, seeing her so happy makes all those failures worth it. He then brought out the food, his mind still occupied with thoughts of a promising future on the path of immortality together. Heaven has truly been kind to me in this life. If my senior sister doesn't care about romance, then I'll continue to cultivate with her. They enjoyed a pleasant meal together, and Wangsheng resolved that if his master ever came around and truly felt something, he would do his best to ensure she never felt alone. Indeed, the mountain scenery at night is incredibly peaceful. After dinner, he lies on the roof looking at his phone. While he and his senior apprentice focused on cultivation, his master's plan was well underway. Following Wangsheng's suggestion, the investigation team was building a fake Xian temple to turn the tables. With the fake purple cliff temple built, news began to spread, and he frowned as he read it. The article even included a photo of a heretic cultivator meditating by a well, all meant to focus attention on the Xian temple, over 100 miles from the sword sect. Now the Xian temple is garrisoned by a large group of Fengshan realm martial artists, ready for battle. Only with enough pressure will they act rashly, unseal the ancient demon, and ask for help. And so, 2 months passed, and Ming Yue quickly called him. She had barely spoken when he eagerly interjected, "Time, place, I can leave any time." His eagerness surprised Meng Yue. "You knew all along?" Mu Yue said sternly. "It's fine, but isn't immortal, but Nu still trying to achieve the golden core? Just protect her, Master Wang. Anyone else could do this. Their strength isn't that great." Hearing this, he was a little surprised. Their strength isn't that great. Is the investigation team a little overconfident? He then looked at Guanzhuan, who was diligently practicing. "Senior apprentice, you're not in seclusion, and the time to form your core hasn't come yet. On the contrary, I don't want anyone to replace me in this battle." Meng Yue happily agreed on the other end. "Okay, I've chosen you for this, and I'll send someone to pick you up right away." After hanging up, he said to Guanzhuan, "Senior, pack up a bit. It seems we're going to fight the Yin-Yang Myriad Thing sect." She happily replied, "Okay." Soon after, the two quickly packed their bags and set off, their eyes filled with determination. Wang Sheng said, "So this day has finally come." Suddenly, his phone rang, and Wang Sheng was surprised. "Mu Yue, she's already here?" Mu Yue asked hesitantly. "But Master Wang, did you even know what I was talking about just now?" He replied calmly. "Purple Cliff Temple." She sighs, knowing he's misunderstood. "That plan isn't ready yet." Mao Yue continues, "Actually, the 3 countries of Sakura, Catalan, and Kim Thop are planning to come to our Daihua country for a cultivator exchange. Do you think you need to come?" "I hear the Sakura country is very arrogant." Wang Sheng couldn't help but break out in a sweat. Why had he never heard of this international exchange in his past life? Seeing an old friend, he happily greeted him, "Long time no see, Huaikin." He grinned, happy to show off his cultivation progress to Fei Yu. He paused, surprised to see Fei Yu had already broken through to the false core realm. He glanced at Guanzhuan, noting that she had forced her way up with elixirs and spirit stones, and would need time to consolidate her realm, as forced upgrades always had repercussions. He then looked questioningly at Mao Yue, saying, "Didn't you say there were 2 other people participating in the exchange?" She was a little downcast. "Yes, but it seems they went to settle some personal scores." Guanzhuan quickly noticed, and she casually pointed over there. Yunji smiles brightly as he approaches and greets them. Liu Yunji has been remiss. Behind him, Tianzhang was entangled in talismans, and upon seeing him, he burst into tears and screamed. "Brother Sheng is sending an SOS. Wang Sheng sighs helplessly. "Release him, fellow cultivator, lest we become a laughingstock." Meng Yue was visibly disturbed by the scene. "Let's go inside first, and then I'll explain this assembly to you all." Entering the classroom, she reported that the recovery of primordial energy benefits more than just us. Every country has its own cultivation methods dating back to ancient times, but their management has prevented development as smooth and peaceful as ours. Because of this, there's been international talk of the threat posed by Great Hua cultivators these past few years, with the main goal of getting us to reveal our cultivation methods. In other words, they're just jealous, and they've come to see what we're really made of. Guanxuan couldn't resist her curiosity and leaned in to listen. "Brother Sheng, according to the news, some cultivators started to get arrogant, but they were slapped down by Jingyan Zidao, so they calmed down." Mao Yue passionately declared that if they achieve total victory in this exchange, there's no need to intentionally lose. This isn't table tennis, and such considerations don't matter. Daoist Wang, even if you're usually calm, it's okay to be a little arrogant this time. He chuckled wryly as Quan Xuan, bored by the long meeting, drifted off to sleep on his shoulder. Tianzhang excitedly chimed in, "Don't worry, showing off is my specialty. If you don't understand something, just ask me." He looked at the enthusiastic young man before him and chuckled softly. "I understand." The scene shifts to a grand hall, now filled with people. The elders are seated together with Yanzi and Tianzhang's uncle next to each other. Guanxuan, Tianzhang, and Wangsheng sit together, followed by Huijing and Yunji, all intently watching the stage. From the doorway, the invited guests finally begin to enter, 3 representatives from different countries, each with their own distinct attire and style. First, the representative of the Gelen team, their attire with a royal air. Next, the representative of the Yingdao team, their attire with a Japanese style. And finally, the representatives from Kim Thop. This time, Yanzi Ai is the host. He stepped forward and declared, "The young are the future, the hope. Today, these 3 nations visit our China for an exchange." With a dignified air, Yanzi continued, "I hope everyone can help each other, progress together, and contribute to global stability and peace." The representative from his island quickly stepped forward, regretting yesterday's loss to Qing Yanji. "For the first match, let my eldest disciple compete against Qing Yanji's disciple." Wangsheng was then sent to the stage for the first match. The other man stepped forward, glaring at him, then introduced himself. I am Jiapui Mabak, at your service. He smiled slightly and returned the greeting. I am Wang Sheng, at your service. Wang Sheng then calmly drew his sword and took a stance. For some reason, Mabak was sweating, just standing before him. He gritted his teeth and charged forward with his sword. Mabuk glared at Wang Sheng as if he were his mortal enemy and swung his sword down. A powerful surge of inner energy erupts, but to Mabak's shock, his attack is like a gentle breeze before him. Mabuk couldn't believe his eyes, staring blankly, gritting his teeth as Wang Sheng effortlessly blocked his sword. It was as if he were merely practicing, and Wang Sheng's face remained completely unchanged. The girl following the island representative spoke softly. Master Mabak paused for a moment. She continued. Mabak just placed all his power and hope into that one strike. You could say it was a desperate move. He watched Wang Sheng's moves with surprise, but the young man easily neutralized them with a single sword stroke. A little more force would send Mabe flying, a little less and he'd be crushed. It seems the gap between Mabak's strength and his is too great. Even when attacked, he remains stunned. His hand seems powerful, yet he effortlessly wields the sword, skillfully toying with his opponent. Wang Sheng unleashed a sword strike, prompting gasps of admiration. The young man's control over his strength was truly astonishing. The victor is clear. Wang Sheng respectfully clasped his hands and said to Mobe, I yield. His eyes betrayed his unwillingness as Mobe glanced askance at him, then launched a sneak attack on Wang Sheng. He sighed, raised his sword to defend, and thought, so it's true. Before cultivating the Tao, one must first cultivate the heart. Integrity is also essential. With that thought, his eyes grew more determined. Immediately, thousands of sword strikes were unleashed upon Mobe, as Wang Sheng radiated a brilliant light, immobilizing him. The representative from the island nation has lost all face. He grits his teeth and yells, Get back here! Mabak unwillingly bites his lip and lowers his head. He was unwilling but unable to disobey, and sadly turned to leave. Tianzhang chuckled, to lose at that level and then attack. Such shamelessness is something our Chinese cultivators truly cannot learn. Huai Yijing chimed in, You can't say that. It's a spirit of resilience, of never giving in. Xianxiao replied, The Zen master is right, but we shouldn't learn it, lest we be expelled from our sect. Yanzi humbly says, These young disciples are a bit mischievous. Please don't take it to heart. All who come are guests, and this bit of spirit is something we Chinese should still have. My disciples were fortunate enough to win this round. Would you like to continue? At this moment, Wang Sheng still stands tall on the platform. The representative from Kochlan stepped forward disdainfully. Such divine swordsmanship has many differences from the power and speed we pursue. She honestly said, This excites me. Let me test my skills against this formidable swordsman. Wang Sheng happily presented his sword, humbly saying, Please, guide me. Immediately the girl glared, channeling her inner power into her sword. Her strength illuminated the entire arena. Huijing felt nothing as the Holy Knight's power increased. Tianzhang put on his glasses, saying, I know this move. Meanwhile, Guan Huyen remained calm, thinking that she couldn't beat her junior anyway, so she might as well enjoy her meal. The other girl raised her weapon high and shouted, Sword of Judgment, listen to justice. At that moment, a blinding light radiated everywhere. Wang Sheng couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to himself how chaotic it all sounded. The Icelandic representative then slammed her sword into the ground, the force of which nearly hit him, but Wang Sheng remained calm. Immediately he gripped his sword, channeled his inner power and pointed it skyward, his blade radiating a light just as brilliant. The representative from the Grain Kingdom's sword formation shattered, sending her flying. In the end, she couldn't defeat him. The representative from the Kingdom of Galan lost with a single blow. Her sword spun wildly in the air before plummeting to the ground, narrowly missing the little bird, leaving her stunned. The Heavenly Strength sect cheers wildly, amazed by his power. One strike defeated the female knight. Yunfei interjects, What do you know? While the flying shadow only requires the 7-star steps, it's true that the opponent can't touch its hem. But wait, he continued. To be able to defeat an opponent head-on in a place like this, that's the right way to fight. The representative from the Kingdom of Galan raised his index finger in admiration. I've learned a lot. My strength is far from yours, but one day I will challenge you again. Wang Sheng, cultivator of the Great Hua Nation. He doesn't boast about his victory, but remains respectful and ready. Next is the third match, and the man steps up to represent our Kim Thap Nation. Not much time had passed, and they stood in silence. Then, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air. Tianzhang blankly takes off his glasses and asks, "What just happened?" Yunjipeng pouts, "It seems like Fei Yu unleashed his sword aura." They stared blankly at the fallen figure, wondering if the match was already over. Huaijing explained that their opponent had used illusion magic to attack Yingwu, but it was dispelled by his sword intent, making it seem like they were simply standing still. With a feigned cough, he explains that the cultivators from the Golden Pagoda Kingdom specialize in illusions, a fact that makes the two disciples uneasy. So that's what happened. After the match, he humbly returns to where Yanzi is sitting, saying, "Master, your disciple is fortunate enough not to have disgraced your command." He looked at him, unable to hide his satisfaction. "Good work." After speaking with his master, he returned to his seat, where Guanshuan gave him a congratulatory wink. "Well done." Wang Xing smiled as he saw her, giving her a thumbs up. "Thank you, senior sister." Just then, Yanzi spoke up. "My poor disciples were just making a fool of themselves. Since today is a friendly exchange, how about this? You may choose any one of my 5 young disciples for a friendly spar." Hearing his words, everyone fell into thoughtful silence. But as soon as he finished, Tianzhang smirked and raised his hand. "Well, Taoist Buyan, may I introduce myself first?" The other 4 were stunned, looking at him with suspicion. What trick was he planning now? Yanzi turned to face Tianzhang. "What do you want to say? Speak." He hesitated, feigning a cough. This humble Taoist. Pausing as if he misspoke, Tianzhang quickly corrected himself. This junior was bold to say a few words. "There's a reason for our seating arrangement. You can choose your opponents based on your own strength, a small consideration from our great China." Tianzhang began to explain. "To put it simply, I'm the easy mode." Then he pointed to Yunji, saying the beauty next to him was normal difficulty. Yunji looked annoyed, as if wanting to punch the loudmouth. Next to him is Heavenly Master Huai Qin, who's also very difficult, followed by the handsome and dashing swordsman Vuong Thang. Shenwu Bufan was hell difficulty. And then finally there's Guanshuan, the fairy whose difficulty is paradise. She can easily take you to heaven, yet she calmly eats her cake, unconcerned with the world. He began to boast, saying even your masters would be beaten by the celestial maiden. Huaijing was annoyed. Shaosheng would surely challenge Tianzhang to a debate later. Yunji glanced at Tianzhang, thinking, "Count me in," clearly trying to draw fire to the two of them. Yunji doubted anyone would risk their reputation to challenge Tianzhang. Right. But Tianzhang's face paled, as if his skin was about to crack. Could it be? A man with a boastful face stepped forward, sword in hand. The man quickly stepped onto the stage. "I'm also the weakest player on our team." He eyed Tianzhang warily. "I'd rather test my skills against you. We can prove ourselves to each other." Enraged, Tianzhang Xiaozhan raised his talisman. "Please, enlighten me." He thought to himself, "This isn't how it's supposed to go. Shouldn't you be fighting Liu?" Behind him, Huaijing snickered. "Amitabha, Dr. Tianzhang, good luck." Yunju couldn't help but tremble with laughter, thinking he'd been given an easy task, which only irritated him further. The man immediately drew his sword and charged forward, roaring, "One pants of books," before attacking. But then, Tianzhang's talisman gently floated over, startling him as a massive explosion quickly erupted. Then, a pair of golden wings burst forth, illuminating the area as Zhang Tian smugly took flight, asking, "Am I really just easy mode?" "Why are you so pathetic?" he says, forming a hand seal. At this point, the opponent faltered, unsure how to react, and Tianzhang's flames shot straight through. The man never imagined Tianzhang's power would be so terrifying. He could only stare blankly at the sky as Tianzhang mercilessly shattered his defenses, and fiery sparks rained down like arrows. Seeing this, his agent feared for his fighter's life and yelled, "We forfeit!" Tianzhang quickly landed, saying, "I can't control the power of this talisman, and my strength is far inferior to Brother Thang's." Shamelessly, he explains, "Brother Thang would have held back, but I can't control this technique, so I injured you. I'm so sorry. Why don't you just start over in life?" And so began the second match, leaving Tianzhang dumbfounded. What a brave warrior, daring to speak of his tragic life before death. Yunji was stunned, but wasn't this his own doing? This match features Guanshuan, her face betraying no hint of unease, while her armored opponent looks tense and imposing, prompting a sigh from Huaijing. A level 1 boss taking on a spray level, Little Monk is speechless. And needless to say, the outcome is obvious. With a single move, Guanshuan effortlessly defeated her opponent like a celestial being, while Tianzhang covered his mouth, smirking. "I told you. The difficulty of the meditation hall." After a few matches, the arrogance of the islanders faded, and they were no longer as cocky as before. Wang Sheng observed them, sensing the islanders were planning something big from the start. What were they up to? Soon after, the islanders' representative spoke, and the interpreter relayed, "Meeting such outstanding young cultivators is a rare opportunity. Though it goes against our principles, we have a presumptuous request. His target is Wang Sheng, hoping that the sword cultivator will compete again, pitting himself against our two players who specialize in exotic techniques." He chuckled inwardly. So that's what this afternoon was about? The translator continued, "We're not looking to win or lose, as victory would be meaningless. We simply want to test our skills and see if we have any advantage against a sword cultivator." Tianzhang scoffed. "Have you no shame?" Yunji couldn't help but curse. Shameless. But he remained silent. Yanzi quickly stepped forward, placing a hand on Wang Sheng's shoulder, and softly said, "Xiaosheng, see how many of them you can handle at once. Let them all come at you. If they want to lose face, then let's grant their wish and use the purple star sword to deal with them." He quickly obeyed, replying, "Yes." And then, the cherry blossom representative brought two girls onto the stage. Wang Sheng stepped forward, drew his sword, and told them not to stand on ceremony, even if it was just a scratch. "No need to hold back. Come at me all at once," he said, slashing at a mid-stage core formation cultivator, the sword aura causing the two girls behind him to shield their faces. He stood firm and declared, "In that case, please guide these two young ones behind me." Mr. An Dao Dao was inwardly shocked, his hand clenched into a fist. Was this young man's strength no less than his own? These Chinese cultivators are not to be underestimated. Wang Sheng silently observes his opponents, knowing he can't afford to let his guard down. The three stood in silence, the two women radiating a murderous aura as they began to channel their inner power. Suddenly, the two quickly removed their concealing outer garments, revealing provocative outfits and a body full of hidden weapons. Their beauty sharpened, they took their stances and said, "Please, enlighten us." Seeing his opponents, 91st Heavenly General couldn't help but frown. Yunji glanced sideways. "Pay attention. Don't embarrass us." Huaijing chimed in, "Amitabha, they're just pink skeletons." At that moment, all three were horrified as someone radiated a murderous aura, glaring at their opponents. Like a demon, Guanzhuan stared at the two girls before him, who had dared to seduce his junior brother. "Shameless hussies. I want to fight them. Can I switch out?" Wang Sheng, his face unchanged and full of confidence, looked at his two fiery opponents as their pink figures vanished, leaving only two streams of internal energy. They charged ferociously, and he attacked relentlessly. But of course, these were only clones created by Wang Sheng. One of them quickly throws a dart at him. Wang Sheng easily dodges, but can't help but wonder if he's seen their movements somewhere before. He recalls the fierce battle in the hospital with the nurse. It's her. Wang Sheng quickly got his answer. The Yin-Yang sect was indeed connected to the higher-ups of Eagle Island. He unleashed his killing intent, deciding he no longer needed to hold back. Wang Sheng, disgusted by the two women, declares, "New debts and old today, I'll collect some interest. Is that all your vaunted skill amounts to? Do you have anything more profound?" This footwork is just a simplified version of Great Hoa's Bagua evasion technique. He began to lecture. "Back then, you learned so many cultivation methods in Great Hoa. Surely they haven't all been lost." The island representative remained unfazed. "Aren't you being a bit arrogant?" Immediately, he stepped forward, introducing himself. "Hikawa will learn from you." At this, Tianzhang couldn't help but rush forward in protest. "After hitting a child, you pretend to be nice." But before he could finish, Yanzi stopped him. "Xiaosheng isn't usually one to flaunt his abilities, so why is he being so aggressive today?" He watches silently, wondering if Xiaosheng has discovered something. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng invited him forward, then with a great shout, charged towards him with all his might. Of course, Wang Sheng quickly turned to dodge, but Hikawa pressed the attack, using his hand as a blade to slash across his neck, sending him flying back with a cry. As he touched the ground, over 10 sword beams pierced through him, leaving Hikawa stunned as he covered his eye. The technique he just used was the 7-star sword control art, and the sword energy he unleashed slashed fiercely toward his opponent. Hikawa carelessly gets slashed across the shoulder as Tianzhang cheers him on to defeat the old geezer. Meanwhile, Yunju excitedly asked Grandmaster Huaijing what he thought, to which he chuckled and casually replied that if Fei Yu wanted him dead, he would already be down. This swordsman is skilled, but without his superior flying sword, he's nothing special. Even if he doesn't win, it won't be as one-sided as this. Hikawa, disheveled, can't believe his eyes. How is this young man so powerful? But he wonders, isn't sword control Fai Ngu's specialty? Why isn't he using it? Wang Sheng glared. I haven't even used half my strength. Why don't you all come at me together? If you can force me to use my strongest sword technique, I'll admit defeat today. How about it? Immediately, the group from Andao Island charged forward to fight him, as Tianzhong roared in fury from the sidelines. Damn it, are they bullying us because we're outnumbered? Yanzi must hold him back. Calm down, Wang Sheng thought. Evil cultivators exist to be killed and should be shown no mercy. Even though China pursues peace, the feud between Angdao and China cannot be forgotten. Personally, I must investigate the people of Angdao to see if there are any members of the Yin-Yang Wanwu sect. Now I represent China, and those who came before me into battle. The world's energy has returned, and so has your ninjutsu and bushido. What makes you think you're so special? Stirring up trouble and revealing their sinister faces. Today, I'll show you that the people's heroes of Vietnam are the true powerhouses standing on this earth. Allow me a moment of patriotism. He draws his sword, pointing it directly at Hikawa with a defiant look. Wang Sheng closes his eyes, sensing his opponents circling him, danger lurking everywhere. Some charge with swords, while others hurl throwing stars. Though the enemy was in high spirits, he remained still, as if waiting. Suddenly, a surge of energy coursed through him. Wang Sheng paused, then quickly swung his sword, scattering his opponents with a few light strokes in the air, and simultaneously reached out into the void. A surge of inner power erupts, surrounding Wang Sheng in a halo of blue light. Incredibly powerful, anyone who approaches is severely wounded. He scoffs, saying their swordsmanship and ninjutsu are nothing special, and dares them to use whatever tricks they have. Hikawa quickly pointed, and a group of masked assassins charged towards him. While outside the arena, a furious Tianzhong finally lost his patience and stormed forward. Damn, these little devils are shameless. Brother Sheng had Yunji and Huijing hold back this warhorse. This isn't your fight, stay here and be good. Amen. Fiyu has his own thoughts, so don't cause any trouble. Tianzhong thrashed wildly, but a slender hand gently patted him, instantly stunning him. Guanzhen remained indifferent, while Yunji and Huijing were already terrified. She didn't say much, as Guanzhuan's language was never very fluent. Trust your brother, they shouted, trying to rally each other. Don't fall back. There's only one of them. Victory is ours. The greatest cultivator in Nanj Island. He fought while observing Hikawa, who remained motionless as if watching a play. Wang Sheng was annoyed that he hadn't attacked, but he finally took a step forward. Just a young swordsman whose abilities have suppressed most of us. The cultivation world of China is indeed very strong. Our island must resist the enemy in order to suppress them. It seems the power of this sword formation is too great, preventing him from using those strange sword techniques. If that's the case, we're sure to win. Thinking this, he finally charged forward. At the same time, behind him, a white-haired assassin with a dagger stealthily rushed towards his back. But Wang Sheng seemed to anticipate the old man's move, a sly grin spreading across his face as he unleashed the purple star sword technique. He slashed quickly into the air, a movement so fast it was imperceptible. An attack so powerful that the old man behind him and Hikawa were both stunned. That inner force shot out of the city walls like a rocket, followed by a massive explosion. Hikawa didn't even dare to look back, knowing that blow would have cost him his life. But it wasn't just Hikawa. Everyone, including Yanzi, was stunned by the attack. Wang Sheng then spoke up. I'm still too young. My swordsmanship isn't strong enough. I used my strongest move, and by the rules, I've lost. With that, he sighed wistfully, then Wang Sheng continued. Congratulations, you've won. Hikawa was still in shock, while the three ruthless men covered their mouths and chuckled. Tianzhong, ever so blunt, says, Is this the highest level of surrender? Did you learn anything? This move by Sheng is truly ruthless. He regretfully turns away, leaving the Sakura gang frozen in place. He approached Yanzi and bowed respectfully, but had already telepathically informed his master. Wang Sheng had barely sat down when his phone rang, and messages flooded in. Turns out, they formed a group called the Immortal Cultivation Squad. The young monk, Huai Qin, invited Liu Vanqi from Mao Mountain to join the chat. Little monk Huijing invited Xu Tianzhang of Longhu Mountain to join the chat, opening with, Amitabha. Those island youngsters are probably traumatized. Tianzhang calmly replies that even though Brother Sheng dug the hole, no one forced them to jump in. Shameless to begin with, they got beat after trying to gang up on him. What's there to pity? Yunjui replied, That makes sense. They've got it out for us. They don't need face. Tianzhang began to torment everyone. Brother Sheng is amazing. Brother Sheng is Vipro. I want to have your babies. Immediately, Xu Tianzhang of Longhu Mountain was silenced. Huijing wondered, why is Fai Yu targeting the islanders so much today? he explains. I suspect they're connected to the yin-yang sect of myriad things. For example, those ninjas' movements are similar to a yin-yang sect nurse who once ambushed Tianzhong. He continued, I intentionally injured them earlier and reminded my master, who now wants to use the guise of healing to probe their techniques. I have medicine here, but my disciple is a sword fanatic who doesn't hold back and may have offended them. Guanchuan wondered if that's the case. Wouldn't it be better to just capture them and whip them? Why go to all this trouble? Her words left everyone speechless. Wang Sheng smiled wryly, seeing his senior sister so strong. A moment later, he messaged, I just received news that Okamoto Ikawa has learned some of the yin-yang Vanvat sex techniques. Let them go for now, and after gathering intelligence, we'll act. They may organize an exchange to Andao, so be discreet. Huaihing replied, although the level of gaming in the island nation hasn't been great in recent years, their ACG is worth experiencing. Yunjui added, they have some interesting ancient architecture too, worth seeing. Before someone else chimed in, look at the person getting cut down. Soon after, Xu Tianzhang of Longhu Mountain was kicked from the group by the sword cultivator group leader, a decision everyone agreed with. Time passed quickly, and finally, the night of the exchange event came to an end. Back at the hotel, as everyone played cards, Yunji asked, Brother Sheng, will you and senior sister return to the mountain to cultivate? Tianzhang chimed in, if you're going to fight evil cultivators, count me in. Huaijing chimed in, Amitabha. Why does cultivator Tianzhang seem a little dissatisfied? Be careful, or a group might just carry you off. He quickly flared up. What nonsense are you spouting, you old monk? Wang Sheng chuckled, saying it depends on the master's arrangements. If Huaijing isn't in a rush, wait a few more days. We have a good show to put on. Tianzhang smirks deviously. Brother Sheng, what's this good show you speak of? Wang Sheng's face darkened. You're too green. It's a secret. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. Is Master Wang here? Mengyu reports that the matter of Xian Temple is settled. Although Taoist Xu and Taoist Liu were not originally on the list for this plan, their masters are participants in this operation, so it's fine for them to listen as well. Through this plan, we deciphered many false flags related to the ancient demon's attack on Xian Temple, leading the evil cultivators to believe the righteous were weakened by the battle, luring them out. According to the plan, we'll issue a nationwide call to eliminate the heretics in the coming days. And at this crucial moment, chaos will erupt at Xian Temple. You'll receive a distress call, rescue Xian Temple, and initiate the plan. That was the plan. But due to unforeseen circumstances, it's changing slightly. Taoist Wang, I'm truly sorry. But even though the team leader has been blocking the research institute, they've gone over his head this time. And they might come after you and the silent fairy. He sighed. I understand. What's coming can't be avoided. The next day, he quickly took his seat at the meeting table. Little Sheng, the main reason we've gathered everyone here today is regarding Immortal Maiden Wish number 01 and what they came into contact with. He reassured, Uncle Ma, don't worry, I'll tell you everything I know. Yan Ziji coughed a few times. Regarding that fairy, the situation isn't as my two disciples described. That immortal also doesn't know certain information. I can add to it, but I hope you won't be pessimistic after hearing it. Wang Sheng was stunned. Master, isn't this the secret treasure that Ancestor Lu passed down to us? From within the gold badge, a voice echoed, My lineage. Will there be anyone else? Half an hour later, the professor exclaimed in surprise, That's Immortal Lu Dongbin. What is this footage? Why can we only see him speaking and not understand his language? Yanzi speculates that this may be a jade talisman used by immortals to transmit messages which cannot be activated without the golden core realm. Lu Dongbin likely used the language of ancient immortals, and I've prepared a translation. The letter says that the affairs of the world are truly unpredictable. Little did I know that I, Lu Dongbin, would one day leave behind a last testament. I will recount everything. I only hope that when you ascend from this world, you won't cause disaster due to language barriers. Long ago, the universe was chaos, but through the guidance of the Great Path, the immortal holy domain gradually formed. Thus, the various races were born, and the first immortals emerged, driving the alien races out of the immortal sanctuary. Millions of years ago, after merging the immortal sanctuary and the star territory into the immortal world, the Hao Tian immortal emperor attempted to assimilate the universe's Grand Tao but was unexpectedly thwarted, resulting in his demise and the implication of countless immortals. The immortal race fell into chaos, and countless powerhouses they had once driven away seized the opportunity to strike back, ultimately destroying the immortal realm. The immortal race's leader at the time, the great Emperor Ziwei, and the Celestial Court protected the children of the Hao Tian immortal emperor as they charged into a forbidden place. The professor was shocked, saying, "So, these so-called immortals were a super civilization that fled to Earth after being defeated." Yanzi interrupted, "Let me finish what I have to say. Originally, there was a race on Earth with the same origin as the immortals, called the Udumbara. After the immortals discovered Earth, they immediately concealed it with formations and passed on their teachings to the Udumbara, leading to a great resonance. Though their teachings had been passed on, the immortals refused to fade into obscurity. And with time on Earth passing 100 times slower than the outside world, they couldn't afford to delay. So, 1,300 years ago, the immortals decided to break out of the immortal restriction and restore their former glory. Before leaving, they completely sealed off the Earth's vital energy to prevent enemies from finding it. But when the alien races learned of the immortals' return, they united to wipe them out. The immortals suffered heavy losses, and 13 princesses died on their way back to Earth due to severe injuries. With that, he couldn't help but sigh, adding that the Lu organization brought the box back to Earth after the final Great War to warn us. If anyone ascends, never reveal Earth's location, lest disaster strike. Wang Xing wondered, isn't immortality what immortals pursue? Why? Why must they control all things in the universe? They discussed that female corpse was actually a princess of the heavenly court. What caused the transfer speed of Earth and the outside world to be at a ratio of 1 to 100? Wang Xing surmises that the Haitian immortal emperor's personal desires led to the collapse of the immortal realm, and the chief immortals met tragic ends. Perhaps the celestial court isn't as wonderful as we thought. Soon after everyone finished discussing, it was already evening. Seeing him so dazed, Yanzi spoke up. "What's wrong? Did the content of the meeting just now shake your Tao heart?" His words startled him, and Yanzi continued. "I was originally planning to reveal the Lu ancestors' testament when you were ready to transcend. But becoming an immortal isn't easy, so focus on your cultivation." Guanchen quickly patted his head in comfort, and Wang Sheng smiled brightly. "I understand, Master." Guanxuan cryptically suggests something to him, and Wang Sheng asks in surprise, "Senior sister, are you saying we should transcend together and then go out to explore?" He begins to worry. In his past life, his senior sister knew a heavenly princess, so her status must be high. With such talent, she'll likely have no obstacles in this life, but he's just a mortal. What if his senior sister ascends, and he can't keep up? What's unclear about this? I have the legacy of the great Violet Emperor and Patriarch Lu, and I have my master and senior sister to guide me. With a wicked grin, he thought, if he couldn't become an immortal, he'd just die in his senior's arms. But before he could finish the thought, he was punched in the head. Why did he suddenly not want to become an immortal anymore? As night falls and the operation begins, Tian Zhang laments the absence of Brother Sheng. "I don't feel safe at all." Yunji glanced over. "If you're scared, take a few steps back. Huijing and I can handle this." Tianzhang clicked his tongue. "Me, a core disciple of the Celestial Master Dao on Dragon Tiger Mountain, afraid of these heretics?" "Ha," Huijing spoke up. "Don't be so tense, you two. Tonight is just a small scene." Quickly, the police shouted for everyone inside to hit the ground. They were pursuing dangerous criminals, and the heretics, of course, wouldn't cooperate, killing the officers instead. 5 elixirs per kill. Meanwhile, Manhwa reports that the enemy leader has escaped the warehouse in the chaos, and drones are locking onto their targets. Teams 5 and 6, be advised, they're headed your way. Meanwhile, the fleeing heretics curse in frustration. Damn it, these government dogs have noses that are too good. Huaiqin immediately rushed out to intercept them. "The 3 of you come at me together. Buddha is merciful, and your gods will forgive you." Immediately, Huaiqin roared, channeling his inner power, defense up, endurance limit up, critical hit rate doubled. He chanted, "Great Vajra Arhat, Buddha's light protect me, immune to all evils." The 3 heretics, startled, told each other to quickly kill the monk in this ambush, but of course, Huijing wouldn't let them have their way. He quickly drew his weapon, striking fiercely at one of them, as a radiant Buddha light enveloped the area, startling the target. His jaw dropped in disbelief as the talismans surrounding Huaiqin emitted a brilliant aura, sending the heretic flying. Not to be outdone, Yunji channeled his inner power and charged forward with the supreme clarity law decree. Lightning summon. At that moment, cracks began to spread across their protective barrier. One of the female heretics completely concealed her face. She said nothing, silently channeling her inner power, unleashing a fierce attack on Yunji, who was charging forward with equal fervor. Seeing Yunju in danger, Tianzhang quickly came to his aid, shouting, "Don't worry, Xiaoliuzi, I'm here to save you." 2 diamond and vital energy talismans were quickly applied to Yunji to give him strength. but the rascal stuck them on his family jewels. Enraged, Yunju shouts, "Damn you! When we get back, we're going 3 rounds." Tianzhong covers his mouth, chuckling mischievously. "Little Willow, you have no heart." The two quickly teamed up to deal with the female heretic cultivator. Yunji's attack sent her fleeing in terror, but she was ultimately struck by the lightning, causing the heretic cultivator to cry out in pain. Another one below tries to escape, but gets hit before he can react. At the same time, another one fiercely attacks the two of them. They watched in horror as the sharp blade of inner power hurtled towards them, realizing they were too late. But at that moment, a powerful surge of inner power struck the evil cultivator, piercing his chest. The female evil cultivator was also slashed across the neck, and the chubby evil cultivator, still being electrocuted, looked on in fear as his comrade fell. Seeing Wang Sheng standing tall, Tian Zhangru happily shouted, "Brother Sheng!" Then he quickly landed, asking, "Why are only you guys blocking the heretics? Why didn't you arrange for more people?" Huijing explained, "There are too many teams in action tonight, so it's a bit crowded. Fei Yu, hurry inside and help. We'll keep watch here." Wang Sheng smiled. "No need. I'm already inside." At that moment, loud noises echoed from within. With a flick of her wrist, Quan Xuan single-handedly wiped out a group of heretics, causing cracks to appear even in the walls. Tianzhong pales. "Brother Sheng's senior sister, are we short on followers, the kind who shout and cheer?" Wang Sheng sweats nervously, saying, "Perhaps we don't need to cover the construction costs?" A meeting is then held, and Mao Yue reports that the interrogation is complete. The captured heretic was just a henchman. The one killed by Wang was a mixed-origin immortal with intel on the Yin-Yang sect. Huijing wondered how the operations were going in other locations. Mao Yue flipped through the documents, saying that 3 out of 4 teams had successfully completed their missions. "Let me share tonight's results with you all. We've captured 32 heretics and eliminated 642. Wang Sheng sighs, lamenting that sometimes a sword that's too fast isn't a good thing. Guanchuan patted his head in comfort as Meng Yue continued, "Mainly because we didn't say we needed to keep live witnesses. Plus, we're short on people right now. It seems the Yin-Yang sect no longer requires cultivation for a mixed-origin immortal, but rather agility," Tianzhong mused. "So, all it takes to be a primal chaos immortal is a quick wit?" Yunji replied, "Indeed. Cultivation can be improved, but expanding the mind is quite difficult." Huijing added that the Yin-Yang sect may already be weakening. Meanwhile, Mao Yue continued to review the statistics, which showed that over 260 members belonged to the Yin-Yang sect, most of whom were in the embryo-forming realm. Tianzhong glanced over. "Is the embryonic stage worthless?" "Someone risked their old life to reach it." Wang Sheng is focused on his research. It seems tonight's harvest is good, likely using up all the intelligence the investigation team has gathered in this time. Guanchuan thinks if she can't play on her phone while studying, then she'll tease her junior brother. He suspects the Yin-Yang sect will also have new arrangements, but they'll surely differ from these two. Tianzhong is excited. "Great Hua dares to touch my brothers. Gather the troops and let's fight them to the end." Huijing chimed in, saying the cult had suffered heavy losses while preserving their strength, and urged them to quickly invite the 8 Qi gods. Meanwhile, Yunji looked dejected. "Why am I being dragged into this role-playing game?" Wang Sheng sighed. "Never mind, as long as you guys are happy." Meng Yue covered her mouth, holding back laughter as she reported, "All right, everyone, we've discovered a new evil cultivator base. Let's prepare to move out." The group soon located the evil cultivators, and Huijing whispered, "Buddha have mercy." This time, it's a group of evil cultivators using yin to supplement yang. Tianzhong sighed. "Why don't we ever see female heretics practicing yang cultivation to replenish yin?" Yunji glared, wondering if he wanted to be a victim. With excitement, Tianzhong recounted, "If I hadn't been so unrestrained back then, I wouldn't have stumbled during my breakthrough to the core formation stage." Huijing asked curiously, "What is it?" "Could it be that Senior Celestial Zhang continued, "It was all caused by that rascal Wuzhi. Back then, I couldn't go a day without my greens." The special investigation team's convoy sped to the scene, and Meng Yue urgently announced, "We have an emergency, everyone." "Quickly, Wang Sheng, get in the car." "What happened?" Meng Yue handed something over. "Trouble has struck Xi'an Temple. We just received word that the ancient demon within has stirred. Dozens of grandmasters are already attempting to suppress the demonic energy, and we need your assistance." Wang Sheng said, "Quickly notify a few more experts. That way we'll have more security." Mo Yue quickly replied, "Wang Daozhang, rest assured, we're mobilizing people." He was uneasy. The plan had begun. But why did he feel so anxious? Time shifts back a few hours to an unfamiliar place, where an evil voice echoes. "Sect leader, 14 Hunyuan immortals have been killed or captured. We've lost 15% of our forces. The other added, Sect leader, Great Hua has been preparing for a long time. They will surely continue to attack. It will be difficult to find a hiding place. The sect leader instructed his subordinates to remain hidden, and the elders to maintain their secrecy. I have received reliable information that the Great Hua nation is merely trying to lure us out to combine our strength and attack. He ordered, fall back and remember, no matter what happens, don't reveal yourselves. The two figures bowed in obedience, and immediately after, his phone rang, the caller diving straight into the issue. I've changed my mind. Let's turn the tables and eliminate some righteous power, preparing for our future plans. The insect master asked, you want to make a move? You called to say this is a good opportunity. And even if we fail, it won't cost us too much. I've been to Purple Cliff Temple and observed its layout. The ancient demon may have regained some of its power by now. I just need to find an opportunity to release the ancient demon, and those righteous sects will desperately seek their own deaths. Meanwhile, everyone fought desperately against a female ancient demon as Tianzhang's master shouted, those below the false core realm retreat. We can't let this ancient demon wreak havoc. After instructing his senior brother, he quickly channeled his inner strength and shouted, open the great demon's sealing formation. The ancient demon was immediately suppressed by his power, struggling to hold on with both hands. Images of the ancient demon flashed across a laptop screen as Wei Jing marveled in a hidden corner of the fake Xi'an temple. Amitabha. The effects, the atmosphere, perfect. Yunjai added, on the way here, this is the 5th video? The production team is really going all out. Tianzhang added, Master, I even have a line ready. Has the handsome main character run away yet? Mu Yue said, this video is intentionally leaked. If it doesn't lure those heretics, we're out of luck. The entire mountaintop area is now set up with the Wind Origin Grand Formation, and many people are lying in ambush both on and off the mountain. Once the Yin-Yang sect enters, we will immediately activate the Grand Formation. By then, they'll be caught between a rock and a hard place, and we'll all have to play dead. Tianzhang said, to lure those heretics, we not only built a fake temple, but we made it this real. This trap must have cost a fortune, right? But will those evil cultivators take the bait? If the plan fails, at worst, they just won't be fooled. The real Xi'an temple can't be ignored either. Mo Yue says, rest assured, Chief Wang. The combat team is ready, and the high monks are not to be underestimated. He silently wonders where his master has gone, as he hasn't sensed his presence since arriving at the mountain. Meanwhile, deep underground at the fake Xi'an temple, Yanzi observes and asks, what's the situation? An officer reports that over 60 heretical cultivators have been found below the mountain, gathering in the back hills and preparing to attack. He wondered why there weren't any golden core cultivators. Could they have infiltrated the group? As he pondered, an employee's voice called out, Abstinence Master. At the demon's sealing well, the demonic energy suddenly surges, startling him. What? Immediately, Yanzi instructed, everyone, stay here and continue with the plan. I've been studying the 5 elements evasion technique recently, so I'll try earth evasion to get through. Hearing this, Jingyun was worried and cautioned. Senior brother, be careful. He turned to the old monk. Venerable Feng, your Buddhist teachings can restrain demons. Come with me. Zen Master Rufeng smiled. You're really not afraid of bothering this humble monk. Immediately, the two used earth magic to scout ahead, transitioning to the false Purple Rock Temple, where an eerie silence reigned. At the well, the monks sit in a circle, working together to prevent the ancient demon from escaping. Yanzi arrives and surmises that the demon is about to break the seal, perhaps as early as tonight's full moon. Immediately, he approached the well, saying, no rush. Let me sample some well water. At that moment, a fierce glint flashed in Zen Master Rupong's eyes. He suddenly shoves Yanzi forward. From behind, Yanzi senses something is amiss and quickly gathers his inner strength. But the attack was too sudden, and he couldn't react in time. The plan was ruined. Before he could react, blood flowed freely. Yanzi had been ambushed by someone no one expected. A deep voice rumbles, Impermanence. I didn't want this either. Yanzi was stabbed straight through. As Rufeng Jiren continued, to find the Azure Demon Sword that could break your pure Yang power, it took our entire sect 1.5 years. Rest in peace. His eyes blazing, Yanzi roared with fury. Monk Rufeng! He then channeled his inner energy and flew away, shouting. The eminent monks before him contorted and went mad, reduced in an instant to skeletons as blood quickly stained the ground. Yanzi gritted his teeth, realizing Rufeng had poisoned them all. His faith shattered, and falling for his trap, Yanzi roars in anger. Rufeng! Immediately, he charged towards Rufeng with incredible speed. But Rufeng, anticipating the threat, retreated behind the two evil cultivators. They joined forces and charged towards Yanzi, who refused to back down. But with a sword still in his chest and grievous wounds, Yanzi was sent flying. Though injured, his power was enough to overwhelm the two men, but of course, it didn't end there. Two long swords flew from behind. Yanzi looked back, surprised to see a second ambush. Immediately, he dodged, striking at the two attackers as the swords pierced the ground, creating a large hole. Gantu leaped into the air, realizing that while their attention was focused on the fake Tu-Nam temple, they hadn't neglected to monitor the real one, and the enemy had exploited this oversight. Faced with his imposing aura, the masked men hesitated, and Rufeng spoke. This old Taoist priest's heart meridian is damaged. He's only putting on a brave face. Exhaust him to death. I'm going to release the ancient demon. Immediately, the men in black robes shouted, "By the sect leader's command!" and charged towards Yan Zifei, whose mind had calmed slightly. "Rufeng, I will kill you today." A quick report comes in. Xian Temple is in trouble. Rufeng is the yin-yang sect's master yang, and he's about to release an ancient demon. Golden Core cultivators rush to reinforce, stopping at nothing to prevent the well's seal from being broken. While the remaining cultivators activate the protective array, standing by for orders as a powerful surge of demonic energy erupts. The Yin sect leader speaks, "You went to the trouble of inviting us here and now you want to leave early? That's not how things work." Then he orders, "Stop them, buy time for the Yang sect leader and don't hold back, kill them all." Meanwhile, Wang Sheng worried, "Mao Yue, how are you and Master doing? I never expected Feng Chanxi to be a member of the Yin-Yang sect." Meng Yu quickly reported that Taoist Buyan had been ambushed and severely injured, and was now fighting alone at Tu-Nam Temple, which worried him greatly. Immediately, he summoned his sword energy and said to Guan Xuan, "Senior sister, let's go help Master." As soon as he finished speaking, they both rode their swords, flying swiftly to assist Yan Ziying. Everyone scattered to act. Those above the Void Core realm followed Elder Fei Yu to support Xian Temple. The Yin-Yang sect shouted, trying to stop them, while the Sword sect's elder and Tianzhang's master uncle fought fiercely. He shouted, "Fei Yu, come here first." At the same time, Wang Sheng took out two talismans, the Zhenyuan talisman and the Guiyuan talisman. He spoke urgently to Guanxuan, "Senior, give me true origin." Without a word, she agreed. He angrily blamed himself. If he hadn't devised the plan to use ancient demons to lure the heretical cultivators, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Senior apprentice sister Guanxuan seemed to sense his anxiety. She whispered, "Master, it's okay. Definitely." With those words, he felt even more motivated. His master would definitely not fall so easily. Meanwhile, Feng laughs triumphantly, "Qingyanji, you're doomed to die here today." Yanzi channels his inner energy to form a formation, the Yin-Yang Grand Formation. He can't help but smile wryly, mocking himself inwardly. "Never thought I'd be stealing moves from my own disciple." His power soared skyward, striking fiercely at the masters. Yanzi seems to have gathered all his strength to shout, "Rofeng, prepare to die!" He's stunned with fear, to think that even with grievous wounds he could push us this far. If we don't eliminate Thangon-tu today, we'll never know peace. Immediately, Yanzi dodges the masked men's attacks, diving straight into the earth, leaving them stunned. Rufeng wondered if it was earth escape magic, but stopped his men from pursuing. "No need to pursue. Our goal is to release the ancient demon. The two elders will eliminate the reinforcements from the Orthodox sects, and the rest of you will collect the blood of those monks and put it in the well." He channeled his inner power and commanded them to move quickly. They obeyed and vanished. Immediately afterward, a surge of powerful energy erupted. "I'm preparing to activate this ancient formation." The scene shifts to Yanzi, who has escaped to safety. While he's still conscious, he must return to target point number 2 immediately. Ziyan feigns telling the others the news, and with that thought, he coughs up another mouthful of blood. From afar, a familiar voice echoes, "Master!" But as Xiaosheng's name is uttered, Yanzi's vision begins to waver. He and Guanxuan quickly took him to a secluded place to recover. Yanzi hoarsely saying, "This time, I seem to have disgraced you both. My body is still weak." With that, he couldn't help but cough, and Yanzi anxiously interrupted, "Master, don't speak, not yet." He was not concerned for his own safety. "Shousheng, go and warn the others. If we can't stop the ancient demon from being released, even modern weapons won't be enough." Within the collapsed statue at the Xian Temple lies a relic. "Master, reinforcements are coming. Tell them, don't act rashly. Leave the rest to your martial ants. The government can handle it. If we release the ancient demon, Rufeng will likely leave immediately. I won't let him escape. Even if I'm no match, I must hold them back, creating more opportunities for the seniors. Guan Huan casts a spell, a blue light full of inner strength emanating from her hand towards Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng was surrounded by light, and a massive yin-yang symbol appeared beneath his feet, while Yanzi, behind Guan Xuan, looked at him in bewilderment, coughing from his wounds. "Stop, don't force yourself." He frowned, his face showing a clear look of distraction and fatigue. "Cough, your teacher won't die," Wang Sheng replied, his head still not turned towards his master by even a centimeter. That sword was a little too big. His master's heart has been severed. He sighs in frustration, his brow furrowed, teeth clenched. His eyes were now bloodshot. "You taught me cultivation, but no one touches my parents, my master, or my senior sister." Guan Xuan looked at her junior brother in astonishment as her hands continued to cast spells. Wang Sheng continued, the light growing stronger than ever, shattering the surrounding rocks and destroying his Dao heart. "Decades of seclusion can be made up for, but if I lose my master, where will I find another? Master, today I must act as a mortal, even without cultivation. I will repay blood with blood. If Rufeng doesn't die today, I will chase him to the ends of the earth." With that, he shot off, riding a strange blue light, leaving his master and senior sister dumbfounded. Wang Sheng soared into the sky with grim determination. "I must kill him." A sudden explosion erupts in the sky, sending the helicopters reeling. The evil cultivator conjures massive fireballs, hurling them at the helicopter's underbelly, then forms a colossal dragon of energy that obliterates the aircraft. Wreckage rains across the sky as Wang Sheng finally confronts the evil cultivator. He turned and glanced at him, flying closer as he said, "Just a nascent soul." Without hesitation, Wang Sheng pointed his sword at him, eyes wide with menace. The heretic flared with rage, his body engulfed in flames, his eyes crackling with electricity. He screamed for death. He reached out and grabbed Wang Sheng's sword, dispelling its light, but in that moment Wang Sheng cast a spell, splitting the green light into two beams that shot towards the evil cultivator. He tried to push the heretic away with his magic, but the heretic blocked him with his own, unleashing a flurry of fiery punches. The Qiankun Wuji sword pierced the heavens, and he was no match for its infinite power. Wang Sheng frowned, struggling past the evil cultivator's fiery fist, and stabbed him in the finger. The blade pierced through his chest, and the evil cultivator cried out in pain. Seeing his comrade stabbed, a large, burly man rushed forward, yelling and swinging his fist at Wang Sheng's back. "Die, kid!" Two members of the investigation team rushed in, creating shields to protect Wang Sheng. The man beside her spoke in a strange language, and the woman remarked, "Young people are so easily provoked." As he cast a spell on the evil cultist Fai Ngu, the man said, "Go kill the East Sea flies like the mad demon sect for me." Hearing this, Fai Ngu flew down into the forest below. Yes. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for his pained moans. Blood gushes from his mouth as Wang Sheng leans wearily against a tree. He checks himself, spitting out clots of blood. His internal injuries have healed, and no bones are broken. He anxiously bit his finger until it bled, as Wang Sheng glanced around suspiciously with his golden eyes. He knew his next target was a golden core cultivator, so he needed to stay calm and maintain peak condition. As if to test his suspicions, Wang Sheng cast a spell, hitting one of the attendants. Realizing he's surrounded, he resolves to avenge his master. In the control room, Qiling monitors Wang Sheng and reports his status. Immortal Bayan is on his way back, now out of mortal danger, and reinforcements will arrive at the Devil Ceiling Well in 3 minutes. The others in the room listened intently, watching the large screen, as 2 groups of reinforcements, including 2 Golden Core cultivators, arrived. They'll arrive in a minute. The summit near the False Purple Cliff Temple has activated a large defensive formation, and can hold out for at least an hour. Qiling's face hardened as she stared at the screen. Abandon the Demon Ceiling Well for now, and redirect 80% of our firepower to the second target, the False Purple Cliff Temple. When the bombers strike the target area, add heavy artillery and use air-to-air missiles to attack the Golden Core heretics. If 1 shot isn't enough, use 5 or 10. She turned to the man. Also, I need to request permission from above to use the Heavenly Sword system. He responded that the threat from the demonic organization far exceeded that of the heretical cultivators. Isn't Chief Qiling's arrangement too risky? A group of very modern-looking missiles appeared on the screen, their tips glowing as if ready to fire at any moment. Chief Qiling continued, her face more serious than all the risks I had taken. Allowing enemy spies into the investigation team is my responsibility. I was prepared to resign and accept any punishment from the organization. But then a group appeared, led by 2 cloaked figures surrounded by flames, marked with the yin-yang symbol. She continued, We must capture all the British heretics who have appeared in our Great Sia. Suddenly, the woman spoke up. Chief, the drones have detected a large group of enemy ninja gathering and approaching the main gate of Zion Temple. Another reports, Chief, Taoist Fei Yu has arrived at Purple Rock Temple, which is under attack by ninja. Wang Sheng dashed forward, a blur of motion, creating an arc of light as he tried to evade the henchmen. Xiling wondered why no one could put her mind at ease. Wang Sheng tried to fend off the henchmen, but they nimbly dodged his attacks. Two of the henchmen tried to restrain him with swords imbued with dark purple light, but he broke free, using his magic to knock them away. Wang Sheng then unleashed his magic, creating countless beams of light that sent his opponents flying, the light erupting like blue flames. Standing before the flames in a commanding pose, Wang Sheng tapped his comm, and a voice on the other end said, Taoist bullion has been taken back to base. He glanced toward the mountain, where a strange green light emanated from a house at its base. The voice continued, The silent immortal is still channeling her energy. His injuries have stabilized. After hearing that, he replied with a serious expression, Good. Then I can fight with all my strength. How are things on your end? Manhwa replies. She laughed triumphantly. Don't worry about us. Having just received the news, the monsters began their assault on the mountain. A monster sneered, Ha ha, so the righteous path is just a bunch of cowards. Tianzhang grimaced. The government really screwed up this time. To think they'd seal away a spy with such fanfare. I wonder how Brother Sheng is doing. As Huijing meditated, he said, The heretics aren't fools. They'll probe the government too. He slowly opened his eyes, his brow furrowing. They're using the Sakura Nation to cause trouble. This might be a covert operation against us. Tianzhang jumped off the roof, making quite a noise. That's right. After this is over, our Sakura country will take a shot at him. Listen. Startled, their eyes widened, and Tianzhang spoke up. It's blown up, little Willow. Two long, seemingly advanced aircraft ignited and sped away. It started its engine, released missiles from behind, and dropped them into the forest. With an unchanged expression, Yunji said, A large aircraft just flew over. Huijing sighed, responding to Yunju, No paratrooper assault, just here for the photo op. The investigation team immediately announced the first bombing run was over, with 70% of the heretics still alive. The heretics scattered, trying to escape, but Ji Ling, watching the monitor, said, They're only resisting the bombing with their cultivation. Their true essence won't last long. With unwavering resolve, she ordered a second bombing run, determined to leave no one alive. They immediately obeyed their leader's orders. Yes, blue lights flickered across the fortress as the ground shook violently, cracks beginning to appear. Debris flies everywhere. This fortress is actually the Purple Rock Temple. Master Nu Feng's eyes glow as he unleashes a powerful spell, sending his opponents flying and scattering prayer beads. After wiping out the arrogant group, he orders his men to throw the bodies into the demon-sealing well, and they immediately obey. Yes, as Nu Feng continues his spell, he creates a large pit. Scattered around the pit are the body parts of unfortunate victims, as the henchmen struggle to drag the corpses into the hole. He chanted, Amitabha. As the sect leader performed the ritual, his followers quickly threw the remaining body parts into the pit. He said, The elder is still in seclusion. His expression was stern, his brow furrowed. Below, the parts were immediately sucked into the seemingly bottomless pit. What are we waiting for? Deep within the pit, a fox is sealed by golden steel threads wrapped around its body, standing on a platform amidst the skulls of unfortunate souls. Out of nowhere, a grotesque hand appears, and the fox opens its eyes, emitting a purple glow. A beam of purple light erupts, piercing the night sky. Its immense power shatters the earth and sends bodies flying. Rofeng laughs triumphantly. Ha ha, it's done. Suddenly, one of the man's attendants spoke up. Sect leader, their reinforcements are almost here. Nu Feng stood there, not turning to face the man. You all hurry and escape. Find a chance to leave. He drew his sword and spoke to his entourage. Then the young monk dripped blood from his hand. I will use a blood oath to help you break free, senior. Those self-righteous fools will surely disrespect you. It's just a pity I'm too weak to do more. What's that light? Someone suddenly rushes forward and calls out his name. Rufeng! Wang Sheng rushes towards Rufeng, his eyes filled with resentment, and casts a spell, pointing his sword at him. Purple Star 1 Sword. A burst of blue light erupts from Azure Sword, aimed directly at the Grand Master. Rufeng also cast his spell, gathering his inner strength to manifest a giant. Resembling Buddha himself, he looked at Wang Sheng, who was trying to rush him, and smiled mockingly. I like you too, but you've tried to kill me, so I can't spare your life. The giant suddenly opens its eyes. Rufeng controls the giant, delivering a powerful blow where Wang Sheng stands, saying, "Die." Wang Sheng swiftly moved behind the statue and cast a spell on Rufeng, who turned to him, holding a glowing orb containing a lotus flower. Wang Sheng swiftly casts his spell, slashing his sword at Rufeng as two giants suddenly appear behind him, ready to strike. With quick reflexes, Wang Sheng immediately turns to retaliate against the two giants, his attack causing widespread destruction. Seeing the situation was not in his favor, Rufeng decided he couldn't linger with this kid any longer, conjuring a lotus flower to escape. Rufeng knew he had to find an opportunity to escape quickly, now high above the ground. Below, Wang Sheng is still struggling against the two giants from before, thinking that once the ancient demon awakens, the purple light will continue to shine upon the sky, surrounded by small spots of light, with dust and sand flying everywhere, leaving Feng utterly surprised and panicked. Not only him, but the streams of purplish-black light vanished, revealing only the fox that had been sealed away, its face now cracking, and its empty eyes now filled with life. Black pupils with crimson irises looked incredibly sinister, and the purple light surged again, as if to declare that everyone here would die. The light emanating from the pit illuminated the entire sky, distorting the surrounding landscape. By now, Nu Feng had flown a good distance, high above the ground. In an instant, the light sucked everything around it like a tornado, growing larger and beginning to wreak havoc. Wang Sheng thought, looking up at the vortex as the demon sealing well devoured the surrounding energy of the world. His expression grave as he surmised that the ancient demon had broken free. Wang Sheng fought the two henchmen while realizing the ancient demon had broken free, and Nu Feng reveled in his success as the giant roared. He declared, "The deed is done." As Rufeng flew further away, he roared, "Today marks the end for all who call themselves righteous." Wang Sheng stood amidst the rubble, gazing up at Rufeng, his face hardening, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. "You cast a spell that hit my cheek." He frowned, gritting his teeth in displeasure. The massive rosary around Rufeng's neck snaps, and the demon spews blood. Wang Sheng continues his spell as multiple blue rays of light appear, creating slashes. Wang Sheng deliberately directed the cuts at the giant lotus flower, shattering it and sending Rufeng plummeting downward. Enraged, veins bulging, and eyes bloodshot, Rufeng roared, "You dare challenge me to the death, heavenly master!" With that, he landed gracefully and faced Wang Sheng on the other side, in his hands clasped behind his back, a dangerous look on his face. "I released this ancient demon. It has absorbed 3 drops of my essence, so it cannot kill me." Wang Sheng then recalled his master, clothes torn, stabbed through the left breast, blood flowing freely. Rage boiled within him, his eyes filled with hatred. Gritting his teeth, blood streaming down his jaw, he chanted the incantation, determined to kill him. To kill this demonic monk. Countless beams of light erupted, targeting Rufeng, who skillfully dodged Wang Sheng's attacks while holding the lotus flower orb. He said, "You really think you can kill me?" Suddenly, the magic orb in Rufeng's hand was sucked into the water spout. Raging, Rufeng looked up at the vortex, realizing the ancient demon was absorbing the world's energy. And his own magic. Enraged, veins bulging, Rufeng summoned a shield around himself, knowing he had to kill the boy and escape quickly. With that thought, he roared, "You want to trade your life for mine? I'm not afraid of you. I've been cultivating since I was 3, and now I've reached the Golden Core realm." Wang Sheng frowned, looking at him in disbelief as Rufeng continued, "I have countless assets. The Yin-Yang Vientiane sect in my hands has reached its peak today." The dark purple lights twisted and converged, creating a bizarre shape in the sky. As Rufeng charged at Wang Sheng, he sneered, "What makes you think a lucky Taoist like you can trade your life for mine?" Unaware that the dark energy was coalescing into a 9-tailed fox. Nifeng looks up in horror, as Wang Sheng now looks up in surprise. The fox suddenly opens its eyes, revealing its massive maw. The massive beast lunges toward Nu Feng, looking utterly ferocious as dark purple orbs envelop the monk despite his resistance. The fox channeled its inner power, unleashing a barrage of attacks on Nu Feng, who cried out for help as the force of the blows caused him to cough up blood. He demanded that the younger generation release the elder, as blood splattered and Nu Feng was left barely clinging to life. He fell instantly, his blood spreading everywhere. Seeing this, Wang Sheng stood there with a stunned look on his face, when suddenly a golden ray of light flashed in the sky, dispelling the dark energy. The fox stared up with glowing, eerie eyes as Wang Sheng looked on in utter shock, mouth agape, as a beam of golden-orange light blasted the ground apart. Wang Sheng gritted his teeth, squinting as he struggled to keep his balance against the powerful beams emanating from the spaceship above. It continuously fired beams of light upon the giant monster, the earth shaking violently from the sheer force. Wang Sheng lost his balance, falling to the ground and bracing himself. He knew the celestial sword was too powerful. Once unleashed, he wouldn't be able to stop it. The fox was still suppressed by the beam from the spaceship. Wang Sheng then unleashed his magic, leaping up in an instant. He decides to seize the initiative, figuring he can act later, but where's this smoke coming from? Wang Sheng stood at the edge of the pit, staring blankly up, when suddenly the light fell upon him. Wang Sheng looked up in astonishment as a massive beam of light illuminated the night sky. In the pitch-black space, the abbot of Tamjiang of Xi'an Temple kept waking Wang Sheng. Little friend, little friend. He groggily opened his eyes, still feeling the aftershocks of falling into the Shushan ancestor's relic. Young friend? He asked, are you a Shushan disciple? Wang Sheng was startled awake by the talking sphere before him. Holy moly, that thing is huge. Then Wang Sheng suddenly felt like he'd seen that giant relic before. Could this be the relic his master spoke of years ago? Wang Sheng quickly presents his token. I am a half-disciple of Mount Shu, and this token designates me as an honorary elder for life, bearing the name Wang Fei Yu. He then slowly explained how he obtained the token. This was given to me by the sword sect of Shu Mountain, Wang Sheng said, leaving the abbot in stunned silence. He muttered, an honorary elder for life? The abbot nodded, impressed. Shu Mountain has really caught up with the times. Wang Sheng bowed respectfully. Senior, dealing with the demons should be our priority. The abbot retorted angrily. You're the demon. That's a sacred beast I've been raising. The abbot added, of course, it's not in the best condition right now due to some issues, but rest assured I've placed the relics here to soothe it in time. The world's energy has recovered for so many years, yet your cultivation is only at the spirit void realm. Daring to face my tribulation-passing little pixie with such meager power. But your sword intent is quite impressive. Hearing this, he was speechless, thinking that this guy must have been a chatterbox when he was alive. After a while, he couldn't help but wonder, were you desperately fighting that fake monk to avenge the previous Golden Core Taoist? Wang Sheng nodded. That man is my master. The abbot replied, oh, commendable respect for your teacher, and more importantly, a willingness to risk it all. A body of just over 20 years, yet 6 years of vital energy has already formed a nascent soul. He then flew into a triangle shape before him, expressing his praise. And he possesses the sword intent of the heavenly sword, not bad at all. Wang Sheng, hearing the praise, was at a loss for words. He thought to himself, Senior, you're not trying to pick a son-in-law. The relic then emitted a golden light. The abbot calmly said to him, consider this a stroke of luck for you. He then immediately revealed his true form before Wang Sheng. Your potential isn't weak, and it wouldn't be a disgrace to Xilian. With that, the abbot pointed at him and made a request. Come, young one, make your vow. The scene shifts back to the ongoing battle. Helian's condition is critical as the Chiling's commands echo. Target locked, target locked. The heavenly sword has over 70% energy remaining. The launch platform will finish cooling in 3 minutes. Smoke obscures the target, so we can't assess its condition. Emerging slowly from the rubble, covered in blood, Helian is announced as critically wounded. Its bloodied hand suddenly returns to its original state. One of the group says in surprise, that's not right. Its wounds are healing. The orders from above quickly changed. Immediately lock onto the target and provide precise coordinates for the heavenly sword. One of Qiling's team members asked, Team Leader Qiling, do we need to use the final authorization? Qiling responded, let the cultivators buy time for the sky sword. It's not time for the final measure yet. Then she added, if even the final move can't kill this ancient demon? Surrounded on all sides, Qilin was cornered, forced to shrink in on itself. This, Qiling knew, was true despair. Cornered, Xilian is filled with rage, glaring at them through gritted teeth before letting out a deafening roar, unleashing a burst of energy that obliterates the incoming attacks, prompting one of Qiling's group to shout for everyone below the Golden Core realm to evacuate, fearing that this demon beast may have ascended to immortality beyond even a nuclear strike. Everyone present was shocked, some even considering backing down. Suddenly, from afar, they all sensed a powerful figure approaching, calling out the name Halian. Heliance. Wang Sheng appears, radiating the aura of the first abbot of the Xi'an Temple, leaving Heliance stunned as the Scarlet Ling group sigh in relief. That kid's got a death wish. If he wasn't dead or running, what's he doing in front of the ancient demon? He then faced He Yan directly, gently advising him, He-yon, don't make a big mistake. Under his wide eyes, Wang Sheng continued. This humble monk has waited 1,000 years to tell you the truth of that year. Hearing this, it lowered its head in understanding. One of the Crimson Scale members frowned and said, Senior, please subdue the sacred beast quickly. Times have changed, and if the nation really intervenes, this mountain will be flattened in an instant. Hearing this, he calmed him. Don't panic. After sleeping for so long, its resentment has faded. Wang Sheng told them, I will comfort it. As he spoke, Xilian transformed into a human form before their eyes, kneeling with hands clasped, as if acknowledging her mistake. Wang Sheng put his hand on her head, saying, Don't be afraid, they're just protecting this place. Xilian, don't be afraid. Then he explained to everyone, I am San Tong, the first abbot of Xi'an Temple. This fox is not a demon and has never harmed any living being. Finally, before everyone, the abbot earnestly pleaded for leniency. The image of the head monk appeared in his mind, radiating a brilliant light around him. Wang Sheng stroked Xilian's head, thinking, the demon within her is purely resentment, and even after cursing it for over 3 million years, I can't eliminate it. To me, it is like my own child, and I sacrificed my cultivation to protect it. Wang Sheng, in the form of the head monk, held a glowing orb, thinking, soon, this relic will be placed within Xilian, binding you together in a great seal of life and death. If its demonic nature resurfaces, you can use the Great Seal to control its life force and prevent it from harming all living things. Wang Sheng then recalled his conversation with the first abbot of the Tunam Temple sect. Are you really putting that much faith in me, master? The abbot glanced at him with a serious face. Your heart is true enough. Swear an oath with me. He said, first, never force Xilian to do anything against his will. Second, if you achieve immortality, do your utmost to help him eliminate his demonic nature and restore his original self. Third, if Xilian is ever possessed again, do your best to restore her sanity, and do not directly destroy her soul. With a blank face and covered in scratches, he raised 3 fingers to swear an oath. He replied that he understood, and the host smiled, raising his hand as a light appeared in his palm, saying, Amitabha, follow me. A beam of light flashed, illuminating the space with warmth and brilliance. In the blink of an eye, Wang Sheng and the host were transported to a place shrouded in pink clouds. He questioned the host, who sat down and calmly replied, This is Xilian's heavenly abode, the place where her soul is housed. Your cultivation is too low to go any deeper. Hey, Yan curled up, the little fox stirring slightly, eyes still tightly shut as if fast asleep, letting out a soft groan. The host continued instructing Wang Sheng, Xilian, follow this Wang immortal. When he ascends, he will naturally rid you of your demonic roots. He looked down solemnly. Then you can search for Qinglin. Wang Sheng looked at him in surprise, thinking, Qinglin? Could he be one of the seniors who followed the immortals back then? The host continued. He channeled his inner energy into Xilian, looking at it kindly. In my life, I've met countless people, and I'm never wrong. Unfortunately, the time has come. The fox's eyes widened in utter astonishment as the monk conjured a sphere around He-Liyun. He continued, Back then, the 3 of us traveled the world, and you fell in love with Qinglin. He handed the sphere containing Xilian to Wang Sheng, who immediately reached out to receive it. He spoke, saying that it was a pity that Than Lam Taoist, burdened with the responsibility of the sword sect's leader, could not respond. Finally, Wang Sheng touched the pale pink orb containing the little fox. The host says, Later, when the immortals decided to purge the demon race, Qinglin had no choice but to seal you away himself. The light from the sphere shone brightly, casting countless beams that made Wang Sheng squint. The host continued, his instructions echoing as the orb emitted a blinding light engulfing the space. He continued to wait for the storm to pass, intending to release you again, but alas, I could never rid you of your demonic nature. He-Liyun, once a small fox, now stood before Wang Sheng in human form, kneeling with hands clasped and head bowed in reverence, the host's words still echoing. It seems He-Yun's spiritual energy returned to the orb, a regret you still carry now, as Wang Sheng gazes sadly at it. He held the orb in his hand, his face lost in thought, as the image of the host loomed with solemn dignity. Wang Sheng looks up at him with a face full of respect and determination, while below, Xilian gazes up at him as well. At Xilon Hermitage, the investigation team is trying to communicate with each other. The heretics have retreated, intercept them, and attack with full force. Below the massive arching shield, countless lights appear in the night sky as the investigation team battles the grotesque monsters. Beams of light erupt from behind them, striking the monsters who retaliate with attacks of their own. One of them said, "Didn't sect leader Yang say he wanted to release the ancient demon? Why don't these righteous sects care about him?" The other added. Suddenly, Tianzhang's uncle and the man beside him paled as a massive red symbol appeared in the sky, plummeting towards the barrier. A massive beam of red light descends with devastating force, scattering debris everywhere, as eerie red sparks flicker in and out of existence. In the wake of the light's aftershock, smoke billows from the hiding place of the man and Tianzhang's master, both battered and bruised. The man asks, "What was that?" Tianzhang's master replied, "I just saw someone in the sky. Helian, using her inner power, with Wang Sheng beside her, both floating." She spoke to Wang Sheng, her face serious, her eyes glancing down below. "I've suppressed these minor cultivators, but my inner demons aren't gone. If I fight, I fear I won't be able to control the demonic energy and fall into darkness again." Wang Sheng immediately responded to Xilian with gratitude. "Thank you, Senior. Leave the rest to us." She looked sharply at Wang Sheng and said, "My life is in your hands. Don't stand on ceremony with me." He scratched his cheek with an awkward smile, thinking, "She appears cold, but her voice is soft and gentle." He really held on. Master Qinglin's cultivation is truly extraordinary. Finally, the sky cleared, revealing bright stars and the peaceful night sky beyond the house, where Xilian sat upright in the center, with Tianzhang and Huaijing in the corner. They looked at He Yan with conflicted expressions. Wang Sheng stood to the left, watching her, thinking. To travel 100 miles in an instant, to suppress hundreds of cultivators with a wave of her hand, a half-immortal, half-demon body. She's a walking nuclear bomb ready to detonate at any moment. Wang Sheng gazed intently at Xilian, thinking that the life and death of such a master was in his hands, a pressure like a mountain. Suddenly, a look of surprise crossed his face, and his golden eyes widened. Guanxuan then approached, looking up at him with surprise, before rushing forward to embrace him. Tears streamed down Guanxuan's face as she closed her eyes tightly. Wang Sheng patted her shoulder, speaking softly with affection. "It's all right now, senior sister." He embraced her tightly, his eyes filled with affection. He promised that this would never happen again. After this battle, all the evil leaders besides the insect master have fallen into the trap. The evildoers were quickly apprehended, and thanks to Xilian, capturing the heretics was a breeze. Everyone was busy guarding the prisoners, but what to do with Xilian became the investigation team's biggest headache. Xilian had reached the level of a half-immortal, so the government naturally wouldn't let go of such a powerful asset. Wang Sheng explained, "I've sworn an oath on my cultivation. I won't force him to do anything he doesn't want." Saying this, he grimaced, trying to pass the buck. No way out. Suddenly, a sob from behind startled Wang Sheng. She knelt on the ground, her clothes disheveled, tears welling up as she looked at him. "I only have you to rely on now? Even you don't need me anymore?" Wang Sheng thought to himself, sweating. "Senior, we're not that close." He slumped over, regretting his words, as Guanxuan approached from behind, a sinister smile on his face. Huaijing, standing nearby, said, "Amitabha, Feiyu, there's no need to push too hard." Yunjai added, "Feiyu, this senior really needs someone to take care of him right now." Seeing the beauty before him, Tianzhang was excited and rushed forward, shouting, "I'll do it." Seeing the murderous look on his face, Tianzhang quickly backed down. "I think the weather's not bad today," he said with a silly grin. The next morning, they settled things with Senior Xilian, and would temporarily stay with him and their senior sister in a suburban villa. The plan to lure the heretics with the ancient demon had a satisfactory outcome. But with the heretics defeated, they were even more certain of the connection between them and Sakura country. The Taoists of various sects were filled with hatred and planned to form a team to seek revenge in Sakura country, but they seemed to have been dissuaded by the Great Hua government and their actions were delayed. Xiaoli couldn't help but wonder, isn't the Cherry Blossom country also known as Hua country? Speaking of magical artifacts, she said, lost in thought, "Isn't it amazing that each of you has one of these special phones?" Guanxuan showed her the camera function, but Xiaolian, being from a previous generation, was completely bewildered by it all. But she was immediately thrilled to see her image through the camera, and her eyes lit up at the sight of her beautiful face. Soon after, she and Guanxuan began snapping photos together, striking pose after pose as Wang Sheng watched, inwardly warning himself that another one had fallen. Cut to morning, Wang Sheng rushes to the hospital to visit his master. Guanxuan and Xiaolian follow, but linger outside. Yanzi smiled at him, wondering, "Xiaosheng, why didn't Zen Master Santong give you any benefits?" He handed over an apple, humbly saying, "Having Senior Xilian taking care of me is benefit enough." Yanzi couldn't help but smile. "Good. If I'm ever bullied, I'll have you bring this great master to me. His face somewhat gaunt, Yanzi recounted, Master, she's about to resign, so I can finally relax a little. Wang Sheng voiced his concerns. Master, I'm afraid your wife won't be able to resign. The government has established a new department to supervise the existing one, which is really just a disguised way to reclaim some of her power. Actually, it wasn't that Yanzi didn't know this, but hearing it from him made it all the more certain. He sighed, then, with tears streaming down his face, he held a slice of orange. Seeing his upcoming happy life slip away, he smiled wryly and comforted. Master, the capable are always busy. Not many in the cultivation world can balance both cultivation and love. Hearing this, he sighed wearily, leaning back against the pillow. Forget it. I can't sell my life to the country forever. I'll wait for her spirit to wane, then I'll lead her into seclusion. Unlike you. As he spoke, he took out his phone, and Wang Sheng's phone rang at the same time. It was a message from Yanzi. He said, Look at your phone. Perhaps he feels that transmitting sound in front of a senior is not safe. Let's talk here. Yanzi couldn't help but ask him curiously, Is this senior currently single, or... Wang Sheng recounted that Qinglin Daozhang's life and death were unclear, making it difficult to say, at which point he felt a little guilty, but reminded his master to delete the chat history after they were done. He continued, When are you going to tell her about what happened after the Heavenly Court left? Wang Sheng decided he'd wait until they were closer. Furthermore, Qinglin Daozhang's fate was still unclear. Yanzi couldn't help but worry. What if this demigod was seen as taking advantage of her vulnerability, and then she met Qinglin Daozhang again? This demigod is a sentimental person. This is no joke. He nonchalantly replies, Then I'll cuckold him. Yanzi can't believe her disciple would say such a thing. Wang Sheng scrolls up to his master's message. That demigod is head over heels. This is no joke. Then he recalls a message. Wang Sheng then replied, Senior sister will always be by my side, master. Don't overthink this. My resolve will never waver. Seeing these words, Yanzi couldn't help but pause for a moment. Immediately after, he chuckled contentedly and patted Wang Sheng's head, finally seeing the light. Outside, Guanzhuan was stunned to hear the laughter inside. Wang Sheng realized his master had really intended to match him with his senior sister. All right, now I'm more or less acting on orders to woo my senior apprentice. I'll have to see how she feels about it. Speaking of the Violet Rock Temple battle, Senior Shi Lian's intervention minimized our losses, and so the government rewarded Wang Sheng with a Mountain View villa in his name. But Xiaolian remained indifferent to the change of scenery. Everything is uncertain. After all, the misunderstanding that led to her 1,000-year demonic transformation has been resolved, and the resentment in her heart is now known. Wang Sheng glanced over, thinking, Love can be a dead end, but who can get through to someone whose cultivation is near immortality? To truly disarm her, he realized he needed Guanxuan, the secret weapon who shared her interests. Meanwhile, Xiaolian flew to Guanhuan as soon as she saw her. Time passed quickly, and a few days later at his villa, Xiaohuan was sending her a bunch of spiritual stories with the message, Senior Zillion, I highly recommend these romantic comics that this junior has ever read. Thanks to Guanhaian, she now knows how to use a phone, and excitedly replies, It's interesting. You don't need to call me senior, just use my name. I'm not that formal. Xiaolian quickly finished reading and contacted Xiaowan, sending a friendly message. Xiaowan, don't you have any more to send me? These illustrated stories are quite interesting, too. When she receives more stories, she sends a cheerful emoji along with a message thanking the great master for the resources. Wang Sheng accidentally picked up his senior sister's phone. After reading the messages, he smiled wryly. As expected, his senior sister handled things smoothly. Immediately afterward, he continued his calculations, planning the next secret operation, number 2. And so it begins. The following night, they share a farewell party. Yinglong happily raises his glass, saying that tomorrow they depart, so tonight they drink until they drop. Wang Sheng was also excited, as long as they weren't allowed to use their inner energy to dispel the alcohol. Soon after, the two young men cheerfully raised their glasses. Come on, bottoms up, Qiling reminded him with concern. Senior brother, you've only just recovered. Please drink less. Meng Yue couldn't help but tear up with concern. Those bottles are pretty expensive, you know. After Yinglong and Healing left, Wang Sheng was completely drunk and out of it. Guanxuan quickly took him back to his room, and as she came out, Meng Yue asked, Immortal but you, is Senior Wang asleep? Guanxuan hummed in response, as Mu Yue revealed a cunning look, calling her the Silent Fairy. Xiaolian was asleep at her desk, amidst the remnants of the party, as Mu Yue slyly asked Guanxuan when she and Taoist Fei Yu would finally be together. At this, Xiaolian perked up her ears, and while she typed something on her phone, Mu Yue exclaimed, "Ascension? There are many more realms to come. You have to take it slow to reach enlightenment. I'm talking about romance. Are you two an item right now?" The story heats up and Xiaolian groggily sits up. Unable to resist, Xiaolian asks, "Are you two childhood sweethearts? Has Xiao Xuan ever had impure thoughts?" Guan Xuan hands over her phone, asking if her current relationship with her junior brother isn't good enough. And now, the bestie tea party begins. Meng Yue feels out the situation, seeing if she can push things further. Isn't there a term for partners in cultivation called Dao companions? Isn't the relationship between Dao companions closer than that of senior and junior disciples? Guan Xuan asked, bewildered. Aren't my junior brother and I already the closest? Closer than fellow disciples. Legendary sisters fight, but we don't. Meng Yu covers her mouth and snickers. Of course not. Looks like they haven't kissed yet or gotten any closer. Shilin rests her hand on her cheek, looking over. Xiao Xuan is a natural for the Dao. She wouldn't understand those words, but it seems little Xuan is about to fall in love. Guanxuan asks for specifics, but Xiaolian, bored, just raises her glass, saying, "I can't really explain since I never truly experienced it, but I was restless and my feelings burned." Meng Yue couldn't help but get excited, her face eager. Xiaolian took a sip of wine, then continued. Take me, for example. Back then, if I didn't see Qinglin for a few days, I'd get upset. And when I did see him, I'd overthink everything. Sadly, he only saw me as a junior. Then she put Meng Li on the table and declared, "If I could do it all again." After a pause, Xiaolian shouted with newfound courage, "I would definitely sleep with him without hesitation." Hearing this, Mao Yue was fired up, cheering her on. "Senior, you're so awesome." Guanxuan listened silently, then began typing on her phone, prompting the question, "Senior, have you never resented that person?" Xiaolian explained, "The source of my demonic transformation was resentment towards myself, for not being the one who ultimately succumbed to the dark side, so after discovering my feelings for Qinglin, I was devastated." Then she tilted her head back and continued to drink. "So if you think you can use this method to help me resolve the resentment deep in my heart, you're dreaming." Startled, Mu Yue hid behind Guanxuan, quickly explaining, "No, I just felt that Senior had faced too many hardships and wanted to cheer you up. Senior, we're sorry for being so presumptuous." Xiaolian didn't mind. "Come on, let's have another drink and continue talking about love." "Actually, this is my first time drinking, and I feel much better now." Mu Yue grins mischievously, "So let's continue the topic." She eagerly looked at Guanxuan, the silent fairy. Did she like her junior brother? Guanxuan was innocent, stunned, then quickly answered. "Mongnguet vodabutte, kong faitich kyudo, chinlako tungang hitway hon un, I kong." She likes him. Mu Yue scratches her head. "Not that kind of like, but have you ever thought about kissing him?" Hearing this, Guanxuan was stunned, feeling a flush spread through her body, and her cheeks turned red. Guanxuan remained silent for a long time, and Meng Yue, looking at her phone, shouted, "There it is! There it is! She's about to fall for him." Xiaolian added, "She fell for him a long time ago. Xiao Wenxuan just doesn't seem to realize it." Guanxuan's awkwardness is suddenly broken by the drunkard's shout, "I must become the #1 sword cultivator under the stars." He continues to lose control, shouting, "Sword, wine, stars." Xiaolian couldn't help but look suspicious. Was he going to be as heartless as that time? Xiaolian immediately put her hand on Guanxuan's shoulder. "Sister, I'm speaking from experience." She leaned in close, advising seriously, "If you don't hold on to it, don't go looking for it when it's gone. Tonight, while he's drunk, it's a match made in heaven." Guan Haiyan seems interested, but how should she do it? Soon after, the three quickly entered Wang Sheng's room, where he lay drunk in bed. Xiaolian playfully said, "Leave it all to Big Sister." "Quick, call out for our leader," Guanxuan whispered. "Leader." Xiaolian chuckled triumphantly and burst out laughing, as Wang Sheng's face flushed red from the alcohol, his mouth agape as he dreamt of something. His eyes were closed, but he could sense something was different. Wang Sheng slowly opened his eyes to see a pair of luscious lips in front of him, but he couldn't help but wonder why he couldn't move. A kiss then gently lands on his cheek, and Wang Sheng wonders, "You, senior sister?" So it's Mao Yue. She's kissing me to demonstrate for Guanxuan, then turns to say, "See, this is the simplest way to kiss. A greeting in many parts of the world." Wang Sheng's heart plummets as he internally screams, "Why her?" But he pretends to sleep, his face frozen as he thinks, "Well, we're already this close, so a little touch from Mu Yue isn't so bad." Immediately after, Xilian Songxiao pushed Guanxuan forward, telling her it was her turn to kiss him directly on the lips. "Don't worry, I've used a body-fixing spell on Xiaosheng. He won't bother us." Hearing this, he couldn't help but smile wryly. "Second sister, what have you done?" Full of momentum, Guanxuan clenched her fist with determination, as Wang Sheng thought to himself, "At this rate." Guanxuan then began to climb onto the bed. His inner self screams as she draws ever closer. Could tonight be the night? Just as their lips were about to meet, a scream echoed through the air. Guanxuan froze, startled, while Xiaolian remained excited, her ears twitching. Manhwa blushes, saying that this might not be a good idea. A first kiss with a girl is a big deal. Xiaolian no Diaz in agreement. That makes sense. With that, Xilian stepped forward. "That's all the tutoring for tonight, Xiaozhen Xuan. Remember to copy it first." Xilian happily looked at Mao Yue and continued, "I'm really not as good as you at this sort of thing." Mao Yue blushed. No, I'm just a little shy." Xilian laughed. "It's okay. It's just the three of us here, and Xiao Feiyu is fast asleep. Tell me first, what do women like in men, and what do men like in women?" Meng Guyet cleared her throat. "So what kind of women do we men like? I should pay attention." As midnight approaches, he wearily sits up, his mind racing, and after a long struggle, the immobilization spell is finally broken. He glances sideways at the others, but seeing the three girls disheveled, he feels helpless. How could they be so unguarded around him? Wang Xing glanced beside him, a hint of warmth in his eyes. Guanxuan was fast asleep next to him, completely unguarded around him. Wang Xing looked at her gently. It seemed his martial sister was really out cold after drinking. She wouldn't wake up like this. He reached out to touch a smooth, soft leg, savoring the sensation. Glancing at Mu Yue, whose clothes were askew, Wang Sheng was surprised. She was quite the expert, having taught them all so well. He guessed that senior sister Xilian had also taught her a few things. With that thought, Wang Sheng grinned slyly, thinking he should thank them properly. Immediately after, clothes flew everywhere. What happened next is anyone's guess. At the crack of dawn, a piercing scream echoed through the land. They had defiled the little fairy. Feeling incredibly guilty, Meng Yue repeatedly slams her head against a pillar, crying, "It's my fault, it's my fault, it's my fault." Quan Huyan trembled, staring blankly at Wang Sheng, who was sleeping soundly in the nude. Xiaolian lamented, "Which one of us did it? If it was Xiaoshuanshuan, it'd be fine." Mu Yue wails, "It must have been me. Such a handsome Taoist priest, and I'm so boy crazy, especially after drinking last night." They were so busy talking that they didn't notice Wang Sheng had been woken up by the noise. Zilianan valiantly speaks up. "It's okay. I've already acknowledged her as my sister. I'll take responsibility for this. What's a little reputation? I'm a fox spirit. What do I have to fear?" Guanxuan decisively says, "If it doesn't work, I'll confess to junior brother and say that last night I—" Hearing this, Wang Sheng couldn't help but laugh until his stomach hurt, and he burst out laughing, causing the three to stare blankly as he rolled around on the bed, clutching his stomach and laughing like crazy. The three girls, now ablaze with fury from being teased, made his fate clear. A storm of rage erupted, and Wang Sheng had to weather the tempest alone. The next morning at Wudong Mountain, Yinglong hurried out respectfully. "Please forgive any shortcomings in our hospitality, fellow cultivators who have come from afar." Yunja smiled, saying they were just here to meet the senior who sold the information, as they were still a little worried. Qiling added, "That senior is very approachable. Just like us young people, not at all rigid." After the greetings, Yinglong led everyone inside, cheerfully announcing, "Junior brother Wang, look who's here." But upon opening the door, the sight before them shocked Yinglong, Huaijing, and Tianzhang. Yunji was no exception, and Qiling shyly screamed, covering her face and turning away. Meanwhile, Xilian leisurely ate fruit, continuously whipping Wang Sheng with internal energy. He was hanging upside down and being beaten until he was drenched in sweat, but Xilian coldly ignored him. Master Tom Thong once said that the more handsome a man is, the more amorous he is. She coldly looks at him, never expecting that the charming Xiaofei Yu would also be so treacherous. Mao Yu intercedes. "Elder sister Xilian, please stop. Taoist Wang's friends are watching." Guanxuan, while channeling her inner energy into him, is on the verge of tears. "Big sister, are you worried about what will happen if junior brothers Dao Heart and Realm are damaged? The ropes are hurting him, and others are watching." Seeing her good friends so distressed, Xiaolian couldn't bear to watch and stood up, sternly warning Wang Sheng. "Got it? You won't dare bully little Xuan again, will you?" Inwardly, she was gloating, while Wang Sheng said with a wry smile, Senior, of course I wouldn't bully my senior apprentice. I was just joking before, please forgive me. He told himself to keep a firm Dao heart. One must have a thick face. Immediately after she raised her hand, I'll let you off this time. The rope is quickly untied and Wang Sheng lands gracefully, bowing respectfully. Thank you, senior. I'll go greet our guests. Guanshen rushed over with a robe and Qiling happily approached. Seniors, I've come to play with you all. Shaolin happily said, okay, let's play our games. Forget those stinky men. With that, the girls went off to the side, leaving Wang Sheng sweating as he approached the Yinglong group. Even the usually stoic Vanchi couldn't help but crack a smile, though Tian Truong remained the most unreserved. He lay on the ground, laughing maniacally. The top-ranked Wang Sheng, a name on the heavenly rankings, an outstanding young cultivator of Great China, was now reduced to this. Tianzhang wiped away tears of laughter. Brother Sheng, what did you do? And he was strung up and beaten with a small rope by a senior. He coughed awkwardly. Just kidding. Yunji spoke up, diffusing the awkward atmosphere, declaring that for Fei Yu's reputation, today's events never happened. At this, Yinglong suddenly cried out in surprise. Then Wang Sheng approaches with a dark look and a dangerous smile. Senior Brother Zhou, may I borrow your phone for a moment? Yinglong sweats, stammering, oh, I forgot my phone. Huaijing smirked, looking at him. It's too late. The 2 pictures we sent have already been spread around. Hearing this, the smile vanished from Wang Sheng's face, and he broke out in a cold sweat, followed by a barrage of comments. For the safety of the cultivation world, you sacrificed yourself. We admire your righteousness. Taoist Fingyu. If you need more partners, consider my senior sister. If Brother Fingyu can't handle it, I can take some of the burden. Wang Sheng was beyond tears. My lifelong reputation. Wang Sheng and the others are returning to Wudong to relocate this time. Today, Chao Long and the others came to see them off, as Huai Qin's group planned to return to their respective mountains to cultivate after saying their goodbyes, and to discuss a few things. Huaijing speaks, saying that after this great battle, the Yin-Yang sect will be quiet for a while, but their base in the Sakura country is likely preparing for a counterattack. Yinglong adds, if the government hadn't intervened, the Taoist sects would probably be viewing cherry blossoms on Mount Fuji right now, but I think we should follow the government's lead, suppress them for now, and then take the initiative. Yunji agreed, taking a sip of his tea, adding that diplomacy isn't just about favors. It requires comprehensive thought. Tianzhang excitedly munches on an apple, saying that he's definitely going to be a part of the fight in the Sakura country. After returning to the mountain, he will cultivate in seclusion, striving not to be Wang Sheng's burden. Wang Sheng forced a smile and praised him, noting that he'd matured quite a bit recently, about 3%. Yinglong looked at him seriously. Fei Yu, if you go this time, we may have very few chances to meet in the future. Wang Sheng poured tea with a smile. I can't stay in the mountains for hundreds of years. We'll have other chances to meet. Tianzhang sat to the side, dejected. Only 3%? Yunji then offered an idea. In a few months, the Taoists will likely head to the Isle of Ying to deal with the evil cultivators. How about we all go together if we're not in seclusion? Then we can reunite and fight those evil cultivators together. Wang Sheng and Yinglong seemed to agree, as he continued, today we meet at Wudong. Tomorrow we'll vanquish evil in England. What do you think? Neither Huaijing nor Tianzhang objected. The 5 brothers eagerly raised their glasses and cheered. Cheers! The very next day, things kicked off again, and Mao Yue introduced him, Taoist Wang. This is the villa the higher-ups have arranged for the 3 of you. Wang Sheng happily looked around, basking in the gratitude. He stepped into the sunlight on the balcony, unable to contain his awe. Following Senior Shi Lian, the benefits have not only increased, but we have everything from a firewall to a perimeter defense system. Most importantly, we have internet. Speaking of which, his face suddenly pales. Wang Sheng couldn't help but sigh. Mao Yue whispered, we've designed parental controls. Master Wang can cut off their connection at any time. Dejected, he asks, do you think I'd dare to cut them off? Soon, Wang Sheng, alone in the house, heard playful laughter and went out of curiosity. But whatever he saw made him quickly retreat, muttering, see no evil, see no evil, see no evil. In the distance, a small hot spring flows endlessly, creating a picturesque scene where Guanzhuan and Zhaolian are soaking. Meanwhile, Meng Yue watched from the shore with a telescope, saying, Big sister, it looks like I win. She happily continued, I told you. Based on my understanding of Master Wang, he definitely wouldn't peek at us. Shilian gets up and walks towards Guanxuan. All right, just as I thought, he has the same personality as Qing Lin. The fox's nude form slowly approached Guanxuan, who lifted her chin and said, "Little Xuan Xuan, you must hold on tight." Quan Xuan lets out a confused sound as Mao Yue sadly touches her own chest, lost in thought. Why is there such a big difference? Immediately after, Xilian cast a barrier, afraid that Wang Sheng would peek. A sly voice chimes in, remarking that little Xuan Xuan is surprisingly well endowed. Comparing her to little Yue, Mu Yu retorts, shyly, "If Big Sister says another word, we're through. And of course, you heard everything." Wang Sheng spoke to himself, trying to clear his mind. It had been so long since he'd been able to cultivate in peace. Speaking of his senior apprentice sister, she'd been stuck at the peak of the Void Core realm for ages. He wondered when she'd finally break through. Before he could finish, Shi Lian shouted, "Xiao Fei Yu, Xiao Xuanxuan is about to break through. Prepare to defend her." Wang Sheng was still stunned. Could it really happen just like that? He immediately flew out on his sword, knowing the dangers of core formation. He had to protect this place so his senior sister could break through safely. With that thought, Wang Sheng quickly flew away, standing guard while pondering the situation. Odd. Master directly absorbed a large amount of heaven and earth energy to form the golden core. Why is it that senior sister's golden core breakthrough isn't causing any fluctuations in the surrounding energy? It seems Wang Sheng has figured something out, his eyes hardening. He suspects his senior sister wants to take this opportunity to fully convert to the yin-yang path, then use the Yang secret records to form a golden core based on the pure Yang immortal technique. Meanwhile, Guanshuan began to circulate her inner energy, causing Wang Sheng to worry. He quickly grabbed his phone, thinking, "This is still dangerous. I have to contact Master immediately." Meanwhile, back at the hospital, Yanzi was receiving treatment when he heard Wang Sheng's report and wondered, "Xiaoxuan wants to follow the yin-yang path. Why didn't that child discuss this with me? Well, let her try, and if she fails, you can step in to help." But Wang Sheng didn't seem to understand, quickly asking, "Master, can you explain further?" Yanzi immediately clarified, "Your foundations are all based on the pure Yang immortal technique. If Huyen fails, immediately transfer your true essence to her, giving her a chance to revert to the pure Yang immortal technique." Wang Sheng's eyes grew even more determined as he replied resolutely, "Yes, I understand." At the same time, Xi Lian flew down next to him, saying, "I can't help Xuan on her path to the grand duality, so go down and protect her." She reported that Meng Yue had returned to the villa, and that she would guard them and prevent anyone from approaching. Wang Sheng held his sword, cupped his fist in respect, and thanked her. He quickly descended to Guanshuan, realizing that the opposing forces of yin and yang could never coexist. His senior was taking a huge risk. He sat down beside her, determined to protect her no matter what. Thinking this, Wang Sheng's expression softened slightly as he sat opposite Guanshuan and reassured her, "Senior, I'm here. So rest easy." Guanshuan closed her eyes, focusing inward, but she heard Wang Sheng's words and smiled faintly, reassured. Time quickly passed into evening, but Guanshuan had yet to break through. Wang Sheng watched intently, his worry growing. For cultivators, failing to form a core the first time greatly reduces their chances later on, primarily because it leaves behind a mental scar. Secondly, the lost power will damage her foundation. He watched Guanshuan intently, who was now wielding the two-form sword intent, and he couldn't help but worry. That's why his master entrusted her to him. If she fails, I'll transfer my true essence to help her quickly condense the golden core of pure Yang Dao, he thought, watching her closely as Guanshuan's two yin and yang poles continued to shine, the process ongoing. Seeing the power emanating from her, Wang Sheng was stunned. The two opposing energies were pulling everything around, and even he almost lost his balance. His hand on his sword, thoughts swirling. The merging yin and yang energies proved his master-sister was on the right path. All that remained was to solidify the false core, and a successful tribulation would transform it into a golden core. But before he could finish his thought, Guanshuan suddenly raised her hand to the sky, and a pure, unadulterated power emanated from her. Guanshuan resembled a celestial being, her clothes fluttering gently. Wang Sheng was startled by this power, his eyes widening as he exclaimed in surprise. He stared in shock, his mind racing. Does senior sister think her nascent soul is ready to form a golden core? Shouldn't the golden core be solidified first? From Guanhuan's body, a shadow separated and soared into the sky. Another pure figure, like Guanhuan's soul, gently ascending. That version gradually opened its eyes, its face no longer innocent, but sharp and cunning. Wang Sheng watched in astonishment, his mouth agape, as her soul ascended towards the heavenly lightning. As Guanzhuan approached the lightning, her soul flew towards it like a magnet. Wang Sheng watched from below, wondering if this was the pill tribulation. The raw power was almost unbearable, and Wang Sheng felt a surge of panic as a voice screamed in his mind. This isn't good. Her nascent core is only balancing the yin and yang energies. If the lightning tribulation breaks that balance, the core could shatter at any moment. He strained to open his eyes, observing Guanxuan's spirit while he pondered his next move, as her spirit drew closer to the lightning above, and the tribulation intensified. Wang Sheng grew wary, gritting his teeth as he gripped his longsword while Guanxuan meditated, channeling power into the yin and yang. Above, Guanxuan's soul drew closer to the lightning, her face unchanged. Above, Guanxuan's soul had fully merged with the tribulation, emitting a brilliant light, and after a moment, her soul safely descended. Wang Sheng watched, afraid to speak for fear of her losing control. Finally, Guanxuan's soul and body reunited. Her body levitates above the water, but Guanxuan remains in a state of enlightenment. Wang Sheng breathes a sigh of relief, startled but not in danger. Wang Sheng realized that once she overcame the lightning tribulation, his martial sister could form a golden core. Suddenly, he looked toward Guanzhuan in shock. She's undergoing a strange transformation. A glowing circle has appeared on her abdomen. Wang Sheng was surprised, spotting a bun. He looked at it, wondering and speculating. Is this also a golden core? No way. Did senior sister really succeed in forming a core? Wang Sheng asked as soon as he returned to Zillion. She succeeded? He wondered. She succeeded, but is a golden core necessarily spherical? Xilian explains that a Taoist golden core is just a symbol of perfection and doesn't have a fixed form, like the cultivation methods of Buddhism, which don't even use the formation of a golden core. Knowing that Guanxuan was safe, he sighed in relief. Okay, I'll go tell our master the good news, then keep watch while she's in seclusion. He brought good news to Yanzi. His master and senior apprentice had succeeded, but her golden core was a large cake in the shape of a yin-yang symbol. He instructed, don't worry. The golden core reflects one's own great path, and a round cake also represents perfection. As long as it's not a stick, there's nothing to worry about. Hearing this, he was taken aback. A stick? Yenzo asks, are you afraid your core will turn out to be shaped like a sword? Wang Sheng says to himself, Master says not to worry, but how can I not? If something goes wrong with my senior apprentice's golden core, it could affect her entire path of cultivation, and her chances of becoming an immortal. But if this is the path she has chosen, there's nothing more I can say. If she truly encounters the bottleneck, I'll do my best to help her break through. Quan Huan is still in seclusion. He sat opposite her and began to channel his inner power. His senior sister only wished for longevity. After a long while, Guanxuan successfully transcended the tribulation. The rest was up to her, so he had nothing to worry about and immediately closed himself off to meditate. Comprehending her mastery of yin and yang has elevated his understanding of the Taiji sword intent, a process that took over 20 days. Wang Sheng slowly opened his eyes and Xilian was excited. That's right, that's the way Xiaozhenhuan should be. After her enlightenment and upgrade, Guanxuan's face changed slightly, looking more somber and holy than before. Xilian happily said, Little Xuan, now that you've reached the golden core stage, you can fly. Consider this white dragon artifact my congratulatory gift. It's much better than riding a sword or dagger. Wang Sheng added, Congratulations on reaching the golden core stage, senior sister. You've now become a golden core cultivator. Guanxuan stares at him expectantly, thinking, I'm a master now. Follow me and we'll eat and drink well, I'll protect you. Wang Sheng happily asks, Senior, what do you want to eat today as a thank you to Senior Zillion for guarding us so we can cook a celebratory meal? Guanxuan's eyes lit up at the mention of food, her face beaming with joy, while Xilian inexplicably felt irritated. She glares at Wang Sheng, and then Xilian cracks her knuckles, issuing a dire threat. You still calling me Senior? You want to test me? He quickly understood the problem and corrected himself. Big Sister Xilian, what would you like to eat? She suggests, I haven't had bamboo shoots in ages. Let's try some. Meanwhile, Guanxuan landed and excitedly began texting the menu. Spicy stir-fried bok choy, egg cakes, chive and egg cakes, stir-fried fungus with ginger, yam ribs, steamed tofu ribs with fermented black beans, honey-glazed grilled ribs, radish omelet, salted smoked meat with shiitake mushrooms, and pickled melonfish soup. Despite the long list, Wang Sheng happily agrees, excited. Okay. Elsewhere, the scene is grim. A blue light flashes, then shoots into the house ahead. Instantly, a powerful burst of dark energy erupts, a human face seemingly visible within the purple smoke. This is the minor underworld. Cut to Wang Sheng's villa, now in the evening, where he's just finished cooking and carries 2 dishes of food, still wearing his apron. "Senior, dinner's ready. Let's eat." A table full of food was quickly served. Wang Sheng was filled with happiness, thinking that seeing this scene made him feel like he had married his senior. He smiled wryly at Xi Lian, continuing to imagine raising their daughter. She excitedly eyed the feast and exclaimed, "Let's eat!" He eyed Ho Lian's attire, a bit surprised, and thought, "I heard the eldest sister read some fox spirit manga, so is she role-playing?" With that in mind, Wang Sheng asked, "He Lian, are you comfortable here?" She casually replied, "It's much more comfortable than your original little courtyard." Mortals these days certainly know how to enjoy all sorts of movies and TV shows. Wang Sheng remained silent, glancing at Guan Xuan. Xi Lian looked at her as well, saying, "Little Chuan Xuan, remember to send me more next time. I've already watched them all." Wang Sheng continued eating, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, he asked, "Big Sister Jilian, do you have a way to purify demonic energy?" He poured a glass of water and said, "Right now, as long as I don't use magic or get angry, I won't be possessed. Maybe if I meet Qinglin Daozhang and talk to him, my demonic nature will disappear." Hearing this, Wang Sheng's mood turned serious and he set down his chopsticks. Wang Sheng said seriously, "Big sis, now that you're starting to control your emotions, I'll share all the information we have on Taoist Qinglin with you." Immediately after, her eyes turned somber, no longer as cheerful as before. Her high pigtails quickly came undone, flowing like silken threads of white jade, and her modest clothes were replaced by a revealing dress. The fox spirit's allure quickly returns as she coldly addresses Wang Sheng. And after confirming that He Yan wouldn't easily succumb to demonic influence, he told her everything in Patriarch Lu's letter, including the difference in the flow of time on Earth and elsewhere, the expedition of the immortals, and their plight. Fortunately, after the initial shock, He Yan didn't take long to calm down as if it were nothing. Worried, Wang Sheng asked, "Big sis, do you know about this?" Contrary to his expectations, Xi Lian cheerfully replied, "Of course I do. That's why I wasn't sure if I could find Qinglin Taoist to eliminate the demonic nature. But when your cultivation can completely suppress me, I won't have to worry so much anymore." Guan Xuan stared blankly at her, as Wang Sheng wondered if he was worrying over nothing. But then he widened his eyes, looked at Xi Lian, and exclaimed, "Come on, little Xuan Xuan, let's drink." Guan Xuan quickly raised her glass. As if nothing had happened, Xi Lian happily hugged Guan Xuan, but a single hot tear that she tried to hold back welled up in the corner of her eye. Wang Sheng didn't expose her and couldn't help but feel a little sorry for her. "Big sister, are you really okay?" Time passed, and a month later, Guan Xuan was still focused on circulating her inner energy, while Xiao Lian lay on the couch playing with her phone. Suddenly, Wang Sheng burst in, eyes wide, shouting, "Senior, big sis, come quick, my sister, my real sister." Shilin looked at the photo and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, how adorable, completely different from someone else." The three gathered around for a video call and Xi Lian asked for her name. Wang Sheng answers, "Wang Xiaomiao." Xiu Tit smiles at the baby on the screen, saying, "Xiaomiao, I'm your big brother." The two girls also eagerly watched along, his heart as light as springtime. Long is determined to cultivate even harder from today on. After all, being a brother his sister can rely on is the least he can do. Night quickly fell and his thoughts wandered. It had been over a year since he moved into this villa and his senior sister had reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Though he can't keep up with her cultivation, his realm has reached the peak of the core formation stage. Right now, he and Guan Xuan are cultivating together. According to Yanzi, this is his senior sister's yin-yang great Tao, which greatly increases his cultivation speed, and to prove this, his master even suggested that they cultivate together in the same room. Guan Xuan slowly opened her eyes, glanced at Wang Sheng, and then gently kissed his cheek. Wang Sheng opened his eyes in surprise, but Guan Xuan had already quickly retreated to her original position. Realizing the issue, he blushed and looked at Guan Xuan with dazed eyes. Senior sister." Unable to look him in the eye, she simply hums in response, and he seizes the opportunity to take her hand, his words hesitant. "Senior sister, Suddenly, a loud noise interrupts their romantic moment. Startled, they both stared in the direction of the sound, a sense of unease washing over them. A blinding light erupts from the doorway. Wang Sheng looks over. It's coming from Mount Pingdu, a powerful force rising from the earth. That evening, Wang Sheng and the others gathered, and he anxiously called Mu Yue, who answered right away. Wang Sheng cut to the chase. asking what had happened, and Meng Yue reported the situation. There's an energy surge at Mount Pingdu and a major earthquake recently occurred. We're conducting rescue operations, and based on the situation, it's been determined that the energy is from a female corpse that exploded underground. She continued. Taoist Wang, you and the Silent Fairy stay with our leader. I'll add you to the group later, where we'll share real-time intel. Wang Sheng listened intently, then replied, Okay. Contact me immediately if anything happens. After reporting, Mao Yue hung up and looked at Xilian, saying, Big sister. Guanxuan also followed his gaze. Xilian was drinking water and responded to his call. Seeing his serious expression, she turned and walked away in silence. Then the fox spirit blushed. What are these two up to? Little Fei Yu, are you about to evolve from worse than an animal? Wang Sheng was speechless and said helplessly, Big sis, let's talk seriously. Wang Sheng got straight to the point. Big sister, how much do you know about the underworld? This information is crucial. If possible, I'd like to record a video for evidence. Xilian then vanished, leaving only the words, Wait here. A moment later, there was finally some movement from Xilian's room upstairs. She emerged, dressed neatly and looking dignified. All right, let's start filming. How's this? Does this look right, big sis? Wang Sheng was speechless, but Guanxuan smiled and gave a thumbs up. Immediately, Wang Sheng grabbed the camera and, following Xilian's introduction, said, The underworld we speak of is the place of reincarnation. The Heavenly Court opened a small underworld for criminals to be reborn, which exists in another dimension, its only entrance being the gate to the underworld, 300 miles underground. He Yan solemnly continues in front of the camera. Ghost Gate Pass is usually guarded by tens of thousands of ghost soldiers, making it impossible for cultivators to approach. Of course, now the ghost soldiers have all followed the Heavenly Court, and there are no more ghosts. As for last night, if the third princess had been reborn, there would have been auspicious signs, not a burst of spiritual light. Suddenly, Wang Sheng's phone rang. He thought it was a message from Mo Yue. Reading the message, Wang Sheng was shocked, and Guanxuan, who was eating a cake, turned pale with fright. Meanwhile, at Mount Pingdu, Meng Yue quickly called to inform him. Director Wang, a gate suddenly appeared behind Mount Pingdu where she is. It looks harmless, but anything that enters disappears, living or dead. It's like a portal, Meng Yue said, and Wang Sheng quickly replied, Understood. As the images are projected onto the screen, Meng Yue continues, I suggest we send in the combat readiness team to investigate. The doctor is anxious. Sending someone in now is like sending them to their death. His team continues to monitor the situation. The doctor continued, We must ascertain the situation inside. Only with a response plan can we send living people in. The man beside him said that in this kind of situation, sacrifice is unavoidable. Ling remained calm, looking over and asking, Can Golden Core cultivators enter the Ghost Gate? He replied calmly, We're willing to try. We won't be at ease unless we take a look inside. Professor Ma added, That's great. I suggest only these Taoist priestess enter. Xiaoxi asked him, Hey, do you really not need Xiaofei to help? Wang Sheng, still stunned, observed, and she continued, Something's definitely not right with the gate of hell. Meanwhile, on the monitor, the 4 cultivators began to enter. They stood before the mysterious gate, observing it for a moment. It radiated a dense killing intent, its pull so strong it threatened to swallow them whole. The cultivators struggled to maintain their footing until one of them shouted the signal to enter. The others quickly agreed. Very well. The white-haired cultivator then reached out, slowly approaching the door, his fingers touching it, like a vast body of water rippling at his touch. And together, they entered the gates of hell. Wang Sheng anxiously asked Xilian, Big sister, can a Golden Core cultivator enter the minor underworld? She recounted that, 1,000 years ago, ghost soldiers were stationed there, and Golden Core cultivators couldn't breach the gates of hell. But now, as long as they're not too weak, they should be able to withstand the assault of the Netherworld's ghostly aura. Hearing this, he couldn't help but wonder. The Yin-Yang sect, which had been in chaos for 5 or 6 years, only rose to prominence for 2 or 3 before being suppressed. Now, with the appearance of the gate to the underworld, there might be something bigger going on behind the scenes. Disappointed in himself, it seemed his past life memories were useless. Turning back to the cultivators, they cheered at the sight of 4 figures at the gate. They're out, they're out. The white-haired cultivator laughed, announcing that it was indeed the underworld, but they didn't notice the abnormality behind them. Wang Sheng and Guanxuan both noticed it at the same time, and she, who was originally afraid of ghosts, widened her eyes in shock. Finally, the monk noticed something was wrong, and he turned around abruptly, his heart warning him of danger. But what he feared more was his inability to summon his magic. The door suddenly showed strange phenomena, and the golden rays made the 4 cultivators stagger. It seems entering has triggered something, causing this phenomenon. Wang Sheng couldn't help but ask Xi Lian, "Big sister, what is that?" She guesses it's either a remnant of the Ghost Gate Prime Minister or a spirit within the Ghost Gate. "Call them. The cultivation world is too weak right now." "Hey." Yeon paused, her eyes darting around, her voice faltering. But then the playful fox spirit shouted, "Little Haiyan Huyin, are you afraid of ghosts? What's so scary about it? Demon cultivators are 70 to 80% weaker than human cultivators of the same level." Hours later, at Wang Sheng's villa, the night was late, but the lights were still on. Xi Lian said seriously, "Absolutely do not act rashly. Although the Celestial Court sealed that place when they left, the yin energy inside is too heavy. And who knows what kind of powerful monsters it has nurtured." Wang Sheng wondered, "Big sister, didn't you say there were no ghost soldiers inside?" "Why now?" Xi Lian says. "The ancient demon rock?" The professor wondered, "Who is this young man?" And just then, Wang Sheng's phone rang. The professor, not understanding what she said, asked, "Miss Xi, what did you mean just now?" Xilin explained, "That demonic hand?" Meanwhile, Wang Sheng, distracted by the call, wondered, "Who is this? I've never seen this number before." Immediately after, Wang Sheng quickly answered the phone. A familiar voice came from the other end. "Hello, is that you, Junior?" He recognized the voice immediately. "Senior, you changed your number? Why didn't you tell me?" Tianlin said, "I changed my phone when I graduated and moved to another city, sorry." Wang Sheng didn't beat around the bush. "Senior, are you in some kind of trouble? If there's anything I can do, please tell me." Tianlin seemed troubled, pausing as if struggling to speak, before finally revealing that the Gate of Hell had appeared on Mount Pingdu and the government was deploying troops to establish a small underworld. Currently, 27 people have entered the Ghost Gate, and they're about to reach the entrance to the Yellow Springs. He was taken aback by this news. His voice falters slightly as he asks, "Danshi, did Miss Chuan not return?" Hearing this, Tianlin asked in bewilderment. "I thought you were joking," she said with a smile. "I'm an alien." She continued, "Aren't you at Mount Bindu right now?" Wang Sheng replied, "I'm in seclusion and haven't gone there yet." Those eyes darted around, subtly probing, before he quickly cut to the chase. "Senior, this should be confidential. How did you find out?" Tianlin was silent. "This is a little hard to explain. Just pretend you didn't hear it. I'll think of another way." Wang Sheng guessed and asked, "Senior, do you want to contact the Special Investigation Team?" After a moment of silence, Tianlin sighed thoughtfully. "Hold on. Tianlin wants to ask you, Wang Sheng, have you ever heard of a hidden sect?" Hearing this, he quickly hit record and put it on speaker for everyone to hear. Wang Sheng asked curiously, "Dan Juri, aren't you the heir to some hidden sect?" Tianlin continued, "You could say that, but the Earth Hermit sect isn't really a sect, but rather descendants of immortals." And then Tianlin began to recount the story. After shutting down the laptop, Wang Sheng quickly sent the information to Qi Ling, who was surprised to learn that according to his sister, this hidden sect was created by the ancient immortals of the underworld and has been responsible for guarding the minor underworld for many years. He replied, "That's right, they possess treasures that monitor the underworld and a seal on the Yellow Springs Road. Releasing that seal remotely would unleash countless ghost soldiers to ambush any Taoist priests entering the underworld. And for so many years, they've been responsible for guarding the minor underworld." Qiling quickly offered a solution. "I'll inform the exploration team not to enter the Yellow Springs Road carelessly, and I'll send someone to contact your senior." After a pause, she continued, "We'll decide on other matters after we've made contact with the Earth Hermit sect." With the information finally learned and relayed, Wang Sheng quickly closed his laptop. He sighed wearily, his mind racing. Finding the Earth Hermit sect within Great China shouldn't be too difficult. The problem was the female immortal who failed to reincarnate and was now rampaging through the underworld. What to do about her? He recalled that even Sister Zillion, with her demigod strength, could directly withstand laser weapons. Wang Sheng was weary. If a celestial immortal went mad, the heavens and earth might be turned upside down. Before he could finish his thought, his phone rang with a message from Guanshuan, who seemed to want to say something to him. Guanshuan's point was that the immortal senior only had a trace of her soul left. If she didn't reincarnate, would she disappear? "Is there anything we can do to help her?" Wang Sheng wondered, realizing his senior apprentice sister was thinking the same thing, even though he was only a void core cultivator. He quickly typed a message, still calculating how to help a celestial immortal reincarnate, telling Guanxuan that all living things are born and eventually perish. The immortal woman was gravely injured and near death, knowing she didn't have much time left. Reading this, Guanxuan looked displeased. Wang Sheng continued, "With our current abilities, all we can do is pray for her." Reading the words "pray for her," Guanxuan's eyes lit up as if she had thought of something. Without hesitation, the two lit incense and prayed, Guanxuan and Wang Sheng kneeling reverently, beseeching the heavens to protect the immortal, granting her peaceful reincarnation. Xilian could only stare in bewilderment, her smile freezing as she broke out in a cold sweat. "They're serious?" Soon after, the investigation team organized protection for her since she wasn't involved in cultivation. Although the clan doesn't interfere much with her, they don't give her much say either. All she can do now is provide Wang Sheng's group with some intelligence about the Dianon sect. Xiling quickly calls Wang Sheng, praising Shan Lan as a clever woman who intends to use them to rectify the Earth-hidden sect, which currently considers itself orthodox and is very dangerous. But having said that, Xiling paused for a moment, then continued, "Your aunt mentioned you exactly 21 times, which is more than she mentioned the hidden lightning sect and her father combined." Wang Sheng couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. Xiling teases, "You're quite the charmer, always with Tu Huyan, yet still finding time for romance elsewhere." Wang Sheng hastily replies, "Master's wife, my heart belongs only to cultivation." She still won't let it go. How can the night sky and starry sea sparkle? He's helpless. If Master is persistent, even the teacher is nothing. Jiling discussed with him, "Go contact Miss Shen. I feel she has a solution. After all, she's a descendant of immortals. If we can bring the Hidden Earth sect into the orthodox path with us, that would be a good thing." On the other end of the line, he grimaced, "Yes, I'll hang up now, Master's wife." After getting the situation from her, he calls his senior. Perhaps because she knows how to solve it, she seems to be in a good mood. Wang Xing smiled, unfazed, and asked, "What are you planning to do next, senior? Do you have any ideas?" With a blush, Qianlin said, "Actually, I need your help with something else. I hope you won't be angry." Wang Sheng grabbed the glass of water from Guanxuan and replied, "As a disciple of the Taoist school, I value a peaceful state of mind. I won't get angry." He happily took a sip as the brave young woman finally voiced her thoughts. On the other end of the line, Qianlin quickly said, "How about you pretend to be my boyfriend and meet my father? That way, we can use the guise of meeting the parents to try and persuade him." Hearing this, his face turned pale, and he nearly swallowed his cup whole. Wang Sheng choked a few times before replying, "Senior, I don't look the part. Your family probably wouldn't believe it." He suggested, "Why don't I introduce you to a handsome guy? Saying it was love at first sight would be more believable." Qianlin was curious and asked, "Who? Send me some pictures. Are they photoshopped?" Immediately, he quickly texted his immortal cultivation team group chat, "Maoshan Liu Yunji, got time to help with a mission?" He quickly responded, "I was planning a trip to the island nation anyway, and I just had a breakthrough, so I wanted to get out and about." Huijing chimed in, "Amitabha, let's discuss this after I finish this game. I've just had a breakthrough as well. You said the time isn't ripe for the island nation, there's something else." Seeing Wang Sheng hesitate, Yunji said directly, "Just speak freely. I'll do everything I can to help." So without beating around the bush, he sent me a few selfies. It has to be cool and handsome. Both Huai Qin and Tian Truong were equally surprised. Tianzhong quickly said, "Damn, Brother Thang, when did you change your follow? The mute fairy is a celestial being descended to earth." Huijing reminds him, "Afidi, don't forget you're a Taoist disciple. Remember the principle of yin and yang." Tianzhong ignores him and says, "Wang Sheng, do you want my selfies? I can even take them without clothes." Huijing quickly reminded him, Amitabha, Fei Yu, you have to consider whether Senior Brother Liu is willing. You can't force things." Reading the messages, he couldn't help but sweat, thinking, how can these two type so fast? After a flurry of messages, Wang Sheng said, "Senior Brother Liu, let's talk privately." Soon after, his phone buzzed with over 40 images. He wondered, are these model portraits? Shi Lian excitedly cheers, "Oh, nice." He sighs in relief, never realizing that even masters of aesthetics have this side to them. At least the fake boyfriend situation is settled. Yunji's photos were quickly sent, and he planned to see if he could arrange a meeting with his senior's father. The man sat in his room, brooding, his face dark as he stared at his phone screen. "Liu Yunji, is this Qianlin's new boyfriend?" "No." The next day, in a city in the eastern province of Dahua, the sky began to brighten. The three sat together, eating and talking. Xilian said, I've never heard of the Earth Hermit sect. As she licked her ice cream, she recounted, I knew some immortal bloodlines cultivated in the mortal realm, but I didn't realize they were here. Wang Sheng looked out the door, barely recognizing them. He thought to himself, never imagining the Earth Hermit sect would hide in the bustling city. Watching the traffic go by, Wang Sheng couldn't help but sigh. The wise hide in plain sight. How true that is. As he pondered this, the cafe door opened. The talented couple entered, the tall, handsome man beside the shy, elegant woman. They looked like the real deal. Seeing them, Wang Sheng cheerfully waved and called out, Yunji, my man. Qianlin smiled happily at him. You're here? A flustered Yunji blushed and looked at Wang Sheng. You seem new to this, Fan Qi said, flustered, correcting his terms. I mean, Fei Sheng is Fei Yu and Wang Sheng, but backwards. He Yan was pleased. Little Liu Zi's look was in no way inferior to his senior. Wang Sheng smiled, saying that Liu Dao was attracting all the attention, and no one was more suitable. The two sat at a separate table next to Wang Sheng's, and Qianlin ordered a hot coffee. He lowered his voice. Have you thought about how you're going to talk to your dad? Qianlin said, I'll try to reason with him first. Do you guys want to join us later? Wang Sheng worried. Do you think your father will bring bodyguards? She doubts he will. This trip is ostensibly to meet my boyfriend. As they spoke, a slender hand touched his shoulder. Guanchuan raised his phone. If a conflict breaks out, do we need to intervene with her father? Wang Sheng shielded Guanchuan's phone screen, whispering, Intervene if necessary, but avoid hurting others. The Earth Hermit sect isn't evil. They just guard the underworld, and we can't ignore that. Just then, the door to the Lani Cafe opened again, and someone rushed inside. Qianlin immediately stood up with Yunju. Dad! The kindly-faced man smiled warmly at her. You've finally come to see your old man, eh? He Lian glanced over, assessing his mid-stage core formation cultivation. Not bad. Wang Sheng whispered, Let them talk first. Later, Xinjiang will pretend to be Liu Yunji's elder and meet him. He Yan smirked at Yunji. This isn't good. Little Liu's acting is off. Isn't he afraid of being exposed? Wang Sheng was stunned, saying that maybe the other party would mistake this for nervousness, making it easier to fool them. Meanwhile, Bu Qianlin chuckled. What a handsome young man. No wonder my good daughter fell for you so easily. Yunji replied shyly, You flatter me, sir. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng received a notification. Team leader will arrive in 5 minutes. He was secretly pleased. His master was on the way, and once she arrived, everything would fall into place. Suddenly, a crash echoed as Fan Qi stood up, flustered. The man smiled. Oh, dear, how clumsy of you. He quickly closed the distance, patting Fan Qi's shoulder. There's a dryer in the restroom. Let me take you there to sort it out. Yunji despaired inwardly as his core had been locked. He stood motionless as the man chuckled. Come on, don't be shy with your Uncle Shen. I'll keep watch while you take your clothes off and dry them. Qianlin urgently shouts, Wang Sheng must have noticed something's wrong. Quickly grab your sword. Before leaving, he told Xi Lian, Help me with something. You don't need to hear everything. You'll understand when you get there. Let me know if you need to act. Subduing a golden core cultivator won't affect me. At the bathroom door, Wang Sheng quickly eavesdropped, and an angry voice rang out saying, Inside? Uncle Shen glared at Yunju. Who sent you to approach my daughter? He scoffed, lifting him up. You really think I don't pay attention to the cultivation world? You're Mao Shan's Liu Yunji. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening from outside made Lord Shen pause, and he coldly asked Wang Sheng, who had just entered, Who are you? Wang Sheng introduced himself respectfully. Junior Wang Sheng, of the Way of Unspoken Words, disciple of the Unspeaking Master, greets sect leader Shen. The old man glared at him, gritting his teeth. So it's you. Qianlin has mentioned you quite a few times. I've also had people looking into you. The three of you seem to be working for the government. Is the Special Investigation Unit targeting my sect? Wang Sheng calmly replied, If your grandson hadn't attacked the cultivators entering the minor underworld, we wouldn't have come to see you, Senior. Yunju was released onto the ground, and he turned his attention to Wang Sheng. I'll capture you first and have your master come meet me and explain. He calmly laid out his terms. If we're going to fight, how about this? If I'm fortunate enough to win against you in one move, will you agree to a peaceful exchange? He stood tall and spoke clearly. He cracked his knuckles, eyeing Wang Sheng. Don't even need to win a move, just withstand 10 of mine, and I'll concede. Hearing this, his face hardened. Then I shall be impudent. Immediately, Wang Sheng shouted, I just remembered Sister Fox told me to call out if I needed help. Shen was stunned, unable to move, and just stared blankly at him. Wang Sheng's sword quickly pointed at Elder Shen's neck as he calmly said, "I concede. My cultivation is too low to do more than seal you for a moment." He watched Shen's reaction and continued, "But do you think my sword could actually hurt you in your current state?" Shen closed his eyes, accepting his fate. "A hero emerges young. I've learned my lesson, and I'll make the exchange." Though you borrowed the strength of great sister Shi Lian to restrain Uncle Shen, he not only failed to recognize her and our senior sister, but even mistook my last move as my own power. The Earth Hermit sect overestimated themselves, neglecting intelligence gathering, revealing their mediocrity. And Yunji was now providing information. Check out the League's official website. Maybe they think that by staying out of the conflict, they can just remain virtuous and carefree. Wang Sheng pondered, but such confidence was clearly excessive for a force like that. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Are you Mr. Shen Suyan?" He instinctively turned his head, and she stepped forward. "Hello. What am I to Qiaoji?" Qiling, Lord Shen rises. Team leader. Qiling, no need for formalities. Let's get straight to the point. Sect leader. Shen, I won't beat around the bush. It seems you already understand why I'm here. Our two biggest concerns are these. First, is there a threat within the underworld? Second, can the Gate of Ghosts be restored to its original state? The old man was surprised. "I thought you'd ask if we could control reincarnation." He recounts that the Hidden Earth sect is merely a descendant of the underworld's Yin-Tai immortals, and all they can do is monitor the various parts of the underworld. The underworld contains a large number of seals, which will inevitably pose a threat, but the specifics relate to the secrets of our sect. Hearing this, Qiling quickly put down her glass of water. She stated that if the Ghost Gate couldn't manifest, it would be the Hidden Earth sect's secret, but now that it has appeared on Mount Pingdu, it could affect social order. At this point, Qiling sternly said, "Sect leader Shen, you must choose. Cooperate with us or stand against us." Qianlin urged her father, "Sharing information is the basis of cooperation. If not for the Ghost Gate, we wouldn't even be meeting. Father, if something emerges from the gates of hell, we'll be held responsible for failing to report it." He then explained that the underworld is actually a parallel world to the mortal realm, and the gates of hell are where the two intersect. Once these two worlds touch, with Mount Pingdu as the end point, the surrounding 1,000-mile area will turn into a land of death. He added that there are countless vengeful spirits and evil ghosts in the 18 levels of hell. And with that, a complicated look crossed his face. Those hundreds of cultivators who tried to seize the underworld 1,000 years ago may not be entirely dead. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qiling asked, "Could you elaborate?" The elder added, "When the world's energy was sealed, the immortals left some behind in the underworld to ensure reincarnation. So those pitiful souls, unwilling to return to being ordinary people, intended to attack this place, forcibly invading the underworld. It seems everyone was very panicked at the time. The Earth Hermit sect bore the responsibility of protecting the underworld, only to be massacred, with most of them killed. Ironically, they were stopped outside the prohibitions of the halls, unable to approach the reincarnation stones. These cultivators vanished without a trace, likely falling into the 18 levels of hell, which still retain traces of their energy." He continued, "Now, perhaps you understand why we avoid contact with the cultivation world." Qiling replied, "At least tens of thousands of cultivators stayed behind that year. Individual actions cannot represent the entire Taoist sect." Qiling wondered, "But if the underworld could reincarnate immortals, what happened to that female immortal?" He paused, lost in thought. "Her, huh?" Pausing, he recalls the devastation, which nearly destroyed the underworld. According to him, the Earth Hermit sect sensed the solar goddess's arrival in the underworld. After she entered the cycle of reincarnation, the immortal light in the palace shone for days. But then, she suddenly screamed, broke the seals of the 10 Yama kings, and descended into the 18 levels of hell, throwing the underworld into chaos. The Earth Hermit sect wanted to enter the underworld and contact the fairy, but she suddenly erupted, filling the underworld with fairy light, causing earthquakes around Mount Pingdu. Then Elder Shen and Qiling shook hands, signifying that he is now an ally of the evil faction. Elder Shen continued, "I can invite the government and great sect masters into the clan grounds, but I can't guarantee I can persuade the others." "Moreover," Qiling interrupted, "what do you need us to do to persuade the elders?" "Just tell us what you need," Yunji whispers, observing the situation. "Fei Yu, what do you think?" Wang Sheng spoke up, watching from the sidelines, and his words made Yunji curious. Aren't you going to act? Wang Sheng replied. We do what we can and follow the organization's orders. Immediately, Zhi Ling spoke. Fei Yu, I'm sorry to ask you to go again, but we need to quickly resolve the matter of the Ghost Gate. Your master will join you. Wang Sheng stood up as soon as he heard this. Yes, master's wife. Senior Wang's image has been completely overturned. He then excitedly said to Guanshuan, Senior, let's go say hello. She quickly agreed. Okay. As they greeted each other, Master Shen smiled and said, Today, I've witnessed firsthand the divine skills of Taoist Fei Yu. Truly, the top rank of the Earth list is well-deserved. Tuyan joked that if his own kids had even a fraction of Quanzhuan's talent, he could have retired long ago, leaving Chan Lam stunned. Number 1 on the Earth ranking? My junior is that impressive? With pride, Yunjie points to Guanshuan, the seemingly silent beauty ranked 21st on the Heaven list. Her cultivation is Golden Core, but she could face Golden Core cultivators even as a nascent core. Being praised so suddenly, Guanzhuan blushed. Not really. The two Tams were thunderstruck, and Thian Lam was taken aback. So even the great senior apprentice is impressed? Her father couldn't help but sigh. Truly, heroes are born young. Suddenly, Mr. Shen stepped forward and put his arm around Wang Sheng's shoulder, saying, Young man, you're really something. He laughed heartily, showering him with praise. To overcome such a vast difference in cultivation, one finger left me paralyzed. If it weren't for that, I might not have agreed to cooperate with the investigation team so readily. Wang Sheng decided to confess that it was actually the silver-haired girl with him who had done it. A beautiful, intelligent, and talented young woman with the air of a fox spirit who had cultivated for 1,600 years. Following the head of the Shu Mountains back then, the Azure Dragon Taoist Yu Shulinfeng and the wise San Tongchan master. He glanced at the elegant fox spirit. That finger just now was merely a body immobilization technique, casually cast by this senior. Wang Sheng said softly, I apologize for the deception, senior. He forced a smile, his face flushed with anger. You're a promising young man. Then, the elder sighed, looked at him, and changed the subject. I'll have Chanlin take you to the clan grounds later. Also, I'd like to speak with you privately outside. Wang Sheng was stunned and couldn't help but exclaim as the two quickly went to meet in private. Wang Sheng spoke first, inviting the elder to speak his mind. He slowly lit his pipe, telling him about the past. Qianlin is very averse to cultivation, and I hope you can convince her for me. Shen's face was now extremely stern, a far cry from when he was with Qianlin. Wang Sheng continued, Senior, if senior sister has made her choice, I think you should respect it. The old man frowned. Do you want her to live only 60 or 70 years? Before he could finish, Wang Sheng interjected. Danji is an adult and has the right to choose her own life. Danja grew up in a special environment but didn't choose the path of cultivation, and there's probably a reason for that. Inside, Xianlin is happily chatting with Guanshuan and Si Lian. Pausing, he continued. Besides, if this knot in her heart remains untied, her cultivation will likely be fraught with difficulties. Wang Sheng respectfully looked at him. Cultivation requires virtue first, then the heart, and then the law. Perhaps Senior understands this principle better than I do. If there's nothing else, I'll head back. Without waiting for his agreement, he turned and left, leaving the elder stunned. He chuckled, scratching his head, muttering to himself, That kid just lectured me. I was going to give him some magical treasures. Why did he leave in such a hurry? Wang Sheng, of course, heard him and couldn't help but sweat, screaming inwardly, Did I overdo it? Why didn't you say so sooner? Is it too late to turn back now? Cut to the van, where everyone's gathered. Yanzi speaks up. Xiaosheng, what's the plan? Do I really need to teach you everything? He startled. Please, master, do enlighten me. He glanced at him. Do I need to teach you this? How did we deal with the islanders last time? Just do it again. Wang Sheng scratched his head. But the Earth Hermit sect doesn't have a dark history, so let's try to reason with them. He then looked at Qianlin and whispered in Yanzi's ear, Don't say any more in front of Danji, master. After all, it was already a bit difficult to borrow the sect's secret treasure from them. Be a little more ruthless. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Wang Sheng sweats. Yes, master. At that moment, Qianlin's phone rang, and she was surprised to see who it was. After checking her phone, Qianlin said, Taoist Qing Yanzi can rest assured. My father has temporarily persuaded the elders in the family. We can discuss the specifics when we get there. Wang Sheng felt relieved. After all, his uncle was the head of a clan, so stabilizing those elders shouldn't be a problem. He looked out the window thinking that the next step depended on his master and the Taoist priests. Gazing at the rural scenery, Wang Sheng was surprised. He never expected a 1,000-year-old hidden sect to be concealed in such an ordinary village. As the car drove deeper, Wang Sheng sensed the hidden earth sect was different. Soon after, the car carrying Wang Sheng and the others came to a stop. "This is the Pudu Village Service Center, and they're all here waiting." Elder Shen steps forward, welcoming them. Aside from Shen Suyan, everyone else looks tense. He smiled warmly at everyone, chuckling, "We've been expecting you." As Wang Sheng stepped down, he discreetly assessed them. 6 golden core cultivators and over 10 at the peak of the false core stage. No wonder Danji said the Earth Hermit sect was getting a little too big for their britches. The innate talent of the next generation of immortal cultivators really does give them an advantage. Since Elder Shendun has invited us, let's not stand here. Let's go in for a cup of tea. Wang Sheng scanned the room, thinking that this level of power might have warranted caution from the government 2 years ago. But now, it was no match for the Taoists, and with that, everyone quickly moved inside together. Servants then brought in steaming drinks, and the bustling room was filled with attendants in neat uniforms, as Master Shen apologized for the humble accommodations. The guests politely responded, "You're too kind, Mr. Shen." Shen Suya took a sip of tea and continued, "Let's get straight to the point and talk about the Ghost Gate. We have some elders who disagree. Hear their thoughts first." He turned to the old man beside him. "Second elder, please speak first." The second elder continued, "I believe there are 3 reasons why cooperating with the government is inappropriate." He began to ramble on, claiming their hidden earth sect was descended from immortals. Back then it was like this, and with the Taoists it was like that. Wang Sheng pondered, leaving the debate to his master, the strongest debater. After a while, he still hadn't stopped, rambling on about the underworld and reincarnation, when suddenly a voice echoed in Wang Sheng's ear. "Don't drink it, it's poisoned." Shi Lian glanced over, bored, explaining that the colorless, odorless, god-slaying powder can destroy a person's very soul, and had killed many cultivators back then. Wang Sheng telepathically asked, "Big sis, can you counteract this poison?" She said it was no trouble at all, especially since they hadn't ingested much, and a little reminder would do the trick. Wang Sheng was surprised. Was all the tea poisoned? But looking at the Shen family, he guessed that if it was all poisoned, the people opposite who drank more probably weren't the ones who did it. He Yan was a little annoyed, scratching her cheek. "Good thing I came along today, or something would have definitely happened to my Xuan Xuan." Wang Sheng immediately glanced over and asked, "Big sis, can you do me a favor?" He Yan quickly agreed. "Since you're usually well-behaved, rest assured." She looked at everyone and told Wang Sheng, "I've locked this place down. Anyone who leaves the village will be caught by me." While Yanzi was speaking, saying, "I know what the second elder is worried about," a sudden scream rang out. "Ah!" Wang Sheng pretended to fall, pointing at the rolling teacup and shouting, "This tea is poisoned!" Hearing this, Suyan was stunned, not understanding what had just happened. He seemed to be unaware of anything and immediately stood up in alarm. How could this be? Before he could finish speaking, someone nearby flew into a rage. Yenz's rage began to swell, cracking the floor tiles, and his fury startled Suyan. Sec Leader. "Shen, something has happened to my disciple today." Yanzi gritted his teeth and furiously declared, "I will not rest until the Earth Hermit sect is destroyed." Wang Sheng immediately broke out in a sweat and started foaming at the mouth, before losing consciousness, and Guanshuan rushed forward to catch him. The sword sect elder rushed over, worried. "Fei Yu, what's wrong?" Immediately, he ordered the scene sealed off, allowing no one to leave. One of them angrily rolled up his sleeves and shouted, "The Earth Hidden sect is asking for trouble. They're tired of living." Yunjai circulated his inner energy to investigate and discovered, "This is the ancient poison, divine extinction powder. Is the Earth Hidden sect trying to keep us all here?" Faced with the crowd's anger, Suyan lowered his voice. "Esteemed masters, this must be a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding." He then picked up his teacup to examine it. He looked at the second master suspiciously. "Second uncle," the second master spoke up. "Sect leader, why would you suspect us of poisoning you?" "How could I do something so vile?" Immediately, Suyan commanded, "Quickly, check your tea for poison, and those who have drunk it, detoxify yourselves." Quan Huan was worried about him. She glared bullets at the others, then Wang Sheng weakly reached out to her. He whispered, "Thank you, senior sister, for detoxifying me. I'm fine now." Wang Sheng smiled happily, thinking, "I really can't bear to leave senior sister's arms, but if I keep acting, I'll give myself away." Seeing he was all right, she breathed a sigh of relief. Guanchuan glared at him. "You scared me to death. Your acting was too dramatic. You actually fooled this evil thing. Are you really okay?" Yanzi quickly approached Wang Sheng, his concern growing. Here, let your teacher take a look, he asked, puzzled. This poison is incredibly sinister. How did you detect it? Wang Sheng explained to his master that it was thanks to Senior Shi Lian. Yanzi quickly stepped forward, thanking the elder for saving his life. Shi Lian casually replied that there was no need to be so polite, as he couldn't bear to see anything happen to little Xuanhuan. Immediately, he told Suian and sect leader Shen to have everyone stay put. He then reported, Senior Zhug and Senior Zidan are watching the skies. Capture anyone who flees, dead or alive. The old master steps forward. Abstruse speech, can you give us of the Earth Hermit sect some time? He asserts, if we don't catch the poisoner, I'll end my own life as atonement. Yinzhu reluctantly agreed. Very well, you have 20 minutes. Immediately, he frantically called Mu Yue from the investigation team, who quickly responded, the fastest reinforcements will arrive in 2 minutes. If the silent Taoist can break through the encirclement, do so immediately. We can detonate the area outside this village in 30 seconds to increase the pressure on them. Wang Sheng smiled wryly. No need for backup or explosions. We're okay for now. Guanshuan winked, exchanging a silent message with him. Is this insurance that Xinyang took out for Shifu? Wang Sheng smiled brightly as reports came in of a third party poisoning them, thankfully discovered in time. Drones were deployed to survey the area and to report anything suspicious. While playing on her phone, Shilin says, 30 miles southwest at the Fongvan Tavern, 5 golden cores, looks like the Yin-Yang sect and Mount Shu from last time. Yanzi, hearing this, angrily asks, have you allied with the Yin-Yang sect? A member of the Shen family spoke up, how could we? We know the Yin-Yang sect aren't good people. Why would we conspire with them? Suiyan stepped forward to stop his family, saying it wasn't the time to argue. He then turned and said, second uncle, third aunt, stay here and find out who poisoned us. The rest of you come with me. The Yin-Yang sect wants to harm us, and we can't let them. Yanzi stepped forward. I'll go with you. Those heretics aren't easy to deal with. Wang Sheng looked outside, pondering. The Yin-Yang sect is truly persistent. If it weren't for elder sister Shi Lian, I fear we and the Earth Hermit sect would be finished. Outside, an announcement is made. Everyone must hand over their phones for inspection. Whoever contacted the outside is the spy. A day of turmoil for the Earth sect. Before they knew it, dusk had arrived. Yet the mole remained hidden, and another loud argument erupted. Is the status of men so low these days? I'll give you 100 children. How could you treat me like this? I can't forgive your betrayal of our love. Let's get a divorce. Is this how you treat our marriage? Wang Sheng and the others stood dumbfounded, while they had already exposed several affairs. He laughed, explaining to Mu Yue that those people had done some wrong things. She considered it. A husband and wife. It seemed this era was also very good. Xilian's figure was forlorn as she mocked herself. I even wanted to be a concubine for Taoist Qinglin. But she quickly regained her composure and asked Guanshuan, Little Xuan, what do you think of this scene? Guanshuan remained silent, her face flushed red. Suddenly, she turned to Wang Sheng and said, Don't be afraid. This strange behavior caused Wang Sheng to break out in a cold sweat, inwardly screaming, Senior sister, your face is pale. What do you mean by this? Tell me, will you encourage me to pursue girls or will you beat me to death? Immediately after, he quickly changes the subject, looking at Shi Lian. Big sis, let's not talk about this. How is my master doing? She reassured him. Don't worry, I'm watching. Those bad guys won't get away. Suddenly, Hyun's eyes froze. She closed her eyes, muttering, It's starting. The fight has begun. Wang Sheng watched her, growing anxious. Big sister, what's happening? He was flustered, pondering Guanshuan's expression. Even with his master there, a desperate counterattack could cause serious trouble. Wang Sheng was sweating, his mind racing. If the Earth-Hidden sect and the Yin-Yang sect had been secretly working together all along, his eyes widened in realization. Suddenly, Zhi Lian exclaimed excitedly, Wow, the amateurs are putting on quite a show. Seeing him faint, she corrected herself. It's not the experts who are putting on a show. And so, Xi Lian became a commentator, describing everything she saw with clarity. According to her, after being struck by Yanzi, they were now beginning to fight back. Wang Sheng glanced at Guanshuan. Senior sister, it's not good for her mental state to let her play these fighting games? She nodded repeatedly in agreement. He Yeon continues her commentary, noting that Yanzi has successfully suppressed the enemy, who have now escaped the range of everyone's spiritual perception. Everyone held their breath as Wang Sheng stared daggers at her. Surprised, Shi Lian asks, What's wrong? He anxiously inquires, Big sister, have you lost track of them? Shilian calmly recounts. Indeed, 2 escaped using the earth vein teleportation technique, but your master caught one. The third ant steps forward respectfully. Without the senior's help, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thank you for your help, senior. Shilian coldly replied, It was nothing. Don't worry about it. She scoffed, asking Wang Sheng, Do these supposedly high-class hidden sects always resort to saying thank you? He chuckled awkwardly. Perhaps they haven't figured out how to properly thank you yet. With everyone's combined effort, they quickly captured Elder Mu and the poisoner from the Yin-Yang sect. Just as they said before, if it weren't for Big Sister Shi Lian, their plan would have succeeded. Shen Wen and the others waited for the special investigation team to arrive before officially starting, but fortunately, the Yin-Yang sect's actions pushed the Earth Hermit sect to the government's side. During the meeting, everyone was agitated, not expecting trouble to find them despite their desire for seclusion. The second elder spoke up, Forget it, it's been over 1,000 years, many things should be revealed. Another person spoke up, That's right, what era is it now? There's no point in us enduring this. Yanzi, sitting next to him, couldn't help but grimace. Night fell quickly, and a cold wind rustled through the dry leaves as Wang Sheng and his group walked along. Shanlin spoke first, saying that the matter seemed to be resolved smoothly, and she didn't know how to thank everyone. Wang Sheng replied, No need for thanks. There might still be conflict later. He looked at Qianlin and continued, Anyway, the main reason we came this time is to borrow your treasure for research. Seeing Qianlin walk ahead, he asked, So you still don't want to cultivate? She simply hummed in response. Then, Qianlin turned to him and said, I'm happy with my life as it is, and I don't have to worry about my family anymore. I can be a rich man's office worker, find a reliable husband, and have a child. Shi Lian suddenly interrupted, saying that although she wanted peace, her appearance suggested otherwise. Her life will surely be fraught with danger, so she must remain vigilant. Inwardly, he guessed that Big Sister Shi Lian didn't seem to like her senior. A familiar voice echoes, Reverend Butanyan, the treasures related to the underworld left by our ancestors are all here. Suiyan points to the painting on the wall, explaining, We can monitor the underworld using this painting, but these 2 flags combined with secret methods can command ghost soldiers. Shi Lian's eyes light up with interest as she asks, Is the painting the underworld outside the big crack? A member of the Shen family happily explained, Below that crack is the entrance to the 18 levels of hell, in an inverted tower structure. Suddenly Shi Lian sighed, glanced at the Shen family and said, Come on, can't you see it, or are you playing dumb? She then looked at the painting, saying, A small black dot has appeared on it, as if something crawled out of hell. Hearing this, Shen Suiyan was startled, his attitude becoming more serious. This is bad. He spoke with dread. There are still demons in hell. We must hurry. Everyone couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It was night on Mount Pingdu, and the forest's dark, somber leaves sent a chill down the spine of anyone who came near. At the gate to the ghost realm, an urgent voice reports that a surge of celestial light has erupted within, accompanied by minor tremors. As the helicopter flies overhead, reports flood in of a massive swarm of devils emerging from the 18 levels of hell, all converging on the Gate of Ghosts. All combat personnel prepare for engagement. Non-combatants evacuate immediately. Inside the helicopter, tension fills the air. Yanzi steps forward, saying, Chief Shen, the demon's target is likely the Gate of Hell. Suiyan stands up anxiously. Then I must release the ghost soldiers immediately. Yanzi quickly reassured him. Don't rush. Based on the energy readings, these demons are only equivalent to Foundation establishment cultivators. If firepower can be used now, hold on to the ghost soldiers for now. Guanxuan trembled, as she was most afraid of such evil things, but Wang Sheng quickly reassured her. Senior, don't be afraid. They're just monsters. Quan Han instinctively nodded in agreement. Yanzi chuckled. Don't underestimate the strength of Great Hua. Let's assess the situation first. Suiyan added, You're right. Let's wait and see. Shilan patted Guyu's back forcefully. Little Xuan, don't be nervous. There are so many cultivators, they might not even need you to fight. Yanzi looked at little Xuan worriedly, then smiled and continued. You don't have to go to Bindu Mountain for now. Don't worry, your teacher can handle it. Wang Sheng tries to encourage her. Senior, don't be afraid. Guanxuan closes her eyes and shakes her head when a warm hand gently takes hers, surprising her. His face full of sincerity, he stared at her, softly reassuring her that he was there. Immediately afterward, Guanxuan gripped his hand tightly, quickly regaining her composure. Guanxuan's face was now filled with determination. Was this the power of love? Suddenly, her eyes wavered, as if she sensed something. She quickly stood up, and Wang Sheng anxiously asked, Senior, what's wrong? Guanxuan immediately took out her phone and began typing furiously. She quickly showed Wang Sheng the message. She was looking for him and needed help. Wang Sheng wondered if it was the fairy. Yanzi asks worriedly, Xiao Xuan, did the fairy say what she needed help with specifically? Did she just ask for you? Wang Sheng immediately added, my senior apprentice said that senior was a little rushed, as if something terrible had happened and she needed help. As Wang Sheng spoke, a massive aura slammed down on the small house outside. The scene shifts to a simple room, a plain coat hanging on the wall. Qianlin sits on the floor, utterly alone. She hunches over, hugging herself tightly. Thoughts swirl in Qianlin's mind as she wonders, Mother? Were you really by father? As she thought this, her aunt entered, saying softly, young master, it's getting late. Rest first. Don't stay up all night if you're not feeling well. Qianlin smiled politely and replied, thank you, aunt. I'll wait for a little more news. At that moment, Qianlin's phone rang with a message, which she opened to reveal a scene from Ghost Gate, her face falling blank. She and her aunt both stared at the phone, the light illuminating her stunned expression. Qianlin, staring at the enraged demons, muttered to herself, it has begun. Then a voice roared the order to fire, and the gates of the underworld exploded. The commanding voice continued, ordering the suppression of Ghost Gate with firepower as smoke and fire filled the air. In the sky, fighter jets took their positions, dropping 2 bombs. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, like a natural disaster, and the earth trembled. The surrounding landscape was now engulfed in a sea of fire. Auntie San remarked, those bombs are powerful. Qianlin added, the power of modern weapons can destroy the Earth's ecosystem, so it seems they're finally useful here. Back with the demons, an emergency announcement is made. Attention all units, attention all units. A second wave of demons has emerged from the gate, and the bullets are ineffective. Commence conventional bombing. I repeat, commence conventional bombing. Immediately the report came in. Conventional bombing complete. The 6th bombing run blankets the sky in smoke as they tally the results. The number of enemy targets destroyed. Type 1, 642, Type 2, 370, Type 3, 0, cut to a scene at a secret base. These people are the temporary command of the Bindu mountain front lines. One of them speaks up. Conventional bombs have been tested, but the 3rd type of target remains uneliminated. I have a suggestion. Initiate the next weapon test. The professor objects. I'm against nuclear energy. It could accelerate the underworld's collision with surrounding space. With a serious expression, Zhai Ling said, latest situation. The runaway immortal in the underworld has contacted the mute immortal, asking for our support. The professor was taken aback. What, 001 contacted us with more news? Zhiling shook her head, continuing, just a simple, help me? And her tone was hurried. We need to quickly deal with the demons outside and get cultivators into the underworld. A sharp glint in her eyes, she immediately used a small amount of experimental nuclei to clear a path through the demon gate. As bombs exploded, the demons grew stronger, wielding increasingly deadly weapons, and Yanzi's helicopters rapidly approached their target. Suyanshi steps out to observe, finding that 90% of the demons gathered in the Ghost Gate have been eliminated. The power of the Great Hua government is indeed formidable. Now, countless craters, large and small, pockmark the entrance to the underworld, as Yanzi worries that the government is holding back, fearing a chain reaction from the nuclear bombs. Its kill zone perfectly covers the demons, but perhaps it's not damaging enough. Shi Lian asks, Little Feiyu, why didn't you use this against me back then? Wang Sheng scratches his face, saying that this type of weapon will affect the surrounding environment after it explodes, especially since she just came out of seclusion. He pauses, then adds that there are several more powerful nuclear warheads waiting nearby. Hearing this, Shi Lian quickly imagined the possibilities, then couldn't help but use herself as an example. Wang Sheng wondered if the hidden weapons and ghost energy of the underworld would affect her. He Yan said, it will have an effect, but as long as I don't use too much power, I can maintain relative stability. Wang Sheng instructed, Big sister, you're actually the one most likely to help that fairy, but we'll have to see how things go. If you don't have to intervene, then don't. Tilting her head back, Shi Lian said faintly, I know, you nag more than Qinglin the Taoist. With that, she quickly transformed. The mature interface is back. He Yan instructed him, I'll adjust my breathing and stabilize my mind. If the investigation team comes, assess the situation. At the same time, Wang Sheng turned to Guan Xuan and said, Senior, you... She looked at him gently, only answering briefly to decide. The smile on his lips froze as Wang Sheng watched her reply. Okay, he couldn't help but sigh, lamenting his fate, Low cultivation meant he was stuck as a manager, but at least it was for his senior apprentice sister. So he'd do it. Guanxuan then sat quietly, closing her eyes to steady her inner energy as Wang Sheng gazed at her serene and beautiful face, his own turning as red as a beet, thinking happily that once the Ghost Gate Pass issue was resolved, he would find an opportunity to confess his feelings to his senior sister, even if he had to be a little drunk to do it. He steeled his resolve, deciding that even if she rejected him, it was time to take that step. Because prolonging things wasn't the act of a man. But then, worry crept in. What if she actually rejected him? No way, right? There's no reason for her to refuse, right? It just feels like I'm setting my sights a little too high. About half an hour later, their helicopters quickly landed, and upon arriving at Bindo Mountain, they quickly finalized the list of those going to the underworld. Jiling spoke up. We all know the details, so now I'll announce the members of the team. Guanxuan was on the list, needless to say, and she steeled herself, telling herself she wasn't afraid. Pure Yang energy has a restraining effect on Yin energy, so Master Ngontu is naturally on the list, as are the two Dia-Un elders Song, who have comparable strength and can command ghost soldiers. In addition, there's the combat readiness team and the Golden Core Masters from each sect. But surprisingly, Wang Sheng, a minor cultivator, wasn't among the 20, leaving him feeling slighted. Surprised, Wang Sheng asks if Senior Xilian can't go either. Mao Yue explained, after careful consideration, it's best that Senior Hylian avoids contact with yin and ghost energy as much as possible. Wang Sheng hesitated, glancing at Guanxuan, but then looked away. His senior sister was trying to reassure him, telling him it was okay. Yanzi, knowing his worries, chuckled, Little Sheng, don't worry about Little Xuan. Is your teacher's cultivation fake? You still can't rest easy. Master, I can help too. He patted his disciple's shoulder, laughing. I know you want to help us. At this, Yanzi's expression turned serious. The journey from Tangqi Ghost Gate to the underworld is too long. That alone will consume a lot of your true essence. Moreover, the yin energy around the underworld is denser. Just resisting the yin energy will take a lot of your energy. He gritted his teeth, countless thoughts swirling in his mind. If he were in the Golden Core realm now, plus a top-grade immortal flying sword, the government would definitely invite him to take action. If even Master can't protect her, going would only cause trouble. But their goal is to retrieve the woman's body. If she's already lost her mind? Thinking this, Wang Sheng lost his composure and exclaimed, But Master, according to our deductions, isn't it possible that her body is in the 18 levels of hell? Could this be an unconscious cry for help when she couldn't hold on any longer? Perhaps she saw how panicked her disciple was. Yanzi shouted, Xiao Sheng, and his words seemed to have an effect on Wang Sheng. He quickly fell silent. Placing his hand on Wang Sheng's shoulder, his master lowered his voice. Your heart is in turmoil. Have you considered the magnitude of the disaster if we fail to stop the influence of the lesser underworld on the human realm? What you need to do now is wait here. The world won't stop turning for anyone. If we can't do it, adding you won't make a difference. How many times have I told you that? You still don't understand. Master, Yanzi began. But it's all right. I've already read the omens. There's no danger. He turned to leave, but not without calling back. Besides, we have firepower on our side, so it really won't be a problem. If all else fails, we'll just nuke the place. All right, I'm off to gather the others. You stay here, don't wander off, understand? Guanxuan steps forward, seemingly to reassure Wang Sheng, and finally his mood stabilizes as he declares, Your disciple awaits your triumphant return, Master. He then handed Qingjian to Guanxuan, saying, Senior, I've warmed the ice separation sword for you. Please wear it. She responded, Okay. Xilian sat there, yawning, watching the two of them fuss over each other. He continued, Senior, you also have talismans from Xu Tianzhang and Liu Yunzi. Use them if you get into trouble. Guanxuan replied, I know. Wang Xing added, Don't act tough. Follow and listen to Master, and don't risk yourself for this premium flying sword. Suddenly, a figure gracefully approached him. Guanxuan embraced Wang Xing tightly, a warm and peaceful expression gracing her face, leaving him stunned and his own expression softening. Wang Xing's warm hand quickly reached out, embracing Guanxuan tightly, as if afraid she would disappear. Suddenly, a gentle light carrying Guanxuan's aura appeared. It enveloped Wang Sheng's body, and memories flickered like a slow-motion film. He first saw her as an innocent disciple, a vision he knew he could never forget. Then he recalled the time she leaned on his shoulder and fell asleep, and the image of them carelessly lying together in bed. Months turned into years as he and his master trained together, fought together, and remained peacefully by each other's side. Guanxuan's face is vivid in his mind, and the memory makes Wang Sheng stare blankly at her. But when he snapped out of it, Guanxuan had already left, and Wang Sheng frantically chased after her. Meanwhile, Xilian calmly watched the affectionate couple. As the image of Guanxuan gently reappeared in Wang Sheng's mind as he watched the helicopter fly away. She happily watched him, a farewell and a reassurance all in one, as the vision of her faded from Wang Sheng's mind. Seeing him standing there dumbfounded, Xilian said, "Don't look anymore. The car's already gone." Wang Sheng was silent for a moment, then said, "Big sister, wait a moment," he said sternly. "Is there a way for me to break through to the golden core stage faster?" Xilian sighed, chuckling softly. "There are many, but you need to at least reach the late core formation stage before we talk about it. Forcing a breakthrough now could stunt your growth for decades." Wang Sheng replied, "It's better than doing nothing. I have a bad feeling. I'm about to break through the late stage of Void Core, so I'll have to rely on you, big sister." Seeing his persistence, Xilian couldn't help but smile wryly. "You're crazy." Suddenly she glanced over, thinking, isn't he trying to win a spot so he can bring me along? That way, if little Xuan Xuan is in danger, I can save her. Is there a quick way to reach the golden core stage with a high success rate and few side effects? Wang Sheng then spoke up. "Master's wife, could I have some spirit stones? The more the better, as a kind of ration." Meanwhile, Wang Sheng's side remained quiet, with tanks and combat vehicles lined up in front. A few hours later, Huaijing suddenly entered, carrying a bag. "I came to find you earlier. The investigation team asked me to bring these spirit stones." He was meditating, and seeing the person, he couldn't help but be surprised. "Huaijing, when did you get here?" He immediately got up and approached. Huaijing handed over the items, saying, "I've arrived. I've been meditating with my master. Tell me, are you doing all this for the silent fairy?" Wang Xing doesn't deny it. There is a little. Immediately after, he forms a hand seal and says to Huaijing, "Move aside. I'm setting up a formation." Wang Xing asks while circulating his inner energy, "Does Buddhism have a way to return the gates of hell to their original position?" His power quickly manifested, forming a battle array. As Huaikin watched, he replied, "I've never heard of such a thing. But this was done by a celestial immortal. We're like mortals before her. What could we possibly do?" He confessed, "This feeling is actually quite ironic. Risking life and limb to reach level 30, only for a level 30 master to suddenly descend from the sky, along with a horde of level 50 and 60 monsters ready to massacre the newbie village." Xilian couldn't help but laugh, and Wang Sheng admired him, thinking he was quite impressive to break through levels just by playing games. Xilian asked in surprise, "You can cultivate like that? Are you playing some kind of online cultivation game?" At this point, his eyes lit up as he began to ramble. "Amitabha, everyone thinks this humble monk is just playing mindless games. In reality, the essence of online games lies in the interaction between people, especially encountering keyboard warriors. Let them curse. I'll just attack the towers, let them fight in groups, I'll go to the jungle to farm, and each time I have an epiphany, my realm will naturally break through." Hellion and Wang Sheng were speechless, and she couldn't help but wonder, does that even work? She couldn't help but yell, "You stinky monk, how dare you defile Buddhism?" Huaijing calmly said, "Amitabha, this is a matter of mental state." Wang Sheng smiled wryly, "I'll go cultivate a bit, you two talk." He closed his eyes, telling himself, "A state of mind? Perhaps this will help my cultivation break through." At the same time, a large yin-yang circle appears. Wang Sheng is still deep in thought. The pure yang immortal technique isn't just about cultivating yang energy, but about maintaining the symbiosis of yin and yang. His inner power rapidly flowed into the extreme yin and yang, cultivating only his own yang energy while maintaining the balance of yin energy within his body. The swordplay danced within his mind. Wang Sheng chanted, "Not too solitary, not too rigid, not too intense, not singular." He continued to recite the swordplay in his mind. It could be as powerfully overbearing as thunder, yet also endlessly sustained, like the growth of all things. Forcing his cultivation made Wang Sheng tired, and he sighed heavily. Outside, a great power soared into the sky. This was truly worthy of the term immortal, and it was the cultivation method of which Lu Zhu was most proud. Meanwhile, Huaikin was stunned. Was Faiyu really trying to break through to the Golden Core realm? Lian couldn't help but laugh, telling Huaikin, "You guessed it." As night fell, everything returned to silence, and the night was long for Vuongthang. And soon the sun rose, its bright rays shining down on the tent. Wang Sheng slowly opened his eyes, his body feeling weary. The surrounding seals had faded. He had been sitting in that position all night, and now, Wang Sheng had broken through to the late stage of the false core realm, but he was still not satisfied and sighed in disappointment. Just a little bit more. He Yan had advanced 2 levels in one night. Enough, he said. Aren't you afraid of the backlash if you go any faster? Seeing He Yan, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Is there news? She said everything was normal. He Yan continued. After entering the Ghost Gate, Xiaozhuanshuan received a message from the female immortal, telling them to be careful on the way, that she would do her best to suppress it and wait for them to pass. Hearing this, Wang Sheng couldn't help but be startled. Suppress? Suppress what? Shi Lian casually said, Who knows? Maybe it's some kind of demon. Huijing chimed in. Maybe it's not some kind of demon. He thought of the fairy's appearance and continued. I discussed this with the investigation team before. It's highly likely that the female immortal is suppressing herself. Huai Qin solemnly mentioned, slowing down the body's disintegration. Lian speculates that if she uses too much celestial power, her body, dead for many years, could indeed break down. Could it be that she needs a new body? Hearing this, Wang Sheng's face darkens as Shi Lian continues, suggesting she might want to borrow Xiaoxuanxuan's body. The thought of that face and those eyes suddenly becoming foreign fills Wang Sheng with rage, and he grits his teeth to contain his emotions, summoning his sword. Clutching his sword, his lonely figure betrayed the worry in his eyes as Wang Sheng turned away grimly. I'm going to practice my swordsmanship. Shi Lian and Huijing could only watch in silence. He stood alone in his tent, deep in thought. When his senior sister reached core formation, her foundation was also the pure yang sword technique, but she had walked the path of yin and yang balance. I am a sword cultivator, so perhaps sword intent is also key to condensing the golden core. Then he unleashed a strike with true essence. The purple star, heavenly sword, and the pure yang immortal arts are both part of my path. Fusing sword, intent with pure yang energy is the key, his true path. With this realization, Wang Sheng's eyes sharpened, and as he raised his sword to the sky, thousands of streams of sword energy rapidly spread around him. Hellion sighed. Since little Xuan isn't here, I'm the only one who can watch over you. Huijing looked at Wang Sheng, puzzled. Shouldn't he need time after leveling up? How can he break through so suddenly? Shi Lian explains that it's not that easy. He's just preparing for core formation. If he were to advance to the golden core stage now, his heart would have given way long ago. He practices and contemplates the pure yang sword formation, 1 inside and 2 outside. Sword techniques in pure yang are different paths. How can they be combined, and how should they be fused? Thinking this, he suddenly glanced at something. It's unclear what Wang Sheng has discovered, but he looks towards the sun, inwardly delighted. That's right. He immediately formed a seal, his inner self comprehending. The sun, the purple star, the stars contain different paths, but they are all paths of the stars. The violet heaven sword is the sword of Emperor Kang, and the light of the violet star is from within, emanating from the sword wielder who shatters the nascent soul. Just then, a powerful light shone through. Wang Sheng's body then floated into the air, power radiating from his sword. Before he knew it, his training had lasted until nightfall, under a sky full of glittering stars. For some reason, the swords in the box suddenly trembled, and all the nearby swords were affected, shaking incessantly. The 2 rogue cultivators looked around, having not seen such a strange phenomenon in a long time. Huijing stared in disbelief, wondering what kind of enlightenment this was. Shi Lian couldn't help but speak up. Is this kid following the path of the Qinglin Taoist? Memories flood back, and a hint of warmth flickers across her face as everyone returns to the tent after his training. He Lian exclaimed, Xiao Fei Yu, you're really not going into seclusion? You're so hasty. No need. Even though Xinyang agreed to let me enter the Ghost Gate, we've already wasted a lot of time. Let's hurry and pack up to see if we can catch up with Shifu and the others. Nuh-eh, he smiled at his friend and asked, Huijing, do you really want to enter the Ghost Gate with me? With great enthusiasm, Huijing said, This monk is not only in charge of driving, but in critical moments I can also provide Buddhist purification services for evil spirits. My Dharma artifacts are effective against yin energy, so I will definitely not be a burden. Shi Lian quickly interrupted. Don't worry, little Sheng Sheng, she said suddenly, startling them both. Carrying a pile of specialized gear to ward off evil, she continued. The cultivation methods of Buddhism and Taoism differ, so I won't be affected by yin energy. When breathing in the underworld, the yin energy will be purified by the Buddha light that Huai Qin obtained. Everyone quickly gets in the car as Huijing says, Shenli Zifei Yu, Xiaoseng can also experience the Ksiddhigarba Bodhisattva in his heart. Buckle up, it might be a fast ride. With everyone ready, Huaijing started the car, then yelled, "Let's go!" And their car quickly sped out of the tent as a voice crackled over the police radio. The 3 relay stations have connected with your vehicle and will provide continuous guidance within the underworld. Please keep your communication device active. Another scene transition shows them inside their vehicle. Huaikin looking serious. Hold on tight, we're about to break through. Okay. After entering, Huaikin felt a little apprehensive. Blah blah, Buddha protect us. Wang Sheng couldn't help but say, glancing around. The underworld is too empty. Suddenly, a notification rings out on the screen. Master Wang, there are no anomalies ahead. Master Yan wants to speak with you, he said, looking at the screen. The screen quickly replied, Understood. Please wait a moment. As soon as he answers, Yanzi shouts, You've reached the Golden Core. What have you been doing? Did you have Senior C. Lian help you? He didn't even pause for breath as he continued to lecture. Haste makes waste. Impatience is just eagerness. I've told you time and time again, never kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. What are you doing focusing only on short-term gains? Wang Sheng pleaded, Master, let me explain. Then he said with a wry smile, Master, the truth is... A booming voice cut in from the other end. Step aside, I'll take it. Shu Gang shouted, What's the rush, kid? The most important thing in Taoism is cultivation. How can you be so impulsive? Zheng Nan added angrily. Weren't you just in the mid-stage of core formation yesterday? This is beyond your cultivation, you know that? Another core formation cultivator chimed in. Exactly. Since when did we need your help with so many core formations here? Next, I'll keep my words brief because you're about to get a serious scolding. Wang Sheng, sweating, nervously interjected. Seniors, please, hear me out. Yanzi said irritably, Xiaoxuan, you go and talk to him too. Her eyes glistened as if she were about to cry. Guanxuan looked at Bo Tan and softly said, Junior brother. Hearing her voice, Wang Sheng felt a warmth rise in his heart. He reassured her, I understand, senior sister. The elders were stunned by this exchange. Is that all? Yanzi said softly. Xiaoxing, I know what you're anxious about, and I'm comforted. But if you've made a mistake, your master and brother will face it with you. At this point, their convoy had stopped somewhere in hell. He sighed. And don't numb yourself. Wang Sheng stammered, Master, don't worry. I really didn't exceed my potential. It was just a casual breakthrough. Shi Lian interjected. Everyone rest assured, he's following the path of extreme sword. Yanzi asked curiously, Senior, what is the extreme sword path? She explained. Roughly, it's the pinnacle of swordsmanship, using oneself to become a sword, something like that. Hearing this, Wang Sheng couldn't help but feel annoyed. You have to reassure yourself. Why does that sound so familiar? Calm down, you can't beat senior sister. Calm down and don't go looking for death. Unable to hide her joy, Yanzi says this must be her destiny, as Xiaosheng recounts her breakthrough. So Wang Sheng quickly summarized the process. A moment later, Yanzi held his forehead, laughing happily, and said, Forgive me. Although my humble sect only has 3 people, in terms of the number of Golden Core Masters, we are not inferior to those great sects. Sai Cheng sneered. A sect of only 3 people, and only the master is following the old path? How shabby. Yanzi laughed so hard he could fit a grapefruit in his mouth. It's fine. My disciple is powerful enough. Wang Sheng couldn't help but force a smile at his master's praise. Xiaoxuan steps forward, offering her hand and saying, Junior brother. Yanzi hums in acknowledgement, then hands her the walkie-talkie. Guanxuan frowned, leaning into the radio, and uttered a warning. Understanding his concern, he reassured her. Don't worry, I'll be careful if anything like that happens again. Yanzi replied, All right, all my worrying was for nothing. Just don't forget your original aspirations. Yanzi was both happy and concerned. My 2 disciples, your paths are so strange. I truly don't know how to teach you anymore. Hearing this, Wang Sheng felt a pang of sadness and stammered, Master? Shi Lian looked out the door and couldn't help but sigh. Master, you finally let go. Suddenly, the voice on the other end said, Immortal Daos from Team 2 are fighting. He quickly replied, Go there and provide support. Wang Sheng pondered after hanging up what was his original aspiration for cultivation. Compared to that, he values his current ideals more. Sword flashes, fists clench, Xiao Jiao, Changsheng, and his master and senior apprentice sister are all like this. Thinking of this, his face is full of determination. Wang Sheng wants to continue on the path of cultivation with everyone, when suddenly a tremor stuns him. Before them, a striking blue light erupts. Huaijing exclaimed in surprise, A celestial gate is erupting? This is the third time already. The three quickly got out of the car and approached the immortal pass to observe. Wang Sheng frowned, knowing they couldn't delay any longer and had to get through immediately. He landed beside Ji Lian and said urgently, "Big sister, I'll fly you over there." She tried her best to conserve her magic, and Ji Lian agreed. "Well, I'm an old woman about to turn 2,000 years old anyway." As Wang Sheng helped her up, another tremor shook the area, even more violent than before. The celestial gate was erupting more intensely than ever, its light like a torrential flood. Wang Sheng gritted his teeth, wondering what was that great immortal doing? Could this be the process of a celestial immortal's demise? Wang Sheng watched the immortal pass and calculated in his head. If that great immortal was involved in his senior sister's love tribulation, he probably wouldn't try to steal her body. And it seems he couldn't hold on any longer, so he called her over to give her some benefits. Suddenly, a change came over Shilian. She frowned and was silent for a moment before saying to Wang Sheng, "Little Feiyu, it seems this environment has stirred up my demonic nature, so I won't be of much help." Wang Sheng looked at her worriedly and asked, "Can you keep it stable?" Ji Len remained silent, able to use magic equivalent to the nascent soul realm for now, but not for long. Moreover, any action would risk triggering her demonic nature. Just then, Huaijing below called out, "Feiyu, Abbot Buyan is looking for you." He turned to Shilian and said, "Let's go down first. Those demons should have been dealt with by the nuclear bombs. Besides, before the heavenly court left, they definitely wouldn't have spared the vicious devils in hell." Shilian replied listlessly, "That's true. Contact your master first." He immediately connected to the radio. "Master, what's the situation up ahead?" Yanzi quickly replied, "Nothing yet, but the celestial light just now seems to have pushed out the 18 levels of hell." He recounted the situation, and now the rift has formed a ring-shaped mountain like a volcano. Hearing the Earth Hermit Sect Elder, the 18 levels of hell are structured like an inverted pagoda, and that place is the first level of hell. Wang Sheng couldn't help but worry. "Master, are you going to explore the 18 levels of hell?" Yanzi said, "It hasn't been decided yet, but the aftermath in the underworld has been dealt with relatively well. There are just a few minor ghosts left, so I'm letting you know in advance. No need to rush, just come over slowly." Wang Sheng quickly got into the car. "Master, we're heading over now. Senior Lian's system can temporarily unleash the combat power of a nascent soul cultivator," he replied. "That's great, but the closer you get, the denser the murderous aura will be, so avoid fighting if possible. All right, I'm going to rendezvous with Team 2. He added, "Take your time and try to learn something on the way." Then he hung up. Yanzi also felt a little worried. Jungnan spoke up. "How about we have Feiyu and Senior Shilian come over?" At that moment, a small hand gently tugged at his sleeve, and Yanzi turned around. Guanxuan hands over the phone, saying, "Master, we did it." Yanzi replies, "Second Elder, our ghost soldiers have a time limit. Recall them 5 minutes before this Sioux monster arrives." The second Elder solemnly replied, "Very well, I'll prepare." Another elder added, "Why are these demons, after escaping the 18 levels of hell, so drawn to this underworld?" Xu Qiang stretched. "Maybe there's something here attracting them. If we run into anyone tough, don't try to resist." He perked up as he added, "We just need to protect the underworld and wait for backup." Yanzi quickly instructed his disciple, "Xiaoxian, stay back for a bit. I'm the senior disciple, I have to take responsibility." Yanzi couldn't help but smile when he heard her say that. He then looked at the dense crowd of ghosts, thinking, though he had deceived Xiaosheng, he probably wouldn't be angry, right? With that, he turned and said, "Second Elder can summon ghost soldiers, but how should we command them?" The second Elder replied, "Elder Bayan, rest assured." With that, he raised 2 flags with incantations in the air, and a line of blue text appeared. The second Elder added, "The ghost soldiers are all intelligent," and then a beam of light quickly appeared. He continued, "They can judge their enemies for themselves." As soon as he finished speaking, the ghost soldiers appeared. As soon as they were summoned, they quickly drew their bows and aimed at the demons. A mighty voice rang out, ordering the swordsmen to hold the line and the archers to prepare. On this side, the demon soldiers fiercely drew their swords, the sharp blades ringing out. The leader of the demon soldiers roared, "Mere evil spirits dare to invade the underworld, annihilate their bodies and souls." He roared at his side, ordering them to fire arrows and charge, and hundreds of demon soldiers surged forward, ready to clash with the ghouls. The scene shifts to the underworld, where a car speeds along, its radio playing a soothing melody as Monk Huaijing looks on with excitement. Come on, let's give Feiyu the auspicious mantra of destruction." Wang Sheng leaned on the car door, observing the surroundings with a suspicious look. "This road is too peaceful. It just feels untrustworthy." Shi Lian, who was sitting in the back, asked, catching bits and pieces of the conversation, "What's not to be trusted?" Your master is quite capable. His teachings are always on point. Hearing this, he knew she didn't understand and explained, Big sister, I feel like master's message wasn't quite right. Then, Wang Sheng fell silent, thinking that perhaps his masters had been in the underworld for a long time and should have tried to enter the 10 courts of hell. Doubts swirled in his mind as he questioned why his masters hadn't mentioned their progress. Had they not yet escaped the underworld? I didn't expect you to be such a lovesick Taoist, she teased, while he wondered what was going on. Amitabha, beauty fades with time. Love in this world is nothing more than fate and karma, yet she orders me around with such levity. Enough with the Buddhist drivel, put on some sad love songs to soothe my senior's heart. Okay, just a moment. The scene shifts to Taoist Master Yanzi. The people are locked in a fierce battle with the demons, as the Sword Sect's Grand Elder shouts out the situation from above. Reverend Yanzi, there are too many demons. The Demon Soldier Legion is about to fall. With that, he jumped into the fray, leaving the others stunned. With a stern and trustworthy shout, Taoist Yanzi commanded those behind him to act, and upon hearing his order, he led the charge into the battlefield. The others followed close behind, leaping into the fray as Master Ngantu, eyes firm, decisively began to cast his spell. A wave of light then engulfed the land and everything seemed to shatter. From above, the light formed a Taiji 2 symbol, encompassing both humans and demons below. Guanxuan wasn't about to be outdone, unleashing a powerful move that sent demons flying. As Master Yanzi and the others flew overhead, he reminded her, Little Zhuan, conserve your magic to maintain your strength. Just reinforce the yin and yang energies for us and maintain the yin-yang haoyuan formation. She solemnly replied, Yes. Then, the three landed in the center of the battle, the immense pressure forcing those nearby away, creating a clearing in the middle. Above them, talismans swirled as the two transferred their power to Yanzi. His hands moved in a blur as he formed a spell, then he pointed 2 fingers towards the demons and shouted. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts, brimming with immense power. The demons caught in the light gradually dissolved, vanishing completely as the radiant energy swept away all that was evil and impure. The scene shifts to Wang Sheng, where the three are still in the car, the lively music filling their ears. Unsure how to react to the two, he says, The investigation team's radio for contact is being used to play music. You two are something else. Huaijing replied without a care, Relax, we're just having some fun. Xi Lian, in the back, excitedly called out the breakup anthem. Let's get this party started. Seeing them like this, Wang Sheng forced a smile, wondering just how many sad love songs she had bought lately. Once this is over, I'm taking her to karaoke for 3 days straight so she doesn't get possessed by sadness. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaolian was lost in the music, oblivious to his words. Suddenly, something caught his eye, and he stared in disbelief as 3 aircraft soared across the sky. Wang Sheng stared in disbelief, muttering, Drones. Something must have happened in the underworld. Immediately, he pressed a button on the vehicle's control panel, contacting Relay Station to inquire about the situation. Relay Station, this is Wang Sheng. He anxiously asked, What happened in the underworld? Did we suffer any casualties? The voice on the other end reported that the battle in the underworld was stable, with no loss of forces on their side. Earlier, a group of devils broke the seal and rushed out of the 18 levels of hell, but Taoist Yanzi used the underworld's terrain to eliminate them. We're under no pressure at the moment. We just need to wait for the bombing squad to arrive in the underworld to end the battle. Since the Wang and Yanzi Taoists didn't want you worrying, they told us not to inform you of anything. Hearing that there was no danger, Wang Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. Please keep me informed of any new developments. Xi Lian chimed in from the back, teasing him for only bringing Xiao Xuanchuan along for the fighting. Looks like Master still favors you the most. Huaijing, who was driving, also asked, Aren't you contacting Taoist Yanzi? Wang Sheng calmly replied, Master is in a great battle with demons. Don't distract him. I was worried before, but now that I know what's happening, I'm actually relieved. Suddenly, Xi Lian reached out and poked his cheek, interrupting him, and proposed a deal. Little Fei Yu, let's make a deal, okay? As if reading her mind, he calmly says, Once we arrive, if you want to visit the reincarnation hall, go ahead, but be sure to control your emotions. It seems he understands her intentions, leaving her to marvel at how he managed to win over little Zhuan Yuan, knowing women's hearts so well. Wang Sheng disagreed, explaining that everything she was thinking was written all over her face. Suddenly, he blushed and asked, What do you think is the best way to confess to senior sister? His words stunned both passengers. After a moment of silence, Xi Lian slapped her thigh with interest. What? Finally decided to make a move, huh? See, These two are a match made in heaven. Dragging it out won't do. Even while driving, Huaikin offered his suggestion. There must be roses. Find a big square, a heart of candles, a bouquet of roses, and shout that you want to take care of her forever. The fairy Fayu will definitely sob. The two of them gave him a prejudiced glare, making him break out in a cold sweat. She spoke up, rejecting the idea as impractical and potentially counterproductive for a gentle, quiet girl like Xiaoshuan Xuan. Wang Sheng added, "How can a cultivator be so ordinary?" Then Shi Lian turned to him and asked, "Although Xiaoshuan Xuan likes you, she only vaguely understands the relationship between a man and a woman. What do you think?" He replies that understanding is enough, to which she smiles and says, "Understood. Leave it to your big sister." She can't just call me big sis for nothing, but he doesn't react at all. "Thank you, big sis." She casually replies, "It's nothing, nothing at all." Suddenly, she thought of the two of them together and muttered, "But if you two get together, won't I have to watch you lovey-dovey all day?" Her words left the other two speechless. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Guan Xuan listens to music on her wireless earbuds. The melody is soft, but her movements are anything but, each decisive strike obliterating a demon. After taking her attack, the demon gradually dissipates into the air as she surveys her surroundings, unleashing further attacks to eliminate the remaining demons. The Taoist master Yanzi discusses their strategy with his companion. More than half the demons have been stopped. Next, we'll wait for a round of conventional bombing, then let the demon soldiers reap the rewards. We'll rest for a bit, then prepare to enter the 18 levels of hell and those 11 great halls. Standing beside him, Hiem Ching Nam says, "The layers of hell are constantly being pushed up. That female corpse must be below." Hiem too wonders what exactly is down there. The drones flew overhead, and Yanzi said, "We'll know more once we descend. The planes are bombing the remaining demons. We'll see." The demons, seeing the bombs, gape in astonishment, scrambling for cover, but it's too late. Bombs rained down, obliterating the demons one by one, some consumed by explosions, others by fire. The stern Taoist priest Yanzi ordered 3-person teams to quickly sweep the demons and clean up the battlefield. The scene shifts to the underworld, where Yanzi and his group gather before a massive city gate. The master looked at the gate and clasped his hands. "Amitabha, why hasn't the murderous aura of these villains dissipated completely? And why is it gathering in the 18 levels of hell? The 18 levels of hell hold many mysteries, and that murderous aura may be filling the ruined formations of hell." Yanzi rolled up his sleeves, checked the time on his watch, and suggested, "Everyone, let's return to the city to rest first. After we recover, we'll investigate the 18 levels. I'll go ask if there's anything unusual outside the gates of hell." Suddenly, he noticed his female disciple looking in another direction and asked, "What is it, Xiaozhuan? Do you hear that senior calling again?" When her master asked, she politely denied it. No. Guan Xuan then took out her phone and typed furiously, explaining that the underworld exploration team had discovered that the balance of yin and yang in the 18 levels of hell had been broken. The yin energy was too strong, and the already weak yang energy was being forced out of the 18 levels of hell. It was about to surface. After reading the phone screen, Yanzi muttered in confusion, "Rising? What's rising?" Then, as realization dawned, his eyes widened in horror. A force erupts from the earth, creating a vortex as Yanzheng cries out, "Another seal is about to be broken." From within that surge of power, a raspy voice echoed, "Who are you? Who am I?" No, who are we? Who are we? Kill them all. The underworld belongs to us, and the essence is ours. Hideous monsters slowly crawl out, their voices continuing with madness. Yes. Kill them all. No one can take our essence. No one is allowed. No one is allowed. The Grand Elder of the Sword Sect shouts, "These devils are as strong as the Void Core Realm Masters. Has the seal on the 7th level been broken as well?" He then turned to Yanzi, saying that an unprecedented energy reaction had been detected in the 18 levels of hell, its aura fluctuating as the watch on Yanzi's wrist lit up, announcing shocking news. It was far stronger than the Golden Core Realm. The word sent a wave of panic through the group. What? The strange power sent rocks flying, creating a pit for the demons to crawl out of. A truly horrifying sight. Taoist Yanzi was the first to recover, quickly shouting a warning, "It's a greater demon. Everyone be careful." That power transformed into a massive hand, hurtling toward them as Zhang Ziqiang chanted, summoning his talismans. He anxiously asked, "Master Yanzi, what do we do now? Should we request nuclear weapons as backup?" As the situation escalates, he grits his teeth in anger, then waves his hand, commanding, "Let's lure it to the Yellow Springs Road and blow it up." Everyone agreed in unison. Then, Yanzi rushed into battle, a plan forming in his mind. Using nuclear weapons here could damage the seal below, releasing the evil spirits trapped within. It's best to retreat for now. This great demon is likely connected to the Taoist masters who invaded the land of the dead years ago. An enigmatic voice suddenly cuts through his thoughts from behind. It seems you can't leave anymore. Yanzi turns to investigate, surprised to find no one there. The mysterious figure has retreated, but Yanzi's group quickly surrounds him. He muses that there are some strange characters, then looks at them uncertain. Which one should I eat first? Meanwhile, at Mount Bindu, the temporary headquarters closely monitors the battle. Zhiling eyed the mysterious figure and asked, "What's going on? Who is that?" Professor Ma flips through documents, analyzing that the dark energy is extremely similar to that which appeared at Suinai Temple. That's not underworld yin energy, it's likely demonic energy. Another person nearby clenched their fist to maintain composure. Gritting his teeth, he says, "It's them! It has to be them," his voice filled with anger. The great masters who invaded the 19 levels of hell 1,000 years ago aren't all dead. Meanwhile, back at the battle, Yanzi and the mysterious figure are locked in fierce combat. The power radiating from the two men was immense, creating two distinct opposing forces, and then an explosion erupted between them, sending them flying in opposite directions. Taoist Yanzi landed and slid back, immediately regaining his fighting stance, concluding that his opponent was a demon cultivator, but at most, a peak golden core. The others gave him no chance to rest, relentlessly attacking. The mysterious figure unleashed a strange technique, causing the space around him to ripple violently. As if answering a call, demons flocked to his side. The Grandmaster, seeing this, shouted, "Fellow Taoist, it's summoning demons. We'll hold them off, you kill it quickly." From the pit below, a colossal demon emerges, struggling to free itself from the narrow opening, causing the earth around it to crumble. And this scene was clearly recorded and sent to the command center, where the three leaders tensely monitored the situation. Master Yan managed to restrain the ancient demon, but the true threat was the giant demon behind it. The man with glasses proposed, "I suggest we nuke it." Professor Ma quickly waved his hand in disagreement. "No. Nuclear weapons are very likely to damage the seal on the hell below. Who knows how many other fierce demons are hidden there?" Qi Lang immediately ordered, "Launch the Western missiles stationed inside Kimongquan, targeting that giant demon, using airburst mode to destroy the target," and reminded the cultivators to clear the area before the missiles arrived. The missiles were quickly locked into position, and she commanded, "Strategic missile, West 321, fire." The missiles streaked towards the battlefield, while Wang Sheng and his companions raced to their master's side. The radio crackles to life, announcing that the Yin-Yang Master Wang has discovered a demonic entity capable of controlling devils and giant demons in the core formation realm. Team leader Qi Ling has ordered a Western missile strike to support the Silent Masters. Realizing the situation with his master, he glanced back at his sister. Lien understood immediately and nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, the speeding car screeches to a halt, and Xilin kicks the door off its hinges. As Wang Sheng opened the car door, he worriedly thought, "I never expected a giant demon in the Golden Core realm to appear. If Big Sis can get there in time, maybe she can fight it head on." He summons his magic, but worries, "If only my sister doesn't succumb to evil." Then, they both soar into the sky. Wang Sheng instructed, "Follow me, sis, and don't use your magic recklessly." Xilian carefully held onto him and replied, "Okay," as the two flew off, leaving Huaijing behind, screaming. "Are you bullying a monk who can't fly?" Cut to Taoist Yanzi, who is in a fierce battle with a mysterious figure. The master uses the power of the Buddhist scriptures to attack him, saying, "Seeing my body awakens the Bodhi mind, hearing my name abandons evil and cultivates goodness, hearing my teachings gains wisdom." As he chants, an image of the Tathagata Buddha appears, its light swiftly destroying the demons. He continues chanting, knowing that where his heart goes, his body will follow. A blinding light emanates from the Buddha statue, shining upon the giant demon. Minghin Qingnam swings his sword, and Tu Chuang steps in to help the Grandmaster stop the great demon, immediately using his power to control the talismans. And then, a massive weapon formed from spiritual energy materialized, emitting a radiant light as it flew toward the Buddha statue. Seeing the suffering of all living things tormented by evil, the Buddha felt compassion. Suddenly, the statue moved, its hand gripped the weapon, and it slowly opened its eyes, its face transforming from compassion to rage. The benevolent statue transformed into an enraged deity, wielding the power of the immovable king to vanquish evil. The colossal demon retaliated, clenching its fist and delivering a devastating blow to the Buddha statue with incredible speed. The Buddha statue, struck by the demon's surprise attack, was pushed back, and moments later coughed up blood from the blow's agony. The statue, an avatar of the Grandmaster, shattered from the damage and he collapsed, only to be caught by Guanshuan. The Grand Elder immediately stepped forward to fight, shielding the two others as he commanded. The rest of you, deal with those wandering souls. Yanzheng and Zhang Ziqiang also charged forward, Ziqiang excitedly saying, "We'll go buy some time." An Yangma rushes forward, taunting, "If we can handle it, great. If not, come save us." Ha ha! Zhang Ziqiang then burst into laughter, clearly enjoying himself. Ha 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 ha! What a rush. But Yanzheng noticed something was wrong and shouted in alarm, "This is bad! That big guy is targeting us." In that instant, the monster unleashed a wave of power, sending them flying. Zhang Ziqiang, caught off guard, was struck and hurled backwards. But Zhongnam anxiously watched him and called out, "Ziqiang!" Suddenly, a flash of light containing immense power struck the giant monster. The Buddha statue has returned to the fight, landing a blow on the monster and drawing its attention. As Ziqiang is sent flying backwards, the Grand Elder appears just in time to catch him. He urgently called for immortal Bu Yu, and two Tai Chi diagrams appeared above and below, tightly surrounding the yin-yang annihilation monster. From afar, it looked as if the two diagrams were placed on her hands. Having prepared thoroughly, Guanshuan unleashes the Chankan magic disc, then presses her hands together, the yin and yang circles meeting. A surprising thing happened. The massive monster seemed to be compressed by an invisible force from the Tai Chi diagrams. The Grand Elder, supporting Shuqiang, marveled at the sight. To suppress a great demon, the silent immortal is indeed powerful. Zhongnam remained tense, realizing the great demon's power far exceeded the Golden Core realm, and that Guan Huyan was in dire straits. She couldn't hold out for long. From the command center, Xiling anxiously asks, "When will the fire support arrive?" The support staff at the control panel urgently replies that it will take another 15 minutes. Immediately, she issued orders for the waiting cultivators to assemble and prepare to enter the Demon Gate to support Than Ngon Tu and the others. Professor Ma also announced, "Team Leader Tri, the second request for nuclear weapons has been approved." The team leader immediately took action, switching the warheads from conventional to nuclear and transferring detonation authority. A female member urgently reported new information. Team Leader, one of the missiles fired earlier is showing anomalous data. Drones have captured some images. Lingqi, project the video on the big screen. The operator replied sternly, "Yes," and began to bring the video up on the screen. The screen revealed a sight that left the leaders stunned. Quan Hian using two Bagua diagrams to restrain the monster. Suddenly, a surge of power erupts within the monster, renewing its strength against her attack, and with ease it shatters her formation. The monster's actions backfired on Guanshuan, causing her to cough up blood and collapse backward. Seeing this, Master Yanzi was extremely worried about her condition. Guanshuan was in a very dangerous situation. Surrounded by demons and gravely injured, a surge of light suddenly appears amidst the tension. That light swept through the demons, tearing them to shreds as Wang Sheng arrived just in time to protect Guanshuan. He held her close and calmly said, "Hold on tight, senior sister." Though wounded, she gazed at him and smiled in response. "Yes." Suddenly, the monster's massive, grotesque hand reached out. Wang Sheng immediately used his inner strength to protect Guanshuan from the monster's attack. The monster's blow was devastating, shattering the surrounding rocks. A blinding light fills the space, revealing He Yan in her fox form. In a battle stance, Xi Lian casts a spell, her tail, eyes, and crescent moon mark glowing red as countless missiles rain down from the sky. In an instant, Xi Lian leaps forward with incredible speed, her movements lightning fast. He Yan bares her sharp teeth and lunges at the monster with claws outstretched. In a flash, she opened her jaws wide, clamping down on the monster, her fangs sinking into its flesh. Zillion quickly flips the monster over, gaining the upper hand, while thousands of monsters rise from the pit below. On Wang Xing's side, right behind Xi Lian, everyone is fighting the monsters pouring out of the pit, as Wang Xing and Guanshuan look up in astonishment. Ahead, He Yan struggles against the massive blue monster, while behind them, one man casts spells against the horde and another raises a shield. Humanoid monsters surge forward as Wang Sheng speaks. Guanshuan, standing beside him with a serious expression, says that if Senior Xi Lian's fur starts turning red, they must loudly chant the free and unfettered song of the Sword Unsheathing Sect. But does Senior Nam even know the Sword Sect's Azure Wind into Bright Moon sword technique? Nam glances at him and replies, "Yes." Wang Sheng continued, stroking his chin thoughtfully, wondering which sword technique to use if the free and easy song didn't work, so that Senior Xi Lian could see through the moonlit phenomenon, the two things that Qing Lin Daozhang left the deepest impression of on her. While everyone struggled against the monsters, dust filled the air and clothes were torn. Guanxuan suddenly spoke. I'm going to help my master. Please watch over Senior Xilian. Yanjun unleashed his inner power, creating countless hands to attack the monsters, foolishly thinking he could absorb their essence to restore his magic. Little did he know, their pure yang power could suppress the yin energy within him. The young one looked absolutely horrifying, its face deformed, its entire body a dark purple, and its wrinkled face was pitch black. It spoke to Yanzi. Young one, this humble Taoist will cast a spell. A light emanated from his hand. Then, Yanzi punched and roared at the ghoul, the master staring at it with a disgusted look. Get lost. His punch was powerful, sending it flying into the air, creating aftershocks of blue light. Once again, Yanzi lunged toward the junior, wondering what kind of demonic descendant he was dealing with. We can't waste any more time. Let's rest and deal with these youngsters later. The master flung the junior away, creating thousands of swirling arcs in the air. Suddenly, countless azure rays of light appeared in the sky, piercing the young cultivator with deadly precision as he raised his hands in bewildered defense. The 7-star sword formation of sword control. Wang Sheng suddenly appears, sword in hand, looking majestic as the imp hangs in the sky, pierced by countless beams of light. Yanzi lands beside Wang Sheng and calls out to him. Xiao Sheng. Wang Sheng turned in surprise at the sound of his name. He turned and respectfully greeted his master, as Yanzi spoke once more. Don't let Senior Xilian become a demon. Let's hurry down and help. With a serious expression, Wang Sheng handed his mirror to his master. He said, Master, use this Ziwei heavenly sword. Wang Sheng handed Yanzi his sword, which radiated a mystical light with small blue spots surrounding the blade. He accepted the sword, smiled faintly, and said, All right, I've already lost face in front of my disciple. With that, Yanzi and Wang Sheng flew off together. The master frowned, saying sternly, Though my violet magic is lacking, I've honed the violet sky sword. Perhaps I can manage. He unbared her sharp teeth, gnawing at a piece of the monster's flesh, her whole body now stained crimson. She tore off a chunk of meat, her mouth lifting upward. Her claws clung to the monster's corpse, Xilian now feral, driven purely by instinct. Looking at the communication screen, Tuyan's face was filled with panic as it showed Helian tearing into her prey. On one side, Ziqiang's face was blank, covered in scrapes. He spoke quickly. Wu Yu instructed, quickly use the Song of Freedom. Shiling's eyes widened in disbelief as she realized the true power of the ancient demons of Tuinham too. The investigation manager responded, stroking his chin in thought, So, we've left Bu Yu and Fei Yu to guard her day and night, shaming her. Professor Ma coughed, saying with an embarrassed expression, After this is over, let's think about how to compensate them. Against a gray sky, Zhengnan, Ziqiang, and Huaijing channel their inner power to unleash their magic. Their hair stands on end, robes billow, and their bodies emit a soft glow. Xilian looked terrifying, her eyes a deep, dark abyss, save for the red pupils, her teeth sharp and pointed. She was losing control. Suddenly, her eyes began to shift from black back to their original white. Her eyes widened, finally returning to normal, her face less contorted, more alive. Wang Sheng appeared, leaping in front of Xilian, saying, Big sister, the fight's over. You can stop now. Worried for his junior, Yanzi quickly interjects, Xiaosheng, get back here now. Wang Sheng gently stroked Xilian's soft red fur, smiling and speaking in a soothing, persuasive tone. As he stroked her fur, he said, Big sister, do you want to find Taoist Than Lam? If I can ascend to immortality, I'll definitely take you to him. Suddenly, a red light emanated from beneath his hand, tiny sparks enveloping the space around it. A blinding red light erupts, engulfing the space. In an instant, Xilian returns to her human form, her eyes still tightly shut. She calls out his name, her trembling hands reaching for Wang Sheng. Little Fei Yu seizes her hand, holding it tight. He held her trembling hands in his and said, I'm here. Wang Sheng looked at He Yan with utter seriousness. He affirmed confidently, Big sister, rest assured, I will risk my life to cultivate and achieve immortality as soon as possible. He Yan felt dizzy and nauseous, covering her mouth as she said, Quick, some water to rinse my mouth. That stuff is disgusting. Wang Sheng smiled, putting a coat on He Yan as Guanxuan arrived with scrolls in hand. At that moment, Yanzi used his inner strength to slowly descend to the ground as Ziqiang suddenly spoke up. Surely there won't be another celestial light in such a short time. Zhengnan quickly covered Ziqiang's mouth with a grimace. Don't jinx us right now. Who can stand that? Zitiang flails his arms, trying to speak, as Yanzai smiles kindly at Wang Sheng, Xi Lian, and Guan Xuan. He spoke. Although this battle was arduous, we now have 2 powerful reinforcements. Quickly recover your strength and prepare to explore the 18 levels of hell. Everyone turned to look at him as Yan Zixi held up a glowing object, looking at Wang Sheng and speaking softly. Contact the outside, tell them we're safe, and have them send the explored layout of the 18 levels of hell. He immediately obeyed. Yes, the sky has now turned a purplish blue, cloudless, with smoke rising from somewhere in the distance. Below, Zhengnan and countless others sit upright, channeling their inner power, surrounded by radiant light. Xilian looked up with her pink eyes, asking how long it would take them to recover their cultivation, as Wang Sheng answered while she examined the ring her master had given him. Beside him, Guanshuan also gazes at the ring with a delighted expression, estimating about 2 hours. Xilian's eyes widen as if she's just discovered something intriguing. She turns to Wang Sheng and looks at him with a smile. A curious look appears on her face as Wang Sheng glances at Xilian, a troubled expression on his face, thinking, "What's with that look, big sister?" He recalled when she transformed from a fox and wondered, she's not going to hold me responsible, is she? He remembered the glimpse of her large, white foxtail under her dress. Wang Sheng thought, though he saw her body, he didn't see any details. Xilian then said, "If that's the case, what about Qinglin Daoren?" Wang Sheng looked up at her and smiled awkwardly, while Guanshuan watched them with a curious expression, thinking that he was already spoken for. Then he looked towards his senior disciple, whose blue eyes were captivating. She smiled gently and returned his gaze. He wondered how he could be so captivated by her beauty. Xilian smiled, pointing to the sky, and said, "Should we sneak up there for a look?" The Judgment Hall and the Reincarnation Stone. Aren't you curious? The sky is full of evenly spaced stones, an incredibly bizarre sight. Wang Sheng sighed with feigned boredom, smoothing out his clothes, while Guanshuan grinned, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Wang Sheng looked at Yanzi and the second elder, saying, "Master, second elder." The second elder chuckled and replied, "If you want to go, then go. But there are restrictions up there, so I doubt you'll see anything." Yanzi looked up at him and said, "Xiaosheng, remember not to touch the immortal's belongings?" Wang Sheng smiled, casting magic on his sword, as Guanshuan flew up behind him, her face full of joy. Wang Sheng said, "In that case, you continue. We'll be back in a bit." Then, Guanshuan and Wang Sheng's sword soared into the sky. In this minor hell, the scene is desolate, and the devils are temporarily gone. Wang Sheng looks ahead and says to Xilian, "Big sister, the outer ring is the palace of the 10 kings of hell, and the one in the middle is the reincarnation hall." She quickly said, "Head straight to the Emeth Palace, and be careful. There are restrictions all around." She observed that there were only restrictions, and the front seemed to have loopholes. Wang Sheng quickly complied, and the 3 of them followed Xilian's lead. This 10th palace exudes a dark aura, and a large plaque with bold lettering stands in the center. The chilling breath of the underworld permeates this place. Deeper inside, another large tablet covered in leaf script leaves Guanshuan in awe. "It's so high." Wang Sheng, seeing Xilian approach the plaque, called out worriedly, "Big sister." She said, "This explains the origins of the underworld. Back when the heavenly court was destroyed, the immortals were scattered. Before leaving, the great Emperor Ziwei took a fragment of the Wheel of Reincarnation and brought it to Earth. That fragment became the Reincarnation Stone, and from it, the lesser underworld was formed." With that, Xilian urged, "I'm going in to find that immortal tablet. You 2 follow quickly." And with those words, she vanished behind the sign. Wang Sheng hesitated, calling after her, "Big sis, wait." Seeing her reaction, Wang Sheng sighed and chuckled softly. Is she rushing to see if Taoist Qinglin is all right? When it comes to Taoist Qinglin, she just can't hold back. A moment later, Xilian shouted, "The immortal tablet is blank. No, there are only 2 names on it. Come quickly, you 2. Xiao Xuanhuan is an immortal." Her disjointed words confused them both. But Xilian, braving the cold, laughed triumphantly. This fox spirit has taken 2 reincarnated immortals as her underlings. As Wang Sheng flew over, he said, "Big sister, even reincarnated immortals need to cultivate gradually. With our senior sister's talent, becoming an immortal is a sure thing." He paused, realizing, "Wait, both of you?" Hey, Yeon smiled. "Who knew, little Fei Yu? You're also a reincarnated immortal." Wang Sheng was dumbfounded. Is this a mistake? If I were a reincarnated immortal, that fairy would have recognized me from the start. Maybe you were just a spear-carrying soldier? It's normal they didn't recognize you. He curiously glances at the board, then is visibly startled. Shi Lian spoke up. Wait, what do you mean you can't find my past life? Wang Sheng indifferently replied, maybe it's a mistake. Let's look at our senior disciple's profile first. The past life doesn't matter. I'll definitely try to become an immortal in this life. He says that, but his mind races. No past life found means he has no past life. He began to wonder, could his rebirth be thanks to the little underworld? Shi Lian read aloud that in the east there was an immortal named Hua Qing, the divine woodflower of the eastern star region. A natural deity who followed the eastern azure flower, great emperor, the savior celestial worthy. Her past life's achievements include guarding the eastern heavenly gate and slaying 76 powerhouses from various starfields who invaded and demoralized the heavenly army. In the 12th battle outside the immortal Forbidden Zone, she carried wounds, continuously cutting down powerful enemies and ultimately perished from severe injuries. The immortals mourned her loss and protected her soul on its journey back to this world, where it spent 1,000 years healing within the reincarnation stone, now reborn as Guanshuan. Even more excited than she was, Jilian shook Guanshuan, exclaiming, "You're the reincarnation of the Eastern Great Emperor, Hua Qing Fairy. You're amazing in your past life." Guanshuan just blankly nodded, unsure of what to say. Guanshuan proudly patted her chest, declaring, "I am who I am." Shilen looks at him, puzzled. "I can't see your past life." "Xiaofei, is it possible you truly have no past life?" Wang Sheng asked casually. "What's so strange about that? Even with a 1,000-year-old inactive landlord, aren't mortals still born, grow old, get sick, and die?" He breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "Most people don't have a past or a future life, so just live for the present." Hearing this, Xi Lian smiled brightly. "On the contrary, you're very clear-headed." At that moment, Guanshuan was holding her phone, tears streaming down her face. She still had words for her junior, but her phone died. Understanding her feelings, Wang Shengru stepped forward, took her hand, and said softly, "Senior, it's okay. No matter who you were in the past, now you are the unspoken fairy, responsible for the beauty of the cultivation world and our master's disciple." He paused, then continued, "You are Fang Sheng's senior apprentice." An indescribable feeling of happiness welled up inside her. Guanshuan smiles softly and agrees, while Shi Lian stands by like a lamppost, a 1,000-year-old fox spirit, atmosphere destroyer, and expert at eating dog food. Finally unable to watch any longer, she burst out, "You haven't even officially started dating, and you're already shoving food down our throats. Are you trying to fatten me up?" Wang Sheng chuckled, changing the subject. "Let's go see the Samsara Stone, shall we?" Soon after Wang Sheng and his companions entered the reincarnation hall, they finally arrived at Yanzi's location, and Wang Sheng called out to his master. He looked at his disciple with warm eyes, saying, "Xiao Sheng, you've finally returned." Immediately, Wang Sheng landed swiftly on the ground, and while Shi Lian and Feng Jiao surveyed their surroundings, he quickly reported the situation. "We've just come from the Hall of Reincarnation and the Reincarnation Institute, and we found that the reincarnation stone is broken." Yanzi frowned and said to everyone, "Let's go take a look." At the reincarnation hall, the stone still stood tall, but its entire surface was cracked, and now the cracks on the stone grew ever deeper, and a large hole formed in its center. After seeing this, Yanzi asked Xi Lian, "Was this done by the female corpse?" She replied, "Yes, it's likely she knew she couldn't be reincarnated, so she lashed out in a moment of anger." She paused, glancing at the two siblings, as the Book of Immortals only listed the names Xiao Feiyu and Xiao Xuanyuan. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Yanzas was stunned. "Little Sheng, are you also a reincarnated immortal?" He glanced at the old fox slyly covering his mouth, trembling with suppressed laughter, and felt a surge of anger. Wang Sheng cried out in his heart, "Big sister, seeing him like that, you're adding fuel to the fire. Compared to Xuan, Xiao Fei Yu is truly something else." Xu Xiang laughs, praising, "Well done, Fei Yu." Zheng Nan is also a little stunned. "Fei Yu, could it be that in your past life, you were a heavenly general?" Huijing added, saying it's very possible you were a deity whose name is inscribed in the Hall of Celestial Supremacy. The old master clicked his tongue, wondering if he was some kind of powerful figure. The countless questions made Wang Sheng and Guanshuan blush with embarrassment. Sweating profusely, he vehemently denied it. "Everyone, I was probably a nobody in my past life, just lucky enough to be reincarnated. Anyway, the immortal records don't mention me holding any positions in my past life." He inwardly groaned, "Big sister, aren't you putting me on the spot enough?" Zixiang couldn't help but wonder. Could Phi be the reincarnation of the great Emperor Ziwei? His swordsmanship resembles Ziwei leading the stars. But Yanzi analyzes. The Ziwei swordsmanship is just a sword technique the great Emperor Ziwei passed down to our founder. It doesn't confirm anything. He then turned serious. Everyone, let's not forget our mission. Why don't we explore from here to the 18th level of hell? Relieved by his master's intervention, he breathed a sigh of relief, and they all soared into the air on their magical artifacts. In a flash, they gradually approached their destination, and Ziqiang excitedly exclaimed, "Mortals fear doing evil. For after death, they'll be thrown into the 19th level of hell to suffer. We, on the other hand, are actively seeking it out. Let's hope we can return alive this time." Hearing this, Xilian couldn't help but laugh. "These people are so interesting." Zhengnan sighed. "Don't be so gloomy. 7 levels here have been empty for a long time, and we also have the elders of the Earth Hidden Sect to help us." The second elder smiled. "That's right. Coming to the underworld is like coming home. So please, fellow cultivators, don't stand on ceremony." Hearing him say that, Huaiqin, Tu Huang, and even Qin Nam were stunned, unsure how to respond. Yanzi spoke. "The sooner you all go and resolve this, the better. Don't keep that fairy waiting." He then turned to instruct his disciples. "Xiaosheng, Xiaoxuan, you two are in charge of the rear guard." The two quickly responded with a yes. Excited, Xu Qiang approached him and said, "Fei Yu, let's hang out when you're free. Also, do reincarnated immortals have a lot of insights? Can they break through realms just by drinking water?" Wang Sheng scratched his face sheepishly. "I'm probably the same as you guys. I don't have any memories of my past life, and my physique in this life was determined in the womb." With a happy smile, Yanzi recalled that Xiaoshuan's past life's spirit had been nurtured for 1,000 years in the reincarnation stone, barely allowing her to be reborn. Remembering the past, he couldn't help but reminisce. No wonder she was born with deficiencies costing him 16 years of effort to save her life. Back then, the elders of the Taoist Association often didn't have enough money to buy herbs, so they had to do other business to make ends meet. Shi Lian bluntly asked him, "I heard from the investigation team that you wholesale martial arts manuals and holy spring water from Mount Wudang, is that right?" Feeling a bit guilty, Yanzi coughed awkwardly, and Wang Sheng, seeing his master's embarrassment, changed the subject. "Big sister, are you worried?" He glanced at Guan Xuan, his senior, brought back by the celestial court. But why did he vaguely reincarnate through the rebirth stone? He wondered if in a daze he'd returned to being 17, merely awakening his memories that day. Thinking this, Wang Sheng clicked his tongue, deciding that there was no proof he relied on the little underworld to be reborn. Noticing his gaze, Guanxuan turned to face him. Her eyes were fixed on the handsome young man before her, as he worried that further contemplation would disturb his Tao heart and hinder his cultivation. Hand in hand, they continued forward. The road to immortality stretches far and wide. Wang Sheng resolves to focus on the present, sword in hand. On their journey, Yanzi suddenly stops, shouting a warning, "Everyone, be careful." The group quickly reacts and stops as Yanzi explains something is about to come out. A purple light, like 2 eyes, stared intently at them as a familiar voice echoed. "Reverend Battengon, this is a transfer station. We'll maintain communication with you via the Dioi machine to warn you of danger." The group was terrified. Buyan couldn't help but stammer, "Okay." The voice on the other end continued, informing them that the special magnetic field of the 18 levels of hell had disrupted communications, and they hadn't found the special passage they'd mentioned. Yanzi continued forward as the government official instructed, "You'll have to check yourselves. If not, you can find a path from the outside." The second master said, "It's fine. I know where the path is. Follow me." He took out a compass and instructed them to fly as close to the ground as possible in case there were any undetected restrictions. Meanwhile, a soft, delicate hand tugged at Wang Sheng's sleeve, causing him to turn around. Guan Xuan was trembling, her face pale, and he inwardly sweated, almost forgetting his old rival, his senior apprentice sister. He smiled gently, holding her hand tightly. "Senior apprentice sister, why don't you and big sister wait outside?" Despite her fear, Guan Xuan remained resolute, prompting Wang Sheng to gaze at her with affection. "Then let's go down together." He Lian sighed sarcastically from behind. "I'm old. Can't you even help me?" The young couple was mortified. He proudly turned to Shi Lian and said, "My senior apprentice sister is over 765 and at 400 years old." Guanxuan was once again embarrassed, while Shi Lian couldn't help but chuckle. Yanzi couldn't help but complain. It was so hard to create some tension. "All right, you two, be serious," Wang Sheng said, pulling himself together. And soon they entered the first level of hell, where they saw the usual sights. pots of fire and iron hooks, instruments of torture. Despite the danger, she calmly ate a cake, then asked, "Little Huan Huan, are you feeling calmer now? You and Xiaofei are reincarnated immortals, a perfect balance." Wang Sheng thought helplessly, looking at the two carefree sisters. "Are you two here to explore?" Ziqiang guessed. "This must be the first level, the scorching hell. Why can't I see the net covering the ground?" The second elder replied, "That's right. Although the little underworld is small, it has everything. Think of it as a complex of immortal underworlds, but the underworld gods are sensitive, so you and I must act carefully and watch what we say." Then they all approached together, and the second elder wondered, "The passage is here. Should we break the seal now?" Everyone wondered, "What's under the seal?" The second master explained, "A path to oversee the 18 levels of hell. Think of it as a sightseeing elevator." He closed his eyes, sensing an eerie silence. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "This is bad. The Yin Ning guards say someone tried to break in. We don't know if the layout inside has been compromised. Could this be the work of cultivators who stormed the underworld 1,000 years ago?" He then says, "Let's go in and see. Lead the way." Immediately, the second master plunged a wooden stake into the ground with enough force to crack the earth. Then, chanting an incantation, the rope on it quickly emitted a golden light. Immediately, the second elder was enveloped in his magic artifact, resembling a long scroll. And as he finished his incantation, the gate swung open, revealing an abyss of darkness. Golden lotus platforms emerge, gliding through the dark underworld, appearing pure and serene. He Yan and Kuan Yun, a little frightened, hid behind him as the second master said, "After you, everyone." And so, the lotus platforms carried them through the levels, arriving at the 8th level, the Ice Mountain Hell. After passing through several levels of the underworld, everyone fell silent. Jungnan looked around and spoke. "The 8th level still has lingering evil spirits." Chiang scanned the area, his eyes landing on the countless wandering souls before him, and the mountains of ice in the distance, where countless bodies were impaled. A truly gruesome sight. Wang Xing thought to himself, those human segments were probably people in the Taoist sects who tried to break into the underworld that his uncle mentioned and were likely now corrupted by demonic forces. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow, while Guanzhuan closed her eyes in fear. The second master, who had guarded this place with his clan for years, couldn't help but sigh. "Let's keep going." Soon they arrived at the 18th level, the Hell of Knives, a scene of death and desolation. The second master says, "We're almost at the 18th level. There's an exit below that leads straight out of hell." Suddenly, a loud noise stuns everyone. Shilian spoke in a daze. "There are too many corpses down there." Amidst the mountain of corpses, He Yan sensed a faint breath and broke into a cold sweat. She warns, "Xiaoxuan, don't go down yet. Those corpses are no longer human. They're neither man nor demon." Using her magic, Shilian reveals the scene below, leading Yanzi to believe these are the Taoists who entered hell years ago. Wang Xing observes them closely. Their breathing is weak but steady, clearly still alive. What should they do with them? Shuqiang cracks his knuckles, wondering if they've turned into demons. Should he just kill them? One strike would end it all, but Jungnan intervened. "No, what if there are seniors from famous sects among them?" A Zen master among them said, "Amitabha, even ants cling to life. Back then, they simply wanted to survive." Wang Sheng frowned and retorted, "Even famous sects have rules. If they harm others just to survive, what else could they be but demons? Let the elders of the earth-hidden sect decide." The old master gritted his teeth in anger, saying, "Not killing them won't quell the hatred in my heart, but I can't make the decision. Imprison them with a restriction first, then hand them over to the Earth sect and the cultivation world for interrogation." Wang Sheng observed for a moment and said, "The golden core lifespan is 800 years. Everyone is looking at you." Shilian stepped forward, then turned her head to look at him. "Little Sheng, I'll seal them first." As soon as she said that, Shilian rushed forward and struck with a burst of power. He looked at Shilian, pondering. Golden core lifespan of 800. But these people below entered the underworld thousands of years ago. In terms of cultivation, they must be above the golden core realm. Wang Sheng couldn't help but frown at this thought. If they find a way to restore their cultivation, the consequences will be dire, and the cultivation world will descend into chaos. Helion's power quickly created a field of orange energy, covering a dense area as she broke a sweat and said, "All right, the carefree spell is ready and I've strengthened the seal. Those below the rebirth stage cannot escape, and Yanzi and the others vigilantly focus on her." Shilian quickly understands. Has my hair not turned into the color of demonic possession yet? Yanzi turned and instructed, Master, please take these seniors up first. Second elder, how do we break the restriction below the 18th level of hell? He said, I have a spell, please wait a moment. Then he took out 2 red door tokens. Holding them tightly, he waved them in the air and chanted, releasing a pure and gentle aura of beautiful light. Soon, an octagonal formation appeared in the sky, and a beam of light shone down like a beautiful ribbon. A door flickers open behind the light. Wang Sheng is tense, unsure if the 18th level of hell holds a zombie or a monster battle, or perhaps a female zombie losing control of her immortal power, or something else entirely, Ziqiang wondered. Okay, so what? This thing's busted too. These guys aren't putting in the effort, Zhongnam says. Maybe the constant tremors in hell are affecting this place. Let's try pulling it out. Immediately after, Zigang attached a talisman to his leg, while Zheng Nan drew the longsword from his back. The two grabbed the knot tightly and pulled together. 2 streams of inner power merged, like a yin and yang, and finally the passage opened. Ziqiang exclaimed, It worked, as expected. Yanzi quickly responded, I'll go down first and take a look. Wang Sheng watched, constantly observing the passage, while Yanzi was surprised by the pure energy. Could this be the immortal realm below? Suddenly, Guanxuan urgently tugged at Wang Sheng's sleeve. He turned around, puzzled. Senior, hurry, let's go. Wang Sheng frantically thought, okay, the fairy is warning us. He immediately shouted, Master, startling everyone. Down in the depths, Wang Sheng used his inner strength to shout, Get out of here, now! The immortal light is erupting, and tremors are beginning below. Wang Sheng shouted anxiously, then charged down with Guanxuan. Master! Suddenly, a strong hand pulled them back, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Xilin shouts in frustration, What are you standing around for? You want to go over there and die? Guanxuan's eyes changed, and she screamed, Run! As the immortal light erupted. Wang Sheng, sweating, looked at Yanzi and shouted, Master, this explosion is too great. Yanzi and the others couldn't dodge and had to take the hit. Wang Sheng reluctantly said to Xilian, Senior sister, Master and the other seniors. She snapped back, Shut up! Save whoever you can. We'll reach the 17th floor soon enough. With that, she pulled them along as fast as she could, outrunning the light and reaching the 16th floor, the volcano hell. Frustrated, Xilian shouted, Damn it! As the immortal light continued to fire upon them, she wondered, Won't it stop? Thinking quickly, Helian grabbed them both and sped out of the immortal light's range. But inexplicably, the immortal light shifted its focus, aiming a blast of power directly at her. That blue light ferociously overpowered the flames, forcefully targeting the 3 of them, and Heian used her tail to protect Wang Sheng and Guanxuan in her arms. She took a direct hit, and he cried out, Big sister! The remnants of the celestial light rained down, and after striking her, everything fell silent. Her foxtails were now fully revealed, and her clothes were torn to shreds. Wang Sheng cried out in worry, Big sister! The burst of celestial light will only last a moment. When it stops, leave quickly and don't worry about me if I survive. Saying this, Xilian couldn't help but sweat profusely from the pain. She weakly utters her final words, Kill me. Guanxuan anxiously supports her shoulders, looking at Wang Sheng and saying, Pure Yang, the fairy. He quickly realized the fairy was saying pure Yang power could help his superior, and without hesitation, Wang Sheng began. He placed his hands on Eileen's chest and began to channel his inner energy, doing what he could. Wang Sheng focused and said, Work with me. I'll help suppress your demonic nature. Deep within, Xilian still struggled. You're the water, I'm the cute and beautiful fox spirit. After a while, the area was temporarily at peace, and the celestial light stopped emanating. Wang Sheng looked worried. The fierce ghosts of this level had been driven away by the immortal light. He wondered how his masters were doing. Xilian stretched, saying, I didn't expect you could suppress my demonic nature. Why didn't you use this sooner? Guanxuan repeats the immortal's words, saying that pure Yang power can suppress all evil and demonic forces, something they didn't even know. He thinks to himself that Master Tam Kong didn't mention it, and before, he was just a minor cultivator, unaware that he could help his elder sister. Guanxuan continued tapping on her phone, looking anxious. She frowned, held up the phone, and the female immortal said, She's about to suppress this eruption, but she could dissipate at any moment. I need you to come help. My master is fine for now, but she's been forced out of the 18th level of hell. Most of them are badly injured. The previous bursts of celestial light were because the Earth Spirit seal is about to break. At this, Wang Sheng asked in surprise, The Earth Spirit seal? one of the three seals of heaven, earth, and humanity, used by the celestial court to suppress the earth's vital energy, the immortal energy. The recent outbursts weren't caused by the female immortal, but rather she's been suppressing the earthly spirit seal so the little devils wouldn't rush into the mortal realm. Wang Sheng was bewildered, wondering how they could help with such matters. Suddenly, Guanxuan gently kissed him on the lips. Her face flushed. Wang Sheng froze, their lips lingering before parting, the warmth still lingering around him, the air thick with romance. Guanxuan smiled softly and said, "Let's go." Wang Sheng blankly touched his lips, his face burning, and asked, "Senior, you want to help the female immortal?" A huge question formed in his mind. What does all this mean? Shi Lian, blushing, interrupted, "The female immortal keeps calling you over. It's probably related to your reincarnated immortal bodies. But the path to the 18th level of hell is broken, so I'll take you down." He Yan then told him, "Little Fa Yu, continue to channel your pure yang energy into me." Immediately after, three figures shot into the sky, leaving behind only a brilliant red light. Meanwhile, back at a familiar little house, not long after the light burst at the Earth Seal sect, Qianlin stood before a door, saying to herself, "Netherworld, Your Highness? Reincarnation Stone? Earth Spirit Forbidden Chamber? I've seen it. I've seen everything." She stood for a long time, blankly staring at something in front of her that emitted a strange purple light, when a hand reached out to her with a gentle white sleeve, calling out, "Qianlin." She looked at the person before her, her eyes filled with longing. Qianlin spoke. "Mother, is that you?" She looked at her and smiled, gently saying, "I'm sorry, Tien Lam. I am your mother, but I am not." With that, she gently embraced her, softly urging, "Be strong, Qianlin. If the little landlord invades, the great Hoa dynasty will be devastated. Whether you want to or not, you must accept this fate." Tears streamed down her cheeks as Qianlin remained silent. She continued, "If you want to blame someone, blame us for being too cruel. Behind me are countless others dressed in white, feigning divinity." Qianlin quickly asked what was on her mind. "Did Dad really hurt you while practicing cultivation back then?" Her mother smiled kindly. "Silly child, how could that be?" Then she revealed, "Qianlin, you should have taken my family name, Ming. We are the true leaders of the Earth Seal sect." Speaking, she looked at her daughter and continued, "The Ming clan will have a baby girl in each generation, and then quietly wait. Once the ancestral armor loses its spirituality, we must use our own souls to nourish it." A purple circle appears on her forehead as her mother continues, "That's how the Manhwa cloak passed down by the Manhwa immortal can maintain its spirituality. And when something like today happens, we can suppress the minor underworld. Your father made you take the Shen surname and stay away from the family to escape this cruel fate." As she said this, the circle on Qianlin's forehead glowed, a pure light illuminating the dark night. Her mother led her to an unfamiliar place, and she couldn't help but ask, "Where are we?" She replied, "The deepest part of the underworld. Above are the 18 levels of hell, and below is the Earth Vein Seal. You could say it seals all the spiritual energy produced on this planet for the last 1,000 years. Seeing her confusion, her mother sighed, "Very well, there's still time to explain everything in detail." Then, with a wave of her hand, a figure quickly appeared, piquing Qianlin's curiosity. Qianlin studied the figure closely before asking. Her mother replied, "A certain highness is trying to find a way to reincarnate in the minor underworld. She's reading immortal books." The figure seemed familiar, and she wondered why only the two of them had returned. "Hua King is fine, but who is he?" Qianlin was curious and moved closer to read what was written. Reading this, Qianlin was shocked to see Wang Sheng's name on the stone, as well as his senior sister's. Her mother continued, explaining that the reincarnation stone in the minor underworld had been drained of its power, so the prince's comrades who had died could no longer be reborn, including herself. Seeing this, she continued, "That day, His Highness broke the reincarnation stone out of grief, breaking the restrictions of the 10 palaces and opening the Earth Spirit Seal. Because of this, the 18 levels of hell were violently invaded by surging energy, gradually rising higher. After His Highness discovered this, he immediately used himself to block the Earth Spirit restriction." She continued, "Although His Highness temporarily suppressed the Earth Vein restriction, it's not a long-term solution. Once the vital energy pushes the minor Earth Master into the present world, the 3,000 miles surrounding Mount Pingdu will immediately collapse. At this rate, that person's face and body will gradually crack and fade away, and the yin energy of the netherworld will break the balance of yin and yang on this planet." She showed her what was happening within the minor netherworld. "We were awakened by the shockwave when the second elder summoned the ghost soldiers. Bao Yi hasn't fully recovered, and this is when we need him most. Images of Xilin and Wang Sheng's group appear, and she says regretfully, "If we had woken up sooner, things wouldn't have gotten this bad." Qianlin recognizes her and is shocked. "Wang Sheng?" Qianlin asked anxiously. "Mother, what should we do?" "How can we help them?" she asked. "Be patient. The mendicant's gown hasn't fully recovered yet. We need to wait another 10 minutes. Then, taking her hand, she continued, "Come, child. You stand before the sacred garment, before all our ancestors. You are the luckiest and the most unfortunate. Come, I will guide you." Immediately, the two stood before a pristine white garment, and with a heavy heart, Qianlin asked her mother, "What must I do?" Zhang opened her arms and told her to infuse her soul into the sacred garment. Qianlin's figure looked lonely as she quickly realized, "Do I have to die here?" Her mother looked at her precious daughter, tears streaming down her face. "That's right, just like us." She paused, then continued, "But the power of our souls will become your senses, and you will control everything about the treasure. So you won't disappear because of it." Suddenly, a strange altar appears in the corner. As she continues, "This is the only compensation we can offer our descendants." Meanwhile, as Qianlin picks up her phone, we cut to Sui Yan, and a voice urgently reports, "We've found them all, thanks to Qing Yan Zidao. Rescue team, return immediately." They breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, her father's phone rings, and he wonders, "Is that Qianlin?" As he answered, a sorrowful voice spoke, "All these years, I've said so many hurtful things to you, but you've never once scolded me." Suiyan was surprised. "Qianlin, oh, what are you suddenly talking about?" She cuts him off, asking, "You can only suppress the underworld, right?" He quickly understood the problem and shouted, "Who told you these things? Don't do anything foolish. That code is a fake." The voice on the other end of the line continues to shout, "Qianlin, Qianlin, don't do it." But at that moment, she held the sharp metal to her neck. On the other end of the line, her father screamed, but she dropped the phone. Her mother's voice echoed, "My child, I'm sorry. At least we lived a long life, but you haven't experienced anything yet." She smiled through her tears, answering in her mind, "No, Mom. I've lived a happy life for over 20 years." Her mother continued, "After wearing this, you will lose all emotions for a very long time, or your soul will not be able to withstand this power." "Do you have any regrets now?" she asked, as blood began to flow from her neck. Qianlin thought, if there were regrets, perhaps there once were, but now she no longer felt them so strongly. She remembered being saved by Wang Sheng in the car accident and thought, if she had been able to express her feelings back then, perhaps that summer would have held a very nice story. Meanwhile, in the 18th level of Hell, the Blade Mountain Hell, He Yan descends, and ravenous ghouls rush toward her, mouths agape. Moving with great speed, her descent caused tremors. Annoyed by the sight of the demons, Xilian bared her fangs and roared, "Get lost!" As soon as he finished speaking, a shocking explosion shook the ground violently, and after He Yan's blast, there wasn't a single hungry ghost left. Wang Sheng quickly said, "Big sister, recover quickly. I'll suppress the demonic energy for you." Xilian quickly circulated her inner energy. "Okay," he said, transferring energy to Xilian while glancing at the approaching demons who muttered, "Essence. We must drink their essence and steal their bodies. Our bodies are withering away. Consuming this fox spirit will surely boost our strength." Enraged, Xilian commanded, "You two go and help that celestial stabilize the earth vein seal. Remember, you are reincarnated immortals. You can surely accomplish what ordinary people cannot." With that, she dashed off as Wang Sheng called out, "All right, be careful, eldest sister." He Yan quickly transforms into a fox, her eyes blazing as she glares at the demons. "You think you can touch Xiao Fei Yu and Xiao Xuan Xuan?" With that, He Yan roars, standing fiercely before them. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng slashes his way through the demons, telling Guanshuan, "Senior, hurry, we're almost there." She quickly agreed, but suddenly 2 demons appeared beside him, lunging at Wang Sheng, leaving him defenseless. Sharp claws nearly reached him, and Wang Sheng despaired. Just as they attacked, Guanshuan managed to block them, but the 2 demons were too strong, their combined assault overwhelming. And just like that, a crack appeared in Guanshuan's protective barrier, and she was instantly knocked to the ground. Wang Sheng quickly caught his senior sister, Guanshuan, who coughed up a mouthful of blood as pain washed over her. Immediately, Guanshuan fainted, and Wang Sheng cried out in alarm, "Senior sister!" He thought to himself, there are many demons on the 17th and 18th floors whose cultivation far exceeds the Golden Core stage. Even if the 2 of us joined forces, we might not be able to stop them head-on. With that thought, Wang Sheng quickly carried his senior sister toward the immortal, shouting, "Senior immortal!" But only silence answered him. Two faint traces of immortal energy lingered, the space around him silent, no voice answering his call. Wang Sheng wondered, could the immortal be unable to move, suppressing the earth spirit's seal? Looking back, he thought, never mind, I'll shake off these two demons first. And with that, he carried Guanxuan away, leaving the two demons behind. Of course, they weren't about to let him go, and quickly took to the skies in pursuit, but he managed to lose them in short order. They searched high and low, but couldn't find him, and now more demons began to appear in the sky. Wang Sheng hid behind a large tree and instructed Guanxuan, "Senior sister, don't move around, focus on recovering. I'll use my footwork to support you for a while as we charge straight into Stone Mountain to help the female immortal." Suddenly, she stood up and ran towards him. Wang Sheng was stunned, his heart pounding, wondering why she was being so forward. He quickly regained his composure, leaned in close, and said, "Senior, how can we help the female immortal if we go over there?" Guanxuan didn't reply, only held him tighter. She greedily inhaled Wang Sheng's scent. He said nothing, but a happy smile bloomed on his lips. Soon after, they returned to the fairy's original location, only to find even more demons gathered, as if waiting for his return. Wang Sheng was immediately surrounded, but at that moment a powerful light with a pure aura shone down on them, and a transcendent figure appeared, asking in a clear voice, "Has someone arrived?" Those clear eyes and familiar mark on her forehead. It seems he knows her. Meanwhile, back with Xi Lian, she's fighting hordes of demons alone. They saw her as easy prey, a sinister smile spreading across their faces as they closed in on Xi Lian, when a figure in pure white descended. She raised her hand to the sky and chanted, "Spirits of the 4 directions, demons of the 8, your evil in the underworld is unforgivable." With that, she pointed her hand directly at the demons, releasing a dense aura of divine power. The immortal continued, "Turn into dust, vengeful spirits." Immediately, her power transformed into fierce lightning, striking down. The souls around her were quickly torn apart, their colors scattering everywhere. Meanwhile, He-Yan was also affected, standing blankly as she was thrown high into the air, and with a flick of the fairy's fingers, the horde of demons was quickly torn to shreds. Still in her fox form, Zillion recoils at the sight of the ghosts being torn apart, sniffing the air around her. Then, the fairy descends before her. Wang Sheng worriedly thought, the eldest sister is on the verge of demonic possession, unable to distinguish friend from foe. He shouted, "Senior, please have mercy." As he predicted, Xi Lian ferociously snarled at the fairy. It seems she heeded his words, extending a finger, and a gentle purple light formed a small circle. She stood before Xi Lian, softly radiating her power, as if to pacify her. He Lian's eyes quickly softened, realizing the immortal harbored no ill will towards her. And soon, she stretched, returning to her human form. Her tail and body were enveloped by the fairy's power, perhaps preventing He-Yan from unleashing her demonic energy. In moments, she swiftly resolves the situation. Wang Sheng and Guanxuan fly over on their swords, and she lands near them. He was shocked to see her face. It was his senior. Without a word, Qianlin flew straight back to the pyramid. Wang Sheng happily watched, telling Guanxuan, "Let's follow. With her, we probably won't need to help." Wang Sheng thought to himself, suspecting this senior might be connected to the underworld. Not only could she resolve those vengeful spirits, but she could also easily control the half-immortal fox beyond the immortal realm. Her strength must also be at the immortal level. As Qianlin flew up, a huge explosion occurred, but she quickly flew out of the pyramid, leaving Wang Sheng impressed. It seemed she had the situation under control. Wang Sheng and Guanxuan watched in stunned silence, wondering, is it over? After it was done, Qianlin somersaulted a few times in midair before bowing respectfully. "This old one is incompetent. I beg your highness for forgiveness." Inside the exploded pyramid, a small orb of golden light replied, "It's fine. Your immortal veins are inherited from the Meng clan, so you weren't meant to be a battle immortal. Besides, you only used the yin spirit heavenly garment to draw power from the minor underworld to contend with a true immortal." The three slowly floated upward as the voice continued. "That doesn't mean you have the strength of a true immortal." Hearing this, Wang Sheng was taken aback, looking at her with a puzzled expression. The Man clan, like Lady Meng? Guanxuan and Wang Sheng then landed, and the voice inside spoke again. "Huaqing, you've come. I'm sorry, I caused this trouble, and I still need your help." Guanxuan gently closed his eyes as if that voice had called out to him, and glanced at Qianlin beside him as the voice echoed again. For some reason, before His Highness entered the underworld, the Earth Spirit seal was already in ruins. The fairy channeled her inner energy and continued to transmit her voice. Relying on the suppression of the 18 levels of hell, there is still no primordial energy gushing out. It's not too related to His Highness. Time is short. Don't talk about these things anymore. Immediately, she slowly opened her eyes, looked at him, and asked, "Who are you?" Wang Sheng was silent. "Senior, have we met before?" The fairy asked, "Who were you in your past life?" Wang Sheng replied, "My past life was probably not that of an immortal." Then he asked, "Senior, do you have a way to seal the Earth Spirit seal?" The fairy replied, "It's just a gamble." Hearing this, Wang Sheng couldn't help but ask, "How so?" Suddenly, at that moment, a beam of blue light shot straight up to the central ring. Suddenly, he was blasted away, and Wang Sheng cried out in shock, "Senior!" Guanxuan simply turned back, looked at him, and smiled gently without saying a word. Of course, he wasn't willing to be separated from her like this. Wang Sheng quickly formed a seal, and his sword energy immediately chased after Guanxuan, aiming for her waist, quickly wrapping around it, intending to hold her tight. For a moment, Guanxuan was stunned as he forcefully pulled her back to him, since only Guanxuan and Qianlin were standing where the celestial being was. She glared down, as if trying to rip his sword energy from her waist, as he unleashed the power of the seven-star sword, causing her immense pain. Unable to hold back any longer, she coughs up blood, as Wang Sheng finally pulls Guanxuan back to his side. She understood what he was about to do. Tears streaming down her face as she stared at him. Wang Sheng remained silent, only offering her a faint smile before flying towards the pyramid, thinking to himself, "Even when suddenly striking me, she held back, afraid of hurting me. Yet when I schemed against her, I didn't hesitate to injure her." Wang Sheng said nothing, then suddenly lowered his head, chuckled, and said, "Don't." Qianlin's body suddenly reacted, and she trembled, raising her hand. She didn't understand why Meng Po, who had lost all emotion, now stammered as she looked at him with difficulty, saying, "Wang Sheng, please don't." She desperately wanted to stop him, but her elders held her back, leaving her helpless. Wang Sheng approached the pyramid's pit and said to Qianlin, "Piano, help me get Shiji out later." The princess down below doesn't seem so confident. The fairy's golden light flares, and she asks him in surprise, "You know what I'm trying to do?" As Wang Sheng jumped down, he said, "There are only two possibilities for bringing my senior sister here. One, to temporarily restore her previous life's cultivation, which is unlikely given her recent actions." With that, he glared over, "Or you want to borrow someone else's body to unleash your celestial cultivation in the shortest amount of time and cast a new seal." Wang Sheng stared at her, not afraid to expose her plan. "Last time we met, her brow carried a dark aura, meaning this body couldn't unleash her full power. So she needs someone to completely relax their mind and accept her immortal soul, but in the end, that person will surely dissipate. My cultivation is low, so I don't know if my guess is correct, but it seems you've guessed right." The princess floated up, saying pensively, "I'm only half certain." The two now quickly faced each other. Wang Sheng spoke up, "I will fully cooperate with you, but I don't understand. Why did you have to ask my senior apprentice sister to come here instead of someone else?" She explained somberly, "Right now, Mingpo only exists as a spirit. If I fail, I'll need her to clean up the mess, and if anyone else has even a little doubt in their heart, that last hope will become a joke. This is the responsibility of us immortals. I know you're capable like Hua Qing, but you don't need to risk your life for this. Focus on your cultivation." Wang Sheng frowned and retorted, "So, senior sister, it's okay for me to die for this? Right now, I, a mortal, am choosing between myself and senior sister." The princess remained silent, only offering a soft smile as cracks began to glow on her face, agreeing to his exchange. And her spirit began to manifest, its light slowly enveloping him. Wang Sheng thought to himself, at least he hadn't confessed to his senior sister yet, a faint smile appearing on his lips, knowing she wouldn't be too heartbroken. Above, Chan Lam tried to jump down but was held back by the elders. She cried out helplessly, "No!" The princess began to merge within him, instructing him to relax his mind and unleash his magic. No clinging to life, no fearing death. Wang Sheng thought, what's the point of clinging to life and fearing death? This life was a gift from the heavens, wasn't it? He thought contentedly that trading his life for his senior apprentices was better than his pointless death in his past life. Just then, the golden light burst forth violently. Master, mistress, father, mother, little Miao, and all the friends he'd promised to work with on Ying Island. Wang Sheng pondered within the light. Well, if it's fate? No, I'm about to turn to dust, with no chance of rebirth. Was I brought back just for this day? That power is growing stronger, he tells himself as his eyes slowly close. Well, he gilds himself in gold at this moment. Perhaps it'll be all right. The immortal light shines brightly across the minor underworld. Meanwhile, Guanshuan tightly gripped Wang Sheng's sword energy in her hand, tears streaming down her beautiful face. He left a message. Senior, remember to include my share. Along with everlasting life, the pyramid was also restored, erupting immortal light like a volcano. After the storm, the underworld was finally at peace. Wang Sheng perished after that mission, and his grave is now covered with flowers and incense. Huijing stands before the grave and says, Amitabha, what is lost. Only memories remain. Yunji couldn't help but feel sorry for his brother, going back and forth on the matter. He paused, then asked, what was the meaning behind the poet immortal giving roses? As tears streamed down his face, Tianzhong explained, don't misunderstand. We can't tarnish Brother Sheng's pure reputation. I just feel that Brother Sheng was a very bright person, and he would definitely like these vibrant colors. Yunji sadly added, poor Bu Yu, they were so close. But I heard from Uncle Shen that she's emotionally unstable, silently guarding the place where Fei Yu sacrificed herself. Perhaps what Bu Yu can't accept the most is that Fei Yu ultimately sealed the Great Spirit Seal in her place. Originally, it was immortal Wu Yu who wanted to sacrifice herself for righteousness, but now she silently stares at the ice, a complex look in her eyes. Meanwhile, Yunji sighs, looking up at the sky. If I had been there and taken Fei Yu's place, there would be one less heartbroken person in the world. Huijing stepped forward to comfort him, saying that Xiaozheng should have shamelessly followed Fangyu then, as he could have become a pillar of the great Hua cultivation world. Truly, Amitabha. The two stood silently, along with the ghost, creating a somber scene as Tianzhong burst into tears upon hearing this. Can we please not talk about it? I've barely come to terms with this painful truth. Waiting for the silent fairy? No. Waiting for my sister-in-law to adjust her emotions? I can't let her feel like she has no friends. And besides, a fairy of her caliber will surely attract many shameless suitors. With tears in his eyes, he declared, for the next 3 years, anyone who dares pursue her will face my wrath. Huijing is silent. You're being too overbearing, Amitabha. Yunjoi was speechless. These are all private matters of immortal but you can't do this. Tianzhong roared, I don't care. I'm Brother Sheng's adopted son now. No, his brother. I have to save Brother Sheng's face. Don't they all call me the scoundrel of the cultivation world? Well, I'll show them a scoundrel. From afar, Yanzi was helped along by 2 people. He muttered to himself with a sorrowful, hollow look, if only I knew you'd end up like this. How I wish I hadn't taught you so much about loyalty and honor. Your senior sister is heartbroken, and I don't know how to comfort her. I'll let her stay with you in the underworld for a few more days. He gazed at his grave, his heart aching. If you are reborn and return to Wudang to become a disciple, perhaps I will have become an immortal. Then I could teach you true immortal techniques. He said a few more words, then began to cough again. Qiyun couldn't help but worry. Dad, you're still injured. You need to rest. With sunken eyes, his father replied, it's all right. Let's head back to the investigation unit first. The ancient cultivators brought back from the underworld have awakened. We must discuss how to deal with them. Meanwhile, half-immortal Hu returned to his mountain villa, instructing that no one should touch Xiaowan without him, and that only they and the cultivation world could discuss the matter. The scene shifts to the place where he sacrificed himself. Now covered in thick ice, the pyramid has become a frozen mountain, where Wang Sheng's body lies, his soulless sword still here, as bright as its owner's chivalrous heart. Upon the sword, a charred figure lay like coal, none other than Wang Sheng, left here after the battle. Suddenly, a small foot landed on the hilt of the sword. It was the princess, appearing as a tiny fairy, looking annoyed at him. He's been out for 3 months. Just how weak is this guy? Suddenly, the sword begins to glow. But strangely, the white sword has turned a mysterious black, plunged near Wang Sheng's corpse, as if trying to say something. At the same time, his charred body cracks open, revealing fair skin beneath. A voice echoed in the statue's mind, saying that only virtue earns respect, for all things in the vast realm possess a spirit. Then, the stone shell cracked, a familiar eye opened wide, and questions flooded his mind. Another voice echoes, declaring that only those who cultivate virtue and unite all laws can become emperor and achieve longevity. He guessed these words came from the sword spirit of the Ziwei heavenly sword. He had awakened after a long slumber, and the black stone had now completely drifted away. Wang Sheng looked at his limbs, wondering, I'm not dead? The princess, sitting on the sword, said, Of course you're not dead. Wang Sheng stood up respectfully. Thank you for saving my life, Your Highness. She looked at the sword and continued, If you want to thank someone, thank the sword, as it has no spiritual impurities, and is more suitable for housing a wisp of immortal soul than you are. I used the shortest time to refine it, using my immortal soul as the formation eye, creating a 3-origin sealing formation to block the earth vein seal, so you didn't have to die. My wisp of immortal soul also resisted the backlash of the earthly order seal, so everyone gets to live on. He looked down at his abdomen, his meridians shattered, his golden core almost broken. He was indeed seriously injured this time. Wang Sheng couldn't shake his thoughts, but his spiritual veins had expanded more than tenfold, so he had gained quite a bit. The woman spoke. Your injuries are only caused by my immortal soul temporarily residing in your body. This place is full of energy, and you should fully recover in a month or two. Wang Sheng bowed politely, thanking the immortal for her help, but she retorted, Don't call me immortal anymore. As she said this, her face turned red. My name is Jia Yun. You can call me that from now on. Wang Sheng smiled wryly to himself. Call her by her first name? Since when did we become so close, and what is she implying? That's easy to misunderstand, you know. Zhao Yun closed her eyes and continued. Since I entered your body and merged my soul with yours, you and I have become inextricably linked. Then, she frowned, looking at him seriously. In your words, you have no privacy in front of me. She continued. Rest assured, I will keep your secrets, especially now that I know who you are. Wang Sheng pressed, Please, immortal Jia Yun, enlighten me. She said calmly, I can't say, I can't point it out. If you can walk a longer path in the future, I will tell you. For now, just focus on your cultivation. Even if my mother asks, I won't reveal your secret. He smirked, thinking, who taught her to only say half of what she meant? Jia Yun glanced over and replied, My father taught me. He loved to keep people in suspense. He didn't expect her to read his mind and said bitterly, We can't communicate like this. Seeing his expression, she rose on her toes and flew up. Jia Yun points to his forehead. This way, I won't be able to read your thoughts anymore. She explains, To seal the Earth Spirit's forbidden seal, I transformed into a spirit and merged into this sword, and now I am its sword spirit. With great pride, she declared, Though it's your sword, I'm not your sword spirit. If there's a way, I'll leave someday. He chuckled wryly. Don't worry, fairy. If you've become the spirit sword's spirit, then this sword is naturally yours. He couldn't help but wonder, what was the fairy implying? Afraid I'll treat her like a servant? She returned to the sword and continued. No need. What's yours is yours. And as the sword spirit, I'll do what a sword spirit should. Also, if you can help me find a celestial from the heavenly court in the future, I will do my best to benefit you. She went back into the sword, giving a few final instructions. I must focus on healing now. You'll have to find a way to tell Hoa Khan, who's guarding outside. She thought you were dead, and her Tao heart has cooled, which isn't good for her future. Although I've sealed this place, don't worry. We can leave in 2,000 years. Hearing this, he was stunned, already defeated by the thought, 2,000 years. By the time he gets out, his senior sister's child will be walking? The thought alone was unbearable, but Wang Sheng quickly pushed it aside. Wang Sheng then smiled brightly. Immortal Zhao Yun, can you help me transmit my thoughts? She replied, I've sealed this place. Only those with a higher realm than me can transmit thoughts. It was like a bolt from the blue, and he collapsed to the ground, defeated. Even the great master was helpless. What could he possibly do? Suddenly, a beam of light shot across the sky, as if something was being reborn. Wang Sheng laughed heartily. 2,000 years, I'm finally out. A familiar, gentle voice echoed, Junior brother. Wang Sheng exclaimed with joy, Senior sister, are you here to pick me up? Guan Xuan, holding a baby, smiled and said, Son, that's your Uncle Wang. His eyes nearly popped out of his head as his world completely collapsed. Wang Sheng then jolted awake in a panic, drenched in sweat. Dazed, he wiped the sweat from his brow, reassuring himself, it was just a dream, thank goodness. He quickly circulated his inner energy, thinking that although trapped within the spirit's sealing ground and unable to leave, the surrounding primordial energy was 100 times denser than the outside world. With a single thought, strands of primal energy rush into my body. To cultivate in this environment, it seems surviving this disaster has brought good fortune. Wang Sheng's golden core quickly recovered. His dantian returned to normal, and under the cleansing of the dense spiritual energy, his injuries rapidly healed. Perhaps because a great master had once entered his body, his sea of qi had expanded several times over. His inner strength gradually returned, and with it, flashes of profound insight bloomed in his mind. Wang Sheng sighed. Breaking through before comprehending was like boarding the ship before buying a ticket. This irresponsible cultivation experience. He could only say, "Stop for a moment." Wang Sheng grinned slyly, thinking, "Please, come a few more times." Suddenly a strange sound echoes, and he wonders why there's thunder inside his body. Jiao Van speaks up. Inner vision technique. He closed his eyes, sensing a strange new energy flowing through him, and wondered at the sword that was now glowing brightly. My golden core is complete, and these are tribulation clouds? Why are they appearing inside my body? Jiao Yun glanced over and explained. This is the golden core tribulation, indicating that your golden core is complete and free of impurities. Wang Sheng wondered, is the fairy not showing herself because she finds my current attire unpresentable? At this moment, the only thing Wang Doren was wearing was a pair of hook-brand underwear. He suddenly remembered, right, fairy. Do you know how my senior sister is doing? Zhou Yun replies, she's guarding the outside. Meanwhile, Guan Xuan sadly caresses the cold ice, lost in thought. Inside, Zhao Yun continued, she's less than 100 yards from you now. Wang Sheng's heart ached as he asked, is there any way to tell her? Am I still alive? Zhao Yun responds, not unless you break the seal. Overwhelmed with grief and helplessness, he realized that 100 yards had become an insurmountable distance. Then, something clicked, and Wang Sheng exclaimed in his mind, that's it. As if reading his mind, Zhao Yun asked, what are you planning to do? Wang Sheng sat heavily on the ground, pondering that while he didn't know where the tribulation clouds came from, they seemed to appear suddenly. Or perhaps they were just a manifestation of the original qi. He jabs his core, sensing an element within his life force that can trigger the heavenly tribulation, but what are the conditions? A perfect golden core will trigger the tribulation clouds, and so will an ultra-high-quality elixir fresh from the furnace. A beam of light shines down, and he wonders if reaching a certain level of quality is enough to trigger the tribulation clouds. Wang Sheng closes his eyes to understand. But what is this quality? Pure and without impurities, he channels his inner power, drawing a line in the air, his mind racing. Are the inherent laws and principles different? Van Jiao emerges from the sword, telling him not to overthink it. She watches him stubbornly and says, this isn't something your cultivation can handle. Outside the small underworld, beautiful rays of light rise, like a celestial scene. Still in her white robes, Guan Xuan observes, then exclaims, Junior you! From within the thick ice, light radiates with immense power. Jia Yun was taken aback. Heavenly might vision? Has this kid grasped something forbidden? Something's not right. He smiles faintly, looking up at the sky, and says to himself, with this much commotion, they'll feel it outside. Jia Yun was astonished, using golden core cultivation to trigger heavenly might vision. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Immediately after, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Perhaps from overexertion, Wang Sheng uttered a final murmur before collapsing to the ground. Jia Yun was speechless, feeling he was being too reckless, while Wang Sheng, lying on the ground, was still worried about Guan Xuan. He asked Fairy Jiao Yun how his senior sister was doing. Jiao Yun, sitting cross-legged on her sword, replied, she's asleep in her own reeds now. Suddenly his face turned blank as if he'd seen something shocking. A pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky out of nowhere. Wang Sheng asked her worriedly, Immortal Jiao Yun. I felt like there were eyes staring at me from the sky just now. Jiao Yun explains, that's the heavenly might, or the manifestation of the Grand Tao. Simply put, when the Tao you comprehend threatens the Grand Tao and the stability of the universe, it will issue a warning. She looked into those bright eyes and continued, this is only the first time, but if you don't repent and it happens more than 3 times, it will lead to the Great Tao Tribulation. The power of the heavenly tribulation varies according to strength, but the power of the Great Tao Tribulation is fixed and can easily destroy an entire galaxy. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be shocked. He was done for. In Hoai Qin's words, the heavenly tribulation adjusted its attack damage according to level, but the Great Tao Tribulation would directly delete the account data and then casually blow up the server. Seeing his dazed expression, Jiao Yun continued, though I don't know what you've realized that triggered the Great Tao Tribulation, there's no need to risk so much to inform Hua Qing. Wang Sheng paled and asked, Fairy, do we really have to wait 2,000 years to get out? Jiao Yun glanced over. We can gradually undo the Earth Spirit's sealing formation, allowing you to leave within 20 years. But you'll lose this blessed cultivation ground. Is that what you truly want? Hearing this, he couldn't help but smile. The world's energy isn't mine alone. Society should strive for prosperity together. Zhao Yun smiled faintly. Your analogy is quite amusing. Wang Sheng began his training, as reducing 2,000 years to 20 was already a great outcome for him. As much as he misses his senior, he can't leave just yet. All Wang Sheng can do is continue to cultivate. Of course, he's never been one to shy away from asking for guidance, and he wouldn't miss the chance to learn from Zhao Yun. She's been by his side, pointing out his flaws. There are still some areas in your swordsmanship that aren't as fluid as they could be. Let me explain in detail. But after the previous Heavenly Might vision, his senior sister probably knows he's still alive. If Guanshuan knows, then his master, parents, and friends will surely find out too. With a celestial guiding him and an abundance of pure energy at his disposal, he cultivated for 2.5 years. Wang Sheng's spirit had undergone 2 transformations, now equivalent to a heavenly mansion cultivator. Those are the 4 core formation stages: nascent soul, heavenly palace, golden core, and empty core. Therefore, his cultivation focuses on comprehending the Tao realm, waiting for the golden core stage to reach its peak, opening the heavenly palace and allowing the radiant spirit embryo to create a heavenly palace where the soul can reside. As Wang Sheng meditated, his soul rapidly detached and floated toward Guanshuan, a wisp of light passing through the ice. At this moment, his spirit could pass freely through the barrier. Meanwhile, Guanshuan continued her practice, patiently waiting for him. As Wang Sheng landed, he thought, "Senior, watch me." He smiled softly at the woman he had longed for. "Wait for me." Guanshuan's eyes remained closed, but as if hearing Wang Sheng's voice, she smiled softly. 3 years later, Wang Sheng finally returned to his original form. He was still sitting there, focused on his training, surrounded by a powerful aura of immortality, his features becoming even more refined. He wondered to himself, is this his celestial mansion? And then Wang Sheng slowly opened his eyes and looked ahead. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun, who had also changed, explained, "Your spirit has left your body, and you have a heavenly mansion bringing you 1 step closer to immortality." Hearing this, he was stunned and asked, "Huh? I've reached the heavenly palace?" he asked, dumbfounded. "With my guidance and the pure spiritual energy here, is reaching the celestial abode really that difficult?" Startled, he feigned an awkward smile. "I just don't feel like myself." At this, Zhao Yun blushed and shyly explained, "Since you've just entered the heavenly palace realm, you must first convert your spiritual thoughts into spiritual consciousness, then nurture your primordial spirit within the heavenly palace. Only when you reach the peak of the heavenly palace realm will you have a chance to enter the nascent soul realm. Don't get too complacent." Over these 3 years, Jia Yun and he had grown close, and their conversations were no longer as formal as before. Now she's much more relaxed, and their conversations have become more comfortable, as she loves sharing interesting information about the celestial realm with him. Zhao Yun continued, "Your founder is usually reckless. If not for the heavenly court's rules, he'd have descendants everywhere." She added, "Of course, the Tathagata Buddha exists. My father received help from the Buddhist sect back then. Also, Emperor Ziwei and Emperor Guchen are indeed blood brothers." Zhao Yun recounted, enthralled, their mother being an unparalleled powerhouse, and she couldn't help but reminisce. The immortal realm had so many powerful figures, perhaps so many that even the heavenly court couldn't touch them. However, the celestial court was once the strongest power. Then, Zhao Yun fiercely pointed at him. "So hurry up and cultivate, quickly achieve immortality, so that when you meet my sisters, they won't laugh at me for being your sword spirit." Wang Sheng was startled and quickly agreed, happily thinking that she could now easily say the words sword spirit. The fairy had become much more open-minded. Wang Sheng then asked, "Fairy, what about my senior sister? Has she broken through again?" Jia Yun has recently broken through again, now able to separate from Tianfu at any time. Wang Sheng fell into silent contemplation, wondering if his senior sister had received his signal when he intentionally provoked the heavenly might. If she knew I was alive, why would she leave? Jiao Van looked up, frowning as she said, "Huakan has already left." Master Wang is once again taken by surprise, and he thinks with a hint of disappointment, "Huh? Senior sister is out? Has something happened in the cultivation world? Did someone beat up my master?" Wang Sheng reluctantly consoled himself as a surge of immortal energy soared into the sky. "Never mind, as long as my senior sister isn't going on a date or something." A familiar figure in white robes flew up on a sword, with Chen Lin still guarding the place. Seeing Guan Xuan, she respectfully asked, "Shall I escort you out, immortal?" Immediately after, the two figures walked together towards the gate of the minor underworld. Before seeing her off, Chen Lin added, "Right now, there are no wandering souls in the minor underworld, and only I remain in the netherworld, so you can come and go as you please." She looked up into the void and instructed Guan Xuan, If you wish to return, just call my name in Mount Pingdu. Guanshuan seemed lost in thought, then bit her lip and slowly called out to Shan Lin. This revelation clearly surprised the otherwise indifferent Meng Po, her eyes shifting from bewilderment to a gentle understanding, as if Tian Lam was also contemplating something profound. Suddenly, Qianlin turned and said, "Watching, the fairy may have noticed that the vitality in the small underworld has been increasing over the past 3 years. Does the fairy remember when the Earth Spirit seal was restored? A heavenly might suddenly appeared?" Seeing that Guanshuan still didn't understand, she continued to explain. Heavenly might is a warning from the Great Tao. If a cultivator violates a taboo, they will be warned by the Great Tao. For a being within the sealed land to trigger divine wrath, someone must be defying the heavens. With that, Qianlin bowed respectfully, for whether it was the divine wrath or the slow unsealing of the Earth Spirit seal, it seemed someone was guiding everything, meaning Prince Zhaoyun's remnant soul wasn't lost, and that soul must be residing within Fei Yu's body. Because of this deduction, Qianlin guessed that perhaps they were still alive, and Guanshuan's eyes lit up at this. She stares in astonishment at Qianlin, tears suddenly welling up in her eyes. It seems her years of waiting may not have been in vain. Cut to a picturesque mountain where white clouds drift freely. Here, a statue of Wang Sheng stands tall, bathed in sunlight, radiating charisma. Yanzi gazes at the statue, his heart aching as he recalls, "It's been 3 years. I was so fortunate to have a disciple like you." Lianzi sorrowfully poured wine for Fei Yu, saying, "After you left, I didn't dare visit, fearing I'd break down here. We were kindred spirits, companions in swordsmanship, now separated by life and death. It's been 3 years. Alas." Everyone there couldn't hide their grief. With that, Luyan too collapsed to the ground, silent. "I toast to you." Suddenly, from afar, Qilang spotted a familiar figure, exclaiming that it was Bat Nu. He had come out. Meanwhile, Guanshuan arrives on her sword and quickly kneels to pay her respects. Yanzi helps her up, saying, "Little Zhuan, please rise. I haven't been able to take good care of you both. You've suffered these past 3 years. I will help you through this difficult time. Xiaosheng wouldn't want to see you discouraged." But contrary to his belief, her face was radiant, her eyes sharper than ever. Still unable to speak, she called out, "Master!" and gestured wildly. Finally, unable to contain herself, she frowned in annoyance and furiously typed on her phone. Immediately after, Guanzhuan showed Yanzi what she wanted to say. "Junior brother isn't dead. Meng Po said so. He and the fairy are both alive, and they'll definitely return." Yanzi doesn't seem to believe her, sighing in frustration, but he still forces a smile to comfort her. "Xiaoxuan, we must learn to face reality. Avoidance solves nothing. Is your Tao heart still at peace?" Guanshuan notices the increasing celestial power and netherworld energy. She insists that Granny Ming, the immortal, has proof, and if her master doesn't believe her, he can ask her himself. Tears welling, Yanzi cries out, "Xiaoxuan, don't be like this. It breaks my heart to see you in pain." Qiwen rushes to embrace her, sobbing, "Senior sister, I believe you. Senior brother must be all right." Unyielding, Guanshuan insisted, "He's really still alive. I thought I even heard him calling me before." But he only sighed. The more you say, the less sense it makes. Seeing that her family of 3 didn't believe her, Guanshuan looked to Wang Sheng's 3 good brothers for sympathy. But Huaijing looked away, saying, "Amitabha, Fei Yu is protected by the Buddha and must have been reborn in the peaceful land of Buddhism." Yunfei was helpless, and the silent fairy was right. Fei Yu will live forever in our hearts. "I hope Fei Yu is with us," Tianzhang sobbed. Seeing them, she felt her head spin. Frustrated, she crushed her phone and said nothing more. The scene shifts to East Sea Bay, a memorial to the Chaos God sect, and Shi Lian cries tears of joy. "Little Xuan, you scared your big sister to death. It's good you're out, so good you're out." She hugged her beloved little sister tightly, earnestly advising, "As soon as I knew you were out, I flew here to find you. If you're sad, you have to say it. Don't end up like your older sister, falling into demonic ways." Guanzhuan smiled softly and replied, "I know." Xilian looked at Qi Wen and the others, asking, "Right, what are you all doing here?" She calmly replies that they're preparing to fight the islanders, prompting an excited response from Xilian. "Oh, no more bickering. That's more like it. We're all cultivators. Can't we settle things with a duel?" Guanshen wondered, "Why are we fighting the Sakura Island people?" Qi Wen sat down and began to ramble. "Let me tell you about it, senior sister." She recounted that 3 years ago, the Great Hua Nation sent a delegation of cultivators to visit and discuss the Yin-Yang sect with the Cherry Blossom Island, but the exchange was fruitless and led to conflict. After that, things began to escalate, and other countries seeking to limit the growing power of Great China began to secretly support the cultivation world of Sakura Island. Though Great China has always been restrained, the more they endure, the more some feel emboldened to bully them. A year prior, a major television station in the Cherry Blossom Nation interviewed a newly appointed elder of the Yin-Yang sect, who began publicly recruiting talented young people to help them embark on the path of cultivation. This act was a serious challenge to the righteous path of Great Hoa. So, with the tacit approval of the Great Hoa government, more than 10 Taoists traveled to Andao that day and assassinated the so-called elder during the live broadcast. He died a gruesome death, impaled by a sword, and then they wreaked havoc amidst the elite of the Yingdao before calmly leaving. It was a resounding slap in the face, but it also amplified Yingdao's fury towards the Great Hua cultivators. After that, Japanese cultivators constantly provoked them, and the Yin-Yang sect received all kinds of support. While on the other hand, constantly provoked by the other side, the Dragon and Tiger Mountain launched a large-scale biological weapon. Having studied island English for 2.5 years, Tien Truong took on almost half the cultivation world of Island Nation all by himself. Quan Huyen couldn't help but shudder as she recalled his sly smile. After 7 or 8 months of trash talk, the cultivators of the Island Nation issued a challenge, which the Great Hua cultivators gladly accepted. And now, the masters of Great Hua are preparing to head to the Central Sea region between the two countries for a showdown. Meanwhile, somewhere in the EC, a battle is about to begin between cultivators from Great China and Yingdao. Shilian's surprised voice rings out. Impossible. Little Fei Yu's chances of survival back then were 0. She continued, stunned. Besides, if he were still alive, the link between our soul destinies should still exist. She embraced Guanshuan's face in her mountainous bosom, coaxing, "Little Xuan, come live with me at the villa this time. I'm so lonely by myself." Guanshuan pouted, holding the phone up to her face. "I want to wait for him to come out. He's all alone in there, and he can't use his phone." Shi Liangshuan looked at the phone with pity. My silly little sister. She pondered inwardly. Though Xiao Zhenchuan's state of mind was fine, she had developed an obsession in this regard. Shi Lian suspects that a shadow of Fei Yu has been built in her mind. Suddenly, a giant creature emerges from the water, and a panicked voice cries out, "Senior, be careful. This is a ferocious sea beast raised by the evil cultivators of Ying Island." Yeon's eyes immediately turned red as she glared at the creature, her killing intent and inner power forcing it to cower and retreat back into the water. Guanshan silently steps forward, prompting Xilian to ask, "Little Xuan, where are you going?" She turns around, rolls up her sleeves, and says with a sly grin, "To fight." Xilian forces a smile, telling her, "Go, but don't get hurt." Even though they're all small fry, just minutes later, the water was littered with the limbs of the monsters, all annihilated by Guanshuan. The sea was calm once more, as a large seagull soared overhead. Below, He-Yan's massive ship continues its journey as she relaxes in a bikini on the sundeck, enjoying a luxurious vacation. She nonchalantly says, "After half a month of preparations, it was over in a flash. It's like charging for 2 hours to make a 3-minute call." With that, she casually placed the coconut in her hand on the table, stretched, and continued, "And what are you guys doing? For Mahdi to dare bully us on our own turf and only get half killed and half crippled. If it were the Qinglin Taoist priests, they would have massacred everything within 300 miles and offered blood to the heavens." Mao Yue massaged her shoulders as she said, "The current international climate is different. We must establish a gentle image." Xilian took off her glasses, her eyes turning gloomy as she thought, knowing Xiao Xuan's situation, this trip wasn't a waste. However, He-Yan guessed that she would probably stay in the minor underworld forever. The scene shifts, and 2 familiar figures reappear. Then, Lam quickly reports the situation. In the 3 days since the ferry departed, the spread of primordial energy in the minor underworld has slightly increased, as if someone is testing how much impact the seal can withstand, gradually increasing the rate of spread. The 2 landed where Wang Sheng was, and Shanlin continued, "I still need to go back and observe the spread of primordial energy. Once the underworld accumulates too much, I will take action to dredge it. If the ferry needs anything, just call my name." After hearing this, Guanshuan happily looked at her and said with a smile, "Thank you, Shanlin." Now, Mengpo bowed low in greeting, also saying that it was no trouble at all. Quanwan sat on a large block of ice, forming a hand seal, and thought, "Junior brother, are you inside? Can you hear me?" No one answered. No reply came, but she continued, "I'm here, waiting for you to come out." Inside, Wang Xing was still focused on practicing his swordsmanship. Her heart echoed with those words, whether it be 10 years, 20 years. I'll wait for you, and we'll never be apart again. She closed her eyes in concentration, while he was now drenched in sweat. And so, a less significant period passed. Time flew by, and 2 years after the Great Sea Battle, Mo Yue Hai rushed in. Immortal Fai Yu has declined this mission, but she sent you a letter. Yan Zizi stood up in shock and exclaimed, "What?" "Let me see it at once." He took the letter, trembling, thinking, Little Xuan has locked herself in the minor underworld for years now. I wanted to take this opportunity to get her out. This letter of hers better not be her last will and testament. Its contents surprised him. Quan Huan wrote humorously, "The reinforcements are tired and need to rest. I really can't fight anymore. Can you come and get me?" He folded the letter, feeling helpless. Being a master is not as good as being a junior brother. An adopted daughter will eventually be married off, but the fact that she can send this letter shows that she's already out. And if she feels that guarding the underworld is more enjoyable, then as her master, I can't force her to do anything. 10 years after the great battle between the Dewa and Andao cultivators beneath the 18th level of the minor underworld, Wang Sheng is frozen in ice, seemingly without purpose, until his eyes suddenly snap open, his aura now sharp and refined. He immediately stood up, throwing himself back, shattering the ice around him. He seemed to be bursting with powerful energy. From within the sword, Jiao Van speaks, "The timing of your enlightenment this time is perfect." She quickly emerges from the sword, continuing, "The Earth Spirit seal is almost completely undone. We can leave." Wang Sheng couldn't help but shout with joy, "Really?" Zhao Yun surmises that the Mengpo immortal noticed her lifting the Earth Spirit seal, and has been helping to channel spiritual energy from the outside these past few years, which is why they can leave early. Zhao Yun reminds him, "I told you before. The soulless sword is the formation eye of the Three Origins sealing immortal formation." She reached for the sword, continuing, "After it shoots out the formation plate, the primordial energy won't have time to explode. You need to use it to cut the immortal crystals around us immediately, and then we can break out of here in time." As Zhao Yun finished speaking, he quickly grabbed the sword. Wang Sheng was lost in thought, trapped here for 13 years. Finally, he would see the sun again. He wondered how his parents and master were doing. And his senior apprentice. She took the initiative to kiss him back then. Once he's out, he'll take responsibility for her, protecting each other and cultivating together. Immediately after, a powerful light erupts. Seeing this phenomenon, Mengpo guessed that after 13 years, the immortal energy had erupted once more. Could it be? Suddenly, a surge of sword energy rushed past her, startling Mengpo. The moment Granny Meng saw it, she recognized it as the flying sword left behind by Immortal Wang, and a blue light burst from the bell attached to it. At that moment, a figure slowly materialized, a familiar form appearing before her, radiating a pure aura. Wang Sheng spoke, having prepared himself, but was nearly struck by the surge of primal energy. He asked worriedly, "But Zhao Yun, won't such a large disturbance really cause tremors in the minor underworld?" She replied, "No, but I've used too much spiritual energy and must return to my immortal sword to rest. You're no longer needed for the other matters. Leave them to the immortal guarding this place." At that moment, Granny Meng appeared, startling Zhao Yun, and Wang Sheng exclaimed in surprise, "Senior!" Upon seeing her, he asked, "Senior, my master isn't here. Do you know where she is?" Mengpo quickly replied, "The underworld was unstable a few days ago, and I feared she would be injured, so I sent her away. She's waiting in the Earth Hermit sect, so you don't need to worry." Wang Sheng suddenly remembered, that's right. Immortal Zhao Yun once said, "Senior, as long as you keep cultivating, you can escape this situation of suppressed souls in a few hundred years." Hearing this, a jolt ran through her mind, leaving Mengpo stunned for a moment, but betraying no emotion, she calmly replied, "Thank you for your concern." Mengpo then pointed the way, telling him that beyond this door he could return to the mortal realm. Wang Sheng respectfully looked at her, smiling brightly. "Take care, Senior. If you need anything, have the Hidden Earth sect come find me." He then hesitated, looking towards the exit, lost in thought. 13 years. I'm finally out. Wang Sheng immediately flies by on his sword. Meanwhile, the gates of the minor netherworld were in turmoil, as everyone, including Guan Xuan, stood tensely in formation. Her face and those of the elders emerged from the gate, and then a familiar figure she had longed for appeared. As Wang Sheng stood smiling before her, Guan Xuan's heart fluttered. Reunited at last, they understood the bittersweet ache of separation. She covered her mouth to stifle a sob, tears streaming down her cheeks as Guanshuan leaped towards him. They had been apart for 13 years, and both knew their feelings for each other. He reached out, took her soft hand that he had longed for, and hesitantly called out, "Senior sister." On the other side, people cried out in alarm. What the hell? A ghost. Master Wang's soul has escaped from the underworld. Get the talismans, prepare the spirit bottle. Don't hurt Master Wang. What nonsense is this? He's alive. He's a living person. Master Wang is alive. Everyone quickly gathered around him, overjoyed. It really is Fei Yu. He's alive. Say something, Fingu. Good people are protected by the heavens, and you're still alive. Guanshuan gently placed her hand on Wang Sheng's smooth face. Blushing, they looked at each other, the air thick with awkwardness. Guanshuan thought to herself, he's alive. And warm. Wang Sheng took her hand, heartbroken, and said, "Senior, I'm back." She rushed to embrace him. Wang Sheng buried his face in her soft hair, a reunion long yearned for, as everyone silently rejoiced for them. But then, a voice broke through the moment from a phone screen. "Fei Yu isn't dead? How can that be? It's obviously fake news. A fan must have photoshopped it, right? Using himself to seal the earth vein, how could a golden core realm withstand that? Just keep an eye on the news. Ask the investigation team." The news had quickly spread to them. This morning seems to be full of surprises for everyone. Only Ling exclaimed in shock, so moved that she knocked over a glass of water on the table. "What? Fei Yu isn't dead? Are you sure it's him?" Her secretary stammered. Yes, the news from the Earth sect has confirmed it." She quickly composed herself. "Abbot Bugian is on a mission, and his current location has strong signal interference. Find a chance to tell him this," she instructed her secretary, who quickly acknowledged. She couldn't help but feel happy. Fei Yu was still alive. That's good. At a recording of a cultivation sound program in Great China, a man shouted, "Great China's cultivators attacked our cultivators on a mission in Saros. This is an utterly shameless act. You are colluding with the Saros Empire." The man nonchalantly crossed his legs and retorted, "Colluding. Do you even know what that word means? Your ninjas went to Saros to cause trouble and were taught a lesson by my masters who happened to be fishing there. Turns out they're acquainted. This man, known as a weapon of mass destruction, specializes in verbal sparring with the islanders, ranking 12th on the Earth ranking." Tian Zhangrong continued, "This also framed you. How could we have colluded?" At this point, Tianzhang's face darkened, and he shouted, "We provided you with a lot of support a few years ago. If you call yourselves the weak, then the strong joining forces is more fitting, don't you think? Or perhaps I can teach you a new idiom. Fathers unite, fathers protect. Surely that's closer than collusion, right?" The ninja trembled with rage. "Devil, stop bullying us." Tianzhang calmly waved his hand. "You came to our show to expose us. Isn't this just blatant bullying? This whole thing?" He pauses, then pulls out his phone and freezes in shock. Tianzhang jumped up and shouted, startling the other two. Like a madman, Tianzhang held up his phone and shouted, that man is back, do you guys know?" Immediately after, he urged, "If you want to fight, then fight. Fight if you want or get lost, I'm done here." He shouts, "Director, let's settle up." Before they could understand what was happening, we cut to Yanzi, deep in the deserts of northwest China, battling a monster with a cold expression. Under his attack, their bodies were quickly riddled with holes. Now, Yanzi quickly gathers his inner strength to finish it off. Meanwhile, another investigator shouts a warning to the swordless master to be careful as a burst of sword energy hurtles towards the giant monster. It roared in agony as blood sprayed everywhere, and Yanzi gasped, wondering, how is this sword energy possible? Wang Xing and Guanshuan quickly arrived to regroup, and he called out softly, "Master, you startled me." Xiaosheng, after so long apart, he desperately explains, "Master, it's really me, not someone else in disguise, or some demon in disguise." Yanzi scoffs. "I'm just checking for hidden wounds." After a thorough examination, he was astonished. "Strange. Why can't I see your cultivation level at all?" Wang Xing smiles sheepishly. "Master, I'm now at the perfected peak of the heavenly palace realm, half a step into the nascent soul realm." Hearing this, his master is both pleased and surprised. Immediately after, Yanzi burst into laughter, as if he'd struck gold. He proudly declared, "It seems I truly have nothing left to teach you." Guanjuan looked behind him, wondering curiously, "This sword is strange." Seeing its peculiarity, she reached out to touch it, but Wang Sheng immediately noticed and cheerfully took the sword back, warning, "Senior, don't touch it." Yanzi wondered, Xiaosheng, your soul-severing sword is emitting Tao energy again? Wang Sheng explained that the fairy Jiaoyun is now in a deep sleep within the sword. After Wang Sheng explained everything, Yanzi finally understood. So that's it. That's how you survived. He looked at the sword, not denying it. That's right. Jiaoyun doesn't like interacting with others. Let's keep this between the three of us. Suddenly, Yanzi seemed to remember something, startling him. He quickly asked her, Xiaoshuan, you knew Thang was okay all along. Guanshuan pouted, retorting, Yeah, I told you, but no one believed me. Yanzi chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head with embarrassment. Good to be back. Good to be back. Immediately after, he pulled a phone from his pocket. Yanzi told his two disciples, This is the latest model phone. Pressing the button on top opens the screen. Take a look online. The outside world has changed quite a bit in recent years. And he quickly showed him how to use it so he wouldn't fall behind. Wang Xing couldn't help but marvel, focusing on learning. He read a ton of comments. The great Hoa cultivators and the Andao fought a great war. The Earth Hermit sect proposed the Qi Meridian formation, locking the source energy within Great Hoa, introducing new universal cultivation methods, limiting the bloodlines that could cultivate, extending lifespans and attracting foreign demons and monsters to the increasingly rich source energy of Great Hoa. Reading this, Wang Sheng grimaced and mocked himself, realizing he was out of touch after more than a decade. Guanshuan covered her mouth and giggled, showing him a memorial for Wang Fei Yu, who had sacrificed himself 10 years ago. 3 things young cultivators should learn from Taoist Wang Fei Yu. Her spirit never dies. The sword's words will forever be followed. Let's discuss the similarities between today's heroes. Xiao Fei Yu and the legendary hero Neja are mocked. He couldn't help but smile wryly. A short life, a waste of a sword cultivator's death. Jans happily explained that the government has spent a lot of effort these past few years to make sure everyone remembers him. That's right. He replies, Have you called your parents yet? I have. I feel so guilty towards my parents, causing them so much worry and pain. He continued, The tree desires stillness, but the wind will not cease. I wish to provide, but my parents will not wait. Next, rest assured and go home for a while. Nothing requires your immediate attention. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng blushed and telepathically asked, Master, do you think I have a chance with senior sister? Hearing this, Yanzi couldn't help but burst out laughing, then quickly said, Xiaoxuan, your junior brother has something to say to you. Seeing Yanzi's sly smile, Wang Sheng blushed and thought, Master is plotting against me. Wang Sheng then hugged his sword tightly and said loudly, Senior sister, let's stop for a bit later. The confession has changed again. Let's cultivate together. Guanshuan happily agreed, while he looked dejected and slapped himself. Long lamented his missed opportunity, afraid to act, and forcing back the words he wanted to say. Yanzi, curious, asked Xiaosheng, Has your swordsmanship declined after being locked up for so many years? He recounted that everything else was fine, especially his sword of humanity, which had reached the sword mastery realm. The two listened attentively as Wang Sheng continued. However, my understanding of the Ziwei Heavenly Sword seems to have hit a bottleneck. Perhaps I need more sparring with experts. Yanji added, We do indeed have many strong enemies now, but things are a little better domestically. Back then, the ancient cultivators who were brought out from the minor hells, those who hadn't committed murder, were all placed under restrictions. He spoke grimly, explaining that they were now under government surveillance, obediently serving as elders in various sects. Yanzi chuckled reassuringly. It's all right. Once our cultivation increases, we won't need to worry about them causing chaos. He couldn't help but ask, Master, did you mean that there are still strong enemies abroad? Yanzi sighed. That's right, we're surrounded by urgent problems and the biggest threat comes from those legendary races. He then mentioned the 2 most well-known legendary races. As you know, vampires and werewolves do have cultivation systems, but their true strength lies in their bloodlines. He paused, lost in thought. I once fought a werewolf, and though I won, it took some effort. As he spoke, Yanzi rolled up his sleeves to show them 3 deep claw marks that reached the bone. Yanzi recounted, Later, I learned that werewolf was considered a formidable figure, but recently, werewolves have been suppressed by vampires, and there are no more difficult descendants. Looking at the wounds on his arm, Guanshuan and Wang Sheng couldn't help but worry, but Yanzi smiled brightly, dispelling the tension, saying that once I break through to the Yuanying stage, I can challenge them and create some threat. There are many interesting experts out there. Let's broaden our horizons and take your senior apprentice sister to see the world. Guanshuan quickly agreed, while Wang Sheng slyly wondered if the trip was all expenses paid. Interesting, Soon, the aircraft landed. Wang Sheng gazes around in astonishment. Everyone is here, and they've been waiting a long time to welcome him. Emotion was etched on every face, for when Wang Sheng died, they all grieved deeply. Hearing that he was still alive, they were all happy for him. Wang Sheng looked at his loved ones standing before him, and tears streamed down his face. "Everyone, I'm back." A small foot quickly ran in front of Wang Sheng. Tears well up in Mu Yui's eyes. "Master Wang, it's good you're okay. It's so good," he exclaimed, startled. "Mao Ye, it's been a while." Huijing steps forward, cheerfully saying, "Amitabha, I knew Fei Yu couldn't have logged out so soon. I didn't expect it would take him 13 years to respawn with full health." Everyone cheerfully asked, "Fei Yu, you have to tell us where you've been all these years." Yunji patted his shoulder. "Fei Yu, what should we do with your memorial statue? Should I smash it for you later?" Suian stepped forward to explain. "It's a statue made as a tombstone for you back then." "Yeah, it should be destroyed. I'll call my people to take care of it." "Bad luck be gone," a familiar voice shouted, echoing through the area. "Where's my brother Thang? Where is he?" Tianzhang flew over, shouting, "Wang Sheng, I miss you so much." Suddenly, his face slammed into something like a glass barrier, contorting his features as he plummeted to the earth, cracking the ground upon impact. Guan Huan fiercely blocks Wang Sheng, declaring, "I must protect my junior brother. All evil must be vanquished. I'm the best senior sister ever." It seems she didn't recognize him because his face was covered. Tianzhang quickly laughed, pulling down his face covering. "It's me, senior sister." Tianzhang pointed to his face, tears in his eyes. "I'm Thang's #1 fan, little Tithe." Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wang Sheng happily put his arm around Tianzhang's shoulder and said, "Let's go ahead and talk." This heartwarming scene fills everyone with joy. Heroes never die, martyrs return, and all gather together as music plays, celebrating the return of Taoist Fei Yu. Tianzhang cheers at the feast while Guanshuan drools with excitement over the food. Wang Sheng, bewildered, sweats and says, "It's been so long, everyone's grown up so much." Huaiqin took a sip of water and replied, "In 13 years, all you've done is cultivate. I don't know about others, but Tianzhang is much more reliable now." Yunju added, "That's right, he's finally found a place where his talents can shine." Hearing this, Wang Sheng blankly asked, "What talent?" Carrying a pile of food, Tianzhang interrupts, scolding the arguing people. As Su Huaiqin said, "Our verbal victories against Andao these past few years are thanks to Tianzhang." Yunji adds, "That's right, thanks to Thi Daochuang's excellent performance, we've gained the absolute upper hand." He laughs smugly, saying, "It's what I should do." Suddenly, a voice from behind Wang Sheng startles him. "Senior brother." Chiwen approached and said softly, "You're alive. That's truly wonderful." He observes her with a gentle smile, thinking that the crybaby from that day has transformed, now resembling their master. Then she playfully winks at him. "My lady has suffered much for you these past years. Now that you're back, don't let her down. Now that you've returned, the two of you should finally be together, right?" Wang Sheng, sweating, replied, "I'm trying," thinking how she now resembled their master after breaking her engagement. Suddenly, as if remembering something, a cunning glint flashed in his eyes. Wang Sheng whispered to Chiwen, "You're just in time. I need your help with something." Hearing this, she blushed and said, "You can do this yourself, senior brother. Why do you need me to do it?" She agreed to help, then blushed and stammered as she ran towards Guanshuan. "Senior sister, I have a question for you." Wang Sheng encourages her from behind. "Go for it, junior sister." Suddenly, hurried footsteps approach him. Wang Sheng was stunned by the large group. It was Ji Ling and the others. She patted his shoulder, saying, "Xiaosheng, it's good to have you back." "Master, senior sister, we were all very worried about you." Wang Sheng replied with a smile, saying that he had troubled his master. Ji Ling quickly asked, "You haven't changed in all these years. What do you need now that you're back? Just name it. We don't know how to reward you." Wang Sheng didn't hold back and asked if his master's wife could have the research institute make a high-tech sword sheath, as the tribulation box wasn't very convenient. And if possible, a few more soulless swords for self-defense. Oh, and those new smartphones. Make the artifact storage a little bigger, and throw in some pills and talismans as you see fit. Qiling knew Wang Sheng was now a peak Heavenly Mansion cultivator, and the government would try their best to win him over. He cleverly added, "And I'll probably need money soon." Qiling understands him better than anyone, knowing he only asks for the standard benefits of a Tianfu cultivator, giving face to the government while subtly declining many positions and responsibilities. Little Sheng has really grown up quite a bit. She handed over a small card instructing, "This is spending money from your master's wife, separate from the government. Install it directly in your phone and use it as you please." She quickly added, "It's getting late, we should head back," and promptly left. He couldn't help but smile. "Thank you, Aunt Master. Goodbye." Shiwen then whispered in his ear, "I'm back, senior brother." Still smiling, he asked, "Did you find out anything?" Shiwen shyly recounted. Senior sister clearly understood the steps before kissing, knowing it's something couples do, but she doesn't seem to understand what comes after. Moreover, she didn't just blush when asked, she was completely clueless. Wang Sheng looked at her innocently eating, troubled, and wondered, where did all those years of vying for our senior sister go? Shi Wen probed, "Senior brother, you don't want to, do you?" Wang Sheng quickly cut her off, asking, "What is it?" "Okay, don't get any ideas. Do I look like an animal to you?" Suddenly, a loud voice echoed from afar, startling them both. "Little Phoenix, where are you?" Happily running over, Shi Lian shouted, "Little Fei Yu, your big sister has missed you so much." Wang Sheng was overjoyed. "Great! The powerhouse to make up for senior sister has arrived." Without hesitation, Shi Lian opened her arms wide and shouted, "Little Fei Yu, your big sister has missed you so much." Suddenly, Wang Sheng stared into her eyes, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Looking at her ample chest, he inwardly groaned, "Are you trying to kill me? Or yourself?" Wang Sheng's face flushed, his mind in turmoil. He was about to crash, either dying of embarrassment or being beaten to death by his senior. Suddenly, He Lian's eyes changed, and with a soft boom, a small explosion echoed. He Yan turned into a child, hugged Wang Sheng tightly, and bit him hard. He cried out in pain, "Big sister, what got into you?" Immediately, the tiny He Yan landed with a thud, hands on her hips, and said with a bright smile, "It really is you? You're not dead, that's great." Wang Sheng grins foolishly. "Heaven won't have me, earth won't take me, I guess I'll just have to come home." Guanshuan quickly picks her up, rubbing her chin. So adorable. Shi Lian laughs, saying, "Little Xuanchuan, stop tickling me, it's so itchy." Her laughter echoes, drawing everyone's attention. She couldn't help but shout that it was too itchy, and with everyone present, the party was filled with joy. As the party ended, he bid farewell to his master and mistress, and then to the others before boarding a plane home with his senior sisters, but not before calling his parents. Wang Sheng happily calls out, "Mom, Dad." Seeing their emotion, he smiles reassuringly. "But I'm back now, aren't I?" Tears of joy streamed down their faces as they replied, "Can't a father be moved by his son's return? After 13 years, the world thought you were dead. Of course, your parents were heartbroken. Even though his master and friends would visit from time to time, they still felt the pain of his absence." Wang Sheng's father continued, "It's good that you're back. Stay home for a while and don't run around outside anymore." He turned to the girl, "Xiao Miao, don't hide. Say hello to brother Wang Sheng." Wang Sheng awkwardly greeted the little girl. I'm Wang Sheng, Xiao Miao. Nice to meet you." The little girl stammered, "Nice to meet you too." He happily said, "I've had some complicated things going on these past few years, and I've missed out on your growing up, but I'll make it up to you. And this is my senior disciple." Shilin quickly interjected from behind, "You can also call her sister-in-law." His mother was surprised to see He Yun asking, "You two move fast? You already have a child?" "Why is her hair white?" His father happily chimed in, "Good girl, Grandpa will go buy you presents right now." She playfully chimed in, "Grandpa, I want all the new games and lots of ice cream." Wang Sheng felt helpless as she continued to ask for lots of fries and Coke. His father happily said, "Okay, Grandpa and Grandma will buy it all for you." Meanwhile, on a flight over North Dahua, Chuf and Saros and another man were reviewing information. Shin spoke up. So the Fying Yu Taoist wasn't dead after all. Startled, SL, sitting close by, asked what was happening as the flight attendant quickly placed the glass back on the table. Shin excitedly continued, "That Fying Yu Taoist who brushed against you at the international exchange that year, he's still alive." Look, as soon as she finished speaking, the glass suddenly emitted a strange light. They were both startled, knowing something was wrong, but neither could dodge it. An immediate plane crash ensues, with inevitable casualties. Back at Wang Sheng's house, he wonders how to close the gap with a 13 or 14-year-old girl. His father was playing with Shi Lian, and his mother was as affectionate as ever with Guanshuan, making her blush. Wang Sheng and his sister stood on the balcony, his heart racing with anticipation. While waiting, he trembled and broke out in a sweat. "Xiao Miao, how have your grades been lately?" She touched the flower in front of her and replied, "I guess so." He couldn't help but smack his head, wondering what a stupid question that was. Suddenly, she asked, "So, how powerful of a cultivator is your older brother?" Wang Sheng, as if grabbing a lifeline, excitedly replied, "He's all right. Are you interested in cultivation?" She says, "It's all right. Our school's mid-morning exercise is a cultivation technique. They say if you have good aptitude, you can be chosen to cultivate." He asked further, "Didn't Mom and Dad let you cultivate?" Wang Sheng thought it was strange, since there had been many cultivators around Xiaomiao in recent years. He looked at his sister, wondering why she wasn't cultivating, especially since his master must have considered nurturing her. Her story didn't say she was forbidden from it. "Some cultivators who frequented our house wanted to take me to the mountains to cultivate. Years ago, my parents asked for my opinion, but—" She gently touched the flower. She feared her parents would become lonely old people, so she didn't go. Seeing his sister so understanding, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Wang Sheng patted her head and said gently, "I'm sorry. It's because of what happened to me these past few years that you've been under so much pressure." Xiaomiao asked blankly, "Something happened to you? I just know it seems like you became a hero who saved the world." Wang Sheng begins to close the distance with his sister. What was so important? He smiled at her, summoning his sword energy. "It's okay. I'm back now, and I'll be around more." Immediately after, he and his sister soared into the sky. Before that, the sword energy somersaulted through the air as he flew through the sky with his sister. She nervously held her brother's hand for the first time, as Wang Sheng made a hand seal, telling her, "Let's play together." Xiaomiao blankly looks around, unable to contain her excitement. "Not bad, you're so cool. You can definitely win that cultivate and show yourself competition." He asked miserably, "Oh, what's immortal debut? You've been locked away too long, you're out of touch with modern society." Xiao Miaorong explained, "It's a cultivation-themed entertainment program, super popular these past few years. It's okay if you don't understand, I can tutor you." Suddenly, Xiao Yao glares at him, face darkening. "But, I'm just gonna ask, is your master really my sister-in-law? We're not exactly in a favorable position, so how did you manage to win her over?" Sweating, he thought, "Kids these days know too much." At that moment, his father yelled, "You two, stop playing outside and come down for dinner." The two obedient children quickly agreed. After being locked away for 13 years, seeing their parents healthy was a joy. But what made him even happier was how close he'd become to Xiao Miao in such a short time. Meanwhile, a news report flashed on TV, announcing that a passenger plane departing from the capital city of Saros was suspected of being attacked by terrorists and had exploded. Tiu Diu only seemed tense because she was actually very cheerful, and she even offered him food. On TV, the report continued. 192 passengers and crew members on board have been confirmed dead. The rest are missing. His father glanced over and said, "Things are getting more chaotic out there, but we're getting more peaceful." Suddenly, Wang Sheng's phone rang at Quan Hoyan. He knew immediately it was an urgent mission. He was surprised they could send missions like this now. "Emergency mission S Masters with confirmed strength above S rank. If you wish to accept this mission, please press the green button below. The announcement states that a group of people were attacked on a plane, and 3 important national treasures are now missing." The mission: recover the artifacts and rescue the people. Wang Sheng was taken aback. National treasures, huh? Guanchuan looked over and asked if he would accept it. Suddenly, Wang Sheng's eyes fell on his family, who were constantly worried. Immediately after, he clicked the button to reject the mission. Wang Sheng happily picked up his bowl and said, "Time to eat. Now that I'm out of danger, I need to rest for a few years. I won't bother with anything. Let them handle it." That evening, after dinner, he stood alone on the balcony, reading news from the Righteous Alliance Forum, the Cultivation Consultation Platform, and the Flying Immortal Pavilion. He couldn't help but marvel at how the government's management of cultivators had become increasingly complete over the past 13 years. As Wang Sheng had been worried that the Immortal Ascension Pavilion, which specialized in issuing missions to cultivators, would issue some malicious missions. Hearing this, he smirked slyly, but with his master as the sect leader, perhaps such problems wouldn't arise. Just then, Xi Lian's loud voice echoed, "Little Fei Yu, stop researching and come play cards. Today, I, your big sister, will win it all." Wang Sheng chimed in, "Betting money is no good. How about we bet something else, like facial expressions? You pick pills and Xiao Miao wants to draw turtles on faces." Xi Lian grinned, relieved it was turtles on the face and not writing characters on feet. Hearing her say that, the 3 of them were dumbfounded, especially Wang Sheng, who was visibly shocked. Wang Sheng couldn't help but wonder, what has this big sister been watching for the past 13 years of her Jiangju Mian life? A moment later, his father announced that the rooms were ready. "You guys rest or cultivate," Xi Lian said quickly. "Uncle, I'll sleep with Xiao Miao and let those two sleep together." Wang Sheng smiled slyly. Thank you for your help, big sister. Hearing Zillion call him uncle, his father couldn't help but smile wryly. Uncle? She's old enough to be my great-great-great-grandmother. He Yeon shakes his hand, saying she's done all she can and the rest is up to him. Wang Sheng is overjoyed, thanking her for her help, vowing to sever his golden meridian if he fails. They both then smirked deviously. Xiao Miao covered her mouth. No wonder her brother could win over his senior sister with this kind of help. As night fell, Wang Sheng carefully placed his sword on the table, then stole a glance at Guan Xuan, testing the waters. In his mind, Wang Sheng calculated the moment had finally arrived. Tonight, I'll take the first step toward becoming true cultivation partners with my senior sister. And with that, he quickly sat down beside her. Silence falls between them as Wang Sheng, blushing, leans closer to Guan Xuan and softly says, "See, senior sister." His hand couldn't help but inch closer to her soft, delicate hand, and soon they were holding hands tightly. He slowly said, "Our intimate moment was interrupted by a sudden phone call, startling us both." Wang Thang looked at the screen, thinking, I can't ignore Master's call. As soon as he picked up, his master got straight to the point. Have you two read the news? It's about the SAR plane crash. Wang Sheng said, Yes, we even received a mission issued by the Flying Immortal rank. Master, has something happened? He paused for a long moment, then said, There's been a slight incident, but your assistance isn't needed. Yanzu asked him, Xiaoxing, do you remember the female swordsman from the Garan Empire who fought you? Wang Sheng quickly recalled, answering that he had some impression. Yanzi continued, Over 100 years ago, we had many national treasures lost abroad, 3 of which were acquired by her family. He paused, then added, Now that we're allies, her family intends to return the treasures to us. To avoid pursuit by hostile forces, they traveled in disguise, but something still happened on the way through Saros. Now, the first rescue team has gone to search for them. Wang Sheng couldn't help but wonder, Master, what treasures are they escorting? Apparently, the government is very worried. According to Yanzi, the 3 treasures were originally placed in the Imperial Gallery of Iceland, a relic, an ancient Taoist scripture, and a scroll painting. But the most valuable of these is that ancient Taoist scripture. Apparently, it contains Taoist writings equivalent to the Immortal Stele. The 6 immortal tablets that returned to Earth with immortal maiden Jiao Van have been under constant study by the Institute of Cultivation Research, so this new clue is naturally of great importance to the government. Hearing this, his face showed indifference. So that's what it is? Hearing this, Yanzi couldn't help but wonder, Xiaosheng, it sounds like you know something about those celestial steles. He chuckled. That's right. The celestial maiden Yun mentioned the immortal steles to me. What's certain is that you guessed unraveling these 6 steles requires cultivation, like the great Emperor Ziwei, not talent or comprehension. Yanzi quickly understood. I see. So the importance of this matter can be lowered by 2 levels. Tomorrow, I'll make a video explaining it and send it to the Research Institute. He then led the 2 of them to immediately contact the first rescue team, saying he didn't know what was going on over there, only that he heard Yanzi shouting. What? He said to them urgently, his voice full of anger. Xiaosheng, Xiaoshuan, come here and fight. Wang Sheng recalled the mystique of the immortal steles, something he'd learned from Zhao Yun during one of their conversations. At the time, Wang Sheng had curiously asked, Fairy, why is it so difficult for my senior apprentice sister to cultivate the Tao of yin and yang balance? He Zhaoyun quickly explained. The 3 pure ones once bestowed the 6 original paths upon the celestial court. The Tao of yin and yang is one of them. The 6 steles brought back from the Moon Palace with me are the origin of those 6 paths. She recounts that the 6 steles are the root of all chaos. It was because his father grasped the complete great Tao that he went mad, and later, even when the great Violet Emperor sacrificed his life to reclaim the immortal stele, only a few could glimpse a fraction of its mysteries. Perhaps Emperor Ziwei foresaw the heavenly court's eventual defeat, which is why he brought the immortal steles back with my corpse. But those 6 great Taos were too extraordinary for him. One's own path is the foundation of everything. Strive to cultivate it. Wang Sheng recalled this and couldn't help but think that the 6 celestial steles, hiding the great Tao of the universe, were indeed beyond the reach of their current selves. He picked up his sword, still dazed, never imagining this unattainable object would cause an international conflict, and his master was furious. Could something truly serious have happened? Before they left, his father couldn't help but worry. Xiaosheng, why did something suddenly happen? Wang Sheng said honestly. This matter seems a bit serious. Our master is clearly angry and we can't easily ask for leave. he said sadly. Although I don't want you to put yourselves in danger, what you're doing now is meaningful. If you can contribute to protecting the country, then your skills won't have been learned in vain. His aunt quickly pushed her husband aside, saying spiritedly, "Oh, okay, I understand. Son, go and don't worry. Your parents aren't too worried about you anyway. You survived something big last time, so my son is sure to be okay." Hearing this, Wang Sheng couldn't help but gape and laugh. He then asked Shi Lian, "Big sis, how many days are you staying, or will you wait for our news at the villa?" Shi Lian calmly ate as she said, "If you two are going to fight, you have to take me with you. You two go first, I'll catch up after I finish eating." Wang Sheng then looked at Guan Xuan and asked, "Senior, shall I fly you there?" She hummed in agreement, and they held hands as they stepped forward. He casually said, "Let's go." And with that, they shot into the sky, vanishing from sight. Shi Lian watched in surprise. So fast. His strength is becoming increasingly unfathomable. Little Miao wonders, is my brother really that strong? While eating, Shi Lian says, "It's a reward. He's still far from Taoist Qing Lin back then, so there's no comparison. For his age, he's quite impressive." She licked her hand and said, "All right, I have to go before I lose them." Hei Yan quickly transformed back to her original, plumper form, turned around, playfully licked her hand, and thanked them for their hospitality. "Once this is settled, I'll go with Xiaofei to freeload some more." With that, she vanished into thin air. His parents waved and called after him, telling him to take his time and that he was always welcome. Little Miao Nungach is indeed an immortal. The little girl stared blankly for a moment, then spoke to her mother as the couple waited in silence for her to continue. Her eyes sparkled as she asked, "Mom, wouldn't it be cool if I dyed my hair silver like Big Sis?" Switching scenes to Wang Sheng, he walks and talks on the phone, asking, "Mao Yue, what exactly happened?" "Why is my master so angry?" Mu Yue recounts, "Not long ago, over 600 foreign cultivators ambushed our rescue team. I'll send you a video of the situation. You'll understand when you see it." In the video, he was covered in blood, struggling to stand, surrounded by a ground soaked in crimson. A masked figure stepped forward, saying smugly, "Yan Zheng, outstanding instructor of the Great Hua State's Special Combat Readiness Team, 62nd on the heavenly ranking of Taoist cultivators." He then coldly asked, "Well, do you want to live or die?" Zhengnan trembled. "I'm injured all over, but luckily my legs and spine are intact." His eyes bloodshot, he continued resolutely, "If you want war, I'll give you a fight to the death." These insults. Do you think I don't know what you're planning? At this point, tears of blood streamed from his eyes. The man laughed. "Fight to the death. It's not that easy. You're the only big fish in our trap." With that, he clicked his tongue, impressed. The great Oa nation was developing too quickly. This was only the first step. He smugly continued, "Just as your ancestors kneeled before the Nine-Nation Alliance, you will kneel before us today." Immediately after, the monsters tore into him. He continued, "Zheng, just beg for forgiveness, and you won't have to endure this pain. Is it so hard to beg? All we need is a propaganda video." Despite the pain, Zhengnan roared defiantly. You son of a bitch." Wang Sheng's hand trembled with rage. He gripped his phone, glaring at Guan Xuan, consumed by rage. "Senior apprentice, just as master said, you're radiating murderous intent." His eyes filled with resolve, Wang Sheng grit his teeth, and war was declared. On the border of Daihoa, Saros, a heavy snow fell. Here, two opposing auras clash as the two women battle relentlessly in the snow, the purple one appearing to be the enemy. The two join forces, attacking the orb together. A hint of malice flashes in her eyes, a formidable opponent indeed. Below, a group relentlessly attacks, forcing the masters to scatter. The white-haired figure with sharp teeth laughs at the chaos. "Trash from the Great Hua sect." A familiar figure quickly appears. Wang Sheng bit his lip and unleashed a long sword strike, surprising the two enemies who clearly weren't expecting this attack. Soon after, both of them were struck by a great force, and even the woman couldn't help but scream in pain. A thick fog quickly envelops everyone, ensuring their temporary safety. The girl realizes it's not snow magic, but sword intent. Some senior must be helping them. Wang Sheng soared through the air on his sword, thinking that his senior apprentice sister would send reinforcements soon. Until then, he closed his eyes, knowing he had to do his best to reduce the number of enemies. Wang Sheng quickly noticed ninjas from the island nation, European knights from the Middle Ages, burly men in camouflage, and half-human, half-beast creatures with green faces and sharp fangs. Not only that, but there were tribal warriors in animal skins, wielding long spears and a pair of hideous winged vampires. Zhao Yun also quickly appeared to assist. Wang Sheng thought to himself, roughly estimating that there were at least a dozen different enemy forces, all clearly targeting China. If that was the case, he declared, "You're all staying here." Moments later, our side reported good news. Reinforcements had arrived. A senior used lightning magic to repel the enemy's vanguard, and we immediately reorganized our ranks to counterattack. The combat-ready team launched an assault. Surrounded by mountains, the area is remote and deep. Yanzi fights relentlessly, a fierce glint in his eyes. He fights a monster alone, its blood spraying everywhere, but its power is not to be underestimated. The people behind him are injured, and they vow to take him down together. Meanwhile, Yanzi quickly erected a protective barrier, as those behind him were mostly defenseless. The giant wolf, clutching a sharp object, roared for his father, when suddenly a beam of light sliced through the vial in his hand. The light aimed for the wolf's chest, striking true. Startled, it couldn't react in time. Yanzi scoffed. "Such obvious movements. Do you think I'm blind?" But suddenly, he sensed something that could restrain him. The werewolf was dead, but there were still many more, and at that moment, vampires appeared in the sky. Yanzi eyed him warily, calculating that this monster was strong, and fighting him would leave him unable to protect the others. At the same moment, a burst of energy erupts, obliterating the werewolves. They're caught completely off guard, but Yanzi suddenly smiles, then throws his head back and laughs, saying, "Hold your ground, everyone." Everyone was stunned, unsure why he was laughing so maniacally, as Yanzi smugly announced, "Our reinforcements have arrived." At that moment, Wang Sheng's sword flew through the air towards the vampire. He thrust his sword forward, but the vampire vanished, reappearing behind Wang Sheng, who anticipated the move, his eyes darting back. He quickly swung his long sword around himself, while the vampire gathered his inner energy, forming a red orb. Wang Sheng points his sword and fiercely strikes, while the vampire attacks at the same time. The opposing forces clashed relentlessly, the victor uncertain. Then a cataclysmic explosion shook the very ground. His sword violently pierced through the vampire's power, heading straight for its heart. He bit down hard in pain, the vampire's eyes freezing in place. He stared intently, and in an instant, countless sword beams spread like a spider's web across the sky, tearing apart the vampire and werewolf minions. Yanzi watches the situation, lost in thought. Though Xiaosheng was imprisoned for 13 years, his body was cleansed by spiritual energy for just as long. In terms of cultivation, he's already at the top of the great Hoa nation's cultivators. He looks at his disciple. It seems that in recent years he has not only focused on increasing his cultivation, but has also used it with masterful skill, and his own abilities have reached their peak. The vampire multiplied into 3, gathering power for another attack, but Yanzi knew at a glance that this demon was no match for him. His sword energy quickly pierced through the vampire, hundreds of blades flying relentlessly, until finally a sharp sword plunged straight into the vampire's head. Wang Sheng remained expressionless, tightening his grip on the sword to drive it deeper. Blood gushed out, followed by a massive explosion, scattering the vampire's limbs everywhere. One of his arms was severed and taken away. With their leader gone, the remaining vampires scattered and fled. Wang Sheng scoffed, "Vampires, more like demon bats." But Wang Sheng wouldn't let them escape, deciding to hunt them all down. His sword energy followed close behind, obliterating them wherever they fled. Wang Sheng wondered if these bats were the primordial spirits of the vampires. He looked up at the sky, pondering what exactly the vampire's legacy was. Meanwhile, the vampires panicked, saying, "Lord Wu, impossible. Wang has failed." Yanzi quickly came to the rescue, decisively beheading the two. Then, Yanzi angrily shouted, "Xiaosheng, leave none alive!" Wang Sheng immediately obeyed. "Yes, master." And with that, he descended upon the werewolves and vampires. The surrounding earth and rocks were blasted away, as a 4-armed stone statue with a flower-shaped eye symbol appeared in the sky. A spectral woman appeared, saying, "I'll hold this Grand Blossom cultivator. You all escape quickly." Wang Sheng was initially stunned, dazed, and confused. He gripped his sword, quickly regaining his composure, thinking that the attack had worked again, as a purple figure flew towards the horde at breakneck speed. The blonde woman grumbled, annoyed that she wasted the prince's eye her ancestor left her. "Just who is that Eastern cultivator?" "Why is there no information on him?" the Fallen One said. "Lord Wu died by his hand, so your treasure wasn't wasted." The Fallen One continued, "The ancient king will surely compensate you upon our return. Let's leave this place. Today has been a nightmare for me." Wang Sheng's body was completely frozen, and he stood motionless below, when suddenly a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, startling them. The fallen one frantically turned his head. What's going on? Divine punishment? The blonde woman realizes below. Startled, she cried out, "Hurry! The prince's eye can't hold him!" Meanwhile, the ice encasing Wang Sheng began to crack, and with a flex of his muscles, it shattered into nothing. Wang Sheng breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, I was worried these fallen demons would take the opportunity to vent on me, but they turned and ran. Is the summoning seal not magic, but some kind of energy? Yanzi quickly came to his side, saying, Xiaoxing, it's a good thing you arrived in time, or we would have really been in trouble today. Xiaoxuan and the other supporting Taoists have arrived, so you don't need to worry anymore. Remembering the blonde girl, he lowered his head regretfully and said, Master, I'm sorry. I let some of the key people get away. Yanzi guessed it was likely the eye gouged out after a vampire prince died. The fact that you could resist it proves you can fight them head on. The greatest threat to Great Hua right now is those vampire princes, so don't feel discouraged. An elder stepped forward, beaming, and praised, Fai Yu's sword is so powerful, it shames us old fogies who were trapped for 13 years. Now Fai Yu is a dragon ascending to the heavens. Well done, well done. Yanzi humbly interrupted, Seniors, please don't praise him so, youth is easily discouraged. Standing next to him, Guanshuan pinched him in annoyance. Wang Sheng teared up in pain, blurting out, Senior, have mercy. Yanzi continued, Let's search again. If we encounter any enemies, kill them all and avenge our fallen comrades. Then he quickly added, Xiaoxing, Xiaoxuan, you come too, but be careful. He spoke up, Master, what about the rescue team and the Honorable Senior Zheng Nan? Yanzi recounted that although fellow Taoist Zheng Nan was severely injured, he barely managed to survive. As for the others? Wang Zi paused, heartbroken, adding, Everyone we didn't rescue was killed. Hearing this, a hint of resentment flashed across his face, and Wang Sheng and Guanshuan soared into the sky on their swords. Spotting a herd of elephants ahead, they relentlessly give chase, unaware of the masked assassins and werewolves lurking in the forest below. Wang Sheng, dressed in black, instructed, Senior, leave the killing to me. Guanshuan quickly agreed. As he sadly thought, reborn and imprisoned in the underworld for 13 years, I still cultivate with the sword. The sword's name has no beginning. The sword's name has no end. It is so that no one dares bully the Great Hua Nation, so that my family can live without worry. Immediately, a powerful surge of sword energy unleashed hundreds of sword strikes upon the monsters, and he resolutely vowed to slay any who dared bare their fangs at them. At that moment, the communicator rang. Headmaster Wang, you are approaching a small town on the border of Saros. Your battle with the vampires has alerted the Saros army, and they're requesting a parley. Wang Sheng quickly agreed to connect the call. Great Hua Cultivator, this is Saros Empire territory. The voice on the other end questioned him. Are you declaring war on the Saros Empire? Cease your indiscriminate killing. The people I killed aren't Saros citizens. You can quickly verify their identities. Wang Sheng continued. 10 minutes ago, dozens of heretics killed the Great Hua rescue team, and I infiltrated this city. If you want to help, seal the exits and search for suspects, he insisted. You have no right to kill people in our territory. Please stop causing trouble or we will lodge a serious protest with the Great Hua Nation. Wang Sheng, of course, showed no respect, continuing, I don't kill people indiscriminately. This is simply revenge. Immediately after, beams of power rained down from the sky towards the tower. The city's residents witnessed this phenomenon and looked up at the sky in an uproar as sword energy shot out, violently tearing through the air. The vampires were quickly pierced by sword energy, caught completely off guard. Some were even more unfortunate, struck directly by beams of light, like lightning tearing them limb from limb. The ground was littered with clothes and werewolf corpses. Wang Sheng coldly sheathed his sword, counting that this was the 26th one. Guanshuan watched him, her concern growing. I'm all right, Wang Sheng said, offering her a gentle smile. I'm fine, no need to worry. I'm not so weak that I can't kill a few enemies who've lost their minds. Suddenly, his phone rings. Wang Sheng took out his phone, surprised to see his master's wife calling. Jiling couldn't help but wonder. Xiaosheng, you've become an immortal, so how could you cause a city-slaughtering tribulation? Explain yourself. I haven't even reached the core formation stage yet. Wang Sheng chuckled nervously. It's just a minor spell I've learned over the years, not very powerful. Master, where did you see me destroy the city? She sighed and continued. You've become an internet sensation, and basically destroyed the image of the refined, gentle cultivator. However, you were protecting the dignity of the great Ho nation, and that merit has been recorded. But your recent vampire hunt has successfully attracted the attention of the Blood Clan's Prince Gui Vat. He's just arrived in the Saros Empire's capital, demanding a fair fight with you. Wang Sheng and Guan Xuan looked down while flying on their swords, and he asked in surprise, "A vampire prince? A fair fight?" Qiling explains, according to our intel, Gava is the current prince of the Vat family, ranking third in strength among known princes, but still a step below the three ancient princes who have never shown their faces. The vampire you killed before was a marquis, a bit weaker than Gava. Qiling couldn't help but worry, saying honestly, "If you hadn't seemed so relaxed when you dealt with that vampire, I wouldn't be telling you all this. Stay put. I'll inform your master and some experts to assist you." Wang Sheng gets to the point. Master's wife. "I want to know the government's stance. Do they need me to win?" She replies that they do, but she doesn't want him to feel too much pressure, whether for her own sake or to protect a solid pillar for the future of cultivation. Wang Sheng gazes into the distance and replies, "If the nation needs it, then I'll go and win. But there's no need for Master to get involved. The time it takes us to gather is also the time for their experts to gather, so we can't delay. If possible, it would be best to force them to fight me." Qiling responded, "Then try to win quickly. Reinforcements will come later. As for provoking the enemy, I can have someone try, but I don't know if it will work." Then he quickly hung up. Wang Sheng immediately told Guanxuan, "Senior, fly me so I can recover my magic faster." She happily agreed. And so sword-chest Guanxuan helped him ascend. Wang Sheng pondered after his energy recovered. De Hua had never suppressed foreign cultivators. He silently circulated his inner energy, his mind still calculating. But that didn't mean the great Hua nation was truly a pushover, allowing others to bully them at their doorstep without retaliation. Standing tall on this blue planet for 5,000 years, what battles haven't they seen? Those so-called superpowers are fleeting. Only victory in time will prove who is the strongest master of the East and who is merely a momentary passerby. Cultivation is for longevity and freedom, while magic is for protecting the path, oneself, and loved ones. If a cultivator is born in the mountains and raised in the mist, then their devotion to cultivation is understandable. He closes his eyes, his inner strength rapidly gathering. But I was born in the great Hoa nation, and I grew up in this land. Wang Sheng was filled with determination. Then he must live with the blood of the great Hoa nation, die with the soul of the great Hoa people, and not only fight, but also win. In the sky, a strange figure stood alone, the Blood Prince, Gu Jiwa. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and his brow furrowed with suspicion as two starlight-like sources appeared in the distance. Wang Sheng and Guanxuan quickly flew forward on their swords, both calm in the face of a powerful opponent. He turned to her and said, "Just watch the battle, senior sister." Though worried, Guanxuan nodded, knowing he wasn't afraid but couldn't be careless. Wang Sheng closed his eyes, and in his mind he called out to Zhao Yun. She quickly appeared beside him, reassuring him, "Just relax. Even if we encounter someone stronger than an immortal, I can still protect you and Hua Qing and get you both out of here." Hearing this, he felt a little relieved, and gripping his sword, Wang Sheng said, "Thank you." The image of the prince quickly appeared on his sword as Wang Sheng frowned at his opponent, who was channeling inner power, eyes bloodshot and sharp fangs bared. And just like that, they charged at each other. A battle between two powerful opponents quickly erupted, his sword energy relentlessly slashing, while claw attacks rained down in response. Wang Sheng gritted his teeth, attacking relentlessly, while Vat blocked and struck back in equal measure. Guanxuan followed his instructions, observing without interfering, but she couldn't help but look bewildered. Is my junior trying to meet force with force? What happened to the unpredictable, ever-changing swordsmanship you spoke of? Quickly, Wang Sheng's sword pierced Vat's chest, while at the same moment Vat's hand pierced his. They quickly backed away from each other, creating distance. Then he scoffed, channeling his inner energy as a fierce red aura gathered around him. Wang Sheng carefully observes his opponent, remaining on guard. A faint smile graces his lips as he thinks, "So, this is a vampire prince?" Power emanated from his heart, and he couldn't help but calculate. I'd heard that great Hua cultivators could use lightning magic, and I was secretly on guard for a long time, but now it seems that it's just a trick to deal with the rabble. It seems he underestimated me. Then, 5 bolts of lightning simultaneously struck him, startling him. Wang Sheng smugly watched him think, the startup sequence complete, ready to teach your demon a lesson. With that thought, his eyes turned cold. This was the third sword intent Wang Sheng had comprehended while trapped in the underworld. Meanwhile, back at the snow mountain, the atmosphere remained grim. Yanzi flew by, asking, "Command, what's the situation with Fei Yu's battle?" he couldn't help but worry. While direct combat usually allowed the Heavenly Masters to suppress the Blood Clan princes, Gucci was one of the strongest, and Xiaosheng might be in for a tough fight. Maoyo happily reports, King Yanji Darin, no need to worry. The satellites just captured a series of images. Hearing this, he was so surprised he froze, his movements becoming sluggish. Maoyue brings good news. Taoist Wang is gaining the upper hand with his new divine power, while Wang Sheng raises his sword high, causing Vat to break out in a cold sweat. He lightly slashed with the Heavenly Tribulation sword intent, and the opponent quickly crumbled. Vat couldn't withstand the blow, his body rapidly disintegrating, but strange, eerie red remnants appeared in the sky. His body fell, and with unconvinced and evil thoughts, Vat cursed the audacity to oppose him from the start, ambushing him with insidious tricks while he was recovering. He was furious, silently cursing the shameless and despicable Huaxia warriors, vowing they would never be forgiven. Then Vat couldn't help but shout, "I want to tear your body apart, grind your bones to dust, and feed your blood to the lowest slaves." Just then, many wraiths appeared from the sky. Wang Sheng was silent. He raised his sword, glaring fiercely at Vat and his bats, and with a flourish, a net of lightning-infused sword energy materialized before him. Suddenly, Wang Sheng noticed Vat trying to slip through the defensive net he had created. He thought, trying to run? Vat roared, "I will make you pay. Just you wait." He immediately gave chase, sword in hand, determined not to let his enemy escape. He instructed Guanshuan, "Stay here and wait for Master and the others to handle this." Guanshuan quickly obeyed, looking at him with encouraging eyes. "Be careful." Meanwhile, Muye was busy monitoring the cameras and relaying information. The Blood Clan prince has been defeated and is fleeing, and Master Wang is in hot pursuit. The satellite has detected a large number of vampires, an estimated 40 appearing on the western border. We've tried contacting Wang, but he doesn't have his phone with him, likely due to the intensity of the pursuit. Maoyue ordered them to immediately contact Fairy Boyu for assistance, and security personnel quickly informed the team that Wang Daochang and the vampire prince were moving too fast, faster than the limit for ordinary gifted cultivators. Maoyue paced anxiously, trying to contact Wang Daoshi again, and reported the situation to see if the Saros Empire would agree to help and use laser weapons to stop the vampire prince. "I know Wang Daozhang's personality more or less. If he's made up his mind, he won't give up until he succeeds." She felt deeply uneasy. "Answer the phone, Master Wang." Lot had flown to the outskirts of West Saros, and he gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, why are the cultivators of Great Xia so difficult to deal with? If he could just hold on a little longer, wait until he met up with his brethren, they could surround and kill him. Suddenly, a fierce wave of sword energy struck, severing his wings. Before he could turn around, Wang Sheng's swords wove a formation in the air. Lot was spent, his eyes darkening with death. Wang Sheng showed no mercy, and without a second thought, he struck, sending blood flying as Lot cried out in anguish, "You'll pay for this!" But before he could finish, his body was torn to pieces. Wang Thang scoffed, wondering how such weak vampires survived the Immortal's Purge and became representatives of hostile forces against China. He resolved to eliminate these harmful beings, no matter what. The crowd below gasped and recoiled. A royal prince, dead just like that? How could it be? That was one of the 6 most powerful vampire princes. Half an hour later, the announcement came again. "Xiaosheng, we've just received intel that a large number of vampires are gathering on the western border because you hunted down a vampire prince. What are your thoughts?" He calmly replied, "Teacher, I'll say it again." His face serious, he continued, "What does Great Huaxia need me to do? This disciple will do his best." Then Zhuriling added that they had made a few suggestions. First, he and Bu Yu will return to study the next steps and then decide how to counterattack. Of course, if Fei Yu has any feasible plans, he can propose them directly, and we will seriously consider his suggestions. Wang Xing turns to Guan Xuan, wondering if his martial sister has any tactical ideas. She suggested that yin and yang give birth to all things, and that extreme yang is not empty, but transformed by yin. Wang Sheng didn't understand a word of it. Chilling explains, "Xiaoshen means we can work with the Blood Clan's enemies to deal with them. This suggestion is worth considering, but what we need to discuss now is how to deal with the Blood Clan gathering in the west." Wang Sheng coldly replied, "Master, if that's the case, I have a way too." The crowd roared, "To avenge the prince, those hateful Daiwa cultivators must have their bones crushed to dust." They plotted, saying that once they avenged the prince, they would take advantage of the situation to enter Daihoa and turn the whole of Daihoa into their hunting ground. First, they would drag out the Daihoa cultivator who plotted against the prince, turn him into the lowest-level blood slave and slaughter his clansmen before his very eyes. Wang Sheng looked at Guanxuan and said, "Senior, I have enough magical power." She asked worriedly, "Do we have to fight students from other countries again?" Wang Sheng considered that a battle was inevitable, as the Earth's cultivation resources were limited. Instead of waiting for war, fighting now will secure more resources for future growth, and his flick at the sword has alerted Jiao Yun. She quickly appeared and asked, "What's wrong?" Wang Sheng calmly replied, "It's nothing, just a slip of the hand. I was afraid you wouldn't know that the spirit formation can't activate the array." She glanced at the fallen crowd and asked, "Aren't you resting? Are you here to watch over them?" Immediately, she merged back into the sword. Wang Sheng smiled wryly, thinking this powerful figure was probably showing concern for him and his senior apprentice. He then instructed Guanxuan, "Senior, stick to the plan we discussed." She replied resolutely, "Be careful." Immediately, he charged alone toward the fallen, his face unwavering despite their overwhelming and terrifying numbers. Without hesitation, Wang Sheng mounted his sword and charged forward, channeling his inner power into a surge of energy at his fingertips, breaking through the encirclement with unstoppable force. One of the bats cried out, claiming he killed Prince Lot to avenge another prince. Wang Sheng quickly drew his sword, a green light flashing. Lightning gathered around him, and Wang Sheng scoffed, "You can't even make me break a sweat." The ring of power was like a vacuum, slaughtering the fallen. Wang Sheng channeled more internal energy, roared, and unleashed more lightning, each powerful strike claiming the lives of many. Wherever his power surged, they were torn apart. Wang Sheng observed and thought, "Most of the vampires attacking me are counts, at most a few dukes, but they definitely won't rely on numbers to attack me. I can feel it." He scanned the vampires, sensing something among them. Could it be a prince-level vampire waiting to strike? With that thought, he smirked, calculating that if he could draw all the vampires here, even as the sky grew dark with their numbers, then victory will be ours. Meanwhile, Guanxuan gathers her strength, reaching out and channeling her power. Quan Han remained silent as a sphere rapidly formed before her, and the bats looked to the sky in alarm, asking, "What's happening? Where did this mist come from?" Quan Huan began to set up her formation, chanting in her mind, "Soul-shackling formation, open." The elder vampire realized that once inside, none of them would escape, and warned, "I told you all, you can go anywhere, but never to Daihoa." Over 1,000 years ago, we once revealed our ambition for Daihoa, but at that time our combat power was dozens of times stronger than it is now. Immediately, he channeled his inner power, and a red halo quickly appeared as he continued. When we arrived at the border of the ancient kingdom, a middle-aged man appeared before us and defeated us all in an instant. From then on, our blood clan fell into decline, driven back to the fields by those cultivators. A clansman spoke up, "My lord, will we not avenge the prince? We've lost so many of our people today." The old vampire shook his head. "Even if I went myself, I couldn't guarantee their safety or even my own escape. From now on, let Wu become one of the remaining 5 families." He knew their prince was foolish, only good for offering them up as compensation. But as he spoke, he sensed an overwhelming presence approaching. From the shadows, a figure emerges, radiating a palpable aura of menace. Wang Sheng is furious, channeling his inner power, causing everything around him to levitate. The old vampire and his men felt a chill run down their spines, and he knew at a glance that this man was far stronger than him. The old vampire gritted his teeth, wondering just how many monsters Great Xia had cultivated. Finally, he stepped forward respectfully. "Respected Eastern cultivator, we did not mean to offend you. Gutch Trivon acted alone. Now, our supposed peace has fallen into darkness. I deeply regret this." Wang Sheng remained wary, watching him. "We've already started a war?" He smiled serenely. "No, that was just an act on their behalf. It doesn't represent our entire blood clan. Like now, aren't we talking very peacefully?" Wang Sheng spoke. "If that's the case, let's spar." He drew his sword and said, "We'll just determine the better fighter. No need for a life or death struggle, how about it?" The old vampire spoke. "Taoist, the vampires are now living peacefully in their estates, with no reason to wage war against Great Xia. The ones who dared provoke Great Xia were the Vat family, and they will be severely punished by our kind." He smiled, saying, "Please, don't be angry. We share this planet, so we shouldn't be enemies." But Wang Sheng remained firm. "I want to fight you. The younger generation of vampires is too weak, but you're not bad. My master is on his way as well. If we keep stalling, I'm afraid we won't be able to continue." Hearing this, the old vampire couldn't help but break out in a sweat. This guy has a master? How vast is the difference in power? The old man said, No, 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 the word fight is too serious for us. It's just a friendly exchange. And I will use the resources of our blood clan to show the world your heroic side. Wang Sheng quickly turned and left, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. Could you choose the time and place, but if you try anything, I'll visit each of your families one by one. His words were filled with intense killing intent. After saying that, he turned and left without another word, his figure quickly disappearing as Zhao Yun appeared, saying, I sense that those Western vampires have retreated. Wang Xing finally breathed a sigh of relief, as if he'd been forcing himself to be strong for a long time. He scratched his head and said to her with a smile, Thank you, Fairy, for guiding me to use psychological warfare to scare that old monster. Acting like a master is a skill, too. I should have learned some stagecraft from my master. Seeing him like this, Zhao Yun was speechless. After a pause, she continued, That old man is the Blood Clan's ancient prince. His strength is equal to the fox demi-immortal at your side. You threatened him and dared to face him alone. You were clearly courting death. He then told Zhao Yun, Our formation will only hold for 3 days at most. Wang Sheng sat down on the ground and continued, That ancient prince not leaving is our biggest problem. Luckily, she saw that he was wary of the Taoist sect, or I wouldn't have dared to bet on bluffing him. He chuckled sheepishly. Well, it's not a total loss. The odds are slim, but not zero. For now, we've managed to avoid the brunt of their attack. As for the duel he mentioned, postpone it until I form the nascent soul. Jiao Van glanced over, reminding him, So hurry up and improve your strength, so my sisters won't laugh at me later. Forcing a smile, he changed the subject. Let's regroup with our senior first. Cut to a Saros military base where someone quickly approaches to report. Sir, we've received intel that the vampires have completely withdrawn. The old man glanced over. You've studied the great Hua cultivation world. Do you know who that mysterious expert is? The man quickly reported that he was likely the astonishing young sword cultivator from over a decade ago, a disciple of the reclusive Taoist. Oh, and that woman appears to be the Eastern Angel cultivator, also a disciple of the reclusive Taoist. They've both been missing for over a decade. His image is displayed on the screen. The soldier continued. The cultivators of Great China like to hide in remote places, sometimes secluding themselves for years. They might emerge at any time, so, of all people, don't mess with the cultivators of Great China. Hearing this, the officer's eyes widened in surprise, and he shouted so loudly that he dropped the cigarette from his mouth. The destroyer of the Blood Clan, Wang Fei Yu. What about that name? The soldier asked blankly. Sir, what are you trying to say? He continued somberly. Whether Great China wants to suppress this or use it as a threat, from our perspective, only by having powerful cultivation forces constantly fighting each other can we gain more benefits. And we must repay kindness. Faced with his imposing presence, the soldier couldn't help but gulp as the scene shifted to the sky, where several beams of light were constantly moving. The great elder spoke. Fellow Taoist Buyan, what is the situation now? Yanzi continued. Intel just came in. An ancient vampire prince has appeared. The grand elder anxiously exclaimed, Then let's pick up the pace. We can't let those 2 kids bear the brunt of it. The old geezers should be risking their lives, but here we are, sitting back and enjoying the show. Suddenly, something in front of Yanzi makes him stop short. In the distance, 2 familiar lights rapidly approach. Wang Sheng shouts, Master, you must be surprised. Xiaoshuan, Xiaosheng. Everyone landed anxiously, peppering them with questions as soon as they saw them. Feiyu, are you hurt? Where are those vampires? Even a clay figure has a temper. Today, we fight them. Heavenly Lord of immeasurable light. Today, we'll strike directly at them, eradicate that dark faction, and remove a tumor for the human race. Yanzi quickly took his pulse, and couldn't help but ask curiously, Xiaosheng, did you fight the ancient vampire duke? He answered honestly, Not a direct confrontation. Wang Sheng's expression turned serious as he spoke, but he could confirm that he sensed the man's strength. Let's head back for now. Oh, right, has anyone seen Senior Sister Xilian? He paused, then corrected himself. Senior Xilian? It seems Senior Helion set off before us. Now that they've both entered the Saros Empire, who knows where she's gone? Maybe we should ask the investigation team. He quickly contacted Mu Yue. The signal went through, and as he waited for her to pick up, Mu Yue burst into tears. Reverend Wang, our leader's phone uses the Dai Hoa network, and she lost contact as soon as she entered Saros. And we lowered her surveillance level years ago, so we don't have a tracking device. The team leader just chewed me out. I'm worried she's lost." No sooner had he thought this than Shi Lian's deafening voice rang out. "Little Fei Yu, where are you? Come quick and see what I've found. We've hit the jackpot." He collapsed to the ground, grinding his teeth in anger as he thought, "My senior and I are risking our lives here. Big sis, you're scavenging for treasure in the snowfield again. You have to share some with me later." The night sky here is full of stars, a truly romantic scene, but they have no interest in such things. Standing before a block of ice in which two figures were frozen, Shi Lian watched as Wang Sheng and the others approached. He landed as soon as he arrived. Shi Lian angrily shouted telepathically, "Xiaofei Yu, what are you doing? I told you and Xiaoxuan Xuan to come together. Why did you bring so many old men? There are only one or two treasures." He covered his ears and retorted, "Big sis, is it really appropriate for you to use the word old? What if they're a little older?" Zhao Yun chimes in. "How can cultivators like us dwell on age? Appearance is born of the heart. Whether one appears old is entirely up to one's state of mind." Wang Sheng was left helpless. Yes, you're right about everything." Xilin was stunned. "Which great figure from Fei Yu's blessed heavenly palace is this?" Zhao Yun replied, "The past is the past. Now I am only Fei Yu's sword spirit." Shi Lian flattered, "So it's a heavenly court princess. Your Highness's noble character is truly admirable, allowing Xiaofei Yu to live on while being trapped in the soulless sword." Zhao Yun replied, "He's just lucky. I'm only temporarily cultivating here. If you're in danger, I'll show myself to help." He smiled wryly. "Xiaoshou, these two big shots really see me as a chat app." As he landed, he said, "Big sis, Miss Helian is approaching and can't help but praise you. Little Fei Yu, not bad. After some time, you've managed to drag a few more big shots to be trapped in your mind." She cheerfully added, "Maybe in a few years we can enter your mind palace and play mahjong." Wang Sheng interjected, "Big sis, stop joking around. What did you actually find?" Yan quickly revealed that they weren't anything special, just a relic, an ancient scripture, a scroll, and two ice statues, pointing to the frozen figures behind her. Everyone looked and immediately recognized the people inside, now frozen like statues. Yanzi asked her curiously, "Senior Shi Lian, who are these ice sculptures?" Shi Lian quickly explained, "They were already here. I didn't do it." The Grand Elder observes that the ice seal seems to be magic formed in an instant, like a secret technique of the Quran kingdom. Yanzi says, "It seems S wanted to kill D." "Zhaosheng, what do you think happened?" Wang Sheng suspects a spy from the overseas dark faction appeared between the two, and the other person discovered it. But this is just our speculation, so why not get them out of the ice and ask? Guanxuan has her own theory, and she quickly calls Leah onto the screen, suggesting that Dale is more trustworthy, as she was once an envoy of Gelen, while SL is just a bodyguard. Shi Lian applauds, "Little Xuan, have you switched careers to become a detective?" She happily said, "While waiting for my junior brother, I read a lot of detective comics, some with amazing logic and art." Helian clasped her hands and said, "Please, master, introduce me." Listening to the two women, Yanzi and Wang Than were speechless. Wang Sheng pulled his master aside and said, "Master, I think there's a good way we can—" Hearing this, he quickly agreed, "All right, let's do it." Immediately, he struck the ice on Deal's side and it quickly began to evaporate and melt. Deal's face was flushed from the cold and she was soaking wet. Guanxuan quickly brought a towel, surprised to see her. "Master Butong," Delay urgently said. "Master Butong, this is probably a trap, set up by them." He smiled reassuringly, telling her not to panic, that everything was resolved. "Xiaoxuan, take her out of the valley. Let's leave this place for now." Immediately, Guanxuan gently wrapped a cloth around her, realizing she was a little hasty, and Dili obediently followed suit as Wang Sheng watched and asked, "Does Master want to check if she's lying?" Yanzi spoke up, "Real or fake? Just ask her and you'll know." The two quickly turned their attention to the remaining girl's cell. Just as she escaped the ice village, her sword thrust forward violently. His words startled her, and she turned around. The unspoken Taoist. The non-verbal Taoist. Wang Sheng, feigning ignorance, asked Sai, "Where is Day?" Sai looked away, saying, she was blown away by the shockwave of the explosion during the incident. Upon hearing this, Yanzi and Wang Sheng exchanged a subtle glance. He quickly ordered her capture, and invisible threads swiftly bound her. Meanwhile, after questioning, they discovered that S-Lan was indeed planted in the Cesnan family by dark forces, and to keep her cover, the bomb was even set to explode in front of her. And just as the news reported, the plane exploded, endangering all the passengers. But unexpectedly, the relic suddenly activated, safely returning nearby passengers to the ground. But Day was immediately alert, tearing a protective scroll and whisking Sia and 3 treasures away. This incident made Sia believe her plan was exposed, and she immediately attacked Day. But, luckily, Dee's reaction speed was quick, immediately activating a protective treasure that froze the two in place, until they were stumbled upon by the lost sister Si Lian. Meanwhile, at a military base, Yanzi stood in contemplation. Wang Sheng and Guan Xuan approached, and seeing him like this, Wang Sheng called out, "Master," Yanzi said, "we didn't intend to interfere with matters beyond the border, but they came to us first. They say in times of peace we must think of war, but we were content in peace, forgetting the origin of cultivation, unable to escape the word tranquility." Then, turning back with a smile, he told them, "All right, let's head back. The investigation team will handle the rest." The two quickly bowed in unison. "Yes, sir." Wang Thang worriedly thought to himself that his master seemed calm, but he was clearly still angry, and as his disciple he had to share his burden. Suddenly he shouted, startling them both, then chuckled, "That's right. After today, Xiaosheng, you're practically world famous, so be careful out there." Surprised. Immediately following that, articles flooded every social media platform. The lightning controller stands tall, the ancient vampire falls. The god's eldest son descends with heavenly punishment, the executor of heaven's wrath, the fallen son of God, the wielder of the Sword King's unspoken words. He couldn't help but grimace, thinking, what is all this? Guanshuan showed him a series of comments, and she couldn't help but be happy for him. Wang Xing clicked his tongue, thinking, oh well, as long as they're happy. He suddenly remembered something and asked, "Right, master. I once saw a video about the masked man leading an ambush against Senior Niem Chin Nam. Who was that?" "Yes, we've confirmed his identity. The young sect leader of the Yin-Yang Myriad Things sect." He recounted how, years ago, they swept through the sect, and its practitioners gradually split into 2 factions, one peaceful and supported by them, the other joining the Western Dark Forces, with the young sect leader being a prime example. Rumor has it he even took a dark arts master as his godfather. Wang Sheng is determined to make them pay for what they've done. He patted Wang Sheng's shoulder. "Of course, but I just received some information. A small matter I need your help with." Wuzi quickly added, "Go quickly and return quickly." After hearing the details, he was caught between laughter and tears, asking, "Master, must I be the one to go?" Yanzi said, "Forcing you to go on this trip for me is also a way to relieve boredom." We cut to Wang Sheng's parents' house, and it's now morning. Little Miao was lost in thought on the balcony when she suddenly startled, overjoyed to see the 3 of them flying back on their swords. "Big brothers, you're back." Yanzi couldn't help but wonder. "Xiao Miao, why are you standing on the balcony? Where are Mom and Dad?" The little girl smiled bitterly. Her parents were inside, but it wasn't a good time to go in. Her father was kneeling on the ground in distress. "Ming, let me explain. I have nothing to do with her." "Wait, isn't he Athena's father?" "He's a man, and the auntie unleashes a torrent of scolding. You're something else. At your age, you still remember Athena. Isn't this the cartoon we watched when we were young? The one with the Pegasus meteor fist?" "I don't care. There's definitely something wrong with you." His father tried to appease her. Yes, my dear wife, don't be angry. Didn't they say that life expectancy is increasing, so menopause will be later?" His aunt glared at him irritably, and he immediately lamented, "What a terrifying aura." His mother wasn't about to stop, grinding her teeth as she held the knife. "Looks like I need to teach you a lesson today, or our marriage can't continue." He helplessly replied, "Ming, let me explain." Hearing the commotion, his mother glanced over to see Wang Sheng peeking through the slightly open door with Guan Xuan, as he cheerfully announced, "Mom, Dad, I'm home." His father rushes over, overjoyed. "Xiaosheng, you're finally back. Your mother's bulletin board is full of you." His father excitedly asks, "Xiaosheng, are you really that powerful now?" He chuckled awkwardly, explaining, "It's just using some magic. I can't really control lightning." His mother proudly boasted that her son was the best, and soon after, the family sat down to chat. His mother and Xi Lian got along well, while Guan Zhuan listened quietly. Xiao Miao whispered, "Brother, you're so cool. Killing a vampire prince, driving back an old prince from 1,000 years ago, and causing such a stir in Saro City." Wang Xing was surprised. This news had already spread. The girl explained that it was just 1 or 2 photos of him in battle. She saw the news on Ti Tian Truong's social media. He was speechless. His brother stirred in the group chat, with Hoai Kin saying, "These foreign cultivators are bullying our Daihoa too much. There's nothing fun to do lately, so how about I invite some friends to go to the foreign lands for an adventure?" Van Phi chimed in. "Fingu is about to become a Nguyenan realm expert, while we're just barely forming our golden cores." Hothan and Thien Truong cheered. When did you break through? Easy there. I need to go into seclusion while you're reaching the top. Tianzhang quickly wrote a song praising his magnificence, saying that the heretical cultivators no longer have a home, that the foreign lands dare to offend, that there is a sword to protect the body, that the royal blood clan was beheaded, that the ancient royal blood clan retreated, that the disciple of the taciturn Taoist, Fei Yu Taoist, continuously beheaded countless blood clans, raising the prestige of our great Hua. Yunji scorned, "My rhymes are a bit off, but they're not refined enough to be worth a word." Lian Ziye also contributed, "Why don't you come and see a poor Taoist write one?" Wang Sheng looked at the chat group and couldn't help but rejoice, thinking that it seemed that in the few years he was away, they had been taking care of Xiao Miao for him. Thinking of this, he immediately unfriended a certain talkative person. Wang Sheng smiled at the girl and instructed, "Be careful who you befriend. Bad friends like Shu Tianzhang should be left to your brother. Friends, except for the regular money-making team." Wang Sheng messaged everyone, "Master assigned me a mission. Anyone want to join?" Yunji spoke up first. "A mission from the silent Taoist? Unfortunately, I'm in seclusion and can't join." Huijing said, "Amitabha, our regular group hasn't been active in a long time, and our luck is dwindling." Yinglong and Qiling also joined, and of course, Tianzhang wouldn't miss it. Where Brother Sheng is, I'll be. "Tell me, Brother Thang, what's the mission this time?" "My master said we're escorting some senior scientists to Andao Kwok for an academic exchange." Tianzhang was excited. "Oh, going to An Island." Everyone else understood. The very next day, they quickly arrived at the airport, where their plane was preparing for takeoff, leaving Wang Sheng with some questions. "What are you all planning to do?" Huaiqin asked cheerfully. "Amitabha, it wouldn't matter if it were just us, but Fei Yu is coming along this time." "Indeed, we've put a lot of thought into this. It's always better to be prepared. Junior Brother Wang, wherever you go, big things are sure to happen. Besides, we'll have fellow Taoist Tianzhang with us. He's the common enemy of the British Isles, so they're sure to launch a series of exciting tourist activities like assassinations, ambushes, and mudslinging of all kinds." Tianzhang laughed. "Don't worry, Brother Sheng. We definitely won't hold you back. If anything urgent happens, we can still make a run for it." Seeing this person, Lian Chan couldn't help but get a headache, and Guan Xuan stepped forward to support him. Xi Lian excitedly asked, "Xiaofei Yu, are you going to blow up Mount Futo this time? Or are you going to deal with the 4 hidden villages?" He replied, "Just going to enjoy the hot springs and cherry blossoms, then wait for the scientists to finish their work so I can relax at home for a while." Tianzhang chimed in, "Don't worry, Senior. Wang Sheng never goes looking for trouble. It always finds him." Wang Sheng frowned. "Can't you wish me well?" Then, as if remembering something, his eyes sparkled. Wang Sheng asked Tianzhang, "Are you willing to bet on it? If something happens this time, I'll grant you guys a request, but if it goes smoothly, you'll help me find a suitable cultivation master for Xiaoye." Tianzhang grinned slyly. "You said it, Brother Sheng." Everyone excitedly agreed, raising their hands to join the bet. Before Huijing could finish, the plane began to shake, and an announcement warned of turbulence, advising passengers to fasten their seatbelts and remain calm. Wang Sheng couldn't help but groan. Was he really just a magnet for trouble? Hours later, at an airport in England, the plane touched down quickly, and everyone told him, "Master Fei, that turbulence is actually normal for international flights." He began to explain. "Because we established a ley line leading close to the national border, the flow of primal energy has become complex and erratic." Wang Sheng's face darkened as he thought, "Great. So the problem lies with the ley line." He glanced at the people behind him, stifling their laughter. They'd clearly set a trap for him. Wang Sheng spoke up. "What kind of research brings you all to the Isle of England?" "It's to attend a scientific conference." He continued, "Although we have the deepest understanding, the most in-depth research, and the most achievements with primordial energy in some fields, foreign scholars are ahead of us." He continued, "If our techniques are inferior, we must study diligently. We can't dismiss other countries' researchers just because we've achieved something." Wang Sheng smiled, eager to learn and progress together. This spirit is truly commendable. Hearing this, he excitedly ran over and asked, "Tell us, are you the reincarnation of the great Emperor Ziwei?" He was taken aback. Wang Sheng couldn't help but grimace, thinking, after all that talk about science and technology, they ask me this. Guan Xuan spoke up. "There were widespread rumors that Qing Yanji's 2 disciples were reincarnated heavenly immortals, and we already know about Wu Yu's background." He paused. "Your talent and comprehension of the sword, knowing the Ziwei heavenly sword and being able to control the heavenly tribulation, we can't help but speculate." Tao Yun telepathically tells him, "You aren't. Don't guess wildly. Just focus on cultivation. The answer awaits you on the path ahead." Heeding her words, Wang Sheng solemnly declares, I am not. Wang Xing telepathically thanked her, thinking, whether I'm a reincarnated immortal or an earthling, I'm just Wang Sheng, with the Taoist name Fei Yu, studying under Qing Yanji, accumulating sword techniques and cultivating the Tao. Immediately, he took Guanxuan's hand, looked at her, and said with a happy smile, "And seen your sister. Don't worry about the past, only the future." Everyone then left the airport, and Huaijing stepped forward, saying, "Amitabha, Fei Yu, are you still taking bets on this?" Wang Sheng forces a smile. "Of course, I'll settle up before I leave. I don't believe in this peaceful world that anyone would want to fight and kill us for no reason." Huaijing shouts, "Tiba, congratulations to Fei Yu for his achievements." 2 sentences in a row that hit the mark. A group of islanders approached, hurling insults. "Tiba, get out of our island! We don't welcome you!" "Devil Tianjiang, fight me for 800 rounds." Wang Xing glares at him, and Tianjiang pretends to look away. Huaijing speaks up. "So, Fei Yu, does the bet still count?" Wang Sheng stubbornly replies, "How could it not count?" He decisively adds, "This mess he caused isn't part of the bet, so he's on his own. Let's get in the car and let him handle it." Tianjiang shouted, "Brother Sheng, you can't leave me." He glanced over and said, "Stop wasting time and quickly resolve this." Tianjiang quickly shouted an incantation, then glared at the group with annoyance. "Oh my, haven't spoken in days, and you're already running your mouth, leaving your crew pale-faced." Wang Sheng cracks his knuckles. "Have you forgotten my nickname?" His nickname is Walking, Talking Cannon, and Tianjiang quickly pulls out a talisman, makes a hand seal, channels his inner power, and slyly attaches the talisman to his chest. Tianjiang grins, then launches into a rapid-fire string of nonsense syllables. A small ditch trying to compare itself to a large river, a small stream trying to compare itself to a hydroelectric dam. Koba owakochiowa aba abasulasuла bakasuka. Wang Sheng watched him stand there, dumbfounded, realizing this guy had truly found his calling. He looked at Tianjiang, thinking, in the cultivation world, I'm at the top of the younger generation, but in the world of trash talk, there are 999 keyboard warriors between me and this guy. Immediately, those guys were stunned into silence by the barrage of insults. Wang Sheng turned and said, "Let's go." Tianjiang happily agreed, then shouted, "Someone go get more backup. There aren't enough of you for me to shoot. If you want to deal with me, send in the troops." With a sly grin, he added, "Besides, my idol rarely visits the British Isles, and I wouldn't want his trip to be boring." One of them swung fiercely at Wang Sheng, yelling, "Get out of Britain!" He raised his gun, taking aim, but Tianjiang was shocked as a beam of light blasted back towards the group. Everyone who witnessed this phenomenon was dumbstruck. It was like a bolt from the blue as they stared at the crater in the ground, and one of them cried out, "He controls heavenly tribulation. He's come to our England island." Wang Sheng glared at them, and the crowd murmured, "It's him! The villain who killed the Blood Prince, used heavenly lightning to massacre Acero City, and single-handedly wiped out one of the 6 great blood clans. No way!" From afar, a girl swooned, "So handsome." He turned, warning Tianjiang, "Don't ever use me as a distraction again, got it?" Tianjiang grinned obsequiously. "Don't worry, Brother Thang, I'm just using your name to scare them. Besides, the islanders admire the strong. The more powerful and domineering you are, the more they'll admire you. Who knows, you might already have some admirers." In the sky, a plane flies ever closer, descending low enough to see the green of the trees below as a bus arrives to pick everyone up. Inside, Wang Sheng and the others are each occupied, some silent, others chatting animatedly. Guanxuan hands him a phone, saying, "It's been spread." Wang Sheng wondered, "Spread what?" "What's been spread?" "The island nation's news quickly reported on you. It reads, your sudden appearance executing heavenly tribulation poses an unprecedented threat to the island nation. Our cultivators must unite against such a powerful foe." No fighting, no fighting. The elite ninja of the village spread the word. No fighting. He blankly read the information, while Tianjiang excitedly cheered, "Brother Thang is the best." Annoyed, he quickly grabbed Tianjiang's collar. With veins popping in his forehead, Wang Sheng asked, "Am I that scary? Wasn't I dragged into this by you?" Tianjiang trembled slightly. "Brother Sheng, I swear this really has nothing to do with me. I'm surrounded by complainers, all led by those keyboard warriors." Seeing he was still angry, Tianjiang continued, "Think rationally. If we really went there to cause trouble, what do you think the British government would do to us?" Seeing the tense situation, Huaiqin diffused the situation, assuring Bai Nu that the British government would surely send people to protect them amidst the chaos. Right now, their government is most afraid of cultivators from both countries fighting, especially since the last 2 times set their economy back by more than a decade. In the heat of their argument, a sudden shout startled him. "Careful, everyone, tell the driver someone's about to get hit. Brake now." The ninja stood in front, forming hand seals and chanting. But at that moment, Shi Lian swiftly raised her hand. Her movements were light, yet the ninja was sent flying. His face slammed against the vehicle, the impact deforming his features. The driver lost control from the impact, and the car sped forward uncontrollably. Inside, everyone panicked, afraid to sit, watching with bated breath. Immediately after, Wang Sheng told the driver, "It's okay, keep going. He's a powerful cultivator, so that impact couldn't have hurt him." Hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief, and the car engine roared back to life. Wang Sheng's car sped away, leaving the dark cultivator standing motionless, gathering his inner strength as Huijing swiftly made his move. As Amitabha echoed, the evil cultivator was sent flying, leaving Yinglong in stunned silence. "Huijing, you've become stronger, yet you remain humble. Amitabha, I'm honored. I've mastered a few ranged techniques in recent years." Tianzhang chimed in. "He's ranked 82nd on the celestial rankings." Huijing sighed. "Amitabha, this heretic is so stubborn. I can't stand to see him act this way. Why don't we just break his legs next time? His behavior is truly troublesome." Tianzhang chimed in, agreeing. Xiling protested, saying it was unreasonable as they weren't here to cause trouble. Wang Sheng sighs, wondering if there's an official agency in Yingzhou to handle these kinds of cases. If so, they should report it. Tianzhang said, "There's an office for cultivators and I'll contact them." He added that they'd send someone to handle this and had already dispatched someone to pick us up from the airport. But that person forgot and didn't show up. Wang Sheng was surprised. They forgot to send someone to pick them up. Immediately, everyone quickly got out of the car to a chaotic scene. Suddenly, Wang Sheng spotted the evil cultivator who had blocked his path earlier, now following him here, his clothes torn and radiating a terrifying aura. Guanjuan was ready for battle, her face grim, while Huijing and Yinglong also took their stances. Wang Sheng looked at Guanchuan and said, "Senior sister, leave this to me." Immediately after, he gathered his inner strength, and the sword energy behind him quickly appeared. At that moment, he unleashed those streams of sword energy toward the evil prisoner, who stood motionless, tears streaming down his face like a child. Wang Sheng and the others were stunned. He's crying. The man explained, "I'm a high-ranking officer in An Island's Special Ops Division, responsible for handling matters from Great Hoa, Heavenly Tribulation Controller." Wang Sheng and the others were stunned. Before passing out, he managed to say, "Welcome to An Island." And with that, they quickly took him inside the hotel to rest. Tianzhang couldn't help but be surprised. It was strange indeed. Huijing also wondered why this Andao Taoist was approaching them in such a peculiar way. Yinglong explains that he stood in front of the bus to look cool, but was unfortunately thrown away, and then kept trying to prove himself out of anger. Wang Sheng adds, "Let him rest here. Leave a message saying he can contact us directly when he wakes up. I've checked his injuries. They're all skill-based. He'll recover with an hour or 2 of rest." A member of the special investigation team speaks up. "We can handle things from here." "Your rooms are on the top floor. Please check in first," Tianzhang shouted frantically. "Amazing! This presidential suite is incredible. The scenery is stunning, and there's even a pool on the balcony. Thanks to Thang, we get to stay here. The pool looks pretty good. Why not have a barbecue tonight?" Seeing him so noisy, Xilian couldn't help but yell in annoyance, "Shut up!" Hearing the word food, Guanxuan couldn't help but drool, followed by a swift punch to Tianzhang's head that startled him. Shi Lian, having dealt with the man, then said, "You guys can go out tonight. We're having our own barbecue." Excited, she says, "Let's rest for half an hour, then go buy swimsuits and get ready for the barbecue. Your island robes look a bit like our Hanfu. We can pick out some nice ones." Shi Ling excitedly agrees. "Sounds good." Tianzhang looks up and says, "Let me arrange a beautiful night for you all. What do you want to do?" Yinglong says, "I heard there are some unique bars here. Why don't we go for a drink?" "I hear they have the biggest gaming center in the East," Huijing adds. "After drinks, we should check it out." Tianzhang exclaims, "You guys are so boring. There are a few legalized special businesses here. Shouldn't we enjoy them? Don't you guys want to relax?" Suddenly, a slender hand landed on Tianzhang's shoulder, and Shi Lian coldly asked, "What kind of special legalized business are you talking about?" As night fell and they settled in, the 3 girls went for a swim, and Qiling cautioned, "Big sis, we should keep a low profile." She stood up, surveying the surroundings, and continued, "After all, this is an island nation. Though they appear to have reconciled with us, it's still not the same as being back home." Shi Lian transformed, raising her voice. "What's there to be afraid of?" She wore a pink bikini, revealing her beautiful curves, as Xilian Jingjiu continued, "Here, I can do whatever I want. If those brats ran into us here, wouldn't they start a massacre?" Guanshuan remained silent, gently poking her cheek. Xilan quickly looked back, and Guanshuan shook her head, pointing around. Xilan listened, but said irritably, all right. I thought coming here would mean a fight. I finally waited for Zhao Feiyu to come out, and I wasn't even afraid of losing control. But there's no excitement at all." Suddenly, He Yan's eyes locked onto something in the distance as she listened intently to the sounds in the wind. Seeing her strange behavior, Qiling approached and asked, "Big sister, what's wrong?" Guanshuan's eyes glazed over. "This place is indeed chaotic. Someone actually dares to openly practice dark arts and raise demonic puppets." Xilian quickly circulated her inner energy, her crimson eyes scanning the surroundings. She turned to ask Qiling and Guanshuan if they wanted to go, saying that evil cultivators were nearly extinct, and this was a rare opportunity. They were both stunned, unsure how to react as Xilian slyly coaxed them, adding that they could buy some food to take back. Quan Huyan agrees at the mention of food, but Xilian refuses, saying she won't go. Afraid of holding them back, the scene shifts to a small, quiet restaurant. Inside, the four silently ate the food on the table, with Yinglong and Huijing staring intently at Tianzhang. Huijing wondered if he'd always be like this, but Wang Sheng reassured her, "Don't worry. Big sister is reasonable. This is probably a purification spell of some kind, likely just a light punishment, but who knew his Dao heart was so weak?" Tianzhang spoke up, "Brother Sheng, that's a bit much, don't you think?" Hearing him finally speak, everyone was surprised. Tianzhang began to preach. Although this junior brother's cultivation is low, his Dao heart is as bright as the moon in the sky, as vast as the white snow. The Dao is that if a friend from Longhu asks, my heart is still as pure as ice in warm jade, needing no praise, only leaving good fortune throughout the world. Wang Sheng couldn't bear his nonsense any longer, and though he tried to cover his mouth, he and the others burst into tears of laughter. Suddenly, amidst the joy, Zhao Yun spoke to Wang Sheng telepathically, saying that there was a cultivator raising a demon blade 100 miles away using an ancient secret technique, and asked if he wanted to go take a look. Wang Sheng couldn't help but wonder, what exactly is a demon blade? Zhao Yun explained further from within the sword. It's a weapon nurtured with the blood and souls of living beings. If successfully cultivated, this type of weapon can wound even the immortal body of a true immortal. The demon blade I just sensed has a decent crafting method, but it's only at the entry level, not enough to hurt you. She tells Wang Sheng, it's not appropriate for us to interfere. Let the cultivators here handle it. Restlessly fiddling with his chopsticks, he asked, by the way, why are there so many evil practices in the world? Zhao Yun quietly replied, the heavenly court is half to blame for the evil cultivators, and the other half is the cultivators themselves, who have strayed from the path. Originally, we decided to provide them with some opponents so that the cultivators would know how to fight, she recalled, thinking back to her time lecturing. The heavenly court manages the three realms, managing the birth, aging, sickness, and death of countless living beings. Of course, there are also evil immortals and gods. At that time, it was decided to have the plague god spread some evil magic and secretly monitor those who practiced it in order to avoid disaster. This method of nurturing a demonic blade was originally called the blood transformation divine blade, extremely harmful to nature and one of the evil arts spread by the heavenly court. The mention of it immediately brings to mind bones piled high. Wang Sheng silently looked at Tianzhang, pondering, the blood transformation divine blade? Wang Sheng recalls how, over a decade ago, Tianzhang was hunted down by the Yin-Yang Wanwu sect, and a heretic cultivator wielded a strange demonic blade. Could that have been the demon-nurturing technique? Meanwhile, he continues to eat, oblivious to what's coming. Meanwhile, Xilian calls, prompting Wang Sheng to wonder, Big sis, didn't she have a party with her senior at the top floor of the hotel? As soon as he picked up, Xilian said, Little Feiyu, hurry back. I found a great treasure. Wang Sheng wondered, Sis, aren't you having barbecue? Xilian chuckled. I went out to buy Coke and saw a weapon on the way. It looks pretty good. Come back and take a look. Hearing this, Wang Sheng broke out in a cold sweat, covering his face in dismay. Sis, if that thing's even a little evil, stay away from it. Don't just touch it. He Yan, amused that he knew, asked, How did you know it was evil? Wang Sheng thought to himself, Looks like I don't just have a way with words. I'm also a magnet for trouble. Cut to a narrow alley where a corpse lies covered in a white sheet, surrounded by blood. Its skeletal hand is disturbingly unnatural. A stout man sternly questions, Officer Akimi, who gave you the right to kill this culprit? The young man lit a cigarette and retorted, According to special affairs regulations, we have the right to kill him. He exhaled, looking at the corpse, and continued. Moreover, this is a twisted demon who has murdered over 40 people, all of whom were law-abiding citizens. He continued to yell, "The sword! Where's the weapon?" Akemi calmly asked. Is the weapon that important? How do you know it was a sword? He even glared and asked, how do you know the culprit used only one blade in so many attacks? He broke out in a cold sweat and shouted, Officer Akemi, know your place. I am a high-ranking official of this country. He began to stammer, then immediately told me, where's the culprit? Otherwise I will temporarily revoke your rank. Akemi scoffed, raising a cigarette to ask, no more disguises? Akemi exhaled, laying out the facts. 6 years, 32 similar incidents, over 1,600 victims, all because of that sword, right? The sword is missing, so you can relieve me of my duties now. I don't need to waste any more effort on this. He angrily left, not forgetting to shout back, you'll understand how serious tonight is. Akemi gazed at the corpse, wondering how nice it must be to work for the Great Hua Special Division, as a masked figure stepped forward saying, Captain, we found some clues in the camera footage, possibly the one who took the demon blade. Hearing this, Akemi took the data to examine it. Whatever it was, his thunderstruck expression made it clear it was serious. Akemi instructed, go and delete all data related to this photo. The man questioned his actions. Captain, why should we fear them? Even if we don't want conflict, bringing back a murder weapon is perfectly reasonable. Akemi says, the best news for us is that the cultivators of Great Hua can destroy this blood-sucking evil blade. The night sky seems restless as everyone quickly returns to the hotel. That blade was sealed away by Xilian. Wang Sheng observed it for a moment, then said, this feeling, it's just like back then. Do you remember when Guo Tianying was captured at the hospital? I think it's the same sword, but wasn't it confiscated by the government for research? Maybe it's not the same one. But if that's the case, the Yin-Yang sect still has remnants. Wang Sheng pulls up data saying, according to intelligence, some organization in America aided this research, and they have at least a dozen similar blood blades. Furthermore, this blade has consumed the souls of over 1,000 people, and has roughly taken on the form of a demon blade. Guanxuan quickly dials her phone saying, if we know all this, why aren't we stopping them? Huijing replies, it's not that simple, there will be many obstacles to acting righteously abroad. Wang Sheng looked at it and asked, what should we do with this blade? Yinglong replied, destroy it. This thing has harmed too many people, and it constantly emits evil energy. Suddenly a loud shout erupted as Xilian angrily interjected, wait a minute. I was the one who found it. What right do you have to destroy it? This blade is incredibly powerful, and like any weapon or technique, it's all about how you use it. Isn't a good blade better than a demon blade, depending on its wielder? Qiling, standing nearby, tried to calm her down. Calm down, calm down. Wang Sheng turned and said with a wry smile, big sister, please sit down first. This blade really can't be kept. Xilian sat down grumpily. Fine, I'll listen to you. Seriously, I finally found a treasure. Xichlin breathed a sigh of relief. Tianzhang walked over and asked, Brother Sheng, what's the situation? Wang Sheng looked at him, knowing that while they couldn't keep the blade, destroying it would mean losing the trail of the other dozen or so demon blades. Wang Sheng suddenly had an idea. They could use the sword as bait. At that moment, Wang Sheng's phone rang. It was Qiling, calling to get straight to the point. Fei Yu, did you guys get a demon blade? Wang Sheng sweats, realizing this broken phone not only monitors its holder, but forces communication. Once this is over, I'm switching carriers, Wang Sheng said, honestly showing her the phone screen. Yes, Master's disciple, the blade is here, Qiling said from the other side, and immediately destroyed it. Wang Sheng sighed, regretting the loss. Yes, he replied, drawing his sword, thinking he could have used the blade as bait to lure out another demonic sword. Since his master has spoken, he'll destroy it without hesitation. Thinking this, he slashes fiercely at the sword. It snapped in two, releasing a burst of dark energy. Wang Sheng stood firm as everyone watched in silence, as more and more of that energy poured out. Sensing the sword was healing, Guanxuan stepped in to help, enveloping the broken blade in her extreme yin and yang energy. She gently lifted it and took it outside, and soon after, the extreme yin and yang, along with that evil sword, were released. Whoosh! A massive explosion erupts, a burst of light like fireworks in the sky. Seeing this, Qiling breathed a sigh of relief. Good. Now we don't have to use this sword for research. These demonic blades have been causing trouble, especially in Africa, where reports are frequent. Wang Sheng then asked, Master, who currently possesses these demonic blades? As she reviewed the files, Qiling explained, The Carrington Arms Group, a staunch ally of the dark side, also provides them with technology. The demon blades are considered ill-gotten gains that Yin-Yang sect hasn't dealt with, but we'll talk about that later. Your current situation may be troublesome. She continued, though I haven't received any related intelligence, the Carrington Group is definitely behind this demon blade. Ying-Long couldn't help but ask, isn't this the island nation? Huaijing said, clasping his hands. Where there are military bases of the Great Rice Empire, there will be the shadow of this corporation. They definitely left themselves an out, and it seems they've locked onto us, Shilian said calmly, taking a sip of her soda. The guy who contacted us is coming upstairs. There are 74 weak cultivators heading towards the hotel, likely drawn in by the earlier commotion. Ji Ling continued, move the professors now. In a crisis, we can't trust this island nation's government. Remember this, the Carrington Group is now our enemy. She reveals that the creatures they encountered in the snowy field were low-level experimental products of the group. If they want revenge, consider how to handle it, but try not to harm the civilians. But if we fight, we need to hit them hard. Wang Sheng spoke quickly, aware that several masked figures were secretly climbing in from outside. After calling Ji Ling, Wang Sheng quickly hung up. Inside, things were still unsettled, so Wang Sheng spoke up. Big sister, please protect the elders. He couldn't help but worry, saying, please move them to a safe hotel, preferably one run by our people. Senior brother Zhou, senior sister He, Tianzhang, assist her. Yinglong and Qiling quickly agreed. Understood. Tianzhang dejectedly patted a pillow, mumbling, Brother Thang, I'll sleep here for a bit, then join you. And with that, he passed out. Outside, Akimi quickly jumped onto the balcony of Wang Sheng's residence, but Guan Xuan sensed his presence and flicked her finger. Instantly, Akimi was suppressed by her extreme yin and yang energy, and he cried out in alarm, It's me, Akimi Mayo! Wang Sheng looked at everyone, and they all nodded in agreement. Then he turned to Guan Xuan and spoke. Senior sister, she didn't even look back as she ate her pastry and flicked her fingers again. Instantly, the formation outside dissipated, and Akimi was shaken. He breathed a sigh of relief, neatly arranged his shoes in front of the door, and stepped inside, immediately addressing the main issue. We must confess, we've captured images of 2 ladies at the scene of the crime. His eyes were dark like a panda's, and his face showed fatigue. I just came to confirm whether that sword was destroyed. Wang Sheng confirmed. Earlier, my elder sister picked up a demonic blade on the way to buy something. I thought it was too evil, so I destroyed it. Akimi breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I'll change your hotel immediately to avoid unnecessary trouble and conflict. I can't provide stable and comfortable accommodation for you. I'm sorry, Wang Sheng said with a smile. But doesn't your current position put you in a bit of a bind, Mr. Akimi? Outside the window, a group of masked figures waited, led by an old man with disheveled white hair. Akimi was shocked, stepping outside to ask, Master, why are you here? He said, Akimi will take over the discussions with the Great Hua cultivators. You've done enough. You're no longer needed. At the same moment, Wang Sheng secretly winked at everyone. Ignoring him, Jilian walks right in, but Akimi objects, No, Master, we can't fight them. Akimi's master said, This is beyond your control now. We'll take over from here. Wang Sheng, Guan Xuan, and Huaijing stayed behind to observe. Jenan reassures Akimi, telling him not to worry. They won't do anything to disgrace the nation. But with the arrival of the Great Rice Empire, they must give them an answer. Akimi is anxious, and Wang Sheng observes, thinking that things don't look good based on their tone and lip movements. He glanced at the soundly sleeping Tianzhang, regretting that his translator was out cold. Otherwise, he could at least understand what they were saying. Then he shoved Akimi hard. Get out of the way now. If we can't assert our authority here, we'll be forced to make a choice. Akimi was quickly subdued, blood trickling from his mouth as a sword was held to his neck. Wang Sheng stepped forward, thinking, I regretted missing the Great Cherry Blossom War back then, but it seems fate has found a way to include me. Heingang asks directly, You're here to question us about that sword. Wang Sheng smirks, thinking, I should try to keep the peace and see what they have to say first. Immediately, he channeled his inner energy and rose into the air, his voice laced with threat. We expect your cooperation. The cultivators of Great Hoa around him emanated a dark aura as Wang Sheng sighed, contemplating his next move. Okay, looks like we have to act. Akim shouted anxiously. Master Wang, please hold back. He means no harm. He inwardly despaired. This is bad. Master doesn't read the news or go online. He has no idea who Master Wang is. He glanced over at Guan Xuan, who was beginning to channel his inner power. Akimi knew that if his master stubbornly tried to make things difficult for Wang Daoren and the others, the consequences would be unimaginable. Realizing this, Akimi shouted, "Master, they are—" But before he could finish, a massive wave swept over them as Guanxuan activated the yin-yang tai chi formation. Now Akimi's master was no exception. He was quickly submerged, gasping for air. Akimi watched from the ground, worried about his master, but there was nothing he could do, as they had clearly started the fight. Seeing this, both Hoken and Vuongthan were terrified as Quan Huyen uttered a single word. Grasp. The group was no longer submerged, sliding down the slick surface as if on a waterslide, before plummeting like straw from a great height. Akimi was startled and rushed to the balcony, shouting, "Professor!" But there was no reply. Fortunately, they hadn't fallen completely and were stuck to the wall. The old man trembled but couldn't hide his anger as Wang Sheng approached, saying, "This is just a warning. We're here to escort our scientists, not to start a war. But if you want to fight, we're in, even if we get reprimanded when we return." Wang Sheng said sincerely, "Officer Akimi, there are some things I think you understand. A lot of it is just in certain people's heads." Just then, Yinglong reported telepathically that the scientists under their protection had entered the elevator, and Senior Xi Lian was on guard upstairs. Wang Sheng turned and walked inside, saying, "All right, it's time for us to go. Senior sister, Huai Jing, don't stray too far from me." With Tianzhong on his back, Huai Jing said, "Fei Yu, it seems a large, modernized army is heading our way." Wang Sheng didn't care much, quickly slinging his sword over his back and leaving. From what he could see, this island nation was in cahoots with the Great Rice Empire. Even though he didn't want trouble, this old man seemed to love fighting. He boomed, "Get out of the way!" Akimi blocked his path, asking, "Master, must we really provoke Great Hoa country?" He pleaded, "Master, the best course is to avoid conflict, even to restrain the armies of the Great Mi Empire. They trample on our sovereignty at will, using our people's lives for research. How shameful." Before he could finish, a sword was brutally pressed against his neck. Akimi was quickly subdued, two swords crossed before him. The old man turned his back and said coldly, "Akimi Mao, you've been controlled by the Great Hua cultivators." He threatened, "Don't stop us, or I'll have to eliminate you here." The swords are withdrawn, and Akimi kneels, still pleading, "Master, the young cultivators of Great Hua are not simple. Their strength is beyond our imagination. Please, do not underestimate them." Facing such a useless disciple, he coldly snorted in annoyance, soaring into the air as he spoke. "Akimi Mao, you can no longer hold your head high before the Great Hua nation." With that, he and the men in black quickly departed, leaving Akimi kneeling there in silence. After a long while, he took out his phone, telling himself that the course of events was all in someone's mind. Now, back to Wang Sheng's group. The elevator slowly descends as Tianzhong remains drowsy and tension fills the air. Wang Sheng speaks, revealing that they've angered not only the island nation, but also the great millet country. They're always like this, even after all these years. Tianzhong groggily rubbed his eyes. "What happened to me? Why am I so sleepy?" Wang Sheng tossed him a pill, explaining, "Your soul power is depleted. Take this to replenish it. We'll be fighting soon." Tianzhong gratefully snatched the pill with a flattering smile, thanking Wang Sheng before swallowing it, instantly regaining his strength and standing firm. Full of energy, Tianzhong crows, finally able to work alongside Brother Sheng. "Those island nation babies really know what I want." Huaijing speaks up, explaining that this was mainly due to Senior Xi Lian and Immortal Bu Yu picking up a demonic weapon, so it wasn't their fault. Don't misspeak later. We must fight with reason. Wang Xing added, "That's right. If we're going to fight, we still need to be justified." Guanxuan watched him and couldn't help but blush. Wang Xing continued, lost in his thoughts. "So that they can only bow their heads in defeat and be reprimanded by all sides, but we must be careful not to harm the people." So she thought to herself her junior apprentice was growing up, and Ming Yin was gradually falling behind. At this point, she couldn't help but lament. Her dignity as the senior disciple was completely gone. Soon, the elevator quickly descended, and the doors slowly opened. The old man just got off and blocked the door, shouting, "Powerful cultivators from Great China, please wait here for a moment and cooperate with our work." Tianzhong quickly retorted, "Cooperate with your work? What's your job? Lapdogs for the Great Rice Empire or cannon fodder?" The old man glared at him, annoyed. This Tianzhong was living up to his reputation. "You're not making friends. Even if it weren't for this, plenty of people have a bone to pick with you." Of course, Tianzhong wouldn't back down, retorting cockily, "Oh, I'm so scared of you guys." He then turned to Huaijing and said, "Monk, they just said they wanted to burn down your Tianlong temple, pull out your lifeline, and destroy your model collection." The masked men were startled and waved their hands in denial. Not me. I didn't say that. Don't make things up. Do you really think I don't understand their language? Wai Jing slowly withdrew a Dharma artifact from his chest, then looked at his enemies with a sly grin and said, "All right. I accept this challenge." It's kind of cute when the holy light surrounds him. He drew his weapon, then immediately channeled his inner energy, and a powerful light enveloped Huai Jing. The masked figures, now fearful, cried out, "Cultivator of Great Hua, this is on island. Cease your dangerous actions. Cultivator of Great Hua, this is your final warning." Tianzhong laughs, acting so righteous, but you're itching to attack. The others say, "Stop immediately or we will take action." Tianzhong mischievously asked, "Brother Sheng, do we really not need to help the monk?" Wang Sheng reassured him, "Don't worry, their strength can't touch Huai Jing." Immediately, Huai Jing soared into the air, a radiant aura of Buddhist light surrounding him. The ninjas from that island are just standing there. They can't even see Huai Qin's moves. He appears and disappears surrounded by a protective Buddhist light. They're nothing but fingernails. After dodging a flurry of attacks, Huai Jing roared, "Amitabha!" He then plunged a dagger straight through his opponent, following up with a punch to the face that sent blood flying. Tianzhong comments, Huai Jing still prefers this simple, practical attack style. Boring! Wang Xing adds, it looks simple, but every blow from Huai Jing calculates the opponent's movements, leaving them no escape. Tianzhong scoffs, they can't even handle one monk. What gave these little ninjas the courage to try and hold us back? Wang Xing adds, Huai Jing is already holding back, especially since we're in Sakura country, and we need to consider the future repercussions. Tianzhong adds, however, whether those who are seriously injured can continue to cultivate in the future is another matter. Seeing things turn sour, the old man gave the order to use the formation to kill him, and a thick fog immediately appeared before Huai Jing. Huai Qin clasped his hands together, a golden light appearing as he ascended, his dagger at the ready. Namo Amitabha, he intoned. If you remain deluded, this humble monk can show no mercy. Suddenly, Tianzhong shouted through a megaphone, Are you deaf, you fools? Our monk has already said it. Your stealth techniques are just tricks learned from our great Ho nation's Taoism. Where did he get that megaphone? Meanwhile, Tianzhong continues to shout, Get out of here, you're embarrassing yourselves. Then, Tianzhong held up the talisman, turning to him for approval. Brother Sheng, I'm itching for a fight. Is it okay if I... Wang Sheng smiled and replied, Up to you. At that moment, he couldn't help but wonder if the armored troops of the Great Rice Empire had been stopped by the Sakura Island police. He wondered if there was discord within the Sakura country itself, but these officers dared to stand against the Great Rice Empire's army, which was indeed surprising. Inside the elevator. Just then, Akemi made a call to report, Chief, it's me, Akemi Mayo. We absolutely cannot allow the cultivators of Great China to be attacked tonight. Akemi quickly hung up, his mind racing. He'd called everyone he could, but no one could offer support. Now, he had to rely on himself to appease the heavenly executioner and stabilize the situation. He slapped himself a few times. You can do this. Stop them. Protect your country. You can do this. Akemi steeled his resolve. Even if his master and brothers were killed, he had to endure and not let that young cultivator vent his anger on the entire city. The elevator quickly descended to the first floor, then stopped. Akemi steels her resolve. No matter what happens, she cannot break. She absolutely cannot. In the dark of night, a familiar voice rings out cheerfully. Yes, follow this rhythm. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do it with me. Tianzhong enthusiastically exercised with the islanders, exclaiming that their waists must be flexible and their movements gentle. That's right, these babies are doing great. Akemi just arrived and the scene left him stunned. Tianzhong, standing before the charmed crowd, continued, Don't be shy, uncle over there. Shake that charming beer belly of yours for good health. Good health. Then they were attacked with guns and ammunition, the others firing relentlessly. Tianzhong and Huai Jing stood in the middle of the encirclement, channeling their inner strength to deflect the blows with Qigong, while Tianzhong remained calm, releasing talismans. They quickly found themselves within his protective circle of talismans. Unable to break through, the shameless attackers shifted their aim upwards. Tianzhong shouts worriedly, Brother Sheng. Wang Sheng immediately charges forward with his long sword, fearlessly facing the bullets. At that moment, a terrifying explosion erupted, filling the air with smoke and fire as Huai Jing excitedly declared, This little formation can't hurt Fei Yu. Let's break through. Tianzhong laughs, saying that direct action is still the way to go. Meanwhile, Guanchuan quickly joins the fight. Her gale force attack sweeps through, felling countless enemies as Guanzhuan furiously thinks, how dare they bully my junior brother? I'll beat these bad guys to death. The radio crackles to life, warning that ordinary soldiers are no match for these great Ho cultivators. They call for heavy weaponry, vowing to hold them here at all costs. From the clouds, a starlight-like radiance shines beautifully. And from that beauty, a powerful destructive light erupts, the force of sword energy, the blade tearing through the air. Tanks and military vehicles are being tossed aside like toys, and the sword energy descends from above like fireworks. Tonight, it seems many from Andao Island will lose their lives as sword auras relentlessly strike down. Wang Sheng, like a demon, stands firm amidst the smoke and fire, his face stern, radiating killing intent as he gazes at his opponents. Tianzhang excitedly shouts, "Wow, Thang is so strong!" Huaijing interrupts, "Do you know how to talk?" "Too strong? This move is insane." Wang Sheng's eyes were now incredibly eerie, like a grim reaper come from hell to claim lives. That night, the stars shone brightly above, while below, flames raged. In mere minutes, the area was devastated, littered with corpses and overturned vehicles. Even Huaijing felt a pang of sympathy. He clasped his hands together in prayer. Amitabha, may these benefactors soon atone for the sins of this life and ascend to paradise. Tianzhang lands, teasing, "Now they're defining us as heretics on British television. In this situation, you still have the heart to chant scriptures for them, monk? Do you truly see all beings as equal?" Tianzhang asked. "Brother Sheng, now that we've fought, what's next?" Huaijing speculates that this could escalate into an international dispute, but Wang Sheng replies, "They were caught making demon blades and sent the military after us. Are we not allowed to retaliate? Should we reason with them about everything? If they're not used to reason, we'll teach them." Wang Sheng continued, "I just contacted my elder sister. The scientists are preparing to return home tonight, so let's pack up and leave." Jia Wen emerges from the sword, exclaiming, "Wait," she explains. "There's a military base there, and it seems they were conducting some kind of evil experiment. Now, something is flying out of it, heading towards us." Jia Yun emphasizes that there are many strange flying devices, surprising Wang Sheng, who notes that they're even bringing out secret weapons. "Is the Great Rice Empire trying to silence us? Should we investigate their base?" He questioned, "Investigate what?" Huaijing speculated that Fei Yu wanted to gather evidence of their crimes and expose them. Wang Sheng stepped forward, saying, "Let's split into two groups. Huaijing and Tianzhang, you'll draw their attention." He looked at Guanxuan, then flew up, adding, "Senior apprentice, provide secret support. I'll strike from above and see if we can make a big splash." Under his lead, Guanxuan naturally obeyed without question, but as she circled in the air, her phone rang. Zhiling couldn't help but worry. "Fei Yu, we know the situation. What do you plan to do next?" "The situation is still under control." Wang Sheng channeled his inner power and replied, "As long as we're not causing trouble." Zhiling added, "Of course not. We've publicly and strongly condemned the Great Rice Empire, criticizing them for using military force against 4 ordinary citizens of Great Hua, which is you." Zhiling continued, "We can continue fighting, but..." As she spoke, the communication device was affected by the bombardment below and lost signal, leaving only static in his ears. Wang Sheng shouted, Hey, master's wife, the signal's not good. What were you saying?" With a faint smile, he muttered, "Continue fighting, you say." And just then, a massive bolt of lightning struck from the sky, instantly obliterating his fighter planes. Watching the spectacle unfold, Tianzhang exclaimed, "Damn! Thang hasn't even reached the core formation stage yet. If he does, won't he be trampling our old master?" Huaijing added, "Amitabha, don't speak like that. Fei Yu respects the senior experts." Huaikin was amazed, feeling that Fei Yu was like a cheat, wearing the best endgame gear before even leveling up. Tianzhang added, "I agree, your comparison is spot on." Suddenly, Guanxuan stepped forward silently, leaving Tianzhang bewildered, and slapped down the enemy's reconnaissance drones. Meanwhile, at the Great Rice Empire's military base, Wang Sheng quickly flew close to the enemy's lair on his sword, silently observing his surroundings for a long while. Jia Yun asked curiously, "What are you thinking about?" Wang Sheng replied, "I'm wondering how far I should go. Right now, we're on the offensive, so we don't need to massacre the enemy, but we do need to consider the public's reaction to this. Therefore, we must find evidence of the Great Rice Country's crimes. Even though the Great Rice Empire is behind the Carrington Group, without proof, we'll eventually be put on the defensive." Jae-yun couldn't help but wonder, if all it takes is clearing out barbarians, why so much consideration? Does his mind even deserve the words carefree and at ease? Wang Sheng smiled wryly. After all, this wasn't ancient times, and the relationships between over 7 billion people were a bit complex. Wang Sheng quickly remembered to ask, right. Jiaovan, on Earth, people are divided by skin color, but what about in the infinite starfields? Are people divided into races there, too? She reminisced, her face full of nostalgia, as she recounted the complex power shifts of the infinite starfields. Zhouyin continued. Before the rise of the Heavenly Court, the places with the densest fate energy were always occupied by the Taoists, but there were also cultivators who didn't acknowledge the three pure ones, didn't practice the orthodox path, and cultivated through the faith of all living beings. It's just that those people were powerful, roughly equivalent to the Taiyi Golden Immortals. She vividly recalls that when the Heavenly Court was in trouble, an army of cultivators was wiped out by Emperor Ziwei with a single sword. She continued, when you leave the immortal forbidden land and enter the real three realms, you may encounter them. Tao Yun recounts that this place is far more peaceful than the outside world, and she points out that he can't lack the will to kill when he's out there. Because all living souls are fighting for resources, and if you don't adjust your mindset, I won't let you go out there to die. Not to mention bringing watching along, understand? Wang Xing smiled wryly and nodded repeatedly. Yes, I understand. Suddenly, 4 strange lights hurtled towards Wang Sheng. He quickly dodges, recognizing them as railguns, high-tech weapons of the Great Rice Empire. The 4 shots miss him and fly straight into the sky. At the same moment, the lightning seemed to be overflowing with energy. Wang Sheng guessed that if the blast missed him, it would instead charge the tribulation clouds, increasing the power of the heavenly tribulation. At the same time, he quickly drew the sword from his back, pointing it skyward to absorb the lightning. Meanwhile, in the island's security room, everyone is watching him intently as a secret order is given. Target acquired. Immediately after, the commander shouts, "Fire!" A beam of red light shot towards Wang Sheng with incredible speed, but his expression remained unchanged. Wang Sheng declares, if you refuse to see reason, then don't blame me. With that, he slashes his sword towards the source of the attack. In the sky, lightning bolts relentlessly strike the city, accompanied by earth-shattering explosions, causing considerable damage to specialized aircraft, fighter jets, and people alike. Switching scenes to Wang Sheng's home, his mother happily says, Xiao Miao is awake? Your brother was on the news again while you were sleeping. His father laughed. My son is truly the pride of the Wang family, even taking on the island nation. Xiao Miao sat on the bed reading the news, thinking to herself, bad friend, is that Taoist priest's magic so powerful? Is that monk who plays games with me really that strong? Looking at Guan Xuan, she couldn't help but be surprised. Can my future sister-in-law be this beautiful when she fights? She happily rolls around on the bed, saying to herself, but my brother is still the coolest. My cool brother? Suddenly, Xiao Miao saw a bulletin. The outstanding Shi Hanzhang, first-person view, takes you directly to the military base of the Great Rice Empire. On the broadcast, he stated clearly, greetings to all viewers of this live stream. I am Shu Tianzhang, a disciple of the 3 great Taoist lineages of Longhu Mountain. We're traveling with Brother Sheng, also known as Taoist Wang Fei Yu Wang, in the Cherry Blossom Country. Saying this, his face turned serious. Unfortunately, during our travels, we discovered an evil cultivator creating a powerful dark energy, which Thong destroyed with a single strike. Unfortunately, we were then ambushed by the Great Millet Empire's army, the very video that's trending now. With a proud look, Tianjiang continued, everyone knows my brother Sheng sees evil as his mortal enemy. They were trying to kill us, so of course we had to fight back. He laughed triumphantly, and Dan Mo even asked me who Thang was. This is the first warning from the heavenly tribulation. Little Miao couldn't help but feel helpless. Taoist Zhang is so talkative, Zhang continued. Now, let's witness the aftermath, the result of Sheng's actions. Then, Thang will descend to kill, and we've just received a message to broaden our horizons. Huijing speaks up, Amitabha. The Buddhist family is locked down, Tianzhang continues. I thought it would be better to share the fun, since everyone has always lacked evidence that the Great Rice Empire is conducting dangerous research. But we've just discovered 2 identical evil weapons here, so today, let us expose this military base and uncover its hidden secrets. Guanxuan scoffed, sending one of them flying. Tianzhang shouted, Island Nation guys, don't even think about cutting the live stream. We still have a few people free and wouldn't mind taking a detour. Without further ado, these standard facilities aren't worth seeing, so let's take the elevator underground. After the video ended, Xiao Miao quickly put down her phone. The girl felt utterly disgusted by the graduate students' experiments on living subjects, modifying living bodies, and merging human and animal genes. She couldn't help but vomit, her head spinning. While the research of the Great Rice Empire is indeed wicked, what Taoist Hanzhang filmed is just too disgusting. She pondered, to ensure our peaceful lives, those people and my brother have been fighting enemies like this. Suddenly a voice echoed from the TV. Don't you dare harm my love. Meanwhile, in her room, Xiao Miao heard a voice calling, Mom, Dad, we're home. He collapses wearily onto Guanshuan as his father brings in fruit, asking worriedly, Xiaosheng, what's wrong? Are you hurt? He asks, smiling brightly. Just a little overwhelmed, nothing serious. His mother then asked Guanshuan, Did you two do everything that was on the news? She quickly hummed in agreement, causing her parents to feel a pang of sadness. 13 years ago, a heroic sacrifice, and now, back for only a few days, he's already stirred up so much trouble. Our Xiaosheng has really grown up. They glanced at him, nestled in Guanzhuan's lap, and thought, he's changed. He's learned to feign innocence for benefits. What good is evil intent without action? I must act quickly. Xiao Miao quickly comes out, saying, Your brother, you're back so soon. I'm back, Wang Sheng replied, relaxing his body. I'm done. Of course I'm coming back. Seeing her hesitation, he quickly called her out. If you have something to say it, Wang Sheng guessed, looking at Xiao Miao. Could it be that watching yesterday's video has made you think more highly of me? Hearing this, her eyes lit up, followed by a barrage of questions about her island brother. The little girl babbled on and on, as Wang Sheng lay silently, while her petty older brother feigned unconsciousness to avoid answering her questions. Xiao Miao spoke up. Her brother blankly turned to look at their parents. What's going on? Sweating and bewildered, the grandparents thought, Is this our daughter? Wang Xiao Miao, 33 years old? Guanshuan handed over the phone, saying, We don't think much about the consequences when we act, but Xiao Miao is very thorough. However, our Xinjiang thinks about these things. This action was also planned by them, so there probably won't be any major problems. Wang Sheng added, That's right. Xinjiang said we can keep fighting. At this, the little girl suddenly writhed in pain. Her mother cried out, Xiao Miao, you never study in class, so why are you concerning yourself with world affairs? He chimed in, You're only a few years old, why worry about that? Why aren't you this good at your political science exams? Xiao Miao explained, feeling wronged. Mom, teenagers these days are very concerned about international affairs. Wang Sheng interjected, saying that Xiao Miao's parents were just asking out of courtesy. He quickly remembers and says, That's right, master and senior apprentice sister Xunjiao are coming over, let's order food for them. Her father quickly runs off. All right, let's go. Time passes quickly, and we find ourselves at Wang Sheng's parents' house. Yanzi spoke up, let's not worry about what happens next for now. Xiaosheng, you guys did well this time. Xiao Miao, Wang Sheng, and Guanshuan simply nodded and listened in silence as he cautioned them to go easy and not kill the researchers, as they would surely continue their research. Wang Sheng quickly and seriously replied, Understood, master. Jing Yun followed up. Xiaosheng, the lightning tribulation you summoned doesn't seem like ordinary lightning magic. Is there an explanation for that? He explained with a wry smile. Master, if I could explain it, I would, but I must have stumbled upon it accidentally. Hearing this, her face turned grave. He continued, explaining how he encountered the heavenly guardians upon realization, preventing further research, and Yanzi fell into deep thought, remaining silent for a long while. Jingyun listened silently as he continued his story. Wang Sheng went on. The heavenly guard appears 3 times, abandoning the righteous path. That's what Lord Jiaovan said when he was alive, but suddenly a great tremor rang out from within the sword, as if Jiaovan wasn't buried. He was flicked on the head, which immediately swelled up. Guanshuan chuckled, covering her mouth while Xiao Miao sat beside her, bewildered. Yanzi, seemingly understanding, cleared his throat and said, If that's the case, let's put it aside for now. Maunguyet, give us the latest situation. She happily jumps up, grabs her phone, and reports, The great Millet Empire is amassing troops in the Cherry Blossom Sea, feigning war with us. Many protests have erupted in the Cherry Blossom country, and the 4 hidden villages seem to be planning something. Then came a flood of information. Maunguyet continued, adding that most countries had begun to condemn the Mede Empire, which claimed it had been deceived by the Carrington Group. Wang Sheng couldn't help but sigh. Impressive. You guessed everything right, Xiao Miao. She humbly replied, It was all thanks to the analysis of the experts in the comments section. Yanzu eagerly asked, Xiaosheng, what do you plan to do next? I think you should just focus on your cultivation. 2 heavenly tribulation warnings should be enough to scare off the bad guys. It's best if I keep a low profile from now on. He couldn't help but worry as he recalled that strange laboratory. Wang Sheng then stated, Master, I fear those blood transformation blades are scattered everywhere. Did Shu Tianzhang get the 2 newly discovered demonic blades from my elder sister to give to Meng Yue? Meng Yu asked, confused. 2 blades? But wasn't there only one? Wang Sheng froze for a moment, then turned to Xi Lian, questioning, Big sister, you're sweating and avoiding my gaze. Finally unable to bear it, she shouted, Don't look at me! It's not with me, I gave it to someone else. He pressed on. Who did you give the demon blade to, sis? Who? Still unable to look him in the eye, Xi Lian chuckled. Remember that pitiful cultivator from the island nation? What's his name? Ao something? Knowing a bit about weapon refinement, I turned the demon blade into one that only a soul-devouring wielder could use and then gave it to him. She calmly reassured him, Don't worry, he can only unleash the power of a peak golden core cultivator at most, so he won't cause any major trouble. Wang Sheng asked, puzzled, Master, does the island nation have any peak golden core experts? Yanzi thought for a moment, then replied, Never heard of any. Thinking of Akemi going crazy one day after mastering it, Wang Sheng had a headache. This trip is going to be fun. If that guy wants to make some reforms, blood might flow like a river. Xi Lian smiled calmly. What are you worried about? It'll only weaken them from the inside. Let's eat, I'm starving. Hearing this, he couldn't help but sigh. That's right, you can't hunt a tiger with a dog, it's not a big deal. Everyone quickly ate and drank together as Yanzi asked, Xiaosheng to pursue the Yang God returning to the origin realm after cultivating the pure Yang immortal technique to the nascent soul realm. Pausing for a moment, he slyly added, If you can comprehend that realm, it will greatly benefit your cultivation path and provide significant advantages to your nascent soul. Wang Sheng listened while eating, his curiosity piqued. Yangshen Guishuan, Yanzi explained. The so-called Yangshen Guishuan is best achieved by completely refining the origin of pure Yang energy. He proudly recounted, You still have pure Yang energy, which will save you a lot of trouble later. Like your teacher here, I had to exhaust it because of your master's wife. Jing Yun, sitting next to him, couldn't help but feel annoyed. Wang Sheng frowned, feeling like his master was showing off, but he had no proof. Suddenly, Mu Yue spoke up. Taoist Wang, we'd like to promote you on the heavenly ranking to 8th place. Is that all right? Wang Sheng was dumbfounded. Huh? Yanzi ate and said casually, That's not bad. No one would say anything if Xiaosheng was in the top 3, especially since you're stronger than the Supreme Elders rescued from the 18 levels of hell. He picked up some food for Guanchuan and asked, Are the Supreme Elders those cultivators who came out of hell back then? Mao Yue added, The investigation into the Xi'an Temple incident had some oversights, so the higher-ups decided to form a special task force. She clarified, They'll mainly be responsible for things like managing the cultivation environment, preventing cultivator crime, and promoting universal cultivation techniques. She picked up a vegetable and continued. Recently, the Affairs Department has been putting forward proposals related to maximizing the use of the various sects' Grand Elders to reduce the surrounding pressure. Just as the higher-ups seemed ready to agree, Taoist Wang Heng's emergence put all those proposals on hold. Perhaps those plans involved them and they wouldn't be too happy with you, Yanzi said, watching him carefully. He then casually suggested, Don't worry about it. Just focus on your training. If the country isn't in danger, then retire. Wang Sheng, enlightened, quickly understood his master's meaning. Wang Sheng then looked at him, smiling softly as he replied, Yes, master, I understand. Right after finishing his meal, he relaxed and listened to the news, which reported that Taoist Wang didn't linger long after destroying the military base. Currently, droves of British citizens are protesting around the former site of the American military base. Hearing this, Wang Sheng quickly changed the channel. His parents exchanged knowing glances, understanding each other without a word. Wang Sheng found it amusing, remarking to himself that this whole experience, seeing himself like this, was quite strange. Ti continues, saying that while the high-ranking officials of the island nation condemned the actions of the Great Millet Empire, they remained silent about Leader Wang's actions. Experts believe that this time, the island nation secretly joined forces with Great Hoa to resist the Great Millet Empire. Suddenly, he glanced at the sliced melon on the table as Wang Sheng's father gave him a dangerous look, saying, Xiaosheng, would you like some fruit? He was immediately wary. Was his father plotting something with that smile? His father spoke up. Xiaosheng, how long can you stay this time? I know the spiritual energy here isn't as pure as in the mountains. If it interferes with your training, just stay with your parents for a couple of days, then head back up. His mood relaxed a little. Wang Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. So that's all it was. He quickly reassured him. Dad, it's okay. I'm actually at a standstill right now and need to settle down for a while. I can stay home for about 2 months. It's been so many years. I should take care of you both. He finished speaking, playfully poking his father's stomach. Wang Sheng grins mischievously. But Dad, you need to practice more. Your progress with the universal cultivation method is only barely passing. His father scratches his head sheepishly. All right, I understand. Rest assured, your mother and I can live to be 150 or 160 years old. We're still healthy youngsters. He quickly put down the melon and picked up an apple, his face turning serious. Xiao Sheng, he said. Xiao Miao mentioned wanting to cultivate with you. What do you think about that? His eyes lit up as he asked, Xiao Miao wants to cultivate now? Wang Sheng exclaimed excitedly, followed by a torrent of preaching. He said helplessly, calm down. Yao Miao wants to cultivate with you so you can guide her. Wang Sheng smiled wryly. Dad, although I'm strong now, I really don't know how to teach people to cultivate. He instructed, since Xiao Miao wants to cultivate, help her as much as you can, but don't pressure her too much. Also, I want you and Xiao Miao to spend more time together to nurture your relationship. Actually, your mother and I wanted you to have a child because we thought if you really became an immortal, he said, handing him an apple, you'd be too lonely without someone. Wang Sheng was heartbroken by these words. His father patted his head and said, while we wait for Xiao Miao to find a master, why don't you and Xiao Xuan take her with you, let her learn the basics, and when she's skilled enough, she can cultivate with her master. He has so much faith in Xiao Miao, but what if she meets some handsome guy when she grows up and forgets all about you? Wang Sheng smiled, reassuring his father that he would take good care of Xiao Miao and arrange the apprenticeship tomorrow. Who knows, maybe the national cultivation technique will continue to improve and you and Mom can live longer. He relaxed into his chair and said, when I was young, I dreamed of immortality, but people grow up eventually. Then came another long, rambling speech, leaving Wang Sheng exasperated. Dad, are you okay? Who's going to read all that text anyway? He smirked slyly. His dad was lecturing him about life, and though it was a bit much, he should understand. Speechless, he asked if his dad wanted to try Buddhism since he was so into it. Annoyed, he swatted him, warning him not to tempt fate with such talk, but Wang Sheng stubbornly insisted he might even achieve enlightenment. He looked at his wife, and his whole body jolted. Her eyes seemed to say, get to the point. He coughed a few times, gathering his breath to speak. His father smiled and continued, but Xiao Miao is still just your sister, and sooner or later, she'll marry someone else. You'll still have your differences, he said, his eyes burning with anticipation. How are you and Xiao Xuan doing? Your mother and I may not have much time left, but we still want to hold our grandchildren. Wang Sheng laughed inwardly, thinking that his father was waiting for him to ask this. Then he reached for the apple and brought up the topic. He smiled, peeling an apple with his bare hands as he asked, Dad, how did you and Mom fall in love back then? He continued, how else could it be? From getting acquainted to falling in love, to the bedroom and then marriage, isn't it all a natural process? Wang Sheng, blushing, asked, is there a specific method between step 2 and step 3? His father was stunned, as if suddenly remembering, that's right, you were only 17 when you went to train in the mountains. Immediately, his father pulled out his phone, and the two began to study together. His face reddening, he pointed at him. On the 3rd page, the blue icon in this browser. The 6-digit code is 6, and what's inside will be very useful. He laughed heartily and patted his son's shoulder. Go for it. If you don't understand something, just ask me. There's no need to hide anything between us. Wang Sheng quickly left the room, remaining silent for a long while. His face flushed as he thought, the content his father hid away is a bit much for a newbie like him, but with 2 lifetimes combined, he's almost 70. How could he not understand this stuff? He then opened the door, his mind racing. The main problem was that looking at Guanzhuan Nishi sitting on the bed, his Dao heart wavered. I can't trick my innocent senior sister into doing bad things, can I? His face flushed, and Wang Sheng felt a jolt of electricity course through him as Guanzhuan radiated an innocent, pure aura. It was as if he'd been struck by Cupid's arrow, and Wang Sheng couldn't help but turn away, his mind in turmoil. Could this be because my pure yang power is getting stronger, leading to an excess of yang energy? That's right. Master once said that after reaching the 4th level of the nascent soul realm, breaking my vows wouldn't hinder my cultivation. But my senior sister cultivates the path of balance, so perhaps she doesn't need to wait until after the nascent soul stage. Immediately, he shook his head, thinking, forget it, I should wait. It's not like I lack masculine charm. With that thought, he hesitantly approached the bed. Well then, sister, please continue your meditation. I won't disturb you any longer. I'm going to sleep now. Wang Sheng thought to himself, there's plenty of time to cultivate with his senior sister. Meanwhile, Guanzhuan remained seated, and Wang Sheng, buried under his blanket, faintly heard voices outside his room. His parents eavesdropping. His mother asked his father, Why isn't there any noise? Honey, didn't you give him that treasured item from years ago? He grinned. These things need atmosphere and opportunity. Not so fast, not so fast. He silently closed his eyes, trying to block out the sounds. His mother sighed worriedly outside, wondering if cultivation had diminished his desires. Wang Sheng quickly sat up while his father looked listless. I doubt it, my dear. Let's go to sleep. The kids will figure it out. We don't need to worry so much. He sighed, lost in thought. His parents are certainly giving this a lot of thought. Quan Huyan suddenly blushed and looked at him, and Vuong Thang, also looking at her, said a little shyly, Senior, I'm warming you up. For some reason, Guanshuan takes the initiative, sitting on the bed and placing her hand on Wang Sheng's, causing him to freeze. The warmth intertwined in their palms, and Wang hesitantly speaks, before gathering his courage to place his hand on her cheek. This was the face Wang Sheng had longed for during his imprisonment. Her eyes closed tightly, her full lips seemingly waiting for something. Wang Sheng didn't hesitate, moving closer to Guanshuan's face. Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts through the romantic atmosphere, saying that engaging in such intimate acts before the wedding ceremony is inappropriate. Wang Sheng glared, annoyed. Your Highness, what era is this? No one cares about that stuff anymore. Zhao Yun retorted. Impudence. Order has nothing to do with the era. Watching is a celestial maiden of our heavenly court, with a name recorded in the immortal books. Zhao Yun quickly retorted. First, you have no marriage certificate. Second, no betrothal gifts. And third, you didn't report to the celestial court. Guanshuan blushed and looked at Zhao Yun, saying, Guanshuan isn't... Hearing Hoa Kan say that, Zhao Yun was speechless, unsure how to react, and finally compromised, realizing it wasn't appropriate anyway. Forget it, I won't interfere with you two. Carry on. I'll just block my external senses. Wang Sheng lamented inwardly, but there was no turning back. Outside, her little fox was agitated, slamming into the wall repeatedly. Shi Lian gritted her teeth and said, Xiao Xuan is about to succeed, and then this troublemaker jumps out of nowhere. I can't take it anymore. I want to go seal that sword. Little Meow asked blankly, Sword? What sword? Is it okay to talk now? Helene explained that the sword had a significant history and housed a powerful entity, adding, that entity just interfered with Xuan's progress. There are plenty of unmarried people having kids these days. Why is she butting in? The innocent girl said. I think that sword has a point. Their brother isn't even married. Xiao Miao couldn't help but wonder. Just because others do it doesn't make it right, does it? Hey. Yeon plopped down on the bed, annoyed. You're right, but I can't stand seeing them so hesitant. Heon slyly licks her finger. Looks like this immortal needs to use her racial talents to help them take the next step. Xiao Miao blankly asks, What do you mean by racial talents? Heon chuckled. Little meow meow, I'm a 1,000-year-old fox spirit, didn't anyone tell you? The girl shook her head. I don't believe you, big sis. Stop teasing me. Zillion quickly transforms back into a fox, telling Xiao Miao to take a look. The small, 9-tailed fox form was incredibly adorable, and she asked triumphantly, Well? Suddenly she slammed her hand on the bed, startling Shi Lian, who couldn't help but notice the desire in Xiao Miao's eyes. Realizing her intentions, Shi Lian cried out, Xiao Miao Miao, you're plotting against me. The clever girl replied, Just a little bit, big sister, just for a moment. Scene change. The family is out to dinner. Wang Sheng reflects that, although he isn't cultivating, his senior apprentice sister can't linger in the mortal realm for too long. So, in a week, he'll convince his sister and senior sister, Shi Lian, to return to the mountains to cultivate, while Min stays home to care for their parents, and Xiao Miao. Meanwhile, Xiao Miao is starting school and must say goodbye to her friends, because cultivating with him means that besides attending class, she must also understand the ways of cultivation and prepare to become a disciple. Wang Sheng sits alone in his room, reflecting on his 13-year confinement, a stroke of incredible luck. Before long, he won't be able to suppress his cultivation level any longer. The initial plan was to wait for the storm in England to pass, then find a quiet place to break through to the nascent soul realm. But before he could finish the thought, the TV blared news of his disappearance. Where is the real heavenly tribulation? Wang Sheng almost spilled his drink when he heard that. His image is plastered all over the news, and the heavenly rankings have been updated, with Lei Zhenzi now in the top 10. Unbelievable. The God-Drop's bastard child is going to surpass the old celestial master of Longhu Mountain. Foreign powers have joined forces to resist me. The real heavenly tribulation, it seems. Wang Sheng couldn't help but feel helpless. It's been 2 months, and still no peace? Xiao Miao pats his shoulder, proud of her brother. He tells himself, thinking it's all quite ironic. He once thought of the heavenly tribulation simulation as a useless skill, but now it's become an important deterrent for Great Xia. It seems humility will have to wait. Though the outside world is still turbulent, he decides to leave and prepare for secluded cultivation. This time, Xiao Miao will also leave with him. His parents are naturally reluctant, but time is of the essence, so they should quickly decide on a departure date. The two siblings quickly soared away on their swords. This trip to the mortal realm, though he didn't ascend, showed him hope. With the strength of Great China growing, nothing should hinder his cultivation. But one thing still worries him. Looking at his little sister behind him, he couldn't help but wonder who should he find to be Xiao Miao's master. He now has some influence. Xiao Miao is seen as a seed for immortality, and they'd surely want her as a disciple. But his master and senior apprentice sister don't have a sect yet, so whoever accepts Xiao Miao will likely take them too. And whoever they choose will reflect on which sect his master favors, so he can't be careless. Wang Xing considered that Master Gao of Wudong was honest enough to say that there weren't many good female cultivators on the mountain, but he could borrow Xiao Miao's cultivation methods. As for Mao Shen, Lu Yunji would definitely take care of Xiao Miao, but it would easily affect her cultivation and life with her fellow disciples. As for Longhu Mountain, beware of fire, beware of thieves, and beware of the heavenly masters. Wang Sheng pondered that if all else failed, he would have to send Xiao Miao to cultivate the pure Yang immortal arts. Senior apprentice, haven't you been cultivating for many years? You haven't become a tomboy after all. He secretly resolved that if it was just a cultivation method, he had a few Yang immortal techniques that his sister could use. And so, Wang Sheng and his sister continued to fly on their swords above the hills. Suddenly, he asked telepathically, "Jiao Yun, you want to take on a disciple?" She glanced back, asking, "Am I not worthy to be your sister's master?" Wang Sheng scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. "Worthy? How could you not be worthy? I was just a little surprised." "She has that idea. I couldn't be happier," Jiao Yun explained. "I also need to find myself 2 disciples. With my current form, I don't know when I'll disappear, so passing on my knowledge is a good thing." Wang Sheng figured that, as Jiao Yun was a sword spirit without a physical form, who knew when she could escape? In this situation, it was inevitable that she would want to pass on her knowledge to future generations. He happily continued, "Then when we get to the villa, I'll have Xiao Miao formally acknowledge you as her master. Are there any principles we should pay attention to?" Jiao Yun replied, "No need to be too elaborate. Just keep it simple." Wang Sheng was overjoyed. "Okay, but how many times? And what should Xiao Miao wear? Does the disciple initiation need to be decorated?" she retorted, annoyed. "Weren't we keeping it simple?" Jiao Yun suggests. "Let me manifest somewhere secluded and bless her a few times." Wang Sheng mused, "I guess they don't care much about formalities these days. So why couldn't you have kept it simple that night? Do you know how few chances I've had to hold my senior sister's hand since then?" Thinking this, he quickly calmed down, deciding to focus on the matter at hand and leave other things for later. Soon after, Xiao Miao was put into a health examination machine. The doctor reported that his sister's aptitude was quite good, except for 2 shortcomings: a 90-point affinity for non-attribute source energy, but her affinity for attribute source energy. He listed them off, saying only metal, fire, and earth met the requirements, while water and wood were at 20 or 30 points. Wang Sheng interrupted, "Uncle Ma, can I have the chart?" He happily said, "Of course. I'll give you the report after you pay the fee. After all, you need to refer to this when choosing a cultivation method." Wang Sheng quickly took something out of his bag. The doctor silently observed, surprised. Wasn't that a spatial artifact they'd researched over a decade ago? Is this the kind of treatment he's getting now? The chosen one, guardian of Great China, wielder of divine swords, carrying around this cheap storage bag? Wang Sheng was stunned. This is actually pretty convenient. The doctor quickly turned away, saying, "Aren't you embarrassing the nation like this? Go, go, go. I'll get you a proper spatial artifact, and your combat Taoist robes, as well as your senior sisters and younger sisters, are all ready, so remember to take them later." Wang Sheng bowed his head. "Then I must thank Uncle Ma." After putting it on, he couldn't help but think that the material was similar to his old outfit, but the technology was much more advanced. It could not only block magic attacks, but also increase the speed of his absorption of vital energy and reduce shock. Wang Sheng considered this, adding that his body had been tempered by the heavenly tribulation. In Huijin's words, "You're smugly praising yourself. I have to say I'm very strong right now." The doctor handed over an item and continued. "Now, Feiyu's status is better than ever. Even headquarters has issued an order to give you the best treatment, so I won't introduce anything else to you. Now, this is the most remarkable item of the day." He opened it for him to see, then introduced it. This is a scabbard made specifically for the soulless sword, costing enough to equip a whole arsenal of cutting-edge gear. We were told not to worry about the budget. They used only the best materials to create a scabbard for the soulless sword. The doctor grimaced. Kid, you're really in their good graces. Wang Sheng could only laugh, testing the scabbard as he thought, so they passed this order to Uncle Ma. It seems they know Jiao Yun has become the sword spirit of the nameless sword. Wang Sheng drew his sword. The reason they didn't ask me about it must be due to some other considerations. Looking at the sword in his hand, he couldn't help but sigh. With great power comes great perks. Admiring the scabbard, he marveled, they really went all out, using so much moon spirit jade. This is way better than a sword box. Wang Sheng immediately resheathed his sword, his aura noticeably different, while Xiao Miao was dressed in brand new clothes. The girl quickly stepped out and the doctor led the way, saying, Fei Yu, are you sure you don't want anything else? Your pendant and Xiao Miao's earrings are the latest products from the researchers and they can hold up to 7 cubic meters of items. Wang Sheng interjects, That's enough, Uncle Ma, thank you. The girl adds, I don't need it either. I won't use it for now. Cultivation relies on one's own efforts, not external aids. The doctor couldn't help but praise her enlightenment, befitting the sister of the heavenly tribulation's chosen one. As they spoke, a voice suddenly rang out, startling all three of them. Master Wang, hello. I'm Qin Yishen, head of the Special Affairs team. It's a pleasure to meet you. The tall man approached him, beaming. They shook hands, their acquaintance made. Yishen said, I'm here on assignment, and when I heard you were coming, I waited to meet a hero like you. Wang Sheng smiled modestly and replied, You're too kind. He thought to himself, Is this the newly formed Special Affairs Division that Mu Yue mentioned? Recalling Mu Yue's words, the Affairs Division, our Investigation Division, and the War Preparation Division have now formed the Cultivation Affairs Coordination Bureau. Although Chief Dryling has now been promoted to Director, the Special Affairs team is here to inspect and balance the investigation team. Yishen continued, saying that the functions of our Special Operations team and the investigation team can complement each other, all to contribute to the prosperity of Great China. If you need anything, Taoist Wang, please don't hesitate to contact me. Here's my card. Wang Sheng quickly took the card. Team Leader Qin, if the opportunity arises, perhaps we could find a place to talk. He paused, then continued. But I have important matters to attend to. Please excuse me. Wang Sheng wondered if this card had a tracking device, given how advanced technology is these days. Then Yishen spoke up. My apologies for the intrusion. If you three ever need anything, please contact me directly. Wang Sheng thanked him politely, but as soon as he was gone, a cunning smile crept across his face. The doctor saw them off in person, and in a flash, the Wang brothers were gone. Yishen feigned concern, saying, This Taoist Wang really does seem to have a bit of a prejudice against us, which isn't a good thing. As the girl trailed behind, he said, Chief, this Taoist Wang is quite close to Manhwa, the captain of the investigation team. We don't need to waste effort on him. We should try to win over easier cultivators. Yishen interrupted, She doesn't understand. He's important to us. We've always had a cooperative relationship with the investigation team, all for the sake of the country and the people. As they left, he explained, sometimes in the cultivation world it's not just about seniority or high cultivation that gives you a voice. Taoist Wang is at the forefront of the younger generation of cultivators, and the weight of his words can exceed that of 10 old seniors. Remembering his face, he continued, That's why I want to gain his favor so we won't be hindered when we promote the revolution. Wang Sheng thought to himself, This Chief Qin seems like a decent guy, but I doubt our relationship will go much further than this. Half an hour later, they arrived at his private villa, and Xiao Miao happily announced, Big sister, senior sister, I'm here. Xi Lian happily greeted them. You're finally back. Wang Sheng, upon returning home, couldn't help but grimace, thinking, Big sister, if I didn't know you diligently chant scriptures every day to cleanse evil, I'd suspect you've fallen from grace. Zillion happily says, Come see the treasures I've collected over the years. Wang Sheng looks at the girl fondly and asks, Xiao Miao, do you have any requests for your cultivation technique? She looked over and said, Just something normal is fine. Wang Sheng coughed a few times, then handed her a piece of paper. Cultivation is a serious matter. He read the paper, then assessed, You're not suited for water attribute essence, but your affinity for fire and metal attributes isn't bad. At this, Wang Sheng looked at the little girl, who sat dejectedly muttering about fire and metal. Am I only fit to be a tomboy? Wang Sheng quickly explained, No, it's okay. It'll just reduce the effectiveness of some spells. Teary-eyed, she agrees. Then I'll follow the path of sword cultivation and elegant swordsmanship. He's stunned. This is what she wants? He thought to himself, Jiavan wants to take Tudiu as a disciple. I can't send her to the sword sect again, can I? Jiavan quickly spoke up. I can directly teach her sword terminology if the people of the sword sect complain. At that, Zhao Yun arrogantly declared, I'll go ask their founder myself if she can cultivate. Wang Sheng couldn't help but smile wryly. Your Highness, you're too enthusiastic. Wang Sheng thought helplessly if she tried to reason with the founder Jingfeng, would he even respond? If he were still alive, he could personally guide Xiao Miao. Are you happy? Wang Sheng affectionately ruffled his sister's hair. All right, I'll teach you swordsmanship, but you have to take it one step at a time. Besides, I'll find you a super talented master. You have to practice hard. The little girl is excited. Wang Sheng instructed Shi Lian. Big sis, please take Xiao Miao to wash up and change. We'll have her take a master later. Excited, Shi Lian asked, take a disciple? Are they going to be my disciple? Then she burst out laughing. I'm finally getting a disciple. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun's sword radiated a furious energy, startling Xi Lian, who realized with dismay that the master was the boss, crushing her hopes. She sadly takes Xiao Miao's hand. Let's go, Miao. Big sister will take you for a nice, clean bath. Immediately after, his sword was respectfully placed on a red pedestal, with Wang Sheng standing solemnly beside it. Guanzhen calls Yanzi to invite him to the ceremony, and a look of happiness spreads across Yanzi's face. He silently observed everything from beginning to end, as Xiao Miao knelt and offered a cup of tea to the sword. The girl was utterly sincere, holding the cup with both hands and bowing her head. Then the tea was placed beneath the sword, which quickly glowed, and finally Dao Yun appeared. She looked at Xiao Miao kindly and said, Today, I want to accept Xiao Miao as my disciple and pass on the Xuan Miao longevity method. I ask you to be witnesses. If anyone asks which school this disciple of mine comes from, do not let them be ignorant. Yanzai speaks up, please rest assured, senior, but if outsiders ask who Xiao Miao's master is, how should we answer? Dao Yun explains, I am originally the daughter of the Heavenly Court Great Emperor, enlightened in the Jade Lotus at Jiaoqi, cultivated for over 10,000 years, and have attained the fruit of longevity. Xiao Miao, now that you've taken me as your master, you must understand 3 things, for they are deeply intertwined. I'm telling you this now, so you know what path you'll be walking. Yes, I understand, Dao Yun continued. First, I am currently only a spirit body. I can teach you cultivation, but I cannot transfer my power to you. Your path of cultivation will be fraught with hardship. Secondly, the heavenly court is in dire straits, and beyond this realm, everyone is an enemy. If you take me as your master, you may have even fewer paths to retreat. Third, if you become my disciple, should you ever return to the heavenly court, make its restoration your mission. Do you agree? Xiao Miao lowered her head. I accept. Tao Wen was pleased. Very well then, I will take you as my personal disciple today. She placed her hand on Xiao Miao's head and continued, You must understand the importance of respecting your teachers. Heaven and earth, your parents, the 3 pure ones, and all the gods of the heavens. Never be unfilial to your elders, never argue with those older than you, never bully the weak, never slaughter indiscriminately. You must know benevolence and loyalty, understand that all life is precious, and know that the great Tao is impartial for the sake of all beings. Dao Yun continued, If one day you can pluck the longevity fruit, then I won't have invested in you in vain. Wang Sheng watched, wondering if this was the Buddhist practice of enlightened empowerment. Is Zhao Yun imbuing Xiao Miao with something to enhance his comprehension? He mused, satisfied. The methods of immortals are truly unimaginable. Immediately, Zhao Yun quickly retracted her hand, instructing them, I'll rest for a few days first. Take good care of Xiao Miao. With that, Zhao Yun's spirit returned to the sword. Wang Sheng bowed respectfully. Understood. He then gestured for everyone to leave quietly. Wang Sheng quickly left, and Yanzi said, We were worried that Xiaoling's aptitude wasn't outstanding, but it turns out it can be upgraded. I wonder what price Fairy Zhao Yun had to pay. Wang Sheng said, Don't worry, I've prepared 10 absolute world treasure swords. Once Wu Ling's sword absorbs them, it can quickly help Zhao Yun recover her strength. He couldn't help but praise. That kid really learned how to sweet talk. All right, I have a meeting to rush off to, logging off now. Wang Sheng asks, Master, has your leave request not been approved by the mistress yet? He lamented, I'm done for. Then she said something about sharing the load as husband and wife, so my vacation just turned into overtime. The 3 were speechless. Yanzi sighed. If only someone could run a few errands for me, I could finally get some rest. Guanxuan quickly shut down the device, looking at him slyly, determined not to give their master a chance to assign them tasks. Wang Xing raised his index finger in praise. Well done. Xilin chimes in, saying that the couple is truly in sync. Time quickly shifts to evening, and the lights are still on in his villa. Xiao Miao sits solemnly, circulating her inner energy, seemingly fascinated by cultivation. Her eyes then snapped open, and she looked around, asking, "Brother, where's my master?" Wang Sheng happily pointed to the sword. "She's inside here. How do you feel now?" He thought to himself, satisfied, how many people would be moved to tears by the grandeur of this apprenticeship gift. In this spirit form, how many benefits would a true immortal gain from taking her as a disciple? Xiao Miao blankly touched her head, feeling as though there were too many things in her mind to process at once. Wang Sheng comforts her. "Just sleep first, then study later. I've already cleaned your room, so let your senior apprentice sister put you to bed." Immediately, Guanxuan quickly took the girl back to her room. Wang Sheng watched them go, thinking slyly, "Xiao Miao is sleeping in my room." His face flushed red. "So I have nowhere to sleep. So seeking out my senior and meditating with her is perfectly reasonable, right?" Suddenly, something cold pressed against Wang Sheng's cheek, startling him. Holding a chilled soda, Xi Lian watched Wang Sheng turn away, who exclaimed, "So cold." She quietly opened the can, gazing at him in silence. "Little Fei Yu, there's definitely something going on between you and that heavenly court princess. She ruined things between you and little Xuan before, and I already felt something was off." She patted her little brother's shoulder. "There may be many rules in the heavenly court, but if she knows about you and Zhao Xuan and still acts this way, it's hard to say." Lian continued. "And this time, she put so much effort into Xiao Miao. Could it be that she has feelings for you?" Wang Sheng chuckled wryly. "You're overthinking it. Why would Fairy Zhaoyun even look at a minor cultivator like me from the heavenly palace realm?" He calmly took a sip of water. "I'm just giving you a little reminder." Immediately after, Xi Lian fiercely tugged Wang Sheng's ear and shouted, "If you ever betray little Juan, I'll twist your ear off." "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Big sister, how could I ever betray my senior?" "Please, have mercy," Yi Lian muttered darkly. "I trust you, but what about those dangerous women around you? How can you guarantee you won't get drunk one day and lose control?" He sighed wearily. "Big sis, what's going on in that head of yours?" Wang Sheng said happily, touching her shoulder. "Big sis, maybe it's because of the demonic roots that you're so concerned about this. Lay off the games a little, okay? I bet you've been playing while waiting for Zhao Miao to wake up. Studies have shown that staying in your room for too long can stunt brain development." Xilian casually turned away, unconcerned. "Is that so? The games I play are mostly social." Wang Sheng mumbled, "I can't blame her. My sister and I weren't around, and she suffered these past few years. I'll clean the room. Sis, don't play too late." She turned and left, thinking he had a conscience, knowing how much effort she had put into his relationship with Xiao Xuan. "All right, go on. If you need any help, just ask. And I'll do what I can." Suddenly, Xi Lian seemed to remember something, and she stopped in her tracks, then shouted, "Damn it! I'm the one who's been cooped up in my room and turned into an idiot." Wang Xing laughs. "I didn't say that about you." Guanxuan is stunned. "Turned into an idiot?" Meanwhile, in the Sakura Empire, the weather seems less than ideal today. Inside a house, a bloodied corpse lies on the floor. "Do you want the power to change everything? To change this hopeless nation?" the girl asked, staring blankly at the person before her. "Just sacrifice your soul and blood, and you can obtain that power." Quickly, the masked army charged in. "Akimi, after killing so many officials, what is it you really want? Surrender now, and perhaps your past contributions will spare you." The man removed his hat and shouted, "You still don't understand what I want?" He was so thin he was all bones as he yelled, "This country is doomed. Only by destroying everything can we build a beautiful and peaceful island nation." Wang Sheng pondered, his nascent soul crystallizing, his spirit focusing on his innate gifts, breaking the golden core, gathering the 3 souls and 7 spirits, and using the bamboo as the foundation for immortality. His soul soared. And though his nascent spirit was nearly complete, his path was the sword, demanding equal focus on both spirit and body. He pondered that to unleash the ultimate power of sword techniques, one must have profound magic, a strong spirit, and a robust body to withstand the force of one's own magic. Wang Sheng meditated, as if enlightened, though he had learned how to use heavenly tribulation to temper his body. This method also had its limits. With that, Wang Sheng's soul returned to his body, and he knew he needed to find a way to continue cultivating his physical form. Of course, Zhao Yun had advised him to abandon sword cultivation and follow the path of primordial spirit magic, but he had firmly refused. He opens his eyes, realizing that if he weren't searching, why learn the sword? If he didn't believe in the Tao, why cultivate it? And though Jia Yun knows many techniques, she doesn't have a good way to cultivate the physical body. He stood up and stretched, his soul having completed its initial fusion, forming a phantom of himself. Next was to sink his soul into his sea of qi and begin breaking through to the nascent soul realm. He quickly opened the door and stepped inside as Guanshuan arrived, and Wang Sheng said with an embarrassed smile, "Senior, I was wondering if I could go into seclusion nearby to prepare for my breakthrough to the nascent soul realm." Guanshuan quickly said, "If you seclude yourself here, I can protect you." But he changed his mind. "Never mind. Breaking through to the nascent soul realm might cause a stir, and we'd have nowhere to live if we wrecked this place." She quickly suggested, "How about near the mountain? I'll be your guardian." He agreed. "We can set things up and it'll be perfect." Wang Sheng happily added, "Let's go downstairs for breakfast first and think about where to seclude ourselves." Seeing the two of them come down, Xiao Miao cheerfully said, "Good morning, brother." Wang Sheng quickly sat down and asked, "Little one, do you have a cultivation technique?" Xiao Miao smiled brightly and said, "Master has already imparted it to me. Yesterday she placed it on my forehead and a lot of things appeared in my head, including cultivation techniques and some spells to fight with others. Plus, your master has already prepared everything you need to cultivate at each realm." Wang Sheng chuckled. The immortal's method of imparting knowledge is certainly convenient. He patted her head and said, "Obtaining these cultivation methods can be considered your destiny, but there's one thing you mustn't forget." The girl obediently replied, "Tell me, I'm listening." Wang Sheng glared. "Last night I ordered all the textbooks and workbooks for the 9-year compulsory education program for you. You have to spend at least 4 hours studying every day." At that moment, Shi Lian entered, laughing. "Guess what I've accomplished?" She quickly flung Wang Sheng away as the little girl guessed, "You seem so happy. Did the bomb you planted in Yingdao Nation finally explode?" He Lian was thrilled. "Wow, my little cutie, how are you so smart?" Clearing her throat, she began to narrate. "The following is an international news brief from our station." He Yan continued, acting the part. "Last night in the island nation, the serial killer beheaded 172 people, including 68 government officials and over 100 hermits." Xiao Miao and Guanshuan listened intently. This was the serial killer demon's first move since last month, wiping out 3 cities in a single night. Wang Sheng thought, while using this method to weaken the cultivation world of the island nation, sounded despicable. The island nation and the great Hoa nation had a century-old blood feud, and Akimi Mayo didn't indiscriminately kill innocent people. So he decided to just let it be. He Yan smugly boasted, "How about my scheme of using someone else as a knife?" Wang Sheng spoke up. "Not a bad plan, but it's best if you do this less in the future in case you lose control." She replied, annoyed, "I know you nag." She stroked Xiao Miao's head. "Go into seclusion if you want. I'll take care of Xiao Miao. I certainly won't let her starve." The little girl says sullenly, "Can we add a food requirement to the starving to death part?" Shi Lian says adoringly, "Of course, let your brother go first, and then your big sister will take you to experience the prosperity of the human world." Wang Sheng was terrified, lamenting inwardly, "Big sister, don't lead little Miao astray from the righteous path. Since there are no natural caves near the villa, I can only choose a place in these mountains to seclude myself." Wang Sheng sat pensively beneath a large tree, utterly alone and quiet. He closed his eyes, beginning his enlightenment in preparation for ascension. To ensure his safety, his senior sister set up a 6-path formation around him, with spells covering every blade of grass, impenetrable even to a mosquito. She then guarded the perimeter 300 meters out, only then feeling secure enough for him to begin his seclusion. Immediately, his soul began to separate from his body for a spiritual journey. This upgrade isn't just about breaking through. I need to remember any dangerous phenomena that occur, so I can tell my master and senior apprentice sister. His eyes lit up. The golden core, the manifestation of the Tao, the original soul, the vessel of the spirit. The hardest step to becoming a nascent soul is perfectly combining one's complete original spirit with their own Tao. At that moment, a great ray of light quickly converged, manipulating the illusory spirit from illusion to reality, pure yang returning to the mysterious, breaking the core to form the soul. His body levitates, forming a nascent soul. His talent continues to grow, eventually becoming the cauldron of his spirit. A small light emanates from his hand, marking another step forward on his path to immortality. On the mountaintop, an anomaly appears because of the boy. Wang Sheng thinks to himself, he wishes to pluck the fruit of eternal life and seeks no reincarnation. Xiao Miao observes the sky in astonishment. "Elder sister, it seems that all the surrounding energy is flowing towards where our brother is in seclusion. My brother has been in seclusion for half a month now. I hope nothing happens to him." Shi Lian, casually playing a game, says, "Come on, Xiao Miao, don't worry so much. Your big sister has been through this before. Breaking through to the core formation stage can easily cripple you. but your brother has already done it. Still worried, the girl replied, "Cultivation is full of unforeseen disasters. Nothing is certain." Yan retorted, "Full of mishaps? My brother's a lucky charm, relax. He jumped off the Spirit Peak seal and didn't even get hung up. It'll be hard for him to die even if he wants to." She sat up, took off her glasses, and continued. The saying, "What doesn't kill you makes you stronger," isn't just a saying. Lian smiled at her. "Just sit here and relax. If you don't want to cultivate, just watch movies with your big sister. This kind of worry is completely unnecessary." Xiao Miao quickly perks up. "I want to watch One Piece, my legendary story." Lian happily obliges. "Very well, let's go." We now cut to Mao Shan, where a giant statue basks in the sunlight. Outside, Yunji hesitates to enter, holding something in his hands. "Master, I've refined this golden elixir of restoration for you." The inner door quickly opens, but no one is there, only a voice echoing from within the room. "Oh, you shouldn't have. Still no sign of him." A surge of inner energy sends the box flying in. Yunji bowed. "What are you saying, Grandmaster? If you have nothing else, I'll return to my duties." From within, a voice spoke. "Yunji, when I was cultivating, I entered the void during a surge of emotion and overheard disciples discussing a cultivator on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul realm. Someone about your age. Is this true?" Yunji replied, "Yes, I am acquainted with this cultivator, but my cultivation is shallow and I cannot compare." He opened the box and continued. "This kind of talent only appears once every 100 years, even 1,000 years ago, so you don't need to worry too much. The old gives way to the new, and this old man is about to be washed ashore anyway, so there's no need to worry too much about the cultivation world being offended by outsiders. You can go first." Upon hearing this, Yunji quickly departed. He muttered to himself, "Nascent soul? Though there's no need to worry just yet. Reaching the nascent soul realm within 20 years of cultivation's revival, precautions must be taken." The old man glared at the pill in his hand. "It seems the conspiracy with my fellow Taoists can't be delayed any longer." Time passed quickly as Wang Sheng secluded himself. On the 27th day, Guanshuan remained on the tree, watching over him. Her face relaxed as she gazed into the distance, when suddenly Yanzi landed beside her, startling her. "Master, I consulted the Grand Celestial Master of Longhu Mountain, but he's also unsure of Little Sheng's situation. According to ancient texts, the nascent soul should quickly solidify after the golden core breaks. Logically, there should be some change in the heavens and the earth. Furthermore, Xiaosheng absorbed a great deal of heaven and earth spiritual energy, so his advancement shouldn't be this quiet." Looking off into the distance, he continued, "Xiaosheng is the first cultivator in modern times to break through to the nascent soul realm, so no one can predict what dangers he might face. But it's been so long, and the nascent soul hasn't formed yet, which is indeed strange. Everything remains peaceful on the distant mountain where Wang Sheng is in seclusion. Nothing seems to be happening. But the place where he sat high above was eerily silent, making Wang Sheng wonder, strange. It's called breaking the core to form an infant. Could it be that breaking the core simply means cracking it open to reveal a baby? He couldn't understand why it took this form, but the power continued to surge into his body, and Wang Sheng could clearly feel it. He couldn't help but wonder his golden core had directly transformed into a child. Wang Sheng curiously pondered, could this be the original form of the nascent soul? He raised his hands to support it, unsure of what was happening, but this golden core child would help him advance to the nascent soul stage. It seemed that this method of breaking the core to form the infant was much better, more in line with the nascent soul. Light began to emanate from where he sat. Nothing had gone wrong yet, proving this method was flawless, so he continued to focus on enlightenment. Time passed, and Wang Sheng secluded himself. On day 36, Yanzi and Guanzhuan continued to observe him from afar, while Xiao Miao and Xi Lian were below. Xi Lian was also worried. Should we go over there? I heard that Taoist Qinglian has also gone over there. Many cultivators, when breaking through to the nascent soul realm, recklessly merge their nascent soul with their own Tao. Xiao Miao was startled. Big sister, don't scare me. Nothing will happen to my brother. Yanzi pondered. Xiaosheng has fully comprehended his own path and walks the path of the sword. Moreover, before secluding himself, his natural talent was complete. It's impossible for his own path to harm him. He said to Guanshuan with some worry, but we really can't wait any longer. At the very least, we have to see him. Little Huan will break through the nearby formation and go in to see. Guanhuan looked at him, now also speaking with concern. Okay. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon in the sky makes everyone hold their breath. Yanzi knew at a glance that this was a heavenly tribulation. a violent thunderbolt striking the mountain where he sat. The sky darkened, and he exclaimed in shock, "Run!" Yanzi warns, "If the tribulation thinks we're helping Xiaosheng, it will only intensify." Everyone quickly flew away from where they were standing, and Yanzi turned to Xilian, asking, "Senior, does breaking through to the nascent soul realm trigger a heavenly tribulation?" She recalled, "I've heard that if the quality of the golden core reaches a certain level, it will trigger a golden core tribulation. But since ancient times, the number of cultivators who have triggered a golden core tribulation can be counted on one's fingers. A nascent soul tribulation. Unheard of." Hearing her words, Yanzi relaxed slightly, exhaling a breath. He looked over, calculating that to overcome the tribulation meant being envied by the heavens. Xiaosheng's nascent soul must be extraordinary. This could be a good thing. Meanwhile, the so-called heavenly tribulation grew larger and more violent. Little Miao, terrified, nestled in Xilian's arms and cried out, "Brother!" Meanwhile, Guanshuan couldn't help but worry, calling out, "Junior brother!" Xilian wondered, "Is Wangsheng dead?" Tears welling, Xiao Miao cries, "Big sister, you said my brother was going to die." She retorts with a bitter laugh, "This has nothing to do with me." The ground around him smolders from the shockwave, engulfed in flames, and a large crater has formed where Wangsheng sits. But strangely, he remained there, calm as if nothing had happened, enveloped in a faint blue light. Wangsheng continued to meditate in silence, prompting worried onlookers to land nearby. But everyone was surprised by this scene, especially Yanzi, who was stunned, wondering if this was really Xiaosheng undergoing tribulation. This little thing is beyond reason, since emerging from the Earth Dragon Forbidden Zone. The winds pick up, the flames grow, and another lightning tribulation descends upon him. Debris flies everywhere, but Wangsheng remains unharmed, weathering blow after blow. A normal person wouldn't be able to withstand this, yet he sits there calmly. Meanwhile, someone is casually filming a vlog of their tribulation, as Xilian proudly laughs while holding Xiao Miao. And he dares to act like heavenly tribulation is nothing? He's even more arrogant than our Qinglin Taoist. If I were the heavenly tribulation, I couldn't stand it. I'd have to crush his arrogance. Above, dark clouds continue to gather. He, Yan, couldn't help but curse. Did it hear my taunts, and is now charging up a massive attack? Meanwhile, the circular shield around him was rapidly disappearing. Xilin couldn't help but worry. Can Fei Yu handle this? Wangsheng slowly opened his eyes, realizing that this tribulation was on par with the one he had simulated. He closed his eyes, circulating his inner power and calculating, but the structure of the tribulation clouds was rather interesting. Perhaps he could upgrade his heavenly tribulation sword intent. Immediately after, a lightning bolt even larger than the previous one struck down fiercely from the sky. Everyone shielded their eyes, unable to watch as Xiao Miao buried her face in Halian's chest, tugging at her. "Hey!" Yeon looked down as the little girl, eyes brimming with tears, said, "Big sister, you said my brother was dead." She forced a smile. "This has nothing to do with me." Meanwhile, Wangsheng ascends as Tao Yun quickly guides his nascent soul through tribulation. A monumental opportunity for him. From Wangsheng's dantian, a small sword energy emerged, and the sword was held by a tiny, fair-skinned boy. The boy flies higher as the extreme yin and yang shoot straight into the sky, and he continues to ascend. Then, the boy clasped his hands together, and a few rays of power sparkled as the great sword soared into the sky after his incantation. Yes, the light of power soared into the sky, then formed a small lightning bolt. Not far from the ground, that circle grew larger and larger. Then, the tiny boy quickly descended towards Wangsheng, who caught him. Wangsheng held the orb in his hand, the perfected nascent soul realm, and the sky quickly brightened. Wangsheng looked at the power and said dejectedly, "Hush." Pausing, he saw the ground riddled with holes, large and small, and wondered, "My master's wife won't be angry, will she?" Wangsheng scratched his head with a bitter smile, imagining being blamed for environmental damage and being asked to pay for it. After breaking through, everyone returned to the villa together. Wangsheng explained at length that was roughly the process. Although there are many differences from the records in ancient books, I have indeed reached the nascent soul realm. Yanzi couldn't help but be surprised, transforming the golden core into a nascent soul without breaking it. He speculated that it might be because my innate realm was complete, and my original soul had a point of fusion with my own path, so there was no need to break the golden core to allow the two to merge, which would explain why I didn't have a strong reaction after absorbing the primordial energy for so long. He, Yan, afraid of waking up Xiao Miao, whispered, "How could it be that simple? Could it be that junior brother Fei Yu ate some kind of heaven-sent treasure?" Like a spirit root with 10,000 years of experience? Wang Sheng sighed. Big sister, are you acting like those things are carrots growing in the garden? Wang Sheng turned to her in surprise. Senior sister, it seems seeing my progress has made Guanshuan a little anxious. She's determined to start her closed-door training today. Wang Sheng smiled wryly, encouraging her. Good luck, senior sister. Shi Lian interjected teasingly. Xiaoxuan wants to protect the dignity of her senior sister, determined to cultivate in seclusion to catch up and surpass her junior brother. Yanzi spoke. In any case, it's good that you broke through smoothly. Your cultivation is already higher than mine, so I don't need to teach you anything more. Just remember, don't be arrogant or impatient. Be thorough and never be reckless. Guanshuan and Wang Sheng quickly rose and bowed their heads. Understood. He turned and stretched. If there's nothing else, I must return to my duties. When will these days of running around ever end? Shi Lian whispered. Little brother, one must learn to give up and refuse. Yanzi smiled wryly at her and replied, Yes, I understand. Immediately after he shot off, leaving only a blur. Wang Sheng called out, Farewell, master. He couldn't help but wonder if he was the only one to reach the nascent soul realm. Was master afraid that I would falter, teaching me not to be arrogant or impatient? Suddenly, Wang Sheng saw something that shocked him. A powerful golden aura emanates from her body, and he sweats, wondering how long he's been in seclusion. Xiao Miao has gone from having no foundation to the gathering god realm. That's incredibly fast. Seeing his expression, Dao Yun coldly asked, Do you have a problem with that? Wang Sheng quickly went over. You're so small now, Xiao Miao, Xiao Miao. She groggily woke up, rubbed her eyes, and asked him, What's wrong, brother? Wang Sheng smiled at her, telling her, Don't rush. That evening, he suddenly remembered, I need to let them know. He quickly called his brothers to tell them he had broken through and not to worry. They were all overjoyed and congratulated him. Wang Sheng continued, The Yuanying has been formed. The great stone in my heart can finally be put down. After continuing their journey, the two sat together to cultivate, each meditating on their own. Little did he know, while he was in seclusion, someone was already planning to promote him without restraint. That night, Wang Sheng's closest friends and harem gathered in their group chat, but he didn't respond. They decided to spread the rumor that Wang Sheng had reached the celestial infant realm, so everyone would celebrate him. Tianzhang excitedly types, My idol Thang is the best. We have to promote him well. Yunjie quickly comments, and Weijing sitting in a game shop types, Amitabha. The first nascent soul cultivator has emerged in Great Xia, a cause for celebration. Meng Yue agrees, saying they must make a big splash this time. The next morning, the headquarters was in an uproar. Had royal concubine Yu successfully broken through? One of Yishin's secretaries speaks up. That's right, they probably just broke through not long ago and the investigation team has already started promoting it. Should we do something? He sits silently, deep in thought, as if calculating something. Immediately, Yishin ordered a full-blown campaign to promote Senior Wang. Seeing her blank expression, he explained, I know you all want to compete with the investigation team, but don't make your intentions so obvious. We serve the nation and work for the benefit of the people. All right, get to work. And just like that, the secretary silently left, closing the door behind her as a paper crane mysteriously flew into Yishen's office. The voice from within the paper crane echoed, The world now has a nascent soul. This matter cannot wait any longer. After reading the letter, Yi Lin tore it up, saying to himself, That old fossil must be getting impatient. Back at his villa, while the world outside was in turmoil over Wang Sheng's breakthrough, the brother and sister's dual cultivation continued. They sat facing each other, cultivating together in a silent room. Wang Sheng felt weightless and quickly opened his eyes, wondering if he had achieved the nascent soul's astral projection into the realm of emptiness. He then caught sight of a familiar figure and glanced over. Wang Theng thought to himself as he saw Xiao Miao meditating in the middle of the lake. He was shocked and cursed inwardly. Damn it! Is Xiao Miao breaking through to the spirit convergence realm? He couldn't believe his eyes. How long had he been in seclusion? No, something's not right. Xiao Miao's cultivation speed is too terrifying. How unreasonable of the Zhao Yun brand. He quickly flew over. He initially cultivated too quickly in the spiritual peak, fearing hidden dangers. Wang Sheng blankly observes the girl, only to find that after Xiao Miao became an apprentice, not only was her foundation strong, but her Dao body was almost free of impurities. He examines his sister, guessing that at this rate, she'll break through to the core formation realm in a month or two. With her talent and adorable face, she'll definitely be a great beauty in a couple of years. He couldn't help but worry. Most cultivators these days have no rules, precepts, or abstinence. If she runs into some scumbag, there will surely be no shortage of suitors. The foolish brother's possessiveness flared up, and Wang Sheng smirked, resolving, "Touch my sister, and even if you're handsome, you'll be castrated." Suddenly, a familiar sensation washed over him, and Wang Sheng realized his senior disciple had emerged from seclusion. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng saw Guanxuan blushing as she gently kissed his body, her sweet, small lips drawing closer to his face. Wang Sheng blushed, his breathing becoming rapid. She quickly turned away, and he thought regretfully, "Senior, couldn't you have snuck in a few more seconds? You should at least let me feel something." At that moment, he quickly gathered his energy, preparing to exit his meditative state. Wang Sheng slowly opened his eyes, his previous memories still fresh. He glanced at Guanxuan shyly, wondering, "My senior seems to know that kissing is something lovers do, but how much does she know about what comes after?" He thought mischievously, wanting to test the waters. Wang Sheng smiled at Guanxuan and said, "What if this makes you pregnant?" Her face flushed red as Guanxuan anxiously touched her stomach. He couldn't help but feel helpless. It was just like in the movies where kissing leads to pregnancy. Afterward, everyone had dinner together. Shilin teased, "This kid's something else. Who knew their seclusion would last half a year?" Wang Sheng added, he just reached the nascent soul stage and needed to consolidate his realm, so it took a little longer. He sets out a table of Ansheng's dishes and asks, "What's new in the Great Hua Nation?" Shilian quickly replies, "Yes, and it's all about you. Thanks to your friends, you've been dominating the headlines for the last 6 months. They say Fei Yu has once again proven himself a prodigy, the next core formation cultivator after the 3 masters of the Sword Sect, Mao Shan and Longhu Mountain. And then there's the latest ranking of the Heaven list. Sword cultivator Fei Yu firmly holds 4th place, surpassing his master. And the silent Taoist. But Yan for half a year. Is it the pressure from his disciple, or the pressure of public opinion?" Wang Sheng wanted to shout, "Damn, are these all clickbait headlines? To fly over there on a sword and hack their keyboards?" Shilian quickly snatches the phone back. "All right, now that you're out of seclusion, what's next? You're not really going to hack their keyboards, are you?" Immediately, he pulled his phone from his pocket and Wang Sheng continued, "It seems I really do have something to do." Wang Sheng quickly sent a message to the group. "The core cultivation team is heading north to find the demon blade. Anyone want to join?" He looked at Guanxuan, puzzled. "Senior, didn't you say you wanted to stay home?" "I want to dedicate more time to cultivation." Guan Haiyan was determined not to fall too far behind and said it with a smile. Wang Sheng added, "That's good then. Senior apprentice, focus on your cultivation. When you have time, teach Xiao Miao a thing or two. I'll destroy all the blood god blades and return to you soon." Immediately, Shi Lian and Xiao Miao glared at him, and he quickly corrected himself. "Return to everyone." Xiao Miao tugs at his sleeve, whispering, "Brother, are you going to deal with those demon blades?" Wang Sheng explains, "Our master says there are still a dozen blades scattered about, and who knows what trouble they'll cause if left alone. It's best to deal with them sooner rather than later." Shilin quickly said to him, "Little Fei Yu, can you take your big sister with you?" "I want to have some fun too." Xiao Miao added, "Big sister absolutely can't go. Giving away my brother's benefits will affect his relationship with senior apprentice sister." He laughed through his tears, praising, "You truly are my beloved sister. So understanding." The day after Wang Sheng's breakthrough, the weather was also quite nice. His private plane quickly landed at his villa, where everyone was already waiting. Wang Sheng reluctantly let go of Guanzhuan's hand, saying, "Senior sister, I'm off." She also urged him to return soon. Xiao Miao couldn't help but worry, "It's chaotic out there, and there are many heretical cultivators. Brother, please be careful, and don't eat anything suspicious. Even heroes are vulnerable to drugs." He lovingly ruffled his sister's hair. "You've looked over the extracurricular materials I gave you, right?" She replied with a bright smile. "I've been reading a lot of Romance of the Three Kingdoms." Immediately, he bid farewell and soared into the sky, saying, "All right, I'm off." Guanxuan smiled, looking up at Wang Sheng, then said, "In the blink of an eye, you've arrived at the door of Fei." Wang Sheng entered and, seeing everyone present, said, "Everyone's here." Huaijing spoke first. "Amitabha, the 4-man squad is finally assembled." Tianzhang quickly chimed in, "Brother Sheng, to give you and senior sister some alone time, the 4 of us didn't look for you until we gathered here." "So detailed?" Wang Sheng was bewildered. "Oh, just the 4 of you?" Di Li quickly steps forward. "Master Wang, we meet again." Wang Sheng looked at her, but time had passed and he didn't seem to remember her. As soon as the greetings ended, Dai began to ramble. "Chief Wang, I'm so grateful to you from last time. I would have died at Sai's hands." I heard you're looking for the blood transformation demon blade, and the chief specifically told me to help you all. She grasped Wang Sheng's hand and continued. Rest assured, Wang Sheng, I'm fluent in 6 languages, know world geography, and can heal with holy light. I'm sure I can be of great help on this journey. He blankly replied, Okay, then I'm counting on you. Yunju stiffly asked, Is there a reason the higher-ups want this foreign girl on the team? Huai Jing chimed in, Amitabha, we're all just extras in this story. Why do you care if she's black or white? And we're all just freeloaders here, so who are we to judge? Deal turned to the 3 with a bright smile, quickly regaining her composure as she said, Thank you for having me. I look forward to working with you all. Everyone quickly chimed in. Not at all. Eliminating harm for the people, upholding righteousness and destroying evil is everyone's responsibility. And just like that, the specialized plane sped through the sky. However, on the plane, Dee kept glancing at Wang Sheng, blushing, while he just smiled blankly. Yunji, reading the newspaper, wondered where their first stop would be. Huijing's face darkens. Is it really necessary to call our senior sister? Tianzhang had the same thought. Should we call senior sister? Wang Sheng heard Yunji's question and spoke in silence. African savannah. Hearing this, Tianzhang was stunned for a moment, then he started singing into the microphone on the plane. And just like that, Tianzhang sang and swayed. Our green fate, the wind blows flowers and grass everywhere. Wang Sheng was speechless at the sight. Then, a gentle hand landed on Tianzhang's shoulder, the familiar warmth startling him. Wang Sheng smirked darkly, asking, Trying to enter sage mode? Though I know you're just reminding me. Huijing interjected, Faiyu, don't get worked up. Abbot Thien Truong is only being kind. Huijing chuckled wryly. That's right. Soon after, an announcement is made. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at our destination, the No Man's Land. Wang Sheng said, I've just read the battle plan proposal sent by Master. Let's have a quick meeting over there. And so they gathered to discuss. The first Azure Demon Blade appeared during a minor dispute between 2 tribes and was taken by a warrior from one of the tribes who sought help from locals to refine the blade, a tactic the Carrington Group has been using for years. Wang Sheng pulled out his phone, displaying an image. This demon blade has claimed hundreds of lives, and it's one of the most powerful ones out there. This is the first battle of this operation, so let's get it right. I'll go in for the ambush. Huijing asked blankly, Brother Sheng, you're already a nascent soul and you're still doing sneak attacks? Yunji asked, So what do you think we should do? Just call down a heavenly tribulation to bomb them from above? Tianzhang smirks. Isn't that how it should be? Once you reach a high level of cultivation, shouldn't you pursue the sublimation of your realm? Otherwise, all that hard work to break through would be meaningless. Yunji quickly pulls out a talisman. This is a talisman specifically for a scoundrel. Wang Sheng continued. Our target tonight is the 5 demonic blades. We leave immediately after, so we can't alert them from the start. Wang Sheng stepped forward. Even a hawk uses its full strength to catch a rabbit, so I'll go in for a surprise attack to ensure this operation goes smoothly. Immediately after, he jumped down, sword at his back. Tianzhang and the others watched as he analyzed. The amount of spiritual energy here must be several times lower than even the average mountain village in Great China, right? Those brothers who don't cultivate being targeted by a core formation expert? It's a pity. After a few minutes, a familiar light quickly flew back from the distance. Wang Sheng leapt up, holding something in his hand, to everyone's surprise. Tianzhang stepped forward and asked, Brother Sheng, that was fast. Did you run into any experts? Wang Sheng tersely states, Next target, tossing the fragment to Tianzhang and telling him to hold on tight. This is a fragment of the demon blade, he thought in astonishment. So fast, it's already over. Did we just come here for a vacation? Golden lights rained from the sky like a carnival as the sound of the target being acquired echoed. Target acquired, and the group immediately moves out, guns raised as the voice echoes over the comms. They're cultivators from Great Hua, including Wang Feiyu, the one who controls the heavenly tribulation, and the bastard child of the fallen god. Wang Sheng stood tall, his face dark as he stared at the group, saying, Hand over the demon blade, and I'll spare your lives. Panic sets in as one shouts, Retreat! We can't win! But the one-eyed man calmly replies, No one is invincible. They are not gods. A soldier reports that a surge of energy has appeared outside the base, and it's from Great Xia cultivators, 3 of them, all confirmed as Class A threats, advancing like demons through the dust. Looking into their determined eyes, the group couldn't help but panic. They're really here. We need orders. We need our next orders. The man urged, Hand over the demon blade, sir. Are you still clinging to our dignity and the Empire's honor? Don't you need it anymore? This inhumane research can never represent the Empire's honor. We must think of the young people in the base, for the sake of the 1,000 lives here. The chief officer shouts unintelligibly. Do we not even have the courage to wage war against them? Just then, an earth-shattering explosion echoed through the room. A report comes in. The target is descending rapidly. It's Wang Sheng, and he's already drawing his sword. The man frantically raised his gun, but the hero's power sliced right through it. Wang Sheng stood amidst the smoke and dust, looking like a demon. He looked at the group and said softly, "Hand over the demon blade, and I'll spare your lives." The others were terrified, but the squad leader looked like he was about to cry. They both answered in unison, "Yes." He quickly retrieved the demon blade, and at that moment, Wang Sheng soared into the sky. In the sky, those below saw him as nothing more than a shooting star, as he quickly flew towards the three. As soon as he saw Wang Sheng, Tianzhang happily shouted, "Brother Sheng!" Huaijing wondered, "Shouldn't we just destroy them?" Wang Sheng replied, "Maybe, but it's not necessary. I just warned them. Let's get back to the plane. Next, we'll have to cross the Mediterranean. We can't just fly around." Tianzhang was curious. How did Wang Sheng warn them? He explained that he simply told them their goal was to destroy the demon blades, not to kill people. Yunji spoke, daring to directly threaten the American Empire, and it actually worked. Truly unconventional. Wang Sheng continued, "The situation here seems simple, but what's next will likely be complex, requiring more effort from us to handle." Meanwhile, Dell awakens, yawning and asking, "Where am I? How did I get here? Has the operation begun?" Master Wang Sheng looked at her and said, "We've left Africa and are now heading to the Light Faction's territory." Dele awkwardly smiled and asked, "Didn't I help at all?" Huaijing interjects, "No, you've already helped a lot. At least you haven't been a burden to us." The two men nodded in agreement as Dele felt like crying. Not being a burden was helping? Wang Sheng looked at her and said, "We'll need your help next. Sister Anne of the 5th District is a bit chaotic, making it easy to hide demon blades. We don't have enough foreign manpower, so we want to rely on the power of the Light Faction." Dele quickly responded, "No problem. Which city is it?" He smiled at her. "The capital of Sin, Begalin." Dee quickly accepted the mission to Begalin and then furiously tapped on her phone. Dee looked at her in disbelief, realizing this was already the 5th stop. Tears welling, de le lament that while she dozed, the Wangdao leader took care of 4 demon swords. She's just a mascot, good to have, but not essential. The other 3, faces dark, say in unison, "Us too." At the Special Investigation Team headquarters, a voice cuts through the morning air. "Where are the Nonverbal Society?" Just then, Jiling's secretary reported, "As we approached Begalin, the 2 demonic blades there were identified, and the forces of the Light Faction are responding to our call, coordinating with Wang Daren's group." She then asked, "What is the Dark Faction's reaction?" The girl beside her spoke. "They received word that the Carrington group is gathering experts." As they walk, the girl continues, "Right now, a large number of dark forces are heading towards the 7th target, the kingdom of Kambi, where a civil war is brewing. The enemy has already invested heavily in creating conflict here, aiming to spark a civil war. To lure them in, the Way of Kings Society is moving forward, even gathering 3 demonic blades there." Jiling continued as they approached the room, "Prioritize the Kambi Principality, doing everything possible so Feiyu can complete the mission during their civil war." The secretary wondered, "But Director, should we wait for their civil war to erupt and let the Wangdao Society take advantage of the chaos?" Jiling replied that her thinking was good, but didn't fully consider the big picture. What the Dark Faction and the Carrington Group wanted was chaos, so they could expand their power. Her eyes glazed over as she thought. Only by eliminating one side before they could cause chaos could they stop the other. As soon as she entered the room, Qiling continued, "Continue to gather information, and if you find any of the Grand Duke's children, report it immediately. Though we can only observe for now, the Non-Language Society must have immediate access to information." The secretary quickly complies. Yes, let's cut back to his mansion, where a boisterous song rings out first thing in the morning. The person singing so loudly was none other than Xi Lian, as Guanshuan and Xiao Miao covered their ears. She wondered, "Brother won't be back for another 6 months, will he?" She worried, thinking that the world outside was dangerous and her brother wasn't cunning enough to avoid being taken advantage of. He Yan chimed in, "My brother isn't cunning. He's got more schemes than you know. You have no idea how restless his heart is. He only seems honest because he's not thick-skinned enough." She added confidently, "I'm betting my life on this. I can feel his thoughts at any time." "Big sis, you can really feel what my brother's thinking? He must be completely devoted to you. Has he ever thought about cheating?" He-Yan continued, "Not yet, anyway, because my little Huan's charm is unmatched. How could he not be sincere? Hearing this, Guanxuan blushed slightly, covered her face, and coughed a few times. She looked seriously at Xi Lian, who handed her the phone, and asked, "If two people are in love..." Pausing for a moment, Guanxuan then asks, "What exactly should they do?" The two are stunned, and Xiao Miao covers her mouth, coughing a few times in embarrassment, then happily says, "Well, that depends on their age." Then she whispered in Guanxuan's ear, "Another lecture has been unlocked." Of course, Xi Lian heard everything and couldn't help but flick Xiao Miao's forehead. "You're so young, yet you know so much?" Xiao Miao scratched her head sheepishly. We've been immersed in this kind of social media information since we were little, so we're bound to be exposed to it a lot." The teacher said to accept words with grace, not to listen carelessly or ignore them. Guanxuan nudged Xiao Miao's cheek. Guanxuan's cheeks flushed as she asked, "What are negative numbers?" Xiao Miao scratched her head sheepishly and said, "I'm not really sure about that." Helion stammered, "Me neither." She cursed, "Where's Fei Yu when we need him to explain this?" Cut to the other side of the world, where the scenery is surprisingly similar to Earth, as Wang Sheng once again uses his sword to shatter the evil blade. He quickly resheathed his sword and left, ending his work, while the four others were left speechless, making Huaijing wonder. How many swords is that now? Tianzhong didn't want to know, Yunji didn't need to know, and Dili didn't dare to know. Cut to the 6th target location somewhere in Gongzhimi, where Wang Sheng announces, "I've received intel from the location investigation team that our next target is hiding 3 demon swords." Tianzhong suddenly stood up and shouted, "Damn it! This place doesn't look that big. Just a few million people, and Carrington Group wants to massacre this place with 3 demonic blades?" Yunji pulled out a talisman and said, "Just listen. Don't spout nonsense." The talisman stuck to his forehead. Tianzhong stood motionless. Dili smiled wryly. Was Taoist Tianzhang a little too lively? She quickly took out her phone and with a serious face said, "We are currently in Kongkemi, where the old corrupt regime is on the verge of civil war. Protests are erupting everywhere, and it seems the government and the people are at odds." Deal continues. "The dark forces have aided another regime here. Through inciting public opinion, the majority of the old regime's citizens have applied for protection from the Council of Light, and we have sent support, but the support troops we sent were all wiped out in one night." With that, Deal couldn't help but sigh. "The forces of the dark faction are too great. We've completely lost our leadership." Huaijing exclaimed in surprise, "Amitabha, evil has never suppressed good." "Yunji, is it true that the KBI Principality is now gathering many masters of the dark faction?" Wang Sheng took a sip of his tea and continued. "According to intelligence, the powerful figures of the dark faction here are still the vampires, and our movements have been exposed. We might be ambushed along the way, and these 3 demon blades are likely bait, so expect a fierce battle." Huai Qin pondered. It seems their previous strategy of pure stealth attacks is no longer effective. Deal hesitates. "Will we just be holding back Senior Wang?" "Not going?" Huaijing responds. "We've come this far, wouldn't it be a waste not to go?" Tianzhong quickly responds, "If that time comes, I'll protect everyone, and the rest is up to you." Yunji ponders, "Then what's the point of us going?" Deal says, "A camera crew of henchmen." Huaijing adds, "We can't let our main force get their hands dirty when it's time to trash talk, right?" "The master of verbal sparring you speak of is none other than Tianzhang," Wang Sheng said, drawing his sword. "Okay, the target en route are set, so let's get ready to depart." Dili asks, "Taoist Master Wang, what kind of challenge are we undertaking? For example, is it a 24-hour mission, or are there other requirements?" Wang Sheng couldn't help but think of Guanxuan's gentle face at home. He said, "This is a small matter. The sooner we deal with it, the sooner we can return to our cultivation in peace." Van Qi replied, channeling his inner strength. "After 13 years apart, it's time for Fei Yu and the Silent Fairy to finally reunite." Another talisman flies toward Tianzhong, and everyone stares at Dili, noticing her strange behavior. Tearfully, she asks, "Why must my Prince Charming be a Taoist, and one who already has a childhood sweetheart?" The others are stunned, as if struck by lightning. The scene shifts to the sea, where Tianzhong asks, "Aren't we only 10 nautical miles from our destination? Why aren't we flying? Without the investigation team's coordination, we'll be stopped for sure if we fly. This way, we can at least get a little closer." Huai Qin, at the helm, calmly points ahead and says, "Looks like we've been spotted." They were close to the island, the boat gliding through the waves, when a familiar face appeared in the distance, watching them intently. Tianzhong was curious. "Who is that?" Deal was so frightened she froze, stammering. For some reason, Dili was terrified of him, and she shouted, sweating, "It's Prince Koshin!" Tianzhong didn't care and asked contemptuously, Is this the old prince? He lacks the spirit of our predecessors. Huaijing added, if we're comparing, it should be to someone like the Grand Elder, since they're from the same era. Wang Sheng remained silent as Yunji spoke up. These vampires rely on drinking blood to increase their strength, making them as monstrous as demons. Deal trembled, asking, everyone, calm down, does this make sense? Suddenly noticing something, Wang Sheng's eyes widened and he shot toward the ancient progenitor. He landed swiftly, face to face with the man, his expression unwavering in the face of such a powerful foe. Wang Sheng slowly descended, standing face to face with him. The ancient divine king was impressively tall, silently observing him, no longer showing his previous fear. As the Tianzhong camera rolls, it turns out that what we saw in the distance wasn't an island, but the ancient vampire prince himself. Go get him, Thang. Blow that old bat away. Yunji was speechless. You brought this too? We've really become Fine Gu's errand boys with cameras. Deal quickly glanced over at Wang Sheng, momentarily stunned, before exclaiming, this is bad. There's a prince and 2 dukes nearby. The 3 of them seemed to have been lying in wait, and they looked extremely cunning. Dealey instantly knew their target was them. They were definitely trying to capture them to threaten Taoist Wang. Huaijing channeled his inner energy and put his hands together. Amitabha. Immediately, a surge of inner power ignited into the form of a great Buddha. He said, little monk, open the barrier. Wang Sheng stood tall, staring unblinking at the prince. The ancient god king spoke. Respected cultivator of Great Hua, we meet again. What brings you here? Wang Sheng replied, at the same time. A large hand appeared behind him, and with a bang he was struck into the sea, sending water flying. The ancient god king was silent, having been respectful to this person at Saros last time. A waste of emotion indeed, as the cultivators of Great China are unbearable these days. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes, you speak our language and the spray of the sea is on your face. Wang Sheng slowly advanced, sword in hand, asking, do you know how to write the character for death? The ancient divine prince replied, I think there must be some mistake here. He was secretly terrified. How could he be unharmed? At that moment, a massive explosion erupted where the ancient divine king had been standing. Before he could react, a sharp iron spike shot out of the water like a great sword, sending the prince spiraling to the ground. Realizing he was no match, he turned and fled. Wang Shengyang raised his sword, silently watching the cunning old man, and shouted, trying to escape. He unleashed a burst of sword energy into the water with his purple star sword technique, catching him off guard as he dared not look back. His sword energy was sharp, slicing into the man's wings, sending blood spraying and a jolt of pain through him. But strangely, the blood that splattered formed a net. The ancient prince said, Great Hua cultivator, we can still reconcile. Wang Sheng sneers, gesturing mockingly at him, enraging the ancient duke, who realizes this cultivator wants a fight to the death. At this, he quickly shapeshifts, but this king won't sit still and accept death. He flies up, shouting towards Wang Sheng, if that's how it is, then come. Meanwhile, Huaijing and the others leisurely watched the show, and Huaijing asked, can anyone sense anything? Yunji says the spiritual energy is completely disturbed, and spiritual perception is impossible. Qianzhong looks around and adds, where are those 3 vampires who ambushed us? Huaijing looked over, startled by the scene before him. The blood of the 3 men was flowing out of their bodies, forming a large ball of blood, and Huaijing shouted, this is bad, what are they doing? The ancient vampire king was now relentlessly draining their blood, while the protagonist's sword energy continued to strike him. The ancient prince was shocked. His calculations were off. He thought this Great Hua cultivator was just putting on a show. He was worried. He didn't expect his true power to suppress him. From afar, a female vampire quickly flies in, exclaiming, Great King, please accept the offering my clan presents to you, as she holds up a blood orb. The ancient king is overjoyed. Excellent. Once I absorb this power, I'll transcend my limits. The cultivator from Great Hoa is as good as dead. She quickly handed over the blood orb, which the ancient prince accepted. But Wang Sheng suddenly struck, shattering it and reducing everything to nothing. His sword energy formed a circle in the air, sharp and fierce, before flying back towards him. Wang Sheng watched grimly. It seemed tonight would be a long one. The vampire looked to the ancient king in a panic, unsure of what to do as he gnashed his teeth in fury and swung his massive hand. He mercilessly choked her. The female vampire was startled. He roared, then sacrifice yourself to me. She never expected to be used as a sacrifice and was filled with resentment. No. But he didn't care, and a large amount of fresh blood was quickly drained. When she was no longer of use, he let her corpse fall. Having been recharged, he was as good as new. The ancient god king's form began to shift once more. Wang Sheng quickly approached him, and Gu Shenwang's gaze shifted to him, baring his long fangs, his eyes gleaming as if he wanted to devour Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng focuses his inner energy, the sword aura around him glowing. Wang Sheng chants loudly, beginning to channel the lightning pure yang heavenly hook. Wang Sheng's eyes blazed as he looked at the vampire, his sword flashing past Tian Hong before unleashing the Van Tin suppression technique. He was torn apart, screaming, as blue lightning crackled from Wang Sheng's eyes. Not giving him a chance to rest, Wang Sheng quickly swung his sword, nimbly dodging and weaving, leaving the ancient vampire disoriented. Below, all they could see was a lightning bolt striking down from the sky. Tianzhong couldn't help but sigh in admiration, while Huaijing could only stare wide-eyed. Amitabha. Alas, this humble monk lacks the words. A single sentence to travel the world. Yunji pondered. The heavenly tribulation sword control technique alone is enough for Fei Yu to stand proudly above the entire planet. But Fei Yu's real trump card will always be the sword in his hand. The ancient royal body was sliced in two, and Hoaikin added, actually, Fei Yu probably didn't want to take the top spot on the heavenly ranking on purpose, because with this strength, even the old celestial master wouldn't be able to surpass him. Tian Truong replied, we are disciples of Longhu Mountain, but I seriously feel that my ancestor can't beat Brother Thang. Suddenly, two small eyes lit up inside the monster's mouth. The small spawn quickly fled, as a voice echoed out. Oh no, that ancient prince is trying to escape. Wang Sheng remains calm, pointing two fingers forward as he declares, Purple Star, one sword. Immediately, the sword obeyed, piercing the bat, shattering it into pieces with a massive explosion. The four just stood there like dummies, finishing the job and continuing the mission. Back at the Special Investigation Bureau, an alert sounded. Director Wang's communication signal had been cut off. Near the Kembe Sea, an extremely unstable source of energy has appeared. It's been confirmed that the ancient vampire prince has ambushed Master Wang. We've linked to the satellite surveillance network, but we can only see blurry images. Hearing this, Qiling frowned in thought. Xiaosheng is Dahua's top strength, and now a key component in deterring the enemy. If this battle is lost, the impact will be immeasurable, especially since they are abroad, and we can't reach them. Director, satellite scans show the ancient progenitor's energy signature has vanished, but Wang's is still there. He's killed the ancient progenitor, Meng Yue reported excitedly. Qiling quickly ordered, monitor the enemy's movements nearby and warn Fei Yu in time. Meng Yu acknowledged the order and hung up. Qiling couldn't help but wonder. Xiaosheng had actually killed one of the 8 great ancient blood clan, the ancient divine prince. I never imagined that Xiaosheng's rise would directly solve this major concern for us. I don't even know how to reward or praise him. Meanwhile, at a port in Gongkami, Wang Sheng and his group quickly board a ship where he silently circulates his inner energy. Deal asked in surprise, Master Wang, did you really kill that ancient prince? Wang Sheng replied, yes, use telepathy to command. Speed is key. Huajing, contact the investigation team and tell them to proceed with the original plan, and send people to support us. Huajing quickly replied, okay, I'll contact them now. Yunji came over, worried, and asked, Fei Yu, are you hurt? With his eyes closed, he telepathically replied that he was just a little tired. Let's wait here for news from the investigation team. I'll recover some energy. After a moment on the phone, Huaikin reported, Finu, the investigation team has dispatched 2 trucks to assist us. They've already entered the port. Wang Sheng smiled. Great, let's move out. The trucks quickly started rolling, and the atmosphere in the back was thick with anticipation. Yunji glanced at Wang Sheng, hesitant to speak. Tianzhong quickly noticed, smiled knowingly at his brother, and then shouted, Brother Sheng, Xiao Liuzi wants to know if you can teach him some lightning escape techniques. Yunji startled and rushed to cover his mouth. Wang Sheng quickly agreed, and he happily replied, All right, let me ask. Yunji awkwardly replies, Sorry to trouble you. Tianzhong smiles, and Jia Yun appears from the sword, explaining that this technique requires a strong body, and after mastering the profound art of lightning control, one will naturally understand how to develop it. Yunji bowed respectfully, saying, I see, thank you, senior. Wang Sheng smiled and asked her, By the way, why didn't you help out when I was fighting the ancient body king earlier? Jiao Yun replied calmly, If you could win, why would I need to help? The carriage rumbles on, and Jiao Yun continues, Your path ahead is long. I can't have you relying on me. Wang Sheng grins. I'm just looking for efficiency. Jiao Yun added, The price to pay is for me to face that defilement? I'm a little uncomfortable with you slaying those evil things. Wang Sheng suggested, "It's all right, I can just use the sword sack's flying sword." But Jia Yun retorted, "There's no need. As your sword spirit, I should do what a sword spirit is meant to do." The four stared blankly as the two spoke, three of them trembling at the thought that the senior hadn't even acted during the sword spirit formation. If she and Fei Yu combined their true power, wouldn't they be able to kill the ancient divine king in an instant? Jia Yun continued. So cultivate faster, and when the time is right, I'll take you to the immortal realm to cultivate. Wang Sheng was grateful. Thank you, Master, for helping me soar. He secretly guessed that the Master wanted him to seize the opportunity to improve his strength. Suddenly, the car screeches to a halt, throwing everyone inside off balance. Tianzhong asks, "What's going on?" Over the comms, a panicked voice cries out, "We're done for." Outside, gunfire and fighting erupted. The KBY Corporation's civil war has begun. Wang Sheng was stunned to hear this. Has Zhang, the terrifying Bone Man, appeared? Is a great battle about to begin? Outside, the sounds of gunfire and fighting raged on. Smoke filled the air, and the scene was as devastated as in the Middle Ages. Tianzhong retorts, "Isn't peaceful development better? Why rush in like moths to a flame?" But if this kind of conflict broke out in the UK, I'd be happy to see it. Wang Sheng flew up on his sword to observe the situation and replied, "The UK is already in chaos. It seems the cultivation world has split into two factions and is in the middle of a civil war. I've locked onto the 6th Green Demon Blade. Huaiqin, Tiantrong, same rules as always." Wang Sheng instructed, "We'll attack head-on, and I'll target from above." Tianzhong quickly retrieves his talisman, ready to speak. Very well. Huaiqin quickly drew his weapon as Wang Sheng said, "Yunji, you and Miss Di Li go help the civilians caught in the crossfire. The people are just sacrifices to the dark faction, and those with ambition. Help as many as you can. Before you leave, don't go too deep. There are still many dark faction experts in this city. Our goal is the Demon Blade. Once it's dealt with, the Azure Demon Blade will move to the next target point." As soon as the bat saw him, it shouted, "It's the wielder of the heavenly tribulation. Stop him." He quickly formed a seal, his eyes fixed on them. As the fallen flew past, a gale illuminated the sky, and both Huajing and Tianzhong charged forward. "This Dark Legion is a disappointment. These bats dare to face Brother Thang A." Huajing says, "Word of Fei Yu killing the ancient god clan's prince has spread, scaring them witless. We need to act fast, better than dragging this out." With that, Wang Sheng and the other quickly flew towards the main building. With incredible speed, he unleashed his sword aura, shattering the glass. By the time the two guards noticed him, his sharp sword aura had already sliced through their necks. He coldly eyed the two fallen corpses. The ceiling above now cracked from his power, and from those cracks an ominous aura began to seep, causing more fissures to spread. From above, a skeleton warrior wielding a sword strikes down. Wang Sheng quickly senses the danger, and with a grim expression, draws his sword, which immediately unleashes its power. Wang Sheng quickly slashes upwards, aiming straight for the skeleton. It's no match for him. The gruesome face was quickly split in two. It was no match for him, and the skeleton soon cracked and shattered. At that moment, Zhao Yun appeared and coldly remarked that they had refined the Blood God blade to a surprisingly sophisticated degree. Immediately after, an aura was channeled into the sword. Zhao Yun continued, "If we've started, we need to finish this. Destroy all the Blood God blades." She added, "You can't keep dwelling on these small matters. Achieving immortality is the true path." Standing amidst the chaos, Wang Sheng reassured her, "Don't worry, I won't keep you waiting long." With the mission complete, they quickly got into the car and moved on. Meanwhile, Meng Yue reported, "Master Wang, we've destroyed 8 demon blades, more than halfway to our goal. The remaining 4 are hidden across Europe and are being moved. It seems Carrington Group is preparing for a desperate gamble. That's fine, at least it saves us some time." At the same time, Meng Yue continued, "Master Wang, we have received news. Meng Yue reports that the Carrington Group has deployed 2 large thermonuclear warheads, likely to lure everyone into a trap, willing to pay any price to eliminate them all." Yunji sighed. The immediate task was to find a solution. Though riches are found in dangerous places, this was undeniably risky. Tianzhong looked at him, puzzled. "Brother Sheng, can you withstand a nuclear warhead? Or rather, do you have a plan?" Wang Sheng smiled faintly and said, "I don't have a plan, but I do have a few ideas. I hear the scenery here is quite beautiful. How about we relax a bit?" Time flies, and the next day finds Wang Sheng and his group lounging in the sun at a seaside resort, looking utterly relaxed. Yunji glanced at him and asked, "Fei Yu, is it wise for us to be here?" Wang Sheng calmly replied, If they want to dig a hole, we need to be standing right above it. All the demon blades are under surveillance by the investigation team. They can't escape. Huijing added, "That's right, there's no need to rush. Whether or not we act isn't up to us." Tianzhong followed up, "Do you think the Carrington group and the Dark Ones know we're here sunbathing? Would they freak out?" Yunji added, "It wouldn't be that bad, but they might drop a few electronic devices." Relaxing on the beach in a bikini, she flaunted her slender figure, drawing admiring glances. Tianzhong sat up and asked, "Brother Thang, what do you want to do tonight?" He replied with his eyes closed, "Cultivating, enlightenment, sword training." Tianzhong couldn't help but ask, his face darkening. "Brother Thang, weren't you talking about relaxing?" He replied, "Then let's find a quiet place and get a good night's sleep." Tianzhong and the others were stunned, realizing that all Shungo did was cultivate and think about his martial sister. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, 3 shadowy figures sit around a table, and one speaks up. "Now we must consider whether the Dark Alliance is even necessary." The woman scoffs. "What is King Vikin implying? Are you saying you're scared by a letter from Great Xia?" she asked, causing the other to slam his fist on the table. He raged. "King Vikin has never feared strong enemies, only those who stand still. A mere letter from Daihoa tramples on us, yet you question the need for our alliance?" A sharp hand quickly rose, signaling him to calm down, as the figure spoke. "The truth is, none of us can defeat the cultivators of Great Hoa. Our blood clan has suffered heavy losses. This is a lesson." Suddenly, a voice came from the doorway. "Gentlemen, would you like to hear a solution to this?" "The familiar mask," he continued. "Don't you want to know the weaknesses of these great Hoa cultivators?" The man was none other than the young sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect. Night falls on a brightly lit, high-rise hotel as Wang Sheng stands on the balcony, checking his phone, when suddenly something catches his eye, startling him. He thought to himself, his parents, Xiao Miao, and even his senior apprentice had all replied to his messages. His master was in seclusion for a breakthrough. Everyone's fine, but what's causing this vague sense of unease? At that moment, Zhao Yun appeared and asked, "What are you worried about? Could those barbarians still be struggling with dividing territories?" Wang Sheng recounts that over 100 years ago, those barbarians she spoke of always talked about the decline of the Central Plains dynasty, and only after many years of hard struggle did they achieve their current prosperity. "These are all civilizations on Earth, just temporary guidance. We can't equate all countries." Just then, Jiling called. He quickly answers, wondering why she's calling at this hour. Qiling asks him, puzzled, "Fei Yu, is something wrong?" Wang Sheng frowned and said, "It's not urgent. I just felt a vague sense of unease and wanted to ask if anything had happened to my master's wife." Ji Ling, while reviewing files, said, "Everything is normal right now. Everything related to you is normal. Wait a moment. I'll gather more information and call you back." He couldn't stop thinking and suddenly felt uneasy. Something had clearly happened. He couldn't deny it, but this time it wasn't an ill omen because it didn't involve his parents, master, or senior apprentice sister. Suddenly, Qilang's phone rang and she quickly answered it, barely getting a word out. "Hello?" Unsure what was said, she became so tense that she stood up. Qiling quickly shouted, making him break out in a sweat. "Something really has happened to Fei Yu." He quickly shouted, his voice filled with urgency. "Who's there? What's happening?" Qiling's announcement cuts through the silent night. "Xiaosheng, we've just received word that the Dark Camp has begun slaughtering civilians, killing many citizens of the Great Hoa Nation. In just a few short hours, they've launched 68 massacres, taking over 2,600 hostages. Over 3,000 are dead and 16,000 are injured. This is a crisis of immense proportions, so I've dispatched all Golden Core cultivators and above to assist. Everyone act according to the circumstances, and if it's too dangerous, don't act rashly. Wait for our main force to arrive before discussing further." Wang Sheng quickly stood up and replied, "I understand, Master." Immediately after, he quickly hung up the phone, and moments later, Zhang Tian roared, cursing, "Do they really think they can threaten us?" Huijing spoke up. "It seems they're desperate to force a battle, luring us into an ambush." Yunji asked him worriedly, "Fei Yu, what are you planning to do?" Wang Zheng reasoned that the enemy's actions would provoke other countries in the region and undermine the government of Great China. "If necessary, I'll hold them back and buy you some time. First, let's move to the scene. This may be the final battle between us cultivators and the Dark Forces." The helicopter swiftly transported everyone to a mountain, the night already late. In the Quili Mountains, one of the Sington Group's secret locations, just as Qiling said, many hostages were being transported. One of them spoke up. "Yin, are you sure this won't anger the cultivators of Great China?" The young master replied, Rest assured, the cultivators of Great China are managed by their government. Every official acts for the greater good, and they must consider the far-reaching benefits. The man continued. They must know we have very special weapons. Why would they send such valuable combat power to their deaths? He couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity they're your enemies. Meanwhile, his team was already on the move. Mao Yue reported, Chief Wang, we've just received a video from the Dark Camp. One of them involves you, and I'm forwarding the video to everyone now. Hearing this, Wang Sheng quickly took out his phone to watch. The young master said, we were out of options, so we were forced to resort to such measures. Cultivators have become a major threat to world peace. The great Hoa has a saying, those who are not of our race will have different hearts. In their eyes, there's no distinction between light and darkness. We're all barbarians. Everyone listened intently, knowing that if they continued their rampage, they would surely be enslaved once more. So, those of the light, can you not consider joining our cause? I hope you'll all be honest with me. He began to threaten. Otherwise, we'll continue doing what heretics do best. The only way to save these hostages is for Wang Sheng to cripple his cultivation and come negotiate with us. If he does, we'll release the innocent citizens of Great Xia. He continued, of course, you can also choose to send your strongest cultivators to attack, but you must believe what I say. The moment you step outside the border, we'll execute these hostages and detonate our secret weapon. People of Dai Hoa, consider the lives of thousands carefully. You're pushing us too far, forcing the dark factions to unite. Wang Sheng, I'm sure you're watching this. These people are about to die because of you, so why aren't you here yet? After hearing the video, Tianzhong was furious. Are you kidding me? We're the ones being forced here, you brainless fools. Do they think taking hostages will make us listen? Evil cults who've tried this before are long gone. Delay looks at him and says, Master Wang, please calm down. Rushing in won't help. They're holding hostages to negotiate so we can agree to some of their demands. Wang Sheng declared, that's highly unlikely. Our government will never bow to such evil cultivators. Yunji added, if the government makes concessions, it will only embolden them further. If they get even a taste of victory, they'll think they've found our weakness and the consequences will be far more severe, Wang Sheng said urgently. I have to go there, and the sooner, the better. Huijing called after him, reminding him to think carefully before acting. Wang Sheng smiled faintly. I value my life too much to go looking for death. The morning air in Qiling's office crackled with urgent news. 6 Taoists from the Void Cave sect had arrived at Combat Group 28's base, ready for action. 60 cultivators were now assembled at the rally point. Should the first wave of support be dispatched? Everyone reported, Director Ji Ling, at this crucial moment, the investigation team must be ready to support our combat team. She declared, as the forces of each sect continue to gather, we must assemble the strongest formation. The souls of those who died on the battlefield are not yet cold, and we cannot afford to make any more mistakes. Another reports, Director Ji Ling made it very clear that if we act, they will kill the child. The enemy is surely watching our every move with satellites. How can we slip past their gaze? Ji Ling frowned, saying, now is not the time for questions. If you have suggestions, speak up. If not, cooperate with the investigation team. That man quickly interjected. I suggest we split into 2 groups, one crossing the Saros border and the other heading south. The man next to him said the plan had already been discussed, and changing it now would waste too much time, yelling, then why not choose a different rescue plan? If we assembled the 10 strongest cultivators into one elite team, we could evade their surveillance, move at incredible speed, and obliterate those heretical cultivators with a single thunderous strike. It was a lively day in Ji Ling's office. Ji Ling spoke up. Team Leader Qin, I agree to bypass my signed documents and directly present your plan to the higher-ups. If you can convince them, you can use your plan directly, but I want to remind you of something. Ji Ling quietly added, the stronger the cultivator, the more reliable they are. Hearing this, Yishin was a little surprised, his eyes no longer so fierce. He said, I understand. I'll carefully consider the feasibility of this plan. Ji Ling replied, good, I await your good news. The secretary then asked, Chief, should we submit an application to our superiors? Yishin spoke up. Right now, Vice Minister Ji Ling's view is very clear. In fact, whether the old seniors break their oath depends on a single word from Director Ji Ling. He quickly ordered, go and inform all departments to fully cooperate with the investigation team. If the investigation team is short on manpower anywhere, send people to help immediately. The secretary quickly obeyed. Yes. And with that, she turned and went to complete her task. Yishin couldn't help but ponder, Ji Ling, what are you so afraid of? A moment later, the scene shifts to Ji Ling's office, where she is still in a meeting. The most unpredictable thing is the enemy's secret weapon. Does the combat team have a plan? The voice on the other end explains that there are 3 plans, but they need the location of the nuclear weapon so experts can approach the area near the warhead. Another person adds that the most effective way is to release dense nanorobots to directly attack the nuclear warhead's control center and destroy it. The other person reacted strongly. Director, shouldn't we first ask Taoist Wang to try and buy us some time? If we can buy more time and delay the slaughter of the hostages, we'll have the upper hand. Qi Ling was tense. I've contacted Fei Yu and shared our information and arrangements. As planned, we'll locate the nuclear bomb first. The call quickly connects, and Qi Ling, having just finished the meeting, immediately calls Wang Sheng. But to her surprise, it wasn't Wang Sheng who answered. Huijing spoke. Amitabha. Greetings, Vice Minister Qi Ling. He reported that Fei Yu had suddenly awakened and was now breaking through to a new realm. Director Qi Ling, do you want to issue a battle order? Just tell me directly. Qi Ling sternly tries to wake Fei Yu. I need to speak with him directly. Huijing was startled and a little embarrassed. Director Qi Ling was directly interrupting his breakthrough, which could cause him to go berserk, but she didn't press the issue and simply sighed. All right then. Liu Yunji and Dai Lei, where are they? Both quickly stepped forward to the screen and asked, Director Qi Ling, do you have any orders for us? She asked sternly, where is Zhang, the celestial envoy? Everyone was shocked, and Di Li, unable to lie, stammered nervously. To this, Huai Jingqing replies that Zhang cultivator absorbed too much spiritual energy, causing him to swell up. At this point, Tian Zhang was like a giant balloon, leaving Qi Ling speechless. Qi Ling continued, the person in the mist is Shutian Zhang, right? He awkwardly spoke up, wearing a hooded cloak in human form. I told you, doing that is pointless. Qi Ling asked seriously. When did Fei Yu get there? Huijing quickly reported the exact time. 16 minutes ago, he stammered. Wang Daoren said that only a surprise attack could eliminate the threat of nuclear weapons and rescue more hostages. So he left us here to distract the enemy while he used an invisibility talisman to go ahead. We felt Master Wang's plan was feasible. Qi Ling said, keep up the act, then shut down the device directly. She was visibly flustered, tapping her hand on the table. Qi Ling then ordered some people to assist Fei Yu's operation, drawing the attention of the dark camp, and announced the movements of Immortal Wu Yu and Taoist Wu Yan. News spreads quickly that Immortal Bu Yu, Huxian Shi Lian, and Fei Yu's sister are arriving at Base 28 in half an hour. Meanwhile, it was announced that Taoist Bu Yan would arrive at Base 28 in 45 minutes. Qi Ling continued, saying that Fei Yu's operation was to be kept top secret, not to be revealed until the hostages were rescued. The voice on the other end was clear. She rubbed her temples, a worried look on her face. Why was this kid so impulsive? She wondered how many people he could save on his own. While Wang Sheng was still flying, Dao Yun appeared, looking at him, and said, even you aren't sure, are you? Wang Sheng replied, nothing is ever certain, but this is our last chance before they gather all the hostages they've taken from everywhere. As he glided through the wind, he explained, I'll sneak over there. Perhaps there will be unexpected gains. Dao Yun recounted that the heavenly court's return to the sky was actually due to secretly paving the way, which changed the situation. Now that you're considered a disciple of Emperor Ziwei, you should learn some strategy. Remember, if you want to master the Ziwei heavenly sword, you can't just practice in seclusion. Wang Sheng smiles, replying, I'm just a cultivator. Cultivating my own path is enough. I don't want to meddle in anything else. He frowns and continues, but all I want is to have a clear conscience. Either way, I'll take full responsibility for my actions. Tao Yun asked with some concern, what if your movements are exposed? Wang Sheng replied, then I'll just cut a path straight through. Don't worry, I won't do anything like trading my life for theirs. I'll retreat immediately if things get dicey. Dao Yun was satisfied, so he wasn't completely arrogant. She guided him to circle around to the west a bit. They're still mobilizing, and there's a sizable gap in the western defenses. They're within my spiritual senses range. Should I eavesdrop? You smile amiably. I appreciate it, Fairy. About half an hour later, in the Okili Mountains, Wang Sheng stood high and observed. They were gathering hostages at the foot of the mountains, while the soldiers were all up above, their main weapon a flying transport. Dao Yun closed her eyes, sensing that the entire mountain had been hollowed out, its internal structure somewhat complex, housing about 3,000 troops. She adds, their strength is on par with the demon you killed before, and there are 4 cultivators. Wang Sheng observes and asks, have you found the location of the 2 nuclear bombs? Dao Yun spoke. Based on your description of the weapons, I've found hundreds of them. Hearing this, Wang Sheng couldn't help but ask in surprise. Hundreds? Dao Yun gestures in the air. Something like this. Like this? He breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, based on the description, it's probably just a conventional warhead. Wang Xing gazed into the distance and continued. It seems they're determined to kill me with a nuclear bomb crater, or perhaps trap the Great Hua cultivators who come to save me. If I show up in the town to save people, they'll definitely drop a bomb on it without a word. He calculated that while the strategy was cruel, its architect lacked foresight, unaware that a golden core cultivator's spiritual sense could reach thousands of miles, and that Jiao Yun's could search even wider and in greater detail. Then he took out a talisman, held it between his hands, and said, "It's time to act." Wang Sheng told her, "Jiao Yun, conceal my presence." Jiao Yun quickly hummed in acknowledgement. In the sky, planes flew back and forth, one preparing to land at a secret bunker hidden beneath the forest. As soon as the plane appeared, the bunker doors opened. It looked small, but it was large and deep enough for a plane to fit with room to spare, and Wang Sheng seized the opportunity to fly down after it. He surveyed the area, thinking, desperate times truly lead to desperate measures. The Carrington Group had spared no expense, creating a base of this scale just to deal with him. His figure swiftly mounted his sword, soaring through the night as Wang Sheng calculated his next move. With Jiao Yun mentioning the presence of several master-level experts, he couldn't afford to alert them just yet. He mused that this sneak attack would only matter if the nuclear warhead was destroyed and its location revealed. He glanced around, regretting that he hadn't learned how to modify warheads. Otherwise, detonating it upon discovery would end everything. Closing his eyes, he listened to his surroundings, sensing 2 blood transformation demon blades and an old woman of unknown power. Moving to the observation room, he finds the masked figure who wants him to cripple his cultivation, which is only equivalent to the early golden core stage. Wang Sheng calculates that the cultivation method isn't Taoist, but it's close to the 8th achievement, the yin-yang all-things-sex young master UBs. He opened his eyes, realizing he still hadn't found the warhead and needed a new approach. The longer he waited, the greater the risk of exposure, and the point of his stealthy infiltration would be lost. Immediately, he spoke up. "Jiao Yun, see if you can find an area where mortals gather, preferably a place for rest." Jiao Yun spoke up, pointing out a resting area for mortals not far ahead, with people in every room. He figured it was the middle of the night, so they'd likely be asleep. He continued searching, noting that older individuals in single rooms were treated specially, implying higher status. Jiao Yun closed her eyes, focusing intently on her surroundings, until her gaze landed on a small room. Jiao Yun excitedly exclaimed, "Found it!" Immediately after, following her guidance, the sharp sword slowly cut a large hole in the ceiling. Wang Sheng landed softly, the man inside still fast asleep. Jiao Yun instructed him to place the soulless sword between the man's eyebrows. "I can probe his memories and share them with you." Wang Sheng closed his eyes and did as Jiao Yun said, relying entirely on her. The old man was still fast asleep in his bed, perhaps sleeping so soundly due to his old age. Jiao Yun asked curiously, "Did you find any useful information? You said he was one of the initiators of the island's human experiments, so it seems he caught a big fish this time." Wang Sheng looked at him. "Though he only knew the location of one nuclear warhead, I now know their entire plan, which is basically to lure me here and eliminate me with a nuclear bomb." He figured that if he failed, the dark forces would try to eliminate him at the foot of the mountain. So then they would continue to lie in wait, using the second nuclear warhead to inflict casualties on the Great Harmony cultivators. Wait for the war to end? Blame everything on Great Flower. Falsely accuse us of using special weapons. Use this to win over neutral forces and launch a war against the cultivation forces of Great Flower. He channeled his inner energy with disdain. "These people must think cultivators are fools," Jiao Yun asked in surprise. "You're not going to kill him?" Wang Sheng said. "He must have a device to monitor his condition, so I can't kill him now. I'll leave a strand of pure yang energy in his body so I can take his life at any time." Immediately after, he planted a strange, round object on the old man's forehead. Wang Sheng steps out, knowing the location of a nuclear warhead, and realizes he can't delay any longer. Its continued existence threatens everyone, so he must act in secret and destroy it. He quickly took cover behind the corner to observe the situation. At the same time, Wang Sheng ran into a familiar face, surprising him. It was him. Wang Sheng gripped his sword, thinking this was an unexpected gain as the young master spoke. "Have we received news of the target's appearance? Also, have the Daihoa cultivators made any moves? The scanner still hasn't picked up the target's signal, and the Daihoa side seems to be following our instructions, with no further action." Lost in his monologue, he doesn't sense Wang Sheng's approach. As the door opens, he continues, "If that's the case, let's give them a reason to act. That thing must be a heavy weapon." The young master spoke. All right, time to send them a direct greeting. He stood before the camera and said loudly, "The time is up, Wang Sheng. I'm very disappointed in you. You abandoned thousands of Daihoa citizens. Is this what you call a righteous cultivator? Is this the great path you pursue? I have over 3,000 hostages to play with, but my patience is limited, as everyone here can attest. If you don't show yourself, I might just increase the number of lucky ones each time. Wang Sheng, is your swordplay only capable of such cowardice?" He recounts how you once stormed the wind well. Where has that fiery spirit gone? The you before me is truly contemptible. At the same time, he ordered the drone squad to randomly kill 10 people, record the footage, and send it back for later distribution. Meanwhile, blood had already stained the ground, and no one knew when he had acted. As Wang Sheng landed, his sword pierced the man's chest, spraying blood. The man stared in stunned disbelief. Wang Sheng. His henchmen recoiled as he was stabbed, and their young master shouted, "Well done!" Quickly, his sword flew towards the weapon, now resembling a pen, drawing a sharp blade around it. And finally, the weapon couldn't withstand the sword's sharpness, and shattered. At the same time, the two giants quickly attacked Wang Sheng, but he jumped away to dodge. He quickly retracted his sword energy, then fiercely unleashed it towards the two, sending hundreds of blades stabbing towards them, the yin-yang mark on his sword blazing. Wherever the sword passed, earth and stone were destroyed in a resounding explosion. Then he gripped the longsword tightly in his hand. Wang Sheng scoffed at the thought, using a storage weapon attached to the warhead, a warhead that could block external signals. With Zhao Yun sealing the magical weapon once more, everything became easier, eliminating half the danger. With that thought, his eyes grew even colder as Wang Sheng continued. Next, he looked at the young master kneeling on the ground and said, "It's time to settle the score." Wang Sheng said coldly, "The young master of the Yin-Yang sect, whose surname is Yin and name is Yang Ning, is the only son of the Yin sect master. When the Yin-Yang sect collapsed, you led your subordinates to England and defected to the Western Dark faction. Then you tried to mobilize forces everywhere, threatening cultivators, and have now successfully persuaded some high-ranking members of the Dark Camp to control the cultivation world. You planned both the Battle of Snow Mountain and today's hostage operation." At that moment, Wang Sheng exposed his demonic mask, and the terrified young master of the Yin-Yang sect screamed, "Don't kill me! You can't kill me!" He cried out for his life. "Wang Sheng, you'll regret killing me. I have all the information you want." But before he could finish, Wang punched him in the forehead, and blood splattered everywhere. Wang Sheng watched him fall, coldly remarking, "Too bad I can only kill you once." With old scores settled, Wang Sheng landed softly. Dayun quickly warned, "A monster is approaching you. Be careful." He replied, "I know. I remember receiving information about that white-haired old man." Quickly, Tian moved towards him. She was Lina, the longest-lived and most powerful of the royal family, with blood closest to the vampire lineage, and she controlled another warhead. Lina stares at him, revealing her sharp fangs. Wang Sheng. Meanwhile, a strange figure emerged from another doorway, glaring at him with hatred. "You killed Yin Yang Kun." Just then, two more figures appeared, as the purple monster added, "And you killed my grandson." They glared at him, saying, "We know you're strong, and you'll only get stronger, so—" Lina grinned wickedly. "We have to kill you here, no matter what." His hand swiftly gripped his sword, and with a cold snort, Wang Sheng met the purple monster's attack, parrying the blow with a rapid swing. They charged as one, Lina's sharp teeth bared in anticipation as she eyed Wang Sheng, who closed his eyes, sensing their movements. His sword began to move, and Wang Sheng chanted, invoking the power of Zhui Haochong, commanding yin and yang to bring forth creation. Lina watched him, startled, and exclaimed, "This is bad." Wang Sheng dances in the air as lightning gathers around him, then he unleashes his sword upon his foes. A surge of light erupts, blinding the onlookers. Lina's sword shatters under the pressure, and with a deafening blast, it pierces her side, sending a jolt through her. Seeing the situation, the two rushed forward together, but Wang Sheng stood firm, stirring up the battlefield alone. The purple-clad man stammered, "Where did he go? He vanished." Immediately, he ferociously swung his sword, but Wang Sheng quickly leaped away, plunging down on the purple-clad man from above. Meanwhile, Lina quickly launched an attack, but he dodged it. Wang Sheng flew up on his sword, secretly assessing that the combined strength of the three of them was still a bit greater than his own. He calculated that if they couldn't coordinate, they wouldn't pose much of a threat, but caution was still needed, especially with her. He glanced at Li Na, the most formidable of the four. Meanwhile, Li Na assesses him, realizing that even this initial test shows this Dewa cultivator can withstand their combined assault. No wonder Yin-Yang Lord has always warned them to consider him the Dark Faction's top target. Immediately, she reached out, sizing up Wang Sheng, and resolved herself as blood dripped from her arm. No matter what, he's going to die here today. Daring to infiltrate the dark camp, that arm quickly transforms into a weapon. Lena, having lost an arm, cried out, "We must eliminate him, no matter the cost." At that moment, a group of people fell through the doorway, and armed men moved in to surround him. Surrounded on all sides, Wang Sheng glared and declared, "Come and get me." At that moment, Intel reported 5 powerful energy sources appearing above the Okili Mountains, one identified as Taoist Wang Feiyu. The other 4 include 2 ancient God clan bloodlines, the Shadow Demon and the Flame Monarch. Shilling reported the assembly status at Base 28, and personnel quickly reported the arrival of several Heavenly Mansion Realm Taoists, Immortal Wu Yu and Hujian Xi Lian. The Silent Taoist will arrive in 3 minutes, bringing the assembly to 60%. Shilling orders them to depart immediately to assist at the Okili Mountains, but then Yishin shouts, "Wait!" Shilling was silent. "Team Leader Qin, you don't have the authority to counter my orders," Yishin shouted. "According to regulations, subordinates can cancel orders from superiors if those orders are unreasonable. Traveling from Base 28 to Oakley takes over 2 hours, and at best, it won't help in this fight. All because one cultivator broke the rules, and now you're gambling with the lives of other cultivators and thousands of hostages." Jilling didn't back down either, as the situation was balanced, and every minute gained would increase the chances of helping Wang Feiyu. "Chief Qin, do you want us to just stand by and watch Dahua's top expert have his cultivation crippled by those heretics? This isn't a siege, it's the indiscipline of one cultivator. He'll face the consequences of his insubordination himself, without jeopardizing our hostage rescue plan." As if losing her mind, Jiling slams the table, shouting, "Qin Yishen, Wang Feiyu's combat power is worth the risk." Yishen shouts, "But he's also the chief's most beloved disciple, isn't he?" Jiling orders, "Rescind Qin Yishen's participation in this mission." She sat down and continued, "Carry out the order. All cultivators, gather and prepare to move at top speed." Another person reported, "The Vice Minister intercepted a signal from the American Empire to Mount Okili. The signal's content was to detonate the delayed nuclear bomb. The exact activation time is 1 minute from now." She figured the nuclear bomb was supplied to the Gallington Corporation by the American Empire, so there must be a back door in it. Their situation wasn't looking good. They really did detonate it remotely. Trilling anxiously clutches Feiyu's hand, knowing they can only rely on him now as he quickly dashes away. Attacking him from 3 sides at once, they sensed he was a formidable opponent. Then, a massive explosion rocked the area. Wang Sheng swiftly dodges the attacks, then leaps into the air, glancing back as he does. The winged demon unleashed a torrent of dark fire, but Wang Sheng quickly closed the distance, launching his sword straight at the fiend. The sword was too fast, and he couldn't block it in time, taking a direct hit. Behind him, another vampire demon quickly attacked. Wang Sheng flicks his hand, sending out a burst of sword energy. Lina rushes forward, shielding him from the blow. His sword swiftly moved elsewhere, and Lina continued her assault. Wang Sheng scoffed, realizing she would block the blade and that he should have eliminated the threat earlier. Jia Yun appears, saying, "I sense a feeling of dread from the small town below the mountain." "Perhaps it's that cannon you mentioned earlier," Wang Sheng asks in surprise. "What? Could it be that the warhead has already been ignited?" Jia Yun closed her eyes to sense, saying, "Not yet, but it gives me a very bad feeling, as if something is about to happen." Wang Sheng sighed in relief. "That's good. It seems the timer mode has just been activated." Hearing Jiao Yun's account, Wang Sheng couldn't help but worry. "You don't have time to fight these guys. You need to deal with the warhead immediately." Jia Yun asks, wondering why he still wants to go when he lacks confidence. Meanwhile, he had already shot into the sky on his sword. Wang Sheng casually replied that he was acting on impulse, and she grumbled, "If you knew the judgment was uncertain, why did you still do it?" He continued, saying he'd already told her it was a momentary impulse. He gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed. "I can save them, so why wouldn't I go?" Jia Yun asked him seriously. "How?" He then pulled out a small coin-shaped object, saying, "Use this artifact." The 4 quickly gave chase, but he had vanished before their eyes. Lina ordered them to give chase, not letting him escape. A winged man flew over, quickly reporting, "Your Highness, I just received news that the nuclear devices in the small town have been activated and will explode in 1 minute." Everyone was taken by surprise. "What?" Lina realizes the detonator is in her hands, but the bomb has already been activated, set to explode in under a minute. Someone in the shadows is trying to pit us against the Dahua cultivators. If that kid dies here, it wouldn't be a total loss. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun notices the runes on Wang Sheng's necklace are unstable and likely ineffective. Mortals live fleeting lives, but he has a chance at immortality. Which is more important? Wang Sheng replied, "They're innocent people, just pawns to be used against me. If I can save them, why wouldn't I?" Did Zhao Yun find the truck? She closed her eyes. "I'll try." Everything around her now seemed to move in slow motion. Zhao Yun spotted a large container and Wang Sheng beside it, quickly noticing the sweat pouring off him. "This is bad. We're not going to make it." The bomb's timer has 5 seconds left. Zhao Yun says, 5 seconds left, you might not make it. Aren't you afraid of dying here? 4 seconds remain, but Wang Sheng remains calm, confident he'll make it in time. Zhao Yun asks, "But if you really die this time, will you have any regrets?" Wang Sheng frowned. "Of course I'm afraid, but I won't turn back because of it." "Why are you asking these questions, Fairy? Can you be a little more positive?" There are only 3 seconds left. At the 2-second mark, Lena and the others panicked. "Run, it's a nuke. We're all gonna die." With 1 second left, Zhao Yun replied, "I was just wondering how you were feeling. To witness a madman disregard his own life to save others, even knowing he'll die, is actually quite interesting." Wang Sheng reassured, "Don't worry. I have many lives." Finally, time ran out, and a massive explosion occurred, scattering everything. Zhao Yun said, "Heaven and earth are hard to gather. Smoke and dust fill the air." The investigation team held their breath, sweat pouring out, but everything was still safe. They exclaimed to each other, "Little Jen is still intact. The warhead hasn't exploded." The item word treasure must be how Chief Wang contained the nuclear warhead. Jiling ordered the combat team to proceed with the original plan, and the Taoists to immediately assist at Mount Okili. Yilin quickly responded, "Yes, the orders have been sent." She breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that being able to determine the warhead's location in just a few seconds and to successfully predict the next course of action was fortunate. "You really know how to surprise people." Jiling was silent, but the danger still remained. Wang Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. The situation was looking much better. Zhao Van then said to him, "Can you rest easy now?" Wang Sheng smiled. "Thank you, Your Highness, for lending me this artifact. It saved my life, or I would have been done for." In his hand was a ring with an inscription. Zhao Yun explains, "My Qianqun ring contains many treasures with a total of 12 layers. Although you can only access the first layer right now, it's enough to contain the nuclear warhead and prevent its destructive power." Wang Sheng said, "Yes, thank you, Fairy, for saving my life." He thought to himself that the first level of the Qianqun ring contained Zhao Van's clothes and jewelry as much as an entire shopping district combined. He inwardly groaned, wondering if the nuclear warhead would damage her clothes. If it did, he couldn't afford to pay for it, even if he sold himself. Should he take the gamble? Zhao Yun says, "No need for an IOU, but I have good news for you." Wang Sheng is surprised. "What?" she explains. "The impact just now affected the seal on the second level. I conveniently activated the second layer of the Qianqun ring, allowing your spiritual sense to access it and freely use its treasures. The second level is for divine artifacts, the kind that are forbidden in the underworld. The priceless treasures that Li Jian washed will be of use to you. But enough of that for now. The demons have discovered he's not dead and are gathering a large force. You better act fast, or those mortals will suffer the consequences." Meanwhile, Li Na was busy fighting off her pursuers, and Wang Sheng asked Zhao Yun for suggestions. Zhao Yun suggests using a few spirit arrays to protect the mortals. "But the condition is that you have to hold back those 4 demons with considerable cultivation," Wang Sheng says. Zhao Yun instructed her to relax and let her temporarily control her body. This puzzled Li Na, who wondered why the warhead, which they boasted could destroy the world, had no effect. The terrified Fallen replied, "Esteemed ancient king, we don't know either." This answer displeased her, and Lena gritted her teeth in anger as a beam of light descended upon the city. Lena immediately recognized it as Great Hoa's swordsmanship, as the blood-sucking Fallen quickly huddled together, facing a relentless surge of light. One of them spoke up. To sacrifice oneself for those identical ordinary humans. What was the mastermind thinking? It defies explanation. The Purple One explained, "The Great Ho Kingdom values their people's lives. I told you not to mess with Dewa. You two just woke up from a long sleep. You should have seen how strong Dai Wung was thousands of years ago. But perhaps they haven't seen it in 2 days. Around 2,000 years ago, this eastern giant collapsed due to being too old and rotten. In their weakest moments, when their people sacrificed themselves continuously, they still preserved that flame." He continued. Now the flame suddenly burns fiercely. Li Na spoke up. If that's the case, is there still a chance for us to join forces with them? This is a battle for the honor of our dark camp. Victory or defeat will decide our very existence. She raised her weapon to the sky and declared, We have only one enemy, but he is immensely powerful. After a pause, she continued, Moreover, Great Xia will soon send reinforcements. There are probably hundreds, maybe thousands of cultivators, but our reinforcements will arrive soon enough. Lina ordered his death, then prepared to face the main force of Great Hoa. First, defeat the cultivators lured out of Great Xia, then launch a massive assault on the cultivation world, giving them no time to consolidate their power. You can never know the despair that limitless cultivators brought to my life. They continued, saying that he was one of the strongest experts in Great Hoa, and killing him was the only way to destroy the cultivation world. This world needs no third power besides light and darkness. They quickly armed themselves and advanced, but his sword struck first, felling bodies like rain. Around Wang Sheng's neck was Zhao Yun's necklace. He stood tall, staring ahead, as Wang Sheng asked, Zhao Yun, what can you do right now? She says, The super sword's power relies on your magic and swordsmanship, but I can help you reduce wasted magic. He smiles and asks, What about other people? Zhao Yun continued, You can surrender, or if you don't want to fight the soulless sword, I can help you escape. If your soul is injured or you fall unconscious, I can take over your body. Wang Sheng couldn't help but feel satisfied. That doesn't sound bad. He recalled that the demons and knights posed no real threat to him. He still needed to eliminate their ancient vampire lord first. He calculated that they hadn't yet united into a single race, which would make them even harder to deal with. Zhao Yun instructs, Remember, don't let those 4 demons attack the formation, or the immortal spiritual formation will collapse quickly. Wang Sheng replies that he understands, but Zhao Yun may not know. As a child, I admired the knights in martial arts novels. Now, as a cultivator, I can experience what it's like to be one. Jia Yun says, Since rebuilding the Demon Sealing Hall, I've experienced all of your memories, so guess whether I know or not. With the abilities of a cultivator, anything Anne can do is worthy of being called Xianya. Corpses littered the ground as Wang Sheng declared, Let's fight first, and we can summarize later. He frowned and said, Too bad you don't have the ability to use lightning. Wang Sheng looked up at the sky and continued, Otherwise, we could have you contact our master. Master, send reinforcements before my laws run dry. Jia Yun says, Guess if I have the ability to cast electricity? Meanwhile, in the minor hell, all was still peaceful, until Meng Po, sensing a disturbance, opened her eyes, thinking of Wang Sheng. Immediately, she angrily shouted, How dare you demons offend Lord Jia Yun? You have no fear of death. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng was cutting down the evil cultivators before him, thinking, After fighting for so long, the 4 big fish should have shown up by now. Immediately, Wang Sheng raised his sword and charged straight into the center, triggering a cataclysmic explosion that shattered the earth. Li Na couldn't help but sigh. He was fighting so many at once and still unharmed. The immortal sword truly lived up to its name. Wang Sheng smiled, satisfied. She thought she'd depleted his magic, so she came to take his head. She glared at him and said, But today, you will die here. On Qiling's side, a message comes in. The Dark Faction's director is launching a major attack on Master Wang. The main force is those 4 monsters, while the others are attacking the formation. Qiling can't help but feel a headache. They want to attack Fei Yu's heart, distracting her. Only by regaining the hostage can they take the initiative or force Fei Yu to submit. She continued, Where's the remaining warhead? Another operative responded, Energy fluctuations are coming from the enemy base. That warhead was probably taken into Master Wang's spatial magic item. He must have taken it, which is why his location was exposed. Another woman reports, Director, the transport plane has departed and is expected to arrive at the battlefield in 72 minutes. International air routes have been cleared and the escort formation has also departed. Another person added, Right now, Master Wang is surrounded by more than 10 experts. How can he hold on for another 72 minutes? Is there no way for the cultivation world to get there directly? The highest cultivation level in the cultivation world is only the nascent soul stage, and even true immortals would take time to get there. The old man with white hair interjected. Everything we're doing now, the speed of assembly, the speed of support, it's all at its limit. Another reported, Vice Minister, the 6 newest satellites have reached the Okal Mountains. Live images have been updated. The Heavenly Sword system is ready, and Heavenly Tribulations 2 and 3 are complete. Jialing said, Good. Immediately receive the live feed and be ready to assist Taoist Wang at any time. Meanwhile, the 4 were still fighting him together, but Wang Sheng's flying sword moved so fast they couldn't keep up. Wang Sheng faces 4 formidable foes alone, enduring a fierce attack that he narrowly avoids. Immediately, Wang Sheng swiftly moved behind the vampire, delivering a fierce blow that severed his arm, causing him to stagger. Lina rushed to help, but it was too late. Meanwhile, Dreeling ordered Heavenly Tribulation 23 to lock onto Fei Yu's target, the largest vampire. One of them spoke up. The opponent is too fast and erratic. We can't lock onto the target visually. It's too difficult to pinpoint. Xiling frowned. Difficult or not, lock on. Don't manually lock the target. Let the system decide when to strike, and provide the system with complete target information. They hesitated, saying, "This violates certain agreements." Xiling assured them, "I'll take responsibility for any consequences. Agreements are made by people, and we'll deal with any issues later." The secretary cheerfully announced, "Director, a hidden Earth Elder is requesting a connection regarding Taoist Fei Yu." Xiling replied, "Accepted." As soon as she answered, a man in traditional robes bowed respectfully. "Let's get to the point, Xilang. Have the Underworld's forces finally emerged?" He said, "That's right. The Immortal has fled to the northwest, and we will soon arrive at the base where the masters who have reached the cultivation realm are gathering." The person he was referring to was none other than Meng Po. He continued, requesting Director Xiling to notify them in advance to prepare for entering the Underworld. Xiling quickly agreed, saying, "All right, I'll have people contact the masters in the realm immediately." Immediately, she gave the order. The heavenly sword was unleashed, and a beam of golden light shot into the sky, causing the earth to explode. Wang Sheng glanced over, wondering if this was the heavenly sword. The light shot out intensely for a moment, then vanished in the central area. At that moment, the vampire's corpse lay sprawled on the ground, its limbs severed, while the purple demon howled in agony as hundreds of sword beams pierced his body. Seeing this situation, Lina felt a sense of dread and immediately struck out at Wang Sheng. But of course, he wouldn't let her have her way, and Wang Sheng swiftly dodged the attack. At that moment, Wang Sheng channeled his inner power, redirecting his attack towards the two demons, who cried out in agony. Wang Sheng's sword slammed violently into the ground, shaking the area. The demon couldn't withstand it, blood spraying as he cried out, "Lina, save me!" Wang Sheng surveyed the scene, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Success. But then a sharp crimson spike pierced his heart from behind. That startled him. Wang Sheng reacted quickly, turning to dodge and create distance from Lina. But at that moment, a sharp pain shot through his heart, causing Wang Sheng to grit his teeth. He plummeted from the sky, the impact shaking the earth. The demon gloats that the swordsman is injured, and now is the time to strike. The others eagerly agree and charge forward. At that moment, hundreds of sword auras suddenly shot towards them from all directions. Caught off guard, many of them were struck. The two demon leaders quickly channeled their inner power, creating a protective barrier around themselves as Wang Sheng struggled to his feet, thinking how fortunate he was to have the enchanted battlesuit prepared for him. Otherwise, no matter how strong his body was, that last blow would have seriously injured him. Wang Sheng frowned as Li Na coldly said, "I only had 2 friends, and you killed them." As she spoke, she raised her purplish arm. Li Na's deathly eyes locked onto Wang Sheng. "I want you to pay for their lives." No sooner had she spoken than Lina opened her mouth, revealing rows of sharp teeth, and bit down hard on her friend's arm, drawing blood in a truly sickening display. Wang Sheng remained silent, gazing at her before focusing his inner energy on the wound on his chest. Quickly, the wound healed as if it never happened, and the blood vanished. Wang Sheng's face turned serious as he stepped forward, the ground beneath him stained with blood. From within Lina's wings, a ghastly face appears, surrounded by a bloody aura. Lina furiously summons her weapon, her eyes burning red with what seems like resentment. Red veins bulge from Lina's eyes as she grits her teeth, ready for a life or death battle. Wang Sheng watched Lina's movements, then said to Zhao Yun, "Here it comes, the vampire's greatest power." She replied, "I'll support you with my spiritual power." Above, Li Na, like a grim reaper, waited with her weapon, ready to take his life. Suddenly, Li Na vanished without a trace, and before Wang Sheng could react, her scythe struck. Wang Sheng quickly blocks the attack with his sword, but Lina is terrifying. He's sent flying, and the ground cracks beneath him. With a furious cry, Lina charged at Wang Sheng. "I want you to pay for my friend's life." Wang Sheng met her head-on, shouting, "Demons and monsters deserve to die." Instantly, the two figures collided, leaving only streaks of light from their inner power. The purple demon ordered, "Everyone else, get out of here to avoid being caught in the crossfire." The blue demon was shocked. The power gap is too vast. Even we can't interfere. I've long heard of Li Na's ancient strength, but this young cultivator from Dai Hoa, his very existence makes me tremble. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng calculated that while this ancient royal only knew how to chop and hadn't gained an advantage in his moves, she could completely overwhelm him in terms of strength. He circulated his inner power and continued to think, using the Ziwei Yi Dao. At this moment, the sword technique could not be used, and the heavenly tribulation would only disrupt the rhythm of movement. If that's the case, then abandon those things. At the same time, not giving him time to think, Lina quickly launched a powerful blow. Wang Sheng thought to himself, the way of the sword is divided into three realms. The heavenly sword intent, borrowing the power of heaven and earth. The earthly sword intent. With the sword as the hand, there is only the sword of man. The stronger the enemy, the more determined not to retreat. The greater the difficulty, the more one advances. The sword in my hand is but an extension of myself. It is my heart, spirit, and soul that truly fight. Only with confidence and self-reliance can one stand firm in this world, unafraid of thunder, wind, or rain. To live as a man is to never yield to heaven, earth, or anyone. With that, he swung his sword, forcing Lina to retreat several steps before Wang Sheng delivered a powerful blow. In the sky, a beam of light strikes, and a report comes in. Sky Sword 2 has locked onto its target. The moment is right, and Wang Sheng seizes it. Now! Suddenly, a wave of killing intent surged forward, startling Wang Sheng. He watched the missile's trajectory, wondering if the dark forces were really going to drop a warhead on the small town. In the sky, a massive explosion reverberates through the area, and Wang Sheng exclaims, "Damn it! I overestimated the formation's defenses. I never imagined modern weapons could pack such a punch. Another attack like that, and the barrier won't hold." Jia Yun responds, "Rest assured, you've done your best to protect them, but your cultivation is too weak. You've reached your limit." Wang Sheng stubbornly replies that limits are made to be broken. From within the explosion, Lina slowly crawled out, her wings nearly burnt to a crisp, and glared at Wang Sheng with resentment, as if she wanted to devour him whole. Wang Sheng struggles, wondering what will happen when his strength is depleted. Jia Yun responds, "So what?" He gathers his inner strength, summoning over 10 streams of sword energy around him. Wang Sheng continues, "If I truly fall, take me away from here." The violet demon roared, blocking the swordsman. "Don't let him escape the queen's grasp." And with that, they both lunged toward him. Wang Sheng struggles to defend himself, while Lina flies into a rage, screaming as her clothes tear apart, unleashing a dark, crimson energy that grows stronger and stronger. Lina ferociously charged forward, repelling the golden light while Wang Sheng continued to battle the two demons. He glanced at her, his mind racing. What is she trying to do? Suddenly, as if realizing something, he screamed inwardly. "This is bad." In the sky, the celestial sword descends once more. Wang Sheng suspects she wants to destroy the heavenly sword. He quickly backs away from the two, calculating that he can't let her destroy it, or he'll soon be in a 3-on-1 situation again. At that point, protecting everyone would be impossible, and even my own survival would be unlikely. Lina was gradually pushing back the golden light, and she charged forward fiercely. Zhao Yun warned him, "Here come more missiles." Wang Sheng was shocked, the dark faction. "It seems they've realized my weakness isn't me, but those 2,000 hostages, they'll keep harassing me, draining my power and trapping me here. Once the formation is broken, the hostages will be in danger again, and they'll regain control, affecting his Dao heart. But even so, it's the best way to control me." Thinking this, he gathers his inner strength, as Wang Sheng seems to be giving it his all. At that moment, a massive explosion rocked the sky, shaking the entire region, and 2 beams of purple light shot out from the flames. Wang Sheng channels his inner energy, creating a shield that proves useless. Ultimately, he can't withstand the powerful attack, and fresh blood quickly spews out. Wiping the blood away, he tells Jiao Yun, "Luckily, the dark camp saw the warhead coming, and ran to avoid the blast. If I was still trapped like before, there's no way I could have stopped it." Jiao Yun responds, "But they'll be back soon. What's your plan?" The townspeople cried out, "Hurry and leave! We're just ordinary people and there are plenty of us. If you stay, it'll be a loss for Great China. Go, Taoist, we're grateful." "Leave, Master Wang. You've done so much for us already. These evil cultivators are despicable. I'll go out and fight them myself." Amidst the townsfolk's uproar, Wang Sheng shouts, "Everyone calm down." Jia Yun also urges him, "Leave. Staying here won't help." She said, "Wait until you've been reborn and survived the heavenly tribulation, then come back and avenge them." Looking at Lina, she couldn't help but ask, "Even if you block this attack, what will you use to protect the formation behind you?" The massive object in the sky slowly descends to the ground. Wang Sheng observes it, then says, Jia-yun, use my body to protect them. I want to test something. She couldn't understand his stubbornness and was momentarily stunned. You. Unable to dissuade him, she simply warned him to leave an escape route for himself. Immediately after, he focused his energy, circulating his inner power, and a powerful aura quickly enveloped Wang Sheng. The demon observes the situation, wondering, strange. Why is there wind? Suddenly, he cried out, "No! This is the vital energy of that great Xia cultivator. He's absorbing the vital energy from 100 miles around." Wang Sheng then reached out, his power surging forth, revealing a stronger version of himself behind him. This is the nascent soul separation technique. Wang Sheng's soul ascends. Jia-yun, everything from here on out is up to you. His sword energy was immense, and it now hurtled towards Lena, a power she hadn't anticipated. Lena grits her teeth, struggling to hold on while the demon roars, seizing the opportunity to slaughter the great Xia people in town while the vampire queen keeps the cultivator busy. Meanwhile, Jiao-yun quickly inhabits his body, slowly opening her eyes. Looking at the scene before her, she can't help but say, "If I had taken over your Dao domain for a short time back then, things wouldn't have come to this. But this Dao domain consumes so much magic. How long will it take to cultivate?" Jiao-yun clicked her tongue, then grabbed her longsword and charged forward, saying, "If that's how it is, then let fate decide." She fiercely slashes at the falling horde as the demon quickly approaches, sneaking behind her for a surprise attack. An attack from behind strikes fiercely towards Jiao-yun, who struggles to defend herself, as Wang Sheng's body is only human after all. The demon roared orders, his strength failing. "Attack! Destroy his body, and the vampire queen will be defeated." At that moment, a powerful surge of inner energy erupted from the ground. The two demons were stunned, silently observing the situation, unable to believe that the vampire queen had lost. Jia-yun collapsed to her knees as Wang Sheng's soul descended. Jia-yun retorts, "There wasn't much to begin with, and now you're blaming me for failing?" That's right. What did you say before? Wang Sheng refuses to give up, stubbornly rising to his feet, forcing himself to stand firm amidst the dust and smoke. Wang Sheng pulls out a small gourd. I can still try." Jiao-yun quickly stops him. "You've done your best. Don't push yourself any further." He chugs it down, but after fighting this hard, can he really abandon those below? To retreat in shame. How could he ever accept that? How could he accept this? And with that, his face hardened, pointing his weapon to the sky. "I still have my swordsmanship." With only one wing remaining, Li Na, along with the two demons, advanced towards him, her broken arm rapidly regenerating to its former state. With a cold expression, Li Na orders Wang Sheng's death, and a relentless wave of people surges toward him. And behind Wang Sheng, a group of armed men quickly took their positions, followed by the evil cultivators wielding dark magic. His face hardened with resolve as he stared down his enemies, refusing to yield. His aura makes them fearful as the sound of hurried footsteps approaches. The city's people had gathered, leaving him stunned. Wang Sheng was deeply moved, unable to speak. A girl among them, with tears in her eyes, said, "Thank you for coming to save us. Please leave quickly. You can't fight so many vampires alone." Even an intellectual-looking young man spoke up, urging him to leave. No longer fearing death, they chimed in, hoping at least one person could survive. "I was just about to reincarnate and learn magic to kill all of you anyway." Faced with such a situation, Wang Sheng had never felt so helpless. He gritted his teeth, standing silently. Meanwhile, Lena coldly said, "Enough," as she quickly raised her hand to focus her power. Then the vampire pointed her hand towards him and the people, shouting, "All of you, die!" Though they were told to stand back, they were still just civilians, frozen in the face of such power. Wang Sheng rushed forward, thinking, "Jia-yun, pull me out." His arm outstretched, Wang Sheng cried out in his mind, "Withdraw me!" At that moment, a stream of purple energy descended from the sky, blocking Lena's attack. Jiao Van, seeing this, said, "It's all right now." A familiar small hand effortlessly blocked Li Nan's blood attack. Jia Yun's cold voice echoed, "Granny Ming, release no one." Granny Ming coldly acknowledged the prince's command, then turned to the unrepentant ghosts and demons who slaughtered the living, bullied the heavens, and insulted the princess, deserving of utter annihilation. As she pronounced their sentence, a beam of purple light descended. Meanwhile, at the gate of the minor underworld, powerful auras surged forth as Yanzi and the others finally arrived. Seeing everyone, Wang Sheng finally relaxed, collapsing to the ground, only to be caught by a familiar hand, startling him. It was Guanshuan, Shilin asked worriedly. "How's little feather language, big brother?" "Xiao Miao is frightened. Big brother, are you all right?" Wang Sheng's voice was weak as he struggled to speak. No, but he immediately coughed violently. Seeing Wang Sheng so battered, Guanchuan glared at the others, then stood and said, "Xiao Miao, I'm counting on you." This left the girl stunned, and Helian rolled up his sleeves, stepping forward. These foreign Taoists are really asking for it. Guanchuan lands a fierce blow on Lena. She said nothing, but her eyes blazed with fury. Lena struggled to defend herself. A woman's wrath was indeed a terrible thing. Zillion swiftly raised her claws, seizing Lena's wings. "Daring to bully my little Feiyu, today your big sister will tear you apart." As soon as she finished speaking, He-Yan effortlessly tore off Lena's wings, while the demons retaliated with fierce cries. A familiar figure steps forward. Demons and monsters, ignorant of the world. It's the head of Longhu Mountain, the old celestial master, a Yuanying master. Qinglong Daozhang raises his sword, daring to harm the people of Great Hua. He is the sect leader of the sword sect, Qinglong Daozhang of the nascent soul stage. Meanwhile, the Chanfa sect leader flies in with his bagua in hand, glaring fiercely at the demons, asking if they think the Great Hua are easy to bully. This is the Yudong sect leader, Chen Yuan, a nascent soul cultivator. The demons cried out in alarm, "What kind of magic is this? These bastards are too strong. Run! I can't move. Where are the Flame Monarch and the Demon King? Why hasn't our backup arrived yet?" At that moment, a hand strikes fiercely towards the purple demon. Yan Zidian hissed, gritting his teeth in fury. "You dare bully my disciple? I'll repay you all twofold." The one who struck was Qing Yanji of the nascent soul stage. Wang Sheng surveyed the scene, relieved. With the arrival of reinforcements, this stalemate can finally be broken. Jia Yun appears. "I've used up a lot of magic power. I need to rest for a few days." Wang Sheng says, "Thank you so much this time. Cultivating as a spirit is not easy, and Jiao Van will likely need months to recover her energy." She closed her eyes, thinking, it's all right. After today I can only stay in the soulless sword, but I don't feel unwilling anymore." Having said that, Zhao Yun quickly returned to the sword. He quietly pondered that after today's battle, perhaps the Great Hua cultivation world could peacefully cultivate for another 10 or 20 years. With the abundant spiritual energy of Great Xia, the strength of the cultivation world will surely rise again. But then, we must consider the ascension to immortality on Earth. Xiao Miao watched him faint, her worry growing. "Brother, everyone, come quickly." "What's wrong with Master Wang? Was he seriously injured?" "Hurry, get someone. Master Wang has fainted." Then, from the haze, a voice stirred Wang Sheng awake. Wang Sheng listened in silence, wondering who was singing of floating mountain clouds, green forests, and returning hearts. His body floated weightlessly, and Wang Sheng wondered where he was. A lone man leisurely rowed a boat on a vast river in the distance. Wang Sheng watched the man in the conical hat, wondering if he was the Violet Emperor. He slowly looked up, offering a gentle smile. Zaiwei Emperor continued, "I never thought someone would still cultivate the Zaiwei heavenly tribulation. I've never taken a disciple in my life, and I thought my Dao seal would be lost forever." Then, he pointed at Wang Sheng. "You're doing well. When your purple star heavenly sword is complete, you'll find the traces of my Dao seal, which will help your cultivation." Wang Sheng rushed over, exclaiming, "Emperor, where is the heavenly court now? What exactly is a Dao seal?" Just then, he startled awake, realizing he'd been unconscious for quite some time. Xiao Miao was worried. He's finally awake. How does he feel? Wang Sheng quickly tried to stand up and speak to her. Suddenly, a soft hand touched Wang Sheng's face, startling him as she moved closer. Wang Sheng startled and said, "Senior, I'm okay now. I've recovered quite a bit." Guanchuan remained silent, her face still close to his, unmoving. Wang Sheng touched his forehead, wondering, was I running a fever just now? But there are other ways to show concern besides feeling someone's forehead, like body language. For example, Wang Sheng quickly thought of that soft pillow, wishing he could bury his head in Guanchuan's lap and relax. The thought brought a wave of joy, and Wang Sheng couldn't help but smile blankly. Meanwhile, Yanzi arrived and, seeing the blushing scene, couldn't help but cover his mouth and cough a few times. The elders followed suit, coughing one after another, and the embarrassed young couple quickly turned away. Wang Sheng quickly composed himself and stepped forward, greeting his master and the elders. Yanzi spoke. "No need for formalities. Let's talk over there." The old celestial master then asked worriedly, "How are Fai Ngu's injuries?" Wang Sheng replied, "It's nothing serious. I was just exhausted earlier. Thank you for your concern, elder." He laughed heartily, looking at him. The student surpasses the teacher. Fei Yu alone protected thousands of mortals from those demons. I truly admire that. Yanzu glanced over. There's no need to praise him, Elder. He continued. Young people are unstable and easily become arrogant, as Wang Sheng stepped forward and bowed his head. I wonder how my master is doing, the sect leader said. The battle ended over 4 hours ago, but the Taoists have remained here, waiting for you to awaken. The demonic cultivators of the dark faction have been completely eliminated. You can rest easy now. Yanzi recounted helplessly that the ancient god king, Li Na, had broken some of their moves, but Senior Shi Lian left behind a trace of her soul. He couldn't help but wonder, Big Sister, why leave that behind? Wouldn't it be better to just kill her? He continued, We have to kill, but Senior Shi Lian said we can't waste our victory in this great war. Yanzi smiled wryly. She's not only collecting the top evil cultivator souls, but also leading a team to scavenge. With that, he coughed and corrected himself. Transfer the assets of the Blood Clan. Wang Sheng's face darkened. As long as you're happy, Big Sister. Yanzi's arranged for Xiaoxing to divide everyone into 3 teams to encircle and suppress foreign heretics. This time, the dark forces of the West have suffered heavy losses. Seniors, do you think we should take this opportunity to completely eliminate them? Everyone said, Let's hear what you have in mind. Wang Sheng quickly replied, Master, you and the seniors can decide this, but I have something else to report. Yanzi smiled kindly. Speak freely. Wang Sheng frowned, recalling how Di had repeatedly requested aid from the Light faction before the incident, but they remained silent. I suggest that this time, while targeting the Dark faction, we don't overlook the Light faction either. Qinglong Daoren added, the Light faction's actions clearly show they're waiting to reap the benefits with ulterior motives. Qianfa added, but they still represent a faction, and acting rashly would greatly damage the international image of Great China. The old celestial master laughed. I have talismans to conceal our presence and create false crime scenes. I'll distribute them later. We can't do it openly, of course, but we can make some subtle adjustments. Hearing this, the younger generation couldn't help but be startled as the 4 elders quickly whispered amongst themselves, the Heavenly Master's words make sense. But it's better to eliminate those with heavy sins sooner rather than later, without being overly formal. So, suppressing them is protecting us from those whose evil schemes never die. In truth, crippling them would be enough, and we wouldn't be burdened with inner demons. What's the point of having power if they're indifferent to evil? Wang Sheng thought helplessly. Could you elders refrain from discussing such unpleasantries in front of me? Do you have no sense of decorum? After the Taoists discussed it, they quickly contacted the investigation team and began mobilizing everyone. The cultivators who had participated in the previous battle were quickly divided into 3 groups, each tasked with wiping out the remaining forces of the Dark faction. This operation was dubbed Sword Drawn, meaning the sword would not be sheathed until all demons were vanquished. But unexpectedly, his senior sister, after a moment's hesitation, decided to avenge her junior brother and the people of Great Hoa, choosing to fight the dark forces instead of staying to care for him. After all, this was war, a war in the cultivation world, separate from the mortal realm yet intertwined with it. Only by winning this war can everyone eliminate external worries and enjoy peace for a time. Guanshuan looked at him happily and said, Wait for me. Wang Sheng smiled happily. Okay. The mountain air was chilly that evening, and everyone was still out. Wang Sheng pointed out to his sister, Xiao Miao, do you see that? These are the predecessors of our Great China. Suddenly, Wang Sheng saw something that surprised him. Wang Sheng thought to himself, Oh, that place. The combat unit sent in an action team to blow up the base. Before that, some Taoist priests were arguing about it. Hearing this, Wang Sheng asked in surprise, What were they arguing about? Xiao Miao said, Apparently, when the base was blown up, some of the research materials were teleported away, so the scientists without cultivation who remained in the base were also blown up. He asked Xiao Miao, So, what do you think about this? Xiao Miao said, I think the explosion was great. Cultivators who do evil are called heretics, so what's the difference between those researchers doing evil and heretics? Sumei. Immediately, Xiao Miao launched into a theory that shocked Wang Sheng, who internally screamed, Is this really my sister? Is Wang Xiao Miao really only 13? Wang Sheng pats her head and says, You're taking things a bit out of context. Where did you get all these grand ideas? Focus on cultivating and stop reading things like Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. Annoyed, she retorted, Brother, I've been studying military strategy lately, not reading Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. Her eyes lit up as she continued. The 2 of us, one scholarly and one martial, will break free from Earth, rush out of the Milky Way, and restore the glory of the Heavenly Court's legacy. I've even thought of a name for our team, the Calabash Brothers. What do you think? With that, Wang Sheng couldn't help but flick Xiao Miao's forehead, then affectionately patted his sister's head, urging her to focus on cultivation. He said, No matter what you want to do, your cultivation is the foundation. Only with cultivation can you convince others. Instead of spending all day thinking about military strategy, you should spend some time consolidating your own cultivation. Suddenly, as they were talking, a loud voice called out from below, "Brother Sheng!" Tianzhong sat on the roof of the car, waving frantically. "Brother Sheng, we're here to pick you up." Wang Sheng quickly landed, and Tianzhong burst into tears the moment he saw him. "Brother Sheng, please be quiet," Sheng Huijing said in a low voice. "Fei Yu said his injuries weren't serious, so what are you crying about?" Hiding his face, Tianzhong sobbed, "You don't understand. I followed you all the way from the southern to the northern hemisphere and missed the biggest chance to show off." He wailed, "I'm so frustrated." Yunju quickly throws a talisman over. "Don't disturb Fei Yu's cultivation." A familiar figure approaches, and Wang Sheng looks over and says, "Ms. Li is very sorry. I tried my best, but the leaders of the Light faction wouldn't accept my opinion." Wang Sheng smiled. "You don't need to feel bad. The result is still good, but the Light faction might be in trouble next." He quickly asked Xiao Miao, "That's right. The other Taoists are already taking action. Have those demonic swords been dealt with?" She recounts that the Azure Dragon Taoist destroyed them, and now there's only one left in Great Britain. Wang Sheng recalled the figure from his dream, saying, "If that's the case, let's leave it there for now and let the island nation descend further into chaos. We'll destroy it when their cultivation world sees the Shadow Blade as their hope for growth." As he pondered, a voice called out, "Master Wang, our director requests contact to discuss something with you." Hearing this, Wang Sheng suddenly felt a little worried. This surprises Di as he quickly replies, "Okay, let's talk in the car." Soon after, Wang Sheng went inside to speak privately with Ji Ling, who praised him. "Xiaosheng, you've done well this time. We avoided major losses thanks to you." Wang Sheng smiled. "You flatter me. I called you here to get your opinion since you were directly involved. The nuclear warhead that detonated was connected to the military. The American Empire is secretly manipulating things. What do you think?" Hearing this, Wang Sheng paused to reflect. This matter, he pondered, recalling his near-death experience from the nuclear blast. Suddenly, Wang Sheng's eyes widened in realization. A nuclear bomb. Wang Sheng thought to himself, how could he forget there was a big bomb here? Inside the military vehicle, there was no one suitable for him to talk to. Seeing Wang Sheng so pensive, Zhui Ling asked, "Fei Yu, do you have any objections?" Fei Yu startled, then chuckled blankly. "Are you talking about the nuclear bomb, Master?" He quickly gathered his thoughts and said, "Let's not start a war and delay everyone's cultivation. Master, handle it as you see fit." Wang Sheng thought, "I'll wait for my masters to return before mentioning the nuke in my pendant." Qiling declared, "Peaceful development is our doctrine, one we have always adhered to and will never change, since apart from the ley lines, there is no great strategic significance." According to unconfirmed intelligence, the origin suggests that the British Isles cultivation world will retaliate against the great power of Great Rice. Soon, a large number of hidden figures from the British Isles will assassinate Carrington employees involved in live human experiments there. Immediately after, Ji Ling quickly hung up. "I'll get to work. Arrangements will be made for your return." Everyone heard that meeting, not just you. "Wait, are you saying the British assassins are going after Carrington?" "Really?" Seeing Huijing and Yunji's grim faces, Tianzhong couldn't help but stare blankly. "What's wrong with you two? Why are you looking at me like that?" Wang Xing looked at him and sighed helplessly before handing Tianzhong something, saying, "Here, a shelled walnut. Have some. Maybe there's still hope for you." Soon after, everyone boarded the plane, and Dila exclaimed, "Master Wang, there's news about you everywhere." Xiao Miao said that it remains to be seen whether the Dahua cultivators will take revenge on the evil forces that have wiped out dozens of cities. Huijing exclaimed, "Shocking. You single-handedly executed the heavenly tribulation, holding off the attack from the dark cultivation realm for hours, enraging the Dahua cultivators who joined in." Yunjie also saw how the cultivators of Great China were going mad, wanting to slaughter all of their cultivators. Tianzhong replied, "The foreign media feels like our own unscrupulous tabloids is sensationalizing everything." Exhausted, Wang Sheng looked up and asked, "Have they tallied the casualties from this massive threat?" The three, including Tianzhong, fell silent. Reading aloud, Tianzhong reveals the grim toll. Over 2,000 citizens of Great Ho Nation and roughly 14,000 foreign villagers were massacred during the Dark Faction's assault. Figures released by the investigation team half an hour ago, likely accurate. Huijing added, "Amitabha, these heretics are lawless and unforgivable. Why don't you give your opinion to the Taoist seniors?" Hearing this, he couldn't help but ask in surprise, "What opinion?" The three laughed deviously. Isn't the little underworld empty? Throw those sinners into the 18 levels of hell, let them experience boiling oil, forests of knives, and mountains of ice to repent. Huaijing replied, that's a great idea. If there are 18 levels of hell, why don't we use them? Tianzhang chimed in, we could even live stream it so they know who they're messing with. Xiaomiao agreed as well. Wangsheng chuckled. Good. The evil cultivators who directly participated in the action have been wiped out, so we don't need to worry about that. Besides, the minor underworld was left behind by the heavenly court, and the underworld immortals don't have a direct relationship with us. Tianzhang grinned slyly. Come on, Thang. Everyone knows you're on good terms with the immortal underworld. If you speak up, this is sure to succeed. Wangsheng is finally persuaded. Thang, I'll talk to my master first, then ask the Shen clan leader. The four figures on the other side are excited, constantly high-fiving each other. Meanwhile, on a plane, Yanzi says, I see. I'll let everyone know. He continues, as soon as the passengers disembark, the ghost soldiers will immediately bind the souls of those evildoers. Suiyan then said, the Earth Hermit sect fully supports this, and the immortals of the underworld have expressed their stance. To quote her, send as many evil souls as you have to the 18 levels of hell, and they will be accommodated. But the heavenly law is strict, and the immortals of the underworld must fulfill their duties without overstepping their bounds. Currently, the underworld has no judge, and the king of hell cannot sentence these evildoers. The old celestial master wondered, since none of us are immortals, who could be a judge? At this, Suiyan quickly remembered, paused for a moment, and then said, a reincarnated immortal would work too. Immortal Huaqing is a celestial being of the heavenly court who attained the fruit of longevity, and is also in the heavenly court's Book of Immortals, so, in theory, only she is qualified to interfere in the affairs of the underworld. Wangsheng was taken aback, thinking, my senior apprentice sister is going to be a judge? Wangsheng was getting a headache, as Suiyan said, logically speaking, only Fairy Huaqing is qualified to interfere in the affairs of the underworld. After all, Your Highness Yun is resting, so it's best not to disturb her. Besides, if Fairy Huaqing becomes a judge, we can be her secretaries. Isn't that what secretaries are for? Right, secretaries? Wang Tianzhang couldn't help but chuckle. The secretary does the work, and if there's no work, the secretary makes work. Yanzi spoke up. If that's the case, why not let my two disciples handle the sentencing? This will also serve as a warning to outside forces, so they'll behave themselves in the future, and not just for revenge. The old celestial master found this interesting, eager to hear more. Suiyan began to explain, only those with sinful karma can be cast into the 18 levels of hell. For example, there's Xiaomiao sitting right next to him, happily calling out to her brother. Wangsheng looked over, wondering what was up. Excited, she asked, does Mr. Assistant need a little assistant? Wangsheng affectionately patted his sister's head. Your cultivation is too low. Xiaomiao sulks. Okay, but the Grand Elder always protected me with her magic, so I wouldn't be hurt by the yin energy. A moment later, an announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, the plane has landed safely and you may now disembark. Wangsheng replied, thank you, you've worked hard. The man quickly added, however, Taoist Wang needs to be careful later. Wangsheng blankly asks, huh? As he gets off the plane, he wonders, what did that guy mean when he told me to be careful? Immediately, everyone moved quickly. The moment Wangsheng's feet touched the ground, a piercing scream erupted. Everyone was startled. Wangsheng was quickly pushed aside as another wave of crazed fans rushed forward, shouting, Master Wang is back! Wangsheng was surrounded by shouts. Master Wang, thank you for saving us. Master Wang, I love you. Master Wang, you're so handsome. You're my whole family's idol. He was shaken until he was dizzy. Wangsheng dazedly said, everyone, please calm down. Suddenly, a bold girl steps forward and kisses him on the cheek, leaving Wangsheng stunned, and the crowd momentarily silent in surprise. Immediately, the other girls rushed forward, thinking they couldn't miss out on a kiss. Tianzhang is shocked, wondering if all the girls these days are this crazy. Huaijing adds, Amitabha, we can't let them get close. Feeling ashamed, Yunje sweats, wondering who can handle this competition. Xiaomiao immediately turned around, asking, where's Del? Deal, now a crazed fan, rushed over, shouting, I want to kiss Leader Wang too, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The four were dumbfounded, unsure of what was happening. Xiaomiao, looking at the others, warned, don't take pictures. My senior will get mad if she sees them. Xiaomiao is so understanding. Fei Yu is lucky to have a sister like her. Soon after, Wangsheng could barely stand and stammered. This was a little too enthusiastic, as Xiaomiao rushed forward with concern. Are you all right? Wang Xing continued. Now that it's over, the knife hunting squad can disband. What are everyone's plans? Yunji speaks up. Huaijing, did you return to help escort Fei Yu? Where are you headed next? Huaijing replied, Amitabha, this humble monk intends to travel to Europe again to see if I can achieve more. Tianzhang said smugly, then leave it to me and Xiao Liuzi to protect Brother Sheng. Xiao Miao happily says, that's right. If the pride of the Taoist sect, the model sword cultivator of the new era, is ambushed while weak, it would be a huge embarrassment. Not knowing what Dai is thinking, she looks up at the sky, her face a bit complicated. She remained silent, lost in thought, when her phone suddenly rang. It was the clan leader. She quickly answered the phone. Hello, Dad? A concerned voice echoed from the other end of the line. Oh, my precious angel. The cultivators of Great Hua have begun to oppress the Light faction, and although our family is not a target, we still hope to show our goodwill to Great Hua. What do you think? Deal quickly seized the opportunity. I think our relationship with the Great Hua cultivators isn't strong enough. Let's solidify our alliance through marriage. I'm willing to sacrifice myself. Father. Immediately following was a lecture from her father, specifically about how he could never marry his precious daughter to another. She startled and quickly hung up. Huaijing stepped forward, lost in thought, while Di Li casually pondered how to sleep with Taoist Wang. A thought that startled Huaijing. Realizing her slip of the tongue, Di Li cried out in alarm, quickly explaining, Ah, no, that's not it. Misunderstanding, Zen Master. I was just thinking about some stories. A story, you say? Huaijing asked, sweating. Di Li, I have some Buddhist scriptures here if you're interested. He inwardly groaned, wondering why a certified monk like himself was always caught up in these romantic affairs. But since the unspoken fairy wasn't good at expressing herself, he felt he should do something. Upon hearing this, Dai Li couldn't help but blush, her heart suddenly filled with awkwardness. Meanwhile, back at Wang Sheng's villa, everyone was having a barbecue, with Tianzhang and Xiao Miao manning the grill. As Tianzhang grills, he turns to ask, Brother Sheng, what would you like to eat? Xiao Miao sulks, envying those who can fast after running around all day. He could relax completely. He hadn't felt the tension before, but now that he was relaxed, he realized that using magic also made him hungry. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Is Fei Yu here? The newcomers surprised him, his master and others. The old man spoke. Wang Feiyu, in the short years since breaking the seal, you've made outstanding contributions to the peace surrounding our great Hoa nation. We've come to visit you. Wang Sheng steps forward. You honor me too greatly, it's what I should do. The old man chuckles. Taoist flying speech is too modest. He smiled. In truth, we fully recognize your achievements. Most cultivators don't seek fame or fortune, but your contributions to the nation and its people deserve proper recognition. This time, you rescued thousands of hostages, averted a catastrophic crisis, and inflicted heavy losses on the evil cultivators. These achievements all deserve recognition. Xiaoling. Qilin quickly stepped forward. Something glowed inside, stunning him. He continued, Xiaosheng, this is the sword medal the organization has decided to award you. Be sure to keep it safe. Qiling steps forward, saying, this medal isn't just an honor in the 3 divisions. The investigation, special affairs, and combat readiness divisions all have equally high authority. At most, only 6 of these medals will ever be awarded, and you're the first. She smiles brightly. I thought your master would be the first to receive one, but it turns out you've taken the lead. Then why not give it to my master first? Wang Sheng said honestly. Jiling frowned. This isn't child's play. This decision came after many meetings. Wang Sheng quickly replied. I understand. Tianzhang noticed Yunji's expression, unsure of what he was thinking. Admiration, not envy, right? Tianzhang quickly asked. Yunji replied, admiration perhaps, but that was earned with Fei Yu's life. Could it be jealousy? Tianzhang replied sincerely. It's the organization's recognition of Wang Sheng. I just feel proud of Thang. Soon after the medal ceremony, everyone quickly departed. Tianzhang says, my life goal is to get the badge of honor. Yunji replies, if you heroically sacrificed yourself in some event, then you might be awarded the martyr's badge of honor. Tianzhang grumbled, hey, can you guys take me seriously for once? Meanwhile, Xiao Miao was cleaning, and Di Li was cooking in the kitchen, creating a warm and cheerful atmosphere. Tianzhang grins, come on, let's keep singing and having fun. Rosheng, you just keep thinking, we can handle these little things. Wang Sheng thanked everyone for their hard work. He thought to himself, he didn't expect that Chunjiangjian would give him access to the investigation team's secret center, and he immediately went to take a look. Wang Sheng smiled, pleased. He was finally going to see some data he'd been wanting to access. Cut to his villa. It's now morning. He was looking at the classified list of Great Hua cultivators. Wang Sheng thought to himself, never imagining that the number of Great Hua cultivators had reached 6.2 million. And this was only the number in the spirit convergence realm. However, the cultivation world is being made public and standardized, and these cultivators are almost like ordinary people practicing common methods. Although only over 600,000 cultivators are truly receiving attention, many of them are top-tier seniors. If the Violet Emperor knew there were hundreds of thousands of cultivators with a real hope of fighting back— Before he could finish his thought, the door to his room burst open. With glee, Xi Lian announced, "Your favorite immortal has returned! Xiaofei Yu, Xiao Miao Miao, come quick! Your big sister has brought you treasures." The little girl quickly replied, "Coming, coming." He Lian happily hugged Gu Xiaomiao and said, "Let's go upstairs and enjoy ourselves." Wang Sheng wondered, "He Yan, what treasures did our big sister bring back?" He Yan smirked, "Little Fine Gu, you'd better deal with the guest behind you first." Hearing this, he couldn't help but look back, wondering, a guest? At that moment, a gentle hand reached out and touched his forehead. Wang Sheng was stunned to see it was Guan Xuan. He wondered, "Senior, are you—" She sighed in relief. "You don't have a fever." Wang Sheng smiled, realizing his senior was still worried about him. Yanzi then introduced them to the elders. "This is my disciples' home. Please come in and rest, esteemed Taoists." The old celestial master smiled without reserve. "We appreciate it." Wang Sheng was surprised. "Master," Tianzhang was startled when he came out. Then everyone sat down together. Tianzhang quickly brought out water. "Everyone, the tea is here." Tianzhang awkwardly held up the tea and said, "Grand Master, Taoists, please have some tea." The old Taoist master irritably said, "Don't embarrass me here. Everyone in the cultivation world knows your virtue. Face the coroner." Tianzhang, now docile, wittily obeys, "Yes, master." Wang Sheng couldn't help but think, with interest, so this is what it takes to scare Shi Tianzhang. This old celestial master must be the oldest ginger root in Longhu Mountain. Yanzai looks at him worriedly. "Xiaosheng, give me your hand so I can take your pulse." Guanxuan watched from the side, her worry growing. He frowned and asked, "Xiaosheng, did you ever seal your nascent soul?" He didn't deny directly disturbing his life force to forcefully activate his nascent soul power. "Yes, master." Wang Sheng smiled wryly, thinking he could hide it, but his master had already found out. Yanzi felt guilty, realizing they were too late and had made things difficult for him. He said, "It's not your fault, master. I underestimated the dark cultivators." Then he remembered, "Oh right, I have something for you three to see." He quickly placed a small octagonal badge on the table, prompting the old master to ask, "What's inside this?" Wang Sheng calmly replied, "The dark faction's second warhead." His words were soft, but the three elders paled. Immediately, the old celestial master used his power to examine the inner workings. He was stunned. "This is powerful. No wonder I searched for so long and couldn't find it. You had it all along." Wang Sheng asked Yanzi, "Master, how do you plan to deal with these warheads?" Yanzi says, "We'll hand them over to the government. Perhaps they can study the technology of Great Rice Country." Qinglong added, "Instead, we should think about how to completely eliminate the remnants of the Dark Camp and Great Rice Country." The old master laughed. "For years, those foreign powers have been embroiled in internal conflicts, him spiraling out of control. We've been waiting for an opportunity to break this stalemate." To think we'd witness Fine Gu break the seal, wielding his sword to slay the chaotic demons. Truly delightful. He wondered, what does the celestial master mean? Yanzi quickly reminded him, "Xiaosheng, haven't I told you before? About 4 years ago, 3 ancient vampire princes appeared, and Great China had yet to produce a single core formation cultivator. Many were pessimistic that our balance with the West had been broken. The government was under immense pressure, as war between the cultivation and psychic realms could erupt at any moment." Chen Fai added, "Fei Yu, you killed an ancient bloodkin prince in the Kimi border territory, boosting the morale of the cultivation world and giving us old bones a sigh of relief. Back then, I wanted to take the opportunity to eliminate the dark forces, but before we could act, they began slaughtering hostages, wreaking havoc everywhere. A truly deserved death." Wang Sheng pondered seriously. No wonder the dark forces were so eager to eliminate him. "So I shattered their illusion of invincibility. It seems the demon blade was just the fuse." Thinking of these members of the supreme families, Wang Sheng couldn't help but wonder, "Forgive my boldness, but could those 15 grand elders really be a problem? Who knows if any of them concealed something during the soul searches back then?" Qinglong added, "Indeed, Most of the cultivation world used to call those supreme elders ancient sin cultivators, but that's become less common in recent years. Team leader Chin even suggested letting them pacify foreign enemies, which is quite unusual. After all, there have been clues in recent years proving that those elders do indeed have problems. My wife also said that Qin Yishan's motives were not problematic, but his views were somewhat biased. For example, this time, as soon as I arrived at the base, I received news that Qin Yishan had already opposed us coming to rescue Fei Yu and had a conflict with my wife. Hearing this, he was a little angry. It seemed this Chief Kun already harbored ill feelings towards his disciple. Yanzi put his arm around his shoulder and said, "You don't need to get involved in this. External troubles settled, internal strife will resolve itself. Give it time. When today's cultivators produce experts of the transcendent realm, these internal troubles will naturally disappear." The old celestial master replied with a smile, "Indeed, but it seems this important task still depends on Fei Yu." Enzi humbly replied, "You flatter me, heavenly master. Even I can't see through this disciple of mine anymore. If they were to interfere in the affairs of the cultivation world, the consequences would be disastrous. Something we must never forget." The old celestial master replied, "This is what I've been worried about all along." Yanzu agreed, "Indeed." Qianfa continued, "There's one more thing I'm concerned about." The two kids didn't understand anything about the Grand Elder's affairs, but were forced to listen obediently. After a long while, the old celestial master spoke. "It's getting late. We old Taoists should be going." Yanzi also stood up. "I still have some things to take care of, so I'll head out first." "Little Sheng, remember to get some rest." Wang Sheng respectfully replied, "Understood, master. Farewell, seniors." Shi Lian, standing upstairs, shouted down, "Are those old geezers gone yet?" "Come on, everyone, come and get your share," Yunzhi asked as he brought up the food. "Why worry about Huijing? Maybe he went back to the Tianlong Temple already. Wouldn't one less person mean more for the rest of us?" At that moment, Miss Hoban Tien excitedly exclaimed, "Ta-da!" as she pointed to the room, introducing, "Welcome to my treasure trove." Everyone quickly went inside, but it seemed only Tianzhang was enjoying himself. Shi Lian smugly asked, "Well?" Tianzhang was surprised. "Big sister, were you two just fixing this place up?" He Yan waved her hand dismissively. "This doesn't even count. Let your big sister broaden your horizons." Xiao Miao happily takes Guanxuan's hand. "Come with me to the third floor. I helped decorate it too." Wang Sheng and the others followed, as he said helplessly, "Let's go take a look." Upon arriving, the three were stunned, especially Tianzhang, who was drooling with envy. This was Mu Guanhuan's room, neatly arranged and full of retro style. And next is Wang Xiaomiao's room, decorated with a European flair and the sigh of the poor. He-Yun quickly tossed 2 large bags to them, keeping the rest for herself, leaving Yunji and Tianzhang in stunned amazement. Tianzhang excitedly turned around and asked, "Big sister, is everything in here for me?" Shi Lian retorted fiercely, "You don't need to return it to me." He quickly hugged the bag, replying, Yes, thank you, big sister." Meanwhile, Guanxuan stood before a room, and Xi Lian was visibly startled, silently observing with a somewhat dazed expression. Before the room was a red plaque that read, "Spirit Fox Residence." Guanxuan curiously opened it, and Xi Lian shouted in surprise, "Xiaoxuan, don't open it!" Meanwhile, Huai Qin is focused on preaching. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Form is not other than emptiness. Emptiness is not other than form. Feeling, thought, and consciousness are also like this. Shariputra, all things are of the nature of emptiness, neither arising nor ceasing, neither impure nor pure, neither increasing nor decreasing. Meanwhile, Del is taking a meditation course, and he asks with a smile, "Have you gained any enlightenment, madam?" Huijing laments his fate. Chanting sutras all day to maintain unspoken feelings, this monk is going all out. Suddenly, though there's no wind, a cold aura makes him sneeze. Looking outside, Huijing couldn't help but wonder, what's going on? I keep feeling like I've forgotten something. Back at Wang Sheng's villa, he slams his hand on the table, agitated. "Big sister, what's with all the treasures in your room?" He glared at her, asking, "Did you rob Europe of all its treasures on this trip?" Shi Lian, sweating, explained sheepishly, "Those are just spoils of war after dealing with the evil cultivators, aren't they? I'm just giving those Westerners a taste of their own medicine from 100 years ago. Besides, we helped them deal with the dark forces, so a little compensation is in order." She snapped her fingers and continued, "Besides, it's not like I'm hogging all the treasure for myself." A series of messages flooded her phone. Senior Shi Lian is so righteous. Senior Shi Lian is truly the kindest Taoist I know. Next time, this humble Taoist would gladly fight alongside Senior Shi Lian. Wang Sheng was troubled. But you secretly stole the treasure without telling anyone? Shi Lian feigned tears. I know it was wrong, but I just didn't want to share the good stuff. Can't we just keep it? With so many treasures, we'll have a head start when we leave Earth. Wang Sheng sighed. The dark faction isn't something we can eliminate on our own. Those spoils belong in part to the great clans. Besides, what good is hoarding all these treasures? Let's trade them with the Dao families for magical artifacts. As he said this, he patted Shi Lian on the head, like coaxing a puppy. Wang Sheng continued. Big Sister also knows that the Taoist sect will likely face fierce battles in the future, and magical artifacts will upgrade the strength of cultivators. This is the rare prestige of the host. Finally, she had no choice but to compromise. Fine, she'd listen to him. Wang Sheng looked at Yunji and Tianzhang, their eyes full of anticipation, and said, a 20% discount for a friendly price is the lowest I can go. Running a business isn't easy. Wang Sheng feigned helplessness. I have a family to feed. Shi Lian quickly chimed in. That's right, that's right. That's what she means. Her face is as dark as the bottom of a pot. Die! Yan immediately retaliated with an angry kick. What do you mean, old and young? Tianzhang and Yunji said in unison. What was that? He muttered. Brother Thang, we still have things to do, so we'll head out first. They internally screamed, wanting to escape before getting caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng grins. Big sis, I didn't say anything. Yan angrily stops, ready to give him a beating. After a while, he collapsed on the sofa, finally done. He was exhausted. In 3 days, he'd be in the minor underworld, so he had to rest while he could. As Wang Sheng lay down, he quickly fell into a deep sleep, prompting Xiao Miao's concern. Big sister, come quick. My brother's body is burning up. Shi Lian calmly eats an apple, saying it's nothing, just his nascent soul recovering on its own. It's normal for him, cultivating a pure yang technique. Just then, a soft hand quickly touched his forehead to check his temperature. Xiao Miao playfully said, Big sister, my brother seems to be cooling down. Shi Lian smirked. What nonsense are you talking about? The seductive woman continued. I suddenly remembered that this is an anaphylactic reaction to his cultivation technique. The purest yang requires the power of pure yin to help him rebalance. Hurry, little Huan, take him to his room and then do this and that. Huan Xuan anxiously picked up Wang Sheng, who thought to himself, Big sister's support is the best. Meanwhile, Yan and Xiao Miao couldn't help but burst into laughter, and Guanxuan quickly realized what was going on. Guanxuan's face flushed crimson, as if she'd been doused with ice water. Wang Sheng lamented inwardly. Another failure. He pondered silently, but thought, it's okay, there's plenty of time. Eventually, my senior sister and I will be together. Soon, morning arrived. At Wang Sheng's villa, an eerie silence hangs in the air as he slumbers in bed, now unclothed. Wang Sheng finally awakens, slowly opening his eyes as sunlight streams into the room. He sits up, stretching after a restful sleep. His nascent soul seems to have recovered quite a bit, but he quickly noticed his naked body. Wang Sheng couldn't help but think that the battle had expanded his sea of qi, and his Ziwei and Liangyi sword intents were nearly complete, so it wasn't a total loss. But in that dream, the Violet Imperial Lord told me to find the other Dao patterns he hid. What could they be? Could the Emperor have used another way to leave behind the Dao traces? Perhaps my current level is too shallow to understand his methods. Seeing him so pensive upon waking, Guanxuan called out softly, Junior brother. Startled to see Guanxuan, Wang Sheng exclaimed, Senior sister. He immediately looked left and right, taking in his surroundings, before asking, Why am I sleeping in your room? The young man thought he'd been carried back to his room, but quickly composed himself and asked, How long have I been asleep, senior sister? Guanxuan looked at him and calmly replied, 5 days. Suddenly, Guanxuan looks him over, blushing, and Wang Sheng realizes he's naked. At that moment, a cunning glint appeared in his eyes, and Wang Sheng immediately stood up, startling Guanxuan. She screamed and hid behind the screen, as Wang Sheng thought to himself, How can my senior sister be so adorable? Hearing the noise inside the room, Yanzi spoke up. If you're awake, stop fooling around. I said 3 days, but you slept for 5. Hurry up and get ready. We're going to the minor underworld. Startled, he replied loudly, Yes, master. And just like that, he quickly changed clothes, his hair neatly combed by Guanxuan. The two looked like a loving couple. Her touch was gentle, and Wang Sheng couldn't help but smile at her tender care. Out of nowhere, he blurted out, Senior, let's get married. The words stopped Guanxuan in her tracks. His face flushed crimson. He was mortified, wondering why he'd blurted that out. Was her reaction because he was too casual, without any proper proposal? Or perhaps she'd never considered it? His face flushed, and seeing no response from Guanjuan, Wang Sheng peeked behind him. She didn't refuse, but gently hugged him tightly from behind, softly saying, "Wait until both our faces are flushed." Wang Sheng was secretly delighted and asked, "Senior, does your not refusing mean you agree?" Guanxuan then closes her eyes. What is she expecting? At the same moment, Wang Sheng turns around and their heads collide. She quickly pulls out her phone and starts typing away, saying sincerely, once I figure out if I'm Hua Qing or Guanxuan, a celestial being or of the heavenly court, or a cultivator on earth, or once I accept that I'm the reincarnation of Hua Qing, a reincarnated celestial being, then we'll tell our parents and the world, invite our master to witness." Wang Sheng, hearing this, couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. "And what else?" Guanxuan typed, her words leaving Wang Sheng stunned. A pact of togetherness through life and death. Perhaps she, too, was falling for him. Wang Sheng couldn't help but feel happy. His eyes filled with love as he looked at her. But Guanjuan frowned, still feeling that these things were just formalities. Aren't master and disciple like father and son, and senior and junior disciples like close siblings? Why must we become husband and wife? Wang Sheng couldn't help but ask, "Senior, let me ask you something." He thought to himself, "There's no other way, I have to go big." He looked at her seriously and said, "If master takes on another disciple, and it's a junior brother, then what will our relationship be? And for example, if master takes in another female disciple, then they'd be our junior sister, so we—" At this point, Guanxuan anxiously and angrily placed her hand heavily on his shoulder. She glared at Wang Sheng and uttered two words, "Get married." He was overjoyed. Success! Wang Sheng approached her and softly said, "Senior sister, once you accept that you are the reincarnation of Hua Qing and have no more doubts, let's get married." He hugged Guanjuan tightly, willing to wait for her, as the path of cultivation is long and the road to immortality is promising, and we will never be apart. And she hummed contentedly. Morning breaks in someone's room, and it seems the owner is still asleep. None other than not Tom. Awakened by a strange noise and an unfamiliar figure, he hears, "Team Leader Chin, you're not acting now. Do you think you can fool us old men?" Yishin quickly sat up, saying, "First, I know my limits." He buttoned his shirt and continued, "Second, I'm not your subordinate. We're just partners." And then Yishin slowly gets out of bed, saying, "Third, you shouldn't be here. It's against our agreement." Hearing this, the old man sneered. "Rules? Chief Chin, now that you have a title, you look down on us old folks?" He channeled his inner strength and said coldly, "Know that with this avatar alone, I can crush you right here." As he finished speaking, that murderous aura violently wrapped around Yi Shen's neck, but he calmly said, "I will fulfill what I promised. You just need to wait patiently." He impatiently says, "You told us to wait before, saying the barbarian lands could pressure the cultivation world and the current dynasty would invite us to leave seclusion. But those barbarian heretic cultivators have already been wiped out by a sword cultivator named Wang Fei Yu. How long are we supposed to wait?" Yishin continued, "The foreign heretics were easily defeated, which was also beyond my expectations, but don't worry, I have a comprehensive plan in place." He quickly inhaled the smoke, and Yishin continued, "I will fulfill my promise to you, but I hope you will also perfectly execute your promise to me." The man replied, "Qin Yishin, do you think we really can't escape our current predicament? Rest assured, we have no interest in your ideals or career path. All we seek is a little face. Longhu Mountain's celestial master placed a ban on us back then. I want the current celestial master to personally lift this ban, so the current cultivation world will kneel before us and respectfully call us Grand Master. I'll give you 3 more years, the final 3 years." With that, his figure vanished. Alone in the silent room, Yishin leaned back, exhausted, and sighed. Then a knock came at the door. "Come in," he mumbled wearily. The secretary entered, saying, "Chief, the files you requested." He replied indifferently, "Just leave them on the table." The secretary asks with concern, "Team leader, you don't look so good. Are you feeling unwell?" Yishen rubs his temples and replies, "No, I've just been under a lot of pressure lately." She gently asks, "Then should I, Juqian, help you relax a little?" A cunning look then crosses his face as he glances at her. Immediately, the secretary got to work, but as birds chirped outside, Yishen cried out, "Ouch, ouch, ouch! Juqian, easy, you're going to break my back." She reports that the investigation team leader is about to start a live broadcast in the minor underworld, and apparently wants Captain Fei Yu and Immortal Bu Yu to temporarily act as judges. What should we do? But Yishin doesn't care. saying the important thing now is to get the support of the Earth Hermit sect. Zhou Qian couldn't help but wonder, but the hidden Earth sect's leader was cunning, and focusing on him would likely be a waste of effort. Yi Shen explained that Shen Suyan was a merchant, and as long as there was enough profit, he would come to them. The hidden Earth sect is key to the plan. Without their support, the task becomes far more difficult. He then changes the subject. Zhou Qian stepped down a bit and asked, "Where is it?" Yi Shen replied, "It's where you usually step, that's right, you've gone too far." Meanwhile, in the lesser underworld, familiar figures quickly arrive, descending upon the 5th level of the 10 courts of hell. Wang Xing is a bit nostalgic, never expecting to come to this place. Now, in the hall of King Yama, the atmosphere is extremely gloomy. The chief director, Yanzi, announced, "Immortal Hua Qing, enter the hall. Suyan, take your place as technical advisor." Wang Sheng quickly opened the door, where Guan Xuan was already waiting. She wore a robe that concealed her chest, exuding an intense aura. Wang Sheng couldn't help but be captivated, thinking, "How can my senior sister be so beautiful?" Enraged, Ngun Tu shouts, "Are you deaf, or do I need to call Hua Khan's assistant in here myself?" Startled, the assistant replies, Yes, I'm coming." As soon as she sat down, he announced, "Today, Immortal Hua Qing will represent the military judge." As soon as Yanzi finished speaking, a purple light appeared from above. Guan Xuan raised her hand and a brush appeared. Yanzi announced, "The chief judge is in position. The brush judge has arrived. Guards of the 5 directions, bring in the criminals." The 4 below quickly stepped forward and responded in unison. First was the former sect leader, who channeled his inner strength into the vase in his hand. Immediately, a thick, dark purple miasma poured from the bottle, and the ghosts collapsed to the ground. Yanzi continued, "The rules of the underworld forbid questioning generals about their past lives. After death, they become lost souls of the netherworld. The guilty ghosts await judgment." Wang Sheng thinks, Uncle Shen Suian said, "As long as senior sister wields the judge's pen, she'll quickly understand what to do next, but no one else knows exactly how to handle it." Seeing his worry, Guan Xuan glances over and winks confidently. Immediately, she skillfully wielded the judge's pen and began to write, a powerful aura enveloping Guan Xuan. Wang Sheng thought to himself, "This is great. Senior apprentice is in charge of approving, and I'm in charge of announcing the verdict. This division of labor is just right." Then he announced, "The ghost, Mei Li, participated in the robbery of the people of Daihoa, killing nearly 1,000 people, and was killed by Elder Yuan Piao Zhenren of Mount Shu. You committed heinous crimes in life, and your body will turn to dust upon destruction. However, as a warning to other evil cultivators, before your soul dissipates into hell, you will suffer 3 years of torture by the scissor jail." He then looked at Guan Xuan. "Your Excellency, if you approve, please authorize the punishment." Guan Xuan hummed in agreement, then circled the middle option with her pen. Mei Li was immediately sent away, destined to suffer in the dark prison forever. Below, grasping hands drag her down as Mei Li cries out in pain. Then, Yanzi shouts for the next criminal to be brought in. During the trial, the two cooperated seamlessly while the sentencing continued, with many fallen demons being pushed down. As Guan Xuan approved documents, she glanced at Wang Sheng, his youthful innocence flashing before her eyes. Back then, an innocent Wang Sheng climbed the mountain to become her disciple. "My name is Wang Sheng. Please guide me in the future." He would happily eat the delicious food she cooked, never forgetting it. "Thank you, senior sister." She then recalled 13 years ago when Wang Sheng deliberately sacrificed himself, rushing into danger for her. "Senior sister, I'm sorry." Guanjuan can't forget that image from when he escaped the minor underworld. He happily said, "Senior sister, I'm back." And just recently, he had proposed to her with utter sincerity. "Senior, let's get married." They exchanged glances, the scent of love filling the air. Everyone was silent, but they could see the sincerity in each other's eyes, as Yanzi covered her mouth and reminded them, "Can you be serious while working?" 10 hours later, Yanzi began bringing the criminal Li Na, a vampire ancient royal, into the courtroom. Li Na was in tattered clothes, followed by the 2 guards who had helped her escape. Wang Sheng declared, "Li Na, a vampire noble and leader of the foreign tribes, is charged with plundering the people of Great China, murdering countless innocent lives, crimes that cannot be forgiven." Li Na, with her hands bound, screamed, "Wang Sheng, you can just kill me." Immediately, the guards forced her to kneel, and Wang Sheng declared, "Your execution will have to wait until after your punishment." Below are the 18 levels of hell. Entering means a fate worse than death. He coldly looked at her, saying that death might be a release for her. Li Na shouted, "Is this how you treat a strong person? You and I were once rivals, and even in defeat I deserve an honorable death." Guanxuan couldn't help but laugh, the sound shattering the solemn atmosphere. Everyone turned to look at Guanxuan, who quickly sat up straight, regaining her composure. Wang Sheng then asked her, "In your eyes, are the strong you speak of only like you and me? You've lived since ancient times. Surely you've sensed the aura of a true powerhouse before. I'm just a core formation cultivator. You can't even beat me, so how can you call yourself strong? Besides, we're not opponents, we're enemies. When dealing with enemies, I've never been one to hold back. As a warning to the remnants of the Blood Clan, you will suffer torment here for 30 years, moving through a different level of hell each year. After 30 years, I'll allow your soul to dissipate." As he finished speaking, light from hell radiated out, engulfing her. Lena screamed in terror. "She's not giving up." "Wang Sheng, you don't have the right." "Let Sha Wujing judge me," Lena screamed. "I'll only accept judgment from the Sand Monk or Hades." Her figure was quickly sucked into hell, disappearing in an instant. The courtroom was now dead silent, everyone satisfied with her fate. Wang Sheng sat down, sighing in relief. It was finally over. Yanzi continued, saying that the initial 2-hour judgment had passed and was broadcast nationwide, likely deterring evil cultivators with malicious intentions towards Daihua. For the time being, we can focus on our cultivation. Wang Sheng quickly stood up. "Master, now that things here are settled, I wish to visit Immortal Meng Po at the Reincarnation Hall." Yanzi quickly agreed. "Go. It was partly thanks to Immortal Meng Po that you were saved this time. You should thank her." Immediately he shot out of there. Something was on Wang Sheng's mind. His face was serious. Soon, Wang Sheng arrived at the Reincarnation Palace, the residence of Granny Ming. Without hesitation, he flew straight inside, landing quickly before the Immortal Monument. "The crack remains, the hole remains, everything as if it happened yesterday, only you have changed." He looks up at the glowing Immortal Steely. Wang Sheng called out, and Dan Jijiayun quickly revealed herself. Although Shen Qianlin will gradually control the inherited immortal power, there will still be many hidden dangers. Perhaps her personality will drastically change after she regains her true self. Or perhaps she will transform into the spirit of the minor underworld, but there's nothing you can do about it. Wang Sheng sadly recalls that in that desperate situation, Danji sacrificed herself to summon Meng Po, which stabilized the minor underworld once more. She always wished to find an ordinary person to marry and live a simple, happy life. He clenches his fist, but she ultimately became a celestial being, sealed off from emotions. But this was her choice, and I can only hope she regains her true self and learns to control her celestial powers. I still have 2 major hurdles to overcome before becoming an immortal: rebirth and tribulation. Once I achieve immortality, I'll do everything I can to help Danji. Jiawen couldn't help but glance back, replying, "It's good that you think that way." Meanwhile, everything Wang Sheng said was heard by Meng Po, who was secretly touched, thinking, "Wang Sheng." Having bid farewell to Granny Ming, his business in the minor underworld was concluded, and Wang Sheng quickly departed. He and Guanxuan flew through the sky on their swords. He turned to her and said, "Senior, let's fly slowly and enjoy the scenery." Guanxuan looked at him, unable to stop herself from smiling and humming in agreement. He happily thought that from holding hands to hugging, his understanding with his senior sister was already excellent. Though they haven't tried anything inappropriate, there's no need to rush. He gazes at Guanxuan, realizing that what he wants is what she wants, not the other way around. Suddenly, he asked her, "Master, when will you break through to the core formation stage?" Hearing this, Guanxuan was surprised and replied, "I don't know." Wang Sheng quickly guessed and asked, "Have you hit a bottleneck?" Guanxuan hummed in response, her face sadly writing words on his hand. "I've been forcing enlightenment lately, and progress has been incredibly slow. I don't know if my comprehension is lacking, but my cultivation speed is far behind yours." Wang Sheng quickly comforted her. "I spent 30 years in the underworld, otherwise my cultivation wouldn't be as good as yours. How about this? When we get back, let's discuss the Tao and see if it gives you some inspiration." Guanxuan didn't understand at first, asking, "How so?" Wang Sheng explained, "Just sharing our understandings of the Tao. You have a foundation in pure Yang immortal arts, and I have 2 sword intents. Perhaps it will help." Guanxuan quickly understood and happily nodded in agreement. By the time they returned to the villa, it was already morning. The 2 figures rushed inside and landed together on the 2nd floor. Everyone seemed exhausted, and before he could rest, Guanxuan pulled him away. Immediately, they entered the room and locked the door. She sat down properly and said, "Let's discuss cultivation. Guanxuan is determined to protect the dignity of the eldest disciple, and I'm willing to risk it all." Wang Sheng quickly relayed Guanxuan's situation to the Immortal Cultivation Group, and everyone scrambled to come up with a plan to help her break through to the Immortal Realm. Tianzhong couldn't help but chuckle. Never did he imagine they'd be racking their brains to help their strongest senior sister break through. After Guanxuan read everyone's messages, she quickly responded. Guanxuan's brief message left her junior disciples speechless, so she shyly retracted and rephrased it. In truth, everyone had already seen the original message before it was retracted, and Wang Sheng could only smile helplessly at her. Senior sister Guanxuan blushed with embarrassment. Meanwhile, in another chat group, Tianzhong inquired about the whereabouts of the girl, Dai. Huijing recounted that after he enlightened her, Di had become enlightened and no longer bothered Wang Sheng. Tianzhong teases him, saying he thought Huijing had sacrificed himself since he didn't see him that day. Yunji instructs him to check the things Xilian brought over. Meanwhile, back at Tianzhong's sect, Huijing, of course, didn't refuse. For some reason, he's kneeling first thing in the morning, holding a golden insignia. He stared blankly at the object in his hand for a long time, lost in thought. Tianzhong bit his lip, remembering that not long ago he was a rising star in the world of cultivation, and even if he couldn't catch up with Shengge and his senior sister, he shouldn't be left too far behind. But his master was about to seclude himself, making it nearly impossible to seek guidance. If he wanted to break through, his only option was to find the Grand Master. Just then, the old Celestial Master interrupted his thoughts, asking, "Tianzhong, did you need something from me?" Somewhat flustered, Tianzhong stammered, "Grandmaster. Master is in seclusion, and I want to—" He trailed off, but the old Celestial Master understood and chuckled. "Grandmaster knows I'm close with Fei Yu and Bu Yu. Do I feel too far behind them, causing me anxiety and distress?" Tianzhong exclaimed, "I don't have many friends, just them. Now, Little Willow and I have been left in the dust by the three of them. I always competed with Little Willow, thinking I could keep pace with him, but when Thangxia needed help, I realized I was just a useless chicken. Do you understand, Master?" That day, when we rushed to where Shunga was, we could have arrived 2 hours earlier, but we didn't know how to face him, so we hid in the car, afraid to fly over. I beg you, Master, to guide my cultivation. I don't ask to catch up to Thangxia, but at least when facing strong enemies, I want to be able to help him, to support him, not hide behind him like a fool. Hearing this, he quickly replied, "Since you have used the Celestial Master's order to make a request to the sect, the entire Longhu Mountain will do everything in its power to help you. For the next 3 years, you will train with me, and I will guide you to unlock your full potential." He held out his hand and said, "Give me your phone." Tianzhong quickly obeyed his Grandmaster, who then crushed his phone into pieces without hesitation. This revelation certainly startled Tianzhong, who never saw it coming. Without delay, he dragged Tianzhong across the ground and began his training, much to the young man's silent dismay over the loss of his 3D films. Meanwhile, at Wang Sheng's villa, he lies bored and yawning before pulling out his phone to pass the time. A message arrives from the regular cultivation team, leaving Huijing wondering. That Titian Truong has been missing for weeks. What's he up to? Wang Sheng replied, "Didn't he say he was in seclusion?" Huijing was surprised. Seclusion? No way. I've known him for years, and the longest he's ever been in seclusion is 2 days. Yunji added, "His normal life is so chaotic, his Tao heart isn't pure. He might have lost control of his inner fire." Wang Sheng was a little worried. "Let me ask Muyue about it." He quickly sent a message. "Muyue, are you free right now? Could you help me ask where Xu Tianzhong is?" She quickly replied, "Wait, I'll go ask." According to Wang Sheng's inquiries, there are currently 2 rumors. 1, that Tianzhong was caught leaking porn and is being punished, and 2, that he was taken away by his Grandmaster to cultivate in seclusion. Hearing this, everyone felt the second reason was most plausible. Wang Sheng was happy for his friend. With the old Celestial Master's direct guidance, Tianzhong's next appearance would surely shock everyone. Huijing replied, "He'll become stronger and even more annoying." Yunjoi added, "If that's the case, I'm going into seclusion too." Huijing wondered if the silent immortal had broken through her bottleneck yet, turning to look at her. Quanxuan remained intensely focused, her face serious, with beads of sweat forming. Seeing her struggle pained Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng says, "If you untie one knot, another appears." Huijing offers some words of comfort, then also goes into seclusion to cultivate. Wang Sheng quickly gets up, careful not to disturb her, but Guanxuan has already stopped cultivating, looking dejected and on the verge of tears. Wang Sheng gently strokes her head, comforting her. "Senior, cultivation should be done in moderation. Don't force yourself too hard." Quanxuan immediately cheers up, happily taking a bite of the apple, while Huijing breathes a sigh of relief, thinking, "Amitabha, I almost blurted it out." He figured they wouldn't suspect anything. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. Finally, you're getting out for a walk. Being cooped up isn't good for you. He recounts how 2 young monks snuck out to go online, were caught and scolded, and then asked why senior monk Huaiqin wasn't punished. Amitabha, please consider managing our temple. You can just say you're in seclusion when you're online. Huaijing said, it's a small matter. But master, as the abbot, don't keep calling him you. If others hear, they'll think I'm controlling Tianlong Temple from behind. The abbot looked at Huaiqin sternly and asked, can we be certain this time? Huaiqin replied, yes, no matter how great the difficulties Fai Nu encounters, he will quietly develop in a direction that benefits him. This is the manifestation of added luck, and it's already in motion. That kid's not bad. Sticking with him is the right choice. But sometimes, great fortune isn't always a good thing. 10,000 years ago, a group of immoral beings rebelled and attacked the celestial court. The court retaliated, but by some twist of fate, its remaining fortune was left in this world. When Fei Yu leaves the immortal forbidden land, the celestial court's fortune will collide with him. At that time, he would face 2 paths: be consumed by his own condensed luck and fall into a deathly tribulation, or accept the great luck of the heavenly court and soar straight to the heavens. Hearing this, Huaijing pondered for a moment, then calmly said, if that's the case, then we must make that day come sooner. Huaijing says, master, want to play around? I'll carry you to a chicken dinner. The master replies in a fluster, no, please consider your image. Reluctantly, Huaijing said, fine, I'll just go back to my room and play. As he turned to leave, a loud noise stopped the abbot in his tracks. Meanwhile, Huaijing exclaimed, what the heck? Why is she suddenly breaking through? He stared in stunned silence. How could I have been so foolish as to take in such a disciple? That evening at Wang Sheng's villa, the atmosphere was utterly silent. He called Yanzi and asked, master, is there anything I can do to help my senior sister overcome her bottleneck? He replied, there are only 2 ways to help your senior sister break through to the core formation stage. First, advise her to suppress her cultivation until she has accumulated enough for a breakthrough, trading time for safety. Wang Sheng said, master fears that senior sister wants to break through as soon as possible, so she always forces herself to cultivate. He continued, then there's only the second way. Have Xiaoxuan spar with a cultivator skilled in balancing yin and yang. That might give her a bit of spiritual energy, allowing her to quickly accumulate more insights. Wang Sheng channeled his inner power, and a tiny bagua compass containing a sword appeared in his hand. Wang Sheng grins, master, do you think I'm suitable? Yanzi replies, your teacher asked you this. Some have it, some do not, some don't quite not have it, some don't have it yet, but that doesn't mean they won't. What does that mean? Wang Sheng was bewildered, uttering a confused, huh? Yanzi laughed. I told you. To read more books back then. Did you really take my words to heart? Wang Sheng was ashamed. Yanzi continued, when your senior sister wakes up from her seclusion, take her out for a walk, travel the world, and take in the beauty of the northern mountains. Perhaps it will help her experience the Tao of heaven and earth. Wang Sheng quickly obeyed. Yes, I understand. Yanzi continued, Yin-Yang Tai Chi. Wudang should have experts in this area. After speaking with him, he quickly placed the sword on the ground and sat upright, determined to seize the opportunity to break through his cultivation and become stronger, so that he could be there to help his senior apprentice sister if she encountered any danger during her core formation breakthrough. Suddenly, a flirtatious voice echoed, Little Fei Yu! Hey! Yeon leaned in close and asked, Why aren't you asleep? What are you doing here? Wang Sheng blushed, then covered his nose and asked, Big sister, have you figured out a solution to my earlier question? With a playful tone, Shi Lian asks, What is it? Enlightening little Xuan. Wang Sheng reiterated helplessly that it was about Yuanying cultivation. Shi Lian glanced over, Oh, you're worried about her breakthrough. Wang Sheng recalls his senior apprentice sister's perilous breakthrough to core formation, a near-death experience with the yin and yang energies. Now, breaking through to the nascent soul stage is several times more dangerous. Shi Lian shook her head. There's nothing we can do. I don't understand Zhao Xuan's path. But with you protecting her, if it doesn't work out, she can just cultivate a new path. Besides, she's the reincarnation of Huaqing Fairy. Who knows, she might become a golden immortal in the future. Hearing this, he thoughtfully gazed into the mirror, while inside, Guanxuan was still focused on her breakthrough. Wang Sheng stared intently at her, as if afraid she might disappear. Just then, Guanxuan slowly opened her eyes as Wang Sheng entered, and she stepped out. Their eyes met, and Guanshuan blushed with embarrassment as Wang Sheng spoke. Senior, Xiaomiao can now practice sword language. I want to take her for a walk around the sword sect. Would you like to join us? In truth, Xiaomiao really wants to play with you more, but you're always in seclusion, so she never gets the chance. He thought to himself that this was the perfect excuse to get his senior out for a stroll. Immediately, Guanzhuan happily agreed. Wang Sheng was secretly pleased as the scene shifts to Yunjie, who was lost in thought. It's been almost 9 months since he lost contact with Shi Tianzhang, and he's not used to the silence without him. Aside from his unknown status, Fei Yu, Bu Yu, and Huijing have all made significant progress. At this thought, a melancholic expression crossed Yunji's face. He paused, realizing he might be at the bottom of the heap, surrounded by monsters. Standing before the familiar place, he announced, "Master, this is a pill the sect leader made especially for you." Just then, the medicine box in his hand floated up, the door opened on its own, and a voice echoed from within. "Is that Yunji?" Suddenly lost in thought, Yunjai fell silent, then blurted out, "Master, I've been struggling with my training lately. Is there any way to speed things up?" The person inside then emerged, saying, "Cultivation can't be rushed." Yunji replied, "Your disciple is foolish, please forgive me, master." The old man smiled. "All right. I appreciate you visiting this old man so often, and for being so respectful. Consider this a reward." He tossed something over, saying, "This jade slip contains a secret technique I acquired during my training years ago. If you find it useful, try cultivating it yourself, but remember not to show off. This technique does not belong to our Mount Mao tradition." Yunji bowed his head. "Yes, I understand. I will never forget the Grand Master's kindness." Cut to the sword sect of Shu Mountain, where a massive stone pillar pierces the sky and an ancient building clings to the cliff face. Wang Sheng said, "What do you think of the scenery of the white-clad Mount Shu?" Xiao Miao was stunned and asked, "Brother, why are we suddenly at the sword sect?" Wang Sheng replied, "Didn't you want to learn sword control? It's a closely guarded secret of the sword sect, and you need their permission to learn it. Your brother learned it here years ago thanks to a lucky chance." Intrigued, the girl asks, "What exactly happened?" "Tell me more, senior sister." Guanxuan blushed and glanced at Wang Sheng. He also stole a glance to gauge her reaction as Guanxuan began her tale. Countless sword geniuses of Sword Sect 72 challenged the gauntlet, but all failed. Junior brother, wielding the 7-star sword intent and Liangyi's sword intent, clashed with the general guarding the gate. Finally, facing Elder Qingfeng of Mount Shu, their duel led to junior brother's Violet 1 sword being acknowledged by the elder. Hearing this, Xiao Miao couldn't help but look up with admiration in her eyes. Wang Sheng smiled wryly. "It's not that simple. Stories are always embellished a bit." Xiao Miao asked, "So many people couldn't pass the formation. How did you do it, brother?" Wang Sheng smiled blankly. "Probably just luck, and my master's guidance. Focus your inner energy. This superior-grade Than Phi sword was given to me by Sword 72's formation spirit predecessor. This time, I'll take you to meet him," Xiao Miao exclaimed excitedly. "Will Sword Spirit also give me one?" Wang Sheng chuckled. "Are you daydreaming?" The girl shot him a displeased glance. Wang Sheng heard a noise in the distance. His senses had heightened since his upgrade. Wang Sheng instructed, "The Sword Sect elders are coming, so mind your manners." Immediately, the elders descended, and Wang Sheng respectfully greeted them. The Sword Sect elder happily exclaimed, "Fei Yu, we've finally been waiting for you." Wang Sheng then spoke, "Greetings, Taoist Fei Lian." Lianza ran to his side, whispering, "When are you planning the banquet? Does the Sword Sect need to help organize it? You and Immortal Wu Yu are both role models for the Immortal Tao world, so this marriage cannot be taken lightly." Wang Sheng smiled and said, No. This time I've come because my junior sister has long admired the Sword Sect and wants to learn swordsmanship." Lianzi looked at the girl, Xiao Miao, playful with a bright, fearless face. Lianzi laughed. "So that's how it is. You could have just called. There was no need to come all this way. I brought Xiao Miao to broaden her horizons and sample Great Sword Mountain's spirit tea." Lianzi laughed heartily and said, "Come on in." Inside, the Sword Sect disciples were practicing their swordsmanship together. They stood still, yet their sword energy soared. Spotting the visitors, they quickly lined up. Lianzi urged, "As an elder, don't just stand there clapping. Go ahead and give them some pointers." Wang Sheng hesitated, wondering what to point out. These disciples weren't highly skilled, so he couldn't use the Purple Star Heavenly Sword easily, Nor could he show off his sword techniques in front of the sword sect. He paused for a moment to observe. Wang Sheng glanced over, and then he handed over the sword. Xiao Miao, hold this for me. The little girl stammered, Brother, you're not using a sword to teach swordsmanship? Wang Sheng steps forward empty-handed. Just watch. He then takes a deep breath and says, Pardon my poor skills. He channels his inner power, and a beautiful blue sword quickly appears. Lu Yuntu and Kaim Tong are stunned. It's the Heavenly Tribulation sword intent. Wang Sheng plans to use Xiao Miao's sword training as an excuse to bring his senior sister out for a relaxing stroll, hoping that his Heavenly Tribulation sword intent will inspire her breakthrough. Immediately afterward, he soared into the air, dancing like a true performer. Lianzi was thrilled. Though only basic sword forms, the profound simplicity within each move contained incredible truths of the sword. Wang Sheng gripped his sword, his hand forming a seal as his inner power surged. As he finished, the crowd erupted. Excellent, excellent. Elder Fei Yu, your swordsmanship is truly extraordinary. Lianzi then said, Elder, if you have any thoughts after watching Fei Yu's performance, you're welcome to come up to the platform and share them. Thinking this, his face couldn't help but turn as dark as night. At the same time, a footstep quickly advanced toward him. Qinglong and Fei Yu speak up. Let's spar a bit. He inwardly smiled wryly. Qinglong is his master's senior, and it would be unseemly to refuse. Wang Sheng silently glanced at Guanxuan, thinking it would be good for his senior apprentice to experience the nascent soul realm up close. Immediately after, they both stepped forward. Ready. Qinglong quickly flies up, his face serious as Wang Sheng takes up his sword, dodging an attack that causes a massive explosion, followed by a brilliant light. The two masters faced off, Wang Sheng with his violet sky sword, and Qinglong with his azure wind sun and moon technique. Their battle felt like a harmonious dance of swords, creating a beautiful scene. Lianzi and Jianzong watched the fight in stunned silence, mouths agape, while Xiao Miao cheered, Go, big brother! Guanxuan proudly proclaims that his junior brother wields a sword more beautifully than meditating, and that even she must quickly break through. Meanwhile, the crowd wonders why Elder Fei Yu and Elder Qinglong are guiding with swords instead of using sword control. That's right, aren't they supposed to be masters of sword control? I thought I was in for a real treat. Wang Xing realizes that Taoist Qinglong has noticed that the sword sect overemphasizes sword control techniques, neglecting other sword techniques. After all, sword control is only an auxiliary technique. To comprehend the sword, one must hold it and integrate its essence into oneself. Qinglong couldn't help but praise him, saying, Impressive. In just 3 years, who among the sword cultivators will be able to stand against his flying sword? Wang Sheng quickly landed, saying, Senior has yielded to me. Qinglong laughed heartily. I will be in seclusion for the coming days, so don't bother me unless it's something major. He then quickly departed, his mind racing. Suddenly, the blue dragon Taoist's sword resonated. Looking at his broken sword, Qinglong couldn't help but sigh. Fei Yu hadn't even used his full strength. Indeed, Fing's mastery of the purple star sword is likely far beyond that of the unspoken Taoist. Wang Sheng declared, Senior, I wish to pass on the sword control technique to my sister. Qinglong replied, It is right to pass it on. Xiao Miao is a disciple of the Immortals. Her ability to cultivate the sword sect's techniques is also the Immortals' acknowledgement of our sword sect. Then he couldn't help but laugh. Time quickly passed into the evening, and now at Great Sword Mountain, Xiao Miao blankly asked, This is the explanation of refining. This place is the sword tomb of the sword sect. Wang Sheng says, Xiao Miao, do you know who these swords belong to? She replies, I don't. He explained, A century ago, the An Island nation attempted to invade Great Hoa. At that time, our Jiangshu's heaven and earth essence had not yet recovered, and cultivation methods were merely distant theories. The sword sect Dao left behind a few older generations, and the younger generation who could wield swords rushed down the mountain to resist the An Island invasion. Ultimately, only these broken swords returned home. Do you remember when you asked me why the Taoists hated the cultivation world of the island nation so much? He poured wine onto the ground and continued. It's because many Taoists born in that era had some grudges that could never be erased. We can't talk about revenge now, but we can return a portion of the oppression and humiliation they inflicted back then. Everyone sighed with sorrow. Wang Sheng continued, This is all I can do for the fallen predecessors. Wang Sheng speaks up, Let's go. He smiles at Xiao Miao. I'll take you to meet the senior formation spirit. From a crevice in the rocks, a powerful aura erupts. Wang Sheng and the others quickly arrive at the entrance. He explained, This is the 72 sword formation. And at that moment, the sword behind him reacted. Wang Sheng turned back and said, Jiao Yun, you're awake. Lianzi couldn't help but wonder, Fei Yu, who are you talking to? From the sword, Zhao Yun quickly materializes as Lianzi gapes. It's that immortal. Zhao Yun suggests they go inside, sensing an enemy presence, but Wang Sheng explains that it's the sword sect's training ground, protected by a formation. Zhao Yun calmly replies, then we'll just have to break the formation. Wang Sheng is stunned. This is the sword sect's most important blessed land. How can they just destroy its formation? Jia Yun says, Immortal Qing Feng, I remember whose aura this is. Wang Sheng, hearing this, couldn't help but look over and ask, Who? Jia Yun explains that he was a divine general under the Ziwei Emperor, serving in the Northern Territory like a trusted aide in the Big Dipper constellation, holding the position of Tianquan and the title of Wenku Xingqiang in the Heavenly Court. Wang Sheng wonders, why would the Wenk star, who governs literary fortune, leave behind this legacy? Lianzi added, That's right. Zhao Yun then asked, Does being a civil official mean their cultivation is weak? She explains, during the Heavenly Court's prosperity, those with slightly lower cultivation became heavenly generals to gain merit. The real experts were the brains of the Wenshan Heavenly Court. Hua Kan was also a civil official back then. The real strength of the Heavenly Court lay in the unassuming civil officials who assisted and supported the officials in charge of the Order of the Three Realms, meaning those who didn't reveal their talents. Wang Sheng chuckled. I see. I've learned something new. Lianzi sighed, wondering if their Grandmaster was still safe. He looked at Jiao Van and said, This humble Taoist apologizes for asking. Senior. At which point, Luyan too bowed. But can you break the grand formation here? Zhao Yun wondered, Isn't this your sect's blessed land? Why would you want to destroy it? Lianzi sighed. Everyone knows that 15 years ago, the minor underworld experienced a shocking upheaval, ultimately bringing back 15 ancient cultivators. These 15 ancient cultivators were at least at the nascent soul realm. But none of these 15 elders belonged to my sword sect. The elders are bound by the angels' restrictions, but if they break free and rejoin the sect, our sword sect's position will be threatened. We wanted to invite the Sword 72's formation spirit to alleviate the pressure from the 15 elders. Jia Yun was curious. Wang Sheng, the array spirit, explained, Senior array spirit is the sword spirit of Qingfeng Zhenren's sword from back then, left here by Qingfeng Zhenren. Lianzi says, although Senior battle spirit has agreed to help, he can't break the grand formation himself. It was set up by Sword Sect's founder, True Master Qing Feng, and even a group of nascent soul Heavenly Palace cultivators can't destroy it, so I don't know if we can trouble you to break it. Jia Yun, upon hearing this, calmly replies, Of course. Lianzi was overjoyed. That's wonderful. Please wait while I summon the sect leader and elders to come here at once. Soon after, the Sword Sect members rapidly approached from afar. Jinglong and the old Sword Sect member were beaming, both anticipating this moment. Qinglong stepped forward and said, Sword Spirit Immortal, the entire Sword Sect implores you to help us break the Grand Formation and free the Formation Spirit. Jiao Yun immediately replied, If Fei Yu agrees, I certainly won't refuse. He worriedly asked, Can the senior really break the formation that way? Won't that trigger the sword formation's backlash? Qinglong said, I already sent someone into the formation to ask Senior Genling, and he will help us suppress the sword formation from within. Hearing this, he felt a little more relieved. Wang Sheng quickly soared into the air, leaping high in an instant as everyone below watched with bated breath. He drew his sword, ready to act. Without hesitation, he struck the cliff face, triggering a massive explosion. Channeling his inner power, he unleashed a long blade of energy, striking the opening again and creating a large fissure. Jiao Yun channeled sword energy into the cliff face, then said, Use your strongest sword technique to activate the Great Formation here and detonate the sword energy inside. Wang Sheng was surprised. Could it really be as simple as blowing up a mountain? Zhao Yun continued. The key is calculating the background situation and the base nodes. He quickly strokes the blade of his sword. All right, Wang Sheng always listens to her, he thinks. I am a sword cultivator. I don't dare say much about what I don't understand. Asking too much is pointless. Just do it. Immediately, he channeled his inner power and danced a few strokes in the air. No one could see what he was doing, but a great light soon revealed it, and the old sword sect couldn't help but marvel. Just how profound is her sword Dao? No wonder Fei Yu was able to defeat the entire Western Dark faction alone. In an instant, cracks appeared on the cliff face, and light began to emerge. Lianzi was stunned, silently observing the situation. Lianzi thought to himself, It seems the sword formation sensed Fei Yu's sword intent and began to activate. Senior Formation Spirit, I'm counting on you. From the cracks, a long sword emerged, aimed directly at Wang Sheng. He couldn't help but pray for luck as the metallic light shone upon his face. Immediately, he countered with the purple subtlety sword, striking forward with immense force, shattering the golden blade. Qinglong was astonished. Such swordsmanship, such cultivation, truly astounding. Meanwhile, Xiao Miao and Guan Xuan were equally stunned as the crack in the mountain grew more defined, eventually forming a large network. The mountain quickly shattered, and a surge of sword energy burst forth, finally freeing the sword sect formation spirit. He smiled at him. "Long time no see, kid." Meanwhile, behind the sword sect mountain, the scene had become quiet. The sword sect formation spirit bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your assistance." "I must trouble you to eliminate the little sword," Jiao Yun replied. "It's nothing." Everyone in the sword sect bowed their heads, not daring to look at him. Wang Sheng couldn't help but wonder, "Senior, isn't that the sword spirit nurtured by Wen Qiuxing when he walked the earth? Why is he so respectful to you?" Jiao Yun calmly replied, "You think everyone is as unruly as you?" Wang Sheng shamelessly retorted, "It's already good enough that I don't use excessive force." Jiao Yun retorted, "It seems I need to keep a closer eye on you, or else Huaqing would have fallen into your clutches long ago. Otherwise, you'd use your honey trap." Wang Sheng quickly became frightened. No, I just misspoke." Suddenly, an explosion diverted Wang Sheng's attention as a beam of light struck the mountain where the sword sect formation spirit stood. Jiao Yun blankly said, "With my presence here, he wouldn't dare speak carelessly." Immediately after, the sword behind him began to glow. Wang Xing and the others looked at Qinglong and nodded respectfully before quickly approaching the entrance of the Jinling sword sect with Guan Xuan and Xiao Miao. He looked at him and said, "Boy, it hasn't even been 20 years since we last met. You're not the same anymore. Tell me what you've been through." Wang Sheng respectfully replied, "Senior, we can talk about that later. I have a question for you. Are you well versed in the Tao of Yin and Yang?" The old man exclaimed in surprise, "Yin and Yang? Indeed, this place holds 2 sword techniques of Yin and Yang." Wang Sheng rejoiced. "That's wonderful. Which floor has the sword techniques?" He replied, "The 8th floor, of course. It's among the sword techniques you acquired last time but didn't bother to look at." They quickly made their way to the 8th level of Sword 72. Wang Sheng asked, "The formation has been destroyed, so what should I call you, Senior?" He simply replied, "Call me Nameless." He couldn't help but ask, "Young friend, what difficulties have you encountered with the Tao of Yin and Yang?" Wang Sheng replied, "She's my senior apprentice." He explained that she had encountered a bottleneck in her cultivation and wanted to break through to the nascent soul stage, but the risk was too great. He quickly said, "Let your senior sister unleash her power, so I can see what level she has reached." Wang Sheng was overjoyed. "Great, senior sister. Use me as a target and give it your all so the elder can see." Guan Xuan was a little nervous about getting violent with her family. "This isn't good, is it?" He quickly rolled up his sleeves, seemingly eager to be beaten. Wang Xing said, "Senior sister, trust me and give it your all." Guan Xuan was now fired up by him. She hums in acknowledgement, quickly nodding, then raises her hands and braces her stance. Guan Xuan quickly took her stance, surrounded by a massive aura, the yin-yang energy formation. Defending, he thought, his martial sister's mastery of yin and yang was not to be underestimated. Though she was only in the late heavenly palace realm, 2 levels below him, she was more than capable of overcoming such gaps, and a man couldn't lose face in front of the woman he loved. With that in mind, he gathers his strength, preparing to meet her attack as her yin and yang energies split into 2 powerful forces. The 2 circles then split into teardrop shapes. Wang Sheng watched from afar, and as he saw her finish her preparations, he muttered, "Here it comes." Meanwhile, Guan Xin remained calm, striking with her eyes closed as the yin-yang tai chi transformed into 2 massive fists. Wang Sheng takes the blow and is thrown back, as the sword sect formation spirit and Jiao Yun quickly protect him with their inner power. The attack reverberated through the mountains, sweeping forward with a mighty roar. Then she exhaled and slowly opened her eyes. Guan Xuan rushed to his side, worried, but Wang Sheng smiled. "I'm fine. My senior sister is as strong as I am." Guan Xuan was happy to receive the praise. Wang Sheng asked, "Senior, did you see anything?" The sword sect formation spirit replied, "Yin and Yang complement each other, but have not yet formed a core. Yet she controls the 2 forces of Yin and Yang to this extent." Wang Sheng continued, "If my senior sister can condense her core, what can the heavenly tribulation do to her?" He replied that if she reached the primordial immortal realm, she could likely sweep away others of the same level. Sword sect formation. Spirit continued, "Your innate sword talent has already surprised me. yet your senior sister is also so incredibly talented. Wang Sheng said, Senior sister, I am the reincarnation of a heavenly court son of heaven. He was taken aback. What? The little sword was being rude. Xiao Miao quickly stepped forward and asked, Brother, are you okay? Your arms are shaking. He plays it cool, shrugging it off. What are you talking about? Okay, fine, my arm is shaking, but I would never say my senior sister's little love tap was incredibly powerful. Immediately, Wang Sheng asked Sword Spirit Formation Sect, Senior, do you have any suggestions? Then, after learning Guanxuan's identity, he added, I wouldn't dare offer random advice. He immediately grabbed a large cauldron from afar, resembling a bagua furnace. Sword Spirit Formation Sect silently passed it in front of him. Inside the furnace, a bright flame blazed fiercely. 2 military treatises appeared before Guanxuan. Let your senior apprentice sister comprehend these 2 sword techniques. She looked at him hesitantly as Wang Sheng stepped forward to comfort her. He reassured her, It's okay. I cleared this level last time according to Sword 72's rules. I can see all of this. Hearing him say that, she was full of motivation again. Wang Sheng laughed, Senior, please calm down. Immediately after, she politely approached the sword sect, bowed her head, and ran off with the 2 secret manuals in her arms. The sword spirit sighed. Stop pretending, kid. Your senior sister is already gone. Wang Sheng didn't hide anything. Indeed, nothing escapes the notice of a senior. It was then he revealed, those 2 punches from my senior apprentice sister are enough to seriously injure an unprepared core formation cultivator. He quickly circulated his inner energy, brought over a few wooden chairs, then sat down directly, saying, Cultivation is ultimately a personal matter. Although you desperately want to help your senior apprentice sister overcome this core formation tribulation, in the end she must rely on herself. The sword formation spirit glanced at him, saying that if he truly wanted to help her, he should let her cultivate naturally, which would make success easier. Wang Sheng was silent, understanding the logic, but knowing his senior sister was inherently competitive. With that, he couldn't help but sigh and worry, thinking that her thoughts were usually simple, just wanting to catch up to his cultivation. The sword formation spirit speaks, saying that cultivation is about longevity and freedom, and everyone's path is different, so why compare? Wang Sheng replies, You're right. He channeled his inner energy, his hand emitting a green glow. He considered that although the wounds on his hand were only superficial, he had done his best to withstand the force of those 2 punches. If he were to dissipate the force, losing the protection of the grand formation, he might suffer some losses. Suddenly, the sword formation sect spoke up. He casually asks, Have you ever heard anything about destiny? Wang Sheng replies, The concept of destiny is too vague. He continued, For ordinary cultivators it is indeed vague and intangible. But for true powerhouses, luck is an unavoidable problem. I followed the Swordmaster for many years. Rumor has it the Swordmaster discussed this with immortals several times. He recalled that when the immortal emperor had his accident, the heavenly court was besieged by the powerhouses of the star domains, mainly because the thriving heavenly court possessed the fortune of the world by occupying the orthodox path. He questioned, so when the celestial court was attacked, its fortune must have dissipated, right? To which the sword formation spirit calmly replied, Not at all. The problem, the sword sect formation spirit continued, is that back then, the celestial court of the immortals couldn't figure it out either, but their thousands of years in this world did give them the protection of fortune. The critically injured could always rely on a glimmer of hope to survive. Emperor Ziwei even broke through his cultivation realm several times. If this weren't a forbidden immortal zone, the immortals wouldn't have rushed to leave. Wang Sheng chuckled. Senior, why didn't you tell me all this before? I've been here for so long. He chuckled heartily. Back then, your cultivation was too shallow to understand, and telling you these things would only have damaged your Tao heart. Unlike now, when the heavenly court's qi continues to loom over the Taoist sect, and you've gathered a considerable amount of your own qi. Unfortunately, I am but a sword, without the means or ability to observe one's aura, so I cannot be of much help. He then placed his hand on Wang Sheng's shoulder, adding, But you needn't worry too much. Your aura is strong enough that simply being near your senior apprentice should draw upon her aura, and perhaps even turn misfortune into good fortune. Wang Sheng recalled Huijing's message, thinking someone else had said that before. Wang Sheng couldn't help but wonder, May I ask, Senior, what exactly is qi luck? He said, For immortals, the meaning of fortune differs with each realm. For you now, fortune can be seen as opportunity, and the fortune on your person will be unconsciously drawn in. Among the great influences of the world's fortune, if you can bear this fate, you'll benefit greatly. The sword formation spirit said, glaring. But if you can't, Wang Sheng, seeing his seriousness, blankly asked, what happens then? The sword formation spirit stared grimly at him, saying he would die a horrible death, and Wang Sheng's expression changed drastically. 7 days later, Xiaomiao learned the sword control incantation from Wang Sheng, and Guanshuan was close to mastering the 2 sword techniques, while Wang Sheng's Lu Yi sword intent improved from his fight with the sword formation spirit. Having finished their training, the sword formation spirit sat quietly in the center of the cave dwelling as the 3 approached him, bowing their heads and saying, "Senior, we've troubled you. We'll be taking our leave today." Sword sect formation spirit spoke to them. "Young man, and you, fairy, I have something to say," he continued. "Cultivators who balance yin and yang have been rare throughout history, for this path is too profound, deep, incomprehensible, and mysterious. If this path is blocked, do not force it. Remember that all great paths lead to immortality." He then warned them not to be too greedy or set their goals too high, but to comprehend step by step, and to be willing to make sacrifices at key moments. Wang Sheng was taken aback, thinking to himself, a sacrifice? He was even more impressed and respectfully bowed his head, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, senior." At that moment, the sword sect formation spirit added, "Since you all must leave, a parting gift is in order." With that, a spirit orb appeared in his hand. Wang Sheng blankly watched the spirit orb fly toward him, and Xiaomiao immediately exclaimed, "Brother, can I have it?" Remembering how excited she was when she saw the spirit sword in Guanshuan's hand, Wang Sheng sighed. "Take it. You can't refuse a gift from a senior." Xiaomiao happily approached the sword sect formation spirit, respectfully saying, "Thank you, senior." Suddenly, the old man frowned, as if he noticed something about her. Then, the sword sect formation spirit said, "The matter of fortune is dangerous, but don't dwell on it too much. Great fortune is good, but its absence isn't bad. The most important thing is your own Tao-seeking heart." Wang Sheng frowned, pondering the meaning of a heart devoted to the Tao. As they left the sword sect formation spirit's abode, it was already late afternoon, and Wang Sheng and Guanshuan flew back to their sect on their swords. He turned to Guanshuan and asked, "Senior, was this a big haul?" She thought of all the treasures she'd gained from the 2 sword techniques and nodded with a smile. "Well, that's great. It's better to go out for a walk than to stay cooped up at home. Let's head back to Wudang Mountain. Master has contacted some seniors who specialize in the Tai Chi method, and they've agreed to spar with us." Guan Huyen quickly checked her phone, then pouted as she read the newly arrived message. "It's enough for you to comprehend it yourself. There's no need to seek help from others." With that, Guanshuan grasped Wang Sheng's hand even tighter. He chuckled, reminding her, "Sparring is good for both of you. If you want to break through to the core formation stage, you need to accumulate as much experience as possible." Guanshuan agreed, and Wang Sheng, pleased with her attitude, thought to himself, "My senior sister is so obedient." Just then, Wang Sheng's sword began to glow, and turning around he saw Zhao Yun emerge, asking in surprise, "What's wrong? Does the sword sect formation spirit lack cultivation methods?" he asks. Yes, Zhao Yun blames herself for being negligent. The sword sect's formation spirit has lost her past life's memories, and naturally her past life's insights. If I had noticed these things sooner, she wouldn't be in this predicament. Zhao Yun says grimly, "I chose this path myself, and I will continue to walk it. If the experience of those who came before can help you achieve twice the results with half the effort and give you more confidence to overcome obstacles, why not take it?" Wang Sheng quickly said, "Zhao Yun, senior sister just doesn't want to bother others. Do you have a cultivation method that balances yin and yang?" Zhao Van replied, "I've never cultivated in this path, but during the Great War there was a master who understood it well, and I know where he left his legacy." Hearing this, he looked at Zhao Yun suspiciously and asked, "Where?" She raised her hand and pointed in one direction. Wang Sheng followed Zhao Yun's direction, only to see the moon hanging serenely in the sky. She said, "It's there." Yanzi's voice was filled with surprise as he widened his eyes and asked, "To the Moon Palace?" Wang Sheng, his face serious, stared at the communicator screen as he replied to his master, Guanshuan beside him, also intently watching the screen. Yunjiao Fairy said, "The Moon Palace contains the complete heavenly Tao inheritance, including many cultivation methods that balance yin and yang." On the other side of the screen, Yanzi spoke hesitantly, sounding troubled. "This matter." Wang Sheng's expression remained unchanged, though his eyebrows furrowed slightly, realizing he might be making things difficult for his master, perhaps out of concern for their journey. He immediately replied, looking up at the sky as he began to channel his inner power. "Master, I've calculated that the moon is an average of 30,000 kilometers from Earth, and my magic is enough to take senior sister there. Yanzi replied, "That's not what I'm worried about. I'm worried about the aftermath." Yanzi's face grew serious as he frowned at the screen, saying, "Everyone knows the Moon Palace is an important heavenly site, a blessed place for cultivation, but they also know it hasn't been opened." He frowned as he spoke, recalling a scene where the government controlled most of the cultivation resources, stifling the lifeblood of various sects. If the Moon Palace were opened, the sects would clamor to exploit it together, wanting a peace for everyone. At that point, the power of the sects would expand, likely causing no small amount of trouble. A heated negotiation unfolds, voices raised on both sides, and Wang Sheng's face falls slightly as he laments the endless complications. Yanzi closed his eyes, shook his head in frustration, and said, "If news of the Moon Palace spreads, other cultivators will surely resent you for using the heavenly court remains to cultivate, which could easily cause conflict between cultivators and the government." In an instant, he opened his eyes, furrowed his brow, and gazed forward with grave concern. The cultivation world seems stable, but unrest lurks beneath the surface. The voice on the other end continued, as Wang Sheng, Guan Xuan, and Xiao Miao listened intently to their master. This was a golden opportunity for them, one they couldn't miss. His face softened, a faint smile appearing as he continued, reminding them to be as secretive as possible, sneaking onto the mountain unnoticed. Wang Sheng happily turned to Guan Xuan, who was also smiling brightly. He says, "Then we'll tell everyone that senior apprentice sister has gone into secluded training to break through to the nascent soul realm. That way, we can sneak away without attracting attention." Suddenly, a warm golden light emanates from Wang Sheng's yin-yang sword token, catching his attention. Wang Sheng gazed at the brilliant golden light, prompting Yanzi to ask with curiosity, "What's wrong, Xiao Sheng?" Guan Xuan, standing beside him, was also surprised and looked at her junior brother with a puzzled expression. Wang Sheng thought of a palace thousands of miles away on the moon and smiled. "Master, according to Jiao Yun, the Moon Palace isn't a blessing left for Taoism, but a retreat prepared by the immortals for themselves, filled with the legacies of masters. The heavenly court is also something the celestial beings left for themselves." Yanzi replied with a serious expression. "I see. If we're truly abandoned by the sects, waiting for the return of the immortals is indeed unsuitable. But this can't be explained to the Dao heirs." Xiao Miao, Guan Shen, and Wang Sheng all sighed helplessly, as did Yanzi on the other end of the line. He thought this matter wouldn't be easy to handle at all. Suddenly, little Lian tugged at Wang Sheng's sleeve to get his attention. With hopeful eyes, she asked, "Big brother, can I say something?" Wang Sheng shrugged proudly and raised his chin, saying, "Go ahead, we don't censor speech in our family, just strictly control early relationships." But now Zhao Miao looks up at him with unfriendly eyes, saying, "The current situation is that only my master can open the Moon Palace. And if you and my senior apprentice sister cultivate there, the other disciples will feel it's unfair." Yanzi couldn't help but praise her. Indeed, Xiao Miao was quite clever. Xiao Miao smiled sweetly and continued, "The fundamental conflict lies in the dependent relationship between the Dao sect and the heavenly court, whether it can be recognized and accepted by both sides. But the Dao sect doesn't feel like it belongs to the heavenly court, so it's unreasonable for them to demand a share of the treasure." With a proud look, she raised her hands toward Guan Xuan. "We can't forget that, besides being the silent fairy, our senior apprentice sister has another identity." Yanzi furrowed his brow, his emerald eyes cast downward in contemplation after hearing Xiao Miao's words, picturing Guan Xuan in her white and blue silk dress, looking beautiful and proud. Guan Xuan tilted her head in confusion as Wang Sheng instantly agreed. Indeed, her other identity is crucial at this moment. Yanzi smiled and said, "Xiao Miao is indeed intelligent. It's a pity she already has a master, otherwise we would definitely be siblings and fellow disciples." Xiao Miao blushed and replied, "I just thought of it." The master on the other side of the screen smiled faintly, saying, "It's best to keep the Moon Palace a secret from those around you. Do your best not to touch the treasures left behind by the immortals. As long as this isn't made public, it shouldn't cause any immediate problems." Now, Zhao Yun suddenly speaks up, asking why they have to be so secretive. Just go to the Moon Palace openly. What can those Taoists do? Wang Sheng looked at the fairy with wide eyes. She continued, saying she could still control many treasures. "He is my swordmaster now, and the Moon Palace will definitely offer some benefits." Wang Sheng looked at her with a troubled expression. Jia Yun continued, a terrifying smile plastered on her face. "As for anyone else wanting to take over the Moon Palace, let them try." The three of them, seeing her sinister expression, secretly wondered if Zhao Yun, their master, had prepared some impossible test in the Moon Palace. Under the starry night sky, they all fell silent before Zhao Yun's threat. Yanzi clasped his hands and said, "Don't be angry, fairy. We cannot fault your heart. The inheritances see themselves as successors to the celestial court, and if they all become immortals, they will inevitably try to find their way into the Moon Palace." She replied calmly, "If they can find a way into the Moon Palace, I won't stop them. The inheritors of this world are indeed left behind by the celestial court, but they are only a small part of its legacy." Jiao Yun then added, "If the inheritances enter the Moon Palace and receive the blessings of the Heavenly Court, they must also bear the great disasters faced by the Heavenly Court's immortals." He listened, pondering as she warned, "Before confirming the whereabouts of the Heavenly Court's immortals, I will not open the Moon Palace to the inheritances." With that, Jiao Yun turned and flew back towards Guanshuan, for Hua Qing was a righteous goddess of the Heavenly Court, cultivating in the Moon Palace. Perfectly reasonable. She paused, then glanced over with a warning, "If anyone wants to cause trouble, don't blame me for being unkind." Wang Sheng chimed in. "All right, Jiao Yun. Anyone who interferes with my senior apprentice sister's cultivation is my mortal enemy. We're not afraid of trouble, but less is better, so focusing on cultivation is best." Jia Yun looked at him, speechless, then flew back to her sword, leaving behind the words, "You disciples do what you need to do and don't worry about what others think." Yanzi continued through the screen. "In short, the less you know about this, the better. I'll talk to your master later, but she'll probably think the same as me." Wang Sheng turned to Xiao Miao and instructed, "I still need to tell senior sister Xi Lian, and Xiao Miao must keep it a secret too." The little girl replied, "I will definitely keep it a secret." After careful consideration, Yanzi said, "Let's keep this to 6 people. No one else can know." Then he sternly warned Wang Sheng and the others to be careful and thoughtful when they arrived at the Moon Palace. Yanzi added with a smile, "Cultivation shouldn't be rushed, nor should you only focus on the Tao. The most important thing is to comprehend the techniques yourself." He replied, "I understand, master." The next morning, Xi Lian chided Wang Sheng. "Little Fei Yu, do you have no conscience? You've decided to abandon your big sister after all?" He chuckled. "Big sister, I'm doing this for senior apprentice sister, aren't I?" She huffed. "Don't worry, after you two leave, I'll surround the house with formations." Annoyed, Xi Lian continued, "Why bother with those so-called righteous sects? Who dares point a finger at you two?" "I'll tear down their sect," she said to Wang Sheng with a sly grin, as if struck by an idea. But He Yan put her arm around him and said, "Decide on the labor and hush money. Don't bring back anything less than a postnatal treasure. It'll be embarrassing." Wang Sheng thought to himself, "Big sis, has your conscience been tainted these past few years? You speak of transcendental immortal treasures like they're nothing. Why don't you just sell me off?" With that, Xi Lian cheerfully pushed him aside, saying, "All right, little Xuan Xuan, little Meow Meow, let's go out and stock up." With empty pockets, she said they needed to prepare everything, not knowing how long they'd be gone. Little Meow asked curiously, "Big sis, are we going shopping? What are we buying?" He Yan said, "Food, toys, cold weather gear, and a dozen power banks to keep Huan Huan's phone charged." Guanxuan agrees, and Wang Sheng begins his lecture. "Esteemed viewers, today I'll be discussing what one needs to prepare for Moon Palace seclusion. Is it a detailed plan, a large technical team, or just the perfect ingredients for braised rabbit?" Then Wang Sheng concludes, "No, none of this means anything to cultivators." He then looked at Guan Huan and mumbled, "The third thing depends on the situation." Wang Sheng immediately slammed the photo on the table. "Of course, what we need first is information about humans flying to the moon, like the US's moon exploration program. We also need to review the moon missions of Great China, though these won't be of much use to us." Wang Sheng then laid out his plan. "So I've established 3 steps. Step 1, set off quietly. Step 2, fly straight to the moon. Step 3, try to avoid confrontation." Before he could finish, Jiao Yun kicked him flat on his face. She finished his sentence. "It's as simple as that. Did you learn it? If you've learned it, the next step is to fly to the moon with us." Speaking of the moon, it plays a very important role in the ancient culture of Great China, such as Chang'e stealing the elixir and Hu Yi shooting the sun. The goddess Chang'e's flight to the moon sparked countless myths, but the moon itself was unremarkable until the gods arrived from the celestial court, weaving tales both grand and small. Later, when the celestial court counterattacked and left the forbidden land of the immortals, the abandoned, small immortal world became the treasure trove of the current Moon Palace. In fact, during the celestial court's golden age, the true Moon Palace actually existed on the moon itself. The tale of Chang'e flying to the moon actually took place in the heart of the universe, the homeland of immortals, the immortal spirit realm. In the 3-realm system under the heavenly court's rule, the The sun and moon are the most important stars in the sky, representing yin and yang, life and death. And the god who governs the Taiyin star is called the Taiyin Star Lord, an unfathomably powerful being with a peerless beauty known as the #1 beauty of the three realms, the embodiment of yin in the power of yin and yang, whose status in the heavens is second only to the Queen Mother. After the heavenly court's calamity, the gods and immortals remained in the mortal realm, and legends about the Moon Palace were passed down among the people. Just as Earth's two suns and moons correspond to the Taiyang and Taiyin systems, so too do the legends of Kuafu chasing the sun. And Chang'e and Wugong on the moon endure to this day. Zhao Yun's voice echoes, so the Moon Palace is a place of secret inheritance. You should act with caution. She warned, if you dare to laugh, I won't forgive you, understand? Wang Sheng replied, understood, but I don't understand if the Taiyin Star Lord survived the heavenly court's calamity. He cried inwardly, so there are no rabbits on the moon? Won't senior sister miss a meal then? Wang Sheng listened and took notes. Understood. So, should I change my plans to go to the moon? Then, he proudly held up the paper. 1. Cause no trouble for the nation and waste no organizational resources. 2. Cause no controversy, create no waves. In short, a quiet trip to the moon, free of trouble. That night, everyone gathered on the rooftop. Wang Sheng instructed, Big sister, we're off. Please keep an eye on Xiao Miao for us. Shi Lian dismissively replied, hurry up and go, and don't forget to bring back some local specialties for me. Hearing this, Wang Sheng smiled and said, if that's the case, we'll be off then. With that, the two soared into the sky on their swords. With a sigh, Shi Lian tells the girl, Xiao Miao Miao, your brother and sister-in-law have eloped, leaving us two to rely on each other. Xiao Miao's eyes immediately light up. He. Finally, no one's bossing us around. Big sis, you're in charge now. With hands on her hips, she said, first, I need to activate the formation so no one notices they're gone. Xiao Miao, are you grown up yet? The girl scratches her head. Not yet. Shi Lian turns and raises an eyebrow, continuing, then how can I take you out to play? Go to the theater, sing, and play games. Then she added with a smile. That's right. Cultivation cannot regress. It's a major matter. My brother even asked me to keep an eye on your cultural studies, and I agreed. Little Miao pouted. You've changed. Shi Lian sighed, looking up at the two as they departed, and thought to herself, Little Fei Yu? Remember to help me investigate any clues about Taoist Qing Lin that might be in the Moon Palace. If I can find what the Than Lin Taoist left behind, it'll be easier to find him later. They quickly flew to the last layer of clouds. After they passed through the atmosphere and into space, Wang Sheng looked at Guanshuan and hesitated. Senior, let me carry you. She looked at Wang Sheng and nodded gently. He happily agreed and took Guanshuan's hand, pulling her along. Beneath a sky of 1,000 stars, Wang Sheng leads her towards the moon. While back in her office, Jiling questions Yanzi. Fai Ngu and Bat Ngu have set off? He stroked his mouth and replied with a smile. They're probably in space by now. Don't worry, Xiaosheng's current cultivation and magic power are more than enough to fly to the moon. Jiling put down her pen. I'm not worried about them. Their seclusion just means one less option in an emergency. She stood up and said, the special ops team leader has been very active lately. I really can't figure out what he's up to, but I feel like he's definitely going to cause a lot of trouble. Yanzu wondered, wouldn't it be easier to just eliminate Shen Yishan? Jiling glanced at him. It's not as simple as that. He's only one rank below me. I don't have the authority to fire him directly. She hesitated. Besides, he's the head of the special task force with an impressive record, strong personal skills, and support from above. I can't dismiss him entirely just because he has biased views on some issues or disagreements. Hearing this, he flattered her. Right. Director Jiling wouldn't use subordinates based on personal preference. But honey, others wouldn't value the issue as highly as you do. Then Yanzi narrowed his eyes and said, I don't think Shen Yishan is much of a gentleman either. Jiling looked at him and said, let's wait and see what he's up to. If he truly has ambitions, they'll come to light sooner or later. Even if our three ancestors' one institute works hard, we're just tools for those officials who control the cultivation world and have no influence on decision-making. So rest assured. As soon as Jiling finished speaking, he placed his hand on her shoulder to reassure her, then reminded her, get some sleep, and try not to rely on elixirs so much. Then Yanzi sighed, lamenting, at this rate, when will our second child ever appear? Hearing this, Jiling was furious, her face darkening as she said, if you want a child, then go have one with a Taoist priest and marry someone else. Isn't Taoist priest Jing Yun always waiting for you? No need to wait until I'm buried. I'll vouch for you two now. He hastily explained, Come on, you're bringing up me and Jing Yun again. We're innocent. All right, don't talk like that. We're going to live a long time together. You go to sleep first. I'll take care of things here and come find you later. Okay. He watched Jilling by the bed for a while, planning to leave after she fell asleep, but suddenly the door opened and Meng Yue poked her head in, asking, Priest Buyan, can I turn off the lights? Yanzi turned to her and said softly, Thank you for your trouble. Meng Yue then reached out and flipped the switch, plunging the room into darkness. He couldn't help but feel a little down. Though they met often, they rarely had time alone together. Then, Yanzi frowned unconsciously. Shen Yishan, you better not do anything excessive. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng and his companion have significantly shortened the distance to the moon, maintaining a speed of 10 kilometers per second. With 8/10 of their magical power remaining, they should reach the moon before exhausting their reserves. Maintaining this speed will take 6 to 7 hours to reach the midpoint between Earth and the moon. Then, we'll begin to slow down. While maintaining speed isn't a problem, the US and China have many satellites observing the moon and will be easily detected if we continue like this. Wang Daren's brain was currently in overdrive, prompting Wang Sheng to remind Guan Xuan, who was flying in circles around him. Senior, stop playing around. He chuckled. Once we get to the Moon Palace and find a useful cultivation method, go straight into meditation. Don't worry about when you'll break through. It'll happen naturally when the time comes. Wang Sheng then added, I was also thinking that after we ascend to immortality and reach the forbidden area, if you're too impatient with cultivation, then I can only protect you here on Earth. Guan Xuan turned her head, calmly looking at him, and replied, Don't wait. Hearing this, he reassured her, More haste, less speed. Don't worry about being slow, we'll take it one step at a time. Guan Xuan nodded slightly, seemingly agreeing with his sentiment. Before Wang Sheng could react, she pulled him, accelerating toward the moon. He lamented inwardly. His senior was gentle, but also stubborn. Once she set her mind to something, 9 of him couldn't change it. Wang Sheng and Guan Zhuan flew closer to the moon on their swords, and he announced, Senior, we're almost there. She responded, Okay. And so, the two circled the moon on their swords, searching for a flat place to land. Wang Sheng examines the ground, wondering why the Sword of No Spirit remains silent, and where the entrance to the Moon Palace is. Suddenly, he stomped on the ground as if testing something, the unexpected sound and strange action drawing Guan Xuan's curious gaze. Ignoring her, he continued with his plan, casting a spell and using his position as the center to spread his spiritual sense and survey the surroundings, while Guan Xuan watched him intently with admiration and awe. As expected of my junior brother, is he checking for danger? Bold yet cautious, he's learned well. Ignoring his senior sister's admiring gaze, Wang Sheng grinned, thinking about the American flag. He still had a few cans of paint in his storage treasure. He'd paint it red when he found it. After waiting for so long, Guan Xuan had unknowingly fallen asleep. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng smugly thought that although he wasn't strong enough to reach other planets, fate had brought the opportunity to him. And so he resolved to carry out his plan, to plant red flags all over the planets of the solar system, starting with the restricted area. The soulless sword suddenly glows, emitting a soft hum and vibration, circling the sky once before shooting off in a direction. At the same time, Zhao Yun's voice echoed, signaling, Follow me. Wang Sheng immediately turned to the person behind him and said, Senior, let's go. Then the two curiously followed the sword. As he controlled his sword, he marveled that flying on the moon only consumed 1/10 of the magical power it took on Earth, and that the moon was filled with primordial energy. It's a pity he couldn't see the legendary osmanthus tree. The two people and the sword quickly flew across a vast, desolate area of the moon, when suddenly the sword of emptiness stopped and pointed straight down. Seeing this, they stopped to observe, as Zhao Yun succinctly explained. They're here. She seriously instructs that the only entrance is here, and she will transfer the greatest level of magic power into the nameless sword. Hearing this, he agreed. Suddenly, Zhao Yun appeared, her entire body enveloped in golden light. She floated above Wang Sheng and himself, her hands focusing energy into the orb before her chest. Having gathered enough energy, she unleashes it upon the wall before them, the force so great it cracks the barrier. Suddenly, a massive gate materialized from the void, growing ever clearer, and the power within gathered in his hand. He examined it, marveling at its pure energy, replenishing his depleted magic. As Zhao Yun continued her spellcasting, her brow furrowed slightly, and she signaled to the two behind her, Get closer to me. Her eyes suddenly changed, her pupils becoming 2 different colors as if reflecting the cosmos. She moved closer to the gate, and the power flowed into her body. As Wang Sheng and Guan Xuan approached the gate, their bodies grew heavy and their swords weighed them down. He exclaimed inwardly, "This is divine might. Could it be a restriction left by the immortals?" With her eyes still closed, Du Van chanted, causing the energy orb to grow. Then her eyes slowly opened, like the gates of the galaxy, welcoming a lost traveler. Ignoring their worried gazes, Du Van calmly spoke. "Enter." Standing before the open gate, she calmly says, "The barrier is open." Wang Sheng turns to Guan Xuan and says, "Senior, let's go." She nodded in agreement. Yes, hand in hand, they stepped towards the open gate, which seemed to sense their presence, radiating an even brighter light. The light was blinding, and as Guan Xuan shielded her eyes, she slowly opened them to a breathtaking sight, whispering, "So beautiful." Before them stood a magnificent city wall, the path beneath their feet radiating a light that made the scene even more enchanting. Even Wang Sheng was taken aback. "This is the Celestial Palace," he muttered, looking up at the sign above the gate that read, "Minor Immortal Realm." The two flew past towering structures on their swords, a sense of bewilderment washing over them. This is just the minor immortal world. The space around the minor celestial realm gradually becomes clear through the mist, revealing the legendary laurel trees bathed in an ethereal light. Suddenly, Guan Xuan pointed in a direction and exclaimed, prompting Wang Sheng to follow her gaze, his eyes widening in astonishment. A massive tree dominates the vast space, prompting him to wonder if it's the legendary moon laurel of the Moon Palace. As they observed, he noticed a house on a branch and exclaimed, "No way! People even live on the branches." The two flew around on their swords, observing the entirety of the tree, and Wang Sheng couldn't hide his amazement. "I knew the minor immortal world would be vast, but I never imagined it would be this extravagant. I wonder how many immortals it would take to fill this place." Suddenly, Jia Yun flew in from behind, overhearing him and answering, "More than 800,000. She elaborated, explaining that this was the highest level where celestial soldiers cultivated. The palaces on the cassia trees are for female immortals to cultivate, and over 200,000 have resided here. Wang Sheng listens intently. Stunned by the number, he asks, "Over 800,000 immortals?" Jia Yun replies slowly, "More accurately, over 200,000 lesser immortals, over 500,000 original immortals, and over 80,000 true immortals. There were over 6,200 celestial immortals, 397 golden immortals, 61 Taiyi golden immortals, and 9 Grand Luo golden immortals. That was during the counterattack the greatest force we could muster, even including the immortal maidens unsuited for battle." He listened intently, gathering information before asking, "How many immortals did the Heavenly Court have during the Shangsheng era?" She recalled, then answered, saying that the heavenly soldiers directly controlled by the old Heavenly Court numbered about 60 million. If you include the 4 great emperors' armies, that's about 80 million, and they still lost? Meanwhile, Guan Xuan is counting on her fingers. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. She recalls the battle between the two sides, and their ultimate defeat. Thousands of alien races launched a simultaneous attack, amassing 3 times the Heavenly Court's forces. At that time, his father vanished. The Heavenly Court's morale plummeted, and many traitors colluded with the alien race's powerhouses. Because father angered the 3 pure ones, many immortals in the Heavenly Court suffered the 5 signs of decay, greatly reducing their strength. Although the aliens also flooded the Heavenly Court's gates, even so, when those races attacked the 4 heavenly gates, the Heavenly Court still destroyed over 90% of their forces, otherwise it would have been extremely difficult for us to break through their final encirclement. With that, she turned and said, "Otherwise, what gives the Heavenly Court the right to rule the 3 realms and command all races? Do you even know how small the territory of the Endless Star is?" He replied nonchalantly, "I don't know. My brain can't process all this." He felt dizzy from the overwhelming amount of information. "Indeed, my previous life was too shallow. My current cultivation efforts in the Heavenly Court are no match for being cannon fodder." Guan Xuan, standing beside him, secretly chuckled, but Wang Sheng suddenly turned serious again. "That's right. I remember Ancestor Lu mentioning that only a few thousand immortals made it to Earth back then." Jia Yun also became more serious. She replies that, aside from celestial soldiers and fairies serving in immortal abodes, there are nearly several thousand famous immortals recorded in the immortal books, causing him to imagine trembling amidst a horde of mutants. A chick fighting? Like a gang beating up one person? He realized that back then, with Zhao Yun and the others' help, Earth was able to nurture a large number of immortals, but going out now would be like walking to his own death. Junior brother. Wang Sheng was shaken awake and asked in confusion, "What's wrong, senior sister Gao?" he asked, noticing Zhao Yun's silence. She gazed at the magnificent palace before turning back to them, inviting, "Won't you come and rest at my palace for a while?" Following Princess Zhaoyun's invitation, they looked toward the palace, its beauty increasing as they approached. Wang Sheng eagerly gazed at the magnificent palace, hoping for a chance to explore it. Zhaoyun's palace seems more luxurious than the others. Guanzhuan, standing beside him, can only offer an awkward smile at his actions. The two stood dumbfounded as Zhaoyun said, "You and Hua Qing will search for the yin-yang cultivation method, and I'll go to the Spirit Recovery Lake to see if it can help me cultivate." Seeing no response, she repeated herself, thinking they hadn't heard clearly. "Then, you and Hua Qing can search for the yin-yang cultivation method, while I'll go to Fueling Lake to see if it can help me cultivate." And without waiting for a response, she flew off, leaving them behind. Wang Sheng gritted his teeth as he watched her leave. "Is Zhaoyun deliberately provoking me?" Then the two chased after Zhaoyun towards her palace. On their way, they crossed a great river and landed on a bridge where a small boat stood still despite the waves and wind. A voice then guides them to the small wooden boat where Huaqing Guanxuan sits. Seeing her hesitate, he encouraged her. "Go on, senior sister." Encouraged by him, she mustered her courage and carefully stepped onto the small boat, as Dovan reminded her. The path to revealing her true self and the cultivation method that resonates with her Tao will appear on their own. Whether she can grasp them depends on her fate. Quan Huayan, now filled with passion, raised her hand in a determined gesture and replied, "Yes." She then slowly sat down on the boat, relaxed her body, and began meditating as a yin-yang Bagawa diagram appeared on the boat beneath her. Wang Sheng watched intently from the shore, his face etched with worry, thinking of the tens of thousands of miles they had traveled from Earth to the moon. If his master doesn't acquire the immortal technique related to yin and yang, the wasted trip would be a minor issue, but it would negatively affect her state of mind. Thinking this, he cast a spiritual probe to assist her, hoping that this place could truly help her break through. But the move was instantly blocked, shocking him. His spiritual sense was being repelled. Zhaoyun, beside him, was angered by his rash action. "This is an immortal's domain. How far do you think your meager spiritual sense can reach?" Wang Sheng quickly offered an embarrassed explanation. "I was just worried about my senior sister." Suddenly sensing something was amiss with Quan Xuan, he turned to see pillars of light erupting from the water, shooting skyward and enveloping her. Mysterious tokens surrounded by the light encircled her. As Guanxuan reaches out, a command token falls into her palm, its power dissolving into a radiant aura around her. Suddenly it shoots into her forehead, coursing through her body. Seeing Wang Sheng's unwavering gaze and barely concealed worry, Jia Yun reassures him, "Don't worry. This is the Lake of the Immortal Fox, and the lake contains spirit energy." He watched Guanxuan calmly cultivate amidst pillars of power, Duvan's voice echoing in his ears. "If your senior sister shows signs of demonic chi deviation, the lake spirit will pull her from her meditative state in time." Even though she assured him of Guanxuan's safety, he couldn't shake his unease, and remained frozen in place. Zhaoyun quickly tries to divert his attention, saying he could seek enlightenment here. There's still a usable boat over there, but Wang Sheng immediately refuses without hesitation. "I'm not in a hurry." His eyes remained on Guanxuan as he spoke slowly. "Just don't bother my senior sister.